You're obviously the most trashy necromancer. But every summon you die in battle allows you to permanently inherit the main attribute of the summon. While other necromancers were still relying on their undead armies to pull the enemy, you went straight up and hammered the enemy's head off with a mace. Today is the day of Ikuan Academy's awakening. When the class teacher urged the students not to choose the sewer profession, you chose the necromancer without any hesitation. When your classmates saw this, they threw gloating scoffs at you, and even the class teacher was disappointed in you. What they don't know is that the talent you awakened is actually the legacy of a dear friend. When a dear friend who is connected to you dies in battle, you will gain all of that dear friend's main attributes. The necromancer profession relies on summoning undead to fight, and all the undead you summon will be connected to you. Just as you were pondering on how to use your talent, the schoolgirl on the side, Lu Ruyan, frowned tightly, her beautiful eyes staring at you. How could she not expect you to degrade yourself and choose the sewer profession? This parasite looked at the hearts of the male students next to you like a knife. At this time, a male classmate angrily walked up to you. Classmate Su Fan, let's spar. Although everyone else feels that you made a wrong choice in choosing a necromancer, as your classmate, I believe that you must have awakened an unparalleled talent to make this decision. Fight me and let the others take a good look at how powerful you are, so they know you're not wrong. You calmly turned your head to look at him, and the look in the other man's eyes told everyone that he just wanted to beat the crap out of you and then proudly tell Goddess Ryu that you were looking at the wrong guy. But strangely enough, you agreed without hesitation. This scene immediately drew the interest of the crowd. A mere necromancer dared to take up the warrior's challenge. Even the teachers, after some deliberation, decided to take the opportunity to give the untransformed students an opportunity to do the opposite. You guys take a good look at what level a necromancer really is. Su Fan is our school's #1 academic bully, such that when he switched to become a necromancer, he would get beaten up the entire time when facing another professional. You guys mustn't act on impulse and go for some necromancer. Unbeknownst to them, not long after, you did something that shattered their three views. As both sides enter the ring, the battle officially begins. With a wave of your staff, you summon skeletons. In the next second, a single skeleton warrior burning with soul fire emerges from the vortex. With your current strength, you are able to summon 5 skeleton warriors at once in one breath, keeping up to 10 skeleton warriors in existence at once. But against a 10-point strength sword warrior, the skeleton warrior's fragile and light body can be knocked out of the air by a casual strike from your opponent. But you don't care about that. Your goal is to sacrifice your teammates to the heavens. With this in mind, you moved your mind, and the skeletons quickly set up a tight formation and pressed forward, before deliberately revealing a break in front of Wang Yang. Seeing this, Wang Yang immediately brightened up and swung his sword violently. Skill heavy cleave. Brush. The greatsword fell fiercely, directly splitting a skeleton into two. But what you never expected was that when the skeleton warrior died in battle, the best friend's legacy talent didn't trigger. Is it because the skeleton was intentionally pitched to death by me? Or is it because the emotion didn't express the level of a best friend? Thinking of this, you simply gave up directly on maneuvering, and the originally animated undead formation quickly loosened up. Wang Yang quickly seized the opportunity to ruthlessly slash and flip a skeleton again. You see this and immediately go up and hug the dead skeleton, crying your heart out. Small Bone. What happened to you, Small Bone? You can't, Little Bone. We just met. But didn't we agree to become the strongest professional together? This tawdry maneuver of yours directly confused the crowd of teachers and students. But in the next second, the talent best friend's legacy is triggered, and your power increases by 5 points. Your eyes snapped up with a brilliant light. It's actually possible. You immediately pulled up your attribute template. Strength has really increased. The main attribute of a skeleton warrior has been increased by 5 points of strength. A freshly turned necromancer can summon 5 skeleton warriors, and can maintain a maximum of 10 skeleton warriors. That is to say, after summoning all the undead that can be summoned, being destroyed by a group once is 50 points of power attribute. Even a sword warrior with a main power increase might not be able to have 50 points of power, and if he died a few waves of skeletons, he would be able to take down those top-tier big shots. Thinking of this, you looked towards the skeleton warrior who had been hacked to death by Wang Yang, with eyes as if you were looking at your best brother. Little Bone, you died so tragically. I will definitely take my brothers to avenge you. The words were filled with determination. Avenging for the summon. Everyone was dumbfounded at the words. Did I give you too much pressure and went completely crazy? Wang Yang snorted coldly. It looks like your confident transfer to necromancer didn't bring you a good result. You turn a deaf ear and wave your hand. Brothers, go ahead. Show him our bonds. The 3 remaining undead immediately attacked. The teachers around them shook their heads in unison as they watched. A necromancer that gave up their formation was no different from sending them to their deaths. The truth was just as the teachers had said. Facing the mindless attack of the three skeletal warriors, Wang Yang just pulled slightly, and after a few consecutive slashes, the skeletal warriors were all wiped out. Bastard! You actually killed my little bone again. Damn you! I won't spare you! You roared angrily from the back. Wang Yang, however, had already gotten good at it and said with a regretful face, Su Fan, now it's you who has lost. I thought that you chose necromancer because you had awakened some extraordinary talent. It looks like necromancer is still as weak as ever. District necromancer is not half as good as a warrior. No, I haven't lost yet. You glance at your strength attribute, which has become 24, and clench your fists. I want to avenge Little Bone. Revenge? With you, a freshly transformed necromancer? Wang Yang couldn't help but laugh. You've already summoned 5 skeletons, and your blue is depleted. A mage who runs out of blue is a lamb to the slaughter. What will you take revenge with like that? Wang Yang has a disdainful look on his face. You grip the staff in your hand. Just use this staff. A mage holding a staff and hitting a warrior. This was probably the biggest joke of the day. The students laughed out loud. You turned a deaf ear and swung your staff down hard. Wang Yang smiled disdainfully and crossed his arms in a defensive posture. The power of a district necromancer. Even if it is directly hard to resist it. What can? Brush! A violent air-breaking sound came from his ears. In the next second, boom! 24 points of power erupted, directly allowing your staff to shatter his defense. Instantly, Wang Yang's entire body flew backward a dozen meters, and his blood sprayed wildly all the way to the ground as he directly fainted. For a moment, the entire audience was silent. Suzy slowly put away his staff and wiped the blood stained on it. Only then did he raise his head and look around at the students and faculty and said slowly, "Who says you can't kill a warrior with a mace?" Chapter 5, Young and unaware of physical fitness. Mistaking the master of the law for a treasure. Warrior, being a necromancer, knocked out with a mace? Everyone was confused. The image was so dramatic it was unimaginable. Xia Shualan was the first to react. I knew he didn't choose a necromancer for no reason. Suzy, the man who can defeat me is really not a generalized person. I'm going to have to try harder than that, said the man, as if with a renewed light in his eyes. This was the Suzy she knew so well. That look at the heart of the male students next to the heart seized. Suddenly angry, rushed to the ground unconscious Wang Yang cursed. Wang Yang, you punk, you were actually knocked down by a necromancer? Rubbish. You'd better quit the group. You're just a fake warrior, aren't you? Shame on us warriors. It's so hard to take advantage of Suzy's choice of necromancer, so you can get Goddess Xia's sight back from him. But you ended up redrawing her sight back to Suzy again, didn't you? You, damn. I'm going to challenge Suzy now. Wang Yang, that's a piece of trash. Can't represent us warriors. Some boys couldn't help themselves and were about to walk on. Instead, he was greeted with Xia Shualan's contemptuous look, challenging a mage who just ran out of blue. You're really giving warriors face. So this is what warriors stand for. The boy's face turned red. I'm not. I just want to. He just wanted Xia Shualan's eyes to fall on him. Now it worked. And this was the first time he and Xia Shualan had ever had a conversation. But he'd rather not if he could. Teachers frowned, they had better eyes and more knowledge to see beneath the surface. That strike by Suzy just now. Power is a bit strong. I didn't expect to actually be able to defeat a warrior. And in this way as well. You guys, could this be Suzy's talent? I remember that summoners at LV60 have a skill called synchronization, which allows them to temporarily take the attributes of one summoned beast and superimpose them on themselves. Could it be a similar talent? If that's the case, it's no wonder Suzy chose necromancer. It's probably a talent exclusive to necromancers. Suzy's previous behavior when he dyed a skeleton was perhaps to fulfill a certain prerequisite for unleashing this talent? The teachers speculated, but none of them were curious enough to ask Suzy. Talent was the biggest secret of every professional, and Dasha had laws and regulations that did not allow any official person to test the talent of Dasha professionals in any way. Nor would they allow others to coerce a Dasha professional into informing them of their talents by bullying them. For some reason, this law is stuck in limbo. Violators shall be punished by death. So the teachers would at best guess a thing or two, and no one would really ask. Alright, everyone doesn't need to guess. Suzy's homeroom teacher Lu Hongza coughed and said, regardless of what talent it is, as long as Suzy isn't a necromancer that was chosen haphazardly, it's fine. At least, this way it doesn't fall to the same level as other necromancers. As Suzy's teacher, He thought that would be fine. Of course you think it's good. After all, messing around with choosing a necromancer before was already the worst possible outcome. Now it's definitely better than just now. The teacher next to him bristled. But for us, it may not be a good thing. Class teacher Lu Hongzhe froze. Then follow the line of sight of the teacher next to you and look at the nearby students. A necromancer can actually defeat a warrior? Wasn't it said that necromancers are the weakest sewer profession? Yeah, the teacher said so. And then you tell me necromancer is a sewer profession. So what's a warrior that's not as good as a necromancer? Damn. Thanks for trying to switch to warrior. No more switching. Exactly. I'd rather switch to a necromancer than a warrior. Lu Hongzhe. Bad. It was all because of Wang Yong's inexplicable loss. And now everyone's feelings towards necromancers had changed. After all, no amount of textbook talk about necromancer trash was more believable than seeing a necromancer defeat a warrior with your own eyes. Shouldn't. There would be others that would follow Susie's example and turn into necromancers, right? Thanks to them purposely stopping the transfer and dragging their classmates to watch the two fight, just to show their classmates the vulnerability of necromancers. This is backfiring. Lu Hongzhe's face darkened. Although he didn't know what Su Zhe's talent was, it was obvious that his victory over Wang Yang was because of this talent. If someone else in the class didn't know better and mistakenly thought necromancers were strong, so they followed Susie's example and switched. Wait? Lu Hongzhe froze. It seems like our class has all finished transferring jobs. The rest are from other classes. Oh, that's all right then. It's nothing to do with me. That's why Lu Hongzhe calmly clapped his hands. Class 2 students, come gather here with me. Let's talk about tomorrow's basic trial. This mother *********. The class teachers of the other classes, looking at Lu Hongzhe's figure, hated his teeth. But yet, he still had to pull his class members and emphasize once again, over and over again, that necromancer was a sewer profession and asked his classmates not to pick it. Really? The classroom teachers looked indignant. Damn. After the transfer, school is dismissed straight away. The time after school focuses on familiarizing each student with his or her career. The foundation laid by the compulsory education of professionals allows students to familiarize themselves quickly and get up to speed. The only thing that needs more experimentation by individuals is talent. Susie also tried to perform some simple tests on his orphan talent to prevent mistakes and omissions at critical moments. Day 2. All of the students were fully armed, wearing the standard defensive attire provided by the school and holding the free attribute-less weapons given by the school. Sitting in unison in the middle of the classroom, they all had excitement in their eyes, obviously having gone home yesterday happy to experiment with their abilities and have fun. Su Zhe looked at Yu Dingwu in the seat next to him with an odd expression on his face. Dude, why are your eyes all black? Didn't sleep well last night? Yes, it's true that I didn't sleep well. Yu Dingwu nodded. Su Zhe said, did you test your ability too much? Be careful. Today is the day of the basic trial. Excessive physical exertion will affect the results of the trial. Yu Dingwu waved his hand. No, what does a shield warrior like me need to experiment with? Simple and rough is where warriors belong. Susie, is that a worry about today's basic trial? But you're a main body mass shield warrior, so as long as you're careful and don't pursue high scores too much, you shouldn't be in any danger, right? Yu Dingwu, yeah, so it's not like I'm worried about the trial. Susie, and you are? Yu Dingwu proudly said. Oh, isn't this my transfer? And I also purposely chose the main body texture of shield warrior. So I want to try the effect of shield warrior's body texture. That's why yesterday I purposely called 3 technicians. One person battled 3 Ing, and killed them without leaving a single piece of armor. But I have to say, I've only just been transferred after all, and the enemy is experienced and notoriously tactical. So I didn't get much sleep last night. Saying that, he also provocatively showed off his muscles at Susie. This was the superiority of a warrior. Who told you to pick the trash mage? Susie. Well, how about that? Physical attributes that affect defense, blood, resistance, and a host of other aspects. Among them is endurance. So why is it that warriors, especially the main body mass of shield warriors, are very popular with men, and are a big favorite to transfer year after year? Why was Susie's target before also a main body mass shield warrior? Don't ask. The ask is that we, the great and the good, have a kind heart that protects the back row. We all want to be real men who are worth relying on. It is said that in the marriage market, male professionals with main body mass are very popular with mature women over 35. And even most of the clubhouse male models who are adopted by rich women are also with main body mass plus points. It's rather the younger teenage girls who are more attracted to the elegant temperament of the law professions. The two contrast sharply with the tendency to choose a spouse. That's why teenage girls are often teased by rich women. Young people don't know that they have a good physique, and they mistake the fakir for a treasure. Soz looked at himself. Necromancer, typical brittle profession. And because of the negative energy, often the body is a few points more brittle than the average lawgiver. Physique is very important. Directly affects its own survival rate, tolerance rate. There is nothing more important in the abyss than staying alive. After you pass the copy, look for the summoning skill book of the main mass of undead. Don't ask. The question was that Susie felt that the skin of the lawgiver was too thin and was easily decapitated by the enemy, and needed to strengthen his physique to keep himself safe. It's all for your own safety. About 10 minutes later, the school bell rang. The class teacher, Lu Hongza, strides into the classroom. Students, the next step is the basic trial. This is your first time entering the abyssal mystery realm. You guys, ready? When the crowd heard this, their faces dispersed the color full of excitement, revealing a few moments of seriousness and solemnity. The abyss, like a reflection of the fragments of countless worlds, it's invading reality, but being invaded by it. Professionals can enter the abyss, upgrade and fight monsters, and obtain equipment. At first glance it looks like an online game, but there is no resurrection. To die in the abyssal secret realm is to die for real. The number of professionals who died in the abyssal mystery realm every year was countless, and there were tons of them. Even a top expert wouldn't dare to say that he or she would definitely be able to pass through the abyss of the foundation. The reason why Susie and the others were transferring at this time was because at this time of the year, the abyss would open a new secret realm, and only recently transferred rookie professionals who hadn't experienced the abyss would be able to enter. Therefore, it is also called basic trial. Equipment with attributes cannot be worn during this basic trial or it will be rejected from the basic trial. And you can't team up. Everything capitalized. Can't be swayed. In other words, it's a fair start for every student. The basic trial is the best option to assess the talent of every student. It's about the official investment given to professionals and the credentials that can be taken to interviews at big companies. It's the fastest track to becoming a human being. I've talked about the basic trial many times. The class teacher, Lu Hongza, sighed deeply. I know that there aren't many students from good families in our class, and most of them want to make a name for themselves in the basic trial and win investments from big companies. But I'll tell you that you have a long future ahead of you. And it's not as if there aren't top-tier professionals who were unremarkable in the basic trials but blossomed in the future. We have a lot of students, especially in the support professions, who should never try to get an S-rank evaluation by killing it in the basic trial. Instead, you should avoid fighting as much as possible and look for a safe place. As long as you make it through 24 hours, you can pass the trial. Waiting for the future. It's entirely possible to slowly go through other abysses after finding reliable teammates and searching for competent equipment as a way to steadily and reliably improve yourself. Never be in a hurry. Class teacher Lu Hongza earnestly exhortation, completely out of the heart to say their own thoughts. But alas, each and every one of the students had fiery gazes, hope written in their eyes, and were filled with the desire to prove themselves and get top credentials. I heard that a student who was graded A last year was snatched up by Ma with a salary of $10 million a year. The female martial god from the next city last year was directly recruited by Dragon Whale University, and I heard that the military has taken a liking to her, and that she'll be able to enter the military and become a first-line officer upon graduation. Xia Shuelan lightly bit her shell teeth, her afterglow sweeping towards someone. The basic trial. I can do better than him. Suze also stroked his chin. Basic trial. If the results are good, will someone come and invest in one of my skill books for summoning physique class undead creatures? He also got a little misty-eyed at the thought. After all, those skill books are very expensive. Yu Dingwu also had his eyes glowing. The difficulty of the basic trial is relatively low compared to the other abyssal mysteries, but the experience given is very generous. Relying on this abyss, I can quickly upgrade and then add physique. Will I be able to kill 5 people in a row next time? But no matter how fiery their eyes were, none of them were hot. That man is Wang Yang. Damn Suze. Actually shading me. His 2 eyes were on fire. His teeth clenched. Actually made me lose such a big person. Damn it. He is now nicknamed the fake warrior. I don't know how many people seriously said a warrior who can't even beat a necromancer is a disgrace. You quit the group. You don't deserve to be in the pile of fighters. Don't disgrace us. A taunt that drove him crazy. I must prove myself in the basic trial and get an A-rank evaluation. Clear the stigma. Susie, I'll definitely be able to trample you under my feet this time. Both of his eyes were on fire as he stared tightly at Susie. His sight seemed to be on fire, as the crowd waited with varying minds. Finally, the abyss descends. The trial is about to begin. Welcome to the abyss. Next, the figures of all the people were engulfed in thick darkness. Basic trial. Start. Chapter 6 The Abyss, the Orc Empire. Abyss, Orc Empire. Level, LV1 LV20. Difficulty, Basic Trial. Objective. 1. Survive for 24 hours. 2. Kill 10 Minotaur warriors. 3. Kill the Bloodhoof Chief. Description: the vast and boundless grassland. The Orc Empire stands on it. Is the grassland deserved to dominate? But under the long period of time, the once martial and powerful Orc Empire inevitably ushered in a split. The Minotaur race, the Bear race, the Wolf race, the Lion race, the Eagle race, and other powerful races were all eyeing the throne of the Behemoth royal clan. This is the best time for ambitious people. On the boundless prairie, a handsome man wearing a Dharma robe suddenly appeared there. Suzy stepped his feet on the soft grass, breathing in the fresh air and reading the words in front of him. The world of orcs in a fantasy worldview? This is the abyss. It was as if the professional was allowed, directly, to enter a new world that was real and incomparable. Suzy could even feel the smell of the delicate grass under his feet as it was crushed down by his shoes. There are 3 targets. Suzy looked at the text. With normal abyssals, there is often only one goal, both to kill the final boss. Only the basic trial has plural quest objectives, and each of these 3 objectives raises your own evaluation by 1 rank. Completion of Objective 1 is AC grade. Completing Objective 1 and having completed Objective 2 is AB. Completion of Objectives 1 and 2, and plus completion of 3, will result in an A rating. It's also the same comment that the previous classmate who got a $10 million a year salary level got in the classmate's casual conversation. Just as Suzy was thinking, suddenly a roar was heard. Who are you? Why have you appeared at our Bloodhoof tribe's ranch? Suzy sniffed and looked over. It was a Minotaur. It had muscles a few times thicker than a warrior, a slightly grim face, and 2 bull horns that were sharp and wild. Minotaur herders. Level, LV1. Blood, 600. Attack power, 40. Skill 1, Roar. Skill 2, Trampling. Miscellaneous soldiers Suzy looked at the data in front of him and said in his heart. Attack power is strength *10. Blood is body *100. This Minotaur was a physical type monster at first glance, and all things considered, it seemed to be a few points stronger than one's own skeleton soldiers, but not a match for the apparently average professional. To put it bluntly, it's a small monster, but it's natural to rely on numbers when it comes to small monsters against the enemy. Perhaps hearing this Minotaur herders yell, 2 Minotaur herders quickly appeared around them. You guys are here? Great! The first Minotaur herder was overjoyed and pointed at Suzy. This man suddenly appeared in our pasture for some reason. Maybe a spy sent by another tribe. Get him! No! Kill him! The other 2 bullheads roared and charged. Suzy did not change his face and waved his hand. Resurrect! My little bone! Summoning skeletons. The 5 skeletons appeared in unison, stumbling towards the Minotaur herder with rusty machetes. Evil necromancer? The Minotaur herder's footsteps lurched and his face showed anger. Apparently the profession of necromancer was quite infamous in all the heavens and all the worlds. Kill him. Evil professionals who desecrate their ancestors. I'm going to smash it. 3 Minotaurs rushed forward and battled the 5 skeletons. Both played an even game. Suzy snapped and covered her face with a shameless look. This is a basic copy, considered the most friendly abyss for newbies. Everyone can team up, meaning everyone's goal is to solo. And then I, a professional, actually fought 3 of the weakest monsters evenly? No wonder necromancers were considered a sewer profession and looked down upon. Luckily, though, it's not these ragged skeletons I'm relying on. The Minotaurs fought for half a day, and finally one of the Minotaurs seized the opportunity, and at the cost of himself being stabbed by a skeleton, he smashed a skeleton's head off with a punch, destroying the skeleton's soul fire. Ah, little bone, my little bone, you died miserably. Suzy immediately let out the cry of a dear friend when he was killed in battle, triggering the talent, the legacy of a dear friend. Your strength increases by 5 points. It's true that being in the abyss is the best place to trigger the talent. Suzy nodded in secret joy in his heart. He was released from school yesterday and tested his talent trigger conditions several times. For example, hacking your own skeleton to death. For example, hiring someone to hack your own skeleton to death. For example, having a skeleton hack other skeletons to death. For example, a skeleton hacking itself to death with a knife. However, the experiment was not effective and none of the above items triggered the talent. So roughly it can be deduced only enemies who kill skeletons can trigger the talent for themselves. This enemy. Definition: perhaps an object with great malice towards so's / an object that tries to kill so's. There are also some other conditions. Let's test them all together. Suzy thought. The next one could test if my silence while Bone was killed would trigger the talent. Because of the need to maintain his physical strength and mana in consideration of today's basic trial, Suzy didn't dare to test too much before. Just in time now. The Minotaur herders didn't know that much and became excited when they saw Suzy's sad shout. After all, the sorrow of the enemy is the best into oneself. They roared with excitement and attacked even more defiantly. After about 5 minutes, the vegetable and chicken pecking ended. All 5 skeletons fell, their soul flames dying out. 2 of the 3 minotaurs fell. The remaining head was also covered in wounds, but it still proudly walked up to Suzy. Evil necromancer. Remember, the people who killed you were the Bloodhoof tribe. With that, the casserole-sized fist slammed hard. The Minotaur herder's eyes were filled with excitement. The necromancer, as a famous profession in all realms, had all the battle power in his skeleton. Having killed all of his skeletons, the remaining necromancers weren't even worth mentioning. He, too, will be the Minotaur who slays the necromancer. And then, boom! Suzy didn't even look at him and directly blasted his fist over. The Norse bull's head was instantly blown to pieces. Minus 438. Kill the Minotaur herder and gain 18 experience points. Although the Minotaur herder was a meat shield stream monster, its total blood volume was only 700. After another wave of being consumed by the undead, it was not even half-blooded. A casual blow is enough to kill. This battle has a good harvest. Suzy tapped on his attributes. So's, occupation, necromancer. Level, LV1. Life value, 400, physique * 100. Mana, 100, intelligence * 10. Power, 44. Physical fitness, 4. Intelligence, 10. Agility, 3. In the battle just now, the talent was triggered 4 times, and the strength plus 20 became 44 today. With 44 points of strength, this equates to an attack power of 440, strength * 10. Suzy is now fully capable of punching Beat self to death. That's right, we, necromancers, are so brittle. Continue testing the talent and then complete the objective by the way. Looking at the description, the target should be an elite warrior and chief of a Minotaur tribe, presumably the lair of this group of Minotaurs. As for whether he could beat the Minotaur horde, there is no such thing as being unable to beat it. The big deal was to meditate for a little while and recover some mana before arranging for the little bones to deliver a wave. By that time, his power definitely exceeded that of a main LV10 warrior, and it wouldn't be easy to single-handedly brush a basic trial? Come on, brush up on his strongest rating first. So Suzy took a confident step. Then, he looked out over the endless prairie, and the vast grassy fields. Speaking of which direction is the Minotaur tribe? Suzy fell into an eerie silence. Never in a million years would I have thought that the biggest stumbling block preventing me from completing my task and improving my personal rating would be, I don't recognize the way to the Minotaur tribe? Chapter 7. It was the boss who made the first move. This is the abyss. After all, it didn't take long for another group of Minotaur herders to gather around. Suzy slashed his way through. Take the opportunity to test your talent play in a big way. For example, Suzy grabbed Little Bone's spine as soon as he could. Little Bone's legs were aligned and his hands were raised high in the air, combining his efforts to hold the rusty knife in his hand. At first glance, it was as if the entire small bone had turned into a long sword. Famous sword, Nose Arisher, Small Bone Edition. A Minotaur herder rushed up, and Suzy didn't hesitate to meet it. The strong strength attribute allowed him to strike a heck of a lot with a casual strike, and then slapped it hard. Yes, shoot, not chop. After all, compared to Little Bone's skeleton, a rusty knife in the district was still a bit short, and Suzy itself was also the first time to use this kind of long weapon. The blade didn't hit, but the small bone honk bone, which was the handle of the blade, ruthlessly slapped on that Minotaur herder's body. Not a big problem though. Who says you can't cut someone without a blade? Minus 633. Kill the Minotaur herder and gain 17 experience points. Of course, it wasn't just the Minotaur herders who died. Based on the principle of reactionary force, the upper half of Little Bone's body was also slapped together, including the skull that housed the soul flame. Little Bone, who was the sword, naturally died in battle together, triggering the talent, the legacy of a dear friend. Your strength increases by 5 points. This can actually be triggered? Suzy froze. Although he was trying it himself, he hadn't really thought that it could also be triggered. That is, If Little Bone dies in battle while serving as a weapon, the talent can be triggered just as well? Also, there's no big difference between fighting alongside me as a weapon and fighting with me as a dear friend. That makes sense. Suze nodded his head repeatedly. A dear friend who can lay down his life for you to block the enemy's attack is no different from a shield. Shields are fine, so why not as swords? Good buddy Bones is taking advantage of the situation as a weapon. Spine, vertebrae, tibia. So much to hold and long in itself, while the bones are lighter. It's not much better than an ordinary sword. Good. Another item identified. Susie made a mental note to herself. Then he grabbed the small bone next to him and continued with a slash. Isn't this much faster than waiting for Boney and the Minotaur herders to slowly wear themselves out against each other? Minus 691. Kill the Minotaur herder and gain 17 experience points, triggering the talent, the legacy of a dear friend. Your strength increases by 5 points. Minus 725. Kill the Minotaur herder. Gain 19 experience points, triggering the talent, the legacy of a dear friend. Your strength increases by 5 points. Minus 789. Kills. A group of Minotaur herders fell. Of course, there are plenty of small bones down. Susie's arsenal was quickly depleted. But that's okay, you can kill someone just as well with a raised fist. So's lands a vicious punch. Minus 933. Kill the Minotaur herder. Gain 19 experience points. Congratulations! Your level has been raised. Level, LV1 LV2, 4/200. Upgraded. Susie's eyes lit up. So's, occupation, necromancer. Level, LV2. Life value, 500, physique * 100. Mana, 110, intelligence * 10. Power, 95. Physical fitness, 5. Intelligence, 11. Agility, 4. Free attribute points, 5. With each upgrade, the full attribute is automatically +1 and you gain 5 free attribute points to distribute. That means that it takes 1 level up to gain 9 attributes. It can be cherished beyond measure. Regarding adding points, professionals had even conducted countless seminars, and had even spawned various schools of thought from this. Although there were also some elixirs and spirits that could increase attributes, those spirits not only had conditions for taking them, but were also precious, requiring professionals to fight for their lives to have a very low chance of obtaining them. And for Susie, it was just the sacrifice of a few small bones. 95 points of power. Who would have thought that the power of my one necromancer has completely crushed a LV10 main warrior. Suze let out a sigh of emotion. Even if the main warrior added all his free attribute points to strength, LV10 would only have about 50 points of strength at best, but half of Susie's. Not to mention the fact that normally there were no such extreme additions, and generally speaking, professionals practiced the 4+1 style of adding points, both 4 points to add to your main attribute and 1 point to make up for your deficiencies. As for Susie, add all intelligence. Susie quickly distributed them. So's, occupation, necromancer. Level, LV2. Life value, 500, physique * 100. Mana, 160, intelligence * 10. Power, 95. Physical fitness, 5. Intelligence, 16. Agility, 4. In this way, he can summon 8 skeleton warriors in one breath when he is in his full state, and maintain a maximum of 16 skeleton warriors at the same time. It greatly accelerated the speed at which he accumulated attributes. So now, Susie took large strides and walked to a minotaur who had fallen to the ground. His bones shattered and he was spitting out blood. Hello, may I know where your tribe is located? Can you tell me? Susie asked softly, as if she was asking where McDonald's is heading. This was one minotaur he had specifically left behind without a filler, to torture for information. Heaven. Born evil necromancer. The minotaur herder spat blood from his mouth, anger written all over his eyes. You'll never get any information out of me. Yes? Susie rubbed his chin. Then I can only try. Quickly, the minotaur's hard voice rang out across the grasslands. What means do you have? Feel free to use them. If I scream, I'll call out to your grandfather. 1 minute later. Grandpa. Spare me. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Susie calmly withdrew his hand. The abyss belongs to a half-real, half-illusory world. The monster you kill in the current abyss, the next time you enter the abyss again, it will still show up just the same, shouting the same words and killing towards you. At first glance it looks rather like a copy of the game, but it's essentially different, because the monsters in the abyssal copies, they all had spirits. You can threaten, you can entice, you can provoke, you can intimidate. Oh, and undead-type monsters known for being brainless are a special case. They're brainless in the real world, and they're just as brainless in the secret realm of the abyss. And of course don't expect to trick your way through because of it. According to official research, when a professional enters the abyssal world seems to instill a great deal of malice towards the professional and the monsters, so that they will angrily attack the professional and even fight to the death. Just like those minotaurs Susie encountered at the very beginning, they almost didn't even ask a few questions before they directly rushed over to fight to the death. This is the effect of abyssal malice. However, there are occasional times when the desire to survive overrides malice, which is why every professional has been specially taught the art of torture interrogation. Susie, but a high achiever. There's my tribe, 10 miles down the road. Give me a pain in the ass. Oh, okay. Susie calmly broke the Minotaur's neck and just wanted to hurry. Suddenly he saw a golden light in front of him. Ha! Exploding equipment? Giant wooden iron armor. Quality, ordinary. Type, heavy armor, top. Requirements for wearing, 5 points of physique, 10 points of strength. Attributes, physique plus 3. Blood plus 500. Special effects, none. A white plate of heavy armor. But Susie was happy too. How strong could a piece of equipment popped out by a small monster be? But even if it was worse, it was still much stronger than the attribute-less equipment Susie was wearing. Susie joyfully put it on, and instantly felt secure. He has great strength, but a poor physique. With a standard mage's physique, the blood count was naturally low. The next step is to fight the boss. A bad move and being taken away by the boss would be too much of a loss. With this armor, the margin for error is much higher. Good. Recover your blue level and get ready to fight the boss. Susie directly sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. Meditation is a must for every mage to speed up blue recovery and is a skill taught many times in school before the switch. Not exactly a skill, but very useful. Generally speaking, a mage consumes control of the blue bar and needs a day's rest to recover completely. However, 2 or 3 hours is about right if meditation aids in recovery, and the results are quite fruitful. Meditation, however, requires the mind to be free of distractions and demands a lot of one's concentration. Like the good brother Udingwu, kind of full of yellow waste, a closed eyes and the heart of mixed thoughts. All that flashes through my mind is the lady who teaches people to dress real rubbers. The lady who teaches people to cook real rubbers. The lady who teaches people to straighten bones real rubbers. The lady who teaches people to work out real rubbers. How the hell do you concentrate when there are all sorts of cute, long legs and big ones coming up one after the other? This kind of person would only be suitable for a mindless warrior, not a noble mage. Susie was different. Although he had also initially set his transfer goal as a warrior, that was a hopeless choice under realistic conditions. In fact, his initial attributes were that he had the highest intelligence, and a good grasp of the knowledge taught in various schools, making him a natural candidate for the lawgiver. Susie relied on meditation to restore his blue levels, and occasionally summoned a few skeleton warriors. With this cycle, several hours passed and he summoned all 16 skeletons, which was the limit of the number of summons he could maintain with his current intelligence. After all, it's a boss fight. You have to give people the minimum respect. Susie nodded. This was his full strength. That boss was worth fighting. Unfortunately, though, his plan was a little off. He walked towards the Minotaur tribe, and it was inevitable that he encountered some bits and pieces of Minotaur herders on the way. The closer you get to the tribe, the more herders there are. The skeletons naturally suffered inevitably. With the loss of the skeletons and the quota vacated, Susie naturally had to summon skeletons to make up for it, and then continued to meditate to recover his mana and ensure that he was at his peak. One way or another, there was a delay. When he reacted, he found himself surrounded by a group of Minotaurs. Led a bull, taller than the unusual Minotaur, half a body taller, powerful, wearing at first glance a very heavy armor. Back also carries 2 totem stakes. That's obviously a boss. Susie blinked. I haven't even fought the boss yet, and the boss is coming to fight me first? This round, it was the boss who made the first move. Chapter 8 Bloodhoof Chief, the advantage is mine. Abyss looks a lot like a game, but it really isn't a game. Bosses don't sit around waiting for you to be fully prepared before waiting for you to enter his territory and fight him. Instead it will be proactive. Evil necromancer, are you the one who desecrated my people? Chief Bloodhoof moved a long grunt as 2 white puffs of air went out of its nose. Little ones, kill him for me. Chief. The countless minotaurs around them catered. Susie's gaze looked over. Those minotaurs were very robust. Thick arms, even thicker than Susie's waist. Their bodies were also clad in a leather armor, holding totem stakes that were slightly smaller than the chief's. Their pugnaciousness was full of breath. Minotaur warrior. Level, LV5. Blood, 1000. Attack power, 100. Skill 1, roar. Skill 2, trampling. Skill 3, crush. Elite monsters. Susie looked on and raised an eyebrow. So it seems like goal 2 this time is to take out 10 of these elite monsters? But there are, what? 15 of them surrounding me now? Also count the much larger number of regular minotaur herders. But, not much of a problem. Kill the blasphemer. A necromancer who is inherently evil should not exist in this world. Countless minotaur herders and warriors rushed over in unison, letting out loud roars as they charged. The sound waves shook the hearts of the people. As if there was a wild aura that welled up from their hearts. This was the effect of the skill roar, which boosted morale, slightly increased one's own attack power, and drastically lowered the enemy's morale. Unfortunately, undead creatures have no morale to speak of by nature. The little bones were unmoved and took the initiative to meet the enemy. Suze was not idle either, casually grabbing a small bone sword and ruthlessly stabbing straight through. -1231. Killed Minotaur Warrior, LV5. Gained 48 experience points. -1285. Killed Minotaur Warrior, LV5. Gained 47 experience points. -1322. Killed Minotaur Warrior, LV5. Gained 45 experience points. The sword wind whistled. It's like a hurricane. Although the Minotaur's totem belonged to the long weapons, its heavy weight made it difficult to have a very fast attack speed. On the contrary, the small bone sword was light in weight and not a few points short of the totem in length. Susie's strength attribute was high again, juggling it like a blistering storm, easily grabbing the lead. He killed 3 Minotaur warriors in a row, and the small bone sword in his hand actually fought hard until he slashed at the 4th one, before it collided with the other party's totem, and even the totem with the Minotaur warrior, as well as the small bone itself, before it went to the yellow springs together. This Minotaur warrior is quite a good fighter, but it's no wonder. After all, it's only a basic trial. Suze nodded and said in his heart, he is a full man who does not know how hungry he is. Minotaur warriors were elite monsters with thick blood and high defense. Even if they were sneak attacked by ordinary professions, they could resist each other's attacks and backhandedly chase the professions up and down. For an ordinary professional, it's a fight to put your life on the line. Even that senior who received an A-rank evaluation was eliminated by luring the monsters, one, by hooking them out. But what about Soz? The pressure that the Minotaur warrior gave him was not as good as the Minotaur priest when he first entered the abyss. After all, kill the Minotaur warrior and gain 49 points of experience. Congratulations! Your level has been raised. Soz, occupation, necromancer. Level, LV4, life value, 500, physique * 100, mana, 110, intelligence * 10, power, 153, physical fitness, 7, +3, intelligence, 17, agility, 6, free attribute points, 5. The killing of monsters along the way had long since made him level up. Now after another upgrade, a full 153 strength translates to 1530 base attack power. A full-blooded 1000 Minotaur warrior. He could just kill it with a casual strike. Where else would you find this difficult? When the Minotaur priest, Susie power is not so much. If not the other side of the blood, he cannot kill in one hit. Susie, this is a much better fight than when I first came in. That holding the small bone sword and driving unrivaled in the crowd of bullheads. The Bloodhoof chief beside him was dumbfounded. Is this guy really a necromancer? Chief Bloodhoof was dumbfounded. Who's a necromancer chasing down a warrior with a weapon in hand? But it had gotten a report from its men that an evil necromancer had desecrated the bodies of its own people. But now, it watched as Susie took the small bone sword and chased after a Minotaur warrior, slashing wildly, chasing it up and down. Is this a ING picture of what a necromancer should look like? But looking at the skeleton warriors next to the ordinary Minotaur herdsmen who were chopping and pecking each other, it seems like Susie is really a necromancer. Chief Bloodhoof was a bit dazed, and his already small brain was very confused. But as he watched his clansmen die in battle one by one, anger surged through him. Damn! Don't hurt my people! He mooed with a furious roar, and his entire body rushed over like an unstoppable chariot. Chief Bloodhoof. Level, LV7. Blood, 5000. Attack power, 250. Skill 1, War Roar. Skill 2, Brute Force Trampling. Skill 3, Raging Blood Frenzy. A big boss with 5,000 blood. Look at that blood. The physique is even better than a LV10 meat shield warrior. Not bad for a boss. As soon as he came on the scene, he showed the boss's vigor. The skeleton warrior was in his way, and he blithely ignored the rusty blade in his opponent's hand, and just slammed straight into it. Boom! The skeleton warrior's bones were actually smashed out hard. Skull, tibia, ribs, scattered all over the place. Roar! Chief Bloodhoof roared. Wildly. Roar! The minotaurs raised their weapons and shouted wildly, their morale soaring. With reddened eyes, like enraged bison, they began to crush the skeleton warriors in a savage style that didn't care about casualties and didn't hesitate to trade wounds for wounds with the skeleton warriors. This was the effect of Bloodhoof Chief's skill, a promotion of the skill roar. War roar! Yet Susie shouted, even louder than them. Little bone! My little bone! Damn it! How dare you hurt my little bone! Saying that, his eyes flushed red as if he was looking at his brother's murderer, and he rushed towards Chief Bloodhoof. The Bloodhoof Chief's heart rejoiced, although the other party was behaving strangely. In the end they were just necromancers. Even with his not-so-big brain he could figure it out. Necromancer versus physical warrior. Hand-to-hand weapon slashing. This wave. Advantage on me. Kill. He yelled. Roar. The minotaurs let out a heavenly shout. Next, the small bone sword and the totem clashed together fiercely. Bang! Chief Bloodhoof only felt a huge force coming. The totem in his hand could no longer be grasped and was directly sent flying. He himself collided with Little Bone, and immediately his sternum collapsed. A mouthful of blood was spat out, and his legs sank directly into the earth. Susie punched out, and the Bloodhoof Chief's armor was scrapped as much as possible. The second punch, breaking bones all over its body. The third punch killed him outright. The biggest difficulty of the A rating was destroyed by his 3 punches. Roar! The minotaurs were so shocked that even their war cries changed pitch. They were all even more wide-eyed, truly as wide-eyed as a bull's eye. Our chieftain, by a necromancer in a grappling manner, was killed? Chapter 9, who says that a master can't wear heavy armor? -1691. Killed Bloodhoof Chief. Gained 265 experience points. Congratulations! Your level has been raised. Level, LV4 LV5, 3/1000. Susie was not surprised by the result. Extrapolating the Bloodhoof Chief's attributes from the panel, it had roughly 25 points of strength, comparable to a LV5 full power plus warrior. And Susie's power attribute? With the continued dedication of the little bones, it has reached a full 173 points, 7 times the power of the enemy. It was important to know that when the skeleton warrior dealt with Wang Yong, he was all but crushed by his power with 2 times his strength. Even when Wang Yong fought 5 against 1, he was still able to easily defeat the skeleton warriors. Although the Bloodhoof Chief was a Blood Bull-style monster, Susie's one strike certainly couldn't kill it in seconds. But what power crushing represented was not as simple as being unable to block. Rather, the punch goes down and you don't even have the ability to react. And you can't regroup your stance or your defense for a short time. Escape. Don't even think about escaping. Hide. And don't try to hide. Being defenseless is the end result. Not good. The chief is dead. How the hell is this possible? Our chief, actually beheaded by a necromancer. What the hell kind of necromancer is that? Chief Bloodhoof is dead. The Minotaur army collapsed, demoralized to the core. The malice instilled by the abyss is not insurmountable. And while the monsters retain their intelligence and are not mindlessly decimated by the professionals in certain sets, there is also a breakdown in morale. That's what's happening right now. Some of the Minotaur herders couldn't even resist the option of fleeing. Only the elite monster Minotaur warriors, who still retained some morale, were then decimated one by Susie with his small bone sword. This is about goal 2. He's not going to miss it. In the end, it was only after all of the previously summoned small bones were killed in battle that Susie killed and dispersed the Minotaur army. Only just had time, too, to see what I got. In this battle, Susie directly completed Objective 2 and Objective 3, and a lot of ordinary Minotaur herders were killed. But after all, it was fighting monsters that were too weak to have a high burst rate, and there wasn't much to be gained. But the boss exploded equipment. Susie raised his eyebrows and revealed a smile. The Beastmaster's King's Lanyard, set, quality, rare, type, heavy armor, belt, requirements for wearing, 10 points of physique, 20 points of strength, attributes, physique plus 10, blood plus 1000. Special effect, none, can be triggered by collecting a minimum of 2 pieces. That's a lot of rare grade equipment. Susie instantly showed a happy face. Equipment grades were categorized into common, rare, legendary, epic, and mythic, and it was already rare for a basic trial abyss in the district to burst out rare level equipment. And this Beast Emperor's King's Lanyard is even more of a set. There were also Beast Emperor's Overlord's Blood Armor, top, Beast Emperor's King's Laurel, helmet, Beast Emperor's Brave Boots, shoes, and Beast Emperor's Berserker's legs, bottom, totaling a set of 5 pieces. I guess after the collection. No, even if just 2 or 3 pieces were collected, it probably wouldn't lose out to legendary level equipment. Susie was instantly moved. However, the requirements for wearing rare level equipment were obviously a tier higher than the requirements for ordinary equipment. Another standard physical stream warrior heavy armor, which requires a high level of strength and fitness. Susie's strength was nothing to worry about, but he didn't have enough physique to wear it. So, let's add physique first, Susie secretly said in his heart. He threw the free attribute points he had just upgraded onto his constitution, stacking it up to 10 points. Only then do you continue to add on intelligence. It wasn't a waste, although theoretically the most powerful of the professions was the main attribute of each profession, and the precious free attribute points should all be invested in the main attribute, but practically none of them dared to add only their own main attributes in the case of the Master of Laws. For example, if your constitution was too weak and your blood was too shallow, then all of them could be grazed by the after effects of the powerful spells you put out yourself and perform an in-place suicide on the spot. As far as Susie himself was concerned, he wasn't considered to be able to sweep in this basic trial. Don't look at Susie, 3 punches can kill the Bloodhoof Chief, but in fact the attack power of up to 250 Bloodhoof Chief swung on a few punches, but also almost can kill the brittle Susie. It was only because of Susie's crushing strength that the opponent was not agile enough to avoid Susie's attacks and hit him. However, if even the surrounding Minotaur warriors swarmed around, or if some kind of agility attribute assassin came along, Susie couldn't say that it was all risk-free. Anyway, I'm different from other people. As long as I get the spirit attribute undead summoning skill book, I can easily make up for my intelligence, so I don't even have to care that much about adding the wrong points, Susie secretly said in his heart. So Susie's attributes became Occupation, Necromancer. So's, Occupation, Necromancer. Level, LV5. Life value, 1000, plus 2800. Mana, 250. Power, 189. Physical fitness, 10, plus 13. Intelligence, 25. Agility, 6. Giant wooden iron armor plus Beast Emperor's King's Tether gave Susie 1500 points of blood bonus, and 13 points of constitution, which was 2800 points of blood bonus, together with the amount of blood from his own attributes. Susie's life value reached a staggering 3,800. That's more blood than a shield warrior, right? Who can second me? Susie had just revealed a smile, then the smile suddenly froze. And so on. I think I'm a lawman again? What's with all the heavy armor? What happened to the promised showy vestments and intelligent demeanor? This abyss of the Orc Empire is warrior style at first glance. Most of the orcs are warriors, and they naturally can only burst out warrior equipment. This is reasonable. Not my problem. Better to think about mission objectives. All that's left now is Objective 1, survive for 24 hours to be completed. But it's not that hard. Under Susie's several meditations, time passed quickly and a large portion of it had already passed. At this moment when the boss had been killed, it was obvious that there were no monsters that could still threaten Susie, and all that remained was to wait for a few hours. All 3 mission objectives, so to speak, were accomplished. A rating, it's been solid. Then next, Susie raised his head and looked in one direction. That was the direction the Minotaurs had fled, where their tribe was. The Bloodhoof tribe. By now the entire tribe was in disarray. With the death of the chief, a large number of warriors killed in action, and a great deal of damage to ordinary herdsmen. The entire political system was in disarray. The most crucial thing is that necromancer. It's not far from the horde. What? The Lord Chief is dead? Dead at the hands of a necromancer? What are we going to do? The whole tribe is in disarray. And at that moment, an old, drooping, old Minotaur walked out slowly. What's all the mess? The sky won't fall yet. His voice was aging, but it shook the heart. Lord Shaman, you are here. My lord, you are needed at this moment to run the show. The bullheads immediately found their backbone and surged up in unison. Shamans are one of the few legal professions in the Orcish power system that primarily add intelligence. It is the wise man of the tribe and is considered the second in command under the chief. With a wave of his hand, the old shaman quieted the crowd. You say the chief was killed by a necromancer? Does he have any evil undead under his command? The Minotaurs who escaped from life thought for a moment and said, it seems like there are only skeleton warriors. Only skeleton warriors? Only skeleton warriors. The old shaman was instantly reassured. The skeleton warrior. Isn't that the weakest undead a necromancer can summon? How strong could a necromancer with this kind of undead as his main force be? It looks like the chief underestimated that evil necromancer, fell for his tricks, and accidentally fell into the necromancer's evil trap before he was killed. The shaman breathed a sigh of relief, then cursed loudly. Damn it, I've long advised the chief to be calm in all matters, not to go on in a hot-blooded frenzy. If he had listened to me, how could he have ended up in this situation? The minotaurs who escaped with their lives look at me and I look at you. It seems like, it's not like that, is it? Lord Shaman, that necromancer is very special. You mustn't be careless, the minotaurs hurriedly advised. Special? What's so special? The shaman was dismissive. In the end it was just a low-level necromancer who could only summon skeleton warriors. What's so special about it? The minotaurs were just about to open their mouths when they suddenly heard a clamor outside. Necromancer! That evil necromancer is coming! Asterisk. He's catching up. The necromancer is catching up? The old shaman's spirit lifted and he waved his hand. Go out with me and take a look, said, striding out. As a result, when he took a look at Susie, who was wearing a skeleton, he immediately laughed. If anything, he had worried before that it could be that the necromancer had hidden his strength and was strong himself. But walk out and see. One necromancer, plus a dozen skeletons. That's it? It's just the level of a low-level necromancer. That's how you kill a chief? Sure enough, that barbarian just doesn't work without his wits. Born evil necromancer. The old shaman spoke loudly. I wanted to spare your life, but I didn't think you would dare to come over. Could it be that you really think our Bloodhoof tribe is easy to bully? Today, this place is where your soul will be broken. Susie glanced at the old shaman standing in front of the tribe. Well, it's a boss, too. He casually reached out and grabbed the spine of the small bone next to him, which cooperated by raising its hands high in the air, holding its embroidered sword. The minotaurs next to him were shocked when they saw him in this position. Lord Shaman, watch out. That necromancer dash. Next, so's does a javelin throw. Throw the small bone gun. Whoosh. The wind is loud and clear. Straight to the old shaman. The old shaman only felt a strong force coming. Intense pain came, and his entire body flew out like a broken sack, and was eventually carried by the small bone javelin and flew out a long way, eventually nailed to the gate of the tribe. And it was only then that the minotaur muttered his own words. Of great power. The old shaman nailed to the gate. Lord Shaman, born evil necromancer. Damn. What are we going to do now? The bullheads were in disarray. Susie, however, didn't care that much and waved his hand. Skeleton warriors, attack! And that's when. You have accomplished the goal. 1. Survive for 24 hours. You have completed the objective. 2. Kill 10 minotaur warriors. You have completed the objective. 3. Strike the Bloodhoof chief. You have completed all mission objectives. Do you wish to disengage from the abyss immediately? Note, refusing to disengage will extend your stay by 72 hours. Yes/no. Ha! As 24 hours passed, Susie scanned the panel. Mages have much less staying power than fighters. Their damage, after all, depends largely on skill. And although warrior-type professionals need to consume fighting chi to release their skills, their normal attacks are lethal in their own right, enough to deal with the average enemy, and their range is not on the same level as a mage. Susie ended each battle quickly, but after the battle, he needed to spend a lot of time meditating to recover his mana value to facilitate the summoning of skeletons in order to trigger the talent. So delayed that by now, 24 hours had actually passed. Then, Chapter 10, The Inherently Evil Necromancer. The passage of time in the Abyssal Mystery Realm was exactly the same as the real world. And so it was. At the same time the next day, teachers pinch the time and look at their watches. Last 10 seconds, 9 seconds. Timing zeroed out. The earth noiselessly opened up a pitch-black crack, and a figure emerged from it. Ah! Alive! The old man almost died. Damn Minotaur! That scared the hell out of me. The figures of their classmates emerged, each with an expression as if they had awakened from a nightmare, gasping for air. Even the most refined of students couldn't help but exit their mouths and greet the Minotaur's family. Gentle and lovely female classmates also completely disregard the usual style. The teachers were deaf to this. It was the first time the students had experienced the abyss for themselves, and all had survived a life-and-death struggle to come back from the dead. What kind of behavior is normal at this moment? Class teacher Lu Hongzhe was experienced enough to wait for a moment, waiting for his classmates to calm down a little before speaking. Is there any student who has calmed down enough to introduce what the abyss of this trial is? And the comments from all the students. Any of you want to exhibit yourselves? This is a necessary condition to attract investment from the state and big capital, and it concerns your next treatment. So please consider it carefully. The students settled down and you described the abyss. Orc Empire? Meet shield enemy. Targeting. Lu Hongzhe nodded. This time the abyssal classification was clear. As for the ratings, I'm only a C. I've only accomplished my survival goal. Ha, I'm rank B. I wasted a lot of effort to kill those minotaur warriors. Grade B? That powerful? How did you fight? I lurked over and did a backstab, only to have those mother ******** ing minotaur warriors backhand me and almost kill me. Lu Hongzhe looked at the students below. C rank, the most basic rank. It was estimated that after these students entered the abyss, they began to hide everywhere and harden themselves for 24 hours to avoid engaging the enemy. Although it belongs to the lowest level, it is important to realize that many auxiliary class professions are very unsuitable for solo brushing the abyss, and face this kind of basic trial is very disadvantageous. So it's not as if there aren't big names rising from the C level in the future. Grade B already belongs to the best students, who are the school bully and have a bright future ahead of them. And the A class. Wang Yang stepped forward. I'm A-rated. Grade A. Lu Hongzhe was overjoyed at his words. Not bad. Wang Yang nodded proudly. He's the only one in his class with this A grade. It's actually an A rating? How did he do it? That boss I've also tried, but the blood quantity is more than 5,000 Ah. I'd have to hack for half a day if I just left it untouched. The students were stunned that it was an A grade? Judging by the experience of the seniors, this guy is already getting a solid $10 million a year salary. A classmate who was just a classmate of his own turned out to have booked a $10 million annual salary. How can this not be complicated for the students? However, it was good that in the age of professionals, even high school students were more mature than Susie's previous life. Quite a few people instantly came to Wang Yang's side. Brother Wang is awesome. It's actually an A rating. Awesome. Man, that's fierce. There were even girls who shyly patted over. Wang Yang, you're awesome. Can you come to my house after school to teach me warrior fighting style? I don't have anyone at home, so it's a good time to train together. However, Wang Yang just swept a glance at the other party and laughed coldly. Teaching you the warrior's fighting style? I remember yesterday you said that I lost to a necromancer and disgraced the warrior. Not worthy of being a warrior, he said, sweeping the girl out of the way with a brutal hand and standing up to open his eyes in all directions. Where's Sos? Is Susie around? What's your rating? He looked left and right, his eyes on fire. In the midst of this basic trial, even he had almost fallen, encountering risks several times and nearly dying, but all the sufferings were overcome by his teeth. It even earned an advanced rating of A for gambling with your life. He, 4-1, wants a clean slate. Susie's words are not out yet. Class teacher Lu Hongzhe spoke. Let's all wait a little longer. Did he die in the abyss? Wang Yang frowned. The risk of the abyss was high, and it was normal for a district necromancer to die. But that wasn't the result he wanted with the A rating he was betting his life on getting. Not being able to take this breath back from Susie in person. He was not happy. Neither. He's still alive. Lu Hongzhe shook his head. It's not just Suze, Yu Dingwu, Xia Shuelan, and Fan Tai from our class. None of these people have come out yet. Maybe they're using the time they have left to storm the mission objective. Not everyone will choose to return for 24 hours, after all. Choosing to refuse to return after objective 1 is completed will give you 72 hours to stay in the abyss. In fact, a lot of people who didn't accomplish goal 2 or goal 3 are using those 72 hours to accomplish their mission goals. Still alive. Ah, this is good. Wang Yang grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. I'd be devastated if he died like that. The students next to him laughed. Susie is still holding on. Is this trying to complete an A-grade evaluation? Oh, what a heavenly dream. A mere necromancer. How dare he think? I think you're all overthinking it. Who says he's aiming for an A grade? Maybe he's working hard for a B grade now. Yeah, the boss is so strong. Just with Susie's skeletons, he's going to fight with his head, right? Should aim for AB rating. It's hard to get AB rating too. And with him being a necromancer, I doubt he'll die because he couldn't retreat fast enough. Pre-mages are inherently vulnerable because of range issues. The necromancer, that was even more vulnerable. If it wasn't for the fact that the class teacher, Lu Hongzhe, was able to pass through the abyss and confirm that Suze was still alive, they would have all thought that Suze had died in the abyss. For AB grade? The class teacher, Lu Hongzhe, listened, his eyes slightly drooping, the tip of his pen tapping the list of students who hadn't come out yet, especially on Xia Shuelan's name. Heavy dots, leaving Suze, a necromancer, aside for now. The reason why the other students stayed in the abyss was not all for the A and B grade ratings. After all, an A rating is nice, but it's not the top rating. In the middle of the abyss, at this point in time, the Minotaur tribe had long since burned with a war. Countless Minotaurs fled in all directions. These guys don't even have a fighting spirit anymore. As monsters, they actually flee when they see me. Suze skimmed his mouth with an indignant face. What about the promised abyssal malice instilled in the monsters that they are all courageous and ferocious? In this battle, the will to resist of the Minotaurs was too weak. How weak is it? Even Suze's small bones. There was actually one left. This is a ing joke. The little bones who couldn't even defeat an ordinary Minotaur herder. Which battle wasn't a total loss. And then let Suzy, who inherited the legacy of the little bones, avenge them? As a result of this battle, Little Bone actually managed to survive one? Suze looked at the dull little bone next to him and became furious. Little Bone, you're simply embarrassing the undead clan. Go ahead and send it. I will absolutely take your body for you. Suzy was half exasperated, but she didn't intend to slap this remaining small bone to death by herself. She wouldn't be able to trigger the talent that way. He sighed and walked to the gates of the Minotaur tribe. The old shaman still looked as if he had been nailed to the gate by a small bone sword. Only blood was flowing and his voice was getting weaker. But alive. Worthy of being an orc boss, even for a law monster, the life force is just as high. Suzy nodded in satisfaction, then crouched in front of him. Evil necromancer. Are you really a necromancer? The old shaman's voice trembled. And not a warrior? He had never seen a necromancer like this before. Whose necromancer is at the front of the line when they fight? Whose necromancer is so excited to fight that he grabs the skeleton next to him and uses it as a weapon? Whose necromancer can nail yourself to the gate with a javelin and can't even snap it off? Ha! Of course I'm a necromancer. What's a necromancer if not a necromancer? Suzy raised an eyebrow. Could it be that just because he was wearing heavy armor, he was misunderstood? Then with a smile he asked, never mind. It's not important. Let's talk. Talk about what? Just talk about the direction of the nearest large tribe to your Minotaur tribe. And the location of your orc court. I guess it's a bit far. Why don't you take me there? The old shaman's pupils shrank. You still want to go after our royal court? Yes. Suzy nodded without hesitation, admitting it openly. Don't even think about it. Although the old shaman's voice was weak, his tone was hard. I will die, but I won't tell you the location of the royal court. Of course you will die. Suze, however, was surprised. You didn't think I would make it a condition of take me to the royal court and I won't kill you, did you? What does your taking me to the throne room have to do with the fact that I will kill you? Make me a beast trader and still not let me live? Oh, originally I wouldn't have bowed down. And now, not to mention me, I wouldn't have compromised with anyone else. The old shaman snorted coldly. Just die. I will never tell you the location of the royal court. Don't say so sure. Suze laughingly said. You think? Your Minotaur tribe was hit hard. The warriors were 10-1. The strength of the big loss. Will your pasture be spared by other tribes? It's a wonder that I don't swallow you all in one bite. The old shaman's body tightened and his heart fluttered. Suzy smiled. And some of your arch-enemy's tribes. Will they take advantage of this opportunity to kill off all your remaining old and sick people? The old shaman's heart sank and his lips trembled lightly. Suzy, and just so you know, if you don't tell me the location of the other tribes and the royal court, then I'm going to have to stay in your Minotaur tribe's territory. And idly I'm going to have to chase after the old and infirm that just escaped out of here. I was wrong. The old shaman shouted at the top of his lungs. You really are a necromancer born evil, not a warrior. I'll take you still. Suzy nodded in satisfaction. I didn't expect this enemy to recognize me as a necromancer so firmly. Sure enough, the elegance of my mage is not something that can be hidden by a few pieces of heavy armor. Then please. Oh, Suzy nodded with a smile, eyes deep, looking into the distance. An A rating is a very advanced rating, but not the top of the line. And Suzy hasn't forgotten. But the name of this abyss is Orc Empire, and not the Minotaur Horde. Chapter 11 Final Boss, Orc Emperor Behemoth. Damn the inherently evil necromancer. Kill him. A mere necromancer dares to be arrogant in our Bearman clan's territory? Countless bears hissed and charged. They were about as tall as minotaurs, but their limbs were unusually strong. If minotaurs were physical orcs, then they were strength orcs. And Soz responded by, Go ah little bone. Suze waved his hand. The little bones surged up in unison and were then slapped to pieces by the bears. Ah, little bone. How did this happen, little bone? Suzy shouted his heart out. Damn! Watch me avenge little bone, said the man, charging forward violently. a slap to the head of a bear warrior, causing it to literally fumble and end its life. Then like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, he rushed into the bearman race's army. Everywhere you go, people fall over. It couldn't be helped. The main attribute of the bear tribe was strength. Yet with all their strength being crushed by Susie, the threat was no match for the Minotaur tribe, so they were naturally beaten into bears. Damn necromancers! The chief of the Bearman clan stepped forward and slapped his two wide bear paws over fiercely. Seeing this, Susie also directly backhanded a punch over, fist to palm. Seeing this, the Bearman clan chief was furious. Dare to wrestle with a male bear? You will taste the bear's paw. He exerted himself even more, his wide bear paws heckling with wind, clearly with a strength attribute of over 50. But, boom! With one punch, Susie broke the arm of the Bearman clan chief and backhanded him. Only 2 bear paws were left on the ground. Maybe if we find a chef to cook it, we'll be able to taste the bear's paw like he said. The next step was to kill the scattered bear's warriors. A light-hearted process. Minotaur shaman following Susie. So is this guy really a necromancer? How is it that the necromancer recorded by the tribe is not the same as the necromancer in front of him? Take a rest, wait for me to meditate, and then go to the Bearman tribe. Susie opened his mouth. All the little bones are dead. Gotta meditate to replenish the little bone count. Minotaur shaman, well, decapitation is as evil as recorded. A few hours later, Susie pulled the army of small bones, plus the Minotaur shaman straight towards the bear tribe. Large tribes like the bears and minotaurs are not bad at being wary of the outside world. Plus with the influence of abyssal malice, before Susie could even walk to the other tribe, he would be discovered by the chiefs of the tribe and rushed out to give them a big beating. This was the reason why Susie had killed the chief, but hadn't really come to the Bearman tribe yet. But with all the chiefs down, it was nothing to address the little force the tribe had left behind. So, what follows is, the Bearman shaman roared loudly, the Bearman clan will never admit defeat. The Bearman shaman glared enraged. Born evil necromancer. The Bearman shaman gritted his teeth and bowed his head. I was wrong. I'm willing to lead the way for you. The old Minotaur shaman sighed deeply, looking at the bear human shaman's teeth clenched, but had to bow down, as if he had seen himself before. But what can be done about it? Competition on the prairie is brutal, and rivals will not deepen the hand of friendship just because your tribe is suffering. They will only fall on their sword. If we don't bow down to Susie, how can we ensure the survival of the tribe? Even if he hated to beat this evil necromancer to death 100 times in his heart, he had to squeeze out a smiling face and obediently tell the other party, come with me. I'm willing to lead the way for you. The Orc Empire has been divided for too long, and the races are too hostile to be united. The old shaman sighed, his heart incomparably lost. There's nothing we can do about it after all. Next, Susie, led by the shaman, traveled to the lichens, the lions, and the hawks. The process is basically the same. Kill the chief, then after beating the shaman half to death, stall the opponent to make him look for a new boss. The gear that drops, too, is great. Fighting the Bear People clan. Susie harvested the Beast Emperor's Overlord blood armor, fighting the Wolf People clan. Susie harvested the Beast Emperor's maniacal intent leg wrappers. The properties are basically similar. Quality, rare. Type, heavy armor. Requirements for wearing, 10 points of physique. 20 points of strength. Attributes, physique plus 10. Blood plus 1000. The first special effect was triggered when the second piece was assembled. Special effect, 2 pieces Beast God Shelter. Physique plus 20. Blood plus 2000. Changing out of his previous normal quality giant wooden iron armor, he put on the Beast Emperor's Overlord's blood armor and Beast Emperor's Berserker's thigh protector. Thus, Susie's attributes became Occupation, Necromancer. SOS, Occupation, Necromancer. Level, LV9. Life value, 1400, plus 10,000, physique asterisk 100. Mana, 490, intelligence asterisk 10. Power, 616. Physical fitness, 14, plus 50. Intelligence, 49. Agility, 10. The blood count is over 11,000. It's almost like it's more than a blood cow. To know that the blood volume of the Bloodhoof Chief in the beginning, it was only 5,000 ah. No wonder even those trash equipment in the Pro Store sells for so much. So the effect is really fierce. Susie smacked his lips. He had added all of his intelligence except for a few points of physique initially to fulfill the equipment requirements, without splitting the other attributes in the slightest. However, by relying on the 3 Beast Emperor sets, he had a blood quantity that was even better than that of a Blood Bull warrior. Simply horrible as hell. It's a pity that my news traveled too fast and the Hawkman race wasn't maliciously affected. Otherwise I might have been able to obtain a copy of the Beast Emperor set equipment. Su Zhe regretfully sighed. Su Zhe had actually gone to the Eagleman tribe, but nay, the news of himself had already spread in the prairie. The Hawkmen, after just a little trial and error to confirm that the rumors were correct, did not hesitate to follow their hearts. Come on, everyone, repeat after me. Up from and down heart. What kind of word is this? That's right, it's the word goon. They just run away. Su Zhe didn't think of chasing and killing, but the key was that all those eagles could fly, so he couldn't even chase after them if he wanted to. It looks like it's impossible to put together a Beast Emperor set in this basic trial. Su Zhe was quite regretful. The top tribes of the Orc Empire, aside from the imperial behemoths, were the four major races of minotaurs, lycans, bears, and hawks. When he killed the chiefs of the four major races, they all dropped the Beast Emperor's set of equipment. This Beast Emperor set, perhaps the special drops of several big chiefs. However, Su Zhe didn't care. There were so many people who participated in the basic trial. Surely there would be others who had blown out the loose parts of the Beast Emperor set as well. The big deal is just buying it outright. Wait. Susie froze. I'm a mage. Right. So why am I thinking about how to put together the equipment set of a physique-stream warrior? That's a problem. After contemplating for a moment, Susie decided not to think about this issue for the time being. He looked at his attribute panel. In fact, more terrifying than the physique that was enriched by the equipment and the intelligence that was fully enriched, was his strength. Over 600 strength attributes, enough to be more than 10 times the main warrior of the same level. Even if the main body mass of the Bloodhoof chief revived, he would be able to slap him to death. This is still me focusing on testing my own talent triggering conditions. Otherwise maybe the strength attribute would have broken 700 by now. Su Zhe lamented in his heart. In fact, these last few experiments he had tested a few of the requisites of his talent. First, the one who kills Little Bone must be an enemy in a life and death struggle / an enemy with enough malice towards Susie. This, needless to say, was tested before entering the abyss. And the bottom line is a small bone taken out during a cutscene will not trigger the talent. Second, when Bone Jr. is killed, Bone Jr. itself cannot have resistance to Susie. Actually, the point was that Little Bone couldn't be sent to his death under the forced order of Susie, his best friend. This way at the time of its death, even with Little Bone's modest intelligence, it would not recognize Susie as a dear friend, and naturally it would not be recognized by the gift. Third, Susie must grieve to some degree when Little Bone is killed. This was the essential reason why Susie was able to shout a few times Little Bone, don't die Little Bone every time Little Bone died. Its requirements were very low. It wasn't that Susie really felt too much about Little Bone's death, and only needed to symbolically shout a few words to hypnotize her own subconscious and meet the requirements of the gift. It's the same as mages chanting spells to cast spells. In fact, reciting a spell is not a necessary condition for casting a spell. A spell is just a way to hypnotize the subconscious mind with words, prompting one's own mental power to operate in accordance with the requirements of casting a spell. Strong mages can easily do silent spellcasting. New spellcasters, such as Su Zhe, could also cast spells silently by slowly mobilizing their own spiritual power at the cost of slowing down their spellcasting speed. Susie estimated that when he got used to adjusting his own mental state, he could also do silent grief to trigger the talent. But for a short time, still have to shout a few words and hypnotize myself with words. This best friend's legacy talent, if triggered according to the normal dead best friend method, was actually not worth mentioning at all. As long as it reached the standard of a best friend with a common mind, the trigger probability would be almost 100%, inevitably triggered. But who let Susie use his talent in a way that wasn't so normal? But for now, resurrect my Little Bone. With a swing of his staff, Susie pulled the destroyed small bone back up. Go! It's time to go to the Orc Court. The Orc Royal Court, one of the few cities built by the nomadic Orc race. The city is high and the walls are deep. One could still vaguely see how prosperous the Orc Empire was when the city was first established, and the news of Susie and the others had long been exposed. As Susie walked to the Orcs' royal court, the old Behemoth Emperor had also already brought the Behemoth clan and was waiting for a long time. It was a huge beast with golden fur. The sinews of its thighs are in contact with each other. Its bones are like copper pipes, and its limbs are like iron rods. Thick knuckles of the hands, as if they were iron pillars. Curved fangs that rushed to the sky as if they could tear everything apart. Old Behemoth Emperor. The old shaman had a complicated look on his face. This is the royal family of the Orc Empire. One of the strongest in the Orc Empire. In reality, if it wasn't for the fact that the old Behemoth Emperor was getting old and his strength was far from what it used to be, This so-called four great races of theirs wouldn't have had the guts to dare to make a small move, but even so, it was still the most deservedly strongest in the Orc Empire. Even the chiefs of the four major races, though they disobeyed the orders of the royal court, did not dare to approach the Orc royal court, because it's here. The final boss is up. Susie pursed her lips. Old Behemoth. Level, LV 20. Blood, 65,000. Attack power, 1500. Skill 1, War Roar. Skill 2, Earth Trampling. Skill 3, Berserk Heart. Skill 4, Endless Rage. Skill V, Unyielding Will. LV 20 level boss. More than a full 5 skills. The blood count was even more than 60,000. In front of it, the other tribal chiefs didn't even deserve to be called bosses. You're the evil necromancer? The old behemoth emperor strides forward, his face bristling with waste and his hair bursting with rage. Just a mere mage dares to challenge my power? The muscles on its body rippled with bravado, and its voice was like a loud bell. This emperor has been through hundreds of battles, and has defeated challenger after challenger, and this is what has made the Orc Empire's hefty reputation. It is time that cannot defeat me completely. I am the strongest. Ignorant mage child, do you really know how much distance there is between you and me? His voice, shocking. It was as if there was a bravado that pumped out of his chest. The behemoth soldiers roared with abandon, giving vent to their heart's pleasure. The old shamans looked fearful and subconsciously backed away. What a dominating spirit this is. And Susie, well, Susie stretched out his hand and gestured an estimate, frowning slightly as he hesitantly replied, about 200 meters, right? Old Bimbo King, that's not the distance I'm specifically asking about. Chapter 12 Skill, Corpse Poison. The old Bimbo Emperor's expression was twisted, almost ready to devour. Is that the distance I'm asking for at all? I'm asking about the gap between you and me. You, guy. The Behemoth Emperor's teeth clenched and his eyes flamed. This guy, actually mocking himself. Sure enough, they are naturally evil necromancers. Die for me. It roared with a deafening sound. The surrounding area could even be seen with the naked eye as a burst of ripples rose from the vibrations. The walls of the Orcs' royal court were shaken out of a crack by this roar. Skill War Roar. Bang! It violently stomped out, and its body, which was 2 stories tall, burst out as if it were a cannonball. As if a meteorite had descended, it smashed over. Susie raised an eyebrow and gave an order while taking a big step back. Little Bone, go! The skeleton warriors instinctively began to gather. Only before they could make much of a move, the old behemoth emperor had smashed into the pile of skeleton warriors. Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, the old behemoth emperor actually smashed out a 5-meter-wide crater hard. All the skeletal warriors within this range were all shattered to pieces. Skill Earth Trample. Ah, Little Bone, you died so tragically. Little Bone. Susie's eyes glowed as he hurriedly spoke. Brothers, avenge our dead brothers. With that, he commanded the skeletal warriors to charge forward. Nowadays, he was already a LV9 professional, and his intelligence had been added to a full 49 points. During the time he had traveled to the royal court, he had summoned the skeleton warriors to the upper limit, 49 of them, together with the deliberately stored up mana. He could also pull out 24 skeleton warriors for replenishing his consumption. More skeletons than there were students in the class. Densely packed, bleak white bones that exuded an eerie aura. Already the first few moments of the necromancer's style had unfolded. Humph! District Undead. The old behemoth emperor roared. Slap a skeleton warrior on the left. A kick to the right kills another one. Compared to this LV20 level boss, the skeleton warrior, who couldn't even defeat a LV1 professional, was still much weaker. However, Susie didn't care. He rarely followed the normal necromancer's fighting style and began to command. The undead themselves were weak, and they were positioned, from the very beginning, as cannon fodder. Drains the opponent's stamina and wears down their life points, relying on dense formations, and a siege of the many against the few. Even just a slash to the other side was a blood profit. Only the gap between the two sides is too wide. Even if the undead creatures never knew what it meant to be afraid, Susie's command when he got serious was far better than the undead's haphazard attacks when they were clueless. However, under the old behemoth emperor's attack, the skeleton warriors were still killed in pieces. Even to put it less politely, if Susie didn't go to command the siege and instead let the skeleton warriors attack in a loose and chaotic formation, perhaps the stalemate would have been a little longer. But that's what Susie wanted. It's really the same as what I thought. Susie looked at the large swathes of fallen little bones and nodded with satisfaction in his heart. Back then, a certain general cursed, it only took 3 days to fight and then it collapsed. People couldn't finish catching tens of thousands of pigs in 3 days even if they did. But in fact, his scolding is very unjustified. For where are tens of thousands of people as difficult to solve as tens of thousands of scattered pigs? People that would charge in formation, defeat the battle, then surrender, and then wait in regulation to be disposed of. But the pig won't. They just run around and there is no second way to catch them all unless they are caught head-on. Switching to the present is also a situation. Scattered small bones might simply be rushed through the defense by the behemoth emperor, and then be left over there unattended, heading straight for Susie. But the small bones that were neatly organized, commanded in a unified manner, and knew how to check and fill in the gaps, would not be easily broken through by the old bimbo emperor. On the contrary, I'm not even intentionally letting the little bones die, but I'm seriously commanding and fighting with all my might. So, click. The old behemoth emperor slapped and killed a skeleton warrior. Susie, my little bone, how could you die like this? Triggering the talent, the legacy of a dear friend. Your strength increases by 5 points. Susie sad face. Perfect. The old behemoth emperor listened to Susie's cry of sorrow and immediately fought even more vigorously. The more the enemy grips something, the more one must do. This was a rule of thumb that the old behemoth emperor had learned from countless years of fighting. He, who had originally planned to kill the scattered skeleton warriors and head straight for Susie, changed his mind at once. Anyway, fighting a few skeletons is just a few skeletons. It doesn't count as much of a drain. Why don't we kill them all and then go after the necromancer? The old behemoth emperor said in his heart. I heard that the necromancer's entire battle power is in the undead under his command, and without the undead the necromancer is not as good as a chicken cub. In that case, it's naturally more stable. Thinking about it, he opened his hands even wider. Huge arms that swung up to set off hefty winds. The first 40 or so skeleton warriors were all quickly killed in battle. And even the skeleton warriors that Susie resummoned behind them were easily taken down by them. But that's all. The old behemoth emperor laughed freely. He caught his breath, then took a big step towards Susie. Oh foolish necromancer, do you think you'll be a match for me with this little toy of yours? But a mantis trying to stop a chariot, an ant trying to shake a tree. How self-important you are. He stood in front of Susie, 2 stories high. It shades the sun. Huge shadows with an infinite sense of oppression. However, Susie, who was incomparably sad just now, quickly regained his composure at this moment, and instead, the corners of his mouth were tinged with a smile. You beastmen are quite cultured. You actually used 3 idioms in one sentence. Let's play idiom solitaire. 1 tops 2. Catch. With that, he punched straight through. The old bimbo emperor instinctively stretched out his thick arm to catch. He didn't catch it. His arm only felt a huge force coming from it. A huge force that instantly destroyed his resistance. His bones emitted an unbearable wail, and the color of cracked bones faintly appeared. The wind whistled in its ears, and its vision quickly regressed as its entire body was sent flying out by Susie's strike. Then it landed on the ground, its vision skyward. The grass one moment, the walls of Behemoth's royal court the next, and the silhouette of a man the next. It scraped the ground, tumbling all the way, the turf rubbing off violently as it did so, and the rich, loose, black soil tumbled out, covered in grass clippings and black mud. The scent of grass sap, earthy breath, and its own blood mingled and flooded its nostrils. What the hell happened here? The old behemoth emperor was confused. He had clearly emptied that necromancer's undead, and the other party could be said to have been powerless. But why was it himself who rolled on the floor? The shamans behind Susie looked at the old bimbo emperor with sympathetic faces. Many of them have had the same thought as the old behemoth emperor. Clearing out the opponent's undead. This necromancer will be powerless. But who would have thought that the strongest point of this inherently evil necromancer was actually himself? And the power is even greater than the behemoth emperor, who is known for his strength. It's simply not necromancy. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The old behemoth emperor roared. I don't believe this could happen. He roared angrily and rushed towards Susie. His eyes flushed red, as if he had lost his mind, and the veins on his arms rippled, directly thickening 2 times. Skilled berserker's heart dramatically increases strength at the cost of decreasing intelligence. It moved very quickly, running like an arrow off the string, and almost in the twinkling of an eye, it rushed in front of Susie. A fierce fist swung over, a long arm, as if flinging a long whip. The force is big and heavy. Susie reached out to block. Bang! Minus 2105. This damage. So high. Susie frowned. If he wasn't currently wearing 3 pieces of Beast Emperor set equipment that mainly added physique, This strike would have sent Suzy away. It's too dangerous. Then consider the opponent's blood volume of more than 60,000. It's really not something a normal professional can fight. Luckily, I'm not normal. Suzy grabbed the old behemoth emperor's hand with one hand, and with the other hand, he directly pounded his fist over and ruthlessly smashed the old behemoth emperor's head. Bang! Minus 6,148. The old behemoth emperor was dazed by the punch, but his fighting instincts still made him try to back away. But the body jumped back, only to find, didn't quit, because the hand Suzy grabbed him with never let go. Can I still let you run away? Suzy grasped the old behemoth emperor with one hand and punched with his other hand. One punch, two punches, three punches. Bang! 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 The old behemoth emperor spat out blood from his mouth. He only felt as if his ribs had been broken, and even the arm that had been grasped seemed as if it had lost its senses. Impossible! How can he, a necromancer, crush me in power, skill, endless rage? The old behemoth emperor roared, his power increasing dramatically once again. Then, continuing to get caught and beaten by Suzy's skill, unyielding will, the old behemoth emperor desperately roared, and his physique increased drastically in an attempt to mitigate the damage and create a chance for himself to break free. Then, once again, he was brutally beaten by Suzy. The wind whistled. Suzy was fierce and peerless as he blasted out punch after punch. In the crowd's shocked gaze, the huge old behemoth emperor was beaten by the short Suzy, wailing in pain, unable to retreat even if he wanted to. A punch, the old bimbo emperor's chest, was hit with a crater and his ribs were broken. Two punches, the old behemoth emperor's internal organs ruptured, spitting out blood and vaguely seeing several pieces of internal organs. Three punches, minus 6,023, kill the old behemoth emperor and gain 260 experience points. Congratulations, your level has been raised. Level, LV9 LV10, reach LV10. You automatically learn the skill corpse poison. Final boss, kill. Chapter 13, The Abyss ends. SSS level evaluation. Final boss, kill. Suzy heard the prompt before she managed to stop her hand. His fists were covered in blood and mud, with some bone fragments mixed in. Acquired a new skill. Suzy looked at the prompt and said in his heart, professionals can gain a new skill every 10 levels, but the main source of skills for most professionals are the skill books for each profession. Although skill books are expensive and drop rarely, but it's also a bit easier than upgrading, especially for senior professionals. What stands in their way is not just experience, but I didn't expect that by brushing a basic trial, I'd already be LV10. Sure enough, it's true that basic trials monsters are weak and still have more experience, Suzy thought, pulling up the skill profile. Corpse poison can inflict an exclusive toxin on the undead under his command. Flesh and blood creatures that die during the poisoning period have a certain probability of being transformed into undead. This was the cornerstone skill of the necromancer's most famous undead plague. When Suzy wanted to summon undead before, he needed to summon them one by one from the necromantic plane. With this necrotic poison, however, one can utilize up the corpses of the creatures one has killed, thus accumulating undead quickly. But it doesn't mean much to me. At most, I'll try to see if these undead can trigger my talent after they die, Suzy secretly said in his heart, then continued to look down at the freshly dead boss. In the end, it's the final boss. The old behemoth emperor directly gave a big explosion. The Beastmaster's Crown of Kings, set, quality, legendary, type, heavy armor, helmet, requirements for wearing, 15 points of physique, 30 points of strength, attributes, physique plus 20, blood plus 3000, special effect, 2 pieces can be triggered beast god shelter, physique plus 20, blood plus 2000, special effect, 4 pieces can be triggered wild will, immune to 1 binding, sleeping, fainting, and anesthesia effects, cooldown 1 hour, the helmet of the Beast Emperor set, and it's still of legendary quality. Now that Suzy had put together a 4-piece set, he directly triggered the second special effect. The physique skyrocketed again. There are also no control effects. In fact, in the eyes of ordinary professionals, the value of this type of control-free special effect was extraordinary, far exceeding the effect of increasing attributes. After all, even the blood quantity of a physique stream professional was far inferior to that of a boss, let alone a professional with other attributes. In the middle of a battle, once you are hit by an enemy in a special state such as fainting or sleeping, you can be killed directly. This was the most important harvest that the old behemoth emperor had exploded, but it wasn't the only one. In addition to this legendary grade helmet, Suzy also harvested a skill book battle roar and a rare grade giant sword beast blood roar. However, from the word can be seen, these two are exclusive items for warriors. Useless for Suzy. This necromancer can only wait to go out and throw the trading house to sell money. After all, it's a warrior-style abyss. It makes sense that the things that pop out are naturally what warriors need. Suzy nodded. There's still quite a bit of time left, but in the end, the bosses are killed, so you don't need to care about anything anymore. Suzy, as before, had broken through the orc royal court and killed the behemoth grand shaman. Then a few more shamans were sent to meet their chiefs, and then a mana necklace popped up that didn't add attributes, but had the effect increase mana regen. Although the effect was better than nothing, it was at least the first piece of mage equipment that Suzy had played. He happily put it on as well. Let's try out the new skills next, and by the way, let's see if we can brush off the Hawkman clan as well, so we might be able to put together the Beast Emperor set. Suzy indifferently said mentally. He continued to brush the monsters while trying to find the chief of the Hawkmen, but alas, he was unable to capture the Hawkmen until the 72 hours ran out. It's true that those who can fly are troublesome. Suzy sighed lightly and glanced at his panel. Occupation, necromancer. SOS, occupation, necromancer. Level, LV11. Life value, 1000, plus 15,000. Mana, 490. Power, 731. Physical fitness, 16, plus 70. Intelligence, 61. Agility, 12. Gift, the legacy of a dear friend. When a dear friend who shares your heart dies in battle, you will gain all of that dear friend's main attributes, permanently increasing your own attributes. Undead domination, passive. All undead you summon will be in tune with your mind, and they will be able to understand and follow your commands. Summon skeleton, consume 20 mana to summon a skeletal warrior. Maintaining this summon requires occupying 1 point of the intelligence ceiling. Corpse poison, can apply an exclusive toxin to undead under his command, and flesh and blood creatures that die from that undead have a certain probability of being transformed into undead. Compared to the self before entering the trial abyss, it was a world of difference. Strength was a full 700, and even the weakest agility attribute was comparable to the main attribute intelligence before entering the trial abyss. The harvest was perfect. End of time. Completion of basic trial. Trial evaluation, SSS. Based on the evaluation of the trial, the reward will be settled for you. You gain spirit crystals, 1000. You gain experience, 3000. You have obtained the material, Beast Emperor's Bone. Settlement complete. Next, without waiting for Suzy to take a few close looks, the entire person instantly disappeared into the grassland. Janyang 3rd Middle School. 72 hours later, the students are once again gathered on campus. Unlike before, however, this time it wasn't just classmates who came to campus, but countless outsiders as well. Student Wang Yong, we at Moz Group are sincerely inviting you to join us. Our company is willing to strongly support your path as a professional. Please do consider us. Bull *********. How much is your Ma Group's support worth? Fellow student Wang Yong, I, Shan Feng, am willing to give you a salary of $10 million a year, and I'm willing to be responsible for helping you acquire all the equipment and materials you need. How can you say that with only $10 million? Our Moz Group's annual salary is $20 million. The heads of the two large groups actually argued directly just like that, not caring about face in the slightest. Every year, at the end of the basic test, there are large companies that recruit externally. A-level evaluation. A city only produces a few dozen people a year, but it's a top priority talent. Of course you have to fight for it in every way possible. They were talking to each other and driving higher and higher prices. The students next to him watched, their eyes reddening. Is this the gold content of an A-rated evaluation? It's really a step up. $10 million a year. It's amazing how students who were just like them a few days ago have pulled away all of a sudden. In addition to Wang Yong, there are other companies that make offers to other students. But those conditions, compared to Wang Yong, it's a world of difference. You guys don't understand. Wang Yong isn't just as simple as an A grade rating. A student who knew what he was talking about whispered. He got his A grade rating in 24 hours. Would he have gotten a higher score if he had chosen to stay 72 hours then? A 24-hour A-rated, and a 24 plus 72-hour A-rated, are naturally different. Maybe there was a slight chance he could touch the S rating if he chose to stay for 72 hours. Wang Yong proudly held his head high and regarded the two big company personnel executives next to him as nothing. It's just that unlike other people who think highly of themselves, Wang Yong knows himself. If he hadn't been defeated by Suzy in the first place and laughed at by the crowd, Odds were that he wouldn't have fought his way towards an A-rank evaluation. Even the process of him defeating the boss was filled with luck. Let him do it all over again. He's not a bit of a bottom. That's why he didn't choose to stay for 72 hours. Because even if he chose to stay, with his strength, it would be impossible for the rating to go any higher. But it didn't matter that he put on a "I'm an S rank, I'm just too lazy to keep going through it" expression, and ignored the two personnel executives in a high-strung manner. In the past few days, the personnel of the big companies that came one after another had long since broken down the threshold of his house. After being flattered down by countless people, his thinking changed. District Susie, but a small necromancer. Where does it deserve my attention? My future. It's bright, but things have a beginning and an end. He decided to take one last look at Susie, then teach him a lesson as an A-list genius. 3 minutes to go and he's out. The time is fixed, and Wang Yang naturally counts clearly. 3 minutes passed. The classroom twisted. Several student figures slowly emerged. There was clearly the figure of Susie, whom Wang Yang had longed for. Susie, you finally came out. Wang Yang's eyes were glowing as he took big steps to squeeze away the people around him and went straight to Susie. What's your rating? Susie froze. He had been wondering to see what the settlement gave. As a result, Wang Yang's big face came over. Scared, he almost slapped him, then realized it was wrong and forced himself to hold back. This would be a slap in the face. He was afraid that he would have to kneel on the ground and beg Wang Yang not to die. Anyway, Susie didn't think that Wang Yang's blood could withstand a slap from himself. He pushed Wang Yang away with one hand and just wanted to speak. Suddenly a gasp could be heard from the side, accompanied by a backward breath of cold air, instantly raising the temperature in the classroom by 10 degrees. S-rated? It's actually S-class? Too terrifying. Goddess Xia is terrifying as hell. S-rated? Wang Yang froze and snapped his head, the kind that almost broke his neck. Xia Xuelan sat quietly in her seat, and in front of her was the shocked class teacher Lu Hongzhe. Mr. Xia, what is your rating again? Lu Hongzhe mumbled and opened his mouth. S. Xia Xuelan spoke softly, her voice calm, with just a few moments of joy in her eyes. How did you do that? Lu Hongzhe had an incredulous expression on his face. Xia Xuelan said, when I saw the introduction of the Abyss, it said that the Orc Empire was in a constant state of civil unrest, so I tried to provoke a war between the bears and the minotaurs, and then took advantage of the fact that both were defeated and killed the chiefs of both sides. Surely things couldn't be as simple as she made them out to be. Even counting the 72-hour extension, the Abyss was only 4 days in total. 4 days to start a war between two clans and still be able to escalate to the point of being able to harvest the patriarchs of both clans while not moving. The operation sounds simple, but is actually incredibly difficult. It's really S-class. The personnel directors of Ma's group and Godfound exchanged glances. The intelligence of the Abyssal Orc Empire had long been exposed with the first batch of professionals to come out. There had long been professionals who were good at rating, and based on the information given by the candidates, they had deduced the rating method to obtain advanced ratings. This was somewhat similar to the high school exam questions in Susie's previous life. When the high school exam was over, before the candidates' results came out, there was immediately a full score answer published, and among the ways of rating given by those professions who were good at rating, there was this route that Xia Xuelan was talking about. So Xia Xuelan's words were highly credible, though the exact Xia Xuelan's rating would need to be determined completely by checking the rankings of the embodied Orc Empire at the entrance to the Abyss. But the information they're getting now is enough to make them act S-rated. Some small cities don't even get an S-rated rating in a year. Even if the economy of the city of Jianyang isn't weak, there are only about 3 S-ranked professionals in a year at most. In the entire province, there may not even be 10 S-class professionals. Rob. Such a talent must be robbed. Without hesitation, they dropped Wang Yang and ran to Xia Xuelan's side. Mr. Xia, do you have any plans to be employed directly after graduation? Have you considered our Ma's group? Mr. Xia, we at Godfound need a talent like you to join us. We are willing to offer an annual salary of $100 million and promise to make every effort to collect all the items you need. Godfeng is just giving $100 million? Isn't this too much of a disregard for talent? We, Ma's group, are offering $200 million. I, Shan Feng, am offering dollars. I, Ma, speak in pounds. The two men were talking and actually picked up their weapons, looking like they were going to fight. The students around us looked stunned. What the hell is this salary? Wang Yang's face was green for a while and white for a while. The salary these two had offered him before, and Xia Xuelan's salary, was actually 100 times worse? Is this how a true S-class talent is treated? Obviously he's a 24-hour A rating. The difference is actually that big? Worthy of being the woman I fancy. Wang Yang squeezed out a smile and also dropped Suze like the two personnel and came over. If I had known that you could get an S-rank evaluation, I would have chosen to extend my time and go for an S-rank evaluation as well. Gee, it's a shame. I should have known I shouldn't have faked it so much and had to grab a spot as the first one to come out with a top rating. He struck a. It's not that I can't get full marks. It's just that I want to be the first to hand in my paper to pretend pose. Nay. Xia Shuelan simply owed it to herself to even look at him. With a sweep of her beautiful eyes, she accurately found Suze's figure in the classroom. The long slender legs stepped away and walked straight to Suzy. A pair of beautiful eyes stared tightly at Suze, the clear pupils of her eyes reflecting the figure of this teenager. Suze, what is your rating? Xia Shuelan lightly bit her shell teeth, a flash of expectation in her eyes. With my S grade, is it possible to beat you by a handful? My rating is dash. Suzy had just spoken. However, before he could finish, suddenly a meteor streaked across the sky as if it were a cannonball, blasting into the middle of the campus. Boom! That cannonball smashed hard into the playground, directly raising a huge wave of air. The entire earth trembled violently, as if it was an earthquake. Many students couldn't even stand still and fell straight to the ground. Everyone subconsciously looked over. Someone else spoke in surprise. Which high-level mage unleashed the meteorite spell? It's actually this powerful. Class teacher Lu Hongza's face changed. No, that's not a meteorite spell. That's a person. The crowd fixed their eyes on. It's really a person. Only a burly man slowly stood up in that crater. He was bare-chested, revealing firm, powerful muscles and a manly demeanor. That's... Lu Hongza opened his mouth in surprise. That's the president of our Jianyan City Professionals Association. Lord Deng Pengang Deng. How did he get here? Does that mean? His eyes fell on Xia Shuelan. The others thought of her as well. S-class evaluation. I did not expect to have alarmed the president, but it's also normal. After all, some cities may not produce one such top talent a year. Maybe President Tang had come over to recruit Xia Shuelan for the city lord's office. No, maybe. It could also be to recruit me. Wang Yang said in his heart. He didn't think he was out of the running. His 24-hour A rating wasn't too shabby. And being male himself, he was better suited to the depths of bloody violence than a woman. And also a warrior like President Deng Pengang. Not necessarily without opportunity. However, the first words that Deng Pengang opened his mouth aloud were, "Congratulations to our city's Suzy student, for getting an SSS rating. From now on, the rooks will rise to great heights, and they will be the pillars of my great summer alliance. Congratulate me for my Daxia. Congratulations for Su. Oh, so it's not for Xia Shuelan, it's for Suzy." The crowd nodded dully. And so on. What did he just say about comments? SSS class? Chapter 14, what? He's a sewer profession necromancer? SSS class? What a joke. There's still an SSS rating for the basic trial? Suzy got an SSS rating? How did he do that? I can't even kill a minotaur chief. What the hell did he do in the abyss? Got this level of evaluation, huh? Everyone was confused. Although Wang Yang's A-grade rating is rare, there are basically so many people in this school. Xia Shuelan's S-rank evaluation was incredibly rare, but by the city's standards, there were students who could do it roughly every year. If you use the provinces as a standard, that's up or down to 10 people per year. But SSS, they've never even heard of it. What the kind of rating is that? Suzy, he's just a necromancer. Xia Shuelan's small mouth was slightly open. Her eyes glazed over. Recognized as a high-flying goddess model, she actually hardened into a nerdy and cute expression. How is he so strong? Xia Shuelan didn't think Suze would be weak like the others, but she really didn't think Suze could SSS rate him either. Ha! Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Yang shook his head repeatedly, not believing it at all. And a rating was already something he had fought hard to get and relied on luck to get. Although he couldn't get an S-rank evaluation, he could roughly guess what level of achievement would get it. But the SSS rating, what did it have to do to get that rating? Definitely President Deng is mistaken. Absolutely. However, before he could say anything, next, the space around Deng Pengang was distorted. An elegant man in a vestment robe appeared out of thin air. Old Deng, have you ever messed up like this? That elegant middle-aged man, as soon as he came out, he couldn't help but say. It was agreed that everyone would come over together to say goodbye. But as a result, you smacked my teleportation array, and then ran over. By yourself first. This is a bad rule, right? There was a phoenix sound in the sky, and a fire phoenix flew in the sky and slowly landed. A man standing on top of it also said with dissatisfaction. That's right. You are the president of our city of Jianyang. How can a president take the lead and break the rules like this? Meanwhile, a jet mech whizzed by the school's entrance. Just before reaching the door, the mech disintegrated and the female mechmaster who jumped down also disregarded her female side and cursed. Doggone old dang. I will definitely report you to my superiors. Let's see how you can still be this president. It's not just that. Countless others appeared in unison. Or run, or sword, or beast. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Old dang isn't the only one who broke the rules. You guys are the same. That's it. Old Lou, you promised to bring us along to teleport. How come you're the only one who teleported here? Where are we? Can the three of you talk about the manners of our city of Jianyang? How can you set an example for your classmates just like this? Shame on you. One by one. On the wind. They cursed and crossed their eyes. However, the aura on their bodies was more than a match for one another. All of them are high-level professionals. Class teacher Lu Hongzhou looked confused. These people are all big shots in the city of Jianyang. For example, the mage who teleported here was the chief of the city guard. The beastmaster who rides the phoenix is the minister of logistics and resource management. The mech who started the mech is the founder of the largest company in the city of Jianyang, the Shinfeng Group. They are all bigwigs who can make the city of Jianyang quake when they stomp their feet. It's all about Suzy, Dang Peng Gang, who has been accused by 1,000 people. Is smug, there are hands fast. No hands slow. If you have the ability to bite me, said the man, looking toward the school building. Which one is Suzy's classmate? The surrounding students subconsciously looked at Suzy. Suzy took a step forward. I am. Dang Pingang took a step to leap up and jumped into the middle of the classroom. Mr. Suzy, congratulations. SSS grade evaluation. Dang Pengang said smilingly, this is the only evaluation in the country. This will give our city of Jianyang a long face, and then this face is lost to you. The president, the chief of the city guards. Mage Jing coldly grunted and teleported in. Then he flashed a smile at Suzy. Hello Suzy, have you considered graduating and joining the city guards? The city guards are treated very well. I'm willing to apply for top-tier resources for you. The official resources given have not been much. Li Yuehong, the founder of the Divine Abundance Group and a female mech artist, let out a light laugh. How can it be as flexible as our private capital operation? Suzy, come to our Shinfeng Group. Shares are negotiable. Private capital can be more than just your Shinfeng Group. An old man smiled and said, our Maz Group is also willing to take out shares. My granddaughter has always wanted to find a genius professional to instruct her. Can I trouble you? Others poured into the classroom and opened their mouths, filling the already not-so-small classroom to overflowing. But no student or teacher dared to open their mouths and complain. After all, this group, but really bigots. People like Shinfeng and Ma's personnel executives even exited the classroom in a grayish manner after a look from their own leaders. In front of these people, they didn't even have the qualifications to open their mouths. Suzy was all a bit confused. He knew that every year after the basic trial, the professionals who performed brilliantly would be welcomed by the officials and big capitals, and even recruited at great expense. But I didn't expect it to be this dramatic, did I? Wang Yang watched all confused, and this group of Big Brother opened out the conditions compared to the personnel executives to give him the conditions. Even it's a hair cannot compare. The resentment and jealousy towards Suzy in his heart, coupled with the boredom brought about by the crowded classroom, made him unable to hold back his words. Did you guys get it wrong somewhere? How can a mere Suzy get an SSS rating? His words fell. There was a sudden silence in the hot scene. Countless bigwigs twisted their heads to look at him, their gazes deep and calm. Tong Peng Gang, the president of the Professionals Association, raised his eyebrows and said, there's no mistaking it. The ranking of the abyssal entrance should have already been posted online. If this student doesn't believe in it, he can flip through his cell phone and he'll be able to see it. Wang Yang disbelievingly took out his cell phone and rummaged through it. The target was quickly found. Abyss, Orc Empire. Level, LV1 LV20. Difficulty, Special, Basic Trial. Easy, Normal, Hard, Nightmare, Hell, Real. He clicked on the basic trial and saw the exploration record directly. Passer, Suzy, rating SSS, time, 72 hours, basic trial. Passer, Xianghua, rating S, time, 72 hours, basic trial. Passer, Lai Hyunghua, rating S, time, 72 hours, basic trial. Passer, Xia Shualan, rating S, time, 72 hours, basic trial. Passers-by. That first place name is fresh in my mind. The SSS grade rating is even more of a generational level gap with the second S grade. Student Su Zhe, you got this evaluation, right? Deng Pengang inclined his head and said, I've checked the province's participants in the review, and the one who called this name and still had 72 hours to come out was only you. The name Suzy was not meant to be a particularly repetitive name. Basic Trial 1 Province 1. Limited to the province. Also have to be limited to the candidates. The same name and surname. Naturally even less. And the basic trial is also the abyss. Most students have a tough time trying to survive 24 hours. They simply don't stay in the abyss much longer. Most of them come out of it normally. After a few screenings, you can naturally target your subjects. Although the crowd came over a bit faster. The annual basic trial was originally a fixed time, and the staff had long been prepared to inquire about the top students, so their movements were naturally incomparably swift. It's me. Suzy nodded as he also glanced at the exploration record, called Suzy and with an SSS rating. Who else could it be if not him? It's really SSS grade. Wang Yang's eyes widened, but Su Zhe, he's just a necromancer. How could he get such a high rating? Aha! The many big men froze. They had come in such a hurry that they didn't really know Suzy's occupation. But look at Suzy's calm look. A necromancer? That sewer professional necromancer? A sewer profession necromancer that swiped the top SSS rating? Chapter 15, This man, we don't want him. The gazes of the many bigwigs looked at Suzy in surprise. Suzy had a calm expression, but understood their feelings. The mage profession is very weak in the early stages. Warrior fighting chi exhausted. Can still rely on flat A to kill the enemy? Mage blue bar exhaustion. Then really can only wait for death. On the side, the newbie professionals were very low leveled and had little blue, so they could empty their blue after putting a few skills into play. Therefore, the mage class profession, in this kind of newcomer, and single person to break through the basic trial, can be said to be very disadvantageous. There were no professions marked on the leaderboard, but based on past experience, the odds were that those who received an S-rank rating were clear-cut warrior professionals. Mages are so bad. Sewer necromancers, not to mention, favorably, Suzy, the necromancer, succeeded, and it still got an SSS level rating. How could this not amaze them? How did he do that? The crowd murmured in their hearts, frowning slightly. Could it be some kind of special talent? City Guard Chief Jing Jing hesitated. If it's some otherworldly talent, perhaps. He twisted his head and looked at Suzy. Student Suzy, what is your talent? Suzy hadn't even opened her mouth. Teng Pengang then let out a bellow. Jing Jing, you've forgotten the rules, he said, a pair of tiger eyes glaring angrily, his body filled with a murderous aura, as if he's going to slash his way through it the next second. Jing Jing's body trembled and his face changed slightly. He backed up. Sorry, it was me who said the wrong thing. Suzy-san, please forget about this and pretend I never said it. He wasn't afraid of President Deng Pengang, but he was afraid of the rules. In Daxia, some rules, dead rules. That was a dead rule set by the founder of the Daxia Union Professionals Association. The Daxia Union Professionals Association. Whoever touches, dies. Suzy looked at him with emotion. Why does he dare to use his gift at will? Why is it that although one does not actively speak of one's gifts, one never hides their effects? And no need to play dress up? All because of that one. Professionals are actually a weak industry. Strong force, so that the whole world is respected by professionals. Competition is very fierce, and it is easy to break the bottom line. In such a crowd, there are naturally countless internal deceptions, rivalries, and conspiracies. What a great outfit he's acquired. He got some kind of skill book. He passed the XX abyss again. With what intelligence? All of this is of extreme value. Enough to make professionals abandon their morals and do whatever it takes. As for the matter of high-level professionals squeezing low-level professionals and forcing each other to sign slave contracts, it wasn't just a rumor either. How many people even deliberately hid their talents and limited their play, fearing that if they accidentally displayed their talents, they would be targeted by those high-level professionals and be forced to turn into a toolman for brushing materials. Until that founder of the Daxia Professionals Association appeared, as if he were a protagonist in a novel. He had encountered a whole bunch of events from the day he became a professional. What with the opening being forced to ask for talent, being blackmailed for rewards by the sons of large families after beating down high ratings, and big capitalists in power coercing each other to beat up the little ones out of the old ones. All sorts of crap comes out of the woodwork. But it's also true that he used a knife, like the protagonist in the novel, to cut through everything. More so, he became the #1 professional in the Great Summer. killing a full 7 LV-90 legendary professionals and destroying 5 mega professional forces plus countless of their subordinate forces and members. It was only in the end that he created the Daxia Professionals Association, and with his own experience, he set down countless rules to protect the tender new professionals. The talent bit, for example, is a dead giveaway that he set the rules. Suzy can say it off the top of his head by himself, chat it up with his friends by saying it off the top of his head, or be hit with money to say it by himself. But the only thing it can't be is being forced out. Whoever does it dies. As for official people, it is even better not to even ask. City Guard Chief Jing Jing is not afraid of Tang Pengang, but found himself accidentally violated the official discipline. Fortunately Tang Pengang stopped in time, or therefore death is not to, but the future is bound to be affected. Because of Jing Jing's mouthful of words, the atmosphere in the classroom was a bit dull for a while, but the eyes of the crowd did twinkle with curiosity. How did Suzy, a necromancer, manage to hit that level of evaluation? It shouldn't be so. What the recognized strongest warrior professional in the early stages couldn't do. A mere necromancer. How did he do it? The crowd's eyes flickered. Don't think it was just a curiosity on their part. The fact that both big capital and officialdom spared no expense in recruiting those talented youngsters. Were they really counting on their fighting strength at this point? How is that possible? What they are looking at is the potential of the geniuses. It's their future. So how is potential rated? The scoring of the basic trial is the most fair. But impartial does not mean 100% accurate. Suzy, a necromancer normal, is absolutely not able to hit this kind of evaluation. But if he is, because of good luck, and found some offbeat means, happened to complete the break, then his own true value may not be worth the SSS rank. And that's when. Suzy, I challenge you. Do you dare to answer? Wang Yong clenched his teeth and stepped forward. Challenge? Suzy's head snapped up. Not bad. Wang Yong gritted his teeth. I don't believe you can hit an SSS rating. I'm not convinced. What's it to me whether you serve or not? Believe it or not. How does it affect me? On the contrary, in case I accidentally slapped you to death with a little more force and carried the reputation of killing my classmates, that would really affect me. Suzy didn't even bother with this kind of challenge and subconsciously was about to open his mouth to rebuff it. But before he could speak, a couple of the bigwigs next to him squealed. Challenging, worthy of being our students from the city of Jianyang. Just energetic. Yeah, I remember when I first became a professional. I always fought my classmates too. Seeing them reminds me of when I was dueling in the sunset. That was my lost youth. A good challenge. Open up your third grade gym for them. I remember there's a ring there. It's absolutely essential that our young students have fun playing. A few bigwigs spoke to each other with a look of lamenting their past youthful years. Suzy, who am I to accompany him in such a trick? I'm not that idle dash. The bigwigs suddenly let out an ouch and slapped their heads. Oops, almost forgot. A few of us are also from the city of Jianyang, so we naturally have to support our juniors. I think it's only fair to give the winner some kind of reward. That's right, as seniors we must give support to our juniors. How about giving the victor a piece of equipment? I'm sponsoring a rare vestment. Then I'll offer a protection spell ring. I have a staff here. A few people, one person at a time, put together 7 or 8 pieces of equipment in a few words, almost encompassing the entire equipment bit of a mage. It was even more than the entire equipment that Suzy had exploded in the basic trial. Suzy, since the old-timers want to see it, it's not impossible to fight a battle. We must let the seniors see the hot blood of our young people. Big brother. So it was that Wang Yang challenged Suzy once again, but this time it was much fairer in the presence of many bigwigs. For example, City Guard Chief Jing Jing gave Suzy 2 bottles of blue pills, reasoning that a necromancer's full battle power was to summon all the undead under his control, and if he went straight to the ring, his battle power would be cut at the waist. Well, that's true. Summoning the undead costs 20 mana, which is a mana amount equal to 2 intelligence points. Maintaining undead, however, only takes up 1 point of the intelligence cap, one way or another. The gap is huge. Using the scene when Suzy first fought Wang Yang, he had summoned 5 skeletons at that time, but in reality, Suzy's real battle power at that time would have been to carry 10 skeletons at full blue and take on the enemy together. From this perspective, Wang Yang, who had challenged Suzy for the first time, had actually taken advantage of the situation quite a bit. Of course, it was rare to be able to put out one's full strength. After all, no necromancer would dare to guarantee that they would always maintain their peak state. But this was indeed Suzy's true peak battle power. Obviously, the purpose of the bigwigs deliberately creating this situation this time was to see Suzy's true battle power. Of course, it wasn't just Suze who had benefits. Wang Yang likewise had. A big brother directly lent him a whole set of normal level equipment. The reasoning is that Suzy scores high, and the haul must not be small to be able to fully arm himself and hit the equipment grind. To be fair, Wang Yang had to be heavily armed to do the same. This reason wouldn't make sense. After all, Suzy's equipment was fought by himself and belonged to his own skills. However, the bigwigs were pretending to be confused, and even the bigwig who lent Wang Yang the equipment quietly sent a message to Wang Yang. Fight well. If you can force Suzy to use her full strength, this equipment is yours. Suzy's evaluation is a matter of how much he will invest in him. Compared to that kind of level of numbers, a mere set of normal level equipment wasn't even a fraction of 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 a fraction. Wang Yang nodded and didn't say anything. He also knew that he was actually the toolman who was testing Suzy in the eyes of the bigwigs. But, if I can defeat Suzy, wouldn't that prove that I should be rated higher than Suzy? Then all these investments from the big boys are mine. Fire flashed in Wang Yang's eyes. He knew that Suzy's rating was frighteningly high, but he didn't believe that Suzy, a necromancer, was really capable of doing this. Must have found some loophole in the abyss and just got lucky. Who can win? It's definitely winnable. This was what he had believed for the 3 days since he had received his rating. The battle begins. Wang Yang took a deep breath, held his sword in both hands, and with a fierce step, the whole person burst out as if he was an arrow off the string. His eyes were filled with wariness. However, in the next moment, when Suzy was high on medicine and started summoning skeletons at the same time, his battle spirit condensed. Much better. It's too much. Suzy's intelligence is 61 points, and can maintain a maximum of 61 skeletons at the same time. What's the concept of 61 tools? Just listening to the numbers doesn't give you much of a feeling, but if you stand densely in a square formation, you can fill up the entire basketball court. What's more, the way things are going, he can still summon 30 skeletons to fill the gap. That's nearly 100 skeletons. How come there are so many? Wang Yang couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Deng Penggong's pupils shrunk, Jing Jing's eyes widened, and Xia Shuelan lightly bit her teeth. It's too much. There are just too many skeletons. Then wouldn't Suzy's intelligence attribute have? Next, Wang Yang was then flooded by the undead army. In one look, Wang Yang was stabbed twice. In fact, the strength of the skeleton warriors themselves hadn't changed much, but they couldn't help but be too numerous. The skeleton in front of him was just cut down by Wang Yang. The skeleton next to him has quietly stabbed a sword. The skeleton behind him gave him another knife. The skeleton on the side took the opportunity to come up. Wang Yang's attributes were much stronger than before he entered the abyss, and he himself had risen to level 5. But it's also a two-fisted affair. He received several cuts, and blood flowed from his face. That bloodied face looked both wretched and hideous. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. The A-rated warrior was actually powerless to fight back. Enough! I'm a top A-ranked genius. I'm the best fighter at fighting. How could I lose to you? Wang Courage's body was trembling, desperately gritting his teeth to harden against the attacks of several skeletons, sweeping away the skeletons in front of him with all his might, roaring loudly and furiously, only feeling his body filled with power because of his anger. Okay. Suzy responded twice without emotion. Then with the point of his finger, countless undead once again drowned him and continued to stab madly. After all, if popping seeds worked, what would be the point of attributes? Really? It's just that I'm worried about slapping you to death with too much force, or else I wouldn't even need to summon a skeleton, and I'd even be able to save on blue pills. The fight is over. The teacher took the scaly Wang Yang to the infirmary to receive treatment, while the bigwigs looked at Suzy with complexity. Suzy, how many levels are you? Jing Jing asked hesitantly. LV11. Suzy said frankly, there was no need to hide anything about this. LV11. Sure enough. Jing Jing sighed softly. LV11? What kind of concept is that? Wang Yang, who had gotten an A-rated evaluation, was LV5. Xia Shuelan, who had gotten an S-rank evaluation, was LV7. The further the level goes, the more difficult it is to upgrade and the more experience value is required. Xia Shuelan had taken out more than twice as many monsters as Wang Yang, and Suzy, conservatively estimating, he had taken out at least 10 times as many monsters as Xia Shuelan. Is this an SSS grade evaluation? Jing Jing was filled with emotion. Li Yuahong sighed softly. My basic trial back then. It seems like I only ended up being LV6. Ma's group boss also sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This is the first time I've seen a basic trial that can break LV10. The previous year's top student, that SSS-ranked Heavenly Pride from Long Province, seems to have only broken LV9, right? It's simply horrible as hell. But they silently do one and the same decision. This man, we don't want him. Chapter 16, it's true that I didn't play well. The next part of the process was for all parties to come up with conditions for Suzy to choose from. But Suzy found a very strange phenomenon. The conditions given by all parties didn't seem to be that good. Take the conditions given by the Shinphone group as an example. Salary, $1 billion per year. Materials, 500 million worth of equipment/skills for free from the Shinphone group. Training places can permanently use all training grounds up to Shinphone A level free of charge, and can be used on a priority basis without queuing. There are some other conditions, but they are less important and can only be described as accompaniments. This condition, it's not too bad, Suzy said in his heart. Don't look for another $1 billion annual salary and another 500 million in equipment skills. While it's true that it's not a small number, that has to be compared to something. Suzy was listening when the personnel director of the Shinphone group gave the two students in the class an offer before. Wang Yong, who has an A rating, was quoted an annual salary of $10 million. Xia Shuelan, who has an S rating, is quoted an annual salary of $100 million. It's dollars. That translates to about $700 million dollars. There was only a difference of one rating level between the two, but the offer was a full 70 times different. And Suzy is a full 2 levels away from Xia Shuelan as well. But the conditions given. But even Xia Shuelan won 5 times. This is a little too unreasonable. Suzy tried to push back. I'm sorry, this salary isn't to my liking. I'll reconsider. Good. That's fine. That mecha master Li Yuehong from the Godfound group also just smiled gently. Then student Suzy will take his time to consider it. With that, he retreated directly and bashfully. There was not the slightest hint of regret or persuasion throughout. Before shouted shares are negotiable words, but also as if it had never been said. Do not even mention a mouth. The conditions given by the other forces were similar to those of the Divine Abundance group. Suzy also tried to communicate with them, but the other party's reaction was likewise similar to Li Yuehong's. Basically just a few polite words, and then directly gave up on pulling the strings. It looks like something went wrong somewhere. Suzy's eyes narrowed slightly. Is it because my profession is a necromancer? It shouldn't be. Even if necromancer is a sewer profession and is considered weaker than other professions by the general public, I've already proved my potential, and they shouldn't just give this condition. He wondered if there might be something in it that he didn't understand. Suzy was only slightly exposed to these forces, and ultimately made a decisive choice to give up on joining these companies. The reason why big companies like the Shinphone group were willing to give hundreds of millions of dollars in annual salary was certainly not without asking for something in return. According to the contract, once Suzy joined them, he had to follow the company's arrangement and team up with the company's people to clear specific copies and keep swiping specific resources. All harvests from the replica must also be turned in, and then after the company extracts a certain amount of proceeds, a secondary distribution is made based on the contribution of each person in the team. With a series of requirements, it's certainly an exaggeration to say that selling yourself to those companies is certainly an exaggeration, but it's also largely limited. It's okay if the price is high, but you want Suzy to sell her body for this amount of money? How is that possible? That's just it. If you don't have a capital boost, you don't have it, Suzy secretly said in his heart. It's just a matter of starting resources. The big deal is that I'll brush the abyss 2 more times. Thinking, he began to clear his desk. Just because you've become a professional doesn't mean high school is over. In fact, many of the things that are taught about professionals are only being taught from now on. The teachers, while occasionally mentioning some of the knowledge of the professionals, before that it was more a matter of teaching the students the difficulties they might face in the various types of abysses, the methods they could use to cope with them, and most fundamentally, the techniques of exercising the body and so on. Detailed information about the abyss was taught to the students after they became professionals. After all, Suzy raised his head and swept around. The second class that Suzy was in originally had about 40 people in the class, but now there are less than 30 left. This missing number of people are falling into the abyss. To die in the abyss is to die for real. Never assume that the lowest C rating is a poor student. Truly poor students don't even live to withdraw from the abyss. Hey, Suzy sighed. The disappearance of familiar faces was always emotional. Then taking out a piece of paper, he began to record the information he knew about the Orc Empire, and his way through. This was something that every professional had to do. And the Professionals Association could increase the probability of the professionals clearing the abyss by aggregating detailed intelligence from all aspects and organizing it into an intelligence collection. Even a C-rated professional can sometimes obtain extraordinary intelligence. Of course, the Professionals Association does not collect information from the students for free. Even if the common information is known to all, the important information will be paid enough. And the credit of the country is still too strong in this regard. Although most of the information that students can access is not called important. Suzy wrote earnestly, and it took him 20 minutes to finish. The very next second he stopped writing. The surrounding students' eyes lit up and they were about to open their mouths. It's an SSS-rated clearance process. They were really curious about how Suzy had gotten through. Also curious. SSS level of difficulty. Yet one man moved faster. A scented breeze rushed in. Suzy, have you finished your abyss report? Can you lend me a glance? Xia Xuelan lightly bit her shell teeth, her gaze involuntarily glancing at Suzy's pen. It's okay, Suzy said indifferently, sending out the report. Xia Xuelan's eyes glowed slightly, and as soon as she took it, she quickly scanned through it in one glance. Boss Bearman Chief, Blood, Attack Power, Skills, Boss Bearman Shaman, Blood, Attack Power, Skills, Boss Werewolf Chief, Blood, Attack Power, Skills. Suzy is still very detailed regarding data recording, so also the more he looked at it, the more alarmed Xia Xuelan was. Every one of these bosses, they're stronger than the Minotaur Chief. She received an S-rank rating, and naturally, she had taken out the boss, but she took out the two defeated Minotaur Bloodhoof Chiefs, the Bear Chiefs, and the Bear Clan Shaman who was almost taken by the self-destructing Minotaur Shaman after she provoked a fight between the two tribes. By the time she did it, both chieftain bosses were mostly empty of blood. The remaining Bearman Shaman was even more of a breath of fresh air, the kind that could die if left unattended. And Suzy didn't just over Minotaurs and bears, but also werewolves and tigers, as well as Old Behemoth Emperor, blood level 65,000. Xia Xuelan's voice was dry. What the hell kind of monster is this? A fraction of the amount of blood could top a body boss Minotaur Bloodhoof Chief. And look at the attack power, one move can shoot itself. Look at the skills again. How did Suzy pass this kind of boss? Xia Xuelan hurriedly flipped through the pages and turned to Suzy's cheat answer. Step 1. Attack the Minotaur horde with skeletons and kill the chief and shaman. Step 2. Attack the bear's tribe with skeletons and kill the chief and shaman. Step 3. Final step. Attack the orc court with the skeletons and kill the behemoth emperor. Verdict. Killing bosses with a hand is fine. The abyss wasn't too hard this time. But next time you should consider getting a map first. I went back quite a bit and wasted my time. Xia Xuelan. Is that what she wants to know? What she wants to know is exactly how you hit it. How to kill those bosses is the point. Do you give me a because it's too easy? Answer, slightly? But on the contrary, Xia Xuelan knew that Suzy had dried out that group of bosses. After all, it was impossible to fake that SSS level rating. The more she looked, the more her heart clogged. Himself and Suzy, in the end how much difference thanks to me. I thought I did pretty well on this test, so I might be able to crush him. At this particular time, Suzy looked at her and spoke. Just in time. Show me your report as well. Xia Xuelan's eyes flickered. This is not necessary. I was a bit careless and didn't play well. It's just an S rating. The students next to him almost spat out a mouthful of water at the words. Nice, didn't play well. Nice, it's just an S rating. However, Suzy sniffed and really nodded. You indeed didn't play well this time. Xia Xuelan opened her mouth and unwillingly repeated. Yeah, it's just an S-rank evaluation. It can only be ranked second, tied with others. This S-rated evaluation was something she bit down on heavily, as if she was trying to crush her teeth, purposely emphasizing it. Suzy, I know, I read the charts too. He had a look of I already knew about this kind of small thing. There's no need for you to say more. Xia Xuelan. She opened her mouth. Her eye sockets reddened. She saw tears faintly, and her nose twitched. With a clench of his teeth and a stomp of his foot, he dropped Suzy's report and ran straight out the classroom door. With the sharp senses of the professionals who had just been upgraded, they could still faintly hear a few choking sounds. This is really, Suzy, look at what you've said about Goddess Xia. Yudingwu's expression was odd. What a beautiful girl. She's been made to cry by you. You've gone too far. There were many people who were curious about Suzy's clearance record. And naturally, his good brother Yudingwu was among them. Nature also heard Suzy's words. How is it that I said crying? Don't slander people. Suzy frowned and said in dissatisfaction. It's obviously because she didn't do well on her own exams. and it's hard on her heart, so she couldn't help but cry. Isn't this guy always like that? Weak mental capacity. Easy to cry when he doesn't do well in the exams. It's not the first time you've seen it. Yu Dingwu nodded. Yeah, not the first time I've seen it. But is there a possibility that it's not that Goddess Xia has a weak mental capacity, but that she's been made to cry by your anger every time? Soz doesn't think of it that way. The final boss's stats were indeed frightening. The extraordinary amount of blood, and the attack power that could kill a meat shield warrior in a single blow. At first glance it wasn't at all something a newbie professional could clear. But really, it's not like there's no room for maneuver. The Orc Empire seemed powerful, but it was full of its own internal contradictions. And even the introduction of the abyssal briefing was specially labeled. Xia Shuelan got an S-rank rating because she provoked a war between the bears and the minotaurs. Just expand this template, cause a civil war in the Orc Empire. Then pull together the strong clans like the bearmen, minotaurs, and lycans to lay siege to the Orc royal court, and pull the bosses together to fight the final boss. It may not be impossible to kill the old behemoth emperor. Of course, it's difficult to operate so much in just 4 days. If you're not careful, you could die. How to overcome the effects of abyssal malice and guide the actions of the many great clans is also a question, but not absolutely impossible. This is a universal pass with no career requirements or talent requirements. Theoretically, every professional can do a perfect pass. Since perfect scores are doable, it's a good idea for the schoolteacher to get a 98 when you could have gotten a 100. Doesn't that mean you didn't do well on the test? Wouldn't that be a misplay? Suze shrugged his shoulders, not intending to argue with this school slag. He handed over his own report and then asked for Yu Dingwu's report to read. Yu Dingwu has an A rating. At first glance it seems to be at the same level as Wang Yun, and not even as good as Wang Yun, who came out in 24 hours. However, Yu Dingwu himself was a shield warrior, which was a profession that was not good at fighting alone. Not much better than a support class career in this solo abyss. Any normal should be viewed with their rating raised by half a grade. That's why his A rating, to many, is actually not much worse than an S rating. You kid is pretty good, actually utilizing the conflict between the Minotaur shaman and the chief. Suzy appreciated. I didn't expect you, a guy with thick eyebrows, to actually be able to play this kind of tactic. I'm impressed, he said, and patted Yu Dingwu's shoulder. After all, this good brother was close to himself, and there was a high probability that he belonged to the category of best friend, in case he goes down one day. Ahem. In short, the better he grew, the happier Suzy was. Yu Dingwu, if you sent Xia Shuelan your comments about me, how could she run out of the classroom in tears? Suzy took his report and walked into the classroom office. However, the class teacher, Lu Hongze, was not there, but the president of the Professionals Association, Dang Gang, was sitting in the class teacher's seat. He was bare-chested, a forest of firm, powerful muscles that brought extra weight and pressed the poor chair, niggling it. President. Suzy nodded his head in greeting for a moment before placing his report on the homeroom teacher's desk. This is your abyssal report? Deng Pangang raised an eyebrow and reached out to pick it up. Yes. Suzy nodded. Deng Peng just flipped through a few eyes, and after seeing that attack XX with skeletons cheat, the corner of his mouth picked up. Sure enough, it's just as we thought. Suzy froze. It's nothing. Tong Pangang laughed. Looking at you, you seem to have rejected their solicitation? Suzy nodded. Yes, they gave too little. He bristled, his expression a few degrees of disdain. Tong Pangang laughed. Actually, I do think you should agree to them. Suzy looked at him in surprise. I'm here, specifically to wait for you. Deng Pangang waved his hand. There are two main things. The first thing, I apologize to you for Jing that he didn't mean to ask you about your gift. I hope you can forgive him. And I also hope you don't make it known to the public. But apologizing in person to you, a little freshman, was too much for him, a noble lord of the law, to wipe his face, so he had a shameless little warrior like me come over and say sorry for him. But as an apology, he's willing to offer you a notch below what he offered you when he first asked if you'd like to join the city guard. A notch lower in price? Is that still an apology? Suze frowned. The matter of inquiring about talent was nothing, and he didn't take it to heart. After all, its behavior was stopped by Tang Pangang before it even started. But is this behavior an apology or a provocation? Suze was just about to open his mouth when Deng Pangang, as if he could tell what he was about to say, said, Of course it's an apology. Suzy, don't you want to know why there's such a big gap between their before and after attitudes? Chapter 17. Suzy was confused. Suzy's expression was solemn. Why? He himself was an SSS level evaluation, and according to his understanding of the basic trial abyss, in the whole of Dacia, it was not certain that there would be one SSS level evaluation professional in a year. Such an achievement could be much tougher than Susie's previous life as the top student of the college entrance examination. Theoretically, not to mention deliberately keeping the terms low, they would only be afraid of not giving enough, causing big capitals from other cities to flock to the city and pay heavily. But now their attitude. It felt like treating an S-rated professional like that. Susie spoke. It's not because I'm a necromancer, is it? This was probably the only point that Susie could associate with it. To be precise, it's because you're a LV11 level necromancer. Tung Pengang smiled. Have you forgotten what skill you acquired when you were LV10? Corpse poison? Susie frowned. But this is a skill that every necromancer LV10 gets. Right. What's dash? This skill is the foundation of undead heavenly tribulation. Deng Pengang directly interrupted. Suze froze, and a flash of realization flashed in his eyes. Undead scourge. This is the strongest point of the necromancer. But in fact, undead plague is not a skill, but a system of play for the profession of necromancer. Through various means, gathering countless undead, and in a snowball manner, constantly expanding the number of undead, and eventually, like a natural disaster, set off a wave of undead sweeping the entire world. Theoretically speaking, as long as there were enough undead converging, even the strongest abyssal boss could be drowned by the sea of undead. I have to say, this basic trial, the way you broke the game is quite unique. Tung Pengang praised. First, you don't bother with the normal quest objectives, but instead, you desperately upgrade to LV10 and awaken the necrotic poison before quickly rolling up the snowball, creating an undead plague, and attacking the boss. It's thanks to the special nature of your profession that you can brush up your SSS rank. Unfortunately, though, this tricky way of getting through isn't applicable to any one abyss. And that kind of pass doesn't prove your potential. How could they possibly be willing to pay a big price for you? Tong Pengong's face was filled with emotion. In fact, when Suze revealed his own level, they, the bigwigs, had already thought of the necromancer's unique way of passing the level, desperately upgrading and then snowballing on the necrotic poison gained from LV10. A certain percentage of corpses with necrotic poison will be transformed into undead. These undead don't take up Susie's intelligence cap, so the number can expand without limit. Although they wouldn't listen to Susie's command either. The low IQ undead were also very easy to manipulate. Even without advanced skills regarding this aspect, it was only necessary to utilize their aversion to living beings to capture a few beasts with strong chakra and blood to attract them, thus manipulating their line of travel. Attack a few small tribes in the early stages, then attack the big ones, and eventually, after snowballing, head straight for the final boss. The playing style is simple and brutal, with no skill whatsoever. It was even possible that Susie's talent, which was also related to this aspect, allowed him to go smoothly even in the early stages of the most difficult snowball, quickly building the undead scourge. But with this pairing, the limitations are too great. Susie opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. He didn't fight his way through the abyss by undead apocalypse. It's not even a matter of getting to LV10 and then going for the boss. He only upgraded to LV10 after fighting the boss. These bigwigs misjudged Susie's pass. Deng Peng just noticed Suze's expression, but thought that the other party was a bit dissatisfied with his comment on trickery, and explained, "Kid, you don't know the situation of the abyss. An abyss like the Orc Empire that practiced an ancient system with chaotic internal politics is rare. The conditions for the undead apocalypse to be unleashed are harsh. Only flesh and blood creatures can be transformed into undead. Creatures such as mechanical and elemental types cannot be transformed at all. Even the abyss of flesh and blood creatures may have very advanced technology that will be on you the moment you overthrow a small village for the sake of snowballing. Satellites in the sky, highly developed communication networks, antibodies that inhibit necrotic poison, and the customary habit of burning corpses can contain the formation of undead apocalypses. Taking a step back again, even if the abyss is set in a classical fantasy world, there will be some priests and paladins who use holy light to restrain the undead. Abyssal, like the Orc Empire that perfectly fits the necromancer's play, is really rare. It's not for nothing that necromancers are considered a sewer profession. Though theoretically the undead plague could sweep through any blood-flesh abyss world and kill any boss. When a necromancer rolled up a snowball, it was a matter of beating 10 professionals of the same level by one. But in reality, there are almost no necromancers that can really snowball. Attacking the Orc Empire by the undead plague couldn't prove Susie's talent. Of course, The fact that Suzy was able to quickly upgrade to LV10 and grab the opportunity to snowball proved some of his potential. That's why the major capitals have given it the treatment of a top S rating. As for higher? I'm sorry, you don't deserve it. No wonder. Suzy's eyes realized. No wonder they gave up so decisively after I refused. But the problem is I didn't beat the level that way. In fact, as long as Suzy told his talent, the bigwigs who had just turned their backs on him would definitely immediately change their faces and run over. But he won't go through with it. Although the security of the Great Summer Alliance is very good, and the rules set by that Lord President are very strict and the punishment is very heavy, few people break the law. But there's more than one Dasha on this blue star. What's more, the reason why that President Sama set up such strict rules was to leave a base for the newbie professionals. So I'm not going to casually reveal my talent. In fact, it was nothing to talk about unusual talents. But this best friend's legacy talent was applied too much by Suzy's magic modification. How many years does it take for a normal person to make a close friend of like mind? How many more years before a dear friend dies so that you can reap the benefits of your attributes once, even if you reap the rewards? Is the attribute given to you by your dear friend what you need for your profession? Even if it's also what you need, is this dear friend of yours necessarily strong enough to give you tons of attribute points? Suzy knew very well that this dear friend's legacy talent of his own, when placed on an average person, could actually only be considered a not-so-weak talent. Being obtained by the thick and the dark is only a very good talent that can be put to good use, but it's not quite top-notch. But with the necromancer profession a link, straight up broken, the abyss can be cleared anyway. The problem of its own attributes can also be pushed towards equipment and props, and excellence in this area is covered by Dasha, but the gift can't be told. There can be quite a few props, skills, and talents that temporarily increase attributes, and there is no need to make a special effort to conceal this aspect. But the one with unlimited piles of attributes, Suzy knew of this one for himself, not to mention the easy way to add attributes. But in contrast, as long as Suzy himself didn't foolishly say so, the average person would never associate his talent as being so exaggerated. At best, just think in terms of a temporary increase in attributes. Suzy took a deep breath, suppressed his own emotions, looked at Deng Pengang, and said, I understand. It's good that you understand. So let me tell you about the conditions that Jing Jing has given you. Deng Pengang smiled and then began to introduce it. It's a standard SS-rated treat, but after all, it is an official organization, which is relatively solidified and will not be adjusted flexibly. Money and supplies are also slightly less favorable than what the capital can take out of the deal. But when everyone thought that Suzy's potential was only worthy of S rank, his willingness to come up with this treatment was considered to be full of sincerity. But, how could Suzy be willing? Honestly, I'd have to think twice about SSS level treatment, let alone anything less than that. Suzy secretly said in his heart, some people can do SSS level ratings because they can only do SSS level ratings. And the reason some people can do SSS level ratings is because the highest is just SSS level ratings. He knew exactly what he was capable of. So Suzy politely declined Deng Pengang's invitation. Deng Pengang didn't care, nodded, and continued. Then I'll say the second thing. The state has some subsidized support for highly rated students, and this is given entirely according to your rating. Of course, it's not a lot to give, but it's pretty good. All the best supplies for a newcomer, and it will be delivered to your door in 3 days. Let me start you off by introducing you to the topmost SSS ranked scholar like you that the state gives. After the introductions, Suzy leaves. Stubborn lad Deng Pengang looked at his back as he left and laughed. The treatment given by Jing Jing really wasn't low, and he also made it very clear that it was really good for Suzy to take this treatment with this kind of tricky battle record. Even if Suzy accepts it, Jing Jing may be questioned for it. Is this kind of trickster worthy of this treatment? Did you take kickbacks in private? But although Suzy refused politely, he could see the unthinking gesture. This little guy still decides he deserves SSS treatment, simply unwilling to sell themselves cheap. In the end, it's a noble lord of the law. Deng Pengang laughed, took out his cell phone, and made a call to another noble pharaoh. Hey, Jing Jing, that kid didn't take your recruitment. Yeah, but he ended up saying he wouldn't make any wild claims. But I think you should do something. Or you can just slip something into the state subsidy as a compensation. Suzy, this kid is pretty smart. He can guess what's on your mind. Oh, and don't forget the payment you gave me for all the words I've spoken for you and wasted so much time. Okay, that's it. Hang up. Deng Pengang hung up the phone happily. Noble pharaohs are just too facetious. And you see how much more nourishing a shameless warrior like him lives. Casual helpers can get paid a lot for apologizing and saying a few soft words. I hope that these two noble lords of the law don't make themselves regretted in the future because of this condescension. Especially that Susie. It's hard to overdo the pre-professional stage without someone to fund it. Susie left the office and organized his current situation. Especially the takeaways from the pass, which I haven't looked at in detail yet because I had too much going on before. Spirit crystals, 1000. Experience, 3000. Materials, Beast Emperor's Bone, Wolf King's Mane, Behemoth's Giant Teeth. Experience doesn't matter. Spirit crystals, on the other hand, were a common currency for professionals, and a large amount of spirit crystals were consumed when building some weapons. The exchange ratio between spirit crystals and dasha coins was 1 to 1000. In other words, Susie had gained 100 W in money alone by passing through the abyss once. As for Suze, who hadn't studied the vice profession, materials such as the Beast Emperor's Bone were eventually going to be sold. I'm guessing the pass reward alone is almost 500 W. This is not counting the most valuable equipment popped out by monsters in the abyss. So what if you don't have the capital to back it up? I am my own biggest bottom. Susie was confident. He'll make a killing with one round of clearance. How could he agree to that when those companies were offering so little? As for my current gear, Susie swept a glance. 4 pieces of the Beast Emperor set, and the rewards from the previous battle with Wan Yong. The mage class professional equipment. A 5-piece set of defensive attire, plus a ring and a staff. There were also a few pieces of cheap normal level equipment that had exploded from fighting monsters that Susie intended to sell. So, let's go to the trading house first. As for this Beast Emperor 4-piece set, Susie hesitated. The Beastmaster 4-piece set is just 1 piece short of a complete set, making it a great value. In particular, he had already scored the highest value legendary grade equipment, Beast Emperor's King's Laurel, and could put it together by purchasing a rare grade scatter from the outside world. Normal want to put together a whole set of equipment is not simple. The basic trial is exceptionally friendly to newcomers, with burst rate, experience double bonus. Want normal in an abyss burst out legendary level Beast Emperor's King's Laurel too. I'm afraid that one would have to challenge a hell level abyss to make this possible, but the problem is, this is warrior equipment, or a meat shield warriors. The corner of Susie's mouth twitched. He's a noble mage. What's the big deal about wearing a suit of armor? Especially the Beast Emperor Setgo or Ancient Wild style. Highlight a pugnacious temperament. Savage and rude. It didn't match his mage-like elegance at all. Sell it, and maybe I can just buy a skill book for summoning undead of the Master Intelligence class. Susie hesitated for half a day, and finally clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, deciding to sell it. But he just stomped his foot. Click. There was a sharp pain coming from the bones of his foot. Susie was confused. Own foot bone. Cracked bone? What's going on here? Chapter 18 Skill, Summoning Zombies. What kind of contingency is this? Who used what attack on me? According to the novel, could it be because I refused the recruitment of those big capitals and made them hold a grudge against me for that and send out assassins? Or perhaps Jing Jing, the chief mage of the city guards, was worried about my presence affecting his career and decided to make the first move? But isn't my Daxia a place of good law and order and political clarity? Why is that? Susie was a bit dazed, but it didn't stop him from tensing his body first and scanning the 4 directions alertly. Then, a sharp pain came from all over his body. Asterisk 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 it hurts. Susie was all confused, and a sharp pain came from all over his body. A feeling that was, muscle strain? But I'm clearly not doing anything strenuous, am I? Wait, if I remember correctly, my attributes - Susie's pupils shrank as he pulled out the panel. SOS, Occupation, Necromancer. Level, LV11. Life value, 1000. Mana, 610. Power, 741. Physical fitness, 16. Intelligence, 61. Agility, 12. Because he had taken off his Beast Emperor set, Susie had reverted back to his standard mage brittle physique, 16 points. A stark contrasto that's 700 plus power. Could it be that? Is it because I've taken off my Beast Emperor set and my physique is so low while my strength is so high that I pull a muscle with a casual movement? The corner of Susie's mouth twitched. Although he had just tensed his body, the force of tensing was 700 plus strength. Doesn't it make you more tired than a frantic workout in front of a 16-point physique? So think of it this way. The cracked paw bone in the beginning was because I stomped my foot? Susie hesitated, reached out to the air, and punched it hard. Bang! The air was hit with a sonic boom. Also bursting out with a sound was the bone of Susie's arm. Ouch! 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 It's really because of this. What the is going on here? Susie hurriedly reattached the Beast Emperor's set to himself and looked at the plus 70 physique before he breathed a small sigh of relief. So, this is the effect of a physique that cannot support strength, and therefore brings about an effect? It's actually quite normal when you think about it. Forces act on each other, and when your own body can't even support itself to exert force, it's natural to get hurt. That's why various professionals don't have a single add-on, knowing that the add-on will yield the most in the main attribute. That's still the 4 dimensions that go up every time a professional goes up a level. And Susie, but it's purely adding power alone. There was a full 70 times difference between his base physique and base strength. Previously in the Abyss, Susie naturally wore whatever equipment he had, and the equipment that the beasts popped out was mostly body warrior outfits, so he naturally put a set of body equipment Beast Emperor set on himself to avoid this problem. But after coming out, he could never wear the Beast Emperor set again. Also fortunately as before in Wang Yang's battle, I take into account the impact, only used the skeleton warrior. I did not go on the field of combat, or in case of bad, I full force a punch down. Susie's body trembled. He almost reached the play yourself to death achievement. That is to say, this Beast Emperor set of mine can't be taken off in a short time, or even to avoid another situation like the above. The highest priority I need to look for is the physique class undead summoning skill book. Step with the foot in mouth. Susie skimmed his lips and went straight to the trading house. In fact, in this day and age, online shopping has long been in everyone's life. Items needed by professionals can also be purchased through online shopping. But Susie didn't just want to buy things. He also needed to sell the materials and equipment he had fought out. So it had to be a personal trip to the trading house. Going to sell items doesn't need to be said much. The trading house is an official organization, and the purchase price is also fixed official guide price. Definitely cheaper than selling it at your own stall, but it beats the convenience and speed. Susie clattered and emptied the extra items, then headed straight for the skill books. Then, are you kidding me? Is this thing so expensive? The corner of Susie's mouth twitched. Skill book. Summon zombie. Consume 30 mana to summon a zombie. Maintaining this summon requires occupying 2 points of the intelligence ceiling. Zombie. Power, 5. Physical fitness, 10. Intelligence, 1. Agility, 3. Skills, none. Price, $100 million. A zombie is an undead monster that is a few points stronger than a skeleton warrior. Of course, the strong ones are limited. Such a trashy undead summoning skill book actually went straight through $100 million? Who marked up the pricing? It's not reasonable, is it? The corner of Susie's mouth twitched. The sweet-looking salesgirl flashed her trademark smile. Sorry, that's our official price. Can it be cheaper? Susie tried to haggle. The salesgirl smiled gently and said, Sorry, pro. All the items in our trading house are not haggled. Susie was silent for 3 seconds and opened his helmet, revealing his handsome face. In a voice rich in magnetism, he whispered, Is it really not possible? Miss, I'm still a high school student. Can you help me think of a way? Eat my move, I'm a student plus hot guy seduction. The salesgirl smiled slightly, took a step back, and pointed behind Susie. Honey, we do have cameras here. Susie, sex seduction failed. It seems like the price can't really be changed. No wonder teacher said that after the basic trial, it's best to find a big company to join. This kind of skill book should have an internal discounted price if it's within the company, though the resources in the company's hands are certainly less comprehensive than the official ones, but the price is definitely low and affordable. Susie sighed, then I still have to sell the skill book. Warrior skill book battle cry. This was the reward that the old behemoth emperor had popped out. This was a high value item and he was going to look at finding a separate customer. I didn't realize that the skill book was so expensive, so I had to sell it first. Compared to the sewer profession of necromancer, the big hit warrior skill book surely. What? The purchase price is $10 million? Susie was dumbfounded. Only that much? Missy smiled and said, Yes it is. Kiss. And what's the selling price? What about $20 million? Pro. Susie, I won't go into the difference between the purchase price and the selling price, but the big popular warrior skill book is selling cheaper than the cold necromancer skill book? Does that make sense? To this, the young lady's explanation is, mages have always been synonymous with expensive, because of it's not too much inferior to the number of fighters, and the general difficulty of the legal abyss is much more difficult. So naturally, the skill books are also very expensive. And although there weren't many buyers for necromancer skill books, the abysses that were prone to popping out necromancer skill books were hard to hit. It's a lot harder to beat than the elemental class. Lawful abyss. Prices are naturally more expensive. It ends up being about 1 necromancer skillbook equals 2 mage skillbooks equals 5 warrior skillbooks. Susie objected to this. I can understand that mage skillbooks are expensive. There are quite a few people who switch to mage, and they are usually very rich, but there aren't many who switch to necromancer. Right. It should be that necromancer skillbooks are even cheaper. The warrior class abyss is much better to fight, and the shipments are naturally much higher and naturally inexpensive. But the number of necromancers and warriors inaugurated is a world of difference. Susie hadn't even seen a second necromancer. Even if the shipments are small, there are only so many people who need them. Any way you think about it, we necromancers should be selling our skill books a bit cheaper. The young lady smiled without answering. Susie was silent for a moment and asked for the purchase price of the necromancer skill book. Missy, if you summon a zombie, our purchase price is 100 W. You want it, pro. Susie. You see, I knew it. 1,000,000 into 1,000,000,000? 100 times over. What kind of treacherous behavior is this? It's too much. But, the young lady smiled slightly, stating have my own national conditions here. The necromancer skill book is just expensive anyway. You don't have to buy it if it's too expensive. Susie, is the country suppressing us necromancers? What have we necromancers done wrong? Susie wanted to cry, but in his heart, he understood that the country was afraid that it was really suppressing sewer professions such as necromancers, and the state cracked down, and not without reason. A profession like the necromancer is thrown into the sewer profession classification, and aside from the fact that he's more vulnerable himself, there's also the fact that it's really prone to causing problems. For example, the LV-10 skill corpse poison is low-leveled though, but once the contagion accidentally spreads, it might be able to wipe out a few villages before the country notices. This uncontrollable risk is something the state resists. In fact, when you think about it, all other sewer occupations have similar risks. For example, the reason why Imperial Dragon Priests are considered to be a sewer profession is that the explicit reason is that dragons are hard to find. Imperial Dragon Priests who can't find dragons are just a waste of space. And without the support of the big boys, Imperial Dragon Priests won't be able to make it through to the day when they can reclaim the dragons. But the actual reason is, the Imperial Dragon Priests did not find the dragon is fine. In case they do find a partner with the unruly dragon race, the Imperial Dragon Priests will have a hard time controlling the other side. And once they make it go crazy in the city, they can cause great damage and lead to casualties. There was also the Chaotic Barbarian, who was also a sewer profession, with a special profession passive root of chaos, which would constantly accumulate chaotic will, and had an extremely unstable increase to the Chaotic Barbarian's skills. The official reason given on the bright side is that the Chaos Barbarian's skill increase is uncontrollable, cannot be used as a stable output, and is prone to pitting itself and its teammates in the very far. But the actual reasoning was, the ever-accumulating will of chaos had an effect on the spirit of the professional as well, and might one day wash out the professional's spirit, making him or her go completely insane and go on a killing spree in the urban area. As innocent as these sewer pros are, but for the safety of many nationals, it is time to crack down, even more than just Dacia. Countries around the world have made similar moves. Susie sighed helplessly and could only accept this fact. Then, after carefully calculating all of his belongings, he sold all of his materials, spirit crystals, and even the rewards from the bigwigs that he had gotten from defeating Wang Yong, leaving behind only a staff, and the Beast Emperor's set that maintained his physique. To talk about himself, it couldn't be helped. Compared to the summoning skill book that strengthened his physique, it was time to give up these miscellaneous loose equipment. Thanks to the gifts of the big brothers. Otherwise, even if he swiped the SSS rating, he wouldn't be able to afford this skill book. Susie snapped and slapped on the skill book. The summon zombie skill book turned into a stream of light and flew into Susie's body. Then Susie twisted his head and left the place that made him sad. Meanwhile, gotta find an abyss to brush up on. Running out of money. Chapter 19, Real Level Difficulty Abyss. Second classroom. This is the first lesson after becoming a professional. Class advisor Hung Lu speaks eloquently from the podium, imparting knowledge that only a professional would know. Students, you are now professionals and have experienced the abyss firsthand. But I want you to know that the basic trial you went through was one of the easiest. There isn't one, Lu Hongzhe said seriously. The normal abyss difficulty is divided into 6 levels. First difficulty, easy. The exact difficulty is roughly similar to the difficulty of the basic trial that you have experienced, except that the experience of the monsters and the explosion rate are much worse than the basic trial. Hearing this, I can see that every one of you is relieved, but I want to tell you that you are rejoicing too soon. His expression was solemn, Do any of you remember the rank of the weakest enemy you encountered when you first entered the abyss? A student off stage replied, "It's a LV1 Minotaur herder." "That's right, it's LV1, Lu Hongza said seriously. "But guess, if you guys enter the Orc Empire right now, and then encounter the Minotaur herders, what will the other party's level be?" The classmate froze. "Isn't it LV1? "Of course not." Lu Hongza let out a light laugh. "If it's still LV1, then wouldn't just any LV20 professional be able to sweep through the abyss? Its level will increase as your level increases. If a LV20 professional enters, the level of the Minotaur herder would be LV20, and the level of the Minotaur chief might be 25, 27. This is the danger of the abyss, and you should know that many of the students were able to beat the level in the basic trial only after quickly rising a few levels by relying on the high experience value provided by the basic trial monsters. Lu Hongza glanced at Suze, then continued, "But in the easy difficulty abyss, the monsters give far inferior experience values and explosive rates than the basic trials. Generally speaking, if a low-level professional passes the easy difficulty once, he may not even be able to raise a level. And the normal abyss won't be like the basic trials, where you're given a few quest objectives to complete the lowest grade to get through. It has only one condition to pass, killing the boss. On easy difficulty, it's killing the Minotaur chief. In other words, it's equivalent to asking the professionals to kill the Minotaur chief at LV1 strength in order to pass through the abyss. That difficulty, that's what makes it easy." The faces of the students on stage darkened. "You call that simple? It's too damn easy." This was practically the equivalent of allowing an LV1 professional to complete an A-rank evaluation while keeping his rank the same. Its difficulty, I'm afraid, is no less than obtaining an S-rank evaluation. How many S ratings are there in the city? With normal difficulty, the monster's attributes will be raised by about 30% compared to easy difficulty. Lu Hongza continued to put pressure on his classmates. Difficult difficulty would be awesome, under the condition that the attributes continue to be enhanced. Its pass condition would probably change from the Minotaur chief to that old behemoth emperor that Susie's classmates eventually killed. The students sniffed and went straight numb. Suze's results were known to everyone, and as a fellow classmate, he was naturally curious to have seen the data he gave. That final boss old behemoth emperor. Let them hit it with their heads. As for the nightmare difficulty words, Lu Hongza continued, not to mention the attribute changes. Probably the old behemoth emperor of the final boss will become the behemoth emperor. Susie, you're the only one who's been straight with the other side. Can you understand the difference? Susie was silent for a moment and nodded with a solemn expression. The old behemoth emperor. Behemoth emperor. It may seem like there is only a one-word difference, but in reality this represents the difference between the prime and the twilight years. Susie made a discovery when he was sorting through the information afterwards. According to the rumors of the Orc Empire, the Behemoth clan was known for their strength, claiming to have the power to pull mountains. However, it was inferred from the battle that Susie had personally experienced that the old Behemoth Emperor's strength attribute was much lower than its physique attribute. This is probably what happens when the Behemoth Emperor ages. But if it was a stout-level Behemoth Emperor, it certainly wouldn't have this negative buff. That's the Behemoth Emperor at full victory strength. As for the Hell-level difficulty, Lu Hongza pondered for a moment. That old Behemoth Emperor will probably transform into a super-strong Behemoth Emperor, or even a God-given Behemoth Emperor as well maybe. Divine Behemoth Emperor. Isn't that a big change? From an ordinary man to the son of God? How can this be a fight? You know you can't pass the abyss without killing the final boss. Ah, and once dead in the abyss, that's really dead. Seemingly seeing that the atmosphere was a bit depressing, Lu Hongza hurriedly said, "Don't worry fellow students, although the difficulty has increased, we are not without an advantage. Unlike the basic trials, the normal abyss allows for grouping. A maximum of 5 people are allowed to team up. A reasonably matched team can have the effect of 1 + 1 2. The battle power will be greatly improved, and with more people, it is naturally easier to arrange tactics. While it will dilute earnings and lower experience income, it will obviously be much safer. It's actually not as dangerous as you think. So when students enter the abyss, please make sure to find a reliable teammate. Never break into the abyss alone." He had actually somewhat deliberately emphasized the danger of the abyss in case these students were bold enough to break through solo. It's just too dangerous. You only live once, so how can you keep your classmates in mind without a good warning? Apparently, his words got the crowd to listen. I don't know how many students have decided to just honestly group up next to fight the easiest abyss, slowly grinding levels. But Lu Hongza hesitated for a moment and said, Although the difficulty is very high, if possible, I hope that students will try to challenge the high difficulty abyss if they are sure. The higher the level of difficulty, the richer the rewards given, especially on hell level difficulty. He paused, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, the country will all give the professionals who pass the hell level difficulty a considerable reward. After all, if you can't clear the hellish abyss within a certain amount of time, the abyss will come down to reality. That's what everyone always talks about, the abyssal invasion. His expression was incredibly serious and solemn. Students, don't forget what your teacher first told you. As we invade the abyss invades us. The abyss descends into reality. The expression of the crowd was solemn at once, as if there was an invisible burden that seemed to be pressing on their shoulders. This is the age of the professional, the greatest danger. How many people had fallen under the descending abyssal monsters? No one dares to take lightly the risk of the abyss descending. Lu Hongzhe's expression was complicated. From his heart, he actually didn't want to say this more at all, encouraging his students to raid the hell-level abyss, because it represents him sending his students down the most dangerous path. But it is preferred that mankind needs such heroes. He, as a teacher, must also say such things to this group of tender students. There was a level restriction on the abyss, and high-level professions simply couldn't enter the low-level abyss. Who but the students could be such an influence? Lu Hongzhe didn't want to encourage the students to raid the hell-level abyss at all, but had to come and encourage them to raid the hell-level abyss. Such complex feelings are hard to appreciate if you are not a teacher. Lu Hongzhe was silent. The students on stage, too, were silent. For a while, the classroom fell into an eerie silence. And that's when, teacher, you just said that there are 6 types of abyssal difficulties, but you only said 5. Suzy suddenly raised her hand and asked. Lu Hongzhe froze and pondered for a moment. Yes, there is a 6th difficulty. The 6th difficulty is called real level. As for how difficult it is, how much it pays, don't know. No? Suzy froze. In this age of open information, Lu Hongzhe, who was a teacher who instructed new professionals, actually didn't know any intelligence about this difficulty? Yes, because no one has been able to clear this difficulty yet. Lu Hongzhe explained. So no one knows the specifics of it. Or that first person of Dasha can't do it either? Suzy raised an eyebrow. That adult's experience, without any modification, is a classic and cool book when written, forcibly changing the rules of society with his own power, changing the real world of the weak and the strong into a world that guarantees hope for every newcomer. It's as if the protagonist is possessed by him. And it doesn't work? Neither can I. Lu Hongzhe whispered. So far, no one has been able to clear the true level difficulty abyss. Domestic, foreign, ancient, modern. For thousands of years, there has been no record of passing this level. Those heavenly prides who confidently challenged the real great abyss are all dead. No exceptions. End of the day's program. There are very few classes for professionals, and most of them are their own training. It's just that having just become professionals, the students all needed to add a lot of knowledge. So that's why none of them were absent. Almost no one professional tried to pass the abyss during this time. Even Suzy was planning to go to the abyss after listening to the lessons of the past few days. Others are busy finding companies to invest in themselves and figuring out how to cobble together their gear to make the perfect stance for their first abyss. And of course, more importantly, looking for teammates. Old son, let's team up? Zeheo, our team is missing you in the front row. I'm AB rating. I'm not going to group with you, scum. Brother Wang, why don't we form a group? The students were loud in shouting. It is during this period of the year that the state organizes transfer and basic trials for students, those who are still stuck at the level where they can enter the low-level abyss. Besides the old men who are too scared to go into the abyss in a big way to brush their level and break through LV20. Are there classmates of this batch? Considering again that the group should ideally have some degree of cooperation, it is obvious that finding fellow students who know each other is the best option. Since they were looking for classmates, the stronger they were, the more people were naturally targeted. A group of people surrounded Wang Yang right next to him, and you issued an invitation. Wang Yang snorted coldly and had no intention of teaming up with this group of ordinary students. Scum like you are worthy of teaming up with me? Wang Yang disdainfully pooh-poohed. Don't even think about it. I won't take you guys. He had joined the Divine Abundance group. Although it was said that Wang Yang was easily defeated by Suzy in front of everyone, but he was also an A-rated warrior after all. The Shinfeng group was naturally willing to put up a big fight to recruit. He would also next team up with other elites who had been recruited together by the Divine Abundance group to clear the abyss. There were also boys who looked at Xia Shualan and couldn't help but want to furtively introduce themselves. Then he was pulled back by the other students. Idiot, don't you look at how many levels you are, and then look at how many levels the other summer goddess is. When entering the abyss, the level of the little monsters is based on the highest level in the team. Can a guy like you team up with her and kill the weakest little monster in the abyss? The boy opened his mouth and lowered his head grimly. Xia Shualan was LV7, even if she was willing to carry herself as a liability, but he couldn't beat the weakest little monster on easy difficulty, the LV7 Minotaur herder. Anyone who tries to rub off on the experience is liable to die. That's the essential gap. Xia Shualan frowned and looked at Suzy. Group. She didn't know many people in school, and the only person who could make her trust and had the strength to be recognized by her was Suzy. But, he's LV11 and I'm only LV7. What am I going to team up with him like this? Xia Shualan's heart ached and her teeth clenched. Those boys were self-conscious that they didn't deserve to team up with Xia Shualan, and they didn't even dare to go to the goddess and make their own request for teaming up. And she, Xia Shualan, didn't dare to go and make a team request with Suzy. What's it called? Has the gap between me and Suzy gotten to the point where the gap between other people and me is this big? Xia Shualan's eyes went black, and a mouthful of small white teeth was almost bitten to pieces. She secretly decided that she would practice extra after school. She would never let herself be pulled away from Suzy. And the other side. Suzy was also thinking about teaming up. Your own strengths have created a generational gap with the rest of your classmates. Taking them on would hardly do the slightest good, except to dilute one's spoils. Not to mention these classmates. Even those experienced professionals were just a liability to him. The truly overpowered professionals had long since upgraded to the point where it was impossible to fight the low-level abyss anymore. All he could find was exhaustion. Only single brush. But the difficulty of soloing is far greater than that of grouping up. Coupled with the status quo that once you enter the abyss, it's win or die. Suzy, as a newbie pro, felt that he had to keep a steady hand. Then it's time to think about which abyss to paint and what difficulty is better. He flipped through the small book that his teacher had handed out with information about the abyss within the city limits of Jianyang. The first time you swipe a normal abyss, it's best not to pick ones that are too risky. It's also best to keep the difficulty low and slowly confirm your abilities before raising the difficulty. And I'd have to add physique to that. Then, Suzy thought about it and eventually locked onto an abyss. That's it. Abyss, Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. Chapter 20 The Abyss, Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. 3 days later. The simple school program is over for now. The state subsidy has arrived. LV50 Passive Trigger Defense Scroll *1. Communication Mouse *2. Pure Heart Pill *5. The defense scroll creates a shield of light that protects the professional, blocking all external enemy attacks for 10 minutes. Originally, according to the system, the items given by the state should be active trigger defense scrolls that could defend against the full force of a LV40 warrior professional. However, the delivery staff said that one of the bigwigs felt that they should support the outstanding students of Jianyang City, and purposely replaced it with a passively triggered defense scroll that defends against the full force of a LV50 warrior professional. 1 active trigger, 1 passive trigger, 1 protects against LV40 attacks, 1 protects against LV50 attacks. The value gap is huge. Apparently, this was an apology from the mage who had accidentally talked too much. Maybe this scroll was made by him. Suzy's heart was clear and accepted the apology. Aside from this scroll, the rest of the items are very useful. Communication rats are not real rats, but mechanical beasts made by a mechanic. It can drill through the barrier of communication isolation to notify officials and send out a distress message. The clear heart pill is not only an antidote to poison, but also has a very strong healing effect on low-level professionals. Even if you are seriously injured, you can hang on to your life for a short period of time. As you can see from the state subsidies, the focus of distributing these materials is to prevent people from taking a shot at state-recognized high-potential talents in reality. In the abyss, if you can't beat the enemy, no one will save you even if the defense scrolls can drag you for 10 minutes. It just makes you die 10 minutes later. It doesn't mean much. Comrats are even more of a waste and are pointless in the abyss. They are used, all in reality. Although Dasha's law and order was number 1 in the world, there was no guarantee that under the sun, there wasn't a bit of darkness. Not to mention that assassinations by various countries targeting the geniuses of enemy countries are endless. These state subsidies are specifically designed to protect high-potential talent just in case. As for the difficulties of the abyss, just please be in the deep end and work out these difficulties. Otherwise, what makes you recognizable to the state as a high potential? Suzy nodded and accepted them. Now, It's time to visit the Abyss. The Abyss will be in the world and refreshed from time to time. But there is a general pattern of updates. Take the city of Jianyang as an example. Not counting special abysses like the basic trial. On average, 5 low-level abysses with a limited level of LV1 LV20 will be brushed in the city of Jianyang over the course of a year. They are scattered all over the place. Some in the city, some in the suburbs, some simply in the deep forests. The abyss Su Zhe intended to conquer, the tower of ancient martial arts, was at the edge of the suburbs and the wilderness, about 60 kilometers from the city center. He took a bus to the suburbs. The rest of the way, you'll have to make your own way there on foot, because... Suzy looked up as Sasha's voice came from the road. And then, brush. A couple of crude hand axes shot over. Su Zhe did not change his face and waved his hand. Summon the zombies. 10 figures appeared in front of him, acting as shields. It was a being that seemed to have crawled out of a graveyard, with pale and taut skin over bones, eyes as deep and lifeless as those of a dead fish, a wooden expression, and limbs with a touch of stiffness. The clothes on his body were even stained with a few pieces of grave soil. He held no weapons, but the nails of his hands were long, like small daggers, glowing with a pale blue ghostly light. Zombie, power, 5, physical fitness, 10, intelligence, 1, agility, 3, skills, none. Go, kill them. Su Zhe reached out and pointed. The 10 zombies let out low groans and pounced. At the same time Suzy looked at the monster that attacked him. Kobolds, LV3, blood, 500, attack power, 30, skills, none, very weak low-level monsters. But monsters like these pervade the entire world, almost overrunning the mountains and rivers. And the source of these monsters, it's the Abyss. Within a year, failure to clear the hell-level difficulty will bring that Abyss down to reality for good. The monsters in the Abyss, along with the Abyss, would randomly descend somewhere in the real world, and then immediately expand in all directions, attacking humans. This is how monsters like kobolds appeared in the world as a dangerous invasive species. They don't just actively seek out humans to kill, they also reproduce on their own. Today the wild suburbs of the world are teeming with such monsters. The professionals are invading the Abyss, and the Abyss is invading us. Suzy sighed softly. The state has actually cleared the urban fringes many times, but there is still nothing that can be done about monsters like kobolds that are overpopulated. The other party could only be allowed to flourish in the area, threatening the traffic and causing Suzy to have to go on foot. Don't look at the kobold as weak, but it's caused trillions of dollars of damage. In reality, however, the damage caused by monsters like the kobolds was fairly minor. After all, it is descended in the wild. In case any of the Abyss directly descended into the city, the monster ran to the urban area to kill. That is really the life of the people. Professionals, the only hope for humanity to solve these monsters. The zombies rushed to the kobolds and hissed and attacked. The kobolds were not as strong as the minotaur herders in the basic trial, and numbered no more than 5, and were quickly defeated by the zombies. Kill a kobold and gain 0.1 point of experience. Suzy bristled. The experience given by such monsters that descend into the real world can become extremely rare. Killing 100 of them is no better than killing one in the Abyss. The burst rate is not to mention that it hardly drops any equipment, arguably worthless. But the danger is exactly the same as in the Abyss. That's why people have to do everything in their power to plug it up and fix it in the Abyss. Suzy commanded the zombies to come back, and then together with the zombies, they advanced towards the Abyss portal. The distance near the outskirts was actually quite safe. After all, the location of the abyssal portal always attracted a lot of professionals. As they pass by, they take out quite a few of the monsters that attack them in passing. The city's masters, too, sweep the city once in a while to ensure that there is no threat of overpowered monsters. Still, Suzy encountered a full 4 waves of attacks along the way. This is still close to the outskirts, not yet deep into the mountains and forests. Su Zhe secretly said in his heart. The risks in the wild are not small. However, during the several attacks, Suzy also took the opportunity to test his new skill corpse poison. It was a passive status that was actively attached to the undead by Suzy. The way the infection works is through the undead's attacks, which transmit the necrotic poison. The consumption isn't high either. Attaching an undead costs only 1 mana point. The probability of a poisoned person being infected with the undead is not low, about 50%. But, skeleton warrior, goblin, power, 2, physical, 1, intelligence, 0, agility, 1, skills, none. Suzy. It was an undead formed by contagion after he infected a kobold with necrotic poison. The name is the same as skeleton warrior. Except the skeleton is vaguely recognizable as a kobold-like, rather hideous one. But this property, a middle schooler could kill a few, right? With all due respect to Susie, this was the first time he had seen such a crotch-pulling monster. Well, after all, this undead corpse is just a tiny kobold, and transformed undead creatures tend to be weaker than they were in life. And it's understandable that they become so crotch-pulling. If it was replaced with a strong monster, the attributes wouldn't be so weak. In fact, most of the undead used by necromancers are transformed themselves using similar means. How can you participate in advanced battles with the kind of trashy skeleton warriors you simply summon? Not even qualified to be cannon fodder. Susie casually slapped this goblin skeleton to death. With this 1 point of agility, by the time it walked to the abyssal portal, it would be tomorrow. Then they continued on their way with the zombies. Susie walked for 2 hours before arriving at where the abyss portal was. The scene changes instantly when you get here. One tent after another, densely packed. There were more people, too. Susie also saw the portal to the abyss, a twisted, massive black vortex that emanated an ominous aura. It was about 3 stories tall and a deep black color that made the air around it a little more chilly. Easy difficulty. 4 missing. Any reliable shield warriors out there? I'm short of a sword fighter for the main battle. No recent graduates. Something reliable. Normal difficulty. Paid to take flight. With thighs to hold. Want to sign up as soon as possible. Students are welcome, ha. A loud shout made the place look almost like a copy of an online game. But the ones who actually need to pull manpower in places like this are the lowest level professionals. Often they can only clear the easy difficulty, and they rely on brushing the easiest difficulty to subsidize their families and level up a little. Although life was a lot better than normal, it was the bottom of the professional ladder. Susie strides over and is quickly seen by them. A necromancer? There are still people transferring to such professions these days? And it looks like they're still freshmen? Teachers so every day to say, actually transfer this career. What does this student think? They looked at Susie with a bit of condescension in their eyes, though they are the lowest level of professionals. But it doesn't stop them from thinking that Suze is a bit more bottom of the barrel than they are. And when they saw the zombie beside Suze, someone's eyes immediately lit up. I can't believe it's not the lowest level of skeleton warrior. This kid learned the skill book. A necromancer skill book is super expensive. That's rich. This student, team up? An old fart instantly came over. We have 3 B rank evaluators in our team, all at LV 10, guaranteed to pass the easy difficulty, and take you for a ride for only $100,000. What are your 3 B ranks? Occupation matching is the most important thing, a man next to him said. Classmate, our team has shield warriors, mages, thieves, archers, the most perfect lineup, guaranteed clearance survival rate, for only $150,000. Some people even simply used their beauty. A female mage pulled her collar open a little. Little handsome boy, how about letting your sister lead you? Sister, I am very strong. Only 200,000. I guarantee to take you through the simple abyss. Susie, am I that much of a sucker? He commanded the zombies to separate the men and walk over to the abyssal portal. Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. Level, LV1 LV20. Difficulty, easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell, real. 172 days left in the countdown to the abyssal invasion. Entering the abyss/viewing exploration records. The exploration record was the route of those bigwigs who had found Susie before. But the online one was someone's screenshot and then sent it over. And the one here was the real record. Abyssal invasion is the descent of the abyss that occurs when you fail to clear the hell level difficulty for a year. This means that no one will be able to clear the hell level difficulty in the next 172 days. And the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts will descend into the real world. The descent range is the city of Gennaro, which could be the city center, could be the middle of nowhere, could be. Susie finished consulting the information about the abyss and began to make a difficulty selection. Teachers recommend that novices attempt the abyss for the first time by forming a group of 5 reasonably well-matched professions and choosing the easiest difficulty to start attacking little by little, only upping the difficulty when the easy difficulty fails to give any pressure at all. Then I'll just pick any difficulty. Next, the black vortex swallowed Suze's figure. The professional next to him froze and was shocked. Asterisk. This kid went in alone. Is this a one-shot? Are you kidding me? The most crotch-pulling necromancer solo? Is he looking for death? Couldn't be pissed off by the current state of necromancers? Planning to commit suicide, right? Then group me along too. At least I can help you collect your corpse. Abyss, Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. Level, LV1 LV20. Difficulty, difficult. Objective, kill the leader, golden abbot. Description, a respected old abbot, addressing a group of martial arts monks, said, "Let's build a pagoda together, and then we'll refine our martial arts together." The martial monks nodded their heads and contributed men and women to the eventual construction of a 9-story tower. Then, they've all disappeared. Chapter 21, Wildly Brushing Physique. The dim candlelight, with a few eerie hints, illuminated the surroundings in a deep shade of red. It was as thick a color as if it were blood. The smell was slightly odd. The characteristic dusty smell of a room that had been sealed and dusted for a long time. Is this the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts? Suze was wearing a Beast Emperor's suit, quietly gazing at the space. This was the first level of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts, though they say it's a tower, and there does seem to be a ceiling in the sky, but as far as the eye could reach, it was vast, as if boundless, without a single pillar of stone to support it. Only at the farthest point were a few faint glimpses of the walls. Such a building. I don't know how it is held up, Suze secretly said in his heart. Perhaps it's some kind of transcendent power? Here, it's the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. As an abyss that has been around for a long time, people have long been quite familiar with it. The monster type is Martial Monk Bronze, a physical attribute monster. Produces equipment for the Martial Monk and Warrior classes. The strategy is also very simple. Just fight your way up one level at a time. The highest is 9 floors and the boss is at the very top. Fight the boss and pass the level. There was not the slightest trickery in the whole thing. Just one word, fight. Fight all the way through and win. Come on. Come and try to see how difficult the true abyss really is. Suze let out a long breath. Next, candlelight flickers. Several heavy figures emerged from the gloom. The living. Come. Join us in the way of the martial monk. Together, we can do anything. It was a man with a bronze-colored body, bare-chested and wearing a monk's underclothes, which at first glance looked a bit like the bronze man in the 18 bronze men formation of the Shaolin Temple in his previous life. It was just that unlike the normal monk's benevolent expression, the expression of this group of martial monks was filled with the color of madness. Bronze monk. Level, LV11. Blood, 3000. Attack power, 200. Skills, none. LV11 monster. A full 3000 in blood. You know, the Bloodhoof chief that a normal A-rank evaluation should kill in the basic trial is only 5000 blood. This, however, is one of the weakest gargoyles here. It's worthy of being a difficult difficulty. It's really difficult enough. Suze waved his hand. Summon the zombies. With his 61 points of intelligence, he had summoned a full 20 zombies in one breath this time. He gave me a big hand. Give it to me. Roar. Roar. The zombies hissed and rushed up, tangling with the martial monk. Come. Share the Dharma with me. The martial monks had a frenzied look in their eyes and attacked with their bare arms. Both sides were unarmed. All bare hands. But although both sides were physique-stream monsters, there was a huge difference. The martial arts monks shouted fervently, bracing the zombies' attack with one hand, then grabbing at the zombie's arm with the other and snapping it in one smooth motion. Then the whole person pasted up, not minding in the slightest that the zombie was already a corpse long ago. It was a direct backdrop, combined with that bare-chested body and firm muscles. It was philosophical throughout. Suzy, originally, at a time like this, he should have roared out in anger, corpse, you died a horrible death. I will avenge you. Lines to mobilize his own sadness and trigger the talent. But, looking at this philosophical male sign-flavored battle scene, he only felt a little spicy. Calm down. Calm down. Corpse is my good buddy. My good buddy. My good buddy. It took him 3 consecutive breaths to calm down. Then, damn martial arts monk. You actually put my corpse brother in this philosophical pose. You're asking for death. Suzy struggled to grieve, brewing with emotion. In the process, the zombies keep getting killed. On average, 5 zombies could barely kill a martial bronze monk. The zombies will be killed 3 more times in the process. The difference in strength between the two sides was evident. Minus 154. The zombie body is dead. Next, coming. Suzy took a deep breath as his feelings finally brewed into place, triggering the talent, the legacy of a dear friend. Your constitution increases by 10 points. Milk thought. Suzy's newly brewing sadness was almost washed away by this happy news. He hurriedly punched a martial arts bronze monk and smashed him to pieces before calming down his inner turmoil. For the corpse brothers' revenge. For the sake of our bond. Suzy shouted, waving his fists and rushing forward. The corpse brothers, by now, were all about to die in battle anyway. The martial bronze monks looked at the necromancer in front of them and rushed at them shouting about bonds and partners and whatnot. But, well, you're a necromancer. Shouldn't you cast your spell slowly and remotely? It's giving us a chance. Come, join us in the Dharma. The martial bronze monk shouted, intending to take advantage of the necromancer's head in the water in front of him and introduce him to his Buddhist path. Then he saw a fist land in front of him, closer and closer and closer. Bang! Minus 7010. Slaying martial bronze monk, gaining 21 points of experience. The martial monk bronze man with a mere 3,000 blood was naturally unbeatable under Susie's attack power of over 7,000 straight up seconds. Suze was still not satisfied after he seconded a martial monk bronze man and skimmed his mouth. It's true that the basic trial experience is rich and famous, drying up a guy who was far stronger than a minotaur herder by 5 times. And as a result, the harvested experience is about the same as killing a LV1 minotaur. I'm still on hard difficulty here. Sure enough, the newbie perks are only available initially. Susie, feel like you're killing less in the basic trials. Asterisk. The martial arts bronze man, however, was surprised and taken aback. What the kind of attack power is that? This guy's mouth cries out for custody. The power of this bond is actually so strong? No, our Buddhism is the strongest. The martial monk bronze people roared and attacked towards Suze. This time, however, they were much more careful. Suze didn't care about that much. With the Beast Emperor set's enhancement, his physique wasn't weak in the first place. Now that you're starting to add a bit of physical fitness again, then you don't need to worry too much. He swung his fists and went straight for the martial arts bronze. However, the body of the martial monk bronze man was slightly shrunken and took half a step back to avoid it. At the same time that martial bronze monk extended his hands and tried to grab Susie's arms. Martial monk? Susie's eyes narrowed slightly. Martial arts monks have always been the top profession in the fighting world and are very good at empty-hand fighting. Although the martial monk bronze man was a monster, he seemed to have a few instincts of a martial monk, and carried very superior fighting skills between his hands and feet. It looks like the raiders were right. There aren't a lot of these martial bronze monks, but there's really no way to pick them apart skill-wise. The Tower of Ancient Martial Arts was an abyss that had already appeared for half a year, and its detailed information had long been scouted out. Although the monsters within it are not numerous, they have some fighting skills and their overall strength is not inferior to other abysses. The official guide given also suggests that warriors, martial arts monks, berserkers, thieves, and other professions that need to engage the enemy in melee combat, learn the reaction moves of the martial arts bronze man. As could be seen from the subtle movements at the moment, this martial monk bronze man's reaction was incomparably swift. If Suze was in existence with similar attributes to him, even if it was one-on-one, I'm afraid that he would have seized the opportunity to counterattack swiftly. But, the difference in attributes between me and you is greater than the difference in attributes between you and a pig. Suze let him grab himself, then backhanded the martial monk bronze man's arm and swung it straight up. Bang! 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 A great windmill, blasting the martial monk bronze man, who tried to take advantage of the opportunity to attack Suze, to pieces. Minus 7151. Slaying martial bronze monk, gaining 21 points of experience. Minus 7092. Slaying martial bronze monk, gaining 23 points of experience. Minus 6995. Slaying martial bronze monk, gaining experience. The end. Susie said indifferently. The first floor of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts only had 10 martial monk bronze men, which was very easy to deal with. After a flurry of killing, Susie glanced down at the dead martial monk bronze man. Even though it was said to be human, the movements were no different from those of a human. However, the wounds of the shattered martial monk bronze man were as if he was a bronze statue, with no blood or flesh to be seen. On the contrary, if one reached out and touched the skin of the bronze man of the martial monk, one could feel a few softness, as if it were a real person. The evil abyss. Susie bristled. However, this abyss is very newcomer friendly and is the official recommended abyss for newbies to experience in Janyang City. One reason is because of the simple way of raiding the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. The enemies are further divided into layers and layers, and each single layer is isolated. The monsters will not change their floors, so they won't be able to mobilize all of their troops in one breath to besiege the professionals. Secondly, it was because the skills displayed by the martial monk bronze man were very suitable for new professionals to learn. Melee professionals such as fighters and martial arts monks can learn their moves. Mage class professionals can also learn the skills to deal with fighters through actual combat. Like Susie can also learn the dodging and attacking techniques of the martial monk bronze Even in the battle just now, he had a few feelings. These martial arts bronze monks are much more competent and precise than the fighting techniques taught by their school teachers. More excellent, Suzy said thoughtfully. Although the school for professionals teaches a lot of things and he learns them well, but after all, it was still flesh and blood before, and many of the movements and techniques, even if the teachers really taught them, Suzy couldn't do them. And now, I can use the counter move of that martial arts bronze monk just now. Suzy's eyes flickered as he contemplated the movements of the martial monk bronze man just now, recalling the scene. 3 minutes later, seriously reflecting on the situation, Suzy realized that he had improved even more in the area of fighting. Wait. Suzy's entire body was just a beat. I seem to be a mage again? Or the least manipulative necromancer? After the meditation ended, Suzy proceeded to continue attacking the abyss. On the second level of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts, the enemies he encountered were 30 martial monk coppers. As always, he first summoned the 20 zombies and released them out to die. Only after the zombies had all died in battle did he begin to clean up the group of martial arts bronze monks one by one. One level of zombies at a time. One level of summoning at a time. In fact, Suzy could theoretically take out 30 zombies in one breath. And that was Suzy's upper limit. Abyss can also move with zombies. It's just that this Tower of Ancient Martial Arts has a special mechanism that isolates each floor. At first glance they appear to be just floors connected by stairs, but in reality they are nearly different spaces. Suzy could have arranged for the zombies to go upstairs, but the zombies just disappeared without knowing where they were after they went upstairs. In fact, there are many similar situations. The most typical was when going in and out of the abyss. Suzy had no way to take the undead around him. Undead under his control or not. No. This seemed to be an effective space, and even if Suzy made an army of millions of undead in the abyss, he wouldn't be able to take one away to the real world. Can only be resummoned in the real world? The reverse is also true. It was also a weakening for necromancers in the event of an unexpected situation. They were unable to bring out their maximum combat power. However, Suzy remembered that when the necromancer upgraded to a very high level, he could learn some special skills. That way you can carry the undead with you. This special mechanism of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts was very difficult for ordinary necromancers. But to Suzy, the difference is not big, the big deal is to just resummon. I just accumulate zombies anyway, and I have to restore my mana by meditating. To Suzy, the most troublesome thing had always been restoring mana, not some accumulation of undead. In contrast, the unique layered structure of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts allowed Suzy to meditate and recover his mana at ease after clearing the first layer of martial monks, without the need to be externally vigilant at all times. Instead, efficiency will improve. As the second level ended, Suzy began to fight the third level, the 50 martial monk bronze men. And then there's the fourth level. Although the number of monsters was still 50, the monsters themselves had changed, becoming 40 martial monk bronzes, as well as 10 martial monk golds. The golden monk. Level, LV 14. Blood, 5000. Attack power, 250. Skill, inch strength. Elite monsters. This amount of blood was already comparable to the Minotaur chief of the basic trial. And the fighting skills are a step ahead of the martial arts monk copperman. Even inch strength is a tricky skill to deepen one's attacks. But, bang! Minus 6982. Kill the martial monk golden man and gain 77 points of experience. Suzy spread his hands out. Whether 1 or 2 grains of floating dust are eradicated, they are difficult to recognize with the naked eye. Even 2 grains of dust is better, because the harvest is greater. But although it was all seconds, Suzy's raider speed was not fast. He ultimately chose to come and learn the tricks of the martial monks even though he was a mage. But nah, his strongest attribute right now was strength. A little time wasted can drastically enhance one's use of power. Why not? Suzy was a schoolteacher after all, and learned these things quickly. Obviously the higher you climbed, the stronger and more numerous the monsters became. But instead, he consumed a little less time. And that's how you fight all the way to the 8th floor. He didn't just move up a level. At the same time the physique has improved to a great extent. SOS, occupation, necromancer. Level, LV 12. Life value, 31. 700, plus 15. 000. Mana, 770. Power, 732. Physical fitness, 317, plus 70. Intelligence, 67, plus 10. Agility, 13. Physique breaks 300 straight away. If it wasn't for the fact that the martial monk's attacks were quite spicy and made it easy to get distracted, he definitely could have added more. It's true that good brothers are reliable. Suzy looked at the panel and was filled with joy. The Beast Emperor set, which was just one piece away from being complete, only gave a measly 70 points of constitution. The staff that the big guys rewarded, even more so, only gave 10 points of intelligence and not even a single special effect. What equipment can match the dedication of good brothers? No. The last floor. Suzy ended his meditation and glanced at the corpses of the martial arts monks and jinns that littered the ground. Then take the zombies up the stairs to the 9th floor. Open the door to the 9th floor. It was a shadowy world. The candlelight was faint and it was difficult to see around. The area was also 100 times smaller than the 8th floor, only the size of a room. This place was rather similar to the size of a normal stupa, in a few ways. Then, Suzy looked at the figure in front of him, sitting in meditation against the Buddha statue. The 8th floor, but there were a full 99 martial arts monks and jinns, almost filling up the entire space. And the 9th level. There's only one. Chapter 22, The Immortal Caresses My Top, and a palm shatters the spirit of heaven. Jianyang City. A private training ground. Xia Shualan clenched her shell teeth as she dodged a centaur's attack. That head of the centaur was of a very high level, obviously just a bow and arrow, but as if a machine gun, de shot non-stop, forcing Xia Shualan to dodge non-stop, and from time to time, he also had to use the sword in his hand to cut off the other party's arrows. It's just obvious that this training is extremely stressful. A trail of blood had long appeared on Xia Shualan's body, and her clothes were soaked with blood. Shualan, why don't we stop for a while? Next to her, a gorgeous woman said heartily, you've only just returned from the abyss, and you're training so playfully. Your body won't be able to handle it. A middle-aged man next to him also said, yes Shualan, at least rest for a while before continuing. No way. Father, please continue. Xia Shualan clenched his teeth. I can still do it, but you've only just returned from the abyss, and you're already very tired yourself. Xia's father had a complicated expression and said softly, why do you need to play with your life? If I don't play with my life, how am I going to surpass Suzy and walk on my own invincible path? Xia Shualan panted heavily, but his expression was incomparably determined. Father, mother, please don't try to persuade me anymore. I already have a big advantage. Not only have you guys provided me with equipment, even the teammates I'm teaming up with are your handpicked, experienced professionals. I can keep clearing the simple abyss and upgrading quickly with their help. I feel like a loser if I didn't fight tooth and nail to catch up with that man in this situation. And what else is strong? She clenched her teeth and pointed the sword in her hand at the centaur. Uncle Ma, please continue. The summoned beast centaur looked at his master with a helpless face. Xia's father and mother wanted to say something. Their own daughter's strong nature. They understand, but isn't it a little too crazy now? Ahem. Shualan. In the end, it was Father Xia who coughed. It's good that you're keen on training, but you shouldn't overdo it. You're covered in injuries now. It's not suitable for you to continue practicing against my summoned beasts. Let's go back to the bedroom first to put some medicine on it and get better. Training with an injury is also something that can affect the efficiency of training. Xia Shualan frowned and felt justified, so he waved at the centaur. Then Uncle Ma, we'll continue this afternoon, he said, walking back to his bedroom. Her sigh just left. Next, surname Xia. It's you who fooled my daughter and made her play with her life like this. Xia's mother stormed up and fiercely punched Xia's father. What invincible path? Invincible heart. It's all bull ********. Who let you fool a little girl like that? Now the daughter really believe. Also really go what your invincible road. The result is a little boy blocked in this small Jane city 3 years. 3 years? Have you ever punked your own daughter like that? Her fists were hefty and windy, and when she punched through, the wind of her fist alone blasted the tables and chairs. Obviously a high-level professional. Xia's father clutched his head and fled in a mess, while helplessly saying, wife, I was also fooled. It's all because of that bastard old Lu, bragging to me about what he was on campus to beat up all his peers. Even took the initiative to go to the door to challenge the masters of each school, awakening the heart of the strong, and from then on in the road of the professional to go smooth sailing. Who knew that was just blowing blind chicken and was fooling me? Xia's father looked helpless. It was an accident. When Xia Shualan was a child, Xia's father sparred with his colleague Lao Lu and was told after being hung by him, the reason why he, Lao Lu, was so strong was because he was as one in essence, forging invincibility through constant victories since he was a child. Old Lu said that the momentum of invincibility is an indefinable special state of mind. The momentum is like a rainbow, always confident in themselves, so they can exert 120% of the power of their own skills. He relied on this invincible momentum to fight his way to a reputation of being invincible at the same level. It's not a problem to go over the top and challenge. When Xia's father heard this, his body shook, feeling that what old Lu said made too much sense. However, he obviously had no way to create an invincible force, so he placed his hopes on his daughter, Xia Xuelan. After he informed Xia Xuelan of this matter in detail, the young Xia Xuelan also felt that it made sense, and the father and daughter discussed it and decided to let Xia Xuelan start on the path of invincibility from a young age and cultivate the heart of invincibility. But it's not good to hit the door directly, so let Xia Xuelan transfer to more than one school, become the first in the whole school exams, and then immediately change schools and continue to take the exams of another school. By so defeating all the people of your age that you see, you will probably be able to develop an invincible mind. So Xia Xuelan from elementary school began to change schools, non-stop to the first grade, crushed the whole field, and then decisively changed schools, an average of 6 times a year to change the school, and continuously gone for several years. Originally, this road to invincibility was going quite smoothly. As a result, in the first year of high school, because of his father's work, came to the city of Jianyang, transferred into the 3rd middle school, met the open Suzy. The road to invincibility, all of a sudden, is stuck. Xia Xuelan also rooted in the 3rd middle school, staring at Suzy at all times, more than the results, more than the rating, more than the grade, but it just doesn't compare. This is awkward. A more critical point is that Xia's father learned in a chance meeting that although the old Lu declared to himself that back then he was arrogant as a grandfather in front of those classmates, but the reality is, during the school year, this guy is often taught to act like a grandson by his peers. This ing. The invincible road. Old Lu. Xia's father cried without tears. You're really harming people. He had actually considered telling Xia Xuelan the truth a long time ago, but watched his own daughter press herself over and over again, working non-stop and striving for several years in order to walk through the invincible path. There was really no way for him to say sorry. Daughter, I was also tricked by a coworker, and the invincible path doesn't really help at all. Calm down, wife. Watching his daughter-in-law angrily draw her knife, Xia's father hurriedly hugged his daughter-in-law and said, no matter what, making an effort is better than touching the fish. And this is a good thing for Xuelan. Before she even became a professional, Xuelan trained hard, and now she's already calling it desperation. Xia mother was shocked. Are you asking our daughter to train herself to death? Xia's father hurriedly said, not so much. I will keep an eye on her. And actually, it's not without benefit for her to train like this. Benefits? Yes, counting the time. Another abyss is about to get out of control, and the association is trying to find a way to resolve the matter. Father Xia's expression was solemn as he said seriously, in fact, my business trip a few days ago was also for this matter. With any luck, Xuelan is involved. The harvest won't be small. The abyss, the tower of ancient martial arts. 9th floor. It's just one boss. Suze's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the figure with his back to himself, wearing a robe. The difficulty of this abyss is that the higher the layer, the more difficult it is. Obviously, this boss was stronger than the 99 martial monkins on the 8th floor combined. Schizo, you're here. It was a robe-clad abbot, who was sitting quietly on top of a futon, facing a large Buddha, burning incense, and knocking on a wooden fish, as if he was in the midst of Buddhist practice. His form did not turn, but his voice came as it should. It's been a hard day's work coming all the way here from the 1st floor. Wouldn't it be nice to join the old monk here, burning incense and chanting sutras, banging on the wooden fish, practicing martial arts, and keeping a green lantern on the ancient Buddha? His voice was soft, as if he were a compassionate old monk, with a few unique infectious qualities. Susie's face was expressionless as he silently summoned the zombie. Then reach out and point. The zombies hissed and pounced. The old monk didn't move a muscle, and in an instant, the zombies had pounced on him. Next, there was a distortion underneath the old monk's robe. There was a click. The robe shattered violently. It turned into countless rags and splashed around, then revealed a body that seems like a monster. He, 8 feet tall, with muscles towering all over his body. His arm is a few points thicker than Suze's waist, and it is also covered with veins, and his skin seems to have brushed a layer of gold powder. As he moved his body, the zombies that had just pounced on him, as if they were a few small toys, were easily thrown out a good distance away, jerking his head around to reveal only a mouthful of the faceless phase. Golden Abbot, level, LV 20, blood, 50, 000, attack power, 2000, skill 1, inch strength, Skill 2, Faceless Golden Body. Skill 3, Vajra Voodoo Fist. Giver. Ah, Guru. Why don't you want to join me in the Green Lantern? Golden Abbot 2. The zombie yelled. Yes, he said this giver to the zombie. Why? The golden-bodied abbot slapped the zombie to death, then hugged it and shouted. Why are you obsessed with enlightenment? Sure, master? Zombie? Susie. Does this monster in the abyss of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts have a hard time in his heart without saying something tawdry? He grimaced and tried to make himself sad while ordering the zombies forward with a single finger. The golden abbot also did not hesitate to let out a cry. Scholar, isn't it good to burn incense and recite sutras with the old monk? Is it bad to bang on a wooden fish? Is it bad to have a green light? Why can't the scholar listen to the old monk? He shouted up and slapped a zombie to death. The winds of the fists were whistling, and the momentum was amazing. Bang! He punched over, and the zombie's entire body flew backwards, smashing directly into the wall. Upon closer inspection, a large hole appeared in the zombie's back, and its internal organs had long been lost. Inch power, deliver a blow of 130% of your own attack power. It's not a very strong attack skill, only average. However, when placed on the golden body abbot, it was as if every punch and kick came with inches of damage. But, this skill doesn't seem to have much significance in fighting zombies, Susie said in his heart. The zombie's blood level is just 1,000, and the damage from your normal attacks is overflowing, let alone using skills as well. Using zombies to drain your opponent's stamina. Very profitable. So Susie drove all the zombies over and then yelled from behind. Corpse, why did you go first? Corpse, triggering the talent, the legacy of a dear friend. Your physique increases by 10 points. 1, 2, 3. The zombies eventually regroup. The golden abbot folded his hands together, and on that faceless face, it seemed as if he was trying to make a few expressions of kindness, but in the end, all that was left behind was a grimace. Schmuck, you're all that's left now, but don't be obsessed. Why don't you join the old monk here at the Green Lantern? Wouldn't it be beautiful? Bump! A leg kick checked by Soz. Minus 6,512. Sorry, ugly refusal. Susie bristled. With all due respect, with your ugly appearance, even zombies don't care to stay with you. Golden Abbot, who was kicked off. He reacted for half a day before he could figure out what Susie was talking about. There was a sudden burst of anger. Scholar, my Buddha also has a Vajra wrath. He blasted out his fist, his thick arm, emitting a few golden colors. Vajra Voodoo Fist. Vajra Voodoo Fist delivers a strike of light attribute, attacking at 150% of one's own attack power, with increased damage against evil, in attributes, etc. N. Susie, the necromancer, was a typical in attribute. The faceless face of the golden abbot flashed with a grim expression. A mere necromancer. How dare you be arrogant in front of my Buddha? Bang! It was a tight punch. Minus 3,705. Breaking 3,000 damage. For any professional, it's a broken level of damage. But, just this? Suze raised an eyebrow. Monk, your Buddhism is not as good as my Taoism. Eat my Taoist fist technique. He took a deep breath, and his hands traced movements with a distinctive rhythm. A hand slapped at the golden abbot's head. The white jade capital in the sky. 12 floors in 5 cities. The immortal stroked my top and shattered the spirit of heaven with a slap. Minus 6,423. Give me death. Chapter 23, The Coming Abyss. Successfully killed the leader, Golden Abbot. Completed the exploration of the abyss. Total time, 17 hours and 23 minutes. Please ask if you want to leave the abyss. Note, if you do not leave the abyss, you can remain in the abyss for 72 hours. To remain in the abyss is to have more opportunities to explore. However, this was just an ordinary abyss that could be entered at will, so Suze naturally had no interest in it. Disengage. Settle the reward for you. You gain spirit crystals, 500. You gain experience, 2,500. You get materials, martial monk gold powder *5. Golden man sherry *3. You have obtained the equipment, golden man gloves. Settlement complete. Pretty good luck. The settlement actually settled out a piece of equipment. Susie shrugged his shoulders. But in the abyss just now, he didn't fight easy at all. The front of the martial monk the final boss host, in Suze's strong Taoism, actually resisted several rounds, before finally also have no face to admit that Buddhism is not as good as Taoism. By the way, this no face is also literal. His face was hardened and lost by Susie. Not a good fight. Susie sighed lightly. It took him a full 10 rounds of Daofa to kill the golden body abbot, and in order to fight these 10 rounds of Dao, Suze hardened himself to take 7 punches from the golden body abbot. The two sides tangled up, and in the end, it was due to the fact that his strength was far superior to that of the other side that Suze pressed him to the ground and rode on top of the other side to fight, before he killed the golden-bodied abbot in a single breath. I'm still inferior to a martial monk in terms of skill, especially since my agility attribute is so low that it's hard to catch a nimble boss without taking enemy attacks first. Each property has its own aspects involved. For example, strength affects physical attack power, explosive power, etc. Physique, on the other hand, affects defense, endurance, abnormal resistance, and blood. Intelligence affects mana, spell strength, calculation speed, etc. Agility affects movement speed, strike speed, balance, reflexes. Other attributes that are not supported by a good brother are not naturally high. Although his physique and strength were far above the boss, his agility attribute couldn't keep up, making it difficult for him to seize the opportunity to attack the boss. One can only rely on a punch for a punch to fight back. This is the plank principle. It was clear that Suzy was completely crushing his opponent in terms of attributes, but he was fighting in a very unproductive manner. It's still a physique stream boss, not exactly swift movements. If it's an agility stream boss, maybe I won't even be able to catch a counterattack, Suzy said in his heart. Agility attribute. Perhaps it should be boosted as well. The skill book for summoning agility stream undead should be on the agenda. But think about the price of skill books. Suzy's mouth twitched at once. Although I hadn't paid attention to the prices of other summoning skill books before because I had been hit too hard, but by any stretch of the imagination, it has to be way more expensive than the lowest level summoning zombies, and my main attribute of intelligence. Suzy thought as the space around him distorted. His entire body then stepped out of the abyss. The abyss portal contracted, and Suze's figure emerged at the entrance of the portal. Someone's coming out? Why is he alone? Where are his teammates? It can't be dead. Wait a minute. This kid seems to be the necromancer who went in just now. There was a cacophony of surprise on the faces of the surrounding professionals. It took Suzy 17 hours to clear the abyss, which seems long at first, but that's literally no different than 17 minutes for Raider Abyss. Even the simplest of the basic trials took the students 4 days to raid. What was a mere 17 hours? This was as natural a memory for the surrounding professionals as just going in. They immediately thought of Suzy's going in alone. He's soloing. The professionals were shocked. Those who dared to single brush the abyss are fierce people, and a necromancer at that. Wait, he's Suze. Someone looked at Suze's face and woke up with a start, exclaiming in shock. The others were shocked at what they heard. Suzy? The one who ranked first in the basic trial? A top genius at the SSS level? That unprecedented necromancer scholar? I heard he turned down the top S-rank contract offered by the Godfound group. Nonsense. If it were me I'd refuse too. He's an SSS-ranked genius. Why would he accept an S-ranked contract? I think you're just an idiot. Have you forgotten his profession as a necromancer? It's nice to be able to give this contract. I heard that Suze in the basic trial on the wild level, boiled to LV10, immediately began to launch the undead natural disaster, before passing the basic trial. This operation is too simple. As long as the luck is good in the early stage. I'm on me too. You're on you're okay? Then you'll give me a pass on an easy difficulty tower of ancient martial arts? You can't unleash the undead plague here. Maybe he got something good at the basic trial? Look at the equipment he's wearing. It looks like a complete set of high-level equipment. The voices of the professionals kept coming. The first in the basic trial. This is similar to the top student in the college entrance examination when looking at the previous world. Naturally, it was the talk of the crowd. The few people who had previously approached Suzy to talk about pay to drive immediately slapped their thighs. A pity. If I had known it was Suzy, I would have gotten him to team up myself. The two of us teamed up to clear the simple abyss. This harvest can be twice as big as a 5-player clearance, especially the female mage who wanted to seduce at the very beginning, was even more winking. Lotus steps forward, as if as long as Suzy casually a few words, he could take him away, and at night let him raise his legs and surrender. Suzy looked at the crowd and gently shook his head. Although he was disliked by those corporations, he was a high-class existence in the eyes of these ordinary professionals, even if all anyone knows is that they are underestimated by the big boys. Jianyang City, high-level meetings. The president of the Professionals Association, Tong Peng Gang, and others, all gathered here. Their faces were somber, their brows furrowed. The abyssal underworld ghost cave has more than a month to go before it descends. But we don't have anyone who can clear the hell grade difficulty yet. Tong Peng Gang sighed lightly. At this rate, I'm afraid it's going to be dangerous. The others were also sad. The Abyss, which has been invading the world. The Abyss, on the other hand, has always been tackled by the professionals of the corresponding class. The Underworld Ghost Cave was originally an abyss that appeared not long after last year's freshmen had graduated, corresponding to low-level professions with ranks of LV1 LV20, and should logically have been resolved by the previous class of freshmen. But nah, last year's freshman at Jane City was beyond crotch-pulling. It's amazing that there's not a single student with an S rating, even the A-level students. There are no particularly colorful characters. In the end, several A-rank students teamed up to attempt a strong attack, but they were unable to help this abyss, and instead, they were all destroyed. The other students were then scared even more to go through the Underworld Ghost Cave. The result is that this abyss has been dragged hard and unresolved. Does our city have a team that can tackle it right now? Jing Jing, the chief mage of the city guards, spoke up. Is there any experienced squad that would be willing to go out for a bit? Just those losers left behind? Li Yuehong, the founder of the Divine Abundance Group, bristled. In my opinion, relying on them is not as reliable as relying on the newborns. Although the Abyss didn't give much experience compared to the basic trials, there was always something. Even if you play it steady and only brush the easy difficulty, as long as you are willing to work hard and don't suck too much on your own, you'll be almost upgraded to LV20 in a year's time. So not counting this year's freshmen, the rest of the people who haven't even broken LV20 clearly belong to the most incompetent group of professionals. Relying on them to get through the abyss? Might as well count on this year's freshmen. This year's freshmen have a few good seedlings, but there's not enough time. Tung Pengang shook his head inside. They've only just begun to come into contact with the abyss, but given another 3 months, they can grow up. But now, old Xia, did you do what I asked you to do? He twisted his head over and looked at Xia Shualan's father, Xia Yidong. Xia Yidong also whispered, I went to inquire about the provincial city, and also looked for a few strong provinces along the coast, and also made contact with a few highly rated students, but they don't seem to have much interest in the Underworld Ghost Cave, trying to get outside help. It's hard. Every city has an abyss that must be addressed, and who wants their own genius to fight for his life in another city? Even if the city of Jianyang was willing to put up the payoff, the other cities weren't so willing. The geniuses had only just succeeded in their transitions, but the abyss was only a month or so away from descending. That's too short a time. Geniuses that aren't fully nurtured can easily die young. There was a moment of silence. They're trying to go out and get outside help because they can't afford to give up their homegrown geniuses themselves. Keep looking and see if there will be anyone willing to support us. Tong Pangang sighed. Then your side also combined. Gather those talented children in our hands. Don't hide them. Let's see about putting those geniuses together in a team and raiding the abyss together. My side also apply to the higher level to give our children in Jianyang a little support boost. Hoping to overcome this difficulty, he lifted his head and looked at the crowd. Gentlemen, please also do your best. After all, we all know that once we let the abyss descend into reality, there will be big trouble. If the descent happens to be in the city, that's even more of a disaster. The crowd sniffed and nodded. Don't worry, at least it's our hometown. I won't be stingy. The S-rated Lai Hyunghwa I just signed is great. The Xiang Xiang I signed here is a mage despite being an A rank. Well suited to this abyss and should be able to make an impact. And my family's Xianghua, he can also. The people spoke as you spoke, naming the talented youngsters signed by their own families, and began to form a cultivation list. Deng Pengang also added a few teenagers who were not signed to the company, but had good talent, and was going to put everyone together to see if they could form the strongest team. Xia Yidong also recommended his daughter Xia Shuelan. Raiding the abyss is dangerous, but there are benefits, especially for this kind of raiding operation that gathered the city's strength to cultivate the optimal geniuses and form the strongest team. The officials would surely give a lot of benefits to let the teenagers grow up quickly. This was the reason why he had enrolled Xia Shuelan. Just looking at the list that is no longer growing and thinking about the culprits who are responsible for the severing of my own daughter's path to invincibility, he blinked and said, Say, not counting that Suzy? He's this year's top student, SSS rating, the only one of its kind in the country. Not putting him in? This time, there was no second SSS ranked evaluation that appeared in the country, and Suzy thus became the top student in the country. Although his case is unique, is it too? For the national top student to be on the list of cultivated talents? It's better not to release him. This abyss is not suitable for him to play. He won't be able to solve this abyss. That's right, that's just a necromancer with limited potential. Relying on trickery is never the right way to go. The crowd shook their heads. And of course, most importantly, it's a complete waste to have him on this list and to dilute the resources of the others. Chapter 24. It was Suzy who won the hemp. After Suzy finished challenging the abyss, he came straight home without continuing the challenge. Don't look at Suzy to pass the level as if it wasn't difficult, but in reality, he had spent more than 10 whole hours to pass a single tower of ancient martial arts. By the time he exited the abyss, it was the next day. Though the professionals all had an abundance of energy, it also made him a bit tired. But it was also clear that he wasn't fit to go into the abyss one after the other. Practically every professional does not break into the abyss one after another, an abyss that consumes time often in days. During this time, you can't rest well at all, and you need to be constantly on the lookout for monsters. The stakes are high. Oftentimes people just grit their teeth and stay up until the end of the pass, then take a few days off to recover and take stock of their harvest. When Suzy was in the basic trial, he did the same thing, staying up for 4 days in a row, and although he had a nap during that time, he didn't fall asleep. He had an average physique at that time, and in case he was sneak attacked in his sleep, it would be a big trouble. The reason why the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts is the most friendly abyss for newcomers also has the reason that it is divided by each layer of the tower, and as long as a layer of the tower is completely cleared, there will be no monsters to disturb the rest of the professionals. The harvest is not too much this time. Suzy looked at the income from this brush pass and said in his heart, like the teacher said, the rewards of the basic trial far exceed the normal abyss. He had swiped $5 million worth of gains at the basic trial at that time, not counting equipment. This time in the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts, counting the equipment, but only swiped a total of 2 million. It's still hard difficulty. If, like those unusual professionals outside the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts, the group goes to brush the simple abyss, perhaps after a flurry of effort, the equal share to each person is also 50, 000, 100, 000, as a reward for putting your life on the line to get it. That's not much to call it. Perhaps I should consider nightmare difficulty. However, the nightmare difficulty's boss attributes will definitely be further enhanced. With my little agility attribute, I may not be able to catch a counterattack. Suzy rubbed his chin and said in his heart, it's better to take a look at the Agile Undead Summoning Skill Book. If we have that, we won't have to worry about that. The Summoning Skill Book for Intelligence-Based Undead can also be looked at. That's the attribute that has the greatest enhancement effect on me, he thought, and in the spirit of selling the harvest of the abyss in passing, he made another trip to the trading house. Selling things was normal, but as soon as he looked for skill books, his mouth twitched. Skill book, Summoning Spectre. Asking price, $500 million. Skill book, Skeleton Mage Summoning. Asking price, $2 billion. Spectres are undead with the agility main attribute at LV5, much stronger than zombies and skeleton warriors. Skeleton Mage, on the other hand, is a legal undead with the intelligence main attribute, with a level of LV15, quite a bit stronger than Spectre, and belongs to a rather powerful undead summoner now, so at both expensive price, Suzy endured. But when he took a closer look, below the introduction of the skill book, Summon Skeleton Mage, there was a line of small print remarks: out of stock locally, need to be transferred from outside the area, no guarantee of a quick supply. Suzy, forget it, it looks like you can't expect to get a new skill book anytime soon. Suzy sighed softly. With his current income, it was estimated that he would have to brush Tower of Ancient Martial Arts hard 200 times before he could buy a skill book for summoning a ghost. Of course, the rewards go up proportionally for brushing higher difficulty abyssals. But the problem is that nightmare difficulty is still somewhat dangerous. No, it's actually not completely impossible to pass. Suzy stroked his chin. It's a bit dangerous for the current me, but I can continue to brush up on my strength and physique. Wait until I brush my strength until I can kill a difficult abyssal boss with a single strike, and my physique until I'm immune to the attacks of a difficult abyssal boss. Then a nightmare class boss that's even harder to fight certainly won't be a problem. It's 100%. When the difficulty goes up, the bosses can be greatly enhanced though, but definitely not big enough to kill a difficult abyss boss in seconds when you can't beat a nightmare tier boss. Just in case, let's do it. Suzy didn't feel like counting much. Go. You only live once. The abyss doesn't give you a chance to start over. Anyway, it's just a few more swipes of the abyss. After the earliest basic course, the school's teaching time was changed to 7 days in order to match the rating of the abyss by the professional students. The suggested frequency of rating for students is also 7 days of painting the abyss, then listening to 1 day of school, and spending the rest of the day resting, self-training, finding teammates, and buying gear. The school program was still useful, so when the day of classes started, the students came to the school as well. Suze saw the yawning Udingwu at a glance, and the corner of his eyes twitched. Look at you, going to the mechanic again? Of course. Udingwu stood up his chest and proudly said, this time I've accomplished a 5-man chop, and sure enough, I'm much stronger after the upgrade than before. If it wasn't for the other party's lack of martial virtues and playing a wheel battle, I would have definitely been able to dry out more. Not bad for a good buddy who decided that life should be lived in the crotch. We're all professionals. Why are you so showy? Suze glanced at Udingwu and secretly shook his head. From the moment a person understands, they are slowly worn down by the years, blurring the shape of the world they first came into. And so people went from being all shapes and sizes to being all colors. People like Udingwu are the best of the colorful people, the innate whoring holy body. I remember you haven't found a company willing to invest in you yet, right? Suze covered his head and said with a helpless face, I suggest you be honest these days, don't be too reckless. Otherwise, if you look like this, other companies may not be willing to pay a lot of money to have you. Udingwu is also an A-rated, or a shield warrior, and would normally have long been the object of the company's pursuit. But the company will not just look at the evaluation. This kid at a young age, eat, drink, whore, gamble and smoke all sorts of things, at a glance is the kind of low willpower. Cannot give too high treatment. Anyway, Suzy didn't know exactly what was going on. However, he knew that although there are several companies to give the price, but Udingwu are not satisfied. The two sides are still negotiating. Maybe it is for this reason. Why are you talking like my father? Udingwu sighed. We did that for your own good. Suzy glared at him. In reality, though, he really hoped that Udingwu's path as a professional would go a little farther. After all, so many years of friendship and brotherhood. And, Suzy suddenly spoke. A wise man does not enter into love. Udingwu replied like an instinctive response. Adults must wash and massage their feet. Suzy, press the back and rub the salt. Udingwu, we will make a lot of money this year. Suzy, to be distinguished in front of people. Udingwu, must essential oil open back. Suzy, cupping and shaving. Udingwu, good luck to your home. Suzy spread her hands out. Look, just this level of tacit understanding. Udingwu died if he couldn't trigger his legacy of a dear friend talent. So's then changed his name to Zisu. Chapter 25 With you alone. You can't beat Suzy. The Xia family. Training ground. Xia Xuelan was fighting a monster. It was a one-eyed demon wolf, covered in deep black fur, oily and shiny. Sharp claws, fishy teeth, kept tearing towards Xia Xuelan. The thin sword in Xia Xuelan's hand chopped over like the wind. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. She moves like the wind, swift and incomparable, arm waving, vaguely with a few phantoms, and her attack speed keeps rising. Worthy of being my daughter. Xia Yidong, who had just returned home, couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the scene. That demonic wolf wasn't his summon, but a real monster. Because her own summons didn't dare to take her own missy seriously, Xia Xuelan took the initiative to fight the monsters in the wilderness to the death for training. It's literally beating the living daylights out of them. These days, she had been training like this. She even changes the training ground everywhere to ensure the best workout because of its monotonous terrain. Obviously have become a professional. Next slowly brush the abyss to upgrade is good. But she actually still so desperate. Xia Yidong softly lamented. After the basic trial, many people's lives changed with it. The superior treatment of major companies has also mesmerized an unknown number of professionals. The once unattainable goddesses of the school will even take it upon themselves to climb the ladder of highly rated professionals whose future is beyond imagination. Under this kind of atmosphere, the minds of many of those professionals also relaxed quite a bit. It was as if he wanted to recover all the joy he had lost. This one starts dating. That one starts tinging up. It's the most hormonal high school grade, after all. But Xia Xuelan didn't. The others were dating in the grove, and she was hacking away at the monsters in the grove. The others were dating by the creek, and she was hacking away at the monsters. Other people are dating in the park. She's hacking up monsters in the park. Highlight a carve-out. Xia Yidong watched as Xia Xuelan killed the demonic wolf at the cost of minor injuries before he coughed lightly. Let's stop for a moment. Sheridan, there's something I need to talk to you about. Now that the abyss is not far from descending, the association has decided to train a team of excellent professionals to attack the abyssal ghost cave of the underworld. Xia Yidong spelled out the results of their deliberations. Here's the cultivation list with your name on it. Get ready, then come with me to the training base. Something as dangerous as the descent of the abyss certainly requires full preparation. All those included in the list must be assembled for better training, by better teachers. Various groups, capitals, will also invest more in their members, and all kinds of equipment and skills will be provided in certain quantities. Xia Shualan looked at the list Xia Yidong handed her and frowned slightly. Father, why isn't Susie's name here? Xia Yidong said frankly, because Suze has no potential. There's no need to waste energy and cultivate him. Just because he's a necromancer? Xia Shualan's brows furrowed. He's got an SSS rating. Just because he's a necromancer. Xia Yidong said lightly, his expression calm. Xia Yidong's previous proposal to join Suze was actually not because of how he recognized Suze. Rather, this time around, the government's resources will inevitably be mobilized to give the freshman more help. Not just a mere raid on the abyss, but also a political operation. An SSS level evaluation professional, which can even be said to be the existence of the top student of the college entrance examination, is not on the cultivation list. This could easily cause offense when it was spread out, and was a major taboo for officials. There are actually a few hints of political correctness in his proposal. The reason others didn't support it is because all the major companies only support their own families and are only willing to invest in their own people. And the president Deng Pengyang, he even stuffed in a couple of well-performing A-ranked professionals, yet he still turns Suzy away. I've heard of him earlier in the year, bold and practical, not playing false. Xia Yidong secretly said in his heart, worthy of being a cadre parachuted down from above. This style of acting is really real. Yes, it was the bureaucracy of coping with getting things done that proposed to bring Soz on board. And Deng Pengyang, who vetoed the matter, is the down-to-earth, practical person. After all, the supplies that can be put in are limited. One more person to share, dilute the supplies of others, thus reducing the probability of those who are truly talented to pass the abyss. Xia Shualan frowned slightly. Although she didn't know the specifics of the situation, she was able to guess by looking at her father's expression alone. She couldn't help but say, Suzy is talented. That's a man who can block my path to invincibility. Father, there are a lot of people on this list. Why can't we add one more? Even if you all think he's not good enough to match the SSS rank rating, you still recognize that he has S-rank talent, right? S-rank, and good enough to join this list. However, Xia Yidong shook his head. No, the abyss in this raid is somewhat special. The monsters inside are very unfriendly to necromancers. He's not going to make this list. In the meantime, Yu Dingwu is waving goodbye to Suzy. There's no such thing as true love on earth. We love all women. The bill is counted as a redhead, and the redhead dances for $800. Dude, you remember. One more hustle today. 8 more female models tomorrow. Go for it. With a big wave of his hand, he excitedly ran towards the abyssal portal. Even you brats are starting to work hard. Suzy shrugged. Then there's really no reason for me not to refuel. When he finished, he turned his head toward the suburbs, instead of traveling to the abyssal portal, though it was intended to train itself. The reason why the school took 7 days as a cycle and proposed that the students only go to the abyss once a week was not simply for the students to recuperate their bodies and minds. It is still to facilitate the students to have time to adapt their attributes. Professionals upgraded relatively quickly in the early stages, while the basic attribute points were low, and with each level, the additional attribute points could easily affect the professional's control over his or her own body. This requires additional training to get a handle on yourself. Just now, that Yu Dingwu kid even told me that because he wasn't familiar with his upgraded attributes. When he was busy with the young ladies last night, he accidentally exhausted one of them to the point of weakness. Though it's not clear with this statement whether he's showing off his abilities or trying to express his declining control, but it does say something. An unusual professional like Yu Dingwu would have problems with loss of control. Suzy's attributes, which had risen much more violently than the little attributes he had added from his upgrades. He needs the self-control training more than anything. Otherwise, it would be the same kind of situation as before, where he didn't even dare to hit Wang Yang himself, because a casual glance can really kill a classmate. Speaking of which, I don't think I've really trained hard once in the past few days because of Abyss. I also wonder if I can keep up with my skyrocketing attribute points by training my control. There is also now no need for physical equipment. My Beast Emperor set can also be sold, replaced by the mage's equipment. But this kind of high-quality loot cannot be sold like before. That loss is too much. Can only be slow. Official training base. The geniuses who had just been summoned gathered here. All of you here are the elites of the city of Jianyang, the future of the professionals. The training teacher exclaimed. Your mission is to pass through the hell-level abyss ghostly grotto of the underworld. The safety of the city of Jianyang depends on you. Please, 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 please. The students responded with a pat on the back. Just leave it to me without worry. Let's see if I don't slash those ghosts to death. I'll leave it to my fireball magic here. Let's show you the power of a mage. Except for Xia Shuelan, who maintained her usual cool expression. Everyone else was hot-blooded. The teachers watched, nodding slightly, a newcomer after all. Just energized. Then hurry up and grab the opportunity to train. Xia Shuelan also earnestly began to train up. Although she had a cool exterior, she still had a heart that cleared the abyss. It's a pity that Su Zhe isn't here. Otherwise we could still compete with him to see who can conquer the underworld ghost cave first. Xia Shuelan secretly said in her heart and practiced seriously. Stance of the sword, moving feet, energy-saving breathing. These are the training elements. This training is necessary. Due to the quirky nature of the abyss that enhances as the level of the professional increases, resulting in the fact that the professional level does not affect the probability of clearing the level. Some professions can solo a certain abyss at LV1, but at LV20, they will instead be beaten out of the group by the abyss. This was because they were able to perfectly control their attributes and utilize their strongest power at LV1, while their control over themselves decreased at LV20, and they were unable to gain the advantage they had at LV1 when facing the monsters that had also leveled up instead. It is how you can bring out the best in yourself that is the most highly regarded talent. Suzy was considered by many bigwigs at the time as not possessing SSS-ranked talent, and for that reason, just upgrading like crazy and then betting on your luck to set off the undead plague would solve the abyss, and the actual operation would be almost nil. Such a person is naturally not valued. Of course, leveling is not unnecessary, and some skills have this aspect of leveling in their learning conditions. The most perfect state, naturally, is when the professionals get to exactly the moment when they can just learn the skills and utilize their strength to the fullest, and enter the abyss. So also, as a result, the training is focused on how to play to your strengths. Teachers are serious about teaching and students are serious about learning. About 2 hours later. Okay, that's all for now. The teacher announced the end of class. Everyone take a break. Is this the end? Xia Shuelan's forehead also shed a trace of fine sweat, but she was still frowning. This training volume seems a little low. I was already tired myself, but I was able to grit my teeth and fight my way through another round of training. It doesn't seem like much at first glance, but you should know that you're a sword dancer with main agility. Those main body mass pros, surely they can still continue to train. Why don't you continue? She frowned. However, all the students around them sat down directly on the ground, screaming in agony. Geez, it's not bad for an official training camp. It's really hard work. If it wasn't rewarding enough, I really wouldn't want to come. Where do you sell water? I want a drink of water. I'm thirsty. It's the first time I've been trained this hard. I'm so tired. With my talent, I can't believe I'm feeling tired. This training camp is a bit interesting. Xia Shuelan frowned slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he walked over to one of the male students who was shouting that he was tired. This student, may I ask what you do for a living? Me. The male student looked up and brightened up. Xia Shuelan was the prettiest girl in the training camp. The people around the shop look like the moon, and their wrists are covered with frost and snow. She's like this, and she's actually coming forward to talk to me? I sure am attractive. The boy smiled faintly and tossed his hair, revealing his handsome face. Hello, Ms. Xia Shuelan. My name is Xianghua, and my occupation is berserker. Natsu, I remember you're a sword dancer, right? In the future, when we team up to fight the abyss, I will lead the charge. So don't worry and boldly follow behind me. I'll protect you. He thumped his chest, his tall and lanky figure, the steel-like muscles of his arms, showing off his sense of power as a man. A messy head of long red hair flying wildly, like a burning flame, is quite a sight. Looking at a couple of the girls next to him, their eyes went straight. Even the boys were gritting their teeth and looking at him with jealousy. He's Xianghua, the one with the S-rank rating. Berserker is quite a strong profession, and with this rating, it's remarkable. I heard that he is also the nephew of Li Yuehong of the Shinfeng Group. Shinfeng Group was also considered a first-class big company in the city, and the identity of Li Yuehong's nephew could be much stronger than others, and could obtain a large amount of support from the company. Equipment, skills, senior faculty, absolutely first-class treatment in the city, plus only 3 S-rated talents in the city. This Xianghua in the elite cloud gathering training base, was also a first-class elite. However, when Xia Shuelan sniffed, his brows furrowed even deeper. Berserker is the main sub-body profession. Meaty as hell while still doing a lot of damage. Very advantageous in the early stages. His physique was definitely stronger than his own. Stamina should be much higher than mine as well. Yet it's the same amount of training as me, the main agility sword dancer. How can you actually cry hard work? What a joke. And that's still S-class? So what's the rest of the A-level reunion like? With such a person, and this amount of training arranged by the instructor, is it really possible to pass the hell level abyss? Screening Susie out, but letting this kind of person is into the training base. Sure enough, father, their eyes are blind. She gave a cold grunt in her mind, but didn't say anything more, and went straight to her spot to get ready for extra training. The training list wasn't something she could change, and it wasn't up to her to influence what the others did. But you can decide on your own training. It was just that she no longer cared about that Xianghua. But Xianghua seemed to come over as if it was a fly that smelled the scent of meat. You know, Xia, we've gathered so many people here, and we're definitely going to end up splitting up into teams and challenging the abyss on a team-by-team basis. Abyssal grouping, up to 5 people in a group. Xianghua tossed her long hair and pretended to be dashing. With Xia's talent, we should get together on a team. We'll be real teammates by then. I think there's a chance we could practice matching up first. Xianghua looked at Xia Shuelan with a fire in his eyes. As a second-generation jobber, he had played with countless women. But which woman could compare to Xia Shuelan? Not only is his face value superior, but his own talent is also S-class. Now that's a worthy subject for his heart. The other male students watched and had a hard time. This is the most beautiful girl. Is she going to fall into Xianghua's clutches? Someone couldn't help but say, the team hasn't even been decided yet. What's there to practice for? How come you're not sure? Xianghua smiled disdainfully. Did you think that the higher-ups would not let us 3S-ranked professionals form the strongest team and instead team up with a scum like you? The male student turned red. He certainly wasn't considered scum to have made it into the training camp, and was a warrior with an A-rank rating. However, he actually knew that in order to ensure the probability of the abyss being attacked, the higher-ups would definitely have Xia Shuelan and the other 3 strongest S-ranked geniuses, together with the A-ranked priests and mages, to form the most battle-ready squad. Professions such as mages and priests are the weaker professions in the early stages, so it's actually only right that their ratings should be raised by half a level. Could be considered a top talent in the A level. That's the kind of team that has the best hope of getting through. A class warrior. It was considered a top-tier elite when placed elsewhere, but it wasn't worthy of joining this team at all, because any person here is an A-lister. An ordinary A-class warrior is the bottom of the barrel here. The male student blushed and couldn't help but say, your S rank isn't the highest rating either. There's an SSS ranked guy in Jianyang City this year. You mean that Susie? Xianghua said indifferently. I'm sorry, but he's not qualified to join this training base. He, a mere necromancer, is not worthy. Xia Shuelan, who was just about to start working out like no one else, suddenly stopped her body. Her head tilted slightly, her eyes sweeping over, and Xianghua was still speaking disdainfully. I heard from my aunt that at the meeting discussing this list of ours, there was really someone who said that Suze should be added in as well, and then it was vetoed by everyone. Apparently this is an evaluation that all the high-level professionals don't approve of him. That's right, after all, it's just a necromancer who got a high rating by trickery. But I do feel a little sorry for him for not coming. If he comes, I'll be able to defeat him myself, and see what kind of face he has, holding that SSS rating. He sneered, full of confidence. The district Susie is not worth mentioning. However, at this moment, a voice that was clear and cold with a bit of icy coldness in it reached the ears of the crowd in an unusually clear manner. If you're at this level, it's better not to think about defeating Susie. With just you won't be able to do it. That's Xia Shuelan's voice. Chapter 26. Taking a life is called fighting for your life. At your level then, it's better not to think about defeating Susie. Just you can't do it. A clear, cold voice echoed across the training ground. It is as if a clear spring is refreshing. But for the person in question, it won't make him happy. You're saying I can't beat that Soz? That necromancer? Xianghua frowned, somewhat wanting to get angry. But looking at Xia Shuelan's delicate face, he still suppressed his anger and said, Isn't Ms. Xia overthinking this? I've also heard that Xia was suppressed by Susie in school, but that was back then. Things have naturally changed now that everyone has become a professional. The current Susie is just a necromancer. Xia Shuelan then quietly glanced at Xianghua without saying a word. As a girl who could treat a guy who confessed to her face like air, she never really cared what other people thought, just don't know how. Listening to the words of this group of guys, for a moment can't help but open the mouth. But since we've already spoken, how about, say a few more words? Suze is very strong. Xia Shualan's voice was cool and her expression was calm. The news I got is that 2 days ago, he soloed the simple abyss of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. This was the news spread amongst his classmates. Suze still caused a big commotion when he brushed the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts, and as the top student, he had a notable reputation. Then it was remembered by Xia Shualan, who heard it occasionally. Of course, the word that's been circulating is that he swiped the simple abyss, a harder abyss after all. No one dares to think about it. The Tower of Ancient Martial Arts is not a freshly released abyss. In addition to the hell level delayed no one to pass, the other difficulties have many people passed. The list is often a series. Naturally, no one will specifically look for where Suze's name is. Naturally, no one knows how hard he brushes. A simple difficulty Tower of Ancient Martial Arts? However, Xianghua couldn't help but laugh when he heard it. Classmate Xia, what is so great about this? Even though I didn't go to fight that Tower of Ancient Martial Arts, I think I can't consider it difficult to solo the easy difficulty once. That's it? And that makes you think he's strong? He doesn't give a. Simple abyss is just a simple abyss. And he can solo it. And he was confident that his speed of soloing was definitely faster than Susie's. Xia Shualan was like looking at a little cutie. Like looking at Xianghua. He in front of himself, wearing a full set of rare level heavy armor. The hands of the great sword is simply the legendary level. And their own occupation with the very perfect, is the most ideal and most luxurious equipment configuration. These are the Godfound group to give him support. With this level of equipment, let alone an S rating. It's just that B-ranked professionals have the probability of soloing the simple abyss. And Suzy? What does he have? Oh, there might be a set of equipment that he fought out of the basic trial. But that Beast Emperor's set is physical equipment. And it doesn't match his status as a mage at all. You're comparing yourself, fully armed, to a penniless Suzy? How dare you say that? That's just it. I'm really not good at convincing people, Xia Shualan secretly said in her heart, so she never said anything again. Anyway, from her experience, as long as she stopped talking, the other's even higher enthusiasm could be quickly extinguished. Xianghua, however, became more and more confident and said, "What is this? Who among the people present can't do it? Xia, are you psyching yourself out from being beaten by Suzy before? He's not as strong as you think. None of the necromancer's skills are strong, and they themselves are very weak. So if you charge in, it's a simple victory. Of course, I heard he even defeated an A-ranked warrior, maybe a bit more powerful than the other necromancers?" Xianghua smiled faintly and said disdainfully, "But now that we're in the training camp, our own strength will increase drastically under desperate training. I guess a random A-rank student will be able to crush Suzy by then. Not to mention an S-rank like me." Desperate training? Xia Shualan frowned, only to feel a wave of annoyance surging through her heart. She suddenly gripped the sword in her hand and pointed it at Xianghua. "Want a fight?" She spoke softly, "Although I am not good with words, as a professional, the sword in my hand is the greatest persuader, isn't it? The reasoning is bigger than the punch. That's the truth about professionals." Xianghua froze, then nodded with a big smile. "Yes, Xia Shualan, the sword dancer, is going to fight Xianghua, the berserker?" This duel between S-class geniuses instantly attracted the attention of many students. The crowd vacated the field and both men went down. Xia Shualan is going to fight against Xianghua? That fire item is a berserker. Why would Goddess Xia want to fight someone like that? The crowd looked at the two men and said in their hearts, "Berserker is needy and has output, but it is recognized as a strong profession. Some people even think it's the strongest profession up front." Xia Shualan, why do you want to fight him? Can we start? Xia Shualan's voice was as cool as ever. Of course. Xianghua laughed and grabbed the great sword with both hands, the corners of his mouth rising. As a goddess with outstanding face value and talent, Xia Shualan's intelligence was, naturally, known to many. Among them was the information that Xia Shualan had his eyes fixed on Suzy alone for his entire high school career. And here's why. It's because she hasn't won against Suzy in every test she's taken. In other words, as long as I can outsmart her, then naturally, her gaze will have to be focused on me as well. Xianghua secretly laughed in his heart. As for failure, it doesn't exist. He admitted that Xia Shualan, an S-class expert, had a few strengths, but berserker is the strongest profession in the early stages. Begin. He laughed aloud. Xia Shuilan nodded, and then, with an arrow step, stormed over. Straightening up, he headed towards Xianhua. Xianhua violently raised his huge sword and slashed down heavily after his gaze locked. Skill Heavy Cleave plus Skill Blood Fury. Heavy Slash delivers a heavy blow of 150% of your own attack power. Blood Rage, consume 100 of your life points to increase the damage of your next strike by 500 points. The giant sword fell down fiercely, bringing up gusts of wind. The force was strong and heavy, as if it was going to cut Xia Shuilan in two. The surrounding students let out gasps of surprise. The giant sword itself is the weapon with the highest attack power, together with the heavy cleave that enhances the attack power, and the blood fury that burns blood to enhance the attack. With this strike, the attack could be considered the most powerful of any professional of the same level. Some of the brittle professions could be killed in seconds by this strike. That's why Berserker is known as the strongest profession in the early stages. However, in the face of the furiously falling giant sword, Xia Shuilan's expression did not even change for a second. The thin sword in her hand chopped towards the side of the huge sword, and at the same time, her body also sidestepped to the side, easily dodging the powerful and heavy blow. Xianghua's expression changed slightly, and he was just about to retract his giant sword, and at that moment, Xia Shuilan had already rushed into his side, a thin sword chopped up as if it were a storm. Skill Sword Dance. Sword Dance, chop out 3 swords in a row, attaching an additional 50% agility attack power to each sword. Brush, brush, brush. 3 sword lights, as if they were meteors flashing. It arrived almost simultaneously, slashing up in unison. The first sword, cut a gash in Xianghua's heavy armor and blood flowed. The second sword, on Xianghua's wrist that was grasping the huge sword, left a wound, making him unable to grasp the weapon at once. The third sword directly chopped his entire body out. 3 swords. It's just a matter of moments. Winning and losing. The students around them who had been thinking of watching the big fight were shocked. That's a berserker with the strongest profession in the early stages. It's still a top S-rank genius. You're done fighting before my ass is even seated? Just for a moment? I haven't even seen what's going on and he's on his knees. What a joke. Wasn't Xia Shuilan rated at the same S-rank as Xianhua? Why the gap is so big? Only teachers watching from afar can understand the change. Xia Shuilan did not hesitate to rush over to the most threatening giant sword, accurately avoiding the attack of the giant sword at the same time, quickly attacking the other party's vitals, forcing the other party to lose the ability to resist. Such superb fighting skills, flowing maneuvers, and the guts to defy the enemy's giant swords in the slightest. Only seasoned professionals have that. Not at all the kind of self-control a student should have. This girl, actually so powerful. Xia Shuilan held his sword in one hand and gazed at Xianghua from above. Train hard. Crushing Suzy? It was still freshman year of high school. Xia Shuilan lost to Suzy once again, and was furious enough to have her personal trainer create an extra training program for herself. But making a plan is easy, executing it is hard. The already stressful training volume, when ramped up again, became an untouchable target. She practiced as hard as she could. But even if she was exhausted, she was still a good deal short of the plan. For a moment, a wave of annoyance surged through his heart. There was also a disheveled powerlessness. I'm already trying my hardest, but I've lost to Suzy 13 times. Can I really still win against him like this? She may seem like an iceberg of unwavering determination, but she's also a girl, and a girl in the prime of her life. What kind of unbreakable faith is that? For a moment, the mind was cluttered with complex emotions. This overwhelming irritation made her abandon her extra training program on rare occasions, choosing to be lazy, but having no recreational activities on weekdays. She didn't even know what to do now, and wanting to go to bed but unable to sleep, she slipped out of the house and took a slow, aimless walk to clear her mind. Without realizing it, he walked to the school's training ground, then saw, breathing heavily, his pace was weak and his forehead was covered in sweat, but Suzy, who still clenches her teeth and keeps running. Xia Shuilan was startled and subconsciously ran over, grabbing Suzy, who looked as if he might fall down at any time, and exclaimed, "Suzy, what are you doing? What kind of workout is that? Do you realize that practicing to the limit sometimes is only harmful to your body? What the hell are you doing here in the middle of the night? Training is also about degrees. Overtraining will only destroy your body. That's what the teacher taught me early on." However, Suzy just smiled and waved his hand. It's still early. The symbol of the human body reaching its limit is fainting, and at 80% of reaching one's limit, it is recognized as the most effective training volume to promote the body's progress. I'm still a bit short of that amount. Not even close? How do you know about such things? Xia Shuelan couldn't help but ask. The training is simple, but it's just a workout. But most people simply don't know what level of exercise is appropriate. That's why you need coaches who specialize in all types of knowledge to help you develop a training plan. But even if there are professional trainers, to prevent injuries to their employers, they will only schedule their training programs by making reductions from their estimated optimal training volume, and won't really be able to reach the perfect optimal training volume. Although Suzy was also a learner, he was not a professional coach after all. How can he be so sure of his optimal training volume? Suzy sniffed and returned a smile before continuing to run in silence. However, Xia Shuelan suddenly figured out the reason for this. The sign that the human body has reached its limit is fainting, and 80% of its own limit is the optimal training volume. So on the flip side, just let yourself really train until you pass out once, and then multiply that by 80% of the training volume at that time. And that's naturally the optimal training volume. Why didn't I think of this before? It's certainly dangerous to practice until you faint. But if it's just a one-time thing and you prepare for everything ahead of time, get a good doctor and prepare nutrient solutions. It's not really something that will have much of an impact, and also only need to spell this time is good. The next as long as according to their own growth, weight changes, reasonable calculation of the training of the plus and minus, you can get the optimal amount of training, the reliability of the trainer far beyond everything. But, the premise has to be really spelled out for once. Xia Shuelan froze, remembering her earlier complaint. I've been trying my hardest, but I've lost to Suzy 13 times. Can I really still win against him like this? Ha! Desperate efforts? Where did I really put my life on the line? Why do I think I can't win against him when I haven't even put my life on the line? Xia Shuelan smiled to herself and twisted her head to walk out of the school, ran home and re-implemented his training program. After that day, she never complained a word or gave up once. Xia Shuelan's eyes blinked. She slightly lowered her head and looked at Xianghua, who had collapsed on the ground, with two lifeless eyes, seemingly not having reacted to the fact that he had already lost the battle. Desperate training? The corners of her mouth rarely rose with a hint of sarcasm. With this level of effort on your part, how dare you call it desperation? Where you guys really put your lives on the line? I know it's true that the underworld ghost cave is not suitable for low-level necromancers to play, but even so, Suzy is still 100 times better than you people. Resources are really wasted when they are given to you. With a cold snort, she twisted her head without hesitation and left, leaving only a bewildered crowd behind. And in the meantime, a remote training ground. Soz is working on his strength control. He grabbed at an ultra-thin glass with a careful face, only for his hand to just thump up. Click! The glass clattered and shattered all over the floor. Failed again. The power changes too much. It's really hard to control it. Suzy let out a bitter laugh. This is a prop sold by the trading house, specifically for strength control training. As soon as the force exceeds a certain level, it will simply shatter. However, the cup itself still has a certain weight. The walls are slippery, and it is not possible to pick it up without a certain amount of strength. Suzy sighed. In fact, it was quite simple for other people to control their own power. Everyone else goes up a level, even full-strength fighters, but adds 6 points of strength, which is initially like a doubled increase. Once you get used to the initial stage, the attributes that come with later upgrades aren't even worth mentioning. 5 plus 6 is a doubling. But what's 100 plus 6? His power, however, was too different from the original base. A strength of over 700 is more than 100 times worse than the initial attribute of 5 points. So much power, and yet you have to keep it to a very small amount of force to pick up the cup. It's too difficult, especially when I complete my goal. That power attribute is skyrocketing. Suzy bristled. It's so hard to control it. His goal was to be able to take out the presiding golden body in a second with a single strike, and to be able to defend himself against the presiding golden body's attacks without any injuries. Taking the difficulty level golden body host that, blood, 50,000, and attack power, 2,000 to project. Attack power is strength *10. That is, he needs 5,000 power points. The damage reduction for defense is physique *1. i.e., for every 1 point of physique, it reduces damage by 1 point. That is, he needs 2,000 body points. Attaining this standard, even if his agility was poor, he would definitely be able to pass the nightmare difficulty. It can't be helped. Who made me poor? Suzy shrugged. If my agility attribute could also go up and I didn't have to worry about the hit rate, then where would I still need to furiously brush here? Nope. If I could have a good brother to support me intellectually, even if the other 3 attributes stayed the same, As a mage I'd have a way to beat the hell level difficulty. After all, this is my main attribute. But considering the current situation of efficiency and lack of money, it's not necessary to really brush up on the nightmare difficulty if you want to. Suzy stroked his chin and thought, I remember that the boss attributes of the nightmare level difficulty that are publicized online. The attack power seems to be 2,500, so all I have to do is reach 500 points of physique and I'll be immune to the opponent's normal attacks. If I reach 3,000 points, I'm afraid it'll be hard for even skills to hurt me, and I'm not doing too much damage. So with that kind of disparity then, I think it's unlikely that I won't be able to beat him. Rather, the hellish difficulty needs to be brushed up a bit more, just in case. Nightmare difficulty is something that a lot of people get through the levels. That's why internal intelligence, attribute data, etc. have been circulating online for a long time. But hell no, because no one passes. That's what makes it so difficult to have to make the most foolproof preparations. Then let's make the hell level difficulty an intermediate goal. And for the early stages, a small goal would be to brush up on a 500 physique points, control your power, and then casually clear the nightmare level difficulty. Suzy thought, to the cardboard box next to him, grabbing for the glass of the training prop. This kind of belongs to the common consumables, mass-produced by the mechanic. The cost is very low. A box is only a few $100s. In the eyes of the professional belongs to the cheap props. Suzy bought a whole bunch of them, full of boxes, piled up into a small mountain, and next to him, there was a smaller mountain of empty boxes, as well as a floor full of glass shards that are hard to even find where they landed. Let's use these up first, then take a break, and then we'll go to the abyss and brush up on our attributes. It should be over by noon tomorrow. As for sleeping, to make sure you're in the best shape to raid the abyss, you can also sleep and rest. As for the rest of the time, strong physique, gained superb endurance. It's not just the bed that works, but the training ground as well. Chapter 27, Hinriniang's Little Nico. Settle the reward for you. You gain spirit crystals, 500. You gain experience, 2,500. You get materials, martial monk gold powder *4, golden man sherry *6. You have obtained the equipment, Vidra legs. Settlement complete. The familiar checkout interface. The next time, Suzy continued to brush the Tower of Ancient Martial Abyss. 7 days a week. Brush the abyss once. Grind yourself the rest of the time. This is the school's advice to the general public. Suzy realized on his third brush with the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts that he might be able to disregard the school's advice. This was because everyone else would be incredibly tired from the back-to-back battles after painting the abyss, and would have to return to the city to refurbish in order to be better prepared for the next abyss, or else they would be prone to danger. But this time Suzy found that after brushing the Ancient Martial Arts Tower abyss, he seemed to. It's not tiring at all. Yes, unlike before, my physique has risen quite fast. Suzy looked at the attribute panel. On average, if you brush the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts once, you can gain 300 points of physique, and endurance cannot be compared to an unusual professional at all. Physique directly affects endurance. It is said that those professionals with high physique can even fight for 3 days and 3 nights at a high frequency, and then remain refreshed and still be able to fight with a technician for 300 rounds. The above statement comes from Dingwu himself. It seems to be much worse anyway. As far as Suzy's own experience is concerned, he didn't feel any physical exertion at all this time. So, then let's paint the abyss one more time before we go home. Suzy thought casually, but instead of directly entering the abyss, he first looked for an unoccupied tent near the abyss portal and took a nap. After all, it was a fight to the death, and he had to learn the fighting techniques of the martial arts monks. Although one's physical strength is not afraid of depletion, there is a certain amount of mental fatigue. Might as well take a break. In fact, as his physique strengthened, the mental shortcomings became more and more apparent. When training for strength mastery, for example, he had trained for 2 days and 2 nights straight. However, afterward, I found that although I still had a lot of stamina, I felt noticeably less energized and lethargic. It's hard to describe the contrast. It's clear that I'm not tired, but I'm sleepy. Actually, if you want to master power, another method is to enhance the intelligence attribute. Suzy secretly said in his heart, mages are naturally good at manipulating details, and every mage is a master of fine carving who can carve the Great Wall in a grain of rice. This ability to manipulate subtleties is the direction in which the intellect is best mastered. It's a shame that the intelligence-based summon undead skill book is just too expensive. Suzy had a look of regret on his face. In the past few days, he had found a large company to sell the Beast Emperor set and replace it with mage equipment. relying on bargains. This wave realized $70 million in cash. The most expensive of these was the only legendary grade equipment in the Beast Emperor set. Beast Emperor's King's Laurel. A full $50 million was sold. The other three pieces of equipment add up to just $20 million. The higher the quality of the equipment, the price difference that comes with it, the bigger it is. Suze himself actually wanted to directly exchange the Beast Emperor set for the Undead Department Summoning Skill Book, purely from the value to consider. The store is also absolutely bloody profitable. However, the other party said that their own family did not have a stock of undead skill books, and was not interested in specifically issuing collection missions to all of their companies because of this level of trading. Yeah, after all, the person who needed the necromancer skill book was the only one in the entire city of Jianyang, Suze, and his purchasing power, too, is limited. The businessman will not specifically spend energy to serve him. In the end, $70 million in cash wasn't left, and it was exchanged by Suzy for 3 pieces of equipment. A rare level vestment robe that adds Constitution 5 and Intelligence 5. A rare level shoe that adds Agility 3 and Intelligence 4. A rare level ring that adds Intelligence 7 and comes with a common effect: increase mana regeneration rate by 10%, which is better than nothing. Although Suzy really wanted equipment that only added intelligence, the trinket class equipment had the highest value and couldn't afford to buy too much of it. While clothing equipment almost entirely carries some constitution bonus, shoes mostly carry some agility bonus as well. Pure physical equipment like the Beast Emperor set is still rare. 3 pieces of rare equipment, all of which are still very common and loose, actually cost this much. The corner of Susie's mouth turned away. The equipment of a mage was really expensive. It was a typical noble profession. He spent a full $70 million, but that's all he got for this. The equipment bar on his body, and most of it was still empty. And that's all the ordinary stuff. The really good equipment, everyone keeps to themselves, or will be priced so frighteningly high that you need to pay more to have any hope of getting one. If you want to save money quickly and brush better equipment, you need to challenge higher difficulty Abyss, and then you need more attributes. Perhaps I should consider raising my own attributes up quickly first. Trying to increase the rate of attribute enhancement is certainly not out of the question. There are many ways to do this, and doing what Suzy was planning to do just now is one of them. Wouldn't it be fine to brush the Abyss one more round? In addition to this, it can also speed up the recovery of its own mana to summon undead more quickly, and even in larger quantities. For example, Mana Restoration Potion. This is a potion that mages always have on hand to restore their mana. Previously, when Wang Yang challenged Suze, Jing Jing had given Suze 2 bottles, which were used for Suze to maximize the summoning of the undead and to bring out the peak of his own battle power. It's just that Master FA stuff has always been expensive, and Suzy hadn't been looking at it before when he was thinking about saving up to buy a skill book. But for now, Suzy hesitated for a moment and walked to the door of a humble store. The Tower of Ancient Martial Arts was a location frequented by professionals, but any merchant with a little bit of brains would naturally open his store here for the convenience of the professionals to spend their money. Give me 4 vials of low-level mana restoration potion. Thanks for your patronage. $2 million. Yes, that's how expensive our Frenchman stuff is. Suzy grabbed 4 potions and walked into the abyss. Upon seeing the familiar bronze figure of the martial monk, the great hand began to summon, consuming all of his own mana. He summoned more than 30 zombies. Then he poured down a bottle of potion. Mana recovery potion, low level, quickly recovers 300 points of mana. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Taking it during the cooldown time will cause damage to your life value. This was quick, not to the point of being instantaneous, but it was only about 10 minutes before the full effects of the medicine were realized and 300 mana points were restored. Just about the same time as the martial arts monks killed all the zombies. So then Suze waved his hand and 10 more zombies appeared and rushed over. Looking at the mana value that was once again empty, the corner of Suze's mouth skimmed. $500,000. Just gone. He only made $2 million by brushing the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts for 10 hours at a time. That's just 4 mana recovery potions. These 4 bottles of mana recovery potion for mana summoned 40 zombies. Although many of the zombies failed to allow Suzy to trigger the talent, it eventually converted 130 points of constitution. A normal brush of the abyss adds about 300 points to your physique, but with kryptonite tactics, the efficiency directly increases by January 3rd. Then let's continue with kryptonite. Suzy had a face of flesh pain. Kryptonite was efficient, but it was a loss of money. We must learn to make our own potions later, or else we'll lose too much money. While Suzy was brushing the abyss over and over again and saving his attributes, The training base that Xia Shuilan was in was also working on attacking the abyss. After the basic training, the freshmen were finally divided into teams and began to break into the abyss underworld ghost cave. The executives certainly didn't think that the freshmen would be able to take down the hellish ghostly grotto right now. They were just letting the squad start experiencing the easy difficulty of the ghostly grotto. It's targeted training now. The progress is very unsatisfactory. Deng Pengang looked at the report and frowned. The ghostly grotto of the underworld is an undead-based abyss. Although necromancers were considered the weakest sewer profession, the necromantic abyss, however, was the hardest type of all the abyss. Otherwise this abyss wouldn't have been left from last year to this year. It has even gotten to the point where no one wants to come over even if the Jianyang City Association tries to bring in outside help from outside the city. Deng Pengang looked at the battle report of each squad. The district's simple difficulty, of course, could not be difficult for the freshmen who were strongly supported. But there are also a number of problems that can be seen in the report. The bottom line is this batch of kids, while much better than the last, is too short a time to grow up. Even the major companies have invested a lot of capital in this, but they can't make up for the flaws in this. At this rate, it'll be too late. Deng Pengang looked at the report with a furrowed brow and kept turning the pages, all the while thinking in his head about what resources he could apply for from his superiors to support the children. Suddenly, there was a lurch as he turned the page. What's the situation with this first squad? Deng Pengang pointed with his pen and said with a tense brow. Why is there clearance time? Not even close to the second squad? The first squad was, as Xiang Hua said, a team of 3 S-ranked geniuses, paired with an A-ranked mage and an A-ranked priest. As the team with the highest rated members clustered together, they get the most attention, the most resources, and then, I can't believe you're inferior to the second squad in terms of clearance time? The secretary next to him lowered his head and said, this first squad situation is a bit special. They've had some internal conflicts, and the teachers are trying to find a way to pacify them. Internal conflict? Deng Pengang frowned. Yes. The secretary nodded. This is the Xia Shuilan and Xiang Hua team. Xia Shuilan himself didn't have any problems, but Xiang Hua, who had been easily killed by Xia Shuilan in seconds, felt uncomfortable when he thought of losing so miserably to Xia Shuilan. Anger, irritation, cynicism, shame, a range of emotions that filled the room. Although they did not make the action of intentionally pitting their teammates, it is obvious that this emotion affected the cooperation of the squad, resulting in them obviously taking the best equipment, carrying the best supplies, and having the strongest combat power, but lost to the second team on the pastime. The secretary explained the reason for this in a low voice. It wasn't a secret. There were many teachers on the spot, and he knew all about it. This Xiang Hua, tell him to get the hell out if he can't do his job properly. Deng Pengang looked furious and snorted coldly. A loser still has the face to make a scene here? I'm not his father. Not in the mood to take care of his feelings. Affecting the team because of your own emotions? Then clear him out. Leader, this one isn't quite right. The secretary let out a bitter smile. He's the nephew of Li Yuehong of the Shunfeng group. Without him, the squad will lose a great deal of its combat power. Tong Pengong's face twitched, and he was so angry that he wanted to curse. But in the end, he didn't say anything. He is not because of the consideration of Li Yuehong's relationship, to engage in any kind of human relations, official and business collusion. But the problem was that if Li Yuehong was willing to take out excess capital, he would definitely be investing in his own S-rated nephew Ah. Although Xiang Hua couldn't right now, he could definitely obtain the best equipment and the best skills from the Shinfeng group next. Such a person is definitely a major combatant. As long as his mindset could be resolved, the squad's combat power would be greatly increased, enhancing the probability of clearing the hell-level abyss. People like this can't just be cleared off. If he was in the army, I would have directly kicked him out. Tang Pengang gritted his teeth and gnashed his teeth. He's on fire here in a hurry and this is giving him trouble over a little emotion. But in order to enhance the probability of clearing the hell level, he could only endure it. Let the teachers enlighten him again and work harder. Deng Pengang could only sigh helplessly in the end. If you really can't solve it, report back to me, and I'll clear it out at that time. Then you take the time to find Li Yuehong and use this reason to ask him to take out more resources to subsidize the others. The secretary nodded helplessly as well. It would have to do. And that's when the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Deng Peng just took a look at the phone number and immediately picked it up with surprise. Hey, old Xia, let you find the foreign aid. Did you find it? Xia Yidong is still running around looking for geniuses outside of Jianyang City to support the city. Unsolicited calls now. Does that mean finished the mission? What? You really found someone willing to support us? Good good good. Old Xia, you've taken credit for this. Well done. Not someone from our daxia, but the grandson of the little duel next door? Ahem. I mean, it's good that international friends are willing to support us. Sino-Japanese friendship is a bond of peace and friendship, providing a solid guarantee for the long-term and stable development of relations between the two countries, as evidenced by the international friends in Neon. Need to be paid? Well, that's okay. It's reasonable for us to pay a certain amount of compensation for letting other countries contribute. What the? Say again what they want. Deng Pengang snapped to his feet. His eyes glared angrily and he was furious, as if he were a mad tiger. Nichiniang's little Nico. They're delusional. Chapter 28 Nightmare Abyss. Opening fight. Conference hall. The atmosphere was unbelievably depressing. Deng Pengang gritted his teeth and glared at the man in kimono sitting across from him. Your Excellency Kaichiro Nishikawa, please don't ask for a lion's share of the money, he said in a deep voice. If Your Excellency is willing to help us in Janyang, I naturally welcome it very much. You need to be paid for it, and we understand that, and we are willing to pay a certain price for it. But the remuneration you offer is too much. We are all civilized people, and I hope Your Excellency will not force me to become uncivilized. The secretary next to him subconsciously looked at his boss. Civilized people? Ha ha ha. His Excellency the Chairman really loves to joke. Neon emissary Kaichiro Nishikawa let out a light laugh. Just a star's worth of payment. What is it to your great summer? That's what we're paid for, and it's not going to change. Your Desya family is huge. What is it worth to gift us a small abyss? Why is Your Excellency so agitated? Yes, the reward Neon offered was the abyss itself. Hell-level difficulty abyss. Unlike other abyss, after clearing this abyss, in addition to the normal rewards, there will be a special reward that is only available to the first person to clear the hell-level difficulty abyss, the Abyssal Gate. This Abyssal Gate was similar to a normal abyssal portal in that it was a special building that would allow professionals to enter that abyss. However, unlike normal abyssal portals that were randomly situated in one place, the abyssal portals that came as a reward could choose where to sit on their own. Normal abyss will automatically disappear after a year if someone passes the hell level. However, that gate of the abyss can remain in place for 3 years after the disappearance of the abyss, during which time it can be entered at the discretion of the occupant. Instead of being an abyss, it has been transformed into a replica. It was this special reward, the gate of the abyss, that the Neonites wanted. Does Your Excellency know what the abyssal portal represents? The Jing beside him couldn't help but say. Of course I know. Kaichiro Nishikawa smiled slightly. A replica that can be kept for 3 years, which can be used by professionals to swipe resources as they please, contains a huge amount of profit. This is the symbol of the country's resources, the root of the country's strength, the most important, not one of them, in the age of the professional. You know you're still Jing looked furious. What I want, is this thing. Kaichiro Nishikawa laughed, with a bit of disdain in his eyes. Otherwise, why would I come all the way here to support your Desya? Enough. Ten Pengang slammed the table. Doggone little Neon. Do you damn well think we can't pass this hellish abyss without you guys? And even if the abyss truly descends on reality, so what? Do you think Lousy still can't solve a low-level abyss? Abyssal descent is certainly dangerous. In the end it was just a low-level abyss. The monsters weren't even of a high level. And in front of a high-level professional like Tang Pengang, it wasn't worth mentioning at all. I certainly won't deny Your Excellency's strength. Kaichiro Nishikawa laughed. But the monsters in that ghost cave of the underworld are undead-type ghosts. Illusory specters are born with their own gift of concealment, which is not easily detected, and themselves have the unique expansion ability of the undead lineage, which allows them to quickly self-replicate more specters. Once it breaks out in the city, even Udashia won't feel good, right? When the executives present heard this, their expressions darkened in unison. Yes, that's the hard part. What was an ordinary low-level abyss? Even if it did descend? Like the kind of orc empire. Even if it descended on the center of the city, a high-level professional could easily sweep it away. And with the mages searching for it, it could definitely clean up all the monsters in a day. If the city guards were out en masse, it would be even simpler to suppress. And with a bit of luck not a single person would die. Even if there is really a loss, it will not be too exaggerated, and the city of Jane can easily withstand it. But the ghosts come with their own concealment, making search operations difficult. It also has the ability to infect people into ghosts and can rapidly expand its kind. Once the expansion goes down, it's a big loss. This was the reason why all of the executives present had gone out of their way to unite and vigorously cultivate newcomers, contributing people to the cause, as well as trying to resolve this abyss. The reason why Keiichiro Nishikawa dared to speak out bluntly without leaving a trace of face for the people present. Also because of the special nature of this abyss. He took it to death. You son of a dangpangang stood up angrily. Then he was pulled down again by Xia Idong. Mr. Nishikawa, I think both of us still have huge differences about this deal. Xia Idong reluctantly said while pulling Dangpangang. Let's just let our side deliberate a bit more. Your Excellency should leave first as well. And I hope that your side will lower its conditions as well. Our sincerity is still there. Small day. Keiichiro Nishikawa, whose son was having a good time, smiled slightly and didn't care. Generously said you guys can just discuss it, and we'll talk about it when it's done. And so it was. A few minutes later, the conference room was left with Jianyang's executives. Damn Sichuan, bully, Ma Dun, really eat us up? I can't wait to knife him. The crowd cursed, and even Xia Idong couldn't help but curse. Groove, although I also thought that it would be hard to change their demands. This attitude. I want to make a move on this son of a. We, Da Xia, are also a world-class power. What do you mean by that attitude? If it wasn't for the sake of maintaining poise in a diplomatic setting, they were tempted to go over and cut someone down. However, although the executives who didn't explode in foul language just now were furious, Dang Peng Gang, who had just exploded in foul language and almost raised his sword, was calm instead. In the end, we are caught by this group of guys to seize the pain. He took a deep breath. It's us, Jianyang City, who are underpowered. If our Jianyang's professionals can clear the hell level abyss, why should we be worried? And why should old Summer have to squeeze a hard smile at a little neon? It's humiliating. Also true. The crowd sniffed and grew silent. The younger Jing Jing couldn't help but say, he's a small neon, and his country's power is just like that. So why do they all have the capital to support us while we have no way to solve an abyss? What about the other cities in our daxia? What about the other provinces? Does that mean we're no better than a mere neon? You're still young and don't know some things well. The Neon Kingdom's cultivation strategy for professionals is different from ours. Tung Pungang shook his head. They will let some talented professionals form a team that specializes in clearing the hell level abyss. Believe it or not, the squad of professionals that he, Keiichiro Nishikawa, brought with him that were going to be used to clear the hell rank difficulty were all over 20 years old, maybe even 30. It's not like our freshmen, who have only just become professionals for a short time. Over 20? Jing Jing froze. Daxia standard 18 years old for professional transfer. Talented students. The second year basically already broken LV20. Have the talent to clear hell level difficulty but haven't broken LV20 yet in your 20s or 30s. It's unthinkable on this side of Daxia. Why haven't we done this? Jing Jing rubbed his chin, feeling that the neon path was one way to go. At least there's no need to worry about the abyss descending year after year. People can become safe too. Tung Pengang listened and smiled disdainfully. Silly boy. You don't think that those geniuses in Neon who were able to pass the hell level are willingly staying at the lower levels, do you? Not only solving domestic abyssals, but also plundering abyssals from abroad. The amount of talent this requires can be quite terrifying. Would all these people willingly stay low? Where in Neon are the geniuses who volunteer to die for their country? Jing Jing froze. Not to mention other people, even he himself. Let him for the sake of the country to suppress the grade 1 year or 2 years can be. 3 years and 4 years can also be negotiated. But a decade and beyond. He doesn't want to, either. The stronger the professional, the more income they earn, the more exalted their status, and the stronger they are themselves. Even if the country would give those sacrificed geniuses a large amount of compensation, it was definitely not too much after all. What he had solved was just a low-level abyss. So here's the question. Why should I pay sacrifices and suffer for my country, only to watch my peers with lesser talent get stronger and stronger, earn more and more, and have higher and higher status? It's all just bullying, Tung Pengang said lightly. With the lives of parents, with the future of friends, with the future of loved ones, those plutocrats have all the means to make people yield. Otherwise, why do you think there are more and more foreign geniuses defecting to our Grand Xia over the years? It's not that I don't want to be a slave in a foreign country. In one sentence, Jing Jing was speechless. Come to think of it, what is recorded in the history books? Before the rise of that first person of Daxia seems to have a similar situation, but after a moment of silence, he couldn't help but say, but it's still possible for us to form 1 or 2 talented squads with shorter years of service, right? Sacrificing a year or 2 for the sake of the country. I think there are still a lot of people willing to do that. Such a squad can specialize in solving abysses like ours that can't be solved at a moment's notice. It'll be of great use. At least he was willing to sacrifice a little time for it. There's no need to make any sacrifices. Xia Yidong, who was next to him, bristled and said, the low-level abyss can cause limited impact. The high-level abyss has the same risk of descending, and there's an even greater shortage of people over there. The Neon side is doing this because their top brass just don't want to see too many high-level professionals in the country to dilute their position of power. We're different. Jing Jing sniffed and stopped talking. The crowd was also slightly silent. The country's policy is naturally good, but the pressure to do it yourself is a reality. Then we can only hope that our geniuses work a little harder. Deng Pengang took a deep breath and said, Old Ma, on your side, give the newcomers a few more pieces of equipment to target the undead. Old Lu, increase the progress of the training base. Their training volume is too low. Old Xia, contact the sister cities again and see if you can help us out. Old Li, that Xianghua problem in your house. Take your own time to solve it. If you can't solve it in 3 days, don't blame me for kicking him out. Deng Pengang assigned out a large number of tasks in a row. All of them led the way. For a while, only Deng Pengang was left standing there in silence in the conference room. Although he had done a lot, he wasn't confident that he would be able to conquer the hellish abyss, if you really can't solve it. In the meantime, Kaichiro Nishikawa walked back to the hotel where the officials had placed him. As soon as he enters, and a crowd surged up. Lord Nishikawa, what is the situation? Did the people of Daxia agree? What did they say? It was a group of youths around 25 years old or so, but even though they were said to be youths, their eyes were filled with fatigue. The face also looked a few years older than 30. No promises yet, but I think it's coming. Kaichiro Nishikawa smiled slightly. With the situation being so critical, there's no reason for them not to relent. Don't worry. Sooner or later, this abyss will be my great neon empires. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, then gazed at Kaichiro Nishikawa with hopeful eyes. Kaichiro Nishikawa, of course, understood what they were trying to say, and smiled slightly. Don't worry. According to the contract, this is the last abyss you'll conquer. You will be able to break through once you have conquered this abyss. The crowd smiled at the words. There were hugs and cheers. It's like seeing the light of victory. Kaichiro Nishikawa returned the jaded smile, only to say something in his heart. Stupid. Break through LV-20? So what? It's true that you can break through, but who told you that you don't have to be our dogs anymore after you break through? The LV-20 LV-40 abyss. Just as much need for you guys to continue to be a cow for us But speaking of which, that president called Deng Pengang is so strong. It's not like he's gambling up a storm and would rather let the abyss descend than give it to us, right? Kaichiro Nishikawa pondered for a moment and finally decided. Better put a fire under him. In the meantime, Suzy looked at his panel. SOS, Occupation, Necromancer. Level, LV-15. Life value, 235,900. Mana, 750, plus 100. Power, 735. Physical, 2,359, plus 5. Intelligence, 75, plus 26. Agility, 17, plus 3. Physique brushed to such a high level Suzy looked a little confused. According to the official data, the boss of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts on Nightmare level difficulty had an attack power of just 2,500 If he counted the attributes he had brushed up on his way to the boss, then it could be said that he was immune enough to the opponent's damage when he met the boss. Even if the opponent used skills that could break defense, they were definitely no match for this 20W plus blood. It's true that Kryptonian warfare is just strong enough. Suzy couldn't help but lament. $50 for a bottle of blue pills. That's a higher price than the average person would get for one pass. This thing, in fact, wasn't something that allowed one to restore mana at all. Instead, it's specifically for powerful mages, to drink away at critical moments. For example, if you drink it in a boss fight, the Master of Laws is equivalent to an additional 300 mana expansion, so you can unleash spells more furiously without having to care too much about consumption. Instead, Suzy used it as a daily consumable. Even through all the money I had made on previous occasions into this big pit of consumables, can this physique not go up fast? As for upgrades, instead, it's trivial. It's just that the potion is too expensive, and although it profits in the short term, in the long term, it's actually not as cost-effective as the lasting attributes brought by the equipment. Suzy secretly said in his heart, but what I need now is short-term benefits. After all, now I'm ready to challenge the nightmare level difficulty. Right, he thought. standing in front of the abyssal portal. Decisively choose nightmare level difficulty. Abyss, Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. Level, LV1 LV20. Difficulty, Nightmare. Objective, kill the leader, Evil Spirit Abbot. Nightmare level, Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. Start the fight. Chapter 29, I've gotten stronger. And I'm sorry. The living. Join us, everybody. The way of the martial monk welcomes you. Shouting strange slogans, the bronze people of the martial arts monks pounced on them with frantic looks on their faces. Susie stood to the side with her sleeve, her staff waving, summoning zombies and tangling with them. Then it was easily run over by the martial arts monks. Sure enough, the monsters are much stronger than the difficulty level. Susie looked at his opponent's attributes and said in his heart, Bronze Monk. Level, LV15. Blood, 5000. Attack power, 300. Skills, none. A full 5000 in blood. The martial monk bronze man from before only had a blood count of just 3000. This is the difference between hard and nightmare levels. Of course, there was also the gap between Susie herself becoming stronger. But I've only leveled up 4. The increase in attributes won't be much. The point is it's still nightmare level difficulty. Susie secretly said in his heart, his gaze unchanged, only yelling out whenever a zombie is dead. Corpse! What's wrong with you, corpse? You can't die, corpse. Then while pouring a mana recovery potion, he started summoning zombies again. All the while the eyes were fixed on the panel, triggering the talent, the legacy of a dear friend. Your physique increases by 10 points. Equals .. smiley face. Although the group of martial monks were still philosophical in their movements, Susie, who had swiped many copies nowadays, was able to maintain a calm state of mind towards the zombies that had been philosophically knocked over, to touch one's sad feelings, and became more and more skillful, and the percentage of increase in attributes went up. Otherwise, Susie wouldn't have been able to gather so many attribute points so quickly. While the zombies' attributes remain the same, the martial arts monks are greatly enhanced. The result, naturally, is that the time it takes to end the fight is much faster than the hard level. Drying out the last zombie, the martial monk copper people immediately stared at Susie. Come, you, too, join us in experiencing the way of the martial monk's dash. Bang! Without waiting for the other party to finish, Susie blasted his fist over. The head of the martial arts bronze monk exploded as if it were a watermelon. I can tolerate it if you guys philosophize with the zombies, but if you dare to harass me, just go to hell. Susie bristled and stuck the staff at her waist. And then, punch! He opened his hands left and right and rushed into the group of martial monks, opening up the unparalleled. The martial monks had gotten stronger, but their blood levels were still within Susie's spike line. And compared to when Susie first entered the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts, the martial monks at this time were even more miserable. They had been powerless to break Susie's defense a long time ago. Susie killed in as if he was a tiger entering a flock of sheep, his fist wind whistling, charging left and right. The martial arts monks and bronzes were killed at once. After clearing this layer very easily, Susie began to sit in meditation to recover his mana. These little monsters aren't even worth caring about. The only one that has a chance of posing some threat to me is that boss. 2 hours later, Susie finished her meditation and started up the stairs. Same operation as before, summoning the zombies first and letting them deliver. Susie got high and continued to summon them, and when the zombies were all dried out, Susie went up and cleared the remaining enemies himself. There is no difference except for a slight difference in the number and intensity of the enemies. He just climbed up one floor at a time and got about halfway up. The physique has broken 2500. Susie swept a glance. This defense is enough. It's time to add some strength. Then changed summoning zombies to summoning skeletons. It's been a long time. Bones. I missed you guys. Triggering the talent, the legacy of a dear friend. Your strength increases by 5 points. The corners of Susie's mouth rose as she happily watched the little bones tangle with the martial monks. But with the power skyrocketing again, it's time to practice my control again. Susie just swept through. Eventually, the very top was reached. Schizo, you're here. The abbot still had that look of sitting on a futon, and although his voice was as kind as ever, he vaguely felt a bit eerie. I'm coming. Susie replied back, and then started summoning skeletons without hesitation. Skeletons with swords in their hands rushed forward with a thick chi. Then the next second, it was smashed by the abbot's slap. Not even a muscle guy is worthy of my Buddhist compassion. The abbot rose violently, his monk's robe shredded by the hardness of his muscles, tall and immense, almost to the top of the house. Scholar, my Buddha's mercy is for you alone. Why can't you just behave yourself and join me in the enlightenment of the Dharma? He snapped around, revealing his gold-painted skin in that standard faceless face. But in difficulty that faceless golden man image is different. At this moment his body vaguely exudes a burst of black breath. It was as if it came from the deepest netherworld. Cold, scary, evil spirit abbot, level, LV23, blood, 60,000, attack power, 2500, skill 1, inch strength, skill 2, faceless evil body, skill 3, evil god's fist of Fushin. Oh evil spirit abbot. Without changing his face, Suzy swept the template. Yes, the boss has changed. From abbot of the golden body, it became abbot of the evil spirit. Even the skill aspect has changed. Sure master, why are you so obsessed? The evil spirit abbot roared angrily and lunged toward Suzy, bringing up gusts of cloudy wind. That chilly wind was sharp as attack. It was clear that he hadn't personally encountered the skeleton warrior on the road yet, but it was as if the skeleton warrior had suffered a heavy blow, his bones shattering. It's really gotten a lot stronger, Suzy lamented. Strong here is not just strong in attributes. There are also a number of increases that are not in the data but actually exist. But, the evil spirit abbot roared, his muscles instantly tightening as he violently swung out a fist. The fist, which was a few points larger than a casserole, struck with a rigid force, and then a hard hit to Suzy's chest. Bang! A muffled sound. The powerful impact spread in all directions, raising a cloud of dust. But, Suzy, however, was still standing steadily. His feet were as rooted in the earth, and his body did not sway in the slightest. The evil spirit abbot stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes and an incredulous expression. What the hell is going on here? I clearly hit it. I obviously hit it. Never mind. Then we'll fight again. The evil spirit abbot roared, inching into his fist and erupting violently. Skill inch strength, minus 1218. Relying on the skill's damage bonus paid off this time. The damage is well into the thousands. But, Suzy remained motionless. If the evil spirit abbot could also see Suzy's blood level, he would definitely be dumbfounded as a blood ox with over 200,000 blood. Dropping a mere 1,000 points of blood would really be a drop in the ocean. It's about just dropping a full 0.5% blood? You want to say that the blood bar is moving, right? It doesn't seem to be moving. You want to say that the bloodstain didn't move, right? It seems to be moving again. Something along the lines of, as in move? The evil abbot was dumbfounded. How come I didn't feel a thing when my full force strike hit a necromancer in the district? This guy. What breed of necromancer is that anyway? And that's when, snap, Suzy grabbed the evil spirit abbot's hand. Brother, don't be frustrated. You've actually gotten a lot stronger. The corner of Suzy's mouth rose. But I'm sorry, I've gotten stronger even more. One hand grabbed the evil spirit abbot's wrist and clenched his fist. And then, fight. The fist blasted out like lightning, ruthlessly striking the evil spirit abbot's face. Boom! Minus 7,234. The evil spirit abbot, spitting blood from his mouth. Chapter 30, How Low Can Poverty Bring a Man? Settle the reward for you. You gain spirit crystals, 1,300. You gain experience, 4,300. You get the material, Martial Monk Gold Powder * 10. Golden Man Sherry * 8. You get equipment, Holy Wreck Gloves, Golden Fire Armor. Settlement complete. Very good. Blood earns. Excitement flashed in Suzy's eyes, although the equipment that popped out was, as always, the type that Suzy couldn't use. But the equipment and materials added up piecemeal, totaling more than $7 million. He knows that in the long run, potions are not as cost-effective as equipment. But why is he still parting with a large sum of money to buy so many mana recovery potions? This is because you will be able to fight the harder abyss after increasing your attributes quickly in the early stages. It will be more rewarding. Difficult level abyss passes once, only to get 2 million harvest, this time directly 7 million. It's true that the higher the difficulty, the greater the harvest will be. And it's big. If you can get through the hell levels. Suzy's eyes flashed. The Inferno level, because of its special nature, has the effect of solving official worries. So in addition to the harvest brought by the abyss itself, there will be a large official reward. Even this reward is greater than the reward for clearing hell. Calm down. Calm down. Hell level can be much harder than nightmare level, and there's no intelligence to rely on. It's best to be prepared for everything before considering brushing hell. Suzy took a deep breath and calmed down. The role of intelligence may seem insignificant, but it's actually incredibly important. The fact that the officials even went to great lengths to acquire it and then make it available to all challengers for free speaks volumes. Take the nightmare level abyss just now as an example. If Suzy didn't raise his physique to 2,500 to secure a win before challenging the abyss, but only raised it to 1,000 before rushing into the abyss with great excitement, then he could be stiffed by a boss with faster agility and better skills. Because the opponent has been able to inflict greater wounds on Suzy, the skill's increasing effect is also more significant. It is because of the nightmare abyss someone brushed through the level. The monsters of the data submitted to the official and free to publish it. Suzy can use the data to judge the strength and weakness of the enemy. In order to be able to get stuck in just can 100% solve the strength of the enemy. Brush through the abyss. Thanks to the official dad for the gift. Go back and get some rest first. Suzy went home and had a beautiful sleep. His daily schedule now consisted of training his own strength, going to class when school was in session and continuing his self-training after school. Then go to the abyssal portal once in 7 days and brush the abyss twice. As for the break, sleep once before entering the abyss and once after exiting the abyss. Highlight a save everything time for training. However, today was the day to go to school. Suzy did not train and went straight to the classroom. It's still early and the teacher hasn't come yet. Suzy touched his stomach and felt a little hungry, so he took out a loaf of bread and nibbled on it. That's the cheapest, unstuffed white bread. Next to him, Yu Dingwu curiously said, "Why are you still eating this kind of thing? Can't you eat something good?" Suzy nibbled while saying, "I calculated the daily nutritional requirements, and it is the most cost-effective food, so I'd been eating it before. This one was a staple of Suzy's previous school days, highlighting a nutritious, but not tasty, meal. But you're a professional now. Ha!" Yu Dingwu was surprised. With the income of a professional, you're not poor to this extent, right? Even if you just team up to go through the simple abyss, the income from a single abyss is tens of thousands of dollars. Suzy's current income wasn't low, especially the nightmare level abyss brushing. It could already be entered into the daily plan, calculated at twice a week. That was about 1,500 W of income per week, equivalent to a monthly income of $60 million. Monthly income that's already overriding the annual salaries those big companies pay their A-listers. But the overhead is even greater. Suzy cried without tears. Is the overhead of a professional on the same level as that of an ordinary person? Yu Dingwu sniffed and also nodded his head repeatedly. That's true. A professional buying a random piece of equipment is $1 million expense. This was still the cheapest warrior outfit. If it was a mage outfit, or a bit better quality, the price was skyrocketing. Like Suzy purchasing the pieces of junk he was currently carrying, he had also spent a full $70 million. You can see how expensive the equipment is. And Suzy had other expenses. All he had now was the harvest from the last nightmare abyss. This was because all of the money that had been accumulated previously had been spent on mana recovery potions. Although the income from the nightmare abyss has increased, I could only carry 4 bottles of potions at a time because I was poor before. Suzy sighed softly in his heart. Now that the income has increased, the potions can also be pulled full, which is another expense, and income becomes more. Save money to buy equipment is also much simpler. Perhaps potions should stop. Save money to buy plus intelligence equipment. Although the effective equipment is weaker than potions, it can be used all the time, and in general terms it saves a lot more money than potions. This life of poverty of mine, I guess it will continue. Suzy let out a long sigh and couldn't help but ask Yu Dingwu, "Say, do you know any channels to make money? Borrowing money is fine. I'm sure I can pay it back. I'm really short of money right now." What Suzy lacks is startup capital. As long as he was allowed to get some subsidies up front, he would be able to grow by leaps and bounds next, with all sorts of hellish abysses to fight through, and earn absolutely more. Definitely pays off what's owed. Yu Dingwu nodded his head and said, "I know. Naked loan. Suzy, aren't there any other channels? This one is just too miserable too." As an SSS rank genius, he felt that he had to have some face, and couldn't engage in behavior that would bring shame to his ancestors. Yu Dingwu, no. Suzy said unwillingly, "I'm an SSS level genius. I just need a little financial assistance in the early stages. No one has lent me some money. Big deal. I'll return it tenfold later." Yu Dingwu, you don't think too much. Except for naked loans, nothing else will work. Do you think money is so good to borrow? Come, show you this news. With that, he took out his cell phone and handed it to Suzy. Suzy took a look at it. In order to obtain a low-interest loan, the president of the General Association of Professionals of Bajo Occidental, APOB, who visited the country the day before, said that he often watched soccer matches in Dacia. Susie, poor. How can you drive a country's great man to such humility? I'm sorry, I'm the one who thought borrowing money was too easy. Just as Susie was lamenting the power of poverty, an exclamation of surprise suddenly came from within the class. What? The abyss is coming down to our city of Jianyang? It was a male student, and he looked at his cell phone in horror at the contents. Because of the overly shocking content, he subconsciously got up so violently that his chair was overturned on the ground because of his overly rough rising motion. This instantly attracted the attention of those around them. Instead, the classmate next to him said in an uninterested manner, "Isn't it just that the abyss is about to expire? What's so strange about it? The time limit for the abyss is readily available at the entrance to the abyss portal. This kind of thing, it's not even news. In fact, all over the world, there was hardly a city that hadn't experienced the descent of the abyss after all. It was even the strongest cities that didn't dare to say that every year there would be a professional who could tackle the abyss. For the people of this world, this is taken for granted. It's not the same." The male student shook his head repeatedly and said in panic, "The one who is going to descend this time is the undead department abyss. And it seems like our professionals association has given up resisting." The crowd's faces changed and they all exclaimed in shock, "What did you say?" Everyone in the class couldn't help but come over. Even Susie couldn't help but come over and look at his cell phone. The news headlines are, "The people of Jianyang, abandoned by the Professionals Association." Chapter 31, The Ghostly Cave of the Underworld. I'm set. Jesus couldn't stay. In the meantime, Jane City Professionals Association Conference Hall. A group of people were also watching the freshly released news. The undead-based abyss ghostly grotto of the underworld in the city of Jianyang is 3 weeks away from descending into reality. Yet the Januarama City Professionals Association doesn't seem to be trying to resolve the matter. So far, we haven't found any professionals within LV20 in Jianyang City who have a record of passing the nightmare-level difficulty of the underworld ghost cave. Nor have we found any outsiders to support Jianyang City. In this regard, I cannot help but ask, why has the Jianyang City Professionals Association not solved this abyss? Does he really want to solve this abyss? Will the Jana City Professionals Association, which has neglected its duties, give up on solving this problem? As far as this station knows, Mr. Nishikawa, an international friend of the Neon Kingdom, once took the initiative to ask the Jianyang City Professionals Association to fight in the battle to take over the hell-level spectral ghost cave abyss in place of the Jianyang City Professionals, but was flatly rejected by the Professionals Association. It would be very irrational to refuse support from another country before our side has the certainty of conquering the abyss. Of course I understand what the Jianyang City Professionals Association is doing. Our country is strong as a world-class first-class power. It would be a shameful thing to invite people from other countries to raid the abyss. If the Jianyang City Professionals Association asks people from other countries to help it attack the abyss, it will certainly be considered as a disadvantageous ruling, which is a political mistake, or it will be criticized by its superiors, or even be demoted. When personal achievements and the well-being of the people clash, it is clear from the situation at hand what the Jianyang City Professionals Association has chosen to do. What is wrong with this country? Why is it always the ordinary people who suffer? The author cannot help but fall into a deep thinking. This must be the system out of the problem. A series of words that come into one's eyes. Anger burned in the chests of all who watched. Damn! What kind of bull news is this? Xia Yidong slammed his fist on the conference table. What do you mean we're giving up on solving this problem? Olmi has worked so hard and traveled through half of Dacia. Do you mean to say that I'm traveling? Who on earth posted the fake news? Jing Jing also said angrily, why would such news that confuses right and wrong be posted online? Which media is this? Where are the people from the Internet Information Office? What are they doing again? A staff member next to him replied, it's Pearl Media, but when we contacted them, they said that they were also a victim, and that the editor had disappeared, suspected to be out of the country, and the other party told me that there might be a handful of foreign forces, external forces. Whoever did this doesn't even have to think about it. Jing Jing's teeth clenched. Doggone Sichuan, did he forget that they are now in our Dacia's borders? The man next to him grunted. So what do you want to do? Go kill them? Tung Pengang took a deep breath. Alright, what needs to be done now is how to resolve this matter. That's not easy, just block the news. Jing Jing said without thinking. Stupid, is it a news thing now? Deng Pengang took a deep breath. Although this news is full of falsehoods, at least one of them is true, the abyss is really close to descending. No matter what, we're going to fix this. This was obviously done by Kaichiro Nishikawa of Neon. And even the other side didn't cover it up, his own name even appeared in the press release. But he was also so direct because, the abyss, it's really coming down. And the city of Gennaro can't really solve this problem for the time being, even if his news is full of falsehoods. As long as that is true, there are countless people who will believe that news. Unless we really solve this abyss, all the other efforts we make will be in vain. Tong Pengang took a deep breath. The others also looked bad. They actually made a lot of effort, while not stopping looking for reinforcements outside, fully supporting their own sons and daughters, striving to acquire equipment that restrains the underworld ghost cave, and even a plan to evacuate the residents in case the abyss completely descends, have all been prepared and perfected. But none of this makes much sense without addressing the abyss. Tang Pengang was silent for a moment and said in a deep voice, regardless of that, let's first resolve the situation at hand. The squad's treatment has also been raised a bit, so that they can brush the abyss twice a week more. And Jing Jing has prepared recovery potions for the children. Yes, Jianyang is our territory. We can't lose the battle of public opinion. Old Li, I'll leave this to you. Understood. Old Xia, can the city pull a few more geniuses over when they come up with something? Xia Yidong nodded. I'll try my best, though I don't have much hope. But in my opinion, we have to prepare quite a bit of payment for the passers anyway. So why don't we just offer a nationwide reward for solving this abyss? Maybe there will be some casual professionals who can solve our woes. Scattered professionals were people similar to those who were casually grouped together at the entrance of the abyss portal, who were not young but still hung around in the LV-20 abyss, and obviously didn't have much talent. After all, normal geniuses are pulled in by companies and officials, and it's easier to go through official channels. Only the casuals, who need to offer a bounty, can find out about this. These casual professionals, however, often have little to offer other than the fact that they are experienced over freshmen, the experts inside. It was not true to say that there was not a single person, but it was also true to say that there was absolutely no one. But it's always a way out, and there's that glimmer of hope. So Tang Pengang pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Soon the crowd went their own way, and only Xia Yidong stayed behind. What's the matter, old Xia? You still have quite a lot of work. Aren't you going to do it? Tang Pengang glanced at him and said, nothing, just have a question for you. Xia Yidong sighed softly. If you can't take the abyss in the end, do you still plan to invite that little duel to settle this abyss as you expected before? Yes. Only high-ranking people like Xia Yidong knew that Tang Pengang had actually been preparing to ask Neon's people to step in case the abyss couldn't be raided, even at the cost of the abyssal gate. Tang Pengang was silent for a moment and said in a low voice, there's no way. I can't just let the abyss erupt and endanger the people, can I? And ask them to make a move. Then you're in big trouble. Xia Yidong let out a long sigh. When his news wasn't released, you could still use for the sake of the people's safety as an excuse. But now that you've invited him to take action, everyone can think that you were held hostage by public opinion before you had to invite someone. Snakes and rats? Greedy and fearful? A weak character? Similar comments are rare. That's the big political no-no. Once he carries this kind of reputation, Tang Pengang's future will be over. And Tang Pengang just stayed silent for a while and repeated, there's no way. I can't just let the abyss erupt and endanger the people. Right. The official response was quick. So when the students saw that news, they quickly followed it up with an official clarification. There are many words, but they can be roughly summarized in the following three. 1. The Neon Kingdom is unsuspecting. They appear to be helping us at first glance, but in reality they are just greedy for the abyssal gate and want to plunder our resources. 2. It's not as if the officials have done nothing in the meantime. They've not only asked for help from the outside world, but they've also long since gathered the city's highly rated geniuses for centralized training in an attempt to solve this abyss. 3. The next period of time, the official will encourage professionals to raid the ghost cave of the underworld. High-priced acquisition of information on the ghost cave of the underworld, and equipment and props applicable to the ghost cave of the underworld, used in genius squads, to improve the probability of solving the ghost cave of the underworld. I hope that the city's professionals do not begrudge the support. Dasha's officials still have some authority. After seeing the official stance, numerous students were instantly enraged. Good little Neon. So they've come to prey on us. All talk is internationalism, all practical action is business interests, and international friends. He can really talk. The editors who were bribed should have all fled back to Neon by now. He really should be brought back. It's treason, isn't it? Speaking of which, the summer goddess of our class has been absent. Is she the one who was officially captured to form the Raider squad? Definitely. That's an S-class genius. Even Yu Dingwu couldn't help but say, "Damn little Neon, a small island country, actually still bully in our head? I don't believe that a genius like Goddess Xia can't solve a small abyss. Let's see how we can punch them in the face then." However, Suzy saw it and just quietly pondered without saying a word. "Suzy, aren't you angry?" Yu Dingwu couldn't help but say, "Of course I'm angry, but it's useless to be angry." Suzy shrugged and said, "The biggest problem right now isn't the problem of that neon man, but the fact that we really haven't cleared the hell-level underworld ghost cave yet." Xia Shuelan was indeed a genius, but Suzy had just checked online, and there was no name of hers in the nightmare-level clearance records of the underworld ghost cave. Only some clearance records of last year's seniors. She's an S-rated talent. Definitely first team. Even she didn't show up. So I guess the officially assembled genius squad hadn't rated the nightmare difficulty yet. While they're still growing, there's not much time left, and they really may not end up rating the hell difficulty. Maybe. Suzy didn't have the heart to say. In case they fail, either they go to that islander or the abyss descends. That's the truth. They failed? Can't they? That's the most talented in our city. I forgot that you didn't make the team. Yu Dingwu said with slight embarrassment. It's fine. That abyss is a bit special. Low-level necromancers really don't play well. Suzy was quite frank. The official people didn't invite me. Probably because of that. Even if Suzy's true rating wasn't high in the eyes of the officials, it was still in the S-rank category. If the attributes are not mutually exclusive, how can we not let him into the squad? Yu Dingwu bristled at the idea of a creature like a brother, who had always had a mesmerizing confidence in his own brother. He always felt that not letting Suzy into the team was a mistake. But after hearing Suzy's words, he also thought about the problem in case the raid failed. It seems like there are really only two outcomes left: asking the islanders to do something, and sitting back and watching the abyss descend. Think of it this way. Seems like it's better to keep your head down? After all, the abyss descended. Not only the door of the abyss cannot be taken, Jianyang City will have to bear the damage. The more Yu Dingwu thought about it, the more he held his breath and the more depressed he became. Suzy rubbed his chin. As a Daxian, he didn't like Neon either. But as long as the president of the Jianyang City Professionals Association had a few fair hearts, when it was impossible to raid the abyss, he still had to beg to the other side. But the gates of the abyss, that's the most important resource in the world. Once a professional has breached the hellish abyss, the gate to the abyss that he or she has acquired belongs to him or her. And whether you use it as a private copy or take it out and let other people pay to break into it, it's your freedom. It wouldn't even be out of the question to move the abyssal gate to other provinces and cities to add to the underpinnings of other provinces. The only requirement of the Dasha Professionals Association is not to take out the country. At first glance the district was just an abyssal gate, as if giving it to the little duel wasn't a big deal. But in reality this abyssal gate contains a staggeringly large amount of benefits. Because it's a copy that's been completely beaten through, all the data is known, and the rating process is public. For example, why did Suzy dare to enter the Tower of Nightmare-level ancient martial arts at will? This is because the official website has all the data for the Nightmare-level Tower of Ancient Martial Arts, from the small monsters of martial arts monks and brass, to the boss evil spirit abbot, and even their skills, fighting method recommendation, vital parts, etc. A series of intelligence. The abyss has an in and an out, and once you enter, you're really dead if you can't get through. This led to every professional, who had to be sure that they could beat the abyss without huge losses before they dared to challenge the higher difficulties. Intelligence is the top priority, but on the flip side, by ascertaining all the information, the professionals don't have to be afraid and can get stuck at their highest limits with impunity and swipe the most profit. At this point, the abyss will be a complete resource that can be swiped over and over again. A full 3 years of portal duration is more than enough time for a professional to brush up on it beyond recognition. Summarize a whole set of the lowest difficulty clearance strategy, analyze the most suitable equipment, occupation collocation for this abyss, and then enjoy getting the materials and equipment you want. If it was an abyss with a special output, it would even attract a large number of out-of-town professionals, allowing a city to enjoy 3 years of abundance, the benefits of which are beyond amazing. There are actually 7 low-level abysses in the city of Jianyang, and 3 of them are paid abysses, which are these kinds of abysses that have been completed by rating. These abysses are in the hands of top-tier corporations like the Shinfeng Group, making a fortune just by charging challenge fees, interest plus Neon's provocation. Why don't I try to challenge the underworld ghost cave as well? Suzy mused. You'd better forget about it. Yu Dingwu sniffed and waved his hand. The ghosts of the underworld ghost cave are too restraining to physical professionals. Direct damage reduction. You can't fight this kind of abyss with only those few skills of summoning undead. The Spectre's unique passive skill, Spirit Body, drastically reduces the damage dealt to itself by normal physical attacks. A 1000 damage slash would only do 500 points of damage. The damage is directly halved. Low-level necromancers didn't have any damage skills, relying solely on the summoned undead, but these undead's means of attack were also all physical pummeling. Only mages who specialize in spell output are suitable for playing such an abyss. Of course, if equipped with special weapons with damage effects, the physical department could also deal enough damage to the Spectre. People like Xia Xuelan and Xianghua relied on such weapons for their output. What Suzy hesitated about was also this point. Although he didn't rely on undead to fight for output, his own attack method was also a normal physical attack. It's directly equivalent to having your power. That's not a good fight. The official also put out a bounty. Yu Dingwu suddenly eked out, looking at his cell phone. What's being given is really rich. This is blood money. Not only is there a lot of money given, there are rewards for equipment, and the passer is even allowed to choose any low-level skill. That's a big deal. Optional. Skills? Suze's two eyes glowed and violently grabbed Tadewa's cell phone. If there is a person who passes the hell-level difficulty Spectral Ghost Cave, there will be the following rewards. 1. $300 million in cash. 2. 1 piece of legendary equipment. Either. 3. Any one low-level skill of the passer's profession. Ignore the first 2 for now. But for the third, any of the lower-level skills? So is my summoned skeleton mage in the mix? That's a good $2 billion official price tag. Suzy slowly put down her cell phone. Old you. I feel that as a part of the city of Jianyang, I can't let neon run rampant in our country. I'll take care of this hellish ghost cave of the underworld. No! Suze, wake up. Yu Dingwu looked at Suze's expression and panicked a little. This abyss is very poorly compatible with you. There are too many difficulties. What are you going to take out of that physical damage reduction? Suze sniffed and slowly shook his head. No, Lao Yu, you don't understand. Last night I had a dream that a female ghost pressed down on me and choked me. When I was in a hurry and rolled over, I managed to make the nightmare into a spring dream. So I learned the hard way that you can't back down from a predicament. You have to try to turn it around. I'm going to fight this ghostly grotto. Jesus can't keep it either. I say. As for physical damage reduction? Oh, with enough power. Who says you can't stab someone without a gun? Chapter 32, I'm just too solid. Originally, Suzy intended to convert the money on his body into equipment, in the most cost-effective way, slowly playing the abyss to brush money. You will also keep training yourself and controlling your power during this period. But now that I have the opportunity, the big thing is to skip strength training for now. I don't need any power control when fighting the abyss anyway. Suzy was excited in his heart. As long as I brush through the hell level and exchange an intelligence system undead from the official hands, what control power can't make up for it? The intelligence attribute is also additive to increasing one's control. Although this hidden effect requires training to be realized. But it's enough. Let's test that underworld ghost cave first, Suze said in his heart. And without hesitation, he gave up today's lesson and went straight to the underworld ghost cave portal. The urban area of the city of Jianyang is not small, but it is still much smaller compared to the mountains, forests and wastelands involved in the whole city. Most of the abyssal gates are outside the city of Jianyang, except for the 2 abyssal gates that hit the pass. The spectral ghost cave is naturally no exception. It was located in a suburban area 40 kilometers away from the city of Jianyang, closer to the city than the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. Of course, the 2 are not in the same direction. Suzy took the bus and rushed over. Normally in an area this far away, it is impossible for buses to pass through the line. The monsters alone, such as the goblins, are enough to make the bus company drink. This time, however, a new spectral ghost cave station was directly established, and getting off the bus was the spectral ghost cave portal. Once you get out of the car, the surrounding area isn't the desolate zone of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts, with small tents littered all over the place. Instead, several simple steel shanties were erected to serve as stores, inns, and other facilities. It's still Spartan, but it's a good assortment. It looks like the association is making a lot of moves, Suzy secretly said in his heart. This is clearly an official force. They're tackling this abyss as best they can, securing the aftermath for the professionals. This might be able to brush a few more times, Suzy said in his heart. Suzy walked over with big strides, and there were a lot of professionals who had heard about it due to the big deal of the Professionals Association. There was also a long line directly in front of the abyss portal. They might not be able to solve the hellish difficulty, but even if they could get some important piece of information on the easy difficulty, they could make a fortune in blood. Friends, we'll definitely tackle the hell-level spectral ghost cave. Absolutely. Absolutely. Definitely won't let that neon's trickery succeed. Please believe in us. Please ask the country to believe in us. Ask the people to believe in us. We, the professionals of Janyang City, can protect our city. It was a female knight in armor that was bright and dazzling, as if shimmering with essence. Her face was strong and she spoke forcefully, and between her words, with the waving of her arms, she appeared to have a great sense of power. There was a crowd of people around, and a number of TV people with cameras. Suzy was also curious and went over to take a look, and found his acquaintance. Xia Xuelan, you are also there? Suzy froze, then suddenly realized, that's right, you will definitely be there. After all, you belong to the national team. Suzy, you're here too. Xia Xuelan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Suzy. Yeah. Suzy shrugged his shoulders. The Professionals Association has launched a call, so I naturally had to make a trip over to see if I could earn. Can I offer a little help to my hometown? Xia Xuelan, be careful. This abyss is tricky. Xia Xuelan didn't say much, but only admonished. We've only beaten the easy difficulty, but even the easy difficulty is a whole lot harder than the other abyss. In fact, this time around, we were only going to challenge the normal difficulty, and didn't plan on hitting it any higher. So you must think carefully. Don't worry, I will definitely be careful. Suzy shrugged his shoulders. I know that you group of young ladies and gentlemen, who have the support of your family, have notable strength. You are all so cautious. This abyss is definitely not ordinary. I don't even have all my gear together right now, so I'm definitely going to play it safe and start on an easier difficulty. Xia Xuelan nodded. She knew that Suzy acted calmly. It just looks like the public outcry has gotten a little too big, and even he's coming over. Sure enough, we're still moving slow, and that neon has caught the pain. Xia Xuelan sighed softly and looked at her teammates. Training is a lot more rigorous than before, but it's not hard enough. Speaking of which, who's that one speaking on stage? Suzy pointed at the night girl, the captain of our team. Lai Shanghua, Xia Xuelan said softly. Occupation is paladin, also an S-rank rated professional. She's playing along with the station, boosting morale and appeasing the people. It's an old tradition, too. Suzy nodded, then began to ask some details about the underworld ghost cave. While there is a lot of intel on the internet, there is a big difference between those who have experienced it firsthand and those who only read paper reports. Undead-based abyssals were tricky, and he had to be more prepared. Xia Xuelan was cold in face and kind in heart, and did not mince words, speaking softly about the difficulties and points they encountered when they fought the abyss. That Suzy? That necromancer? The guy that Miss Xia said we can't compare to. He came over here too? I'm just an ordinary necromancer anyways. I don't know where I'm better than me. Xia Xuelan's teammates, looking at Suzy from afar, frowned. They had heard Xia Xuelan's accusations before. Other things were fine. After all, Xia Xuelan was very strong. But, how could a group of our elites not be able to defeat a small necromancer? Right? Xianghua? Someone couldn't help but poke Xianghua in the ribs. Don't you want to prove yourself to Goddess Xia? The corner of Xianghua's eye twitched as he glared indignantly at the person next to him. Prove yourself? How can you not want to? But a whole bunch of TV people around, and he's looking for a fight in a place like this? There's no such thing as asking for trouble. Suzy. Xianghua gritted his teeth and looked at Suzy with indignation, then looked at the captain, Lai Shanghua, who was surrounded by TV stations with hatred. As the only male among the three S-rank professionals, with an overly attractive appearance, or a pre-strength profession such as a berserker, backed by a large capital support, a position like captain should have been held by him. However, because he was directly hung by the other party in the middle of the match with Xia Xuelan, he lost the ability to compete for the position of captain. A position such as captain was usually held by one of the strongest among the professionals. How can he convince the public when he's being hung? Xia Xuelan also has a cool and uncommunicative nature, and so it was that the paladin Lai Hyunhua, who came from an ordinary background, was allowed to pick up the slack and become the spokesperson for the squad. Watching Lai Shanghua display her style in front of the reporters, he was so angry that his teeth were clenched. Obviously it should all be mine. Mine. Queue for a long time. The queue went to Xia Xuelan's squad. Suzy, be careful. Xia Xuelan couldn't help but urge. Start playing on easy difficulty. Don't be aggressive. This abyss, it's a lot trickier than you think. It's more of a restraint for you necromancers. Never be radical. After that, he and his teammates went into the deep end. Suzy nodded in understanding. He hadn't intended to challenge the difficulty too directly. Xia Shuelan is talented in her own right, and has brought along a team of not so lowly rated teammates with experience in clearing easy level difficulties, as well as the equipment and skills strongly supported by the people behind her. Even such girls are only going to play normal level difficulty this time. It's my first time challenging the underworld ghost cave again, and I'm not familiar with the details of it, so it's best to start playing on a low difficulty. So, soon, it was Suzy's turn. Without hesitation, he chooses difficulty. Difficult level. Well, he played it safe and chose hard difficulty. After all, even Xia Shuelan and the others had dared to play normal difficulty. So will it be a problem if I hit a small hard difficulty? Suzy couldn't help but lament. Hey, I'm just too steady. Abyss, Ghost Cave. Level, LV1 LV20. Difficulty, difficult. Objective, kill the leader, Night Wreck Ghost General. Description, one day, while digging, the miners unearthed a coffin. It had an ornate getup, with gemstones dotting its surface as if emanating an eerie glow that tantalized the mind. Greedy minds flicker through the crowd and they end up in a big fight. When the final victor puts his greedy hands on it, the sun and the moon lost their splendor as the underworld descended. The gates of hell open in the caves. Chapter 33, Suzy, how do you fight? It was a wilderness of immense depth, an immense and incomparable cave, as if the entrance to an infinite abyss, appeared right under Suzy's feet. Inside came a burst of cold and incomparable breath, as if the coldest ice, dipping people's hands and feet cold. Heart timid. This is the entrance to the cave of the underworld. The next step is to kill into the middle of this underworld ghost cave and find that chief to beat to death. Suzy stroked his chin, then turned his head to look behind him. Behind them was a rambling wilderness, with hardly any trees to be seen, as if it were a bleak desert. However, not far from the entrance to the cave, but can vaguely see a few as the ancient carriage pressure out of the traces. This is an ancient driveway. Speaking of which, what would have become of me if I hadn't entered the cave entrance and instead headed out? Suzy scratched his head. The abyss is like a real world, and no one has discovered the borders of the abyss yet. And according to the school, unless it's a time-limited abyss, you'll teleport back to the portal if you're taking a month, as long as the raid is ultimately successful. The teacher is talking about don't panic if you lose the battle. Don't give up as long as you can escape from the boss. Just repair in the abyss, get refreshed, and you can still launch the challenge again. As long as you don't die, you don't lose. As long as you solve the boss, that's a win. But, what if I just stall hard for time without trying to win? Not solving the boss, staying in the abyss, and dragging it out hard until the year of Abyssfall, and then it just so happens that no one else has cleared the hellish difficulty, leading to Abyssfall. So will I come down to reality with the abyss? Suzy was a little curious about this, but, I'm not a Letso person to play that kind of stuff. Suzy skimmed his lips and walked into the underworld ghost cave with large strides. He wasn't interested in seeing the limits of the abyss, but given what he knew about the human desire to die, there were definitely others who had done something like this, waiting to maybe look for information later. Suzy strides in. This is the tunnel of the mine cavern, with a wide entrance, but immensely deep. An infinite gloomy aura came from it. Next, an illusory figure emerged from the side. It was an illusory spirit whose figure seemed to be composed of light smoke, and a ghostly blue or ghastly white shimmering light enveloped it, emanating a mysterious and gloomy aura. Its silhouette was blurred and its face was indistinguishable, as if it was in a mist, but those eyes were glittering with an eerie light. The gaze was empty and lifeless, and it seemed to speak of an unspeakable sorrow. A piercing chill came over him with a low whistling sound. Ghosts, level, LV15. Blood, 2000. Attack power, 100. Skill, spiritual body. Is this the specter? Suzy looked at this typical undead-type monster and said in his heart, there were actually skill books Summon Spectre for sale in the trading house. Only the specters that were summoned purely by skill were much weaker than this self-leveling specter. Speaking of which, the specter is actually an agility monster coming up. Go on then. Suzy waved his hand. Summoning skeletons. Dozens of skeletal warriors burrowed out of the underworld and let out a silent roar. Ah-ha-ha-ha. The apparition also let out a scream, but it was like the wail of the dead before they died. It wasn't harsh, but it was very hard to hear. The skeletons swarmed, waving their rusty swords and slashing through. The ghost let out a scream while extending its sharp claw-like palms and desperately grabbing over. The skeleton warrior slashed at the specter, but the blade seemed to slash at the water as if it were in water, directly cutting through the specter's body, and the specter only dimmed a few points in a faintly invisible way. And as the specter clawed at the skeleton warrior, the illusory hand and claw seemed to transform into reality. With just one grab, the skull of the skeletal warrior was crushed to pieces. Spirit body ah. Suzy looked at the specter's almost unchanged blood bar and said in his heart, spiritual body, a body composed of spirits that can significantly reduce the damage dealt to it by physical attacks. But the damage dealt to it by spell attacks will be increased. This is the most typical characteristic of spectral creatures. While not completely immune to physical damage, a single damage reduction was enough to nullify the entire effort of the skeleton warriors. Plus the rank and strength gap. Suzy looked at the ghost, as if open peerless seemingly. In the skeleton warriors killed 7 in 7 out. It's really strong. This one skill almost makes the attacks of the little bones into nothingness, and they can't even consume the enemy anymore. Suzy's eyes narrowed slightly. This abyssal tinker necromancer. It's really not a falsehood. The negative effect of a spirit body, of course, is poor resistance to spells. Theoretically such a creature could be dealt with by getting a bunch of mages. But, a mage at this stage is not a mage yet. Suzy looked ahead into the deeper cave. Miserable figures emerged, one after another. In a short time, the tunnel, which was not a small space, was packed to the brim. It is said that the ghosts in this underworld ghost cave are infinite. Of course, this is impossible. Suzy looked at the monster in front of him, but it's also true that no one has so far mapped out exactly how many ghosts there are. With numbers like that, even if a mage's spells have an additional increase in damage to the specter, I'm afraid it's useless. No amount of blue can drain an endless supply of undead. So don't look at the specter as a weak spell, but it's actually known as a mage killer in the low-level abyss instead. Where would a mage have a chance to recover his blue level under the harassment of an endless stream of enemies? And the high damage of the biased mage is all based on spells. Low-level mages with scarce blue are simply overcome by spectral skykick, and physical fighters, in turn, have huge damage reduction. In the meantime, Xia Shualan and other squads were also fighting the spectral ghost cave abyss. Then there was an attack by a large number of ghosts. Go! Mages stand by with spells at the ready for my command. Shield warriors take the front. A word of command came from the mouth of the captain. Lai Honghua. Ah! Miserable cries were emitted, as if they had smelled the scent of life. The ghosts let out screams one by one and frantically pounced on them. They seemed to be boundless, with illusory bodies layered on top of each other, and a gloomy aura constantly coming. Xia Shualan held his sword in one hand, and his entire body quickly moved forward. Above the sword, there was also a reddish light that emitted a vague sense of scorching heat, and also a few hidden glimmers of holiness. Fire enchanted gear plus paladin captain skill, divine blessing. The sword flashed rapidly, almost becoming a phantom. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. The wind-like sword dance stirred up gusts of air and enveloped the past. Brush up. After a few slashes, the ghost in front of him let out a miserable wail and his figure dissipated. But that was just her. While the others had close calls, especially the berserker Xiang Hua, who valued attack, had already hung up his colors. The mage's enchantment is what grants the equipment extra mana damage, which works wonders against psionics. However, this extra damage value tends to be fixed and not too high. The holy blessing of the paladin is a similar situation. They did manage to relatively restrain the specter, but not by much, and could not make up for the huge advantage that the specter's spirit body brought. Thanks to her high attack speed, Xia Shualan could also deal more additional damage, but not the others. The squad was quickly besieged by the specters, especially perhaps the ghosts were sensing the holy light, an aura most abhorrent to the undead, and one by one, they came out of the caves and swooped down in a frenzy. The crowd was immediately put at an even greater disadvantage, and at that moment, the mage who hadn't joined the battle finally released his long brewing spell. Skill blazing nova, dazzling light erupted from the mage's body, and a huge, as if wagon-sized fireball, blasted out and bloomed in the center of the apparition. The blazing flame was incomparably dazzling, emitting a suffocatingly high temperature, and for a time, it illuminated the dark mine cave, reflecting it into the white sun. The flames expanded rapidly, and wherever they went, the specters hissed in agony. With the explosive damage of the mage, and the bonus of the spectral weak spell, this strike actually cleared half of the ghosts in the passageway. It was clearly effective, but Captain Lai Shanghua couldn't help but chide. You put it in early. We can still continue to raid. If you don't save your mana, how are you going to last until the boss? The mage's face was green for a while, I was seeing that Xianghua's side didn't seem to be able to hold on any longer, with several wounds on his body. Before dash, Lai Shanghua scolded. Let him drink life potion if he's injured. It's not like it's anything life-threatening. Why waste your mana? Xianghua's face turned ugly when he heard this. However, he knew that he had made the mistake first, and forced himself to keep quiet. Forget it, drink the mana recovery potion. Then let's rush over quickly. Lai Shanghua took a deep breath. Otherwise the ghosts will block the road again. Being blocked could be trouble. In fact, without her having to say anything, everyone was moving forward at a brisk pace. Even if you complain, you're running while you're doing it. The shield warrior carried the mage and ran forward, and Xia Shualan and the others even rushed to the front to open the way. It just didn't take long to run, and the dense phantoms came pouring out again. So fast. Xia Shualan's expression changed slightly. She craned her head to look behind her at the mage, who was blushing slightly and still slamming potions. Mages' spells consume a lot of energy and are difficult to fire in bursts. The low-level mages in the early stages had neither the powerful spells that blasted everything, nor the huge amount of blue for protracted battles. Even with a fine mana recovery potion, it's far from enough to catch up with the consumption. The number of ghosts, however, is endless. This abyss, far more terrifying than the others. Susie, you're a mage too, or a more restrained necromancer. How would you fight it? Okay, feel free to fight. Susie looked up. The specters had taken care of the skeletons he had summoned and lunged towards the only current living being. Without changing his color, Suze lifted his fist and blasted it over. Boom! The seemingly unusual fist directly caused a violent wind noise. Minus 3,718. The ghost let out a miserable wail, and his figure gradually turned into an illusion. Completely dead. Its blood is thin, and it is among the crunchiest of crunchies. Not much better than a mage, even if the damage was halved. With Susie's attack power of close to 8,000, it was enough to kill it in seconds. And the opponent's attack. A ghost lunged at Susie with open teeth and claws, viciously grabbing at him. Minus 0. A normal person discovering this scenario would be absolutely filled with confusion, suspecting that they were dreaming, and their brains filled with mush. But ghosts don't, because they don't have brains. So the specter clawed frantically. Minus 0. Minus 0. Minus 0. A series of zeros floated past Susie's head. This isn't a real game. There is no forced blood deduction. No defense breaks. Then it's really no defense breaks. It didn't hurt at all. Sure enough, adding physique first added the right thing. Suze casually slapped the ghost that was making a crazy messy grab on himself, and smiled with a smile on his face. The zombies are giving it their all. There are no monsters that can break defense. So won't I just sleep here? I sure am overly steady. For this level of abyss, can crush all the way through. Chapter 34 is Mr. Knight Wreck Ghost General at home? The community is sending warmth. So's went all the way across the room. There are no opponents who can break defense, so you can be so wavy. But unlike his previous expectation that even sleeping is fine. Here, can't sleep. Suze looked at the ghosts in front of him that were letting out a wail one after another, and couldn't help but sigh. Yes, the sound is too loud to sleep, let alone sleep. I can't even focus my attention on meditation. Originally, I wanted to rely on my strong physique and sleep in the pile of monsters, but I didn't realize that the monsters' voices could also affect me. Suze sighed softly. It looks like brushing your attributes by meditating at ease to recover mana like the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts is impossible. It can't be helped. There are too many ghosts here. Even if Susie could slap 4 or 5 of them to death with a single slap, casually rushing over to play undoubled once. But the number of ghosts simply doesn't appear to be decreasing. To say it's endless is not really an understatement, and meditation needs a quiet environment. Before Susie are clearing the surrounding monsters before meditating peacefully, and now, it's not empty. He could ignore the damage of the specter's attack, but he couldn't ignore the hissing of the specter, and the sense of force it brought when it attacked. All of this is a big no-no for meditation. It was almost impossible for a mage to meditate in this ghostly cave of the underworld. Low-level mages can be miserable in this abyss. Susie bristled. Blocked meditation recovery. Relying on mana recovery potions alone would not satisfy a mage's needs, but on the contrary, this kind of moment in the abyss in the state of being besieged, in order to prevent accidents, has the ability to quickly clear the field of the mage and very important, can't not bring. This abyss is so hard to beat. No wonder it was left over from the last session to this one. Never mind. Let's go with the officially recommended strategy then. Susie took a sip of the potion and then looked around. The number of ghosts was endless, and there was little point in fighting them. So the official recommended strategy is, while fending off the attacks of the ghosts, quickly go straight to the boss room and eliminate the boss directly, thus ending the battle quickly so as not to be dragged to death by the endless ghosts. Putting it on Susie's side is even easier. The minions don't break defense anyway, so just go straight to the boss. What good things can a small monster pop out? Why don't we just go straight to the boss and solve the problem directly? Suze blithely ignored the ghosts around him, striding forward. Not for long. There's just a whole bunch of specters hanging all over the body. They were frantically tearing and scratching, and their entire body seemed to be hanging on Susie as if they were attacking non-stop. Susie took them with him as if, hanging all over the place? No, this is a bit excessive, haha. Suze sighed lightly and fiercely exerted himself. Although I can't tell the male and female of the specters, there are definitely male specters. What's it like for a man to hug around? With a casual fling, his body shook. Empty the hangers on right off the body. And with you guys like this, you're blocking me from reading the map. Susie took out a printed map from his pocket. This underworld ghost cave seemed like a huge maze of tunnels, with passages going nowhere everywhere. And the average person going in was definitely just a result of getting lost. But fortunately, this was not a newly emerged abyss, and there were long ago passable professionals who had mapped it out. These predecessors had definitely taken countless detours and risks for this map. Before this map was made public, there would surely be countless professionals who had taken the wrong path due to bad luck and were then besieged by countless specters, resulting in excessive exertion and ultimately a grim death. Susie, standing on the shoulders of these predecessors. Okay, keep going forward and then turn left. Suze swept a glance and took a big step forward. Abyss is not a game. The bosses are not fixed. They also walk around randomly. That's why the map gives the bosses activity, marking a rough range. It's up to the pros to explore. And Susie's way is very simple and rough. Bang! He punched through the wall. Hello, is Mr. Night-Wreck Ghost General home? Bang! He kicked and shattered the door blocking or. I'm checking the water meter. Open up. Boom! He lashed out with both hands and ripped the door to the mine storage room open. Is anyone there? The community is sending warmth. Susie swept all the way across the room, shouting at the top of his lungs. However, after walking through several rooms in a row and checking out several mine shafts, there was no sign of the Night-Wreck Ghost General. However, before he could take out his map to see if he was in the wrong location, an unmistakable chill came from the doorway, and a furious roar of exasperation. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who the hell was that? Who is provoking me? The next second, a tall figure appeared in the doorway. It was 2 or 3 feet tall, as if it were a small moving mountain. Its body was composed of deep darkness and jagged bones, a black mist lingering between the bones and emanating a chilling aura of death. The head was like a hideous evil ghost, and a bizarre ghostly light flickered in the hollow eye sockets. The limbs were thick and strong, with well-defined bones, and every step that fell could make the earth tremble. The alpha monster, Night-Wreck Ghost General. Susie's eyes lit up. Having found the right person. Night Skeleton Ghost General. Level, LV 20. Blood, 30. 000. Attack power, 1000. Skill 1, Spiritual Body. Skill 2, Death Scythe Harvest. Skill 3, In-Chi Surge. That's a pretty strong boss. Great. I'll be waiting for you. Come on, hurry up and let me beat you to death and this abyss will be over. Susie laughed and summoned the skeleton warriors out of habit. He still regained a bit of mana from being high. No need to be sorry. A necromancer? The Night Skeleton Ghost General frowned. Or a necromancer who can only summon such a weak creature? As an undead creature, it was certainly no stranger to necromancers. But, how dare such a weak necromancer appear in front of him? Who gave him the nerve? Humph. It grunted coldly, and its entire body charged violently. A thick darkness swept in. The pitch-black incomparable scythe, as if it was the god of death who reaped life, instantly reaped the pitiful skeleton warriors as if they were not reaping enemies but straws. Then, the whole person disappeared in place as if he were a ghost. Next, it appeared directly in front of Susie and fiercely chopped down its scythe. A necromancer who can only manipulate such weak undead actually took the initiative to provoke me? Come on, let me see what kind of drugs you're selling inside your gourd. The huge scythe chopped down, carrying a thick In-Chi. The blade cut through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound, like a black lightning bolt, slashing down with the force of 10,000 pounds. Then, Suze smiled faintly, clenched his fist with one hand, and without hesitation, directly blasted out. Ordinary punch. The wind of the fist whistled out like a raging gale. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart with sharp popping sounds. Powerful wind pressure came crashing down on the Night Skeleton Ghost General's Chi, which was almost blown away by this punch. Oh no! It's gunpowder! The Night Wreck Ghost General's pupils shrunk, only to feel a huge force coming from him. The whole person was instantly blasted out, as if a kite with broken strings, drawing a long arc in the air, and finally smashing hard on the mountain wall. Debris flew and smashed out a huge deep pit. Chapter 35, Desertion? The Night Wreck Ghost General spat out blood from his mouth, and his entire body was directly buried in the pile of rocks. Minus 3,716. Bright red numbers that flashed above his head. The blood level also plummeted and buckled. Damn! What kind of power is this? Isn't he a necromancer? Before the Night Wreck Ghost General could think more, Suzy raised his fist and punched it. It fought back the dizziness and broke free from the rocks, turning into a black mist. He avoided Suzy's strike. Next, it appeared behind Suzy. The deep black scythe, viciously chopped over. Then, -0. The Night Skeleton Ghost General's eyes almost glazed over, even though he didn't have them. No harm done? What the is going on here? Of course it didn't hurt. Although the Night Wreck Ghost General was also a boss, it was an agility stream boss. Attack-wise, it's not as good as hosting the Golden Man. Yeah, I think I hit him just now too, but he didn't seem to react either. I thought I missed him. Suzy backhanded a punch, and the Night Wreck Ghost General dodged out of the way in a hurry. The advantages of the agility stream are shown. Although the Night Wreck Ghost General was inwardly horrified, he still reacted quickly. He quickly retreated and dodged the punch. But, why wouldn't it hurt? How can it not hurt? It clenched its teeth. Use a skill. Skill, Death Scythe Reaping. A cold light flashed in its eyes, and the death scythe in its hand was raised high. Black mist lingered around the scythe, emitting a chilling aura of death. The black light flashed and chopped down fiercely. -0. Night Wreck Ghost General. Skills. Didn't do any damage either? Of course not. After all, Suzy's physique had already broken through 2,500. Immune to damage up to 2,500. The Night Wreck Ghost General's base attack power was only 1,000 points. Even if he used his skills and his attack power increased greatly, it was impossible to increase it exponentially upwards. The Night Skeleton Ghost General gasped and used his big move. Skill Chi Surge. Its body exudes a thick Chi. The black mist on the death side is even more dense. The whole person seems to be the incarnation of the god of death. This is a skill that drastically enhances one's attributes. Pair it with the skill Reaper's Reap. It went down with a scythe. This one broke defense. But, -1,234. The Night Wreck Ghost General looked at the damage he had dealt, his face expressionless. He was in the same predicament as the boss evil spirit abbot. It could hurt, but it didn't seem to have much effect. Suzy had well over 25 W of blood, and 1,000 wounds in the area was less than 0.5%. At first glance it seems like you can more or less grind your opponent down just by dealing damage. But, that's the result of the battle with its dual skills on. The monsters are not unleashing their skills at will in an abyss that approaches reality without limits. They also have mana. The big move is all over the place while the blue level is whooshing down. Not a move that can be commonly used at all. This, how do you make it fight? For a while, the Night Wreck Ghost General was a bit confused. Next, Soz comes over the top with a jab. Night Wreck Ghost General dodged again. The agility flow boss, compared to Suzy's little bit of agility, had a crushing advantage, even if it was losing its mind. It wasn't a casual hit. However, groove, old man's clothes. Suzy was furious. You compensate me for my clothes. Suzy's physique did carry it, but that didn't mean his clothes could carry it as well. The top vestments were fine. They were junk and the defense wasn't great, but as equipment, they were at least sturdier. Available at. The only equipment he had from head to toe were his shoes, top and a few accessories. Everything else is just the most ordinary casual clothes. There's no defense in this thing. The pants, in particular, had been slashed twice, making them feel cold. Die for me. Suzy was incomparably angry. Pants. Very expensive. Settle the reward for you. You gain spirit crystals, 500. You gain experience, 2,500. You get materials, Chi crystals *1. Spectral mushroom *2. You have obtained the equipment, Ghost Claw set. Settlement complete. Though the clip is out of anger. But the battle ended up taking a long time. It took a full 3 hours before Suzy finally seized an opportunity to press the Night Wreck Ghost General to the ground and kill him with a flurry of hammers. Sure enough, agility is his weakness. A bad one is easily caught by the boss. If it wasn't for the super spec defense, he really would have flipped over. This battle has advantages for both sides. Suzy is absolute defense and boss is super god dodge. But So's can miss countless times, while boss doesn't allow mistakes. Absolute defense overrides super god dodge. It's so mentally tired. Suzy sighed lightly. When he was in the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts, he spent a large portion of his time in meditation. But in this underworld ghost cave, half of his time was spent on rushing and half on the standoff with the Night Wreck Ghost General. Look at the settlement panel again in Skim. The income is poor. This wave is a bit of a loss, because it goes straight to the boss. There's a ton less material-wise. There's also less junk gear popping out of minions. Overall income is about 100W. Of course, because of going straight to the boss, the clearance was still very efficient, and it only took 5 hours to beat this abyss. From a cost-effective point of view, the speed of earning money from playing the Ghost Cave of the Underworld was much faster than the speed of earning money from playing the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. But I didn't spend a long time in the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts simply because of money. His more important purpose is to brush up his attributes. Meditating 2 hours at a time. 2 hours at a time. That's the reason it takes him more than 10 hours to fight the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. Couldn't he have gone straight to the boss at the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts if it was simply to brush the abyss? The minions in the ghostly cave of the underworld can't break defense, and neither can the minions in the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. Not only is the Tower of Ancient Warriors a shorter journey, but the bosses aren't agility-based and are a bit better to fight. Suzy's entanglement with the Night Wreck Ghost General could be said to be laborious. He also had to constantly guard against the Night Wreck Ghost General seeing the situation and simply escaping without fighting him. The Tower of Ancient Martial Arts had been fought for more than 10 hours, and all he needed to do was to take a short break and he would be able to clear the level once more. But here in the Underworld Ghost Cave, although it only took 5 hours, but now he just want to go home and sleep. The cost-performance ratio is very low. It seems that if it's not for the purpose of testing one's own adaptability to the Underworld Ghost Cave, it's best not to brush the abyss here. Suzy summarized. Not as good as the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. This was not surprising. After all, the reason why Suzy preferred the Ancient Martial Tower Abyss was because of its special mechanism. Of the 7 low-level abysses in the city of Jianyang, it was the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts that was the most cost-effective. Suzy sighed and looked up. The place is still packed. Of course, so many professionals didn't really think that they would be able to clear the hell level difficulty and work towards that. Instead, he intended to keep challenging the easy difficulty and gather all sorts of information about this abyss. Though many things change slightly as the difficulty of the abyss increases, but more are constant, like the terrain. The map of the Underworld Ghost Cave in Suzy's hand was what the professionals had added little by little as they battled and kept attacking the easy difficulty abyss. Then it was bought by the officials at a big price and distributed to all professionals for free. Now with the huge official rewards, the professionals intend to meticulously look for every detail to see if they can make such a fortune in intelligence. And that's when a clamor came. Suzy looked over and realized that Xia Shuelan's squad had also returned. Everyone was wounded, but they did get through. They fought a tougher fight than Suzy, but after all, they didn't have the agility shortcoming like Suzy did. And it was that hard to catch the agility boss Night Wreck Ghost General, plus the difference between normal and hard difficulty. The boss battle, on the contrary, was a bit shorter than Suzy, with 1 plus and 1 minus. The time to pass is instead about the same. The Ghost Cave of the Underworld itself has to be a quick fix. Passed. Our Hope Squad from Jianyang City. Victorious. Several students. What difficulty have you cleared? Is there any hope of solving the spectral Ghost Cave abyss? A whole bunch of reporters ran over, disliking the microphone with eagerness in their eyes. Captain Lai Xianhua was just about to step forward to reply. Xianhua then took a step over and grabbed the front and said, "Of course it passed. We cleared normal difficulty this time, and it was very easy to beat. The final boss, the Night Wreck Ghost General, also fell under my blade. As for any hope of resolving the abyss, we are the hope of the city of Jianyang. We will never let the abyss jeopardize our city. This is our mission." He opened his mouth, and the captain Lai Xianghua, who was a step slow, grimaced. The mage behind him even whispered in a voice inaudible to outsiders, "How dare you say that? Obviously the one with the least output is you. How nice to take all the credit for it." Of course, to some extent Xianghua wasn't wrong. It was indeed him who struck the final blow. It was the fact that he completely ignored the fact that before this final blow, the pressure of the boss was all carried by the paladin's captain and Xia Shuelan, and he himself was just half paddling on the side ready to grab the head. But Xianghua's appearance is still outstanding. Flaming red hair, handsome appearance, athletic body. There are a few teenage geniuses at first glance. The media bought it at once. Of course, there were some who didn't believe it. Berserkers were at a disadvantage in this abyss. How did he surpass the paladins in the same team? So the camera was turned towards Xia Shualan and the others, asking for information. However, although Xianghua doesn't talk about face, the others can't tear him down in front of the camera for the sake of the greater good. The crowd could only nod their heads in cooperation, saying, Xianghua did play a great role. We will not let the abyss jeopardize the city of Jianyang. Kind of interesting. Su Zhe looked at Xia Shualan's squad with a smile. Although Xia Shualan herself was still expressionless, the two of them had at least been classmates for many years, and subtle changes could be seen as she didn't seem to like that red-haired berserker teammate very much. But it doesn't matter. That has nothing to do with Suzy. Su Zhe waved his hand at Xia Shualan in a gesture and prepared to leave. Having experienced the underworld ghost cave as well, he prepared to return to the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts to continue brushing his attributes. The difficulty level Spectral Ghost Cave was so difficult to beat. The nightmare level bosses in the back were sure to be even more tricky. Inferno level is even more important to be well prepared for. Su Zhe he came back safely. Xia Shualan looked on, her heart relieved. The underworld ghost cave was also difficult to deal with, and she was worried that Suzy would not fall into the abyss. That classmate of yours also passed the level. The teammate next to him also saw this and was slightly surprised. To actually pass the easy difficulty, this kid is not ordinary. Even they wasted a pass. I didn't realize that Xia Shualan's classmate actually cleared the level as well. Speaking of which teammate did he get? What's the point of passing? Xianghua ended the interview and walked over with a cold snort. Look at the direction he's going. This is getting ready to go back. It looks like the easy difficulty is still hard for him. He's giving up on the underworld ghost cave. In the end, it's just a deserter. The government had set up a large number of logistics points at the abyssal portal of the underworld ghost cave, which could fulfill almost all the needs of the professionals. What's needed can be fixed exactly where it is. Heading home, wouldn't that be giving up on the pass? You think people are us, with so much good equipment? Paladin Captain Lai Shanghua couldn't help but say as she saw the surrounding crowd disperse. So what if they find it difficult and give up? Even teams like ours that are supported by the city are playing so hard. He'd be wise to give up. Rather you. She raised a cold eyebrow horizontally, holding such good equipment. But you can only deal so little damage. And you still have the nerve to say those words in front of the media. Don't forget, I'm the captain. Xianghua was instantly furious at his words, and tit for tat topped it off. The two argued with each other. The shield warriors and mages next to him hastened to persuade them. Xia Shualan, on the other hand, just looked at Su Zhe's back with a slight frown on her brow. Suzy, have you really given up? Chapter 36, Dreamers in the Herd. Give up? Of course not. Suzy's current panel as, SOS, Occupation, Necromancer. Level, LV 15. Life value, 251,900. Mana, 750, plus 260. Power, 797. Physical fitness, 2,519, plus 5. Intelligence, 75, plus 26. Agility, 17, plus 3. Talent, the legacy of a dear friend. When a dear friend who shares your heart dies in battle, you will gain all of that dear friend's main attributes, permanently increasing your own attributes. Skills. Undead domination. Passive. All undead you summon will be in tune with your mind, and they will be able to understand and follow your commands. Summon skeleton. Consume 20 mana to summon a skeletal warrior. Maintaining this summon requires occupying 1 point of the intelligence ceiling. Summon zombie. Consume 30 mana to summon a zombie. Maintaining this summon requires occupying 2 points of the intelligence ceiling. Corpse poison, a cursed toxin that can be inflicted on the undead under your command, with a certain probability that flesh and blood creatures that die from that undead will be transformed into undead. 25 W of blood, 800 strength. This was the strongest means that Su Zhe relied on. Still, it was unlikely that one could beat the hell-level spectral ghost cave with this overly parochial attribute alone, even if the physique was already higher than a LV 40 subject professional. Yet he struggles to even beat the LV 20 abyss. Mainly due to, this isn't even my main attribute. Su Zhe let out a long sigh. As a mage, his main attribute, intelligence, was the dangling end of the panel. It's also just a little better than poor agility. Normal mages who fight abyssal mainly rely on spell output to kill each other in seconds. Why do I have to rely on my fists? Suzy let out a long sigh. But reality is reality. The next target, hell-ranked underworld ghost cave. He would have to rely on this strong physical attribute as well. Strength, physical fitness, agility. These are physical attributes, belonging to the body's own qualities, and are the basis of all fighting. My agility is too crotch-pulling, and a hell-ranked, nightmare-ranked spectral ghost cave boss definitely has more agility than a night wreck ghost general. I can only rely on my strength and physique to take out my enemies. He needs to have the power to punch his enemies to death, and random enemies that just can't even rub off on my Bloodskin's defense. In that case, it's a bit stressful. Susie calculates and calculates, feeling ducky, mostly out of time. The underworld ghost cave will descend in 3 weeks, and according to the system, the officials will blockade the underworld ghost cave a week before it descends, Suze secretly said in his heart. So the time I can really use is only 2 weeks. Regarding why the official personnel would blockade the abyss a week in advance, this was something Susie did not know, but that's the way the world works. There seems to be some hidden agenda. It's too tight if there's only 2 weeks left. Susie frowned. This time, playing at the previous twice-a-week swipes of the abyss is definitely not enough. Then, put aside power mastery training for now. It's not like you need to limit your power to fight the abyss anyway, but that wasn't enough. So let's abandon the plan of saving up for equipment for now, and give the highest priority to purchasing mana recovery potion with all the haul from brushing the abyss. Susie wrote and counted, and ultimately felt that if he followed this plan, he still had a certain chance of winning. To wit, 7 days a week, 6 days stayed in front of the abyssal portal, staying awake the entire time, painting the abyss non-stop. When you come out of the abyss, just find a tent outside and rest for a while, then go back into the abyss, and so on and so forth. The only day off was for sleep plus school, not that Susie thought school was that important that she had to consume such a day for it. Rather, he also needed to ask his teacher about the fighting style of undead-type monsters to see if he could utilize his strengths more effectively. At the same time, the day included preparations such as checking the contents of the officially published intelligence on the ghost cave of the underworld. Then, from today on, please call me Liver Emperor Sue. Suze took large strides towards the ancient martial tower abyss portal. The advantage of physique was manifested in this moment. Superb endurance. Even a week without sleep did not create major problems. As for the trance, it's okay, monsters don't break defense anyway. Suze just gritted his teeth and frantically brushed the nightmare-level tower of ancient martial arts for a week. He also updated his consumables. Mana recovery potion, low level, quickly recovers 300 points of mana, with a cooldown of 1 hour per bottle. Overdosing will cause damage to life value. This was the potion he had bought earlier, and every time he brushed a floor of the tower, he would knock out a bottle of it. The cooldown will pass in meditation anyway. However, this kind of low-grade potion could no longer satisfy Susie's needs. Susie brushed the tower of ancient martial arts once and gained about 700 W yuan, and the mana recovery potion, low level, was only selling for 50 W a bottle. Even if Suze was high on drugs from the very beginning, with 9 layers of towers, he could only knock off 9 bottles only. It's only 450 W in total. Does this mean that even if you keep getting high, you'll have $250 W left over from a single swipe of the abyss? How does this work? So he switched consumables. Mana recovery potion, medium, quickly recovers 500 points of mana. Cooldown is 1 hour per bottle. Overdose will cause damage to life value. Nearly doubling the amount of mana restored naturally brought an even more terrifying price. A bottle sells for 130 W, more than double the price. This thing was often a crushing life preserver prepared by mage professionals to prevent any accidents from happening while painting the abyss. It's being used as a daily consumable by Susie. Of course, buying all of the mana recovery potion, medium, was too cost-effective, and his pockets wouldn't hold up to him consuming so much. So Susie alternated between the 2 types of potions. A week later, relying on crazy brushing, he eventually turned his attributes. SOS, occupation, necromancer. Level, LV 16. Life value, 272,500. Mana, 810, plus 100. Power, 2055. Physical fitness, 2,720, plus 5. Intelligence, 81, plus 26. Agility, 18, plus 3. Over 2,000 points of power. Represents 2 W of attack power. Now, when he went to fight that Night Wreck Ghost General again, even if the other party had damage reduction, he could still kill the other party with 3 punches. Not bad for me. Susie's voice trembled as he blackened his eyes. At this time, his clothes were tattered and torn, and he looked more like a beggar than a beggar. The footsteps were heavy and dragging, as if each step exhausted the strength of the whole body. His face was pale, his eyes were full of fatigue, and his dull eyes looked like they were covered with a layer of dust. That's what it takes to go crazy for a whole week and brush up on that exaggerated attribute. He took out his cell phone tremblingly and looked at the familiar opening screen, and actually had a vestigial feeling of a savage returning to modern society. Open the network, pop up a message, and flip the group chat. Suze typed shakily, "Is Lao you there? I need a little help. Save me. This honored one does not share the same fate as gambling and drugs." "Susie? What's wrong with you?" "My father and gambling and drugs don't share the same fate, but don't panic. I've got everything." Next, countless beautiful women instantly swiped the screen. For a while, the group sprung to life. Stubborn boy, asterisk 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 you is awesome. Post more. My friends love it. I'm the same. Is this friend of yours your own? Love to drink fake wine smile. Old you. Give you 3 minutes. I want, picture, the download link of this movie. There are bunks under the flyover. Personally speaking, I prefer this girl in, picture. Who knows the name of this actress? A whole bunch of emojis interspersed with the boys' chatter. The originally dead silent group instantly became fiery. It's true that the color chart is the #1 driving force in the group. But, class president, no. Are you guys crazy? This is a class group. Stubborn boy. Smile for the love of fake alcohol. There are bunks under the overpass. For a moment, the group was just quiet. The word withdrawn flashed madly on it. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Next, dirt-eating girl Jaicharu. What do you boys do all day long? Fairy Jane Jingle, it's just, really down to the head. Princess Abyss at large, you boys play like that. Aren't you afraid the group will be blocked? Girls in the class. But it's all there. But who is Yu Dingwu? Will he panic? There is one thing to be said. If I blow up the group because of delusional national affairs, the brothers will all think that I am a. But if I messed up the group because of posting colorful pictures, do you believe they will all honor me as a martyr? My father and gambling and drugs don't share the same fate, and just so you know, every time I post a colorful picture, there's at least one person who hand punches it, and that hand flusher is likely to be put off the idea of going to sexually assault someone to get a thrill. Benjamin is no match for gambling and drugs. With one act I inadvertently saved at least 2 people, the potential sexual predator and the person who was sexually assaulted, thereby reducing the rate of sexual assault crimes. Benjamin and gambling and drugs don't share the same fate. Start by posting a colorful picture, a link to a resource, and be a good person who saves others. My father has no quarrel with gambling and drugs. Good deeds. Start with me. Dirt-eating teenager Jaicharu. Fairy Jane Jingle. Princess Abyss on the run. There's quite a lot of great reasoning, but I'm an administrator. Believe it or not, I'm going to ban you? The honored one has no quarrel with gambling and drugs. Even if I were dead and nailed in a coffin, I would still cry out in this tomb, with a rotting voice. My father has no quarrel with gambling and drugs. A man's dream will never end. Message, my father and gambling and drugs do not share the same fate has been banned by the administrators. Susie looked at his cell phone and was confused. What a group dreamer. But, I didn't come to you for a diagram. I just wanted you to pick me up here at the abyssal portal. After all, Susie hesitates and struggles to type, but the finger had just been pressed to the screen. The next second, click. The cell phone simply shattered. Assets $800. I can't really control this force right now. Susie wanted to cry. Chapter 37, the neons also came to the underworld ghost cave. So's, too much power brushing. The power, which was already very difficult to control, now directly exceeded 2000. And before that, when he was at 700 in strength, he wasn't even fully in control. Now the power has doubled a few times. How can this be controlled? Susie sighed softly. It's true that it's better to settle for a physique. Physique is about defense, endurance, and more. Such attributes that are passively effective and do not require control do not need to be exercised. A professional like Yu Dingwu, who had a main plus physique, even if he had no control ability at all, the worst result he faced would only be injuring Miss Technician due to his endurance being too good and lasting too long. Sore hands? Sore mouth? Sore feet? And, ahem. Anyway, none of it is a big deal. But strength, agility, when not well controlled, hurt people and themselves. Susie glanced at the broken cell phone and asked someone to help make a call to call Yu Dingwu over. A few hours later, when Yu Dingwu arrived, he looked at Suze, who was sitting motionless on the ground, and looked puzzled. What are you calling me for? I just chose the mechanic and paid for it. Let's get you to help me take me home. Susie said without moving a muscle. You still need my help to go back home? Yu Dingwu was confused. Did you forget where your home is? Didn't forget. And you? I am forgetting how to walk. Please carry me home. Thank you. Yu Dingwu? Thanks for being a good brother. Although he seems unreliable, goes to the clubhouse more often than he comes home, and the clubhouse manager knows him better than his own father. But this is actually a pretty solid guy, even if Suze's state was abnormal and incomparably odd. But Yu Dingwu didn't ask anything, and directly carried Suze back to his room, and even helped him buy a new cell phone. Day 2. Relying on the frantic training that went on all night without sleep, Suzy barely reached the control to be able to walk normally and sit down without hurting the stool. Just subtle manipulations remained difficult, such as, Suzy slumped down on the chair in a posture as if he was drunk, in the powerless position. The surrounding students cast odd looks. This posture was even more bizarre than Guyu palsy. This sight made Suzy look a little embarrassed, but there was nothing he could do about it. His current strength was definitely far above that of an LD40 strength professional, and a professional of that level could casually break a house like a cookie. So did Suzy, but the thing is, those professionals can easily suppress their power to normal human levels, and can live normal lives, but Suzy is the one who moves anything and really breaks things like a cookie. Putting it in the abyss is naturally nothing, and the abyss is just a place for random destruction anyway, but for normal life. One slip. Luckily, it's school property -1. Bad luck. Its number of classmates -1. Endure it, anyway, stick with it until you finish raiding the abyss, and you can start training power mastery again. Suze helplessly said, for the sake of the rewards of the city of Jianyang, for the sake of the country, for the sake of the people, I'm really bowing out. Feel a few words about your excellent character. Suzy carefully tapped his cell phone to check the latest reports from the underworld ghost cave. S-class genius Xianghua commissions top enchantment master Master Wang to create a new weapon, the Thunder Giant Sword, in hopes of casting it as a thunder-attributed giant sword to inflict huge kills on undead creatures. Mr. Xianghua announced to the public, with me here, Jianyang is at ease. The casting of the Thunder Giant Sword is complete. Xianghua students swear, behind us is Jianyang. We must win. Suzy's head tilted as he watched. The captain of Xia Shualan's squad seems to be that female holy writer Lai Xianghua, right? But how come the news online is all about itemized fires? How much money did this Godfrey group spend? With this money you give me? I think the abyss has been beaten down for me. Suzy, very envious. He brushed it over and over again. At this time, class teacher Lu Hongzhe walked in. Class, today's lesson is an explanation of the undead department's matchmaking ideas. Those who are interested in the underworld ghost cave will hopefully listen carefully. All the students sniffed and looked serious. Even Suzy was slightly stunned. This is the official move. The undead lineage abyss should have been placed in a later lecture, but has been brought up to open at this point. This is clearly a directive from the Professionals Association. Lu Hongzhe looked at the students below who had gotten serious and sighed lightly. It's a big operation, but I wonder how much of it is for nothing. Those who were truly capable of solving the underworld ghost cave would have been officially recruited into the training camp long ago. How is it possible to listen in a classroom? It was a bit of a sickness, but it didn't cost anything more anyway, so he did as he was told. After all, time is running out. Lu Hongzhe sighed deeply. Class, creatures of the undead lineage, especially monsters like the specter, have their greatest weaknesses and attributes such as holy light, thunder, and flame. Spells can do huge amounts of damage to them, but since undead creatures have always been extremely numerous, mages have to maximize every drop of mana, and that's when we can resort to little tactics. For example, if you have your agility teammates intentionally attract a large number of undead and concentrate them together before the mages bombard them, it will be very effective if you can draw them all into a tight terrain. Suzy listened attentively, though 99% of what the teacher told him was of little use to him. But learning is sometimes about that 1%. Lu Hongzhe spoke in detail, although it is required by the association to carry out the course, but he still cited a large number of examples, detailed explanations of the mysteries for the reference of the students, but not many students were interested in it. A week had passed, and many of the people here had tried the spectral ghost cave abyss, a great understanding of how tricky it can be. Even if the teacher gave a targeted explanation, they didn't want to experience that feeling of being engulfed by the boundless undead all over again. It was Suzy who listened and suddenly raised his hand. Teacher, when facing a boss with an overwhelming advantage in agility, what should I do with the other attributes? Suzy was suppressed by the opponent's agility attribute, but the others would definitely be suppressed by the attribute as well. How do other professionals work it out? Agility department. Lu Hongzhe thought for a moment and said, are you trying to talk about the boss of the underworld ghost cave? The Night Wreck Ghost General? This boss is not easy to fight. Your levels are still low. Your skills are not comprehensive. And you have a big disadvantage. but the solution is not lost. For example, a low-level mage's single spell is difficult to lock onto the opponent though, so you can consider covering it with a ranged spell to kill it. With only a single spell, you'll need to set up traps to limit its movement. Physique class fighters can now play defensive counterattacks and try to catch their opponent in the act of striking. There's a little trick if you're a strength guy fighting an agility guy. Suzy had originally just asked casually, and when he heard the methods the teacher said, it felt as if it didn't mean much to him, but when he heard the latter, his eyes lit up. This little trick seems to really work. After a beautiful sleep, Suzy rushed to the portal of the spectral ghost cave abyss. The place is still crowded and hot. In fact, with the abyssal portals, most of them don't descend on cities, more on the vast wilderness. Often the surrounding geography is harsh and conditions are poor. Sometimes there are nearby gatherings of monsters much stronger than the goblin horde that are a constant threat to the safety of the abyssal portal. It's good enough for the government to remove the threat from the neighborhood. It's up to the merchants to act on their own with supply stations and whatnot. With the abyssal portal disappearing in a year, it's only natural that shopkeepers wouldn't spend a lot of money on building storefronts, and the transportation costs are considerably higher for the distant and dangerous journey. It can be said that things are poorly priced, like the Spectral Grotto, which has strong official support and perfect logistical supplies. Very little, together with the big rewards, it naturally made more professionals inclined to brush more in this place. There are even professionals who simply put up a tent and live nearby, intending to live here for the whole time before the abyss ends, so as to save every second of time. Suzy looked left and right for a while, and soon discovered the most conspicuous Xia Shualan and his group, just about to walk over. Suddenly, he heard a cacophony of noise from the rear, with a few shouts and curses. Turn your head and go over to Neon. They came to the underworld ghost cave too? Chapter 38. Suzy, you called me? Damn! What are these neons doing over here? Assholes who steal our resources. Obviously there's still some time before the abyss descends. What are they doing here? Countless professionals gritted their teeth and looked at that Nishikawa Kaichiro. He was dressed in a neon kimono, with two baka whiskers that stood out, and his pace was slow and languid, with a touch of self-satisfaction. His gaze slowly swept over the crowd, then his nose flared slightly. It was as if he grunted in disdain, but then again, it was as if he did nothing. The angry professionals around him almost wanted to fight. Mr. Nishikawa, this is the underworld ghost cave, President Tung Pangang said with an expressionless face. We have already arranged rooms for all of you, so please move over. For the next few moments, you may begin rating the easy, normal, and nightmare difficulties here. For hell difficulty, you must have our permission. Do you understand? Deng Pangang. Eventually it was decided to compromise. Jianyang City's genius squad was not progressing well, while the time limit was approaching, allowing him to be capricious. Compared to the danger of the abyss descending, losing an abyssal gate was perfectly acceptable. It certainly wasn't completely compromised. His request was this: the Neons would not be allowed to attempt to raid the abyss on hell difficulty unless it was determined that their side could not take the abyss. Don't worry, we will honor our agreement. Kaichiro Nishikawa laughed with a smug look on his face. I don't want to ruin the reputation of our great Neon Empire. In his eyes, a flash of scorn flashed. This Daxia system can be really. There are so many geniuses to squeeze, but they'd rather give their foreigner a chance to gain advantage than give up that useless principle. But this is good. It just gives our great Neon Empire a chance. Nishikawa Kaichiro didn't really care about the agreement that Deng Pangang had repeatedly emphasized. He simply won't break the pact. After all, the city that can't raid the abyss is definitely not the only one in the city of Jianyang. With the city of Jianyang as the beginning, it will definitely dampen the resistance of other cities. This time the abyss is going to be attacked perfectly. He's very ambitious. Daxia, which only takes newcomers to fight the abyss every year, is a vast blue ocean for Neon, which squeezes talent. His purpose of coming to Jianyang was not simply for an abyss. Instead, it's about opening up the market. Uchida-kun, go ahead. Kaichiro Nishikawa smiled weakly at the man behind him. Abyss because of that in-and-out nature. Most people raiding abyss start fighting from low level. No one would dare to gamble with their lives. After all, even with good intelligence, there is a difference between experiencing it firsthand and just reading the report. Even for Neon Squad, who suppressed the growth of their own geniuses, a hellish abyss was equally dangerous and required careful and vigilant actions. Deng Pangang hadn't completely given up hope, but for the greater good, the Neonites had to start experiencing the underworld ghost cave first. Otherwise, when it comes down to it, it's too late. Captain Uchida Ikimoku nodded as he heard the order. Taking a few of his team members with him, he headed towards the abyssal portal. Their expressions were wooden, as if they were dead bodies. It wasn't until he reached the door to the abyss that he showed a few moments of spirit. This is our Dashia's place. We don't need your help. Genius squad leader Lai Shanghua gritted her teeth. We can raid this abyss. Don't need your help. That's right. We can fix this. The team members also spoke up. And even as cool as Xia Shuelan, she couldn't help but say a few words. As the squad that had been nurtured as the city's hope from the beginning of the gathering, they had not only enjoyed the best treatment, but also the heaviest responsibility. In the whole city, they're the ones who don't want Neon's help the most, because it represents their incompetence. Listening to the intentional words, Uchida Kazuki slowly dropped his eyes on them. What a naive display. Is this Dashia? Is it up to you to decide such things? If you act confident, will others believe you? Besides, even the president of your city of Jianyang has bowed down. So what's the point of your reluctance? But, looking at the faces of Xia Shuelan and the others that were full of juvenile intentions, and the innocence revealed in their words, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of fire. At one time, he was as energetic and youthful as they were, but compare him now. I wish I could destroy them. Uchida Ikimoku chortled in his heart, and on his face, he said with a smile on his face, what do you say? The one who invited us here is the president of your professionals association. Besides, with just a few of you, can you really solve this abyss? What do we need to come over here for if we can? If you guys really want to tackle this abyss, fight on a harder difficulty. He snorted coldly. I've looked at your battle records, and it seems like you've only fought up to normal difficulty, right? Waiting for you guys to pass the hell level? Ha! He sneered at everything. The teammate next to him immediately cooperated. Captain, what difficulty do we choose? Let's start with a nightmare level, Uchida Ikimoku said in a voice that was purposely made to be heard by everyone around him. It's a waste of time for the Dasha people if they can't beat it, but for our noble Yamato nation, one nightmare level difficulty is just enough to familiarize us with the abyss, he said, striding forward. In the next second, the abyssal portal expanded, swallowing several people down. Nightmare level? Directly below hell. The highest difficulty? Xia Shuelan and the others had bad faces. Although this group of Neonians were exasperating, their strength could be really strong. Of course, it wasn't that their talent overrode Xia Shuelan and the others by much. Rather, it is the accumulation of time. Xia Shuelan, a freshman in this term, has only been transferred for more than 2 months now, and Uchida Kazuki and the others? 5 or 6 years is all to say the least. Even if Xia Shuelan and the others worked hard, this gap could not be bridged in a short period of time. Xia Shuelan looked at the disappearing figure. Her teeth clenched. Go! She gritted her teeth. Let's go into the abyss too. Not to say nightmare level, but at least get through the hard level first. Difficulty level? The team froze. Wasn't that a bit risky? There's a lot of things these ne'er-do-wells say that don't ring true, but at least one of them does. How dare we, who've only just beaten normal difficulty, claim to have solved this abyss? Xia Shuelan clenched her shell teeth. Passing the difficult level first will prove that we still have hope that we can tackle the abyss in the next time. The others sniffed a little. They've also been building up for a while, so maybe it's time to challenge the difficulty level. However, Xianghua was frowning nervously. Isn't it a bit too early for difficulty level? We haven't prepared it perfectly yet. He's annoyed with the Neonites' claims as well. But the difficulty level, it's not enough insurance to be prepared. Somewhat adventurous. Don't you want to raid the abyss? Xia Shuelan couldn't help but say. The city is pinning its hopes on us. So who's going to go if we don't? Do you want to be accused by 10,000 people? Coward. Deserter. With so many professionals in the city, why does this abyss have to be left to us to solve? Xianghua reluctantly said. There are so many people who didn't enter this abyss, and there are quite a few who only fought the abyss once. Obviously they're the real deserters. Right. Just like that classmate of yours, Su Zhe. Didn't he only come to the underworld ghost cave once? I'm at least working on raiding the abyss. What's he doing? Xia Shuelan was about to explode with anger at the words. You want to compete with SOs? The Professionals Association has invested the best resources in us, with equipment, skills, and props all provided for free, for us to solve this abyss. And then you compare your subsidized self to Susie, who has nothing. Even she couldn't help but curse. And that's when, you're calling me? Suze suddenly came over from the side and smiled at that item of fire. Chapter 39, Susie's exclusive advantage. Xianghua froze, not realizing that when he said Suze was there. That's a little awkward. Talking bad about someone behind their back is a very different thing than saying it to their face. He was a bad-natured man, but he was still young and rather facetious after all. But after a little embarrassment, it also let go. That's right, I mean you, Xianghua said in a cold voice. You fought the underworld ghost cave just once, or an easy level 1, and then you left. Don't argue. I watched you leave, and I haven't seen you these days. I've at least fought to settle the abyss. What about you? Why don't you try to raid this abyss? Suzy smiled slightly. Simple level? Oh, who told you it was easy? There was actually quite a lot he could have said at this point. Cussing would have been fine. Beating him up would have been fine. But, with a comforting expression, Suzy gently patted Xianghua's shoulder. It's okay, everyone knows you're scared. You don't have to forcefully change the subject. Isn't it just that you don't dare to enter the abyss? That's normal. There's no need for you to have an inferiority complex. Even if you're an S-class professional, even if you have the support of the state, even if you have the support of whatever capital you have. But it's also true that you may not be able to beat the difficulty level. This is indeed risky for you. It's normal for you to be scared, and there's really no need to get down on yourself or put on a strong front. Xianghua was furious when he heard this. Who said I'm afraid? I just don't think we're ready to gamble on the moment right now, where I'm afraid. He is also a senior in high school and is at the age of youthful exuberance. How is it possible to admit you're scared? You're not scared? Suzy raised an eyebrow. Xianghua nodded decisively. Of course not. How could I possibly be afraid? Oh, Suzy nodded. I see. That means you're weak. Xianghua? All of your other teammates dared to enter the abyss, but you didn't dare. Suzy spread his hands and said seriously. Then it's obvious that you're the most vegetable on the team. In that case it's easy to understand why you're afraid to enter the abyss. After all, the strong have nothing to fear, and losers always have to worry more about themselves to save their lives. Suzy patted his shoulder and comforted him. This is a normal thing. You don't need to get excited. You're actually over 90% of the losers. After all, they're not just weak, they're not self-aware. You're different. You know yourself well enough to know what it means to live within your means. So you did exactly the right thing. After all, there's no way for you to do that when you're so weak. That's the reality. And you don't have to be ashamed of that. Xianghua, you're a loser again? This ing. His face was red as a ripe tomato, and the veins on his forehead bulged like sinuous earthworms. Tightly clenched teeth issued a creak sound, as if to completely bite the teeth as Suzy spoke, as if he suddenly thought of something, he asked curiously, but why are you still Xia Shuelan's teammate when you're so weak? Money stuffed in the house? Xianghua, who had just wanted to lash out, was hardened and held his fire in his stomach. He was holding his face red, as if his whole head was bigger, and he looked like he was going to explode. The point is, his family really stuffed the money, subsidized other people such as Xia Shuelan many times in the form of funding from the Shinfeng group. Of course, it's not because he's weak, it's because of his emotional problems that have gotten the team in trouble many times. Shinfeng group was forced by President Deng Pengang to take out money to subsidize the squad. Xianghua's teeth clenched in anger and let out a heavy breathing sound, as if he was about to rage as a bull. Suzy didn't care, turning his head to Xia Shuelan. That said, if the teammates are not qualified, don't insist on forming a team. It's not good for anyone. Look at scaring this rookie. If it doesn't work, let's switch to someone else. Maybe the probability of clearing the hell level will be a little bit higher. Xia Shuelan nodded slightly. I've thought about it too. But unfortunately the teachers won't let me change, she said with a look of regret. She truly felt that by removing an unsettling element of the team like Xianghua, even if she replaced it with a weaker one, the team's cooperation would be improved by a large margin, and the clearance rate would be greater instead. Unfortunately, the teacher won't allow it. Alright then, you guys cheer. Suzy shrugged. Don't tough it out if you can't. After all, you're still carrying a liability. With that, he glanced at Xianghua. Then, stride into the abyssal portal. Xianghua was even more furious. His body kept on trembling, and his teeth clenched out a zipping sound. The whole person, as if a bomb is going to explode in the next second. The captain next to him, Lai Shanghua, glanced at Xianghua. So, into the abyss? Enter! Xianghua roared. Why can't we enter? How can I still lose to a trash necromancer? If he dares to enter, why wouldn't I dare? With that, he was the first to stride into the abyssal portal. The rest of the team looked at each other and swirled to follow. This scene was seen by Keiichiro Nishikawa, who was not far away. He rubbed his chin. the city of Janyang still has the probability of attacking the abyss at the moment. In order to prevent himself, a foreigner, from snatching the benefits, when the genius squad composed of elites such as Xia Shualan possessed a certain strength, officials must be willing to spend a lot of money and provide expensive one-time consumable props to help them raid the hell-level abyss. Theoretically, if Xia Shualan and the others could solve the nightmare-level abyss, and then try to cultivate one or two more times, practicing good coordination, and pairing it with precious powerful props, there was a certain probability of solving the hell-level abyss. Even if the cost of this powerful prop could be a hefty price that the Abyssal Gate wouldn't be able to earn back in 3 years, but for the sake of the face of a great nation, the city of Janyang may be willing to commit itself. It's not like Neon. Neon people come for profit. Even if they don't make a profit, it's a loss for them. And this talented squad is not far from the nightmare-level abyss. Keiichiro Nishikawa had actually been thinking of ways to hinder the genius squad's progress a bit, but he just hadn't been able to catch a break. But now, this Xiang Hui is a professional, but he can't even control his own emotions. Maybe it can be a breakthrough. In the meantime, Spectral Ghost Cave, Nightmare Difficulty. Suzy looked at the familiar panel. The final boss this time was still a familiar old friend, Night Wreck Ghost General. Pretty good. Suzy nodded. At least the route to find him, I still remember. He summoned his own undead, which were quickly cleared by the specters. End of routine brush attribute. Then, Suzy blithely ignored the ghosts that kept pouring over, and ran towards the Night Wreck Ghost General with large strides. Because of the increased difficulty, the attributes of small monsters like the Spectre had also been raised quite a bit, but it still couldn't break Suzy's defense. Suzy sighed deeply as he looked at the ghosts that were clearly not breaking defense, but were still swarming around. It's true that the brainlessness of undead creatures makes one's balls hurt. In fact, the difficulty of the underworld ghost cave compared to other abysses. There was also this undead creature's point. Many abysses have tricky ways of taking them, such as the first abyss Suzy experienced. The basic trial, the Orc Empire. Professionals could use political maneuvers in this abyss to gain an advantage by stirring up the various tribes and making them tear into infighting. That was how Xia Shualan's S-rank rating came about. There is a limit to what abyssal malice can do to a creature. So even orcs, known for their recklessness, can stir up trouble. But the ghost cave is different. You can fool smart-minded mages. You can fool simple-minded orcs. But can you fool an undead who doesn't even have a brain? Can't do it at all. Facing the mindless undead that only knew how to kill, the professionals simply couldn't take advantage of the situation. It's also a huge nerf to the pros, otherwise the spectral ghost cave wouldn't have been stuck for so long. Suzy thought as she slapped the specters on her body to death while running towards the boss. Having had one experience, he made it to the room where he met the Night Wreck Ghost General at the time much quicker than the last time. But there's no one inside. Reasonable. Suzy nodded. Last time it was also the Night Wreck Ghost that came to me. At the time I arrived, it was not in this room. So Suzy didn't panic and ruled out the rooms he had looked for last time and continued to look down. While the abyss is incredibly close to the real thing, it also has some game copy-like features. For example, the moment Suzy entered the abyss, the location where all the monsters were, was fixed. Their next move, too, is relatively fixed. So from that perspective, it's entirely possible to utilize the constant brushing of the abyss to determine an optimal route that leads straight to the boss. Suzy secretly said in his heart. Even if there are more teams passing through, it is estimated that the professionals may have summarized where the Night Wreck Ghosts will appear at various points in time, and where the elite monsters are located. This may not mean much for other abysses. However, for the Spectral Ghost Cave, which has specters attacking you all the time and consuming you, it can reduce the consumptions of the professional, thus gaining a huge advantage. Even if the calculation is more accurate, the professional can be stuck in the moment when the Night Skeleton Ghost will come to a certain location. Come to this place in advance. Set up an ambush in that location. Set up traps. It might be possible to hit the Night Wreck Ghost General hard in one fell swoop. That's the great advantage of intelligence in the abyss. This kind of advantage doesn't mean much to me. Suzy shrugged. Small monsters are unable to consume me, and in my skill bar, I don't have skills that can set up ambushes, and props are even more unaffordable. But I do have another exclusive advantage. He kept running, searching, yelling at the top of his lungs. Finally, he encounters the boss Night Wreck Ghost General. Necromancer? The Night Wreck Ghost General looked at Suzy with a murderous aura. A mere necromancer. How dare you provoke me? Chi exploded from his body, and his entire body flew to Suzy. Raising his huge black scythe, he slashed straight over. Then, -0. Night Wreck Ghost General? However, Before the Knight Wreck Ghost General could react, Suze violently blasted his fist over. Boom! The Knight Wreck Ghost General spat out blood from his mouth and flew backwards. Minus 11,384. Breaking 10,000 damage. Suze looked at the Knight Wreck Ghost General and nodded slightly. Yes, that's his exclusive advantage, because when everyone saw a necromancer, they would instinctively choose to attack the opponent's most vulnerable principle. After all, who would have thought? What about the fact that the strongest point of me, a necromancer, is not my spells, but my fists? Suzy, with a complicated face. He didn't know if he should be proud, or if he should have egg on his face. Chapter 40 Skill, Frost Nova. The Night Skeleton Ghost General was spitting blood from his mouth as he was beaten, and his whole body had a tendency to collapse for a few moments. What kind of necromancer is this? Where's the promised necromancer? Suzy didn't say a word and took advantage of the situation. This time, however, it didn't have the same success as the first time, and the Knight Wreck Ghost General dodged away at the last minute. It really isn't that good of a fight. Suzy sighed lightly inwardly. In fact, when he struck out just now, Suzy didn't intend to give it a direct punch. Instead, he wanted to just grab his opponent's body so that it couldn't dodge, and then he would just punch it to death a few times. As long as you solve the problem of the opponent's dodging, hitting agile enemies with little attack or blood is a breeze. Unfortunately, although the Night Skeleton Ghost General did not know Suze's details, his instincts still avoided Suze's hand that was grabbing at him, allowing Suze to only go along with the trend of using grab to turn into hit, blasting him out. If it was a difficulty level boss, it might have been possible for me to take advantage of the opportunity to solve it, but as the difficulty level increases, the monster attributes become stronger, and the enhancement of the boss becomes even more obvious. There's no way out. Suzy sighed softly. Night Skeleton Ghost General. Level, LV 25. Blood, 40,000. Attack power, 1500. Skill 1, Spiritual Body. Skill 2, Death Scythe Harvest. Skill 3, Inchi Surge. As an agility boss, it has such a large increase in blood and attack, and the increase in agility attribute is even more immediate. Can't catch a break. Physical professionals fight agile professionals, and the main way to fight is to counterattack defensively. Suze looked at the Night Skeleton Ghost General, who had a shocked face and was hesitant to attack. But with his appearance, it looks like he won't dare to take the initiative for a short period of time. The Knight Wreck Ghost General only has 40,000 blood in total, so's misses with a $10,000 punch. 4 clicks and you'll have the other guy in seconds. It's a wonder it doesn't panic. What the hell is this guy? Isn't it a necromancer? The Knight Wreck Ghost General looked at Suzy with a horrified expression. How can you hit someone with your fist? And heavy as hell. Is he really a necromancer? He himself had a spirit body that could significantly weaken his opponent's physical attacks. Without this unique skill, wouldn't that kill me in 2 punches? The Knight Wreck Ghost General was horrified. Suzy, on the other hand, shook his hand and took out a cuff, wearing it on his arm, and then swing for the fences. Knight Wreck Ghost will not hesitate to dodge. Just, he only felt as if his body was swept by a storm, and a tingling sensation emanated from all over his body. This is stones? He saw some of the debris that had fallen from his body. It was these stones that hit him just now. Suzy was expressionless. Yes, that's the tip the teacher taught. Power-based attacks are strong, but they can't hit anyone? I'll widen the range and not hit it. Hide hard objects such as tiny stones in your sleeve, and while attacking, use the absolute strength advantage of the strength system to throw them out along with your fists. Together, these stones, too, are capable of inflicting attacks on the enemy. Certainly not as much damage as a normal punch, not even a tenth of that. As far as Suzy could see, the Knight Wreck Ghost General only had a few -200 damage floating on his body, and then nothing more with his total of 40,000 blood. This amount of damage could really only be said to be better than nothing. But the purpose of the tips taught by the teacher is not to cause the small, insignificant damage of a stone. Its purpose is to. Suzy quickly rushed over and threw a punch. The winds of the fists whistled and swept up the debris as they struck together. The Knight Wreck Ghost General saw the situation and hastily dodged. So's throws a succession of punches. The Knight Wreck Ghost General was very fast and naturally dodged Suzy's chaotic punches, but there was no dodging the stray debris that came out with the punch. Straight in the face with little gravel whoops. It couldn't help but instinctively squint its eyes, and its pace faltered for a moment. Each particle of debris naturally carried a certain amount of power since it could cause damage. The Knight Wreck Ghost will dodge normally, and surely no mistakes will be made. However, Under the impact of each debris with power, the agility boss could not help but be affected by those small debris in his steps, and could not maintain a perfect dodging maneuver. The speed, naturally, has slowed down. Suzy decisively seized the opportunity and lunged, taking advantage of the situation to grab him. Hey! Suzy's sardonic laughter resounded in the underworld ghost cave. I got you. He violently exerted his strong force to press the Night Wreck Ghost General hard to the ground, and his entire body directly rode up. And then, swing for the fences. A punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Give Master Death. Settle the reward for you. You gain Spirit Crystals, 1000. You gain Experience, 3000. You get Materials, Inchi Crystals *2. Spectral Mushroom *5. You have obtained the equipment, Ghost Claw Set. You have obtained an item, Skill Book, Frost Cold Star. Settlement complete. Exploding skill books. Suzy instantly showed an ecstatic look on his face. As an undead type abyss, the ghostly cave of the underworld exploded items of the agility type and of course, the undead type, but even Suzy didn't expect to actually pop out a skill book. The popping rate of this stuff has always been low, and often the only way to get it out is to do a lot of swiping. Anyway, Suzy didn't think he could swipe the goodies he needed just a few weeks before the spectral ghost cave descended. So when he first considered it, he didn't even calculate the value of these things. Results, it really came out? Skill Book, Frost Nova. Description, consume 200 mana to release a crystal with Frosty Inchi. The target and its surrounding enemies inflict 200 plus 30 * intelligence attribute, ice attribute magic damage with a weak freezing effect. Learning requirements, Necromancer, LV 10. What luck! It's necromancy. Suzy's face showed joy. Study. Hurry up and learn. The Frost Cold Star skill book turned into a stream of light and flew into Suzy's body. This is the frost magic that comes standard for necromancers. With this spell, necromancers are not pseudo-summoners who can only rely on the undead creatures under their command. Rather, they are true necromancers. It's the venerable master. Good stuff. Suzy was all excited. With it, I'll dash. The excitement on his face suddenly froze. With this spell, it seems like, and it didn't help? Take a look at the damage profile of Frost Nova 200 plus 30 * intelligence attribute. Mages are notorious for their damage explosions, with instant damage actually ranking at the top of all professions. Like the strong skill in strength hosted by the ancient martial tower boss Golden Man, it was only a 1/3 attack bonus, both 13 times the strength bonus, compared to the Frost Cold Star 30x intelligence bonus. It was more than double the difference. Of course, the mage is not invincible. His output depends entirely on spells, and spells consume a lot of blue. Durability is far less than the warrior. Naturally, will make up for it in terms of damage. A necromancer's spells are a little weaker than a normal mage's and consume a little more, but it's also far better than any other career. But here's the question, what is Suzy's intelligence? Counting equipment additions, it's only just breaking 100. That means a shot of Frost Nova that costs 200 mana points will only do about 3,200 points of damage. But that's without counting the enemy's magic resistance, which usually hits around 2,500 points in real life. Even at full blue, he'd only be able to get 4 or 5 shots off, dealing about 10,000 points of damage combined. And Suzy's standard attack power for a casual flat A right now is 20,000 plus points of damage. It's 8 times the size of Frost Nova. Even when facing an abyss like the Underworld Ghost Cave, which had a severe weakening to physical attacks, Suzy's casual strike could still reach over 10,000 damage, a mere 2,000 points of damage. Looking down on whoever. Also don't forget that Frost Nova's 2,000 plus damage is a spell, not a normal flat A. Mage spell casting is the need to have a certain casting time. Skills there is also a cooldown time. The boss is not standing still stakes. Non-binding spells, all need to consider the hit rate problem. And I never had enough mana. It was too late to summon undead to add attributes to myself. Where would I have the amount of blue to allocate to damage spells? Suzy frowned. Until my intelligence attribute goes up. This thing doesn't seem to have much value. Suzy was silent for 3 seconds and shook her head decisively. Forget it. What's so fun about spells? Get the hell back to brushing up on your attributes. The nightmare level spectral ghost cave has also been experienced. After brushing up on attributes for a while longer, it's time to officially pass the hell difficulty. About another hour passed after Suzy left. The abyssal portal opened again. Neon Squad appeared in full view. They're out. It doesn't look like anyone was seriously injured. It's a full pass. Quickly check. What exactly is the difficulty they passed on? Countless occupiers sprang into action, borrowing the Abyss portal's announcement and beginning to access the information. Hell. No one has cleared it yet. Nightmare. There were quite a few other teams that made it this far in the last session. Just no one was able to make it through the final hell level. Compared to the other difficulties, though, this one is clearly the class with the lowest number of people passing it. It was easy to find, so the fast movers quickly pulled the list to the end. Kazuki Uchida, Yuna Kishida, and Yosuke Osako. They punched through the Nightmare class. Nightmare level? These neon guys. They actually hit this level as soon as they arrived? Damn it! They didn't look a few degrees of woe on the outside, and were obviously playing well. Is this the strength accumulated over several years? Uchida Ikimoku and the others sneered a few times, looking like they were scornful of the group. Just a few hints of hidden fatigue in his eyes. Undead-based abyssals that are really bad. Again, they challenged the Nightmare level directly, without a targeted pass through the lower difficulty abyss to acclimatize themselves to the environment, and fought a few times tougher. However, as a team specially prepared by Neon to open the gates of Dacia, even if their bodies were tired, they had to pretend to be a handful, but that was all. They were even about to kill the boss when they were rearranging their grooming for themselves before striking the final blow. For the sake of pretending at this point, a mere Nightmare level abyss? If it wasn't for your Dacia not agreeing to us entering the hell level, we would have been able to fight our way through the hell level today, relieving you Dacia people of the siege. Uchida Ikimoku shouted. Begging to us neons is definitely the best choice you could have made. You can relax. The faces of the surrounding professionals were green and white, written in the color of humiliation. But there was no way to refute it. After all, the neon people have solved the Nightmare difficulty, and the people who solved the Nightmare difficulty on the Dacia side, that's still the previous class of scholars. But that group of scholars had already broken through LV20 a long time ago, and this session's highly anticipated talent squad. It's not like the current record is anything more than average. When are they going to hit Nightmare level? Countless people are repressed inside but have nowhere to release them. In the end, they could only sigh quietly and watch the Neonites sail away back to the hotel that the officials had prepared for them. Then he looked down at the pass with the neon names written on it and fell silent. At that moment, one of the professionals looked at the clearance record in surprise. On top of names such as Uchida Ikimoku, there was another name written with a vaguely familiar feel to it. So's? Was this person's name among the talented students who cleared the Nightmare level in the last class? Chapter 41. Who can second me? Hey! This term of newcomers is too short. It hasn't even been 3 months since the transfer. How can someone like that, who is as talented as they are, solve the hell level difficulty and compete with the shameless ones from Neon? Exactly. Those Neons are in their 20s and they have the nerve to compare themselves to our senior kids. Shame on them. The crowd cursed as they looked at the strutting ne'er-do-wells. But the words were tinged with a bit of helplessness. These Neon grandsons are really strong. There was only one professional who looked at the clearance record with a blank face. Suzy. That name seems a little familiar. Seems like I've heard his name before but care too much. But how do I remember that this person was not on the list of previous students who cleared the Nightmare level difficulty in Jane City before? The professional was a bit confused. In fact, if the Nightmare level Spectral Ghost Cave was concerned, there were still some students from the previous class who could beat the level, albeit barely. There are not many such people, but there are many. He hadn't memorized it carefully either, and he didn't dare to be sure if this Suzy was from the last session or not, although Suzy himself was famous. In the end, he was only a top student of the college entrance examination. Not enough for everyone to remember his name, his face. How about looking online? The professional thought to himself, just about to flip open his cell phone. Suddenly a clamor was heard. Xia Shualan's squad, too, was out of the abyss. Every one of them carried injuries, but they weren't serious injuries. Mentally exhausted, but with a tinge of excitement, Captain Lai Shanghua was just about to say something, but Xianghua jumped ahead of him and yelled at all of them. We beat the hard level difficulty. Difficulty level. Down with it? The crowd froze, then burst into shock. Difficulty level down? Then isn't the Nightmare level not far off? There is still hope for us. There is hope. If we can beat the Nightmare level, and with a little support from the association, the hell level isn't impossible to get through. There were also a few knowledgeable people in the crowd who knew that the support of the Professionals Association must be rare for this kind of matter in the abyss. Beat the Nightmare level, and with the support of the Journeyman's Guild, there's a probability of beating the hell difficulty. So, we can stop begging that neon devil? Good. We still have hope. Xianghua exclaimed triumphantly. With me here, We can fight when recruited. And we will win in battle. So what if it's a hellish ghost cave? I'll get it down. He laughed out loud, welcoming everyone's excited sights, and was immensely proud of his life. Xia Shuilan raised his eyebrows straight up, obviously as a waste. Into the abyss before not dare to enter. In the abyss cannot let go of the hand. Out of the abyss is complacent up. Yes, much like last time. Xianghua is still the one pulling the most crotch on the team. Of course, you can't exactly say he dishes. The main reason was that of the 3S ranks. The paladin had a bonus against the undead. Xia Shuilan was above him in strength, and with her fast attack speed, she was also able to utilize the power of the enchanted weapon. Of the other two A-ranked teammates, the mage's spells also have an additional effect on the spirit body, and the shield warrior is responsible for protecting many of his teammates, and is a functional member. Then the worst performer is naturally the berserker Xianghua, who has a slow attack speed and is also restrained by the specter on all fronts. Can't do anything but pretend to be number one. Xia Shuilan couldn't help but try to say a few words, but was stopped by Captain Paladin Captain Lai Xianghua. Lai Xianghua still knew the importance of lightness, even though Xianghua got carried away and stole the limelight from himself, who should have belonged to the captain. But a bit of good news is just what's needed to boost morale at this time of low public morale. Just ignore him for now. And, when we do enter hell level difficulty, we still need Godfound Group to make a big effort. At this time, we need him. Lai Xianghua sighed lightly in her heart. Getting teams that can only clear nightmare level difficulty to clear hell level difficulty. The disposable props this requires are non-trivial and expensive. Even the Jianyang City Professionals Association might not be able to afford it. Still have to rely on big capital like the Shinfeng Group to contribute money and effort. But if it wasn't for Xianghua, a top-ranking connection in the Raider squad, on what basis would the Divine Abundance Group sell their blood and kidneys for support? Xianghua, however, had no idea what his teammate behind him was thinking. He just toes the line and brags to the crowd. What with how hard the difficulty is, how strong the bosses are, and how exaggerated the number of ghosts are. But thankfully, I'm here. Everything that is a problem, is not a problem. He said it with such intent that most of the professionals believed it at once. Even the professional who saw Su Zhe's name on the clearance record hesitated for a moment and put down his cell phone that was about to tap on the search interface. Even the city's fully supported squad is so exaggerated when it comes to beating the easy difficulty. So how can a Daxamite who cleared the nightmare level difficulty suddenly come out? And there's something familiar about the name Suzy, even though I don't remember it. And the other names further up the list, which are even more familiar to me, are last year's outstanding graduates. He's probably the nightmare level that he teamed up with those honors graduates to pass last year. As for something like a solo brush, he didn't even think about it. If the hard difficulty is so hard to beat, how can the nightmare difficulty be soloed? Right? Since it wasn't a solo brush, it was naturally teamed up with a previous graduate. Difficulty level now? It looks like it's not far until they hit the nightmare level. Kaichiro Nishikawa's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched Xianghua's condescending appearance from afar. I've got to move fast too. Suzy didn't care that much. After he finished the abyss, he went home and started sleeping, get refreshed so he can brush his attributes well. Woke up refreshed. Suzy packed up and went forward to the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. After all, the special mechanism here would allow him to meditate with confidence and boldness, brushing up his attributes to his heart's content with the highest efficiency. There's still a week to go, and from the difficulty of the nightmare difficulty bosses, it looks like I shouldn't be far from being able to tackle the hell level abyss. Suzy estimated in his heart and frowned bitterly. But the hell level abyss, there's absolutely no intelligence. Trying to play through the hell level without any problems. Should I main brush my strength, or main brush my physique? A week was too short a time for him to brush up on another 1,000 or so attributes at best. Trying to have it both ways is impossible. Then there are choices to be made. He pondered for 10 minutes, and then chose decisively to brush up on your physique. Suzy's gaze was firm. None of the undead lineage's blood quantities are very high, and the inferno level wouldn't be too much of an exaggeration, and my output isn't low anymore. With a full 20,000 points of attack, even if the enemy has 100,000 blood in a spirit body that cuts down on physical attacks, I'll still be able to kill it with a dozen punches. But physique doesn't guarantee that I'll be able to block the enemy's attacks, especially since no one knows what a hell level abyssal boss is or is sure of the opponent's skills. It's too risky to brush power alone. Physique when prioritized. Physical fitness is what guarantees fault tolerance. Suzy didn't know the other party's intelligence, so playing it safe and adding all of the body mass was the best policy. And, as long as I don't add power. Even if my main purpose of going into the abyss next is to brush up on my attributes, I'll be able to more or less add a few points to my power control, Suzy said in his heart. He is now a complete human bomb, and in the real world, wouldn't dare exert himself at all. Although it was said that one didn't have to worry about this in the abyss, poor power control could itself affect combat effectiveness to a certain extent. Brush up on your physique that doesn't require control while you're fighting monsters and practicing control along the way. 2 birds with 1 stone. Suzy scanned his template. SOS, Occupation, Necromancer. Level, LV17. Life value, 245,900. Mana, 750, plus 100. Power, 2,215. Physique, 2,611, plus 5. Intelligence, 82, plus 26. Agility, 19, plus 3. The current value of the physique is 2,611. Then, just brush up on 4,000 for now. 4,000 body mass is 400,000 blood. I'll see who can second me? Chapter 42 The Abyss returns one less. Suzy began to brush his attributes. As always, it's the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts on Nightmare difficulty. In fact, he felt that at this time, he might not be unable to bring down the Hell-level Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. After all, one's own attributes were already vastly different from when one initially fought at the Nightmare level. The Tower of Ancient Martial Arts can be fought much better than the Underworld Ghost Cave. He didn't act, though. The Abyss has an entry and no exit, so every time, one must be prepared for everything before entering, Suzy secretly said in his heart. Although I feel that the rewards from the Tower of Hell Great Ancient Martial Arts should not be expensive. But there's not enough time. It's better to prioritize the Spectral Ghost Cave at this time. He entered the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts over and over again, constantly brushing his attributes. It was also the fact that the Spectral Ghost Cave was unusually hot right now, causing quite a number of professionals in the vicinity of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts to be attracted over. Otherwise he'd be so crazy he'd probably have drawn attention to himself already. While brushing the Abyss, he also slightly tested his new skill Frost Nova. Well, how about? It really doesn't work as well as SO's punches. The freezing effect attached to Frost Nova is pretty good though. It's literally freezing the target. This characteristic might be utilized, Suzy said in his heart. As Suzy walked into the Abyss, Xia Shualan and the others were still in the vicinity of the Spectral Ghost Cave Abyss portal, brushing the Abyss over and over again to familiarize themselves with the difficulty. In order to minimize commuting time, the officials simply built a simple training ground nearby for the squad to use. It could be said that during this period of time, Xia Shualan and the others lived in front of the abyssal portal almost all day long, and every time after a few people cleared the abyss, Xianhua would not hesitate to go to the front and greet the cheers of the crowd. Cheer up! It's just short of nightmare level. You guys are going to make it. I love you. Xianhua! Don't give that little Nico a chance. Countless people around them shouted loudly. This is the hope of the city of Jianyang. Xianhua was not polite either, and patted his chest. Don't worry. Leave everything to me. What abyss can't be beaten with me around? A mere nightmare difficulty is no match for me and my Thunder Greatsword. Just this ability to accept interviews on behalf of the squad made people who didn't know always think that he was the captain of the Raiders squad. Not Lai Xianhua. However this time, Kaichiro Nishikawa, who had passed by as if by accident, turned his head in surprise at the words. Did you really put out a lot of effort in the abyss? You're a berserker. Berserkers aren't suited to fight the underworld ghost cave. Berserkers are all physical attacks, and indeed don't do well against specters with physical attack cuts. Xianhua's face twitched. Don't compare me to an unusual berserker. Geniuses are different. Is that so? Kaichiro Nishikawa shrugged. That said, I've heard that there's another SSS-ranked genius in your Janyan who actually didn't join the Raider squad. It wouldn't just be you coming down from the top, would it? Xianhua proudly said. Of course, Amir Suze is not worth mentioning at all. I'm the strongest genius in Jianyang City. He doesn't even deserve to join us. Though theoretically even if they were squeezed out, it should be the 2A ranked players at the back of the ratings who would squeeze Suzy out. But Xianghua didn't forget Xia Shualan's "you can't beat Suze" line when she hung him, so he subconsciously nodded and fell into the trap of Kaichiro Nishikawa. I heard that you are the nephew of Li Yuehong of the Shinfeng group. And it's normal. Kaichiro Nishikawa smiled and said, we often have similar situations in Neon. And Dacia is not much different from us. But if it was that SSS ranked Suzy joining the Raider squad, I wonder what would have become of it. Maybe it's already beaten the nightmare difficulty. And Xianghua-san, I'm sure you'll be able to beat the level as well. Cheers! He smiled slightly. It was as if everything had been said, yet it was as if nothing had been said. Xianghua was immediately infuriated and couldn't help but say angrily, "Hey, I entered the squad on my own merits. What do you mean? It's nothing. Nothing. Don't be angry." Nishikawa Kaichiro waved his hands repeatedly with an innocent look. "But I seem to have heard that Xianghua-san's performance is the worst in the whole team. That very pretty female student. But she said that if you were replaced with someone else, the progress would increase a lot. Maybe it's hit through the nightmare level by now. Anyway, Xianghua-san, you go for it," he cheerfully said. "Beat through the nightmare level early and catch up with that Suzy early. After all, if it weren't for you, maybe the hell levels would have been cleared," he said, striding away. The reporters around the room listened, their eyes glowing. Xianghua squeezed out the spot of SSS-rated Suzy. Xianhui is the nephew of Liu Huang of the Shinfeng group. If it were Suzy, maybe the hell level would have been cleared already. This Neonite is breaking big news. Is it true? Xianhua took a look at Kaichiro Nishikawa's back and then looked at the faces of the group of reporters, and was filled with shame and anger. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm better than that trashy necromancer. The fact that I can join the raider squad has nothing to do with my aunt, he repeatedly explained over and over again. What the weakness of necromancers, what the abyss's restraint on undead, what he was not entering the team through the back door. But the inquisitive eyes of the journalists did not change. After all, having an SSS-ranked professional not enter the raider squad was like being first in the written exam for a public interview and ending up failing the exam instead. How to look at it was not normal. Here it is. Is there something to hide? Is there some kind of dirty behind-the-scenes deal going on? Damn! This underworld ghost cave is such an important abyssal raiding mission. And the Professionals Association is actually playing with power and wealth deals? The journalists were suddenly excited. It was just like what Xia Yidong had said to Deng Penggang back then. Not allowing the SSS rank Suze to join the cultivation list would definitely cause offense. The others wouldn't know about the restraints of the ghostly grotto against necromancers like the veteran professionals did. Much less will they know the fact that SSS ratings are not 100% impossible to take. But the politicians couldn't solve the matter, let alone the district item fire. He was instantly angered and cranky by the reporters' questioning, one after another. Good. He couldn't help but rage. Then I'm going to go ahead and have a nightmare to prove myself. Okay. With that, he strides towards his teammates, wanting to pull them to start raiding the nightmare level difficulty spectral ghost cave. Then, it was rejected without hesitation. We're still a bit short. Captain Lai Shanghua shook her head. Based on the intelligence, it's hard to pass the nightmare level difficulty without any damage with our current cooperation. Some of the best gear for this abyss is also not yet in place. Can't fight now. The nightmare level spectral ghost cave definitely needs to be fought. But not right now. How can you move to the next difficulty so quickly when you've only just cleared the hard level? The teammates couldn't help but look at Xianghua with curiosity. Before it was you who thought all the difficult levels were bad. Why are you so proactive now? When we were all ready. Or you didn't want to go into the deep end. Now we're not ready and you're taking the initiative? Xianhua didn't have the heart to talk about his proclamation in front of the reporters, and could only shout. It's not long before the deadline for the abyss. It's just a few days away. What's the point of going in early? But it's actually really quite a bit worse, because Susie's batch of students, the transfer hadn't reached 3 months until now, in such a short period of time, and the need to adapt to their own attributes, and the need to grind with their teammates, and the need to master new skills, and the need to learn the abyss raids. Time is tight as hell. So for every day that passes, the students are able to become a tiny bit stronger than their previous selves. 2 more days is a big cut. The gap will be even wider, especially for very talented raider squads. Even if they entered the abyss only 1 hour earlier, they would be weaker. With the refusal of the crowd, Xianhua's declaration of a nightmare class abyss raider still didn't materialize. The reporters around the room noticed this and cast more furtive glances. It was as if a knife was stabbing at Xianghua's heart. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He couldn't help but curse. But there is nothing that can be done to change the reality. For the next few days, Xianghua was paralyzed by pinpricks of sight every day. It annoyed him to no end. In fact, the reporters were okay with seeking knowledge. After all, they were reporters from Daxia, and everyone could restrain their eyes and expressions. But Kaichiro Nishikawa doesn't need restraint. Every day when Xianghua saw Nishikawa Kaichiro's sneering eyes with a few hints of ridicule, and as if mixed with a few hints of regret for Suze, a nameless fire surged up in his heart. Kaichiro Nishikawa didn't say anything, but then again, it was as if everything was said. This made Xianghua unable to resist, and every day, he was frantically chasing after his teammates. You can fight the nightmare level abyss now, right? When are you going to fight if you don't already? There aren't even a few days left, until the day. My new armor has arrived. Now we can go fight the nightmare level. Xianghua couldn't help but say. New armor. Thunder armor. Quality, legendary. Type, heavy armor, top. Requirements for wearing, 20 points of physique, 20 points of strength. Attributes, physique plus 30, blood plus 3000. Special effect, thunder backlash. Thunder counterattack, stimulates the power of the thunder armor, allowing thunder to cover one's entire body, inflicting thunder attribute damage on enemies attacking oneself, doubling the effect on spirit creatures. It was a legendary grade armor that was specifically designed to target spectral-type monsters like the Spectral Ghost Cave. Shinfeng Group acquired it today and sent it over as fast as they could. Undoubtedly, this was a very suitable equipment for the underworld Ghost Cave, and the increased attributes were many, allowing Xianghua, who already had a not-so-low blood volume, to directly become a sub that could resist the monsters. It's a big battle boost for the whole team. Your armor is here, but you haven't familiarized yourself with this new equipment yet. Why don't you fight the Abyss a few times to familiarize yourself with the new equipment before going to fight Nightmare? Lai Shanghua was slightly hesitant. It's just a piece of armor. Where is the need to be so familiar with it? Xianghua couldn't help but say. This kind of body equipment can be played with by just about anyone, so it still needs to be familiarized with? How many times have you turned me down, and now you're going to use that excuse for rejection? Lai Shanghua hesitated for a moment. In fact, Xianghua's argument had some truth to it. Something like armor is fine as long as it adds defense to the professional and can dare the professional to come and resist damage. What could be familiar? It's not like it's a weapon with familiar requirements for weight and feel. Plus, she did reject Xianghua many times, and looking at Xianghua's bloodshot eyes that were almost going crazy, it was really hard to refuse. The next step is to rely on the Shinfeng Group behind Xianghua. He can't afford to be offended. Then, alright, just fight the Nightmare. Lai Shanghua nodded. Don't worry, I will protect you. Xianghua, who had put on his armor, laughed out loud, and in the meantime, Suzy was frantically brushing the map. Finally, hit 4000 body mass. Suzy looked at his panel with a pale face. SOS, occupation, necromancer. Level, LV 18. Life value, 402,800, plus 500. Mana, 830, plus 260. Power, 2,216. Physical fitness, 4,028, plus 5. Intelligence, 83, plus 26. Agility, 20, plus 3. Objective. Successful completion. Great. Get some rest, get refreshed, and you're ready to go fight hell. Suzy took a long breath. It's finally done. What remains is the hellish difficulty of the underworld ghost cave. He had been preparing for this abyss for a long time. Official reward. Gate of the Abyss. Undead Lineage Summoning Skill Book. I'm coming. He didn't hesitate to go home. Lay down on his bed and go to sleep. It was a long time before I could get up. Take out your cell phone and brush up on the forums. Xia Shualan and the others are going to play the Nightmare level. Suzy blinked, moving pretty fast. I thought they would keep grinding until the deadline, because Suzy had leveled up by 1 level. Plus there were a few more undead that could be summoned. Add to that the fact that he was also gradually starting to get used to simulated sadness, and the frequency with which his good buddies were bursting their attributes was a few degrees higher. It caused him to come out 2 days earlier than he expected. And Xia Shualan girls, actually 2 days earlier than he expected to challenge the Abyss. I didn't expect them to actually start fighting now. Luckily I got out of the barrier fast, or else maybe the first win of the Inferno class would have been snatched away from me. Suzy sucked in a breath, because if you beat the Nightmare level, and then rely on precious high-powered props, there's a chance that you can challenge the hell difficulty. So in effect they're one step away from being hellish. And since a large part of the key to the ultimate victory or defeat lies in the props, there is no need for any special training, just a little practice in using the props. So in effect as soon as they make it through Nightmare, they're on the doorstep of the hell level. This meant that the official reward would probably be snatched by Xia Shualan's squad. This can't be done. Suzy instantly tensed up. I've put in so much effort and brushed the Abyss to the point of vomiting, not to end up watching Xia Shualan and the others take the rewards. He put on his clothes in a hurry, called a cab and ran for the Spectral Ghost Cave portal. By the time he arrived, many reporters were waiting near the portal. It was open to the public for Xia Shualan and the others to fight the Abyss. Everyone is waiting for news of their victory. Suddenly, the abyssal portal, as if breathing, contracted rhythmically. Several figures slowly emerged. It's the Xiaochuan girls. Out. It's coming out. They pass nightmares. Next up is the Inferno level. We can win. We can win. Great. Now we don't have to count on that mother ******** ing neon. The crowd burst into an excited shouting and cheering streak. Just shouting. Their voices faded. There was even a gradual silence. Because Xia Shuelan, Xianghua, Shield Warrior, Mage. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why did only 4 people come out? Weren't they a team of 5? Chapter 43, Hellish Ghost Cave of the Underworld. Start the fight. Less. 1 person? The crowd's expressions froze for a moment. This actually happens a lot in other abysses, because people die in them. Only those who die in the abyss will simply disappear. Their bones gone. So, Xia Shuelan's face was unsightly, and Xianghua had a panicked look on his face and was mentally unsettled. The other 2 teammates also had bad expressions, full of heaviness. Their bodies are also full of wounds, and it seems that they have fought with monsters not light. What happened? Where's Lai Shanghua? Tong Peng Gang, the president of the Professionals Association, walked out with a grave expression on his face. It's not my fault, Xianghua said with a panicked look on his face. It was her own fault for not blocking the boss. She made a mistake. She dash. Before he could finish, the shield warrior beside him threw a vicious punch. Asshole. If you, who were supposed to resist the boss, hadn't ducked out of the way at that crucial moment, exposing the captain, how could she have died? That's right. The mage kicked over hard as well. I thought you said an armor didn't need to be familiarized? As a result, what are you doing now? You're the one who got the captain killed. And Xianghua, as a berserker, was actually far above mages and shield warriors in terms of physical combat ability. Only at this moment, he had absolutely no intention of resisting, and after receiving 2 blows, he was just holding his head. His eyes were godless, and he kept on murmuring, "It's not my fault she wasn't careful. I didn't expect this." Deng Pingdong's brows furrowed as he looked his eyes towards Xia Shuelan. Xia Shuelan was silent for a moment and told the story of what happened in the abyss. This was because Xianghua's newly acquired armor had a great effect on spiritual creatures. That's why he was supposed to take on the responsibility of being the coach on the team. However, when it came to fighting the final boss, he who was supposed to stand in front of Lai Shanghua and resist the boss subconsciously dodged the enemy's attacks in the same way he had fought before. He still hadn't gotten used to this new armor, and still fought as a warrior when it mattered, just as he had before, not as the current sub-T. Hence, exposing Lai Shanghua, who had just been hit hard and was drinking a recovery potion, to the boss. Eventually, Lai Xianghua was killed by the boss. Although the crowd panicked as a result, fortunately, they had dealt a lot of damage to the boss before, and the amount of blood left was not high, coupled with the fact that all of them were considered to be talents that had been heavily trained by the big powers. They all had some cards in their hands just in case. Eventually, the boss was forced to be killed. But Lai Xianghua is. Tung Pengang sniffed and his face twitched. Then he viciously glared at the 2-eyed, godless Xianghua, itching to slash him to death. Asshole, I should have kicked you off before at least. He was now incredibly sorry he hadn't done so. He was also aware of the Raider Squad's decision to go straight into the Nightmare Abyss after the new equipment arrived. After all, armor is the most unfamiliar equipment. As long as Xianghua dares to resist damage, armor can be useful. But this actually chickened out at the critical moment. This is simply. Deng Pengang took a deep breath, exhaled, and took another. Although he hated wanting to slash Xianghua with a knife, now was not the time to care about such things. Regarding Xianghua's punishment, there will be a ruling from the relevant authorities to determine whether he has intentionally victimized his teammates, and if he has not intentionally victimized them, he needs to take responsibility for the matter and referee out the price he needs to pay. Losing teammates within the abyss is a common occurrence, and there has long been a standardized process in place for related work. The key thing now is, we can only go and beg the neons. Tung Pengang exhaled long and hard. If it was just an insignificant member of the team that was in trouble, he could still think of a way to take one of the training camp's elites to join the squad, and there would still be some hope of solving the abyss. But the loss of Lai Xianghua was a paladin. It is the most restrained professional of the ghostly grotto abyss. It's just that if he wants a second teamer to join him, he can't find anyone who can replace the other guy. He barely managed to pacify Xia Shuelan's few people for a few moments before walking towards Kaichiro Nishikawa. Mr. Nishikawa, we need to have a good talk. Kaichiro Nishikawa smiled slightly. Of course, there is definitely something to talk about. Lots of things to talk about. Looks like the other side is going to Leonize it. But what else is there to do now? Tung Pungdong's lips moved slightly, sighed helplessly, and lowered his head. And at this time, Suze also looked at Xia Shualan and the others from afar and heard Xia Shualan's complaint. That's why it's not much of a necessity to form a team for something like this. Not a reliable teammate. Suzy bristled. Why does everyone look for the same class as a teammate after just switching? It is not because we are all familiar with each other, know each other's roots, understand each other's behavior, and also have a certain basis of friendship with each other. Mutual trust is more important than strength. But they're also getting a few adventurous. Is that item fire being counted again? Suzy glanced at the ne'er-do-wells who had just left with Tang Pang, and then looked at Xianghua. Previously, Suze had only slightly stimulated it last time, allowing Xianghua to rush into the abyss. But that was because he could see that the raider squad was full of confidence. There were A-rated members in there, and even they were fully confident. So how could you, an S-rated genius, be ill-prepared? At best, it's a matter of mental preparation. And now listen to their words. Obviously counted on. The rush was into the deep end. It's true that going down into the abyss should still be a little more stable. Suzy sighed deeply. There is an in and out of the abyss. If you don't make it, you die. That's why he has to be prepared for everything every time he goes into the abyss. Xia Shualan still stood silently not far from the abyssal portal. Not saying a word. Not moving a muscle. Suzy sighed softly and strolled forward. Don't be sad. The professionals who enter the abyss are all ready to sacrifice. Didn't the teacher always say that this is the life of a professional? There's no escaping it. Xia Shualan was silent for a moment. I'm just a little annoyed. Captain, she's eager to tackle the spectral ghost cave. But even though she paid the price of sacrifice, in the end, we still have to ask to Neonite. Lai Xianghua is a paladin. Although professional and personal qualities were not equal, Lai Xianghua was indeed an excellent paladin. Dare to fight. Valiant. Also rushed to the forefront during the battle. Gentle personality. Even to the kind of prick Xianghua, can be kind words of relief, will be slightly broken team organization. Although the grouping of several people is an official order, but 2 months together, there will be some feelings between comrades. If only I could be stronger. Xia Shualan lightly bit her shell teeth. She, not willingly. It wasn't just that he wasn't willing to let Captain Lai Xianghua die because of Xiang was bull asterisk. More than anything, he was upset that Lai Xianghua had put up a fight, but Xia ended up begging for the Nihongs. In fact, by now, she had also figured out a few things. Xianghua, perhaps, had been counted by that Nishikawa Kaichiro. In other words, Lai Xianghua's death had a few shares of responsibility from that Nishikawa Kaichiro, but the bias ends up going to Kaichiro Nishikawa's head. Xia Shualan's lips moved slightly. She was not willing, but what could she do? Getting pissed off with a neon? And who's going to fix the abyss? The conversation between Xianghua and Kaichiro Nishikawa back then happened in front of the reporters. She didn't think Tang Pangang was the least bit aware of Kaichiro Nishikawa's calculations. But in the end, wouldn't he still have to ask Kaichiro Nishikawa to negotiate in order not to pay a greater sacrifice? The more I think about it, the more irritated I get. Xia Shualan dead bite tight lips. That pink lips, are bitten through bleeding? Goddess Xia. You know. Suze suddenly smiled and spoke. All anger actually stems from the lack of one's own strength. Let's make a bet. Just like old times. Bet? Xia Shualan looked up slightly. Suze nodded and smiled. I'm now going to take down the hell-grade underworld ghost cave. Want to bet on whether I can do it or not? The loser buys the other party dinner. That's a familiar voice. Goddess Xia. For the math test this afternoon. Let's bet on who scores higher. The loser will be responsible for the other's lunch for 3 days. Finals start tomorrow. Want to compare grades? Bet a week's worth of snacks. Physics quiz next class. Loser buys dinner tonight. And now, the man had made another invitation to himself to bet against him. The stakes are still the hellish difficulty abyss. Looking at him, he doesn't seem to have any teammates either. No sane person would ever think that any professional could solo through the hell level. But, good. I'll bet. Xia Shualan's pair of beautiful eyes stared tightly at Suze. I bet that you will inevitably pass through hell. Suzy sniffed and froze slightly, then laughed. Good man. It looks like God wanted you to win my first time. He laughed out loud and took a big step into the abyss. Abyss, Ghost Cave. Level, LV1 LV20. Difficulty, Hell. Objective, kill the leader, king of the underworld. Description: one day, while digging, the miners unearthed a coffin. It had an ornate getup, with gemstones dotting it as if it gave off an eerie glow that tantalized the mind. Greedy minds flicker through the crowd and they end up in a big fight. When the final victor puts his greedy hands on it, the sun and the moon lost their splendor as the underworld descended. The gates of hell open in the caves. Difficulty: hell. Start the fight. Chapter 44. The door is blocked. No one can leave today. The final boss, the Ghost King of the Underworld, changed the boss. Susie sighed softly. Changing a boss in other abysses wasn't a big deal, but in this underworld ghost cave, it was extremely troublesome because it was completely like a maze, with holes in the ground everywhere that led to nowhere. If it was an ordinary professional, even if they were very strong, I'm afraid that they might not be able to carry the consumption of the endless ghosts when searching for the boss. But Susie looked at the specter that rushed over with open teeth and claws in front of him. Ghosts. Level, LV 18. Blood, 4000. Attack power, 200. Skill, spiritual body. The numbers are a huge improvement over what they were before. All attributes. Blood. All doubled. It ruthlessly aimed at Susie's chest and directly grabbed it. Then, -0. The words harmless slipped in front of Susie. Luckily, I'm not afraid of this kind of consumption. Susie spread his hands. An enemy that can't break through the defense is just that much more, he said, slapping it over. The ghost with 4000 blood instantly dissipated under the attack that broke 20,000 damage. However, Susie didn't go straight ahead and started to break through the barrier. Instead, he took out a pen and paper and recorded the data of the Spectre's panel. In fact, this was information that every professional who challenged a difficulty that was still unchallenged was sure to record. This kind of information was never officially acquired with heavy money, and then published for free to all professionals. Susie had resorted to official intelligence before, but now, it's his turn to give official intel. Alright, let's go. Susie put away the pen and paper. The next step is to find the boss. He took a big step and went deeper into the cave. Bone-chilling cold surged over, and even his physique felt an inexplicable chill. If it was an ordinary professional, perhaps all of them would experience some slight frostbite effect. Well, take a note of this information as well. The location of the final boss Underworld Ghost King was not clear to Susie. And in this underworld ghost cave that seemed like a maze, running around without a head to take a chance was obviously not a good idea either. Susie first traveled to the location where the Night-Rec Ghost General was. The lowly undead have no intelligence to speak of, only an endless hatred of the living. Like the specters, even though Susie's -0 damage immunity effect appeared time and time again, they still charged hard and mindlessly. However, the higher undead still have a sanity of their own. For example, Night-Rec Ghost General. Because the abyssal terrain remains the same, Susie followed the path he had traveled before and found his old friend with a light heart. Old friend, we meet again, Susie said with a surprised face. I still need your help this time. Night-Rec Ghost General? The Night Skeleton Ghost General had a "who the hell are you" expression on his face. However, the action took the most correct choice. I see that you are a necromancer, so I'll subdue you first. Then without hesitation, flash over. A vicious scythe was aimed at Susie. It had to be said that the hell-level Night-Rec Ghost General was indeed very strong, and his attributes had risen another knot. But, -0. The Night-Rec Ghost General stared with wide eyes and an incredulous expression on his face. How? Susie's attributes were piled up specifically for the purpose of fighting bosses. Even a boss's attack could be blocked, let alone a mere Night Skeleton Ghost General? Next, the Night Skeleton Ghost General then found a fist, in his own eyes more and more enlarged. Bang! -10,944. A muffled sound. The Night Skeleton Ghost General was sent flying out fiercely, hitting a nearby or and immediately spitting out blood from his mouth. Wait, this location. Susie's eyes lit up. This time he was lucky. The location where the Night-Rec Ghost General fell was very good. It was a narrow cul-de-sac. Narrow in scope. Hard to dodge. No room to pivot. So, he rushed on without hesitation. Used the terrain to force them to fight against themselves. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. It was so hard to fight before. This time I'm going to just beat him to death. Wait a minute. I can't beat him to death. I've killed the Night-Rec Ghost General. Who's going to tell me the location of the Underworld Ghost King? Susie's face changed and he hurriedly retracted the fist that was just about to fall. Asterisk. Wake up. Can you use the life restoration potion? I beg you. Don't die. Susie had a nervous look on his face. The Night Skeleton Ghost General, in the end, was not killed by Susie in a single blow. managed to survive by relying on the hellish blood bonus. Suze finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to press for the location of the underworld Ghost King. Good luck! I don't know if it was the result of the Knight Rec Ghost General being blindsided, or if it itself belonged to a character that was more prone to conceding defeat. The Knight Skeleton Ghost General honestly pointed the direction of the underworld Ghost King to Suze. Suzy smiled and nodded. Then a slap sends a good friend to his death. A good friend deserves to be a good friend. It's actually a direct explosion. Suze was elated. Agility equipment, rare grade phantom battle armor, rare grade underworld gaiters. It can be sold for quite a lot of money. The most important thing is that it's bursting with undead equipment. Ghost hood. Quality, rare. Type, cloth armor, helmet. Requirements for wearing, 50 points of intelligence. LV 10. Attributes, intelligence plus 20. Mana plus 300. Special effects, none. Add 20 points of intelligence to the hat. This was much stronger than those ordinary quality equipment that Suzy was currently wearing. It's worthy of being a hell level abyss. The burst rate is just high. Put it on, put it on. Suzy immediately began to change. Hell level abyss feels like the burst rate is a lot higher all of a sudden. Knight Rec Ghost General is also a small boss level. Actually burst 3 pieces of rare level equipment in one breath. Though presumably there's a certain element of luck involved. The last time we had this burst rate was during the basic trial, right? Suzy had almost beaten the entire Beast Emperor set in one breath back in the basic trial. The current burst rate. It feels even better than that. But from this perspective, the basic trial obviously has weak monsters, but the experience given is high, and the equipment explosion rate is comparable to hell. Sure enough, it's a newbie benefit. Suzy let out a long sigh. He's only LV 18 now, but he was LV 11 when he brushed through the basic trial. After brushing the abyss I don't know how many times in the back, I only added the LV 7 level. Although there is the factor of subsequent upgrades becoming more difficult and requiring greater amounts of experience. But apparently, the basic trial is a boon to all newcomers. Let's go! Time to find the final boss. Suzy raised his head and followed the path pointed out by the Knight Rec Ghost General. The Spectral Ghost King is even deeper in the abyss. Even with the Knight Rec Ghost General pointing out the way, Suzy found forks in the road one after another and almost got lost. But Suzy was also keeping track of his course of action. Though there were many encounters with dead-end paths and many attacks by elite monsters, a detailed map, however, appeared quickly. Finally, he walked up to a huge door. The door emitted a gust of cold air, as if it was cast from the coldest of cold iron. The door was immensely tall, as if it had been used by a race of giants, and it was inlaid with countless shining gems. Suzy pushed his hands hard and slowly pushed the door open. Behind the door, there was a huge, immense hall. Facing them were steps after steps, as if they were the path of an audience with the kingdom of God. At the highest point of the steps is a throne of corpses. There was a skeleton with a laurel crown on its head and a huge scythe, sitting proudly on a corpse throne. Who is it that has disturbed the king's slumber? The voice was chilly, as if it came out of an ice cave. The Ghost King of the underworld. Found the main man. Suzy's eyes lit up. Then without hesitation, he turned his head and closed the gate tightly. At the same time, he raised his staff, which he hadn't used in a while, and aimed it at the door. Spellfrost Nova. Freeze me. The mana that hadn't been used since entering the abyss exploded in full force at this moment. A thick cold aura froze the entire gate. Suzy sealed the door while still speaking to the underworld Ghost King. Either you die or I live. The door is sealed. No one is leaving today. Spectral Ghost? Chapter 45 Linguistic Master Suzy. Suzy finally found the best use for the spell Frost Nova blocking the road. As a spell exclusive to necromancy, Frost Nova's freezing effect is still incredibly effective. Icy cold air, which filled the gate, quickly froze and sealed the entire gate. The reason why Suzy had not called out his undead to brush up on his attributes from start to finish this time he came to fight the hell level difficulty abyss was to leave mana to use at this point. A shot of Frost Nova ended, and Suzy glanced at the Spectral Ghost King. See, the Ghost King is not impressed. So, Suzy then waited a little for Frost Nova's CD and then continued to ice. So on and so forth. After a few rounds, all of Suzy's mana was exhausted, but the gate was also completely frozen, turning into a thick wall of ice. Together with the thickness of the door itself, it could be said that even if an elite monster came to attack, it could be stalled for a long time. Is that what this is about? The Spectral Ghost King towered over his ghostly fire-like soul, emitting an icy and incomparable voice. What's the point of sealing the door? To prevent you from escaping? Of course. Suzy rightfully laughed. The Underworld Ghost King sneered. You think you can beat me? Oh ignorant necromancer! You just cut off your own retreat. It snapped to its feet. A thick chi suddenly erupted, as if forming a wave. It surged ferociously. Underworld Ghost King. Level, LV 29. Blood, 90. 000. Attack power, 3500. Skill 1, Spiritual Body. Skill 2, Shadow Death Scythe. Skill 3, Phantom Attack. Skill 4, Dark Binding. Skill V, Summoning Demon Generals. 5 skills, 90,000 blood. 3,500 attacks. The key is still the agility boss. This was the top tier strength of a hell class boss. However, Susie just smiled and said, then do you want to give it a try? Just try it. Next, the body of the Underworld Ghost King suddenly disappeared. As an agility boss, his movements were so fast that they almost became a stigmata. In almost an instant, it appeared in front of Susie. The huge, soul-hunting scythe chopped down hard. And then, -0. The soul fire underneath the skeleton of the Underworld Ghost King fluctuated for a while, showing the shock he felt inside. What I cut? It was a necromancer, wasn't it? How come it didn't move at all? Of course you can't hack it. Leeway, will you eat? Susie let out a loud laugh. Did he really think that the 4,000 attributes he had wasted so much effort to pile up hard were fake? He grabbed over with one hand and the wind whistled. Standard tactics for physical streaming professions, defensive counterattack. The spectral Ghost King was in a trance, and the next moment he slowed down. He saw a hand attempting to grab at him, although the spectral Ghost King was a bit stunned. After all, it was an agility boss, so it still reacted quickly. With a twist of his body, he quickly avoided Susie's palm. Susie was not surprised. After all, this was a Night Skeleton Ghost General. This level of boss was able to dodge his own hand. The Underworld Ghost King was even more powerful and naturally was able to dodge more easily. So he instantly changed his grip into a punch and punched over. This time, the Underworld Ghost King wouldn't be able to dodge it. After all, he himself had lost his first strike because he was too shocked. But he was also undaunted. What was he? Big boss. Blood and defense are strong and strong. There was even the spirit body that was standard for ghost-type undead to mitigate normal damage. What Susie had punched out was just a normal punch-off. Resist it. It's not dead. Next. Chow. -9,823. The Underworld Ghost King only felt a huge force coming from his head, and he couldn't even wear the crown on top of his head, and was instantly blasted out. The whole person was like a kite with broken strings, drawing a long arc in the air and finally smashing hard on the steps. The debris splashed, smashing the delicate and atmospheric steps, all smashing out a deep pit in the shape of a man. My first sight kill is as good as ever. Susie smacked her lips. If Susie could brush up to the point where he could kill the opponent in one hit, it was really even if his intelligence and agility were no longer improved. He could still take the opportunity to kill the opponent in seconds with his first sight. After all, who would have thought that a necromancer, known for his thin body, could throw such a fierce punch? Damn! What the hell is this? The bones all over the spectral Ghost King's body made an unbearable sound, the result of being viciously pounded. However, it didn't care about itself and instead stared at Susie with a shocked expression. This thing, a necromancer? Where did the monster come from that has a necromancer's skin on it? An ordinary punch, the simplest physical attack, directly knocked out 1/8 of his blood? Wouldn't that be a few more punches and you could kill yourself? What the hell is this? It couldn't help but crack up. It's a mage, Susie said righteously. It's a blow from a necromancer. I'm going to hell with a necromancer. The spectral Ghost King cursed. There's no such thing as a necromancer. You must be a fake. Fake? It was a necromantic creature. So how could it not be familiar with necromancers? How is it not a necromancer? Instead, Susie pointed at the traces of the palace's icy gates. Look, this is caused by my necromancer's signature skill. Frost Nova. Spectral Ghost. It seems like, that's true, but that punch, and the body that fought hard against his own scythe, is exactly. No, what one should be thinking about right now was how to defeat this bizarre necromancer. There was a fluctuation in the soul fire of the Underworld Ghost King, and his entire body instantly transformed into a ghostly shadow, bursting forward at an extremely fast speed. As if a black lightning bolt, it fell violently. Skill, Phantom Raid. Agility skills are characterized by extremely fast launches and attacks. Susie was naturally struck without resistance. But, -513. Susie silently put a question mark. It's not over yet. The spectral Ghost King roared. The huge scythe in his hand swung out fiercely at Susie, a scythe blade formed by dark energy, instantly chopping. This sickle blade would leave a black trail of light in the air as if it were a blade of death summoned from the land of the underworld. Skill, Shadow Death Scythe. -1605. That's all not a lot of damage. With Susie's over 4,000 physique reduction, he can still deal this damage. If it was an unusual professional, it would probably not be surprising to be instantly killed in seconds. But, sorry, it didn't work. Susie's body, barely even shaking a bit, just looked at it as if watching a small child play. His blood level, today, was a full 40W. That's a little bit of damage. That's really not even 0.5%. Susie's large hand stretched out and directly grabbed towards the Underworld Ghost King. The Underworld Ghost King quickly dodged, his figure turning into a burst of black shadows. He ran a good distance away, looking at Susie with horrified uncertainty. What kind of monster is this? Don't try to run. Susie chased after him with big strides. He fled. He chased. He winged it. Convex, ******* dish. Cam. Still flying. There's no way around it. The agility gap is huge. And the terrain here is pretty open with no dead space in the standard sense. Trying to catch up with the agility boss Spectral Ghost King was still unlikely. It's true that at this stage, agility bosses are the most restrained against me. Susie sighed deeply. It looks like we still have to play defensive counterattack. He had actually tried the small technique of using small stones to expand his own attack range and influence the opponent's movements as told by his teacher. But naturally, the enemy right now was the big boss Spectral Ghost King with 90,000 blood, not the small trash knight skeleton ghost general with only 40,000 blood. During this time his own power did not increase significantly, while his enemy's attributes rose dramatically. With the damage reduction, the weak force of flinging the small stone attached to this action really makes it difficult to even affect the opponent's movement. Relying on this technique would not allow Susie to successfully catch his opponent. Then, Susie suddenly took off the vestments on his body, revealing his sturdy and powerful chest. The broad chest was as if it was made of steel, exuding a sense of majestic power. The bulging muscles showed off the graceful lines, not the kind of slightly ostentatious style that fitness people purposely practiced, but rather the athleticism that seemed to be like a soldier's brother, as if it contained endless explosive power. It was a robust body that only a physique-stream warrior could have. Susie slapped his chest together. Hit me. Come and hit me if you dare. Those who can't beat me will eventually be beaten to death by me. Garbage Ghost King. Today either I will be killed by you or I will beat you to death. English online translation, hit_me. Susie shouted and used the taunt skill on the Spectral Ghost King. The Underworld Ghost King was really angry. No king could endure such a provocation. His entire body transformed into a black shadow, and his black scythe viciously chopped over. Phantom Assault plus Shadow Death Scythe. -2011. Unmoved, Susie backhanded his opponent in an attempt to grab him but failed in front of the alerted Spectral Ghost King. But he wasn't panicking at all. With this level of attack, you won't be able to kill me even if you fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Susie was full of disinterest. The Abyss, while very much like a game copy, is not really a game copy and there are no game mechanics. Monsters use skills that also consume stamina and blue. This kind of attack, which relied solely on skill bonuses, simply couldn't be sustained endlessly. Besides, you can use skills, but I also have automatic blood return. The blood and blue levels are similar. Even if you do nothing, you will automatically get a certain amount back, and you can get back your entire blood and blue levels in about a day. That translates to about 0.1% recovery per second. Ignore the blue level for now, but the blood level, 0.1% of 40W, that's 40 points. A mere 2,000 points of damage can be recovered in a minute. For that amount of damage, he didn't even need to get high on blood vials. It's hard to wear it out, and it'll wear it out. Susie's gaze was firm. Without the certainty of victory, how could he enter the hell-level abyss so casually? Absolute defense versus superhuman dodge. If the fight went on like this, with just one mistake, the Underworld Ghost King was certain death. And no one can be mistake-free all the time. This wave, Susie is winning. There was just one other concern: he had time. There were still 10 days before the abyss completely descended. Although theoretically it was absolutely impossible for the Spectral Ghost King to go 10 days without a single mistake. Enough for Susie to beat him to death. But if we can't solve the hell-level abyss before the abyss descends, God knows what will become of Susie, who is still in the abyss. So, and taunt up. Increased opportunities. Susie roared loudly. Son thief, come and hit me. Why are you afraid to get on? Rubbish. Rubbish. I've taken off my equipment and you're afraid to make a move? Do it. French online translation, frappez-moi. The underworld ghost king was enraged and attacked. After resisting hard, Suzy reaches for it again and fails. Russian online translation, hit again, catch again, fail again. Online translation of the Tooth of the West text, galpim, fail again. Arabic online translation, failure. Thankfully, Suzy is a learner. Although not to the extent of being proficient in any of the 8 languages, he fondly remembered his teacher's original teachings as a highly physical warrior, mage. One must be proficient in several means of taunting others, especially verbal mockery. So Suzy, who had once aimed to be a physique-stream shield warrior, had naturally memorized quite a lot of some special vocabulary from various countries. Otherwise, he may not be able to find lines to use now. Ultimately, it was the enemy that made the mistake. Suzy, Japanese online translation. The underworld ghost king struck over fiercely, and while being hardened by Suzy, he attempted to dodge the next attack that Suzy was about to come with. Only this time, it was slower on its feet. Snap. Gotcha. Suzy's eyes were glowing. I didn't realize it was actually affected by a Japanese phrase in its movements. Maybe this ghost king of the underworld was a decent person who liked to listen to some Japanese in his life. For example, listen to some. Ya buy a butterfly? Chapter 46, Hell Level Abyss. Pass. Finally caught. Suzy's eyes glazed over. Without hesitation, he rode straight up and swung. Minus 9,824. Minus 9,955. Minus 10,107. The spectral ghost king's massive 9W of blood was disappearing as far as the eye could see. The more Suzy fought, the more excited he became. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. This wave, to completely kill it. The spectral ghost king desperately resisted. But how could it, an agility monster, be a match for Suzy, a strength and physique monster? Couldn't even struggle. Damn! Darkness binds. The underworld ghost king roared. The pitch-black energy, transformed into tentacles, grasped towards Suzy. This was originally a skill that restricted one's movement, but it was used by the underworld ghost king to restrain Suzy's fists. But Suzy just shook his body and shattered the darkness-bound tentacles. This level of binding can't stop him at all. His power, however, was a full 2,000. It was stronger than the strength of a LV-40 power warrior. Even stronger. The spectral ghost king was, in the end, only an abyssal boss within LV-20. How could it possibly bind such a strong power? Without saying a word, Suzy swung his fist. The spectral ghost king couldn't help but yell. Damn it! Stop right there! Skill summon ghost general. 8 night skeleton ghost generals, with a thick chi, appeared out of thin air. Each one of them had attributes comparable to a nightmare-class boss. As soon as they came out, they grabbed towards Suzy's arm, trying to stop his attack. But 8 Night Wreck Ghost Generals couldn't pull a single Suzy. Suzy dragged the Night Wreck Ghost General, ignoring the extra weight on his arm, and continued to throw punches. The weaker strength of the agility department was not even worth mentioning in front of Suzy. At best, it cuts down on Suzy's attacks a bit. Soz lands a couple of punches. The underworld ghost king couldn't support himself and shouted out, "Save me! Quickly save me!" The Night Wreck Ghost Generals froze, started to launch an attack on Suzy, trying to encircle Wei to save Zhao. But, -0, -0, -0, Night Wreck Ghosts. Damn it, how are we supposed to save the Lord? Eventually, 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The underworld ghost king let out a wail, and the soul fire in his skull was eerily annihilated. Successfully killed the leader, the underworld ghost king, completing the exploration of the abyss. Total time, 5 hours and 23 minutes. Please ask if you want to leave the abyss. Note, if you don't leave the abyss, you can remain in the abyss for 72 hours. Disengage. Settle the reward for you. You gain spirit crystals, 5,000. You gain experience, 10,000. You get materials, Chi crystals *29. Underworld mushroom *14. Breath of the Dead *3. You get the equipment, Seal of the Soul, Blade of Underworld. You have obtained an item, Skill Book Phantom Sword. You have received a special reward, Gate of the Abyss, Ghost Cave of the Underworld. Settlement complete. Congratulations! Your level has been raised. Level, LV18 LV19, 2163/70, 000. Big Bang. Miscellaneous materials aside, there were 2 pieces of legendary grade equipment alone. Soul Seal, quality, legendary. Type, jewelry, necklace. Requirements for wearing, 50 points of intelligence. LV10. Attributes, intelligence +20. Mana plus 300. Special effect, undead creatures under your control have +1 toll attributes. Legendary necklace. And it's still exclusive equipment for necromancers. It's true that this kind of undead type abyss is most likely to produce the equipment I need. Especially since the difficulty of the challenge has increased and so has the burst rate. This kind of big explosion was still when Suze was in the basic trial. And when the difficulty was raised to hell level, the burst rate and experience finally caught up with the basic trial. Even over it, the other, Blade of Underworld Destruction, was an agility weapon. The Blade of Destruction. Quality, Legendary. Type, one-handed sword, weapon. Requirements for wearing, 20 strength, 40 points of agility. LV 10. Attributes, strength plus 10. Agility plus 20. Special effect, attaches a grievous gnawing effect to the attacked enemy, losing 50 life points per second for 8 seconds, stacking up to a maximum of 3 layers. The skill book is also in the agility department. Skill book. Phantom Sword, consuming 100 points of chakra. Your next attack will have 2 illusory sword shadows attached to it, inflicting damage at 50% of your attack power, which can be attached to a special effect. Agile fighters have never really done much damage, but are best known for the multiple rounds of special effect boosts that come with high attack speed. The damage dealt by the Blade of Underworld Destruction plus Phantom Sword was still a small matter, but a single move that dealt 3 layers of grievance gnawing effect was equivalent to 50 times 3 times 8 is equal to 1,200 points of extra damage. Even if damage reduction exists for the enemy, this is not a bad attack anymore. If you count other skills, and extra effects from normal attacks, that's no worse damage than a full power warrior. This is the ultimate in agility warriors. Instead, perfect for Xia Shuelan. Suzy skimmed his lips. The sword dancer went for a high attack speed, and Xia Shuelan seemed to have a full sensitivity bonus. Maybe this could be sent to her? Suzy had relied on the gifts of this nature to obtain a lot of food before he switched. Although this gift is in the form of a bet, it does count as a favor. Earlier Suzy had thought about how to pay off this debt to appease his shame of being an adult traveler and pitting underage little girls for pocket money. This is so humiliating, it's a disgrace to the traveler. But nay, Suzy hadn't joined any companies after his transfer, and his income wasn't high. The harvest gained from fighting the abyss was also thrown into the abyss, and even his own food had to be stingy. How could he have this surplus to return the favor? Xia Shuelan himself and White Rich Beauty, not at all lack of a star and a half, and has been no action. Now he can finally pay back this shame. As for the final special reward, Gate of the Abyss, Underworld Ghost Cave. In terms of value, this is the most important. The corners of Suze's mouth rose as he took it into his arms. Next, his figure disappeared from the abyss. Abyssal portal. The professionals here have been much less than before. It's never a very enjoyable thing to watch your own family's failures, and the impending flailing of the neons, especially with the failure of their own family. The odds are that official support for this abyss will not continue either. What's the point of continuing to stay here? Xia Shuelan stood quietly at the doorway of the abyssal portal, her long silky hair draped over her shoulders, fluttering gently in the breeze, as if it was as still as the mood of this master of hers. Suzy, is he okay with it? It's a hellish abyss he's fighting. He's just a guy. Solo challenge Hellish Ghost Cave. This is just too difficult. It's too risky. What was I thinking of making that bet with him? He didn't go into the deep end on a whim because of a few words I said at the time. Xia Shuelan lightly bit her shell teeth, looking at the eyes of that deep abyssal portal with a few moments of remorse and anxiety. It's amazing. Obviously, before Suzy went into the abyss, she somehow had the urge to believe that Suzy would be able to solve the hell level difficulty. But when Suzy's figure really disappeared into the abyssal portal, the wait of just a few hours easily destroyed her confidence. As for whether or not Suze was really going to fight the hell level abyss as he said, Xia Shuelan didn't question it in the slightest. After all, that's what he said. Then he must have gone to fight. Suddenly, the abyss suddenly shook. There's someone out again. Is it Suzy? Xia Shuelan raised her head and looked over with anticipation in her beautiful eyes. She had done this kind of move many times, even an hour after Suzy went in. When some other professionals came out after fighting the abyss, she started a similar useless action, knowing that she herself knew how the abyss couldn't be solved in such a short period of time. But for some reason, she couldn't help but look up. Next, the abyss contracted and another challenge to the abyss ended. A man walked out slowly. The short, dark hair is neat and sharp, with a slight natural curve that adds a bit of spontaneity. The clean and handsome face shows off the owner's handsomeness. The ink-like peak of his eyebrows slightly raised. Ha, you were waiting for me, Suzy? When Xia Shuelan saw that familiar face, she, whose expression rarely changed, actually couldn't help but show a color of delight. Smiling face like a flower blooming, jade sound flowing gracefully. For a time, the slightly barren abyssal portals all seemed to bloom with countless flowers, ushering in spring. Suze shrugged his shoulders and laughed. What? Are you that worried about me? Afraid that I will die in the abyss? Xia Shuelan opened her small mouth, kind of wanting to say something, but for some reason, the words that came out were, I'm just worried about you and me betting against each other. After all, I'm betting that you'll beat the level. If you don't come out, won't I lose? Still as competitive as ever. Suzy let out a light laugh. But celebrate. This time, it's you who wins. Xia Shuelan froze and jerked his head towards the abyss. Pass list, difficulty, hell, passer, so's, familiar names, alone in this list. One person, pass. Chapter 47. Why is it so irritating? Pass list, difficulty, hell, passer, so's, Suzy. It really hit the hellish level of the spectral ghost cave. It's really good. Myself and the squad both lost their captains before tackling a nightmare-level difficulty abyss. And Suzy, alone, had beaten the hell level. How did you do it? How hard is the hellish abyss? What is the boss data? Xia Shuelan stared wide-eyed for a moment, her mood fluctuating, her exuberant good nature giving her a lot of information she wanted to open her mouth and ask for, but none of it came out. In the end, all that could be done was a mental sigh. He sure is strong. No wonder I've been chasing him for so long and never won. Hey, why are you frozen? Suze patted Xia Shuelan's small head. This time it was you who won. A rare first victory. Shouldn't you show a happier expression? Can this be considered a win for me? I'm betting on him to win, but it's not like I really beat him myself. This, count it as a win? Xia Shuelan bit her lip, with a few tangled colors on her face. Her worries had disappeared after Suzy appeared, but wins and losses skyrocket instead. This can't be considered a win. Xia Shuelan gritted her teeth and finally said, I didn't beat you on my own strength. What I want is a victory where I outweak you. Not this trickery. So you don't want the bet? Suzy's eyes blinked. Xia Shuelan froze. Wager? Yeah, we are betting on a meal. Suze nodded. If you admit defeat, you should treat me to dinner. Amount. Wait, you want me to treat you? The corner of Xia Shuelan's eye twitched, though she didn't think she was winning Suzy. But then again, you shouldn't be the loser. Why am I buying you dinner? Of course, this is an agreement, Suze said with a straight face. You've admitted defeat, so naturally you're the one who invited me. He's poor, so how can he waste every opportunity to rub it in? Especially Xia Shuelan has also become a professional, not the little girl with only pocket money in her pocket. So, is it possible to rub a big meal together? It's not too much to ask for a 5-star hotel, is it? Your family has money anyway. You're not the little girl you used to be. I'm not going to be polite to you. Xia Shuelan listened, her eyes twitching. Obviously the fact that this guy made it out of the abyss alive was a joy to behold. Obviously he tackled the abyss and was the city's hero. Obviously keeping the neons out of it would benefit the country all the way around. Obviously multiple good things stacked on top of each other. But why is it so infuriating? No, I won this one. I want you to treat me. Xia Shuelan gritted her teeth. You should just treat me. That's fine. If I treat you, I'll treat you. Suzy didn't care. He'd won so many times anyway. It wasn't that bad. The corner of Xia Shuelan's eyes twitched. This man's attitude of being full of unconcern really made people angry. In the next second, she watched Suzy walk towards the trading floor. Why are you going? Xia Shuelan froze. Curious. Suzy rightfully said. Go sell something for money. Otherwise how can I have money to buy you dinner? Yes. This time Suzy was again poor with only his own skin. Into the abyss. He's a solid guy. How could he not be well prepared? Before entering the abyss, he had long ago replaced everything in his pockets with various types of supply items. Blue pills, blood pills, tents, food. He was prepared to drag his feet hard in case he couldn't beat the boss. Staying in the abyss for a long time, developing, and brushing up his attributes before fighting the boss. While none of these preparations were used, the pocketbook did go down the drain. Now you want to treat Xia Shuelan to dinner. This big miss who had been rubbed up against by Suzy for several years could have no concept of money. Just order any restaurant. It's probably a 5-star kind, but it's expensive. How can Superzi afford it without selling the loot? However, Suzy had just taken a step out when he felt his sleeve being gently pulled by a small hand. There is no need to go and change, Xia Shuelan said softly. Just treat me to what you usually eat. Amount. Okay. Suzy nodded. Then it's roadkill. It's pretty good. And it's saving me money. Suzy took Xia Shualan and took a car back to the city. They both forgot one thing. Forgot to tell the officials about solving the abyss. But it's not a big problem. It didn't take long for one of the professionals to look at the abyss through the list when this blind student suddenly noticed the flashpoint. Ha! How come there's a passerby in this hellish difficulty abyss? He subconsciously exclaimed in shock. He was immediately heard by those around him, and quickly walked to the abyss to check the list. What? There's a passer on hell level difficulty? Who is it? Suzy? Who is this person? Why is this name somewhat familiar to me? Are you stupid? Isn't that the freshman scholar of this class? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I said, why is this so familiar? Freshman just graduated. While there are many people who don't remember the names of the top students, there are a few who do. But, how did he beat hell difficulty without saying a word? Everyone was dumbfounded. The news came so fast. We weren't prepared for it. That's not right though. Did he hit hell level straight away? How come I haven't heard anyone say he's beaten the previous difficulty? Someone couldn't help but say, hell right off the bat? Didn't even have any preliminaries? Challenging hellish difficulty. This is a big deal. For a city, that's just 5 more abysses a year. Passing a hell level solves an abyss. This is a big deal for the safety of the entire city's residents. Look at Xianghua before. How much money did the Shinfeng group spend on traffic to warm him up? What Xianghua commissioned the master to build equipment. Xianghua obtained new equipment. Xianghua and squad members decided to challenge the difficulty. Xianghua and squad challenge success. Xianghua is one step closer to the raiders' hell level difficulty. Others have not been so publicized, but there has been a lot of news and progress is well known. And you hit the hell level without saying a word? What about the previous nightmare? Hard, normal, and easy? Straight to the hell level? Suddenly, a professional froze. Suzy. Right, it's Suzy. He's beaten the nightmare class. Nightmare level? The other professionals looked over in surprise. Why didn't we see it? They had just checked. But it was clear that the last person on the list who had beaten the nightmare difficulty was a neon. Because he was the one who punched through before those few little ne'er-do-wells. The pro had an odd expression on his face. The name sandwiched between a couple of little neons. And the last student is him. Others checked it out, and it's true. When did this guy hit the nightmare level without saying anything? How come there's no news at all? I should have thought of that. The professional who broke the news had a hard look on his face and wanted to punch himself. Suzy. Isn't that the name of this term's top scholar? Why didn't I think of that at the time? This professional was the one who had first realized that before the Neonian's name, there was Suzy, a name he was unfamiliar with. Previously, he thought Suzy was a student of the previous class, following the elite of the previous class to team up and fight through the nightmare level. After all, it's nightmare difficulty, so who can solo it? But now it seems, people can solo hell levels. Why can't they solo nightmare levels? The clown is me? The others didn't quite understand what was going on in this professional's mind, but they didn't care either. Hell of a pass. The pass is for our professionals in Dasha. Those 2 points alone are enough to put a happy smile on anyone's face. Wait, where's Soz? He's not here? Oh, went off with a girl. Well, it's good to be young. Whatever. Yeah, that's not important. What's important is that the abyss passes. Suzy is awesome. My Dasha scholars are awesome. Soloing the hell level. Awesome. The crowd cheered in unison, filled with leaps of joy. Then as a Dasha person, the first reaction at this time is naturally, take out the cell phone. Send a circle of friends. They excitedly photographed the list of passers and gleefully posted it online. Then with the words, Suzy is awesome. After a good burst of excitement, a person suddenly remembered something and said, speaking of which, it seems like the Professionals Association is still unclear about this news, right? Seems like it. I watched the 2 younger ones walk right off without bothering to notify the officials. So the Professionals Association doesn't know about this news yet. Wait. I remember the president of the association was supposed to be in discussion with the Neons about asking them to settle the abyss, right? The news of the passage of the abyss is not yet known to them. And if in the meantime the 2 sides have settled on any contract, the crowd's call stalled. And they looked in unison at a staff member of the Professionals Association who was cheering with them. The staff froze and stared at the others. 3 seconds later, the staff member's face changed dramatically and he ran quickly. Asterisk. Hurry up and inform the president. In the meantime, in a conference hall, Deng Pengang and many other bigwigs looked at Keiichiro Nishikawa across the room with ugly faces. Keiichiro Nishikawa smiled as if he couldn't see the murderous aura in their eyes. My friend, we did have an agreement, but that was before. What's going on now needs to be discussed now. The time you have left is too tight. With only so few short days left, even for our great Neon Empire warriors, it would be difficult to try to solve an undead system abyss in such a short time. The previous price won't work. Gotta add money. Chapter 48 Mr. Nishikawa. Good man. Deng Pengang wanted to curse, and his hands clenched into fists, itching to punch at this loathsome face. But, eventually, he managed to force out a smile. Mr. Nishikawa, we signed a contract. Aren't you going a bit overboard with this? The contract was signed. Of course, the various entries are also listed clearly. But, regarding that, I also feel sorry. Keiichiro Nishikawa smiled slightly. I also didn't realize that it had actually been until this point in time that you, Daxia, hadn't made up your mind yet. So our side is unable to follow the original process, and we've caused you trouble. Private Marseille. With that, he actually bowed deeply. However, we are a good group that abides by our reputation, and we will transfer the liquidated damages on the contract to your account within 3 days. With that, he wrote a notice letter on the spot and a check for the default. Who says we Neons don't have credibility? We'll pay for the breach of contract. Keiichiro Nishikawa's face was proud, and he bowed with all the force he could muster, and the sound of the private Messiah in his mouth was very loud. We steal counterfeiting. For your trouble. Private Marseille. We've committed war crimes. We've caused you trouble. Private Marseille. We're secretly discharging nuclear wastewater. We're giving you a hard time. Private Marseille. Highlighting if I bow fast enough, then condemnation can't catch me. Compared to those above, Keiichiro Nishikawa, the Private Marseille, is at least willing to pay for the breach of contract. Everyone was full of hard faces. Liquidated damages? Oh, and when the contract was first signed, it did sign off on the liquidated damages, which is still a significant amount. But here's the thing, now that you've decided to renege, we're still going to make money on this breach of contract? Keiichiro Nishikawa would surely have bid several times the price of the default to double the amount paid to get it back. As expected, Keiichiro Nishikawa immediately spoke. Now that the situation is urgent, our warriors from the Great Neon Kingdom are risking their lives to solve the crisis for you. Daxia. Their lives. They are expensive. If your party wishes to ask us to resolve this abyss, I feel that in addition to the gate of the abyss needing to be taken away by us, your party will also need to pay for 3 standard low-level legendary equipment, 100 pounds of God's Eye sand, 50 taels of tortoise plate gold, and 300 spectral mushrooms. He opened his mouth and reported a series of numbers. With equipment, props and materials. Really, the lion's share. Isn't your excellency going a bit overboard? Xia Yidong couldn't even hold back and said, you're thinking that we can't solve this abyss without you? Of course not. Keiichiro Nishikawa smiled slightly. But there can be only 2 days left before the abyssal blockade. What other help could you have gotten in 2 days? At these words, the crowd's teeth clenched. But there was nothing they could do. Yes, the key is time. Don't even say if you can contact a team of reliable reinforcements in 2 days' time. It was the question of whether the 2 days alone were enough time for the reinforcements to familiarize themselves with the abyss. In the end, it's still too much of a fluke on the part of your Daxia's officials. Keiichiro Nishikawa shook his head and laughed. If we had let our great Neon Empire's warriors come to help earlier, wouldn't all this have been avoided? The price is also certainly as initially agreed, and there will be no problems as there are now. All that you need to give is just what you're asking for. Keiichiro Nishikawa had no intention of letting this abyss slip through his hands. After all, it was the knockout punch he intended to open the doors of Daxia next. But since it was a rare opportunity, he didn't mind making a buck, and later on, he could use the story to warn other local professional associations. This wave, it's a win-win. He, Keiichiro Nishikawa, wins twice. Keiichiro Nishikawa's smug stance made everyone hate his guts. A grumpy guy like Jing Jing almost wanted to say, okay, then terminate the contract. We don't need you guys to help me. This is something that we, Janyang City, will take on ourselves. But before he could stand up, he was pressed down by Deng Pengang. It's easy to terminate the contract. And the other party even wrote a check for the breach of contract. But what about the abyss? Once the abyss descends, it's okay if you're lucky enough to be in the wild. But if it does descend in the city center, even if the evacuation was done well in advance, how many civilians would have to die? I see. So let's renegotiate the new contract. Deng Pengang took a deep breath. pushed down his own anger, and said, "Indeed, it is still Chairman Sama who is reasonable and understands our plight." Keiichiro Nishikawa laughed. "Alright, let's renegotiate it then. But please hurry up, Mr. Chairman. After all, the more time is running out, the more exorbitant our asking price will naturally be." "I understand." Tang Pengong's mouthful of teeth almost crunched. "Let's now." Suddenly, the door to the conference hall was slammed open by a staff member. "President Deng. President Deng. Good news." Without waiting for the many bigwigs to ask, the staff member said with a look of surprise, "The underworld ghost cave hell level has been cleared. We solved this abyss. Don't have to rely on the neons." "Passed? Spectral ghost cave hell level?" Everyone was shocked and happy. The underworld ghost cave that had been making things difficult for them for so long had passed? How is that possible? Keiichiro Nishikawa almost subconsciously stood up. "The leader of your raider squad died in the abyss. Who else could have cleared the underworld ghost cave?" "Yeah, the captain of the highly anticipated raider squad has fallen. So who else can clear the ghost cave of the underworld?" The others sobered up a bit and looked at the staff member with burning eyes. "It's Suze." The man didn't hesitate to reply back. "That SSS-rated Suze? He soloed the underworld ghost cave on hell level difficulty. The list of passes from the abyss should be posted online by now." "So's? The necromancer we've decided is nothing?" Without hesitation, the crowd flipped through their cell phones and started looking, then found that pass list quickly too. Underworld Grotto. Pass list, difficulty, hell. Passer, So's. 1 pass. Or is it hell difficulty? How did he do it? We're all looking over our shoulders at him? All the executives stared in disbelief. The squad that he and others had worked so hard to cultivate was finished, but that teenager, who was not favored by him, had made a great achievement. What a miracle! No, now is not the time to think about such things. The most important thing now is, Keiichiro Nishikawa reacted the fastest and lunged at the notice of default and the default check he had just written, trying to destroy both. But the next second, a shoe stepped on top of those two, blocking Keiichiro Nishikawa. Deng Pengang stepped on the check with his feet and looked at him with a delighted face. "Mr. Nishikawa, good man. This liquidated damages is not a small number. I didn't expect you to be so supportive of our dasha. Don't worry, this money you paid, I will definitely use it properly to build dasha, and definitely not let my international friends down. A letter of thanks will also be sent out to properly thank your company about your hard work for my dasha and not letting the heroes be buried." "Thanks." Keiichiro Nishikawa opened his mouth. Once the board was made aware, it was clear that he could take away the gate of the abyss and open the gates of dasha for a large hall. Instead, they somehow defaulted on the contract and instead had to also compensate dasha for a large amount of resources. That self. No. His eyes went black and he actually fainted directly. Chapter 49, Su rhymes with Starman Z. Keiichiro Nishikawa, true to his neon heritage, faints at just the right amount. After sending this duel away, there were happy smiles from the crowd. "Ha ha, who says we can't solve the underworld ghost cave? We can do it just as well without that damn little neon." "That's right, neons are nothing. There is still a diplomatic etiquette that everyone needs to observe in front of the neon people. And you can't swear in anger or jump up and down when you're laughing. But in private, I've been pissed off at that little ing neon for a long time. Speaking of which, that little duel is really fainting. I just looked at old Deng as if you secretly kicked him, and he didn't wake up? All kicked and still not awake. Must have really fainted. This time he goes back. It's a wonder if their plutocrat doesn't beat him to death. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's because you didn't wake up even after being hit that you're faking it. A normal person who fainted and was kicked would have woken up long ago." The crowd laughed a lot, especially in response to the in-depth discussion about whether Keiichiro Nishikawa had actually passed out. "Keiichiro Nishikawa, as long as I don't wake up, no one will know if I'm pretending to be unconscious or really unconscious." But while the crowd was happy, they were a little embarrassed. The one who passed. It's Suzuya, that necromancer. Thanks to that, I thought that the necromancer had no future, thinking that the SSS rank rating he obtained by trickery, and chose to give up on pulling him in. There was some embarrassment on the faces of the people. After all, they were the ones who judged Suze to have no potential in the first place. However, the other side soloed the undead hell level abyss. Department of Undead, hell of a level, single brush. These are a few words that don't look like something that should be grouped together. Such a person is recognized as having no potential? It's their eyes that should be recognized as having no potential, right? Deng Pengang even let out a bitter smile. He was actually the one with the blindest eyes amongst this group of people. He was the one who vetoed Suze's quota to join the Raider training base, though he himself came from the heart and was dedicated to public service. But the truth is, if he had been a bit more bureaucratic, he wouldn't have been pushed this far by Keiichiro Nishikawa. If Suze had been heavily cultivated early on, the district underworld ghost cave would probably have been resolved a long time ago. Tong Pengang sighed in his heart. I owe him an apology. Sighing, he immediately instructed the employee next to him. Suze was able to clear the hell level abyss. A hero who saved our city of Jianyang. A hero deserves to be treated like a hero. Publicize more about the heroes online, and TV stations go over and interview them a time or two. He kept his word on the arrangement and said that he would see Suzy in person before saying anything else about the rewards. He, too, wanted to take another look at the teenager he had misjudged. Speaking of which, it's still old Xia who has the strongest eyesight. Deng Pengang looked up at Xia Yidong. It seems like you were the one who recommended Suze to join the training list in the first place. It must be that you saw something that we didn't. Yes, I didn't realize that the one with the brightest eyes among us is you. Old Xia, great eyesight, but you actually stole and hid. If we had known that Suzy was so powerful, why would we bother talking to that duel? I think it's old Xia who wants to keep this teenager in their Xia family. Look at his daughter. She's already acting up. Xia Yidong's face was incomparably embarrassed at first as he listened to the crowd's boasting. He's really just being bureaucratic and doesn't want to risk the public opinion that national top students can't get on the developmental list. And now it's wise guy? This is really... His old face reddened and he waved his hands, ashamed of the crowd's words. But hear the end. What did you say? Xia Yidong froze. My daughter acted? What did she do? Look at you again. The Jing beside him laughed. Didn't you all but ask your daughter to pull that talented young man's strings? What? Is he the son-in-law you're eyeing? Whenever you invite for wedding drinks, I'll give you a big bag along with it. No. Wait. Xia Yidong's face changed. Tell me clearly, what happened to my daughter? You don't know? The crowd froze. Shinfeng Group Li Yuehong was silent for a moment, took out her cell phone, and handed it over. It was a chat screen. The chat message was an order for her to instruct her respective subordinates to try to find out where Suzy had gone. As a professional who could single-handedly brush the hell level abyss, how could she not pull her weight? The last time the pull failed. It was an error in judgment on his part. It's humiliating, but when have capitalists ever cared about skin? Of course I'm going to invite you again. And the answer given by the ministry is Suze and Xia Shuelan. Two small young people went away in pairs. It is not recommended to disturb their two people's world at this time, worrying about making each other angry. The recruitment matter can wait for a later contact. Xia Shuelan's fame as a member of the Raider squad wasn't small, so of course she was recognized. Two little young ones, in company. Xia Shuelan used to fight for Suzy. Suze just avenged Xia Shuelan's death again. But anyone who has seen 3 episodes of the TV series is not stupid enough to think there is nothing between the two. Xia Yidong looked at the message that it is not recommended to disturb their world of two at this time and only felt a nameless fire that surged to his heart. There's a boar, trying to arch its own cabbage? In the meantime, Suze took Xia Shuelan on a 40-minute ride to a night market. The timing was just right. Just as the night market stalls were being set up, Xia Shuelan looked at the bustling night market with a few moments of curiosity in her eyes. As a true-to-life missy, she hadn't really been to a place like this before. Suzy, you came to treat me to dash. Xia Shuelan was just about to speak. He saw Suzy raise his finger and lightly shushed. Then, Suze turned around and spoke aloud. I just finished brushing the abyss today, and I was already paralyzed with hunger after getting off the bus. Not going to a restaurant for a big meal. Only eating roadside stalls today. Next. 5 stall carts pushed in unison. Suzy smiled faintly. It doesn't matter if I shout. 5 luxury cars were led by me. Shopkeeper 1, boy, I saved you today. All thanks to the egg-filled big cake. 1,000-layer big cake filled with eggs. High-tech 1,000 gold. Store 2, boy. Don't listen to her. I'm the only one who has a popular snack. Spiraling up is so exciting. You'll be on fire if you eat barbecued gluten. Store 3, yo hey, they're all too rustic. Buddy, have a baked sweet potato. It's sweet and flavorful, and it's good for weight loss. So who's afraid? Store 4, little handsome man, he is cultured. Pancake fruit is not bad. Egg sauce with scallions. Top-notch flavor at a cabbage price. Store 5, northeastern big sister roars. The 4 of you hurry to go. Bake a cold noodle in your hand. The flavor will make you tremble. Suzy turned to look at Xia Shuelan. So you wanna choose a what? Waiting online hungry, quite anxious. Xia Shuelan looks at the aunt of the egg dunking, the uncle of the baked gluten, the boy of the baked sweet potato, the old man of the pancake fruit, and the aunt of the baked cold noodles, as well as Susie, who had a questioning look on her face. 3 seconds of silence. Said, "So, are you guys reincarnated as rhyming aliens? Or is it a snack stand specific ritual?" Susie smiled slightly. "Neither. Oh, that? Oh, a segment copied from a short video. Xia Shuelan. Chapter 50, inviting Goddess Xia to wear black silk. Xia Shuelan finally chose 1 baked cold noodle, 3 baked gluten, and 2 baked sweet potatoes. You really ordered a lot. Susie raised an eyebrow. A meal should be full. Xia Shuelan glanced at Susie, and calmly said, "That's true." Susie nodded. As a professional, Xia Shuelan's meal size wouldn't be as small as an ordinary little girl's, but professionals don't rely solely on meals for nourishment. Many female professionals still like to eat very little, especially in front of men, and tend to have a pretentious "people don't eat that much" look. But Xia Shuelan won't. She still maintains the eat well to fight well mentality. If it wasn't for the fact that the snacks in her hand were decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye, maybe Susie would have thought that she was trying to eat herself poor in one bite after a rare win. Instead, Susie ate a little less, just asking for an egg dunk and a pancake. His power hadn't been fully mastered yet, and he had no problem getting in touch with Xia Shuelan, who was also a professional, but for the time being, he shouldn't count on such delicate work as eating snacks with a stick. "You won't have to worry about these 2 pies. They're in a plastic bag, and the slightest uneven force will only change the shape of the bag at best, not ruin it." Xia Shuelan looked at Susie to pay and frowned. "This pays the numbers. Seems a little less?" "Susie, you're paying less money." "No less. I have a discount here," Susie explained. "The segment you just listened to, that's what I told them," and after proclaiming it, it even solicited some business for them, and was on fire for a while. "So ever since then, I've been paying only cost price for snacks at their place." Susie's parents were both dead in this life, so of course it was impossible for him to solve the entire food problem just by relying on Xia Shuelan's one gift of nature. He was too young to work well before, just thought of a number of ways to make money. In addition to this kind of playful publicity, he also used the foreign language he learned in school to translate for some stores and write posters in foreign languages to solicit foreign tourists. It was not a great harvest in the end, but it did provide for itself. "You sure are good." Xia Shuelan was silent for a moment and sighed easily. Susie's family background, she also knew. Although Xia Shuelan is very strong, she knows how much support her family has given her in her studies in life. Compared to Susie, it could be considered an advantage. Favorably, up to now, he himself has not won him once. Average level. Things aren't as difficult as you think. Susie was quite unconcerned. As a traveler, although he was so humiliated that he needed to lie to a little girl, how could he not be starved to death? The state also has a poverty subsidy, so it's still easy to meet your daily needs. The reason he went through all the trouble of making money was just to make his life a little better, to have more nutrition for the physical exercise he needed. "It's me who is inferior to you." Xia Shuelan's voice was calm. "But I won't give up. Even if you become so strong that you can punch through the hell-level abyss, I'll catch up sooner or later. When the time comes, you and I will have another match." Her voice was calm, not as stirringly combative as the text, but it was filled with an air of imperative. "You still have to compete." Susie shrugged. "That said, why do you have to compete with me to the end? It doesn't seem like such a good idea if you're simply being competitive, does it? You are the biggest stumbling block on my path to invincibility. I must cross over you in order to walk on the path to invincibility." Xia Shuelan clenched his fists. "So I won't give up. Invincible road?" Susie was confused. Where did this middle-aged speech come from? The path of invincibility. Xia Shuelan nodded, repeating her father's words from when she was a child, saying, "That's why I won't give up. I must defeat you." There's still this kind of expression. Susie was a bit surprised. Take the path of invincibility. Cultivate the heart of invincibility, so you can be invincible at the same level, and challenge beyond the level. This statement is very esoteric, but Susie believed it. After all, Xia Shuelan was never one to lie. She also came from a good family and had access to a range of knowledge that was far above her own. "I didn't realize there was such a thing, but it looks like I seem to have really embarked on this invincible path just like you said." Susie stroked his chin. "After all, it seems like I haven't lost yet." Xia Shuelan nodded slightly. "That's right, that's why you're strong. Perhaps because of this invincible heart. It looks like I can't lose." Susie let out a light laugh. Luckily, I was thinking that if you say a few good words, it's not impossible for me to let you win a handful of times by letting go of the water. But now since it's about the heart of invincibility, I won't just let it go. I don't need you to let. Xia Shuelan's agaric nose twitched slightly, and she said with dissatisfaction, since I decided to take the path of invincibility, I have to be truly invincible in the world, and the invincibility that was lent to me by you is not truly invincible. What's more, sooner or later, I'll catch up with you, outwit you, and make you lose. Then you need to work hard. Suzy laughed. The two discussed for a while longer in response to the road to invincibility. Xia Shuelan didn't have any familiar friends on a regular basis, so naturally she wouldn't talk about these things with others. At this time, rarely chatting about this topic, originally somewhat reticent, she inevitably became eloquent. Suzy was also a learner, and knew some information about some powerful people. You talk about a strong man and say he takes the invincible path style. I'd say a mastermind. Guess the beginning of his path to invincibility. As the two of them spoke, they felt more and more that Xia Yidong's statement about the invincible road was very correct, and that it had sufficient theoretical basis in all aspects. The existence that went on the path of invincibility was also indeed invincible at the same level. If these words were heard by old Lu, Xia Yidong's co-worker who was fooling Xia Yidong with the invincible road rhetoric, and Xia Yidong who was fooled by old Lu and then took the invincible road to fool Xia Shuelan, he didn't know how he should feel. The two chatted as they walked. Right. There's something for you. Suzy tapped his head and took out an equipment and a skill book. Agility weapon, Blade of Underdark. Agility warrior skill book, Phantom sword. This was the goodies that Suzy had just exploded out of the hell-ranked abyss in the underworld ghost cave. Xia Shuelan took one look and knew that these were two weapons and skills that were extremely suitable for him. But, why are you giving them to me? Xia Shuelan frowned slightly. These two items are worth a lot. Especially this Blade of Underworld Destruction one-handed sword. It's even better than this sword in my hand that my father spent a great deal of money to beg for. And you're giving it to me? Send you. Suzy nodded. Why? Xia Shuelan frowned tightly, a pair of beautiful eyes tightly staring at Suzy. This is not a cheap little thing. My sword. My father's light money spent 150 million of, but also owe a favor. This is beyond the scope of a gift between classmates. I'm mainly returning favors. Suzy bristled. Have you forgotten how much food I took from you in the previous years? If it wasn't for you, I might not have been able to mix it up so well, transferring easily and brushing up so many achievements. It's kind of like I'm returning the favor. Every professional's initial attributes are the result of their own physical exercise. None of the standards are met, and none of them can be transferred to certain specific professions. In the early abyss, each attribute is also an important reliance to ensure one's survival rate. The reason why Suzy's basic attributes at the time of his transfer were not inferior to those of the best students in his class, and even exceeded those of the average rich second generation, was mainly due to the gift of Xia Shuelan, the nature. Now, of course, we have to return the favor. However, Xia Shuelan shook his head. What favor? You don't owe me a favor. The food I lost to you is your spoils, the price of my lack of strength, not a favor. Suzy sniffed, slightly embarrassed. Normally, Xia Shuelan was right, but the problem Xia Shuelan lost more because Suzy, a traveler who had essentially lived for several more years, used the advantage of coming across to bully the little girl. But before Suzy could say anything, Xia Shuelan frowned and said, I won't accept it if you give it to me, but this sword is indeed a good weapon. If you wish, may I purchase it? Suzy froze. Buy it? Xia Shuelan nodded. This sword in my hand was cast by a master that my father spent 150 million, plus a favor, to ask a master to cast it. And your Blade of Underworld Destruction is of a higher quality and more suitable for me. I'll spend 200 million. Are you willing to sell it to me? 200 million? You rich kids. Are you not treating money as money? However, Suzy turned his head and thought that he had earned close to $10 million from brushing the nightmare level abyss once before. 20 abyssals for a weapon that suited you perfectly. The price didn't seem too much of a stretch. And that's just LV 1-20 low-level abyssal. Higher grade abyssal harvests were even greater. And a handful of abyssal harvests of tens of billions was easy to professionals. Something like Dasha coins was really just a number. High-level professionals actually used various types of energy crystals as their unit of currency more often than they relied on the hundreds of millions of Dasha coins that were casually available. The spirit crystals rewarded by low-level professionals every time they passed through the abyss were actually a type of currency. Only for ordinary low-level professionals, the face value of this thing was too large and the circulation was a bit worse. Not as good as the daxia coins, but $200 million. That's 200 million for a low-level professional. How many attributes can you get in exchange just for buying medicine to replenish your mana? Before it was just not a loss. Now it's straight up blood money. As expected of a great lady, it's so bold. But my intention was to return the favor. Suzy, very tangled. But fortunately, Xia Shuelan thought for a while and directly shook her head. No. 200 million is simply the market price. The favor my father spent is actually more expensive. But how do I price this? Xia Shuelan's brows were furrowed. Not being able to understand the world, it was really difficult for her to judge the value of favors. 150 million plus favors is the value of your own sword right now. What should the pricing be for that better underworld blade? Suzy didn't care. The extra payment, as a way to pay back his shame. And the market price of 200 million was already not low. After all, even if it was extremely high quality, it was still just a low-level professional's weapon. No channel Suzy if you want to go out on your own. I guess it's difficult to find a suitable seller. 9 times out of 10 still can't sell for 200 million. But Xia Shuelan disagreed. She didn't want Suzy to suffer. She just wasn't willing to accept the price. This girl is very stubborn and doesn't take advantage of others. The two pulled at each other a few times and didn't settle until they were about to walk out of the snack bar. In the end, it was Suzy who passed by a store selling stockings, and with a brainwave, said, "Why don't you go put on a pair of black silk and show me, just to offset the extra price?" Black silk? Xia Shuelan frowned slightly, hesitated, and nodded. Okay then. Suzy? No. You really wore it? Chapter 51, Xia Shuelan, Suzy, I caught your weakness. Xia Shuelan's character is very simple. She wasn't willing to accept flat-out kindness, but could accept in exchange. But the value of such things as favors fluctuates very much. Sometimes it may just be an acquaintance meeting in passing and the other person just agrees. Sometimes it can also be the other person's full repayment after giving up their life to take a bullet for them. But, same with her black silk. While I don't know why you'd want to see me in this thing, and I don't think it's worth much for me to wear a black silk, it's certainly not going to work by paying me to act like this. Xia Shuelan looked at Suzy's incredulous face and explained seriously. At least if someone gave me a few $100 million to make me wear black silk to show him, I definitely wouldn't wear it. Instead I would only feel humiliated. I wouldn't look twice at any more money. It's amazing though. Somehow I don't seem to think you're humiliating me. So the fact that you want me to wear it for you is a price I can accept. So from a pricing standpoint, my wearing black silk is also something that has a wide range of value, similar to my father's favors, and just barely counts as their equivalent. So it makes perfect sense to use it to offset the value of that favor from my father. That's if you want to, of course, or if you don't think me wearing black silk offsets that value, you can switch to another payment. Xia Shuelan's expression, a serious one, was incomparably serious, trying to explain in all sorts of verbal descriptions why his black silk could offset that worthwhile favor. After all, at first glance it looked like she would need to pay very little more than a change of clothes, not to mention hundreds of millions of daxia coins. Even 10,000,000. It is estimated that there are countless young ladies who continuously change 100 or 80 sets of black silk. But, that's someone else's black silk. Her black silk of Xia Shuelan was different. Her black silk can't be measured in money. So being able to reciprocate the favor of a father whose value floats can act as an extra payment. Xia Shuelan was trying to elaborate on this point, and used physical gestures, just about as close to making a chart on the spot as you can get. Suzy, am I torn between the value of your black silk and that favor from your father? I was in amazement that you were actually willing to wear it. And that's quite a statement you're making. Then Suzy, are you willing to accept my payment? Xia Shuelan looked at him with a burning gaze. Suzy looked at Xia Shuelan. She was dressed in an exquisite leather armor called Starburst, an extreme equipment that her father, Xia Yidong, had spent a lot of money to buy. Not only are the attributes strong, but the appearance is impeccable. The color is bright and textured, and it looks like there are countless stars dotted on it, just like the starry sky. It has a subtle and delicate design that fits the curves of a woman's body, providing effective protection without losing its elegant beauty, and is quite dazzling in the sunlight with a slight sheen. And underneath the delicate leather armor was the girl with an even more delicate appearance. Her face was like a carefully carved work of art. Her eyebrows were like distant daisies, and her slightly raised eyebrows revealed a sense of valor. Her eyes were bright and deep, like brilliant stars. The skin looked even whiter and more delicate under the starlight-dotted starburst leather armor. The slender neck is as elegant as a swan, and the collarbone is delicate and charming, so that people can't help but lock their eyes on it. Slender waist, less than a handful. Slender legs, straight and with a touch of athletic beauty. Leather armor looks good, and the girl underneath it, even better. If you change to black silk, that would naturally look even better. Suze? Xia Shuelan tilted her head, her gaze carrying a few puzzled colors. Cough. Accept. Suzy coughed. I think it's acceptable. Suze wasn't an old colorist. He was just trying to relieve himself of the shame of bullying the little girl in the first place. If Xia Shuelan didn't have to be like this, he would have been willing to give her the sword without looking at this black silk at all. Yeah, that's right. Xia Shuelan nodded and went into the clothing store, taking a few black silks and walking into the changing room. It was slightly long, and seemed to have been delayed because the girl wasn't used to wearing such a costume. Speaking of which, I don't think I've seen Xia Shuelan wear any black silk. Suzy blinked. Although Xia Shuelan was pretty, her dressing style was even more straightforward than the roughest Hanyu, not to mention black silk. She was a tracksuit in school, and after transferring to a new job, it was an armor outfit like Starburst. Although Starburst was also pretty, since it was called armor, the highest priority was definitely defense. In this case Xia Shuelan can be hard to be recognized as the deserved schoolflower. That's really a pretty capable face, crushing all the girls of the same age in order to achieve a formidable battle. A few moments later, the girl walked out slowly. She removed her armor of mysterious depths and changed into a simple white shirt at the suggestion of the shopgirl. The texture is lightweight and shows off beautiful curves that catch the eye. But what drew even more attention were those legs wrapped tightly in black silk. Velvety and delicate, it glows slightly in the light, as if it were a mysterious treasure caressed by moonlight. Those slender legs were even straighter against the black silk, and each step carried an enchanting rhythm that added a silky filter to her skin, exuding a mysterious sense of seduction. From the ankle to the thigh, the lines are smooth and graceful, seemingly outlining the contours of the legs, and the heart-thumping charm speaks of the unique elegance and sexiness of women. Suzy! Ha! Suzy was stunned to see the frowning Xia Shuelan. You've been staring at it for half a day. Xia Shuelan frowned slightly. Is this thing that good looking? She gently pinched up a small handful of black silk, then snapped it loose again. The elastic stockings whooshed back to their original shape. It hit the skin of the thigh with a popping sound, crisp and melodic. It's still pretty good looking. Suzy coughed. What? You don't think it's good? The defense is too low. Xia Shuelan's fingers gently twisted the silk thread, feeling that thin feeling, her brows frowning. This level of defense is simply the same as none. Even the agility system of me can easily tear it apart with my bare hands, and it doesn't work as a defense at all. The texture, which is too tight against the skin, is also unsuitable for exercise, interferes with movement and is far more practical for everyday training. It's not a very nice dress. Ms. Summer critiqued carefully and gave poor reviews. Rather, it was the female sales clerk behind her who covered her mouth and snickered. Little sister, this you don't know. Right. This stuff is just good for tearing. That's why it's good. That's the beauty of stockings. Low defense is good instead? How could there be such a thing? Xia Shuelan showed a look of surprise and was very puzzled. She couldn't figure it out after half a day's thought. Asked the clerk and the woman just laughed and didn't say anything. In the end, the only option was to ask Suzy. Suzy, why is good tearing an advantage instead? Suzy looked at the snickering clerk behind him and coughed. She probably means, this special equipment has the probability to make the enemy fall into a special state such as mesmerized, odd, drooling, etc. When in the torn state, it can make the probability of the enemy falling into the above special state become greater. If it was torn open by the enemy himself, perhaps with a berserk buff attached. Xia Shuelan? She looked even more confused. There are so many special effects for this random dozens of dollars apiece, but it was clear that I didn't feel any special enchantments on this equipment. But, Suzy was staring straight at it just now. Did he fall under this special state? Xia Shuelan secretly said in her heart. So in other words, if I come to fight him in the future wearing this black silk, won't he reveal a big break? Although Xia Shuelan advocated fairness, he wouldn't have to fight his enemies hard. On the contrary, in her perception, Suzy's low resistance to black silk was Suzy's own weakness. It is the object that Suzy should overcome and solve. If he can't do it, then he's underpowered and he's made a mistake. Instead of targeting his weaknesses out of his own problems. If I challenge him next time, perhaps I should change into this outfit. Xia Shuelan secretly said in her heart. As far as fighting other people? Oh, wearing normal armor. Of course, after all, God knows whether the enemy will be hit or not, and in case they are not, won't they be in a passive position with one less piece of equipment to wear? Xia Shuelan, would never make such a serious blunder. Suzy, I've caught your weakness. Excitement flickered in Xia Shuelan's eyes. The next time she wins, she will win. In the meantime, foreign guest hotel. The fainting Keiichiro Nishikawa was returned by the staff to this part of the Neonites' lodgings, where he was placed on a bed and a few footprints were thoughtfully swept away for him. The shoe size looked to be that of a certain Chairman-sama who wished to remain anonymous, and when the Dasha staff is gone, Keiichiro Nishikawa immediately opened his eyes and covered his abdomen. Damn Dacia people. Chapter 52 The Murderous Father. Damn Dacia. Damn Daxians. He hits hard. Keiichiro Nishikawa, of course, pretended to be faint. After all, his attitude had been too arrogant before and had offended many of the top echelons of Dacia. If they don't pass out at this point, God knows what they'll do, and how hard they might curse. Of course, Keiichiro Nishikawa didn't realize that there was a shameless guy in the top echelons of Dacia who actually kicked out at the comatose neon friend. Lord Nishikawa, you're awake. Nishikawa-sama, what should we do now? Yeah, this copy didn't hit, so our contract. Uchida Kazuki and the other neon players immediately surrounded them with a nervous look on their faces. Can our contract still be cancelled? Obviously. They had also gotten the news that the underworld ghost cave had been cleared at this time. The abyss hasn't even been fought. And you guys want the contract cancelled? Keiichiro Nishikawa poo-pooed. Don't be delusional. And what are you guys doing? That Suzy seems to have gone into the abyss several times before and after you guys. And you guys didn't notice anything strange even once? I can't believe you caused me to lose a business. You are the ones to blame for this failure. How can a plutocracy let a bunch of leaks run away without making enough money for themselves? Keiichiro Nishikawa was in no mood to take care of the leaks at this point, and directly cursed, blaming all his faults on Uchida Ikimoku and the others. He took out his emotions on Uchida Ikimoku and the others in a frenzy, hitting and cursing them, beating them and sending them scurrying. It was only after a long while that he let Uchida Kazuki and the others go, and began to think about how to salvage the current situation. The amount of liquidated damages was not small, and the Zaibatsu would not let him off lightly for causing such a loss. In case Deng Pengang took out the deliberately taking Neon's resources to support Dacia's friend's rhetoric again and spread it into the country, then he is even more incapable of defense. Might end up learning the style of Neon's Eagle Emperor's own side. Shot 8 times in the back and killed himself. Uchida Kazuki and the others had ugly faces, but they could only endure the anger of their superiors. After all, in the up-and-down honored and incredibly strict Neon Zaibatsu, a subordinate's credit is a supervisor's credit, and the fault of the superior is the fault of the subordinate. Not even daring to show their anger, they only dare to put their anger on the Dacia people. Damn Suzy, he really is a naturally evil necromancer. He actually came to cheat, to sneak up on our great Neon Empire's warriors. Uchida Kazuki gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for him, we would have been. By now. Don't give me a chance to find out or I'll beat him up. Keiichiro Nishikawa's foot, which was pacing repeatedly, suddenly lurched at the words. He snapped his head as if to break his neck. What did you say? Ha? Uchida Kazuki froze, thinking that Keiichiro Nishikawa was angry at his presumptuous action, and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Nishikawa. I'm not going to fight with that Suzy. I'm dash. No, you have to fight. Keiichiro Nishikawa interrupted directly, saying, not just fight, but win beautifully. Can you do it? Uchida Kazuki blinked, a little unsure. But can it be done? That Suzy guy, even though he's soloed the hellish level abyss, his profession is a necromancer. Necromancers had always been notoriously weak. Perhaps that Suzy could play some tricks, but he was definitely not his own opponent in terms of single combat. It was still the warrior who was the strongest. I can. Uchida Kazuki nodded firmly. I'll win even if I fight to the death. Very well. Keiichiro Nishikawa flashed a smile. He had just realized the question of what exactly the board had sent him to Dacia for. For the sake of a single abyssal gate? No. It's for the huge market of Dacia. The door to the abyss in the city of Jianyang is nothing. With this beginning, opening up channels in other provinces and cities is what the board wants most. Members of the team like Uchida Ikimoku and others would even recover their status individually and clean up their appearance before they swiped out of the abyss to deliver the final blow to the boss. For the sake of rendering Neon's power to the extreme, Suzy was naturally strong as he was able to solo the hell level. But if a random person from Neon's squad could defeat Suzy, then naturally Neon was stronger. With this track record, The board might still hold me accountable for breach of contract, but it won't be too punitive, Keiichiro Nishikawa said in his heart, then decisively said, very well, then Uchida-kun. Next you go and challenge Suzy, make him accept your challenge, then win him beautifully. Hear me? Uchida Kazuki, yes. Keiichiro Nishikawa nodded and rubbed his chin. Of course Soz may not agree to Uchida Kazuki's challenge, but that's okay, he's good at solving problems like this. The Xia family. Xia Shuolan walked through the door expressionlessly and realized that his father, Xia Yidong, had been guarding the door. Father? Xia Shuolan blinked. Back ah. Xia Yidong nodded slightly and twisted his head to look at the time. 8:30. Pretty good. Then take out your cell phone and make a call. Hey, Xiao Lu. Okay. Plans to check out the hotel tonight are cancelled. Tell the information office for me that there's no need to pursue that matter I ordered. Trouble. Next to Xia Shuolan? What did she know of her old father's mind? Upon learning that his family's little cabbage had left with the treacherous and cunning pig, the ever-diligent old father made a decisive choice to use the public for private gain. He is again ordering the information service to investigate the IDs of hotel rooms around the world, contacting the sheriff's office again, planning a wave of hotel raids. Luckily Xia Shuolan came back, or else tonight's Jianyang City might have set off a bloody storm. But today's events also brought up a wave of tension in the old father. After he hung up, he asked, Sheridan, speaking of which, you're so old, do you have a boy in mind? Xia Shuolan's face was calm. No, why do you ask? Nothing. What do you think of Suzy? Xia Yidong asked with a smile on his face. It's my lifelong rival, the object I'm chasing, the roadblock on my path to invincibility. Xia Shuolan thought for a moment and said, until I defeat him, I will make him my goal and keep working hard. Xia Yidong listened and nodded repeatedly. Nice rivalry, nice rivalry. Anything is fine as long as you don't have any special feelings. As an old father, though, he understands that sooner or later, the baby cabbages will be swept away by the pigs. But if he could, he wanted that day to come as late as possible. Xia Shuolan looked at his father and felt that he didn't seem to have anything more to ask, so he walked into the door of the room. Mother, give me some money, I bought an outfit. Playing for money? How much? Summer's mother wiped her hands and prepared to reach for her cell phone. 200 million. 200 million? Xia's mother froze and couldn't help but look at her own daughter. Shuolan, are you being cheated? What kind of equipment can ask for $200 million? This one. Xia Shuolan took out the blade of underworld destruction, then thought for a moment before adding, no, you have to hit me with 250 million, and there's also a skill book for the phantom sword. The price of the skill book was relatively publicized, and Summer's mother didn't care. But this blade of underworld destruction, what a superb piece of equipment for a low-level agility fighter. It was better than the sword Xia Yidong had bought back at great expense. If this sword is $200 million, it is indeed worth every penny, and it can even be said that you have earned a great bargain. Mother Xia was also a professional, so she could naturally judge the value. It's just that from what you're saying, you haven't paid for it yet. So you just brought the sword back? Who trusts you so much? A price tag of $200 million was nothing to a high-level professional like them. But for the low-level professional who fought this kind of equipment, it might be more than his entire fortune. It was Su Zhe who sold it to me. Xia Shuolan's expression was calm. But I also paid a deposit. So it's nothing strange. Mother Summer, how much did you pay for the deposit? Shaxalan, oh, I showed him for 10 minutes in black silk. Summer mother? Xia Yidong next to him? 3 minutes later, Xia Yidong got up violently and walked out the door. Father, it's so late and you still want to go out? Xia Shuolan froze. The old father gave a wave of his hand full of murderous rage. I'll go kill a pig. Go. Xia Shuolan? Chapter 53 Real Level Abyss. Send off Xia Shuolan. Suzy went home, simply washed up, and went straight to bed. I laid down at 10 p.m. and then slept straight through until 3 p.m. the next day. Even though I woke up at 3 o'clock, I didn't want to get out of bed. It's really exhausting. During this period of time, he continuously passed through the abyss and kept brushing his attributes, barely resting throughout the day, relying on his strong physique to tough it out. He sometimes yells lines like "What's wrong with you corpse/small bones" so much it's become a mantra, paired with that voice that was a bit hoarse from the incessant crying. The whole person could perform Erkong Hand in his native color without acting. His body was naturally even more tired, and if he hadn't gritted his teeth and pushed himself hard, he could have slept for 3 days and 3 nights. The mere act of getting up took him half an hour of perseverance. The damp feeling of the fresh rain outside was more than enough to make you want to lie down a little longer. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. This bed is really hard to get up. Although I have a body made of iron, I can't help that this is a bed made of magnets. Hey! However, since the underworld ghost cave had already been settled, it was possible to take a short break. Suzy touched his stomach, intending to go downstairs to eat something. However, as soon as the door was opened, just see a big man standing quietly in front of his house. This is President Deng? Suzy froze. Why are you here? That person was clearly Teng Pengang. I'm here to apologize to classmate Suzy. Deng Pengang laughed. Classmate Suzy, you don't know that I was almost about to sign with that son of a little neon yesterday. If it wasn't for Suzy-san solving the abyss, our country would have been forced to lose a lot of benefits. I'm ashamed to say that. While it's clear that Suzy-san is overly talented, and also above everyone else with his SSS rank rating, I didn't even let Suzy-san join the training base due to my inherent impression of necromancers. I hereby solemnly apologize to Suzy-san, he said, his expression serious. The body bowed slowly, pressing his waist down. I'm sorry. I'm ashamed of the trust that the people of Janyang City have placed in me. Who came to apologize? Suzy blinked, and honestly, he hadn't really expected this to be the case. After all, the official, there are always a few points of good face problems, which have so to their own a little young to apologize. Suzy was only a small professional of LV19, but Deng Pengang was a strong professional of at least LV50. With one slap, he could slap 10 unusual LV19 professionals to death. But he came to apologize anyway, and Suzy's gaze fell on Deng Pengang's shoulders. The clothes there, with a hint of dampness. It's the dampness of water beating wet and then air drying again. He didn't know how long Deng Pengang had been waiting here, but it had been close to an hour since the rain stopped. The sincerity of this is really good. A bit of Chang Menli Shui can be quoted as Su Menli Yu. You are really exaggerating. Not so much, Suzy said softly. As a part of the city of Jianyang, this is what I should have done. The two of them exchanged a few more pleasantries, and Suzy then invited Deng Pengang to join him for a snack downstairs. This big man in the city of Jianyang was not polite, very grounded, sitting on a shabby little stool, and ordered 3 big bowls of noodles in a row, eating as if he could have 3 more bowls. If it wasn't for the fact that he also paid by the way, Suzy really had the illusion that this guy had come over to rub his nose in it. Deng Pengang smiled and said, Student Suzy, I came over here today to come out and apologize to you, as well as to give you the reward for the bounty from the Professionals Association. There are 3 rewards from the Professionals Association. 1. $300 million in cash. 2. 1 piece of legendary equipment. Either one. 3. Any one low-level skill of the passer's profession. Cash is, needless to say, the most straightforward of rewards. Although there were a lot of them, they were the least valuable of the several rewards. Deng Pengang gave Suzy 2 lists, which were the list of existing LV20 or less legendary grade equipment and the list of skill books in the inventory of the city of Jianyang. Suzy roughly looked at the inventory of the city of Jianyang. Is not bad. There are a few pieces of legendary equipment for mages. The difference is not too big, to the point that there is no need to dwell on it too much. Instead of skill books, there are no skill books for skeleton mages? Suzy asked curiously. When he looked at the store earlier, he noticed that the skeleton mage skill book was out of stock. It's amazing that the entire city of Jianyang doesn't have any inventory now either. That's $2 billion worth of goodies. Since you have to choose, of course you have to choose an expensive one. This we indeed don't have. Deng Pengang nodded. I think Su probably also found out that the state has suppressed special professions such as necromancers and other special professions that are prone to pose a threat to national security to a certain extent. It's not just my country, but other countries as well. We're all joining forces to suppress these types of professions for fear of what trouble they might cause the country. Generally speaking, the skill books of this type of special professionals will be purchased by the state at a uniform price and then centrally destroyed, letting them go without flowing into the market. A batch of skill books were destroyed only a while ago, and I'm not sure if any new summon skeleton mage skill books are being popped right now. Skill books, lack of inventory? Can you help me contact those big companies like the Shinfeng Group? They might have this skill book. Suzy couldn't help but say, can I trade my rewards with them? What an intellectual attribute. He's just short of good buddies with the intelligence attribute. The Shenfeng Group? They don't have it in their hands either. Tong Pengang bristled. If they had, they would have sold it to us officially long ago. They are also willing to sell? Suzy froze. The official selling price and acquisition price of the Necromancer skill book is 100 times worse. Those profit-oriented capitalists are actually okay with it? Why not? Dang Peng Gang. However, asked rhetorically, if he has to keep it, who can he sell it to? Suzy was a little embarrassed. Seems like it too, haha. In the entire city of Jianyang, there might be only one necromancer like Suzy. Large companies burst out of the skill book. If not sold to Suzy, it is a direct result of not being able to sell at first glance as long as the price is reduced to sell as a seller's market. The truth is how to reduce the price is a buyer's market because there are so few customers who have a need to buy. Even if they kept it for themselves and sold it slowly, there was no way they could sell it for the official price. But skill books are also very delicate to keep, and there are security issues to worry about. It's not as simple and cost-effective as just handing them over to the official centralized processing. Suzy scanned the list and found that the skill book he valued more was only a summon specter skill book worth $500 million. It's not like you can't make use of your rewards, but it's obviously a bit of a loss compared to the 2 billion summoned skeleton mages. Suzy was a little torn. Deng Pengang saw Suzy's expression and kindly said, "If you especially want it, student Su, I can also contact the sister cities to see if anyone on their side has popped out the skeleton mage's skill book, but in that case you'll have to wait and wonder when you'll get your hands on it. Take the specter directly, or gamble on getting the skeleton mage?" Suzy only dwelled on it for 3 seconds before deciding decisively. "Then I'll trouble President Deng. With the power of the association, acquiring skill books must be much simpler than slowly looking for them on your own." The intellectual undead's enhancement to Suzy was immediate, and he definitely couldn't let it go. "Don't worry, I will take this matter to heart." Tung Pengang smiled. Also the abyssal gate of the underworld ghost cave in the hands of Suzy's classmate. "Are you interested in situating it in our city of Jianyang? We are willing to maintain the abyssal portal for you free of charge, preside over discipline, collect fees, and even pay a small price as well, as long as you are willing to open the abyssal portal in our Jianyang. Of course it's fine if you don't want to. In a couple of days the other provinces and cities should be able to get the news that you've cleared the hell level abyss, and perhaps some of the big economic cities will be able to offer better terms." The gates of the abyss. This was a special item that could only be obtained by clearing the hell level abyss for the first time. Suzy sniffed and took out his reward props after clearing the level. Gate to the abyss, grotto of the underworld. Introduction: you can open an abyssal gate of the ghost cave in a certain place. This gate will connect a place to the same illusory replica world as the ghost cave. The gateway can be maintained for 3 years. You can choose the location of your descent, or you can close the gateway at any time. Simply put, this thing was a copy entrance to the underworld ghost cave that could last for 3 years. During this time, Suzy chose to close the portal at any time, but he could also only choose to close it. He could not open it again, nor could he move the portal after it had descended. An abyss with detailed data logs and strategy plays is a constant goldmine. It is the most important, not one, resource point in every city. According to the system, Suzy could hijack this portal all by himself, but generally chose to open it up to the public and charge an entrance fee. This could be done by the official on behalf of the government, and there wasn't even a draw for the handling fee. After all, while abyss tickets don't officially take a cut, the gate of the abyss is usually open in the center of town. The land and houses in the neighborhood will instantly appreciate in value, and the various recreational facilities will see huge foot traffic. The income of local professionals will also increase, and under the economic cycle, it will be a great thing for the city. "I'll think about it," Suzy slowly said. "Take your time to consider." Tung Pengang smiled. "Also, I actually have one more thing to do this time. Something that needs to be known to every professional who has cleared the hell level abyss. But before you do, please sign a non-disclosure agreement," he said, pulling out a piece of paper. Suzy took it and glanced at it. Finding it to be a standard non-disclosure agreement, he thought about it and signed his name. The next second, the protocol burned and vanished into thin air. Suzy felt as if there was a power in the underworld pressing on himself, as if he would be punished if he violated it. This confidentiality agreement, too, was a prop with strong efficacy. "Don't worry, Suzy-san, this is a necessary experience for every professional in our great summer who has cleared the abyss." Tung Pengang smiled slightly, then his expression became very serious all of a sudden. "Because the information I'm going to talk about next is an absolute secret that must be kept secret." He directly waved his big hand. A film of light, a pale orange color, blocked the two men off from the world around them, ensuring that the ensuing conversation would not be overheard. Only then did he stare seriously into Suzy's eyes. "Suzy-san, do you know the name of the difficulty above the hellish difficulty in the abyss difficulty? Real level?" Suzy raised an eyebrow. Was there a need to ask about this kind of thing that was known to everyone? Yes, real grade. Dang Pangang nodded. Then do you know why we call it real level difficulty? Without waiting for Suzy to speak, he answered directly. Because a real level abyss is a real world. Chapter 50 for the Great Wall of Miles. A real level abyss is a real world. Deng Pengdong's words were deafening. Suzy frowned. In fact, he had felt a few oddities about this real grade name before. Inferno, Nightmare, Hard. These are good descriptions of the difficulty level. The only one that is real level is completely incomprehensible as to why this would be the name of the difficulty level. But, the real world? What does that mean? Suzy asked. It's simple. It's literal. Deng Pangang smiled faintly. Student Suzy has also cleared the hell level. And there are 5 abysses that appear in a single city in a year. While we can't solve every abyss, most of them are solvable. You don't think no one's tried to take on the real level of difficulty, do you? Without hesitation, he said. There were actually quite a few geniuses who challenged the true difficulty, only that almost all of them fell. Only the first person of our great Xia, the General Master of the Professionals Association, has personally challenged the true grade difficulty abyss called World Tree once, and then returned from this abyss alive. Suzy did not question the information that there were geniuses who were challenging the real grade difficulty. Every genius had extreme confidence in themselves, and even if no one had information about the real grade abyss, there were definitely a large number of people who were planning to enter and give it a try. But, the chief general manager has also entered the real level abyss? He beat the real grade abyss? Suzy was surprised. He remembered when his teacher, Lu Hongzhe, told his classmates about the difficulty of the abyss. He categorically stated that no one had cleared the true level. No, the president didn't fight either. Tong Pangang bristled. But he still came out of this abyss alive. A flash of surprise flashed through Suzy's eyes. That person really deserves to be a novel protagonist-like existence. It is a universally recognized fact that there is an in and out of the abyss, and it is either death or victory. But he actually managed to kill it on real level difficulty and fight his way out again? Even if there is no pass. This strength is definitely beyond people's imagination. Simply horrible as hell. Do you know what the chief master sees in the real level? A fiery color flashed in Tang Pengdong's eyes. Every monster there seemed as if they were truly human. We can't even see exhaustive information about each other. See each other's level. Just like we face other professionals. Everything is incredibly real. But that's not the point. The point is always that the Grand Master saw that World Tree real level in the abyss. The history books of the Elven Empire. Tang Pengdong's voice was pressed very low, obviously using props to isolate the inside and outside. But he still whispered as if he was afraid of being heard by the others. In the history books, the name of a man who disturbed the entire Elven Empire 100 years ago is recorded. This name is the name of the professional who entered this abyss before Lord Chairman. What? Suzy's eyes carried a few shocks. You mean to say? That's right. Tong Pangang nodded. This represents the real level abyss. It really is a completely real world, because it's time that goes on and on. Suzy showed a surprised face, knowing that the abyss that Suzy had cleared before. The opening scene was almost completely fixed. Location of bosses, locations of minions, traps somewhere, terrain everywhere, as if it were a game copy world that can be reset constantly. So even if the abyss behaves realistically, with each monster having its own personality, it is ultimately considered a half-real, half-illusory world. But if it's as Deng Pangang said, the real level abyss, I'm afraid, would really be a real world. Not only that, but the country has now discovered that the rate of time passing within the abyss is directly proportional to the professionals who enter it. Tong Pangang continued to explode, saying, for about every person who goes in, the abyss will pass for about 100 years. And although you haven't experienced it, I can tell you this, the monsters that appear when the abyss descends into reality exhibit strengths that are far greater than hell-level difficulty. Suzy frowned. That's right, you're thinking correctly. The descent of the abyss is what it means when real-level monsters descend into the real world. Deng Pangang nodded. Then add to that the characteristic of time being lost within the abyss after someone enters real-level difficulty. Did you think of anything? He said, looking at Suzy expectantly. Suzy was silent for a moment and let out a long sigh. I remember that there is an official regulation that if it is impossible to take down the hell-level abyss, then the official will block the abyss portal and prohibit all people from entering during the last 7 days. You are guarding against having spies who die and enter the real-level abyss at the last moment to make a change in the strength of the abyss, aren't you? If time could pass within the abyss, then the monsters would naturally change. Taking the Orc Empire experienced by Suzy as an example, if 100 years had passed, then the Orc Emperor could be struck down by a new, more powerful male lord rising from the steppes. Or they may have been blessed by the beast god to solve the time trouble and cultivate hard for 100 years, thus increasing their strength greatly. Of course, there's also the possibility that the Orc Emperor will simply die of old age, and the grasslands will be in terrible internal turmoil, with a huge drop in overall power. But either way, it's an unstable outcome. In reality, a normal boss like the Orc Emperor was fine, and even if a new, more powerful male lord rose up, it wouldn't be overly strong. But what if it's the Ghost Cave? The boss that Suzy had killed was capable of summoning small monsters. Unlimited summoning of small monsters, accumulating. Maybe when it descends, the enemies that appear will be millions of undead. But this is a small thing. If it is a kind of boss that will cultivate itself and constantly upgrade, then maybe the original LV20 Abyss can just become LV100 difficulty. Then in case no one takes down the hell level difficulty again, then the next thing that descends on reality will be that LV100 difficulty enemy. That would be horrible. It was no wonder that the officials had completely blocked off the abyss as the descent approached. There was no way that any trickier abyss could not be raided with the help of a nation. But in case a real spy or cult enters the real level at the last minute before the descent, it might raise an unanswerable enemy. That's really too late to stop even a nation's efforts. But, doesn't the country worry about someone who doesn't know this information and mistakenly enters the real level of difficulty? Suzy couldn't help but say, although normal people wouldn't seek their own death. But what if someone wants to go crazy? This information is not publicized and prevents deranged lunatics and desperate criminals from holding the state hostage. But if we don't publicize it, there will be some crazy people who don't want to live and will go and get themselves killed. Not bad. Deng Pangang nodded, revealing a smile. Student Suzy deserves to be a top student. He is just intelligent. But don't worry too much, Suzy-san. That kind of crazy person is a minority in itself. And the country has means to deal with it. We, Daxia, do have the ability to take down any hellish abyss for a short period of time at a critical moment. There is a special official organization to do this. That's where the true geniuses of our Grand Xia gather. And our final card. It's the one that would rather let an abyss like the Ghost Cave of the Underworld descend, but would never allow them to be utilized. The true bottom card. The abyss cannot be closed. Professionals need the abyss to practice and grow. And the descending abyss must be stopped by the power of the professionals. There are definitely people who mistakenly enter the real level. And there are definitely people who intentionally rush into the real level. Then someone needs to wrap it up for them. And those who wrap up must be awfully strong. After all, raid any hellish abyss for a short period of time. This is not a low request. Suzy took a deep breath. Some of the abyssal intelligence is unknown. And it is not possible for people to test the mechanism of the abyss step by step in a short time. So they can only rely on their own strength to crush the past in a hard way. Knowing that the abyssal levels were spread between LV1-100, it meant that Daxia had to be at all levels, with enough top teams to tackle the enemy. Indeed, it's not low. That's why it's recognized as a top genius. Tung Pangang said and smiled faintly. Maybe student Suzy will be able to join there in the future. What is the name of that official organization? A few moments of curiosity rose in Suzy as well. Miles and miles. The Great Wall of China. Suzy looked at Deng Pengang's departing back and muttered in his heart. It was a department that could only be joined by top geniuses with reliable backgrounds and superb strengths who could solve all the abysses of the same level. The state will also fully support the growth of such geniuses, using the power of the state to help the geniuses acquire all kinds of skill books and equipment to assist them in becoming stronger. If I can blend in, then I won't have to worry about the necromancer skill book. Suzy bristled, but this old Deng only talked about the existence of the Great Wall of Miles. He didn't say how to join. This is really. Suzy shook his head, but the whereabouts of his skill books were not at all unknown. Deng Pangang had already promised to help find the Summon Skeleton Mage skill book. He still had the special prop of the Gate of the Abyss in his hand. According to him, the next thing that would happen was that each city would invite Suzy to place the Abyssal Gate on their side. Suzy would be able to completely take advantage of the opportunity to make an offer for the Summon Skeleton Mage skill book. But, real level? Suzy's eyes narrowed slightly. Can I get through this real level abyss? It still feels a lot worse. After all, one's agility was quite a big weakness, and it was all very tricky to fight the spectral ghost cave hell level, and it took half a day to catch the boss. Real grade words. It should be more difficult to deal with. The point is that there's a shortage of good intellectual buddies. Let's see if there are any skill books in other cities first. Just as Tang Pangang had said, the next day there were emissaries from other cities who came and were willing to put up the price for Suzy to place the Abyssal Gate in the other city. Unfortunately, the people in the other cities didn't really have skill books for Summon Skeleton Mage either, or even similar skill books for intelligence-based undead. However, the conditions they are willing to come up with are indeed a bit better than those of the city of Jianyang. After all, although Jianyang is also a large city, the economy is still not as good as many developed coastal provinces and cities. However, after Su Zhe thought about it, he finally decided to leave the Abyssal Gate in Jianyang. For one, there are a few simple hometown feelings, and also the thing that he had the most hope of harvesting that Summon Skeleton Mage at the moment was Tung Pingong's promise of full help in the search. Since this was the case, it was only natural to draw a good relationship with this Lord President anyway. The conditions offered by the other cities were a little bit better than that of the city of Jianyang, but it was just that much better. There's no need to turn down this presidential leader because of such petty interests. The messengers from the other cities were not too sorry to get a reply, and no one tried to raise the price. Daxia is, after all, a whole country, and it's fine for cities to compete with each other, but it's not possible to inwardly roll to the death. In fact, according to the rules of politics, even if they get Suzy to promise to open the door to their city, they must still subsidize a certain amount of resources for the city of Jianyang. So even a large, economically developed city can't come up with too much extra leverage when you count the subsidized resources. Instead, a number of messengers brought up another topic asking Suzy to tackle the abyss in their city. The underworld ghost cave in the city of Jianyang has been difficult for the top brass for a long time, but other cities have equally tricky abysses to tackle. Suzy roughly glanced at the information given by the other party. Those abysses were basically high difficulty types with a variety of unique mechanisms, similar to the underworld ghost cave that had endless ghosts to consume the professions. It was just that Suzy could ignore the consumption of the spectral souls, so these unique abysses were a bit more difficult for him. Suzy left behind a few pieces of information about the abyss that might be of some use to him, stating that he would seriously consider it after a while. He had been all about desperately brushing his attributes before, and not only was he mentally tired, but his own power mastery was also too poor. It's not easy to solve the underworld ghost cave. At least take a rest, raise the power mastery up, then consider the matter of fighting the next abyss. Anyway, all those abysses would still have some time before they descended, so there was no hurry, though I may not be able to help fight a few either. Suzy shrugged. He's already LV19. It was only one level short of the highest restricted level of LV20 for low-level abyss, and he would inevitably choose a high-difficulty abyss for his next abyss fight to increase his harvest. With the large amount of experience given by the hell-level difficulty abyss, it wouldn't be long before he would break through the LV20 limit. After several city messengers left, what came was a variety of capitalists. Li Yuehong, Shenfeng Group, Ma Wei, Ma's Group, Hong Shikai, Tianqing Company. Without exception, they all offered huge payouts in the hope that Su Zhe would join their group. Tens of billions of dollars in salaries, promising full help in finding skills and equipment, hiring high-level professionals as teachers. Yet Suzy's reply was as good as it gets. I'm sorry, but I'm not planning on joining any company for the time being, and your company may not be the right fit for me. Although they had come up with a huge salary this time, Suzy's toughest starting period was over. So why should he join any company to work for someone else? There is absolutely no value in joining them. The big companies lined up to come to Suzy's room and then received back the same sentence. It's not like Suzy's little house is soundproof. So whether it's the ones in line or the ones leaving, you can hear them all. This guy is so rude. Li Yuehong's chief of personnel, who had brought with her, couldn't help but whisper with a twitch of her face. Rejection is nothing, but you could have at least changed your rejection line. Give everyone a line, all over your house's non-soundproof door. How dare you be so disrespectful? Teenage genius, SSS level talent, single brush hell level abyss. What's wrong with being arrogant for such a teenager? Li Yuehong was unconcerned. Even when she walked through Su Zhe's door, she revealed a gentle smile and had several family conversations with Su Zhe. And even though she was ultimately rejected by Su Zhe, she left behind a gift on behalf of the Shenfeng Group. Being young is capital in itself, not to mention being so gifted, not to mention the reality of professionals. Even if it was placed in Suzy's previous life, the same was true. Take Suzy's previous life people's reasons for quitting their jobs. The 70s is that parents can't be bothered. The 80s is that they can't be bothered. The 90s is that children can't be bothered. And the aughts is that the boss can't be bothered. Being young means having the capital for trial and error. It means having the qualification of arrogance. It means having the strength to be capricious. For a top genius who could single-handedly brush the hell-level abyss, what was it to reject himself? Not to mention that it was still himself who was rude in the first place. Looking down on him, Suzy. In fact, no matter whether it was Li Yuehong or anyone else, in fact, they didn't really think that they, who had once been impolite, would still be able to draw in Suzy, who had thoroughly demonstrated his own talent. Still, everyone showed up and gave gifts of great value as well. To put it bluntly, it was to salvage their own image and not to offend people because of their previous inappropriate remarks. Not that the senior professionals were afraid of Suzy, but there was absolutely no need to become enemies with a genius, right? They're capitalists, not mindless villains whose head irons have to screw each other over at any cost because of a minor, half-assed conflict. The whole day, Suzy is all in on the reception of the guests. Of course the rewards are not low, if you discount the gifts they sent and count the official cash rewards for clearing the hell level. He could have bought that $500 million Summon the Spectre. If I also count the money from selling Xia Shualan's sword, I should still be able to replace it with a better set of equipment and brush up on my attributes. Definitely faster. Suzy's eyes glowed and she came to school the next day decisively. Then it was met with countless adoring glances. Suzy is awesome. You actually managed to solo the hell level? Hell level. Single brush. Suzy, how did you put those two phrases together? Suzy, when you switched to necromancer, I thought you could only rely on undead to fight screws to support yourself. I didn't expect you to be this powerful. Seeks to take flight. Will warm the bed. The abyss, but the great enemy of all. Every professional who solved the hell level abyss could be said to have saved the lives of countless civilians. This is the hero of the age of the professional. Even the teacher, Lu Hongzhe, couldn't help but smile. Come on, clap for our hero. Suzy was slightly embarrassed, feeling as if the atmosphere had been baked a little too much. Of course, in reality, the internet is even more excessive. I do not know what orders Deng Pengang was given. Anyway, the newspapers and media within the city of Jianyang, all of them touted Suzy as a hero. All kinds of meaty rhetoric kept piling up. If not for Suzy's own crotch, there are still two or two meat hanging, clear about their own things. Maybe he's going to think he's saved the world. I think he made a point of complimenting me hard out of guilt. Suzy cried and laughed. This is really something this one can do. He's not worried about turning into a cudgel. Certainly cudgeling is certainly not to the point. There are countless abysses that appear every year, as well as a large number of students who have solved the hellish abysses. Suzy is only highlighted by the 2 solo passes, plus squashing the neons. In fact, as far as the information Suzy has seen online, in the eyes of some netizens outside of the city of Jianyang, suppressing the neons is Suzy's greatest achievement. Suzy, Xia Shualan walked with faith, her face calm. I want to talk to you about payment matters. My mother wants you to come to my house. To your house? Suzy froze. It's only $200 million. Can't you just transfer it to me directly? That's what I thought too. But mother seems to think that I'm not fit to grasp such a large amount of money, and insisted that you make a trip to my house. Xia Shualan's brows furrowed, her tone carrying a few hints of dissatisfaction. I'm a professional now. Why do they still treat me like a child? 200 million is certainly not a small amount. But Xia Shualan's outfit had long been well above $200 million. As a professional with notable potential, the numbers she could reach in the future were definitely above that as well. Yet her mother still treats her like a child, acting as if she's afraid she'll get the money and instead of paying for it, she'll secretly buy herself little snacks. Xia Shualan was very unhappy about this. Suzy also felt quite strange and said, "Did something happen to your family recently? Normal shouldn't be like this." Xia Shualan tilted her head in thought, saying, "None to say things. The day you punched through the abyss. When I came home my father didn't know which nerve he had drawn and had to go out in the middle of the night to kill a pig." Suzy? Xia Shualan, then he was stopped by his mother, but still had to go kill a pig, and was eventually slapped to the ground by her. Suzy? Xia Shualan, then I don't know if it was my mother who spilled her grievances against my father onto my head, so she had to have you come to my house in order to transfer money to you. Obviously. Didn't you used to beat up my father and the anger subsided? Why did you have to implicate me? Xia Shualan's small eyes flashed with great confusion. Suzy? So what the hell is going on in your house? Chapter 55, Marrying a Chuan Yu wife and enjoying a backtime life. After school, Suzy followed Xia Shualan, and just as he left the school gate, there was an incomparably cool-styled car, parked at the entrance. Its lines run from the front to the rear of the car in one piece, without the slightest sense of abruptness. The side of the car is as natural as flowing water, as if it were the work of the wind. The roof has sharp edges, showing a strong sense of the future in technology. The entire body is silver and white, eye-catching and shimmering in the sunlight. Seeing Xia Shuelan arrive, the car door automatically opened and the lights flashed, while a welcome miss sound was also made. This is a mechanic's work. Susie's eyes blinked with a few shades of surprise. I remember when Susie switched jobs. There were people who thought Susie needed to rely on the undead to beat the screws to support himself. At first glance it sounds like it's on the road to get rich quick. Taking 100,000 undead. Incarnating 100,000 hitmen. Opening a factory and rolling everyone up. A very rich career. But the reality is that relying on the undead to fight screws is a really meager income. Far better to go down into the abyss for quicker money. Because the profession of screwdriver has a very strong competitor, the mechanic. The undead themselves have poor sanity and can only engage in the simplest of operations. And their efficiency is about the same as that of an ordinary person, if not a few points inferior. Where does it compare to a production line created by a mechanic? Tough mechanics who can design Gundams, spaceships, and capsule at the top, and build industrial motherships, photolithography machines, and artificial intelligence at the bottom. In the age of professionals, the only true top-tier artificial luxuries were equipment crafted by forges, potions configured by apothecaries, and specialized machinery produced by mechanics. Xia Shuelan nodded slightly. Go, get in the car. Walking into the car, the interior was also very lavishly decorated. Seats of unknown monster fur, starry roof, unmanned intelligence, all without the feeling of swaying suspension system. Sure enough, you are a rich woman. Suze couldn't help but look at Xia Shuelan. Fubuki, hungry, rice. Xia Shuelan looked over in confusion. She always felt as if there was something wrong with Susie's eyes. The vehicle built by the mechanic was very fast, and although it didn't play with any rocket jet technology, but in 10 minutes time, it had already arrived at Xia's house. Step out of the car and look at the large mansion. Susie couldn't help but feel the strength of the rich woman once again. At the entrance of the Xia family home, a woman who bore a 7-point resemblance to Xia Shuelan, but was more mature, stood waiting in a gentle and virtuous manner. This is obviously Summer's mother. You are Suze, right? Shuelan's classmate. Xia mother wore a smile on her face and looked Suze up and down. He's quite handsome. Cough. Auntie overpraised. Suze coughed. Inside what? Auntie, since I'm already here, then come in and have a meal. Xia's mother was all smiles. The young man just got out of school and hasn't had time to eat yet, right? Come and try your uncle's handiwork, he said, walking straight into the house. Amount. Shouldn't you give me the money first? Susie's lips twitched, but she followed obediently. After all, the money's not in my hands yet. Walking into the Xia family home, the house was not exactly gilded, but it was quite nice. A man with an imposing face, traveling back and forth between the kitchen and the dining room, constantly serving food. The dishes on the dining table were filled with steaming hot air and gave off a tantalizing smell, and it looked like a lot of rare materials produced by the abyss had been used. So rich. Suze looked on and said in his heart, there was no need to mention the flavor of this rare ingredient, but the key was its effect. Consuming large quantities of this type of material over a long period of time would also enhance one's attributes. There is even a sub-profession for professionals that specializes in the effects of these materials, chef. You can imagine how precious these ingredients are. Dad, why did you make so many delicious dishes today? Xia Shuelan was also flabbergasted when she saw the dishes. Is it some kind of holiday today? So many good things. That is, the Xia family is not often eaten. Xia Yidong's face twitched and he didn't say anything. No, Mom just thought that you hadn't eaten anything good after fighting for so long in the abyss, and felt sorry for you, so she asked your father to cook a few more dishes. Mother Xia squinted her eyes and laughed softly. Although she was the mother of a child, the professionals themselves lived far longer than ordinary people. Walking together with Xia Shuelan was rather like a little sister shopping. At this time to reveal a smile is also quite beautiful, more with the unique sense of warmth of a human wife. Xia Shuelan's head tilted with a few puzzled looks in her eyes. If you think so, why did I come home 2 days ago and eat ordinary dishes? It's not like we just got back from the deep end today. Hello Uncle Xia. Suze went forward to greet him. Xia Yidong, humph. Susie? He blinked his eyes and wondered if it was his own illusion that this Uncle Xia seemed to have some opinions, but this is the first time we've met. Xia Yidong glared viciously at Suze. This little pervert. He's so good to come. Xia Yidong gritted his teeth, inwardly hating to bring out his family's 40-meter greatsword. I dare you to let my cabbage wear black silk. Big guts. I see that you already have a way to die. You, Summer's mother narrowed her eyes and looked over. Hello. Xia Yidong forced a smile on his face as well. Suzy looked at the hard-squeezed smile. I should be feeling wrong. Maybe it's just that Uncle Xia is more unsmiling? Xia mother skimmed her eyes, then revealed that usual warm smile and said, Come, little Sue. Can I call you little Sue? Sit down and eat. Come and try your uncle's handiwork. Thanks, Auntie. Suzy smiled faintly and sat down. Extending his chopsticks, he took a bite. It's pretty tasty. While it's true that ingredients don't determine flavor, they do enhance it. Yummy. It's the first time I've had this flavor. Suzy didn't spare any praise. Uncle's craftsmanship is really one of a kind. Right. He still has a knack for cooking. Xia mother instantly revealed a smile. If it's good, you can eat more. If it's not enough, then let him do it again. Xia Yidong's teeth clenched. That's right. Not enough for me to do it again. Grace. Then I'm welcome. Suzy's eyes glowed. Because it's really delicious. The unique taste that comes from this fine ingredient itself, and the feeling that your body is awakened with vibrant energy when you eat it in your mouth, is something that you can't help but indulge in. Suzy even pinched 3 chopsticks. Next to Xia Yidong. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale again. His breathing was deep and heavy, as if he was holding something back. Cooking still takes a few moments of effort. It's fine to cook for my own wife and good daughter. Why do I have to work so hard to cook for this pig? That's a pig that's trying to arch my cabbage. Looking at Su Zhe's look of gorging himself, Xia Yidong finally said without holding back, a man should work hard. A person who craves for food. Into dash. Xia's mother twisted her head slightly. If you dare to talk nonsense, beware of me giving you an earful of. Her voice was suppressed extremely low, as if it was a mosquito, ensuring that Su Zhe and Xia Shuelan, who were low-level professionals close by, could not hear her. But it couldn't escape the ears of the senior professionals. The achievement must be very good. Xia Yidong's face twitched as he continued. After all, wine helps the rites and music of the heavenly Tao to prosper, and having a favorite interest is the only way to better urge one's progress. Ingredients like the ones I need to cook are expensive, but it's because it's expensive that I work my ass off and keep fighting to end up where I am now. So people who love food must be people who make it because they have a reason to work hard. On the contrary, men who only know how to lie flat and have no pursuit must have a bad future. So do you think it's right? There was nothing half-assed about his lines, as if they were what he himself wanted to say. This is the kind of flexible eloquence that only diplomats can possess. So Su Zhe was oblivious, only blinking his eyes, looking at Xia Yidong's eyes, bringing on a few moments of some strange colors. I can't believe you're linking a person's accomplishments to whether or not they like food? Xia Shuelan's father. Could it be that he is also a gourmet cook? But it didn't stop him from making a scene and stating repeatedly, yes, what Uncle Xia said is so right. People who love food can definitely achieve something, he said. And even chopsticks, 2 big ones, showing that I agree with you. What a man I am who loves food. That's right, eat more. Xia mother revealed a gentle smile and took the initiative to pick up the communal chopsticks. Come on, Auntie will give you some food. Try more of this. This is our Shuelan's favorite. Next to her, Xia Shuelan looked up blankly. Mom, since it's my favorite, is there a possibility that you should put the dish in my bowl? Watching the dish, half of which was taken away in one go by those big chopsticks. Xia Shuelan, it's a little heartbreaking. Right, Xiao Sua, you and our Shuelan are classmates, right? How is Shuelan in school on weekdays? Xia mother had a smile on her face. Suzy is not surprised. The parents of the students deliberately let you in the door. Cannot really just to let you eat a meal. I'm sure you want to inquire about how your daughter is doing in school and how she's doing. Of course you have to say something nice at a time like this. So Su Zhe did not hesitate to say, Xia Shuelan's student is the premier school bully in the school. Her grades are ranked very high. The teacher likes her very much, and her classmates worship her. Summer mother, and how is she getting along with her classmates? Su Zhe decisively said, although Xia Shuelan's student is not fond of words, but has always said what she has to say, and has her own persistence in dealing with people. This kind of straightforward character makes students very envious, and think that if you are friends with her, you don't need to worry about her mouth and honey sword, and she is a trustworthy partner. Xia mother's eyes narrowed slightly. Then Xiao Su, what kind of person do you think our family Shuelan is? Su Zhe's mouth was like a mouthful. Xia Shuelan's student is serious in her studies and diligent in her cultivation. She has a calm attitude towards anyone and has never had any bad intentions towards others. And although she is a man of few words on weekdays, she actually likes to help people. Although I haven't teamed up with her, as far as I know, Her teammates speak very highly of her, believing that she is very brave in the abyss, dares to be the first in her team, is the first to rush forward when she encounters the enemy, and tends to take the initiative to break off the back when retreating. She is definitely the most reliable teammate. Actually, Auntie, don't look at me as if I'm soloing the abyss, but I actually envy Xia Shuelan's teammates. They can actually team up with such reliable people, unlike me, who can only support myself solo when encountering what kind of enemies. I really envy them. Why didn't I team up with Xia Shuelan's classmates? What a pity. Suze sang praises to Xia Shuelan, saying that Xia Shuelan's cheeks were red. Is it that good? Suzy, does he really want to team up with me that badly? Suzy, however, didn't care at all about Xia Shuelan's expression. You're having dinner at a classmate's house, and their mother asks you how you think of your classmate. Can you say it's bad? Not to mention that Xia Shuelan doesn't have any flaws of his own. It was that there were shortcomings, and for the sake of this meal, Suzy would never pop out a bad word from his mouth. Even he was desperately trying to blow it up in the air. Say Xia Shuelan is beautiful. Say Xia Shuelan works hard. Say Xia Shuelan is reliable. Say Xia Shuelan is righteous. Say Xia Shuelan. It was almost as if he was talking about Xia Shuelan as the woman he could wish for but could not get. As Mother Xia listened, the smile in her eyes became more and more obvious, and the corners of her mouth rose. Our family Shuelan. So good yet? Of course, Suze said without thinking. Ms. Xia Shuelan is the best student I've ever seen. Bar none. Mother Xia sniffed. Her eyes were glowing and her smile grew wider. Xia Shuelan was also slightly shy. Is it really that good? Xia Yidong, who was next to him, was breathing heavily, like he was pulling a bellows. This kid even made our Shuelan wear black silk for him before. Damn horny brat. Sure enough, no necromancer is good. Born evil necromancer. Now you're after our Shuelan? He listened to Suze's compliments to Xia Shuelan as if he was listening to Suze saying, father-in-law, your daughter is too good. Please marry her to me. How does that work? I disagree. He was desperately trying to hold back half a day under his wife's lechery, but in the end, he didn't hold back, and was swept away from his senses by his anger. Kid, you shut up. Xia Yidong slammed the table and stood up. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a showy slap, widening and widening before his eyes. Bang! Xia's mother threw a slap across the face, sending Xia Yidong flying a good distance away. It ended up crashing into the far wall, making a large crater in it, and Xia Yidong also plunged into the masonry that had been broken by his own crash in a backwards manner. The backwards apron naturally reveals two big thick legs full of hair, and a twitch, 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 a twitch. Lively? Oh, dear, you really, even though the wall in the house is broken, you can't rush to fix it before the meal is finished. The guests can still be there. Xia mother covered her mouth and laughed lightly, elegant and dignified, just like a noble woman. It's not at all obvious that the hand that covers the mouth has just made my own husband spit up blood, but since you have to fix it, then you can do it. The tools should be in the basement. Go get them. Mother Xia waved her hand with a since you have to, I won't keep you expression. Half buried in the dirt. Xia Yidong's toes twitched and he didn't move. Xia mother's eyes glazed over. Labor Shudao Mountain. This one statement, which seemed to have magical powers, instantly infused Xia Yidong with full strength. With a jerk of his body, he sprang to his feet and ran quickly to the basement. This series of changes confused Suze as he watched. On the contrary, it was Xia Shuelan who had a calm face, eating the food while still being able to comfort Suze. Don't panic, just keep eating. This kind of thing happens a lot in our family. It's good to get used to it. Frequently. Appear? Habits. Just fine? The corner of Susie's mouth twitched. Was this the result of marrying a Chuanyu? Marry a Sichuan and Chongqing woman, and enjoy a life in the back of time. Sure enough. It's awesome. Chapter 56, Skill, Summoning Specters. Although Xia Mother acted a fierce batch explosion to Xia Yidong, but still very friendly to outsiders, Suzy, warm smile, almost never slipped from the face, between the hands and feet, full of elegant and dignified style of the great lady, especially after learning that Suze was planning to have a good period of strength control training next. He offered to let Xia Shuelan take Suze to the Xia family's training ground and use the Xia family's training equipment. Suzy walked into the underground training room, picked up a glove full of technology and put it on his hand. The gloves are long, and although they say they are gloves, they actually wrap directly around the entire arm. Make a slightly harder fist. In the next second, the number 19, 231 was displayed on the screen not far away. This was the power played out by Suzy. Not only this, but this. Xia Shuelan rummaged through a large pile of odd equipment and instructed Suzy to put it on completely. It was as if Suzy had transformed into a cyborg or Iron Man, covered in rare metal. You want to train strength mastery. You need to control your own strength. Xia Shuelan spoke. Next you wear these things. Walk, bounce, and punch. Follow the panel's prompts and exercise. As long as you fulfill its various conditions, basically power control is considered qualified. As soon as the words fell, the walking icon was displayed on that screen, signaling Suzy to walk up 2 steps. Suzy nodded and walked along with the guidance of that screen. Take 2 steps up and the screen changes color. A 3-dimensional villain appears on the screen, with a bunch of little red dots appearing at the wrists, fingers, and various joints. The red dots on the wrist indicate too much force and should be reduced by 352% of the firing force. Red dots on the toes indicate too much force and should be reduced by 299% of the force applied. Red dots at the waist show too little force, should increase force by 34%. A dozen substandard launches were labeled for just 1 walk. Nice set of tech. This is definitely the work of a mechanic. Suzy's eyes glowed. This was much more effective than him training with a cheap glass. My mom said, in the future, if you want to use my family's training ground, just look for me directly and let me open the door for you at any time. Xia Shuelan said rather tastily. She can be really good to you. Even my favorite dishes are given to you to clip a lot of. Yeah, Auntie is just too friendly, making me uncomfortable. Suzy let out a dry laugh. Maybe she's trying to return the favor? After all, that sword of mine was kind of sold to you cheaply. The price of 200 million had already hit Suzy's card. The price was actually not low, but that sword was indeed worth more than 200 million yuan. Not that the selling price could be higher, but the average person who wanted this kind of extreme equipment often needed to pay extra favors in order to qualify for the purchase. Perhaps Mother Xia had taken this into consideration and lent Suzy her own training ground to use, which is cheap. Xia Shuelan was very dissatisfied. I obviously also paid for black silk. When you looked so excited, now you do not admit it? Obviously you should be the one who owes me a favor right now. Cough. Suzy almost coughed and branched out. Okay, even if you have a point. Suzy casually fooled around, then looked at the big screen with glowing eyes. This training kit is much better than your own broken glass. With its assistance, one could definitely grasp the power faster and better. Open practice. For the next few days, Suzy was almost addicted to the Xia family's training grounds. This kind of overly intrusive behavior made Suzy quite embarrassed. But although Xia Yidong's face was pitch black every day, Xia mother was very enthusiastic about Suzy and often asked Suzy to stay for dinner. She could also see Suzy's embarrassment, so she used all sorts of words such as please take care of our Shuelan. Training with you will make Shuelan's training a bit more vigorous. You're all the same age, so you can exchange more experience in overcoming the abyss, and so on to give Suzy an excuse. You're both the same age, so let's exchange more experience in overcoming the abyss, and so on, to give Suzy a chance to find his footing. This favor is going to be owed. Suzy let out a light sigh, but he didn't really care. His own initial difficulty period had been overcome, and the next abyss he fought was surely all of the type with an extremely high difficulty factor. By casually exploding a few pieces of extreme equipment and selling them to the Xia family, they could repay this favor, and even that would be good for him. Leaving aside the issue of trafficking channels for a moment, selling equipment to Xia Shuelan alone is actually a win-win situation for me, the kind where I can win twice. After all, the better Xia Shuelan grows, the more useful she will be to me. When the two were walking in the snack street, Xia Shuelan just slowed her feet slightly. Suzy knew that he should walk to the stall to buy 2 snacks and hand one to Xia Shuelan. And if Suzy didn't go to buy it and still walked straight ahead, Xia Shuelan didn't get angry because she understood that it meant Suzy thought there was another identical snack stall at the back that was still doing a better job than this one. During this period, the two of them were still chatting about the topic of the invincible road the entire time, without any delay at all, without any other communication at all. This was definitely considered to be a kind of meeting of the minds, right? Was it possible that when this great lady hung up, Suzy's attributes would also go up? Ahem. Though Miss Summer is still better off alive, but it was obvious that the stronger Miss Xia was, the more favorable it would be for Suzy. Sell to the Xia family extreme equipment, can return the favor, but also can make a fortune. Once Xia Shuelan accident, Suzy can also make a fortune attribute. That's not a loss by any stretch of the imagination. It's not just Xia Shuelan, Yu Dingwu can actually help out in passing as well. Suzy secretly said in his heart. This was a good brother that Suzy had recognized early on. The kind that absolutely explodes attributes. Of course, Yu Dingwu probably couldn't get enough, but that was fine. Suzy could lend him the equipment. During the period can also collect some cheap interest. When he upgraded to do not need these equipment. Suzy will equipment recycling. Turn a sale is finished. The whole process without loss. Help a good buddy get stronger while earning some interest? This wave is definitely not a loss. Suzy decisively chose to act. He took the money that the Xia family had called in, plus the money from his own trafficking of gifts from companies such as the Shinfeng Group, and the official rewards, and directly bought the Summoning Spectre skill book worth $500 million and slapped it on himself. Then with the remaining balance, he replaced himself with a full set of rare-grade mage equipment. So Suzy's panel turned out to be So's, occupation, necromancer, level, LV 19, life value, 402,800, plus 500, mana, 830, plus 980, power, 2,211, physical fitness, 4,028, plus 5, intelligence, 89, plus 98, agility, 21, plus 3, gift, the legacy of a dear friend. When a dear friend who shares your heart dies in battle, you will gain all of that dear friend's main attributes, permanently increasing your own attributes. Skills. Undead domination, passive all undead you summon will be in tune with your mind, and they will be able to understand and follow your commands. Summon skeleton, consume 20 mana to summon a skeletal warrior. Maintaining this summon requires occupying 1 point of the intelligence ceiling. Summon zombie, consume 30 mana to summon a zombie. Maintaining this summon requires occupying 2 points of the intelligence ceiling. Summon spectre, consume 50 mana to summon a spectre. Maintaining this summoner requires occupying 3 points of the intelligence ceiling. Corpse poison, a cursed toxin that can be inflicted on the undead under your command, with a certain probability that flesh and blood creatures that die from that undead will be transformed into undead. Frost nova, consume 100 mana to release a crystal with a frosty yin chi. The target and its surrounding enemies deal 200 plus 5 asterisk intelligence attribute, ice attribute magic damage with a weak freezing effect. It adds up to a full 180 intelligence. Those mages trained by the big powers are pretty much at this level at LV 20. Although the quality of the equipment on them was much stronger than Suzy's rare equipment. But other than Suzy, who would dare to put all their attribute points on the main attribute? New skills have arrived. Try my new best buddy into shape first. Suzy's eyes burned as she looked at the words summon spectre, then turned his head and walked into the abyss, the tower of ancient martial arts. Look at the bronze people who are full of muscular martial arts monks. Suzy's staff swung. Summon the spectre. Chapter 57, this account has been raised. Ghost, LV 5. Strength, 15, plus 1. Physical fitness, 10, plus 1. Intelligence, 2, plus 1. Agility, 20, plus 1. Skill, spiritual body. From the looks of it, the ghosts summoned by Suzy were very similar to the ghosts of the underworld ghost cave, and it was hard to tell the difference at a glance. But the attributes are quite a bit worse, highlighting the huge gap between an enemy apparition and ours. After all, Suzy's spectre was at LV 5 panel, while the spectre of the underworld ghost cave was a panel of the same level as the professional. The level of an undead summoned by a necromancer does not change. There is no such thing as summoning undead following the level of the necromancer if the professional is LV 100. Wouldn't he be able to summon LV 100 skeleton warriors? Can we still call them skeleton warriors then? Change the name to skeleton warlord? This was one of the reasons why necromancers were considered a sewer profession. The strength of the undead under their command often couldn't keep up with the professionals themselves. Without sufficiently strong skills, the unusual undead are really too much of a hindrance to be used as cannon fodder. But this little flaw is not without a solution. Necromancers have the means to transform the undead, the most typical being the undead monster abomination. Undead warriors of exaggerated size like the abomination were completely inhuman creations. They are made from the stumps and broken limbs of many corpses pieced together, and with improvised stitching and modifications, they form powerful walking corpses. This is how necromancers make up for the strength of summoned undead. In addition to that, there were also some necromancer equipment such as the necklace Seal of the Soul that Suzy wore, which gave the undead creatures it controlled +1 to their full attributes. Yui, give it to me. Suzy waved his hand. Dozens of ghosts lunged towards the martial arts bronze monk. Filthy creatures who don't know the way of the martial monks. The bronze people of the martial monks let out an angry roar and slammed their fists hard. Bang! The apparition's form faded a bit. A few more punches went down. The ghost eventually dissipated. Although the spectre had the spiritual body skill that greatly reduced physical attacks, The difference in attributes between the two sides was too great to take much advantage from the hands of the martial monk bronze man. But it was also much stronger than the skeletons and zombies. The specter at least returned a few hits and did some damage to the martial bronze monk. If it's skeleton warrior, they can be killed in seconds with high probability. But the ghost's waste was something Susie had expected. Weak is as weak does. If these monsters can't even solve the phantoms, won't that delay my earning attribute points? Susie thought in her heart while shouting, "Ah, Yui! What's wrong with you, Yui? Damn bastard! You actually did this to my little Yui? You're still human." Next, triggering the talent, the legacy of a dear friend. Your agility increases by 20 points. Milk thought. Suze only felt that his hands and feet were much lighter, and his dynamic vision was also strengthened to a certain extent, followed by a punch. Brush up. A few punches went down, and the punches were stumped. This is the effect of the increased agility attribute, but it looks like the extra attributes that equipment adds to the undead aren't counted by talents. Otherwise it should add 21 points of agility. But it doesn't matter. It's a small thing anyway. Suze was eager to take the opportunity to test the benefits brought by the agility attribute. But right now he suppressed himself and looked at the specter in front of him who was fighting with the martial monk bronze man, and kept on letting out loud shouts. "Ah, Yui, you can't die, Yui. Didn't we agree to sweep away the abyss together and accomplish something great? You get up, Yui." He let out a hoarse cry of grief from the rear. Instead, the ghosts in front of them fell one after another. Eventually, it was emptied by the martial arts bronze people. Ha. Now it's just you. You're going to get such and such done to you by us, tiny necromancer. You can't escape. The martial bronze monks laughed and came over, rubbing their fists together. Instead, Susie smiled slightly. Well, you guys are right. There's no escape. Next, his figure turned into a phantom and rushed up. The abyssal gate retracted and shrunk, revealing Suze's figure. The only thing he brushed was a mere district nightmare level abyss, so of course it couldn't be difficult for him. The point of this brush with the abyss was just to test the new skills. SOS, Occupation, Necromancer. Level, LV 19. Life value, 402,800, plus 500. Mana, 830, plus 980. Power, 2,211. Physical fitness, 4,028, plus 5. Intelligence, 89, plus 98. Agility, 1221, plus 3. This wave of painting the abyss added a full 1200 agility. Just once. Simply terrifying. Suze all froze there with a shocked face. In retrospect, though, it's not surprising when you think about it, because he had changed into a full set of mage equipment. His intelligence attribute had risen by nearly half compared to before, and his mana value naturally skyrocketed. And a LV5 Spectre could provide 20 points of agility in a single one, far surpassing a skeleton warrior that could only provide 5 points of strength. While summoning a Spectre consumes 50 mana points, summoning a skeleton warrior consumes 20 points. But a simple calculation can be made. The cost-effectiveness of summoning Spectre far exceeds that of summoning skeleton warrior or zombie. Together with the fact that Susie is now rich and uses medium-quality mana recovery potions throughout, there are naturally more undead that can be summoned. If not for the fact that Susie is not quite familiar with the new brother apparition, the degree of maintaining grief at its death is a few points weaker some, resulting in a number of apparitions dying in battle, unable to obtain its attributes. Otherwise he could have swiped more. So it follows from this that the more advanced the undead, the more cost-effective they are, and the better and faster they can increase my attributes. Sure enough, there's still a way to get the Skeleton Mage skill book. Skeleton Mage, but a LV15 undead. It is a first-class choice, both in terms of increasing the intelligence attribute and in terms of cost-effectiveness. Next time, let's just go straight to the Inferno level. Suze glanced at the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts and made a decision in his heart. The District Nightmare level Ancient Martial Tower was already completely difficult for him. The weakness of the Agility attribute was also made up for. And the Tower of Hell level Ancient Martial Arts was definitely beatable. And, probably don't even bother too much. Suze walked into the school and gave Yu Dingwu the physical warrior outfit that had just exploded from the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. Old Su, you really? Yu Dingwu was filled with gratitude. I didn't think you actually remembered your brother. How could I forget you? Suze wore a smile on his face. You're a good brother with whom I share the same heart. Nightmare level Ancient Martial Tower burst out equipment. In fact, is not particularly excellent. The quality is only rare level. Such equipment, although Susie also wore a few pieces, did not even bother to memorize the name of the equipment. It could be said that he did not care at all. But say the rarity level is poor. That was for existences like Su Zhe and Xia Xuelun. Although Yu Dingwu was also an A-ranked shield warrior, he could not find a reliable investor. And without the help of a large capital, both his equipment and skills were slightly down. Rare level equipment. For poor warrior Yu Dingwu was already incomparably strong. Yu Dingwu was immediately moved to tears, but after hesitating, he still said, "No, old Su, it's better for you to sell this equipment. I can't afford this. I'm just lending it to you. It's not like I'm giving it to you." Su Zhe indifferently said, "When you don't use it anymore, give it back to me. I'm still going to take it and sell it for money. It's not that. I'm worried that if I accidentally die in the abyss, I'll make you lose a large sum of money." Yu Dingwu hesitantly said, "Then you'll lose a lot. Equipment is certainly not something that can be used permanently. Equipment has a durability setting, and when durability is reduced, it needs to be repaired by a forge, but it also reduces the durability cap." But this was actually fine. With the consumption of low-level professionals, maybe when they leveled up and their equipment was updated, they wouldn't even need to repair it once yet. But if the wearer dies in the abyss, that equipment is not retrievable. That's the biggest way to lose low-level gear. "Susie, is there a possibility that your death in the abyss would help me more? Other than that, this investment of mine is only 1000 W or so, and if you fall in the abyss, you can get a few dozen points of constitution in return. That's a damn sight more cost-effective than my zombie good buddy." After all, Susie was high on an expensive bottle of blue pill every now and then in order to summon the undead as fast as possible. Even if you don't count in blue pills, you put in any current person. If you say it costs 10 million. No. Spending $1 billion can increase his attributes by dozens of points indefinitely. He could bring a mountain of gold down on you. After all, this is its own basic attribute, a permanent enhancement, or can be stacked indefinitely. It's not a piece of junk that relies on equipment externally attached to it. However, there is no way to say this kind of words explicitly. Su Zhe can only smile with a kind face and touch the dog's head. "There is no way. Who let you be my most well-behaved righteous son? If I don't help you, who will? Righteous father." Yu Dingwu was touched. Susie looked on, quite impressed. This was actually the normal way to open the best friend's legacy talent. Any professional who could possess this talent must be a righteous and good man. Called the abyss timely reign, Dasha Huboi, fighting for justice, helping the needy, and seeking the best. These are the words used to describe people like this who are willing to give their hearts and souls to support their brothers. Yu Dingwu was touched to the core and immediately swore, "Righteous father, if there is anything you need me to do, just ask. My child will definitely not fail to fulfill my righteous father's trust. Then lend me your cell phone for a while to brush short videos first." Su Zhe smiled and extended his hand. "Righteous father, take it as much as you like." Yu Dingwu respectfully handed out his cell phone. Susie immediately opened it, although he himself had a cell phone and short video software. Yu Dingwu's account was practiced as a pure old color batch. With persistent practice, big data precision brought him countless pushes. Anyone else who searches for catching chemical hair will probably come up with sneak attack, snap a right whip leg, snap a left square stomp. But Yu Dingwu was different. He searches for chemical hair extensions and it comes up. Susie casually clicked on it. Sneak attack, snap, a black silk leg, snap, a leg ring beauty, snap, a wink mouth, snap, no pants on point, snap, a lowly kneeling, snap, an imperial push, snap, there's still a maniac chasing after him. Rat Tail Juice speaks of martial virtues, received, transformed, and sent. Take a look. What a perfect account. Yu Dingwu must have spent a lifetime of good deeds in his previous life, to the point where all the people have established a monument, in order to raise such a perfect account in this life. This account, once an anonymous person wanted to spend $50,000 to purchase, where Yu Dingwu did not hesitate to refuse. Susie agreed with Yu Dingwu's decision. A mere $50,000 was an insult to such an excellent account. Susie brushed up cheerfully. Now it was his time to relax. This new son of ours is still very useful. Yu Dingwu watched from the side, but his mood was slightly complicated. He hasn't found capital to help out yet, and is poor as hell. The main reason was because of his tawdry maneuver of going to the clubhouse before the exam and shouting for foot washing after the exam. Apparently, this kind of heartless behavior always made him feel unreliable and unmotivated. Therefore, the personnel of the big companies have been pressurizing the price, which is unacceptable to him. The parents kept talking about him because of it. The teacher was also helpless to advise him. Originally, 2 days ago, he saw Su Zhe solving the abyssal level, and felt that he could not be so self-absorbed anymore. and decided to restrain his desires in this area, and become a reliable and great man. It turns out that the only place Suzy needs him to do anything is actually to borrow his cell phone to watch short videos? I was going to give up coloring and try to be a reliable person, but Suzy has been so good to me, and the only value I have to offer him may be color. So do I still have to give up? Yu Dingwu's face was torn, but it didn't take long to dwell on it before he came to a decisive conclusion. Can't give up. Now that the recruitment of the big companies is underway, the excellent equipment in stock has long been sent out to other transfer students. Even if I join the company now, I can only wait in line for the newly popped equipment. This equipment, it might not be as good as what Suzy gave me, so why don't I continue to provide value to SOs instead of selling out to companies that squeeze the marrow out of people? Right, that's it. Not only can I not give up on coloring, but instead, I have to delve even deeper into the field of coloring, and with the help of my own understanding of this field, I can provide more value to Suzy. Yu Dingwu immediately made the decision that he should remain true to his nature, be close to his brother's heart, and not bend over for big capital. He was ready to first sweep the footbath clubs near the school, screening out all the clubs that were not green, and then investigating the service level of the technicians in them one by one and making a summary. At that time, he could totally recommend to Suzy, ask Suzy to wash his feet and take Suzy for a massage, so as to be worthy of the gratitude of his heart. He immediately borrowed a cell phone from another student and started looking for a place to dash. After a while Suzy was still swiping the short video with gusto, Yu Dingwu walked over with an angry look on his face. Suzy, that damn neon is cursing you online. Chapter 58, The Neon's Testament. Damn necromancer Suzy, the insidious Jianyang City Professional Association. You took advantage of our efforts to help your Grand Xia raid the underworld ghost cave to quietly sneak into the abyss. Utilizing the foundation we laid for your Grand Xia to dastardly and shamelessly steal the fruits of the war that should have belonged to our great Neon Empire. Simply shameless. Your Daxia nation is a bunch of cowardly and timid people. You Daxia were once nothing more than a defeat for us Neon. You only used despicable and shameless methods to engage in sneak attacks, and you've screwed us out of a fortune in resources. We obviously came over to help you, and this is how you treat your benefactors? I, Uchida Ikimoku, will never hold my tongue about this. We, the Neon Warriors, are also most displeased with your insidious and cunning behavior in Disya. Suzy, if you still have some sense of manhood left in you, have a duel with me in a proper duel between samurai, and only the winner will take the hellgate of the underworld ghost cave. This is, Captain Neon. Ikimoku Uchida sent out remarks on the internet. Suzy looked at the cell phone Yu Dingwu handed over and raised his eyebrows. This little Neon. What's the game? Want to bet against me? Of course. This kind of remarks posted on the internet. Don't even need to wait for Suzy to reply. The following series of netizens took the initiative to scold back on Suzy's behalf. Trashy little Nico. You didn't fight the abyss yourself, and you won't let us do it? This is our territory. What benefactor who helped us? You dare to say that we didn't pay? Even the so-called pitfall of a sum of resources for you. Isn't that your default payment? Don't think we don't know. You took the initiative to breach the contract yourselves and wanted to use it to blackmail us for a handful of times, but you didn't expect to be given a pass by Suzy, and in turn you need to compensate us for the breach of contract. You are really good at opening your mouth, confusing black and white, reversing right and wrong. Surely this is the nature of you Neons. A large number of netizens helped Suzy yell at Uchida Kazuki below, and those who were unfamiliar with what happened were introduced to the cause by enthusiastic netizens. It's just a tirade of annoyance after the Neons tried to screw over Daxia, only to be stopped by Suzy. There are countless texts below from netizens cursing back, but Uchida Kazuki actually cursed back one by one. Despicable and shameless Daxia people. You are inherently an inferior race and are no match for our Neon Warriors. We just want to exchange a contract that is more friendly to you, and you are forcing us to pay the liquidated damages, taking advantage of our conscience. How can there be such brazen people? We are clearly here to help you, to bring the flame of civilization to your great Xia, and yet you treat your benefactors like this? Inferior creatures like you are just asking to be killed by the abyssal monsters and deserve it. It caused even more anger among the netizens, who scolded back with even sharper words. The building below got taller and taller, and Suzy paddled several times, but actually saw more and more instead. He's trying to provoke you. Xia Xuelan also saw the news and walked with faith, saying softly, this seems to be how Xianghua was so enraged by that leader of the Neonites in the first place, causing us to rush into the abyss and end up with heavy losses. Suzy, you need to calm down. Surprisingly, it's the little Neon's tactics? When Udingwu heard this, he was shocked. This Nehong is really despicable. Suze, don't fall for their provocative tactics. He had also heard a little about the heavy losses of Xia Xuelan's squad. I didn't realize that the culprit was also related to the Neons. This little Neon is truly despicable. He hurriedly comforted Suzy. Suzy, you have nothing to be angry about. Look how many people are helping you to scold him. And the heat of this kind of scolding doesn't usually get too high. To put it bluntly, it's just a thread where a Neon called out Daxia and then Daxia called back. Similar posts. Carloads of them. A whole bunch of them pop up almost every day. Don't have to care at all. Not to mention the fact that the Neonians are completely unreasonable and are just messing around. Yu Dingwu said. Suzy, there's no need for you to take them on. Indeed it is nonsense. But, Suze's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the text above. The heat probably won't go down. Yu Dingwu froze. Yet the truth was really as Suzy had said. It was clearly a scolding post, but as the afternoon passed, the heat didn't diminish, but rather got hotter. Countless patriotic Daxia people ran over to scold Uchida Ikimoku, but Uchida Ikimoku went out of his way to scold back one by one. Both sides went back and forth, and the heat grew instead. That Uchida Kazuki is very set in his ways. Suzy looked at his cell phone and said, he knows that his arguments won't hold up, so he focuses directly on personal attacks with no gold. Insulting Daxia, insulting the Daxia nation. No specific examples needed, just non-stop insults. So it's easy to stir up the anger of the Daxia people, who can't help but swear at him. It's the same as ordinary people cursing. You don't really need to call someone a ******* tie who has broken shoes or anything like that, interspersed with specific bad words. Just by repeating the phrase crouching chow nima over and over again, you can easily provoke the opponent's anger. Surely the other man must have a team behind him if he could do that, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to fight his way through just replying to the other's words. It should be the means of that leader of theirs, Suze said succinctly. But I can't say I'm not going to step in and reply now. There's already quite a few waterbenders starting to steer public opinion. Suzy looked at the sentence. Where's Suzy? Why hasn't he shown up? We worked so hard to curse for him and he hid behind it. Comment. This kind of text is definitely a watering hole, trying to set fire to sows. But it's also really easy to cause the Daxia people to resent Suzy. The other guy is a master at playing with public opinion. Then Suzy, are you going to agree to his appointment? Yu Dingwu frowned. That Uchida Ikimoku was prepared, and he's also much older than us. Of course not. Suze shrugged. I have to pay for the Abyssal Gate when they win, and not a word about the cost of their loss. So who am I to agree to this kind of unreasonable bet? Said the man, using his authenticated account and typing on the forums. Worthy of being a little Neon, you don't say a word about the cost of your own loss, but you say the reward of your win over and over again. This kind of gambling fight, you'd better go back to your house and go play with your father. The netizens were excited to see Suzy's appearance and cursed along. That's right. This mother ****** ing little linear duel is shameless. And a betting match where you don't pay the price yourself? When have they ever asked for a face in Neon? It's not in their nature. Is it still a Neon if a Neon wants a face? Kazuki Uchida, or rather, Keiichiro Nishikawa, who spoke on Uchida Ichiki's account, but his eyes lit up. He didn't care about the words cursing him, but cared about Suzy's appearance. As long as Suzy showed up, it would be a victory for him. So what do you want? I can come up with. He typed out a string of resources one after the other. However, Suze just snorted a laugh after reading it and replied, with this stuff, you also want to exchange for an Abyssal Gate? Worthy of being a little Neon? Damn, you really don't want a bit of face. If you want my Abyssal Gate, how come you have to take out an Abyssal Gate? That's more like it. Keiichiro Nishikawa didn't care about Suzy's taunts. Same as the beginning when he didn't make a bet that he would lose the battle. What if Suzy really had a brain fart and really agreed to himself? Wouldn't that be a great advantage? However, in reality, for this bet, it was impossible for both sides to take out the Abyssal Gate as a bet. This thing belonged to the props that the country strictly prohibited from being exported. Sos himself can decide where to open the Abyssal Gate, but he just can't take it out of the country. It's a similar system on the Neon side, and Keiichiro Nishikawa can't mobilize an Abyssal Gate to act as a bet, trying to send the Abyssal Gate to other countries. Only if the officials of both countries speak up in person. But that didn't stop the two from posing as if they were betting on the gates of the abyss. So Suzy put down his phone after replying to this. There was absolutely no way that Keiichiro Nishikawa would take out the Abyssal Gate to bet with Suzy if he dared. Then Suzy would really dare to accept this parley. Anyway, Suzy didn't think that he would lose to anyone who was a professional within LV20. Whoever comes, dies. But Keiichiro Nishikawa, though provocative in his words, was very composed in his actual actions. Neither he nor Uchida Ikimoku had an official status, and it was impossible for them to open their mouths as casually as Suzy, who was a student. Next he ramped up his resources a little, trying to soften there is no need to be concerned with this kind of information. Suzy put away his cell phone and walked out of the school. He had a job to do today, to settle the Abyssal Gate. Chapter 59, I'll hit another Abyssal Gate. Don't move around. Suzy took a car to a neighborhood in the city center. By this time the neighborhood had been evacuated and the building flattened. But a little further away, there were large construction crews, building and landscaping nearby buildings. This is the location where the door to the abyss of the ghost cave of the underworld is expected to be lowered. Those construction crews in the neighborhood, they're hired in advance by big capital. They would also acquire the surrounding housing structures and do the logistics for the professionals, ready to make a fortune while they could. Of course, according to the unspoken rules, after they purchased the houses in this place, they would also send Suzy a red packet. It wouldn't be too much. After all, the Abyssal Gate only had a 3-year statute of limitations. Suzy, you're here. Tung Pungang came with large strides. It's good that you're here. I thought that you'd be so enraged by that damned little neon that you'd really plan to use the Abyssal Gate to bet against him. I almost called old Summer to go to your school to talk you down. Don't really take those few little neons seriously. They alone aren't qualified to utilize the Neon Kingdom's Abyssal Gate. A look at what they're saying online makes it clear that these guys don't even dare to mention it, and clearly don't have the backbone to bet against you with the Abyssal Gate. Deng Pengang looked at Suzy's figure and was obviously relieved. For a while, the words all seemed to flow. Suzy nodded slightly. Don't worry. I'm not stupid. I won't be fooled by that little ne'er-do-well, he said, continuing to walk slowly forward. His pace was extremely slow, as if he were an old woman crossing the street. Deng Pengang blinked. Suzy, what are you? It's fine. Just a little insignificant aftermath. Suzy calmly said. He has to be slow. Otherwise, the skyrocketing agility attribute can be uncontrollable. Suzy hadn't added any points to the agility attribute originally, and before the arrival of the new good brothers, agility could be considered the most vulnerable link. However, the last time he swiped a handful of abyssals, he hard increased 1000 agility attribute points, directly from the original 20 points. 2 more digits. This is a big change, but it is much bigger than the physical fitness and strength in the beginning. If Suzy didn't suppress himself to this kind of movement as if he was an old lady, then he could even directly hit his face against the wall because of his too fast movement and improper control. Or maybe he's actually hit the wall many times. But it's not a big problem, Suzy secretly said in his heart. The mastery of the agility attribute can be much simpler than the strength attribute. Even the agility attribute itself affects one's balance, observation, and micromanagement. Each attribute has some hidden effects. For example, Constitution can affect stamina and defense, magic resistance, and other issues. Intelligence professionals are besides more adept at micromanagement and are resistant to abnormal states such as stun, drunkenness, slumber, fear, etc. Agility itself also adds to one's mastery, and every high agility professional can dance on eggs. Is it the aftermath of him using his talent to strike down the underworld ghost cave? Tung Pengang said in his heart. As a single brush of the existence of the underworld ghost cave, Suzy naturally caused countless people to hotly discuss. The attributes of each level of the professionals were not very different. The skills purchased were also traceable, and the weapons and equipment were even laid out in plain sight. Then it was natural that Suzy could surpass others by so much because of his unique talent. But the talent, though different for each person, some strong and some weak, is generally within a certain range. Some seemingly strong talents actually come at a price in order to put up a strong fight. Perhaps. Now that's what Suzy is paying for. Suzy, this way. Deng Pengang made an inviting gesture and led Suzy forward. As an official, he certainly wouldn't inquire about Suzy's talent, so he simply skipped over the topic. Directly pulling Suzy, he arrived at a slightly empty clearing. Suzy, just liberate the Abyssal Gate here, Tung Pengang said. The surrounding buildings have been bulldozed. Enough to place the Abyssal Gate. Suzy nodded and took out the Abyssal Gate prop. It was a small door-like shape, carved with the appearance of countless stern ghosts, and looked with a bit of a hideous and eerie feeling. Gate to the Abyss, Grotto of the Underworld. Introduction: you can open an Abyssal Gate of the Underworld Grotto in a certain place, which will connect to an unreal copy world identical to the Underworld Grotto. The gateway can be maintained for 3 years, and you can choose the location of your descent, or you can close the gateway at any time. Suzy drops the abyssal gate. At the same time, a sound of "is it on" resounded in his ears. Turn it on. Next, the tiny portal expanded instantly, a thick darkness that seeped out of it. Deng Pengang grabbed Suzy's shoulder and quickly backed away, and the darkness had expanded to several meters high in that short time, with an ever-expanding frame. When the expansion had reached a certain point, it only retracted slightly and eventually settled down. This is the abyssal portal. Suzy looked up and said in his heart, "It doesn't look like there's much difference between it and a normal abyssal portal. No, it feels smaller than a normal abyssal portal, by a mile." The gates of the abyss have opened. Suzy walked up and tried it out, and it was basically much the same as a normal abyssal portal. Difficulty selection, pass record, death record. The items that should be there are there. However, in the difficulty selection, there is no longer an option for real level, the highest level being hell. By the way, at this point, the previously normal ghostly abyss of the underworld has disappeared. The reason why Suzy had only put down the abyssal gate now was because the 3-year duration of the abyssal gate was calculated from the moment when the ghostly grotto abyss disappeared or put down the abyssal gate. The two conditions are juxtaposed. The ghostly grotto abyss disappeared, and even if Suzy kept the gate of the abyss and didn't use it, it would automatically disappear after 3 years. And if Suzy put down the abyssal gate before the spectral ghost grotto abyss disappeared, then 3 years after putting down the abyssal gate, it would also automatically disappear. So in order to earn as much profit as possible, the professionals would get stuck at the time when the ghostly grotto abyss disappeared, and put down the gate of the abyss to try to maximize their profit. Abyss like the ghost cave of the underworld, which is approaching its deadline, is fine. Some of the abyss has only been opened, and it has been beaten through. Then, too, they usually wait a year for the abyss to disappear before lowering the gate of the abyss. That's the equivalent of starting to make money a year late, but it wouldn't work otherwise, because normal abyssal portals don't charge for them, and no one is going to purposely pay you to hit your abyssal portal as well. Of course, you can also choose to sell your abyssal gate to someone else if you feel dissatisfied with it. The state doesn't care about these things as long as they don't take the abyssal gate out of the country. Another abyssal portal that can be maintained for 3 years. Deng Pengang looked at the pitch-black portal and was filled with emotion. We are still too far behind in Jianyang compared to other provinces and cities. Even counting this portal of yours, there are only 3 charged abyssal gates. It's not as if the city of Jianyang hadn't played every year in the abyss. Rather, having fought it, the capital behind it is often also more willing to send the abyssal gate to other economically developed provinces to open up. Large capitals often run other businesses. And in these economically large cities, benefits can be exchanged for the placement of the abyssal gate to walk into their markets and gain greater profits. But with this abyssal gate of yours, our city of Jianyang will definitely be able to gain better development as well. Deng Pengang looked proud. After all, this is an agile, mage type of abyss. Although the mage equipment that can be popped out is more inclined towards necromancers, it's also French equipment, but it has a high value. Mage's equipment. The market price can be twice as expensive as a warrior's. Professionals don't care to go the extra mile as long as it's profitable. But, Suzy, that cheat sheet, can't you make it a little more detailed? Deng Pengang looked at Suzy with an embarrassed face. With that strategy of yours, we can't even find a second professional in the city of Jianyang who can beat the hell-level underworld ghost cave. As a hellish-level abyss that Suzy had soloed, the data and strategies for the underworld ghost cave were of course provided by Suzy. The data was even. Suzy's record was still complete. But the raiders. Deng Pengang remembered looking at the details of the fight against the boss in the report that Suzy had submitted. First ice the gate. Save the boss cannot beat you want to escape. And then constantly provoke the boss. In a defensive counterattack way to catch each other. Press on the ground to death will be able to pass the level. A good press it to the ground and beat it to death would have cleared it. Do I at least not know that killing the boss will clear the level? The corners of Tang Pengong's mouth twitched continuously. With this strategy, who can use it? Suzy laughed dryly. He also felt that this raid didn't seem to have much meaning to ordinary professionals. But that's really how he got through. How do you expect me to write a strategy when I haven't even tried other methods myself and I don't know if they are reliable or not? The city of Jianyang had obtained a new abyssal gate. So naturally, it had to make a big wave of publicity. FYI also publicized the entrance fee 1,000 per person/per session. This pricing is in the lowest bracket of all the abyssal gates. It was mainly Suzy's decision. The underworld ghost cave was a place that had a certain probability of popping out undead system skill books and equipment. Although the popping rate wasn't high, it was still always there. Well, these are things he could use. In fact, his skill book for Summon Spectre was the one that someone had popped out of the underworld ghost cave and sold to the Professionals Association. Therefore, Suze hoped that more people would enter the underworld ghost cave, and might actually be able to fight a usable skill book out for him. Deng Pengang was a grateful mess when he found out. You should know that although the underworld ghost cave is not easy to beat, it is also able to pop out law equipment, a big favorite in the deep end. Plus the Abyssal Gate is right in the center of the city. All kinds of supporting facilities and services and other advantages. Definitely attracts a lot of out-of-town professionals that come to the local area to break into the abyss. Suzy, good people. It's a great way to contribute to the development of your hometown. Not only did he instantly give Suze a hard time, he also swore to the heavens, stating that he would contact his old comrades all over the world later, ensuring that as soon as he found the Summon Skeleton Mage skill book, he would immediately send it to Suze. It caused Suzy a few more moments of embarrassment. He was just trying to see if he could salvage a few skill books. However, even with such a price reduction, under the assessment of official sources, it was conservatively estimated that this Abyssal Gate alone could bring Suzy at least $10 billion in revenue in 3 years. If not for Suzy's inability to target business operations such as peripheral real estate development, service industries, and trading houses like big companies, I'm afraid that he could have earned even more. And under the economic cycle, the crown has more to gain. That's the great benefit of the Abyssal Gate. This is the age of the universal professional. After all, the ordinary professionals of the city of Jianyang are also very happy. A cheap Abyssal Gate, together with the supporting facilities in the city, but it is convenient for them, worthy of being a professional trained by our city of Jianyang, just mindful of his hometown. But while some people are happy, naturally others are angry. Kazuki Uchida, or rather Keiichiro Nishikawa, who posted the news on the internet in the name of Kazuki Uchida, was angry. He raged against SOS Online. The people of Dacia really don't have any credibility. Obviously we were discussing the terms of the bet, and then you directly liberated the Abyssal Gate? I've come up with so many conditions. If there's anything you don't agree with, you can say so. By what right did you liberate the Abyssal Gate of our Neon Kingdom without saying a word? Despicable. Shameless. Though his behavior of treating the Abyssal Gate as a Neon Nation angered Dacia's netizens, he has also gouged with his previous constant price increases, and has been criticized for the fact that the value is not at all equal to that of the Abyssal Gate. But it didn't stop him from taking out a stance of I was about to take out the Abyssal Gate to bet against you. Why did you suddenly withdraw your bet? Gesture, accusing Suze. Even in order to occupy the highest moral ground, he really mouthed off. Suzy, I've applied for the domestic Abyssal Gate here, and was planning to bet against you. And where is your door to the abyss? Although he couldn't even apply for the Abyssal Gate, it didn't stop him from daring to open his mouth and clamor. Anyway, Suzy's Abyssal Gate has been used up. To this, however, Suzy replied, oh, it's fine. I'll just go fight another Abyssal Gate. Just stand here and don't move. Keiichiro Nishikawa? Instead, Suzy put away his cell phone and looked up at the abyssal portal in front of him. The Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. Hell of a level. Walk up. Chapter 60 Neon. Are you playing for real? The familiar dim candlelight. The nostalgic, eerie scent. Suze stood in the center of the first floor of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts, the dim candlelight reflecting his body in a deep red. Hell-level Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. Shouldn't be too hard to beat. Suze swept a glance at the familiar scene and waved his hand. Summon the specter. The figures of dozens of specters appeared, twisting out of thin air. They brought up an eerie aura that made the temperature around them drop several degrees. But in the next second, several blood-red eyes lit up not far away. Twisted beings. Evil creatures who dishonor the Buddha. Damn. Damn you all. Why don't you want to join me on the path of a martial arts monk? The Golden Monk. Level, LV 19. Blood, 10. 000. Attack power, 500. Skill, inch strength. Not bad for a physical monster. The amount of blood was more than double that of the ghosts in the ghostly grotto. The offense is also better. It was almost tougher than some low-level bosses. Is it a golden man right out of the gate? It looks like the monster is still altered. Suzy calmly said. The initial low-level monsters from before were just martial arts bronze monks. Now that it's turned golden, the stats skyrocket off a cliff. But neither is a match for me. Suzy looked up at the martial arts monk Jinren, who had already engaged the specter, and opened his mouth and began to shout out the iconic line of Yui, what happened to you, Yui? Then just watch as the specters are wrestled away by the jinns. There are still a few possibilities of salvation for the monk. Why don't you practice the way of the martial monk with the poor monk? The golden people of the martial monk who had killed the spectre folded their hands together, and was just about to open their mouths to say something. But the next, bang, Soz throws a jab. The powerful fist wind directly smashed the martial monk's head. It's not necessary, Suze said indifferently, his figure almost turning into a phantom as he traveled back and forth between the martial monks. Everywhere he goes, he kills in seconds. That's the power of breaking 1,000 agility. The eyes of the martial arts monks couldn't catch Susie's figure, and they could only see the companions who were shot in the head one after another. So fast. These martial arts monks actually had notable fighting skills, and might even be a few points stronger than Susie purely in terms of skill. But the greatest advantage of the agility system shone through: only he got the first shot at someone else. No one else got the first shot at him. Even if the martial monkins tried to surround Suze, Suze could easily pull off the encirclement and finish them off one by one. Unlike the bosses of the underworld ghost cave that Susie had faced back then, he had 2,000 power points. That represents 20,000 attacks. Even if the defense of the martial monk gold people of the physique class monster wasn't bad, it would be impossible to block his blow. In the end, after making up for the last weakness of agility, purely from the point of view of physical combat, absolutely no one is comparable to me. Suze felt the incomparably easy combat process and secretly said in his heart, his mastery of his own speed was still much weaker, and sometimes he was supposed to dodge and backhand counterattack at will. However, from time to time, he accidentally dashed over the top and swept past the enemy instead, unable to hit the attack. But, even so, no monster could catch him. Strength, physique, agility. These three represent all the factors that affect physical combat. When these three attributes of mine, all of them, crush my opponents, there is no way they can be my opponent. Any monster that used melee combat and normal physical attacks as its main means of attack could not be a match for Suzy. His attributes were just too much. An average person who reached LV20 would only have around 120 attribute points even if all of them were on their main attribute. Even the top talents that have been vigorously cultivated are covered in legendary level equipment, plus attribute points are not divided at all to other attributes. With such an extreme way of adding points, its main attribute will only be raised to 300 points when supported by equipment. And Suzy? Strength, 2,000 plus. Physical, 4,000 plus. Agility, 1,000 plus. The weakest agility is more than 3 times the main attribute of a genius with extreme additions. There's already a cliff gap with the others. Trying to beat him? Only some abyss with unique mechanics or bosses with special skills have that much hope. But the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts, obviously, was not in it. Easy peasy. Soz then swept the first level. Then as always, he meditated to recover his mana value. The Tower of Hell level Ancient Martial Arts and the Tower of Ordinary Ancient Martial Arts didn't seem to be different in terms of mechanics. The unique setting of still splitting the tower for each level also gave Suzy the basis to brush up on his attributes. Then the second layer. Third layer. Suzy brushed up one layer at a time, his expressions becoming more and more relaxed. By the time he ascended to the 9th floor and came face to face with the boss Evil Spirit Abbot, his agility attribute had already surpassed 2,000. Evil Spirit Abbot, level, LV29. Blood, 150. 000. Attack power, 4,000. Skill 1, Inch Strength. Skill 2, Faceless Evil Body. Skill 3, Evil God's Fist of Fushin. Skill 4, Dark Moon Palm. Skill V, 10,000 Evils Devouring the Heart. 150,000 Blood. 4,000 attacks. And the list of skills that are extraordinarily ferocious at first glance. This son, unusually fierce. Scholar, are you here to learn the way of the martial monk from the old lineage? The Evil Spirit Abbot slowly raised his head. Its face, just a flat piece, with a full, cold, dark color. But it was vaguely as if a myriad of faces were emerging, but on closer inspection, they were the same flat, unbelievable faces. In favor of its words, the pitch-black face seemed to emit a gust of wailing sounds, and then twisted. One can't tell what it really looks like for a while. No, I'm here to beat you, Suze replied calmly, casually waving his hand and summoning the ghost to attack. Scholar, you are actually so persistent. It looks like the only way is for me to properly display my martial monkhood, so that I can call you back to our Buddha. The Evil Spirit Abbot stood up violently, his muscles surging with a thick dark aura. He blasted out with a single punch, and several specters directly died. The shockwave caused by a single foot stomping over it alone shook 3 specters to death. Under 3 punches and 2 kicks, the ghosts, which were still numerous, were reduced to only 3 or 2 kittens and puppies in the blink of an eye. and then were completely annihilated. How could a specter that couldn't even defeat ordinary monsters be a match for a boss? So monks, do you now know the beauty of the way of the martial monk? The evil spirit abbot clasped his hands together, but that faceless face became even more distorted. No, I intend to teach you a good lesson. Suzy clenched his fists, looking like he was about to hit someone. A necromancer's fist? When the evil spirit abbot heard this, as if he had heard some kind of joke, he laughed twice grimly and said, "Does the think that this kind of thing would be impossible for my generation of martial arts monks to dodge? As an existence weaker than the average mage, a necromancer's physical combat ability ranked dead last among many professionals. The necromancer's fists are indeed quite good at dodging." Suzy nodded in agreement. In the next second, his figure suddenly disappeared, then it violently appeared behind the evil spirit host. Bang! With one punch, the evil spirit host's entire body was fiercely blasted onto the ground, and cracks appeared on the floor of the tower, spreading out and bringing out huge marks. The evil spirit host himself instantly blanched in both eyes and spat out blood. Suzy shrugged it off calmly. What's not good for dodging is my fist. 3 minutes later, successfully killed the leader, evil spirit host, and completed the exploration of the abyss. Total time, 13 hours and 11 minutes. Please ask if you want to leave the abyss. Note, if you do not leave the abyss, you can remain in the abyss for 72 hours. Disengage. Settle the reward for you. You gain spirit crystals, 5,000. You gain experience, 10,000. You get materials, martial monk gold powder *31. Golden man relic *15. Evil spirit ashes *3. You get equipment, holy wreck gloves, armor of Vajra. You have obtained an item, skill book inch strength. You receive a special reward, Gate of the Abyss, Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. Settlement complete. Solution. The whole process was easy and stress-free, especially during the final boss fight. The enemy didn't touch a single hair on Suzy's head at all, while Suzy easily abused him to death. Opposite. Didn't even use a couple of skills. It's too simple. The corner of Suzy's mouth rose. What I thought before was right. The Tower of Ancient Martial Arts can be much simpler than the Underworld Ghost Cave. I should have been able to over the Spectral Ghost Cave before the agility boost. Now that agility has also become my advantage, clearing a small Tower of Ancient Martial Arts is just too easy. It only took him a total of 3 minutes to fight the boss. When was the boss so good before? The 15W of blood was also overwhelmed by Suzy's attack of 20,000 in one punch. The boss's so-called skills and dodges were also easily crushed by Suzy's agility advantage. But this method of fighting isn't very good yet. The time is too fast and the enemy's resistance is too weak. Suzy thought about it and said, I at least know the skill mechanism of the Underworld Ghost Cave boss, but this evil spirit abbot of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts, I didn't even have a chance to look at the opponent's skill at all, and it was killed by me. How is he going to introduce the raiders to the other professionals in this situation? How do you promote professionals into the abyss of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts? Hey, I have to pay attention next time. At least read all the boss's skills. Anyway, with my physique, it's just hard resistance to the boss's skills, and I won't show much damage. Suzy decided to learn that lesson next. But for now, Suzy silently took out his cell phone. In fact, it's all over the internet right now. Operated by Keiichiro Nishikawa, he raged and cursed in the name of Kazuki Uchida. You Dacia people just don't keep your word. Where's the promised parley? Are you afraid of our neon warriors? But that's normal. After all, your Dacia has always been rich in cowards. How can you have the valor of our Neon Kingdom's warriors? I'm in the middle of contacting my superiors on my end about which abyssal gate to take out, and you guys are taking your bets back? So this is your Dacia's style. Shrinking head. You Dacia people are only worthy of shivering in the corner. You'll never make it. Countless netizens very much wanted to curse back, but it was also a fact that Suzy had placed the abyssal gate down. He was scolded for his woes. Seeing this, Suzy laughed, took a picture of the Abyss Tower of Ancient Martial Arts clearance record and posted it online. Nichan, I've got the abyssal gate on my side. Where's the abyssal gate you used as a bet? When are we going to start? I'm always available. Keiichiro Nishikawa, who had just been so spirited online, was shocked when he saw it. I'm just saying, you're serious. Chapter 61, The Neons Start Playing Dead. Keiichiro Nishikawa was instantly a bit flustered. In his official capacity, he dared to claim that he had applied for the abyssal gate because Suzy's abyssal gate had already been used up, so he dared to let go of his guts to taunt. But now, look forward to Suzy's words. I'm going to fight another abyssal gate, that is. Just stand here and don't move. Are you ing serious? The netizens who had just been scolded by Keiichiro Nishikawa came to their senses when they saw this. Sushin is awesome. When he says he'll fight a hell-level abyss, he really fights a hell-level abyss. The last abyssal gate was used up, so I'll just fight another one. That's called being tough. Another one-shot. Is this necromancer so strong? In a short time, 2 abysses. Terrifying as hell. Doggone little Neon. Now that Sushin's abyssal gate has been typed out, when are you going to bring out the abyssal gate you applied for from Neon as well, so we can see it? Yeah, I thought you applied for all of them. Suzy has already taken out his bet. When will you take out yours? The crowd was spirited and spoke one after the other below, and Keiichiro Nishikawa had to play dead. Take out the abyssal gate? What a joke. What was he? Where was he qualified to take out the abyssal gate? Of course, it's not like he couldn't apply for a door to the abyss from home if the circumstances were right, but that would require incredibly demanding conditions. Where can you just use it as a betting stake for 2 professionals of LV20 or less? He could only desperately state online that I had applied to come over before, but all of you in Dacia had placed the abyssal gate properly, and I had asked my superiors to take the abyssal gate back again. Then added, Suze Nu Pass is the tower of ancient martial arts abyss, is a physique class monster abyss, relatively low value, and half agile half mage of the ghostly grotto of the underworld is not equal. The bet does not stand cloudy. And the Dacia netizens looked at his statement and smiled disdainfully. Rubbish. Come and bet if you can. Didn't you apply to come to the abyssal gate? At least take a picture to show us. Suzy has taken out the abyssal gate. Where is your abyssal gate? Keiichiro Nishikawa stammered and weaseled for a while, but no longer dared to casually say the betting on the abyssal gate line. He at least had the status of an official. Unlike a fresh graduate like Suzy, once he really dared to gamble with the abyssal gate and make a concordance in the presence of the official witnesses, and then lose to Suzy. Then even if this abyssal gate hadn't been brought to Dacia would dare to ask any Ihon to get it. And Neon, don't really dare not to give it. Don't look at low-level abysses like the spectral ghost cave. Neon can still dare to come over and grab them. But there is an essential difference between the 2 sides in terms of national strength. If a small country acts in bad faith and gives a big country a legitimate reason to do so, do you dare to go back on your words? Struggling a few more times, seeing that he couldn't say anything to the Dacia netizens, Nishikawa Keiichiro decisively chose to play dead anyway. This account was Uchida Ikimoku's, and the one who got scolded was also Uchida Ikimoku. Uchida Iki, I thank you for that. However, looking at Suzy's battle record of taking down another abyss in just a few hours, Keiichiro Nishikawa was also a bit flustered. This kid can't be really strong, can he? But he's just a necromancer. Based on my research, it seems like there aren't many skills either. How did he continuously fight down the hell-level abyss? Keiichiro Nishikawa frowned. The nature of the abyss, that there was an entry and no exit, made it necessary for every professional who entered the abyss to be prepared for everything. No one dares to enter the high abyss at will without mapping out the intelligence and familiarizing themselves with the terrain. And Suzy, he had just gone to fight the underworld ghost cave, and then followed it up by bringing down the tower of hell-ranked ancient martial arts in a short period of time. That's a real exaggeration. Don't you need to target and adjust your own equipment for training? Uchida-kun, are you still confident that you can win against that Suzy? Keiichiro Nishikawa looked at Kazuki Uchida and said, it's a matter of whether he can escape domestic prosecution. Of course I'm confident, Uchida Kazuki said with a few moments of anger. He looked at his cell phone. Even though it was operated by Keiichiro Nishikawa, the name being cursed was his. Kazuki Uchida, how can you not fight when you're being called out like this? Uchida Ikimoku's teeth clenched as if a voice was squeezed out from between his teeth. A mere necromancer. How can he be a match for my great neon warrior? Don't worry, Lord Nishikawa. I'll definitely finish him off even if I lay down my life. Keiichiro Nishikawa nodded slightly at his words. In that case, he can still think about how to continue the betting fight. The abyssal gate is impossible to take out. If you don't bet on the abyssal gate, your opponent probably won't take out the abyssal gate either. But just the 2 sides each take out some resources then. This bet really may not work. After all, Keiichiro Nishikawa's purpose was for the vast market of Dacia. In the meantime, Dang Pang just rushed over in a hurry. Suzy, you shot down another hellish abyss? Suze nodded and took out the gate of abyss to indicate. The tower of ancient martial arts is much better than the underworld ghost cave. Dang Pangong's mouth twitched. Is this a good fight or not? You have too much guts. In any abyss, there is a unique mechanism. Even the toughest professional can fall into a nameless abyss. You've only just finished fighting the underworld ghost cave, And you're going to fight another hellish abyss without even taking a break to replenish your own equipment? You're really not afraid of death? Tang Pengang couldn't help but say. No, I'm still quite familiar with the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. Su Zhe, however, shrugged his shoulders and said, before fighting the underworld ghost cave, I had been hanging around the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. I have a complete record of clearing the nightmare and difficulty levels. Speaking of familiarity, there are probably not many people who are more familiar with the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts than I am. Even so, you're in a bit too much of a hurry. Tung Pengang cried and laughed. You've only just cleared the underworld ghost cave. So at least familiarize yourself with the new equipment and do a few self-training sessions. Otherwise it's easy to have an accident. Suzy nodded. He actually agreed with this, and his self-training on weekdays was described as harsh. But the problem was that no matter how much he trained his self-control, his mastery of his body had never been able to catch up with the surge in his attributes. That's pretty much a no-brainer. And it is to be expected that this helplessness will continue. Tang Pengang barked a few more words, emphasizing the principle that the abyssal gate could not be used as a bet without the permission of the state. This was also one of the purposes of his arrival. He was genuinely afraid that the young and impetuous Suzy, once provoked, would gamble with the abyssal gate against the neons. The gate of the abyss is a top priority resource in the age of the professionals. There are some abysses that are less harmful if they descend. So the country would likely rather evacuate the masses on the day of the abysses and let them descend than let them be taken by someone from another country. The Daxia domestic has given the greatest freedom to the passers. As long as they are placed in the country, just open the abyssal gate wherever you want. A country like Neon, the team that passes through their hellish abyss may not even have disposable power over the abyssal gates themselves. You can see how valuable this is. Perhaps it's because they think they're being a little harsh, even if it's a state-mandated law. And it's a little easy to cause teenagers to get upset after all. These are the props they're popping out of themselves. So Tang Pengang hurriedly said, speaking of which Suzy, you're almost LV20, right? Suzy nodded. Soon, the LV19 experience bar has gone to the back of the line. Upgraded to LV20 right away. Then the transfer at LV20. Have you considered it well in advance? Deng Pengang looked solemn. This is something that concerns you for the rest of your life. Do you want me to find you a tutor extraordinaire? Teach you what you need to do to prepare? Su Zhe sniffed. His eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze deep. Transitioning well. Chapter 62 Special Transfer Abyss. Whenever LV20 is full of experience, the pro can't enter other abyss. Or rather, any abyss he enters next will automatically be replaced with a special transfer abyss. It was a special abyss similar to the basic trial that gave different transfer professions based on your rating in the abyss. However, unlike the normal abyss, this transfer abyss is uniquely yours and can only be cleared solo. And even if you can't beat the boss, as long as you don't die, you can choose to forfeit the pass and exit the abyss, a rare special treatment where you don't die even if you fail the pass. The cost, of course, is that you fall back down to the initial stages of LV20 with 0 experience. The full experience bar also doubles straight away and needs to be refilled before you can transfer a second time. But you won't die after all. But that's not really a completely good thing. This is because the career after the transfer is based on the evaluation you show, and fail the pass once and the rating drops dramatically. For example, there was a reason why that Neon Pass squad was recognized by the DCI executives as Neon's waste of its own national talent. Neon's country was forcing them to fail in this kind of transmutation of their own choosing in order to squeeze their own geniuses. Although it is impossible to manipulate the actions of geniuses in the abyss, as long as they take their parents, relatives, friends, and lovers hostage in the outside world, along with manipulations such as forcing the person to take off their equipment, most of the time they can get the results they want, forcing down the evaluations and grades of those geniuses just to get the other side to work for them. It was also that these geniuses were forced to switch to weaker professions with weaker strengths, and even if they grew in the later stages, they couldn't make too many waves. And the Neon Empire not only has an Eagle Emperor garrison, but will also release a number of part-time free slots each year for extraordinarily talented geniuses, giving hope to even more talented elites. Otherwise they would have had a major domestic problem a long time ago. Daxia won't do such a thing, but Suzy also needs to think about his own transfer preparation. I'm supposed to challenge the highest rated transfer, but then it would require more than enough preparation to do so, Su Zhe secretly said in his heart. The experience of those who have gone before us is a very effective aid. So Suzy looked at Deng Pengang and said, the special teacher you are talking about? Jing Jing ah. Deng Pengang grinned. He's the strongest mage in our city of Jianyang. He's also young, He was a genius back then, and he got a pretty good rating when he transferred. Jing Jing is the youngest member of the top brass in the city of Jianyang, but his position was chief mage of the city guard, one of the many big men who have experienced combat most often. It can be said to be in the middle of its able-bodied years. Suzy was a little moved, but after thinking about it, he said, "Is he willing?" "Of course he's willing." Tung Pungang heatedly smiled. "Even if you're not willing, it doesn't matter. Now that you've shown the talent to single-handedly brush the abyss, he'll definitely agree in the end." "Is it trying to cultivate talents for the city of Jianyang?" Suzy stood in awe of Jing Jing. As a working public official, Jing Jing had nothing that needed to be claimed on Suzy. Even if Suzy showed an uncommon talent, it had little to do with him, at least until he knew Suzy's true talent and thought that Suzy would inevitably become a big shot on one side in the future. There was absolutely no need for him to pull Suzy in. His duty is to the city guard, not the professionals guild. Such political achievements as developing new people are not his concern. He was willing to instruct Suzy when there was nothing to gain from it, so naturally, it was more out of the public interest of cultivating talents for Daxia. "No," Tung Pengang hemmed and hawed, shaking his head, "mainly because didn't he make amends to you before when he was going to pull you into the city guard at SS rank? But the talent you're showing right now is definitely SSS level. It might even be beyond the usual SSS rank. I just need to take this matter to point him a couple of sentences. That sexually arrogant guy will definitely feel that he has insulted you, thus generating a sense of guilt and will want to make amends to you, and then I will operate a little. Hey, things will surely come true. Suzy, nice guy. I'm really nice. So it's you who bullied people's two cheeky personalities to make this happen. When we first met, you called yourself a shameless little warrior. Feelings you're still shameless." Suzy was a little heartbroken for that Jing Jing. The fact that he was willing to recruit Suzy with SS grade treatment when everyone thought he only had an S grade rating was in itself a sellout. After Suzy refused, he also upgraded the country's rewards for geniuses out of his own pocket. That upgrade alone cost him at least $100 million in material costs. And then you grabbed people and bullied them. Cough cough. Then please Chairman Sama. Suzy coughed twice. "To tell you the truth, I'm really not too sure about the matter of transferring." "Well, anyway, the bully is Tung Pengang. What's it got to do with me?" Suzy, who had just gotten the benefit of the doubt, thought about it and added, "Right, President Deng. I just knocked down that tower of ancient martial arts, and I'm thinking of just selling it to the association." "Oh, let's talk about this matter in detail." Tung Pingang's eyes glowed. "Yes, the abyssal gate of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts." Suzy was planning to sell it. The Tower of Ancient Martial Arts, unlike the ghost cave of the underworld, was nearing the end of its descent. It still has about 6 months to go before it actually ends up being open now. So if you want to utilize its abyssal gate to make money, it will inevitably only be possible after half a year. Suzy has been approaching LV20 transfer in 3 months. Waiting for a low-level abyssal gate that can only make money after half a year? The yellow flowers are cold. Instead of waiting for the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts for half a year before starting to slowly earn money, it would be better to directly sell it off in exchange for resources to invest in themselves, thus improving their attributes faster for the most perfect transfer. The Tower of Ancient Martial Arts is again just an ordinary physical class abyss, with limited attraction to professionals from other provinces, and inferior earning power to the underworld grotto. There is absolutely no point in keeping it in your hands. I still have quite a bit of spare experience from LV20 full experience. I can completely utilize my current low-level invincibility to fight out a few abyssal gates first. Suzy secretly said in his heart. It's even better for me to press down on my experience and wait until I obtain the skeleton mage skill book. It's a mage transmutation, after all, and God knows if high intelligence would be an extra bonus to the transmutation. Your own little intellect. It's just too pathetic. Deng Pengang was certainly interested in the abyssal gate. Even though it was only an ordinary physique class abyss, it was a huge resource point for the city of Jianyang. The two of them discussed for a moment, and the finalized price was 5 billion Daxia coins. The price of the physique class abyss is certainly no match for the spectral ghost cave. The underworld ghost cave was expected to make $10 billion in 3 years, and the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts got its hands on $5 billion first 3.5 years ahead of time, and Suzy was already satisfied with this price. Of course this price is also relatively low a little bit. The city of Jianyang is unable to compete with the big coastal provinces and cities in terms of financial strength. So Deng Pengang, in order to make up the difference, stated that Suzy was about to change jobs and would definitely need excellent equipment and props. He would personally contact his old comrades in other provinces and cities, inquire about the inventory in the outer provinces, and help Suzy purchase excellent equipment and props from the outer provinces to ensure that he was in the best shape to meet the transformation abyss. Suzy has done a lot for our city. I have to see if there's anything good on the old leader's side that he can use, Deng Pengang said in his heart and turned his head to contact his old leader. The really valuable and good stuff, but they don't circulate in the market. Of course he didn't forget about finding Suzy a tutor. He approached Jing Jing that day. Jing, your kid actually tried to insult an SSS-ranked genius with SS-ranked treatment in the first place? How dare you? Don't you feel sorry for Suzy? I still remember that if it wasn't for Suzy not pursuing your thoughtless words in the first place, maybe you would have already been pursued by the headquarters. As a result, you turned around and went to insult him? Can you live with your conscience? Now Suzy should also prepare for the matter of transferring. He is an orphan. There is not much backing behind him. He does not know much about transferring. You're not going to teach him yourself? What? Not going? Oh, I didn't realize you were such an ungrateful person. I am humiliated that I am in your company as a fellow officer. Jing, God sees mercy on the treatment given to Suzy in the first place. He was the one who felt guilty and gave the highest. After Suzy's refusal, he was also the first to upgrade the protective props that the country had given to the genius. The materials alone cost $100 million. And he, the Archmage, has a labor rate that is heavenly expensive. You call that ungrateful? But, even if Jing no longer felt that he had anything to apologize to Suzy, he could not afford to have Deng Pengang say it 3 times a day in his office, especially when each one was particularly loud. The kind that could be heard throughout the entire office building. He now felt like the doorman was looking at him like he was negative every day when he went to work. When Deng Pengang ran over on the 4th day, Jing ultimately failed to hold back, blasting Deng Pengang furiously with fireballs while cursing at the top of his lungs. I'll teach now. I'll teach him. You get the hell out now. Get the hell out. Shameless high-minded mage ultimately loses to shameless warrior. Chapter 63, What kind of monster is this guy? Although Jing's face was dark, he still took the time to bring Suzy to an exclusive training ground for the city guards. Listen up. I have limited time and can only grab as many points as I can to teach you. Jing frowned slightly and said, some of the knowledge that is available in school. Just honestly go back to school and listen to the lectures to learn it. Although what I can teach isn't a secret transmission, I still want you to show a serious attitude. As a Daxia person, I hope you can become stronger and stronger. There were also a few hints of anticipation for Suzy in his words. In fact, if it was just Deng Pengang shamelessly inking him, he would have already blasted a fireball spell into that faceless old face. His behavior in the beginning is indeed nothing sorry Suzy place. Compensation and apology is also doubled back. No matter from any place, he does not owe Suzy's love. But, Suzy, a native of Daxia, it's the genius of Daxia. The stronger he became, it also represented the strength of the Great Summer. This was the fundamental reason that made him take time out of his busy schedule to instruct Suzy. Suzy also understood this and nodded. He had an attitude toward learning that was never a problem. Then treat me as your enemy first, and attack me with all your might. Jing said succinctly. It is only from your performance in battle that you can see your shortcomings. Yes, Suzy responded without hesitation, and then rose his hand to summon large swathes of ghosts, skeleton warriors, and zombies. They paired up, with the zombies rushing at the front as neat shields, and the skeleton warriors and specters waiting for their chance at the back, transforming into a collective and rushing forward. Suzy himself mixed in with the ranks of the undead and rushed forward together. Then, being bombarded by Thorn Elf's fireballs, he didn't use any high-level skills, nor did he utilize his level to bully people. It was just a classic fireball spell that was about as powerful as a low-level mage, but it smashed the undead. 3 rounds of fireballs went down and actually knocked Suzy's undead out of the group. Cam! Suzy clenched his teeth and charged directly at Jing, then decisively stepped on the magic trap that Jing had set up in advance. Boom! He was directly blown away. Climbing to his feet, Sos charged again and blasted again and again. After all, he who had expended his mana on summoning undead had nothing else to do at this point. Anyway, I have thick skin. I don't believe I can't catch you. But before Suzy could actually get his hands on him, he was called off by the dark-faced Jing. What are you doing? With an angry face, Thorn Essence angrily rebuked. Even a necromancer is a noble mage. How can you make a mindless hard charge like those shameless trash fighters? How did you get your war record? The way you are, you're totally acting as a living target for my spells. Listen carefully, A true mage should know how to calculate the enemy's movement, means, the timing of releasing skills, and always leave enough backhand. Jing Jing reached out and a fireball appeared out of thin air. The fireball moved quickly through the air, tracing an arc. Then it flew back to Jing Jing, then arced out again. After 3 repetitions, this is the path of the 3 fireballs I hit. Do you remember where your undead were standing? That's right. Where I landed these 3 fireballs ensures that the ensuing blast range will envelop your entire undead population. That was the optimal solution for me as a mage at the time. Facing necromancers. I also managed to kill all of your undead at the cost of a measly 3 fireball spells. Meanwhile you're moving right in the overlap of my 3 fireball spells, and while not right in the center, 3 fireballs stacked on top of each other will do you quite a terrible amount of damage. Jing Jing took out his blackboard and wrote and drew on it, writing out the movement speed of Susie's undead, Susie's possible dodge routes, the movement speed of his own fireballs, the range radius of the explosions, and the cooldown time of the fireball spell. Then wrote the conclusion as a pyromancer. It would be best for him to chant a fireball spell and then direct it to blast a certain spot at a certain time. Not only does it deal enough damage, the storm caused by the explosion also reduces the movement speed on Susie's side, buying time for his next read cooldown. Awesome! Suze looked at the blackboard full of data and couldn't help but sigh. In fact, anyone can solve the problem if it's purely computational. But he was the one who had already calculated this level and cast the spell the moment Suze launched his charge. Jing Jing really is an awesome lawgiver. This is the power of calculation. It's the power of a mage. Jing Jing knocked on the blackboard and said seriously, but the enemy isn't stupid and won't be easily calculated by us. For example, Susie, you're a necromancer, but I see you've run out of blue by now, right? That won't do. A mage must leave himself enough backstops. The skill, summon undead, is one that can be summoned within a certain range, at a fixed point. This trait is a very useful ability when utilized well. For example, if you still have a little blue left, when my fireball attacks, you can summon undead to block the shot, causing the fireball to explode early. Jing Jing took out Susie's summon undead skill as an example. Undead can be summoned to block enemy attacks. Undead can be summoned to jam the enemy's movement and force them to take your attacks. You can summon undead to the enemy's close quarters to influence their attack movements and give yourself a chance to dodge. Can summon the undead to block the door of an enemy's escape, blocking the enemy in some kind of confined space. In just one small, summoning the undead alone, he cited a good dozen ways to use it in different situations. It could be said to bring this skill to life even if as a pyromancer, he hadn't actually mastered the skills of a necromancer. Then Thorn Essence reverted back to the previous fight. He told Susie where the traps were and what effect they would cause. Where the traps were just a bluff to intimidate the enemy. Where the purpose of the traps was to force the enemy to go towards whichever trap they were at. And where the traps were used to bind the enemy. Then it goes on to explain what blah 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 spells I can send out and achieve when the enemy is caught in this trap of mine. A flurry of various types of means worked in conjunction with each other to maximize everything. Every attack is not just an attack for the sake of attacking. This is to count the enemy to death. As Suze listened, the corners of his mouth twitched. That's for sure, Jing Jing said with a proud look on his face. Suze, I know that a genius like you might have a prideful mentality because of your battle results, but I'll say this to you: don't be proud of yourself after winning once by fluke. Remember, but in all gambling, winning is the process and losing is the result. My generation of mages seeks, under extreme calculation, inevitable victory. This is the mage. A mage who can count his enemies to death and utilize his own strength to 200%. Awesome. Susie let out a long sigh. In the face of Suze's attack alone, Jing Jing had laid out 3 different sets of tactics against the enemy, each of which was sufficiently forgiving to switch between each other at any time to ensure their own victory. But even though he used some trap-type skills that low-level mages probably hadn't come to learn yet, the amount of blue and the power of the attacks he used throughout were all in accordance with LV20 level standards. One of the trap skills that can also be replaced with props. This meant that other LV20 mages were also capable of his level. If there really is a student within LV20 who can utilize his strength to the extent of 200% like Jing Jing, it is estimated that he would be able to single-brush the hell-level abyss as well. Susie secretly said in his heart, no, I should say there are definitely people like that. Suze immediately thought of the official organization that Deng Pengang had spoken of miles and miles. Being able to pass the hell-level abyss at the fastest speed, directly, without any intelligence, without needing to be skilled in the abyss. These are probably the kind of people who do that. Of course, considering the intelligence disadvantage, and the preciousness of these elites, They probably teamed up to attack the hell level abyss as a group. That's awesome. Suzy took a deep breath. Within the city of Jianyang, including Xiaoshuelan, there was not yet a single such professional. Don't be discouraged. Jing Jing, at this time, turned around and comforted. The reason why I can reach this level is because I've refined the mage way for a full 10 years. So naturally I know the low-level skills like the back of my hand, and I'm able to utilize them to the limit with ease. In fact, I can't reach this level of mastery of my own advanced skills. How long have you only been transferred? And you want to compete with an old-timer like me, who has been immersed for how many years in the operation of low-level skills? When I was the same age as you, I couldn't solo the hell level abyss. Suzy nodded, not caring about her weakness in play. After all, it's only been a little over 3 months since his transfer. He hadn't even fully grasped the attributes of his own surge yet, so how could he possibly play out his strength to the extent of 200% like Jing Jing did? But while Suzy didn't care about that, it was also true that he himself was weak when it came to the mage's fighting style. Learning from thorn elves is indeed a great way to grow, both in terms of learning how mages fight and how to deal with them. Therefore, Suzy did not hesitate to say, "Teacher Jing Jing, let's fight again. I'll watch my surroundings this time and try not to fall into your calculations." However, Jing Jing sniffed, but his expression froze slightly, then couldn't help skimming his head. "No need. Let's train something else. First summon all your undead. Let's familiarize ourselves with your undead stats one by one for your future use." Suzy was slightly stunned. Familiar with the undead? But I can summon undead-type creatures now, and they're all pretty crotch-pulling. What's the point of familiarizing yourself with them when you're rich now and could be updating and replacing things at any time? Instead, Jing Jing said, "I can't possibly follow you around and instruct you, so for now it's important to establish a full process of familiarizing yourself with your own undead, so that you can easily find new ones later and apply them directly as well." It was a valid reason, so Suzy nodded in agreement. And actually what Jing Jing really wants is, fight what fight? What's there to fight? What's with this kid's physique? I'm running out of traps. I almost got flipped by this kid just now. Then how can I still be this teacher and teach him as a student? How many spells can you use with a measly LV20 blue? How many traps can be laid? Jing Jing had planned to make Suzy suffer a lot when he high-handedly berated the other party, making him completely understand the nobility of a mage. As a result, Suzy actually head into the past. The traps hit his shattered bones, but he patted his butt and stood up to continue rushing. With nothing like continue to hit the next traps. You think Jing Jing couldn't stand to see Suzy's rude behavior? No. In fact, he was the one who almost couldn't maintain the majesty of the lawgiver and had to reprimand Suzy in advance. What the hell kind of monster is this? Jing Jing looked at Suzy and the corner of his eye just twitched. Is he, really, a mage? Chapter 64, Suzy, the Great Summer Scholar, learns of His Excellency's samurai family's origins. Jing Jing looked at Suzy out of the corner of his eye. Is this his talent? No wonder this kid can solo the hell level. It's terrifying as hell. Suzy's eccentricity was actually highlighted early on initially when he fought his first enemy, Wang Yong. It was in front of many bigwigs. That power over the warrior was clearly his unique talent at work. He opened the game by summoning all the undead all the way out, not caring about the formation at all, acting like he was just sending them to their deaths. Maybe it's the talent of sacrificing a large number of undead to gain temporary attribute enhancement? Thorn speculated elaborately. As for permanent enhancement, Jing Jing didn't even think about it. How could it be that outrageously gifted? There's a talent gap, but there's a basic law. How can it be so exaggerated, right? As a battle-savvy mage, the ability to analyze the enemy was also an instinct. But Jing Jing wasn't going to give his analysis away, just in the spare time of training, as if offhandedly admonished. In battle, take care to protect the detailed information of your talent, and don't expose your weaknesses to others. The formation in which you had the undead charge was too obvious and revealed a lot of information. True masters will not show their horse's foot in such overly obvious places. They will even release some masked intelligence to the outside world in order to hide their talent and cover up the truly important information. You have a lot to learn. Suzy froze, and then it suddenly dawned on him. It looks like Jing Jing guessed a few of his own talents and that's why he dinged. But he probably guessed wrongly and thought that my talent was to sacrifice the undead to temporarily enhance my attributes. And that's why he said such a thing. Suzy secretly said in his heart. Jing Jing's subtext was for Suzy to hide his own purpose of wanting all the undead to deliver, preventing the enemy from not going to kill the undead and instead going straight to Suzy to carry out the decapitation tactic. in order to prevent Susie's sacrifice from failing to activate the talent. But here's the thing, even if the sacrifice fails, it doesn't really affect Susie's own strength much. A single sacrifice alone would increase Susie's attributes by a very limited amount. It's not surprising that he guessed wrong. After all, who would believe that my talent could be so buggy? Susie shrugged. Everyone's talent is, roughly, on a level. There may be some fluctuations, but nothing too outrageous. If it wasn't for the Bujin Suzuka, his talent wasn't really that exaggerated. How many dear friends would have to die to accumulate his current attributes? The corpses of the dead Little Bone, Little Corpse, Little Phantom, and other good brothers combined could fill up the entire third middle school. However, Suze did not refute Jing Jing's words. Instead, he nodded his head earnestly to show that he had listened. This one he guessed is not bad. Perhaps it can be a cover for my true talent, Suze secretly said in his heart. After all, it was impossible for Susie to never be in front of outsiders and fight his enemies. Just fighting in front of outsiders will give away some information. That's why he didn't cover up too much in front of Jing Jing. It's good to have such a cover now. Not only can you allow yourself to use your talents to your heart's content, you might even be able to lure the enemy into executing tactics against your own weaknesses and gain an advantage in battle instead. Jing Jing taught Suze for 3 days in a row, especially on the mage's spell casting, talking about countless unique techniques and demonstrating them to Suze one by one. Susie studied very carefully, although currently his own attributes, incomparably favored warriors. It could be said that he currently relied entirely on a pair of fists to fight the world. But Susie's main job was a mage. As long as the attributes kept up, the strength he could exert far exceeded the current one. Not to mention, who doesn't want to be an elegant lawgiver? The corners of Susie's mouth rose. How can a cannon fodder warrior compare to an honorable mage? Still, on the 4th school day, Jing Jing drove Suze back to school. He was busy with his own work, and it was already a rare thing for him to be able to spare a few days to teach Suze. So Susie didn't care and came to the school after a beautiful sleep. Then, at a glance, he saw Udingwu, who was white in the face. I'll go. Why is your face so pale to this extent? Suze was shocked. Son, did something happen to you? Udingwu dully twisted his head and looked at Suze, tears streaming down his face. He wanted to hug Susie and cry out, righteous father, do you know how I've been living these past few days? Wash your feet, massage, stall-up baths, spa, nutrition. With the school as the center of the circle, all the clubs in a radius of 10 kilometers, he went to experience them one by one. Every technician, from appearance, body, skill, one by one, they are critiqued. With his main body mass warrior's strong patience, actually all of them look pale. You can see how hard he worked. There is a small half booklet of critique notes written down, a guide to rating the custom industry in the city of Gennaro. This is still he himself as the clubhouse old customers. There are countless historical experience. Do not need to repeat to feel some familiar with the level of the technician. Otherwise he's afraid he'll run out of sperm. I've sacrificed a lot to repay you. Udingwu let out a long sigh. You, paid so much? Susie froze. Where have you been? Getting like this? Returning the favor? Did he go to the abyss to brush up on his money? Good brother is still very reliable. In order not to be ashamed of my investment, desperately brush the abyss. On Udingwu's pale face, how many days had this been in the abyss? What a fight! Udingwu was just about to reply. Suddenly, I noticed a beautiful shadow flashing out of the corner of my eye. Susie, you shot down another hell-class abyss. Congratulations! Xia Shuelan gently bit her shell teeth, her face showing a look of unwillingness. I've been pulled away from you again. She had also seen the news that Suze had struck down the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. Then all of a sudden, he was stimulated hard and scratched practice hard at himself. It's alright, I'm going to settle down next. Suze shrugged. My strength has risen too quickly, and many things have not kept up. That's a big one. You'll have plenty of time to catch up with me. Take it easy. I hate the fact that my team is outnumbered. I haven't even played Abyss for a while. Xia Shuelan showed a look of indignation. That Xianghua really deserves to die. The captain, Lai Xianghua, died, and Xianghua was expelled from the team as a result, and the original shield warrior was also pulled away by the company he was affiliated with to join another team and go work for the company. The entire squad, just her and a mage attached to the city guard. The others can't keep up with their levels yet and can't catch the brawlers. Too few people to even enter the abyss. How else could she have simply scratched practice? She's been living in the abyss for a long time. Susie sniffed, but was slightly puzzled. Udingwu he himself was an A-ranked shield warrior. not weak in talent and a reliable person. Now this got a pale face and apparently started to struggle as well. How about, recommend it to Xia Xuelan's team? But this matter is not necessary to say now. Xia Xuelan nature is very straight. If it is agreed, okay. In case she is not willing to, absolutely will not have any problem to say the reason for refusal. May give just started to work hard. Yu Dingwu's heart stabbed a knife. But it's time to give a good buddy a chance to show his stuff. So Suze continued to cope with Xia Xuelan for a few sentences, and then turned his head towards Dingwu and said, by the way, where have you been these past few days? Come on, name the abyss you went to. Let's I actually know that you're trying to. Yu Dingwu looked at Xia Xuelan next to him and opened his mouth. It wasn't that he cared about skin. He wouldn't be embarrassed just because a girl was around. But that's other girls. Xia Xuelan is different. The purpose of his own efforts was to take Suzy to enjoy himself as a way to repay Suzy's great kindness. And Xia Xuelan staring at Suze has been staring for a few years, belonging to the well-known things. Between the two people at first glance seems to be okay, but quite a few ambiguous feeling. Can he say that next to his best buddy's wife? So Yu Dingwu pondered for a while and decided to express himself in a different way. Simply saying the name doesn't mean much, so I'll use a song to hint at it. Then without waiting for Suzy to reply, he began to sing. Love the way you walk down dark alleys alone. Love the way you don't look expensive. Suzy? Xia Xuelan? The song sounds fine at first, but why does it feel weird? A few more people chatted for a while before they dispersed. Suzy took out his cell phone and started surfing the internet, looking for fun. For example, bully for the neons. When Suzy hit the second abyss, Uchida Ikimoku was honest and no longer dared to scream lines like come bet against the abyss. Even when the news came later that Suzy was going to sell the newly struck abyss, he honestly didn't say a word and never dared to be arrogant and provocative again. On the contrary, it was Suzy. Even if he didn't have the abyssal gate in his hand, he ran under Uchida Kazuki's blog from time to time to despise the other side a few times, screaming and betting against the abyssal gate. And then it was all held back by Uchida Ikimoku, until after a couple of days, after weathering the storm. It was only then that Uchida Ikimoku jumped back in and shouted that he wanted to bet against Suzy, but this time it wasn't on the abyssal gate. He took out a resource of his own, intending to bet resources with Suze. But, what do I need that for? Suze disdainfully bristled. The Neonites adhered to their usual small-mindedness, and the resources they took out were stingy. Not even as good as Suzy going to brush the abyss once. What's the time-wasting value of that? If you have this free time, why don't you go brush the abyss? So Suzy simply ignored his request and just continued to go under his blog to scream and curse a few times for fun when he had nothing else to do. Just for fun. He wouldn't mind really betting against that Uchida in case the Neons really came up with something big. The Neanderthals have also been slowly grinding out arrays for days now. The results were not expected. The Neons actually did come up with something good today. Or rather, something Suzy wanted. Skill book, summon skeleton mage. They actually have this thing? Suzy's eyes glazed over. This wave, you can bet on it. Cough and sink your breath. Suzy began to type. Little Nico Uchida Captain listen. Dasha 3rd middle school student Suzy learns that your excellency comes from a samurai family and is well versed in swordsmanship. I, Suzy, believe that your swordsmanship is nothing more than the skin of my Dasha's swordsmanship, and that the name of master and disciple has already been settled as far back as the first dynasty. If your excellency cherishes the honor of a samurai, stop barking at me online. I, Suzy, am willing to engage your excellency in a formal duel with a sword. Nico, do you hear me? Chapter 65, Dragon Crystal Fruit. Listen, Captain Kanoha Uchida, a student of the 3rd high school of Dasha, Suzy, has learned that your excellency comes from a samurai family and is well versed in the art of kendo. Uchida Ikimoku and the others, looking at Suzy's statement in front of the screen, were so angry that they directly drew the sword at their waist. Baka! He actually dares to taunt the warriors of my great Neon Empire like this. Bastard Dasha people! How dare you scorn our sword way? Outrageous! Outrageous! The mockery is too great. It's too much for every Neon to bear. Kaichiro Nishikawa also had a bad look on his face, but nevertheless said, indeed, he's a bold boy, but he finally agreed to our demands. Sure enough, the results of my investigation were not wrong. He was indeed looking for a necromancer skill book. Dengpeng Gang is looking for skill books for Suze with great fanfare, trying to let the outside capital learn about this news to facilitate the purchase. Of course, will not hide this news at all. Kaichiro Nishikawa naturally got the message and then, decidedly utilized. The Great Summer Kingdom has only just destroyed a batch of skill books, but he, the Neon Kingdom, hasn't even started this year's destruction yet. It is natural to have this type of inventory on hand. It's not the abyssal gate of the state. The district is just a necromancer skill book. The price is inflated in a mess. The real value is afraid that it is not even 1% of the labeled price is high. He, Keiichiro Nishikawa, certainly has the right to call. Even with a bit of luck, he'd be able to price an inflated price as a bet and get Suzy to come up with more money for the bet yet. It looks like this bet can be established. Uchida-kun, then it's up to you next. Keiichiro Nishikawa turned his head to look at Kazuki Uchida. Uchida Ikimoku patted his chest and assured, "Please rest assured, Lord Nishikawa. It's just a mere necromancer. This katana of mine will definitely be stained with his blood." Keiichiro Nishikawa nodded. If it wasn't for Suzy's profession, he might not have dared to let Kazuki Uchida go and gamble against this kind of one-shot hell-level existence. But who made Suzy a necromancer? That's a recognized sewer profession in every country. But in the end, it's a single brush with a hell-level existence. So maybe there's some hidden means. Keiichiro Nishikawa narrowed his eyes and looked at the screen. What else can I prepare for a bit? Or, are there any rules for betting on fights that can be utilized? In fact, half an hour after Suzy accepted a bet from Keiichiro Nishikawa, Deng Pangang and Jing Jing then rushed over in a hurry. "Suzy, are you going to agree to that little duel?" Tung Pangang looked at him and sighed softly. "You should know that the enemy is a veteran elite who has been transferring for several years, right?" Suzy nodded slightly. The accumulation of time is sometimes valuable. For example, Jing Jing's out-of-this-world low-level spells were the result of long hours of training. But even so, he didn't think he would lose. Professionals within LV20, there should be no one who was my opponent. Suzy smiled faintly and said confidently, "Money sent to the door. Not for nothing." Deng Pangang also nodded. In fact, he had thought that Suzy would definitely agree to it when he saw the duel take out the Summon Skeleton Mage skill book. After all, Suzy has been looking forward to the skill book for a long time. Old Deng. Don't worry. Suzy's strength is indeed very strong. Jing Jing also said from the side. Although I don't know how strong that Uchida Ikimoku is, he shouldn't be a match for Suzy. He had trained Suzy for 3 whole days. Very clear about Suzy's strength. That's a guy who takes all the skills of a LV20 level mage with his face and then pats himself on the back and keeps charging. How can you lose? Instead of worrying about that, you should think about what means there are to prevent Suzy's information from leaking out. Jing Jing thought for a moment and said, "His talent is strong, but the limitations are also great. If the information becomes familiar to outsiders, it might become a problem later." Jing Jing still thought that Suzy was gifted with the sacrifice the undead for temporary attribute bonus talent, and was now starting to think about how to cover it up. Suzy blinked and didn't say anything. It was a good thing to have Jing Jing misunderstood, to serve as a shield for his true talent. On the other side, Tung Pangang was already discussing with Jing Jing about how to cover up Suzy's own talent for him. Both of them were elites who had fought hundreds of battles and were familiar with all kinds of rules. And idea after idea came out of their mouths, seemingly more enthusiastic than Suzy himself. Suzy watched from the sidelines and smiled slightly. This was actually a benefit for Suzy to support the construction of his hometown. If he hadn't taken care of his hometown many times, where would a big shot like Deng Pangang care about a student's gambling fight? Deng Pangang talked a lot with Jing Jing, and then simply contacted Keiichiro Nishikawa in his official capacity. Both sides kept rejecting each other's proposals in their exchanges. Finally decided on a bet, a showdown in the abyss. The so-called dueling in the abyss was actually just 2 people teaming up together to enter the abyss, killing each other within the team, and then seeing who survived in the end. Since you are entering a simple abyss that both players can solo, an intra-team fight between 2 people can often make the difference between victory and defeat. However, due to the complex and changing terrain within the abyss, and the fact that abyssal monsters would attack at any time without distinguishing between friend and foe, it had a great impact. So the victory or defeat didn't depend entirely on strength. As luck would have it, the weaker one would simply hide, and the stronger one would really not be able to catch the other, and would eventually be forced to honestly brush through the abyss, leading to a tie where both could walk out of the abyss. But bad luck, 2 people fighting after 2 losses, will eventually all fall in the hands of the abyssal monsters, is not impossible. This type of fighting is interesting because the secrecy is so high that no one knows what is happening in the abyss. And as long as the people involved don't talk about it, all the information doesn't get out. So it's a unique way of betting on fights. Our side mainly chose this betting method because we were considering secrecy, and the advantage of your necromancer being able to utilize the abyssal monsters to unleash an undead apocalypse. And the necromancers actually chose this as well. The odds are that they're trying to pull some tricks. Tung Pangang frowned slightly, but he still whispered, "But don't worry, we fought for a choice location for the Abyss. The Abyss of choice is the Orc Empire from your basic trial. You have an intelligence advantage in this area and enough levels. Even if you can't beat the other side, you can just unleash the undead plague. At that time, no matter what tricks the other party plays, in front of the endless undead, it's all just useless. And I've got this for you," he said, and took out 2 fruits that were similar in shape but different in color. The fruit was crystal clear, with an angular, crystal-like shape, as if it were a small and delicate gem, emitting a mysterious and deep luster. Take a closer look into the sunlight. A long dragon could be vaguely seen from beneath the rind, roaring up to the sky. The light and sweet flavor from that fruit radiates out and refreshes the heart. Susie looked at it and frowned slightly. This fruit also appears in a textbook, I think. Dragon Crystal Fruit? Chapter 66, Doggone Little Neon actually prepared. Dragon Crystal Fruit, Agility. Introduction, burying the true dragon crystal into the ground and cultivating it by watering the fruit tree with dragon's blood. After taking it, it can increase the agility attribute by 10 points. Each person can take a maximum of 3 pills. Dragon Crystal Fruit, Physical. Introduction, burying the true dragon crystal into the ground and cultivating it by watering the fruit tree with dragon's blood. After taking it, it can increase the physique attribute by 10 points. Each person can take up to 3 pills. This is a heavenly treasure that increases attributes? Susie stared wide-eyed. This is all 20W words. Ahem. He was almost LV 20 leveled. And it was the first time he had seen something that increased the basic attributes of a professional in addition to his own talent. Of course, in reality, the attributes of a professional can grow. Attributes can be increased by means of prolonged and efficient training, taking high-energy foods, and so on. However, it is extremely difficult to raise attributes by training, and you may not even go up 2 points in a year. As for high-energy food, that's something you have to take in large quantities over a long period of time to gain attributes. Even a tycoon like Xia Shuilan couldn't treat this type of food as a home-cooked meal. Good stuff. Jing Jing smacked his lips and lamented. You old dang. You definitely robbed your old leader, didn't you? Suze, don't look at the price tag of this thing. It's not high, but it's only 200 million apiece, but it can be as hard as hell to buy it. This is a piped product. Put it on the black market, and the price will definitely double more than 10 times. 10 points of agility, and 10 points of physique. One is equivalent to 2 levels of attribute points. 10 times the $2 billion price tag. There are definitely people buying, but it's absolutely impossible to buy. Suze also slightly knew something about the origin of the dragon crystal fruit, which seemed to be the output of a certain top-tier abyss. This abyss are classified by the state, by the military specially organized manpower brush, belongs to the state control products, only used to reward with the state merit of the professional, never outflow. Jing Jing smacked his lips. Old dang. You are really good to Suze. What? Is he your illegitimate son? Even for you, it won't be easy to get your hands on this, will it? Not bad. Tung Pungang shook his head. As you know, my old leader is quite hostile to the Neons, and as soon as he heard me say that Suze was planning to teach the Neons another lesson, he helped me out. Well, in terms of hostility towards Neonites, Daxia is number 1, and no one will be number 2. Given Deng Pengdong's age, his old leader might have really fought with Neon's professionals for real back in the day. It just so happens that Susie's skill reward for solving the underworld ghost cave hasn't been claimed yet, and seeing as how the Neons have taken summoning skeleton mage as a bet, odds are that I won't be able to use it to continue to find skills for you either, so you don't need to pay more. Simply use this merit to offset these 2 fruits. Deng Pengang made light of the situation, but saved Susie a large sum of money. The value of skills is, for the most part, inflated, like the summon skeleton mage that Susie wanted. The apparent price tag was 2 billion. The actual purchase price was only 2,000 W, and the real value might be a few points lower. Used in exchange for this dragon crystal fruit. At first glance it looks like the official has made a lot of money, but actually, Susie is the one who earned it. Deng Pengang handed the dragon crystal fruit to Suze and instructed. 2 fruits. One is used to enhance physical fitness to prevent accidents, and the other can enhance agility. In case you can't beat the other side, run first to facilitate the accumulation of the number of undead. The Jing Jing beside him nodded. That's a good plan, but it's a shame it's not a fruit that adds intelligence. Tang Pengang couldn't help but say, you think I don't want the intelligence adding fruit? Isn't that the little production every year taken by you mages? but adding physique and agility isn't a disadvantage. Suzy can save the attributes added to this area and point on intelligence. Putting it all together, it's also equivalent to adding the intelligence attribute. That's true. Jing Jing nodded. No one in the profession would add points to a single attribute. And even though the four-dimensional attributes would be improved with each level, it still wouldn't be enough to satisfy the profession's needs. Everyone has, to a greater or lesser extent, invested attribute points in attributes other than their main attributes. With these two fruits, Suzy can avoid investing attribute points outside of his main attributes, which is indirectly equivalent to adding points to his main attributes. What the hell? I don't need these two fruits, Suzy inwardly shouted. These two fruits are so expensive. How can they be as cheap and good as my good brother? A spectral good brother gives Suzy 20 points of agility. Doesn't that smell better than some Longjing fruit? But after dwelling on it for half a day, Suzy finally accepted the two fruits. After all, even if he refused, it would just be a condition to change back to the original skill within LV20 for the current state of affairs where he was about to get the Nico's wager. There really wasn't a shortage of any skill within LV20. He couldn't use these two fruits himself, but he could also give them away. For example, Xia Xuelan was definitely willing to spend a large amount of money to buy an agility attribute dragon crystal fruit. Physique dragon crystal fruit words. Should I ask you Dingwu to sign a contract of sale? These two good brothers ate it, which was equivalent to Suzy eating it, belonging to the two birds with one stone. Just looking at Deng Pengang's I've finally returned Suzy's favor expression, and Jing Jing's look of Suzy you've earned it. The corner of Suzy's mouth twitched, once again understanding how strong his talent for carting bugs is. Day 2. Both parties traveled in officially provided vehicles to the Orcish Empire's abyssal portal. Deng Pengang seemed to have turned the betting fight between the two Suzy into a China-Japan friendship battle theme, from a private duel, all of a sudden into an official competition, and even drove a media car next to him, intending to broadcast live. He's clearly planning to take away the new generation of Jan Mayer beating the old neon elite political achievement. That's pretty confident. Keiichiro Nishikawa chuckled, his eyes drooping slightly as he glanced at Kazuki Uchida next to him. Uchida Ikimoku nodded slightly and whispered, "Please rest assured, my lord, even if you are not assured of me, are you still not assured of the means you have given me?" Keiichiro Nishikawa nodded gently before smiling and walking forward to meet Deng Pengang. Both of them acted very friendly in front of the media, acting as if friendship comes first and competition comes second, talking about China-New Zealand friendship and showing the elegance of a great nation. And then this side of the interview just ended. The two people over there just looked at each other and coldly grunted, and together they flung their hands, and they took out handkerchiefs and paper towels and wiped their hands fiercely, as if they had encountered some viruses and bacteria. At the same time go straight to the side of the members of the competition on all sides. "Suzy, be careful. That damned little Nico looks victorious. I'm afraid he's up to something," Tung Pungang said while pulling in Jing Jing. "Old Jing quickly pull out your inventory and see if there are any spell scrolls that Suzy can use as well. Arrange them for him first. By the way Suzy, the protection scroll the state sent you when you scored SSS hasn't been used yet, right? Bring it on too. We can't talk about martial virtues when dealing with little Nico." Suzy, however, the Jing Jing who was pulled over was helpless with a show of hands. It wasn't that he didn't have spell scrolls, but the ones that could be used by low-level professions were those that needed to be specially made. Just like the country's reward for Suzy's SSS rating in the first place, that scroll of protection. The defense is actually well below its class. However, the cost of construction is more than 10 times that of similar products. It's mostly just a compromise that had to be made to lower the barrier to use. This kind of special scroll that could be used even at a low level was a rarer one than a scroll that was one rank higher in power. It's a pity that after the underworld ghost cave was resolved, I returned the disposable props that I had applied for from my superiors. Otherwise it would have been better to give those props to Suzy. Tung Pungang skimmed his lips. "But it's okay. We can't get any props. And neither can the enemy. This is our Desia's home turf. We haven't even brought out anything good. They must have dash," Deng Pengang said with conviction, looking over at Keiichiro Nishikawa. Then he saw Keiichiro Nishikawa directly pull Kazuki Uchida into the car, and close the space around him, as if to prevent outsiders from eavesdropping. Deng Pengang, the son of a was actually prepared. Chapter 67 Knife, is it dangerous? Damn it, if I had known I would have put on that look. Tung Pengang's face changed drastically. "Suzy, just in case, let's give up on this bet." Deng Pengang directly pulled Suzy and said that we won't fight this bet. After all, that little neon must have prepared the means for the other side. The cost of such means was not low. but the effect was also very good back then. Tung Pengang and the others had intended for Xia Shuilan and the others to bring such disposable props to fight through the hellish great underworld ghost cave. Use it to fight bosses can be very useful. Use it to fight ordinary professionals. The risk is too high. There's no need to take chances. Even if Deng Peng just also swore in front of the live media. Afterward backtracking is bound to lose a big face. But he didn't hesitate at this moment, where was a mere matter of face as precious as Suze's life. Jing Jing was also a bit hesitant, but Suzy didn't panic. It wasn't that he wasn't aware of the awesomeness of those disposable props, yet he knew he was not without the ability to defeat his enemies. After all, Suzy's eyes slowly moved down. That agility attribute had become 2,300 points after attacking the Tower of Hell level ancient martial arts. Even if that neon man has prepared any means, he may not be able to hit me. Suze secretly said in his heart. If it's not possible, I can still hide first and utilize the advantage of high movement speed. The other party will definitely not be able to catch me. Then build up the undead by necromancy and hit the undead apocalypse. No matter what means he has, he can't outlast the endless undead. This was about Susie's intelligence attribute good buddy. With the odds so stacked against them, it's possible to take a shot. Suzy kept narrating his confidence. And even came up with the tactic of entering the abyss. I'll just move away from the opponent and wait for an opportunity to unleash the undead plague. Finally, Deng Pengang and Jing Jing were convinced. On the other side, Uchida Ikimoku and Nishikawa Kaichiro came out of the caravan with smiles on their faces. Uchida Kazuki looked at Suzy with a sneer on his face, his thumb on his neck, threatening. We're ready on our side. When will they enter the abyss? Kaichiro Nishikawa smirked. Right now. Deng Pengang gave Suzy a watch yourself look. Suzy and Uchida Kazuki walked up side by side to the abyssal portal. Pick the difficulty. The abyss swallowed both of them in one swallow. The familiar prairie, with the fresh scent of rolling earth. Suze's eyes carry a few points of nostalgia. The first abyss he experienced was this Orc Empire basic trial difficulty. I heard that this is the abyss where you got your SSS rating? Uchida Ikimoku wore his armor and looked around. Yeah. Suzy slowly looked over. It's really impressive for you to get an SSS grade rating. I only got an A grade for my basic trial back then. Uchida Ikimoku sighed softly. If I can also get an SSS grade rating, I shouldn't have to waste my potential to come to your dasha to fight some abyss. Suzy quietly looked at Uchida Kazuki without saying anything. He knew that the other man was not actually talking to him, even though he appeared to be conversing. You know, I've already failed my third transfer under the Zaibatsu's orders. Uchida Ikimoku sighed softly. Failing a transfer is something that hurts your potential, and will lower your own rating to a great extent. Even if I succeed in my next fourth transfer, I won't be able to get an excellent career. Sometimes I wonder if I had gotten a B grade instead of an A rating, if I wouldn't have had to be held hostage by the Zaibatsu. You know, I was really jealous when I saw the vibrant look of your rookie squad in front of the underworld ghost cave portal. The kind of jealousy that makes my heart explode. Suze quietly gazed at him and calmly said, then why don't you break away from Neon and come to our dasha? Over the years, there have been quite a few foreign geniuses coming to dasha. Come to your dasha? To be an inferior dasha person? Uchida Ikimoku spat. Although I don't like our country's political system, it's better than staying in your dasha. Suzy's expression did not change, and Uchida Ikimoku's words were not surprising. The Neon Nation was not stupid, and naturally brainwashed its citizens to educate them and correlate with their interests. As they squeeze their own nationals, they take their own nationals to squeeze other weaker countries and share the profits. Let the inferior nationals of this country have the opportunity to become foreign adults in other countries. So under its unique education, it's not unusual to have the notion that even the most miserable Neon nationals have a better life than the middle class in dasha. Don't similar brainwashed guys often appear in dasha, not to mention people in their own country? Some time ago, Lord Nishikawa has promised me that as long as I solve the underworld ghost cave, he will let me transfer. Uchida Ikimoku continued. Although my transfer potential is a bit weaker now, it's still much better than continuing to stay in this low-level abyss within LV20. But, the underworld ghost cave has been solved by you. He clenched his teeth and glared at Suze with a face of indignation. You made it so that I had to continue mixing in the low-level abyss, continuing to wait for the next opportunity so that I could obtain permission from the country. Damn you to hell. Hatred was written all over his eyes. Suzy wanted to laugh a little as she listened. The ghost cave of the underworld belongs to the Grand Xia, and you are the alien marauders. Then we dasha solved our own business, and instead you were angry about it and resentful that dasha didn't actually cede the abyss to you. So what? What are you trying to say? Suzy looked at him quietly. So, I will repay you properly. Uchida Ikimoku revealed a look of sardonic smile. His eyes filled with madness, a murderous aura brewing in the air. I won't let you die casually. Let's see. How about chopping off your limbs and then throwing you into a crowd of bullheads in heat? Surely, it must be a bull-headed man. I saw a breeding bull in my own country once, and the radius of his bare balls was close to the smallest arm of a man. I've never seen a bull-headed man, but I think the size might be about the same as a breeding bull. You think you're going to get shot in the puff? No, you'll just get squished. The more Uchida Ikimoku spoke, the crazier he became, his expression taking on a few twisted colors. The murderous aura on his body was also getting more and more dense. The hand slowly slid down and touched his own katana, poised as if he was about to slash at it the next second. But Suzy was still just looking at him quietly. Uchida Iki performs to his heart's content, but the audience doesn't look half as good. This made him frown. You, not say a word? He actually wanted to say, aren't you scared? Although Uchida Kazuki is a bit psychopathic, the reason he puts up a twisted and sickly front is really more of a psychological attack. Suzy, a newcomer who had only been transferred for just over 3 months, definitely hadn't experienced too many battles. Faced with an enemy who displayed a crazed, twisted posture, it was very easy for such a newcomer to fall into a state of panic and shock, thus revealing a huge breach. That's what Uchida Ikimoku was all about. He looked crazy, but in reality, he was an elite who had been through hundreds of battles, extremely experienced in combat, and never had any mentality of underestimating others, not to mention that Suzy was a man who had single-handedly swiped 2 hell-level abysses. How could he be careless with Suzy? From the initial emotion, to the twisted pathology that followed, it was all just a tactic on his part. But, facing Uchida Ikimoku, who was only a few meters away from him, his hand pressed on his sword and emanating a murderous aura, Suzy didn't get nervous in the slightest, but only revealed a faint mocking smile, as if he was on the street and saw a little boy aiming a water pistol at himself. Water guns? Are they dangerous? Of course not. Kazuki Uchida's knife. Is it dangerous? And, of course, no. Chapter 68, Suzy, scared the hell out of me. What's with this guy? Actually not scared at all? Uchida Kazuki looked at Suzy, who was wearing a faint smile on his face, and instead felt a few moments of panic in his heart. This is not how normal people should behave. No need to panic though. He's probably just pretending. Besides, nowadays the enemy is extremely close. How can a necromancer fight a warrior at this distance? Can't beat that. The reason why Keiichiro Nishikawa agreed to Deng Pengong's proposal of betting against each other within the abyss, and even accepted to pick the Wark Empire, an abyss that Uchida Ikimoku hadn't been in, while Suzy had put up a proud record. It is because the two men are initially extremely close together in this scenario that the warrior only has to advance a few steps to hit the enemy. This is very detrimental to the mage class professionals, and it just so happens that Uchida Ikimoku's profession is another high-burst warrior class profession, samurai. This is one of the unique basic professions in Neon, belonging to the strength-based warrior profession, but with a very interesting passive skill. Blade drawing, after a super 3-second buildup of power while the weapon is stored in its sheath. The first blade attack adds 100% power to the agility attribute. Simply put, it means that on the first strike of the blade, the samurai can utilize the agility speed of his main attribute strength value. This cut, among its peers, it's almost a sure hit. There's no way I can lose at such a close distance, Uchida Ikimoku said in his heart, and externally, he still had that crazy look on his face. Kid, die for me. He gripped the handle of the knife with one hand and pressed it dead center in its sheath. Bending down, the whole thing came rushing over at a quick pace. The distance that was originally not far away was crossed by him in 3 or 5 steps, and he rushed directly in front of Suzy. Then, suddenly drew his sword. The bright katana, as if a silver moon, glittered above the prairie. The wind whistled in his ears, and the shadow of the knife was as fast as lightning. The cold aura attached to the blade seemed to freeze the moment, and then caught on Suzy. -0. Uchida Kazuki? No. What the hell is this -0? Uchida Ikimoku was a bit dazed, but still instinctively swings one after the other. Then, a series of -0s floated out from Suzy. So why should I be afraid? The corners of Suzy's mouth rose. Look, I'm just putting it up for you to cut. You can't even break the defense. It can't be. It's impossible. Uchida Kazuki stared. Why is that? I don't believe it. Skill, rigid force. This is a skill that drastically increases one's strength. Uchida Kazuki's muscles bulged, and his arms seemed to have grown 2 times thicker in that instant. He chopped over hard and then, -0. This can't be right. He roared and unleashed sword techniques one after another. Skill, strong attack. Skill, 1 slash. Skill, Vajra force. Skill, continuous chop. It had to be said that as an elite who could brush the hell-level abyss, Uchida Ikimoku had hovered at LV20 for a long time, but he had also received a corresponding benefit: a large number of low-level skills. A dizzying array of skills were used. You're not even breaking defense here. The corner of Susie's mouth rose. Uchida Ikimoku was very strong. As a captain trained by the Zaibatsu, he had definitely received a lot of benefits, and it was even possible that he had taken a heavenly treasure that increased his attributes like the dragon crystal fruit. Equipment-wise, it was also very strong, although not every piece was of legendary grade, but as far as Suzy was concerned, he only needed to have 3 legendary grade loose pieces on him, plus half a power system set. His strength attribute, definitely more than 250. But, So's, occupation, necromancer. Level, LV19. Life value, 402,800, plus 500. Mana, 830, plus 980. Power, 2,211. Physical fitness, 4,028, plus 5. Intelligence, 89, plus 98. Agility, 2,319, plus 3. Suzy's physique, it was 4,000 points. What makes his attack? What makes him able to break through this defense? Suzy sneered, raised his fist, and directly punched over. He was extremely fast, and it was clear that it was just a simple movement of raising his hand, but it carried a trail of residual shadows. Alarms were ringing loudly in Uchida Kazuki's mind. With a violent effort, he leapt backward. Oh, amazing, marvelous. Suzy raised his eyebrows. Even though I didn't use my full strength, this can be dodged by you? While the strength attribute is not agility, explosive power is included in strength. For example, the action of jumping is actually more of a strength attribute in power. The speed of jumping is also naturally based on the strength attribute. Experienced professionals will choose the best way to exercise based on their attribute strengths. This type of exercise is awkward and anti-human, but it doesn't fall to the point where you're powerless because your agility attribute isn't as good as someone else's. So although Uchida Kazuki's agility was weak, his strength came into play and he managed to dodge Suzy's punch. Can't avoid the wind of Suzy's punches. The wind of the fist whistled as if a hurricane was coming. Uchida Kazuki only felt as if he were a flatboat in a storm. A powerful storm that came crashing down like a wall. Uchida Ikimoku directly spat out a mouthful of old blood, and his entire body was even swept out tens of meters away by the wind of the fist. Minus 544. How can it be? I obviously didn't get hit. Uchida Kazuki spat out blood from his mouth. You can deal that much damage with just the wind of your fist? His equipment belonged to the pure strength attribute equipment, and although it wasn't that there wasn't a bit of physique bonus, there wasn't much of a bonus. He himself is not a blood cow profession. Only less than 5,000 blood just. The wind of the punch alone took out 1/10 of his total blood. How the does this fight? Did this guy use any magic at all? But I clearly feel like it's a mere punch. Uchida Ikimoku was filled with horror. This damage was just beyond his knowledge. But before he could make any countermeasures, he saw a flash before his eyes. As if in an instant, Suzy appeared in front of him and raised his fist to strike. No good. Uchida Ikimoku shouted inwardly, and with all his strength, he took another leap. Boom! A jab lands there for So's. A powerful shockwave centered on the fist and spread out quickly in all directions. Earth and rocks splashed as if a small earthquake had occurred. Even though Uchida Ikimoku dodged in time, the flying debris all dealt a full nearly 1,000 damage. Dodged again? Suzy raised an eyebrow. With his absolute attributes crushing him, this Uchida actually dodged my attacks 3 times. It's true that he's an elite of the Neon Kingdom. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Suzy had yet to complete the mastery of his own attributes. Besides, he didn't use his full strength, and always kept his strength. After all, Uchida Ikimoku lumbered to the side with a horrified look on his face. Still, he was decisive enough to pull out a scroll. Suzy, you forced me to do this. Uchida Ikimoku gasped a bit and showed a skull. It's fortunate that Lord Nishikawa gave me this card, or else I might have actually died at your hands. But now, everything is useless. He showed a fierce look on his face and directly tore open the scroll. Coming! Suzy's eyes stared slightly, tensing up. The reason why he always retained his residual power was because he was worried about the backhand that Keiichiro Nishikawa had prepared. Though theoretically he would be able to kill his opponent in seconds with a single hit. But in case Uchida Ikimoku unleashes a backhanded move on his deathbed, maybe he'll suffer too. Anyway, even if you keep half of your power, it's still enough to kill the enemy. But I didn't expect the other party to be worthy of being an elite of the Neon Kingdom. Having been through 100 battles and reacting very quickly, twice in a row, he dodged his attacks, and even seized the moment to counterattack by taking out the scroll of his bottom card. Then, what is the effect of this scroll? Suze narrowed his eyes, his feet ready to escape at any time. Staying green is not a worry. The big deal was to switch tactics and use Undead Scourge to consume the opponent's bottom card. At this point, necromancers still have the advantage. Tremble. Fear. Uchida Ikimoku violently tore open the scroll and yelled with a scowl on his face. This is a spell scroll given to me by Lord Nishikawa with the power of a LV40 Advanced Professional's full strength strike. 30,000 damage in just one hit. Feel the greatness of our great Neon Empire. Suzy with 40W total blood. Only 30,000 damage? I thought it was something unimaginable. I've been guarding against it. I didn't dare to use my full strength to second you. And that's it? Lean. Scared the hell out of me. Chapter 69, Uchida Ichiki is not miserable. Suzy certainly wouldn't judge that his opponent's attack couldn't harm him just by listening to Uchida Kazuki's words. But, unless it was a specific spell, you could usually roughly judge the strength of the opponent's attack just by looking at the sound. The more splendid the spell, the stronger it tends to be in the game. Most of the professionals' era was the same way. Suzy looked up as a huge vortex formed in Uchida Kazuki's hands. A large amount of water vapor, to which the convergence. The vortex is also gradually shaped into a huge drill shape. The water waves spread out. This was a water attribute attack spell. Uchida Ikimoku gritted his teeth, his eyes glaring, staring at Suzy with a deadly glare, veins rippling on his forehead. Utilizing such spell scrolls often requires locking onto an opponent with one's own mental powers. However, Uchida Ikimoku was a warrior professional with a weak intelligence attribute, and it was quite difficult to maneuver at this point. He struggled to lock Suzy in place. The water wave drill tightly aimed at Suzy. Even if you have some special means, so what? That's 30,000 damage. So's, what are you going to fight with? Die for me. Next, the rhinestones came blasting in. First came the tiniest spiral stream of water, like a water pistol. However, in the next second, the current suddenly became larger and extremely fast, instantly cutting through the air with a sharp whistling sound. It fiercely blasted over, drowning Suze directly in an instant. Huge waves of water, splashing all over the place. It was full of vapor and obscured the view. Take that. Excitement flashed in Uchida Kazuki's eyes. Suzy was also just a LV-19 necromancer, with a main intelligence addition. How could he possibly carry such a blow? No, even a shield warrior of the main body mass was too much to handle in the face of 30,000 excess damage. Yet the next second, a soft sigh was a soft sound. I'm really still too steady. If you think about it, you can understand that in the end, it's just a battle within LV-20. Even if your Neonite leader has prepared enough means in order to be stable, it's still only LV-20 enemies that he's targeting. And how strong of a means does it take to target a LV-20 enemy? The blood quantity of a physique class Hell Abyss boss is only about 150,000. If the means of preparation are too strong, then why not use it to fight the Abyss? Suzy welcomed the current and slowly walked out. His clothes were already wet, but the water wave drill with the strongest attack had already passed, and the rest of the current, however, couldn't even propel his body. You. Uchida Kazuki's eyes widened as if he was seeing something unimaginable. Why are you okay? That's a full 30,000 damage. All of them would be enough to beat themselves to death 6 times over. And Suzy, how could it be safe and sound? Brush. Suzy's figure suddenly disappeared. The next second, it appeared in front of Uchida Kazuki. Of course it's because this point of attack is simply not enough to tickle me. Suzy shrugged with an odd expression. Don't you realize one thing? Just the attack I just hit. The wind of my fist can cause you 500 damage. If it really hits someone, the damage is definitely 20,000 plus. And you only have 30,000 attacks here. Enough for what? The equivalent of 5 punches from me? Suzy let out a light laugh. He felt as if he was overreacting a bit. It wasn't like the duels knew how exaggerated Suzy's potential was. Whereas the cost of high-level spell scrolls was exorbitant, the one Uchida Kazuki had just used up was worth almost $500 million. This one shot is equivalent to hitting 2 pieces of legendary equipment. Of course the power of this scroll was worthy of the price. If it hit the body of an unusual hell-level abyssal boss, one shot would be able to knock out a third of the opponent's blood. That is to say, the use of low-level professionals to use the application of high-level scrolls is very difficult. The launching speed is slow, The effect of the attack on the reaction of the sharp boss is also not considerable. The hit rate is extremely low, but cost effectiveness is low and scary. If it weren't for this list of weaknesses, it's doubtful that anyone would want to pile up the hellish abyss with these scrolls, but it's also an expensively built undercard. At first, the official of the city of Jianyan wanted to cultivate the Xia Shuelan squad after the similar props armed squad, forced to penetrate the hell level of the underworld ghost grotto, but unfortunately Xia Shuelan squad had an accident. This is all part of the props that can influence strategy. How can it be so exaggerated as to be used on random individuals? But in the future, I will remain steady. After all, there is only one life. Suzy smiled faintly, his gaze looking towards Uchida Kazuki. So now, it's my turn to make a move? No, this can't be. Uchida Ikimoku was incredulous. You must have used some underhanded means. Your despicable tactics can block me once, but it's absolutely impossible to block me a second time. He jerked out his pocket and actually took out another spell scroll, making a gesture to tear it. Just before he could act, he was grabbed by Suzy. Ha, there's actually another one? Good. This thing is now surnamed Su. Suzy snatched it and pocketed the scroll. 500 million to hand. Uchida Kazuki gritted his teeth and actually pulled out another scroll. However, it looked slightly different from the previous spell scroll, vaguely exuding a few wind energies. It was just about to be torn open. Next, the big familiar hand grabbed on again. This time it's a speed boost scroll. Suzy raised his eyebrows and directly broke his palm, throwing it to the side before looking at the loot in a beautiful manner. This little Nico is quite capable of exploding equipment. Uchida Kazuki let out a wail as he covered his broken hand. Pain. Very painful, but more than the physical pain. That was his last card. Now, it's all over. Suzy looked at Uchida Kazuki cheerfully and waited for a moment, but saw that Uchida Kazuki still looked incredulous. It looks like you don't have a third scroll. He grinned. Now then, did I just hear that you want to chop me limb from limb and throw me into a crowd of rutting bullheads? It's okay that you won't be able to accomplish your goal, but it's okay. I can let you experience for yourself what it's like to be chopped off at the extremities and thrown into a herd of bulls. I hope you'll enjoy this. Uchida Kazuki's eyes flared with panic as he sniffed, looking at Suzy who was slowly approaching. He was terrified and backed up. No, you can't do this. How could you treat the warriors of our great Neon Kingdom like that? Stop it. In the meantime, outside, Jing, do you think Suzy is alright? Deng Pengang had a worried look on his face. That little ne'er-do-well is definitely holding a high-powered disposable prop. Suzy won't be ed over by that little ne'er-do-well, right? You don't have to think too much. Thornessence thought for a moment and said in relief, as long as he stays away as soon as he enters the abyss, and then uses the undead to slow down the enemy's footsteps, it still won't be difficult. We have a good chance of winning, even if an accident does happen. Suzy still has the protection scroll that the country gave him in the first place on him, so he can still fight it off. You don't have to worry too much. Tong Pangang sniffed, slightly relieved. Indeed, the scroll that could block the full force of a LV50 level professional was still very practical, although the main goal of this thing was to protect Dasha's geniuses in reality, and it didn't make much sense in the abyss. But that's relative to an abyss with countless monsters. In a fight with a professional, this scroll can be very effective. Especially, it's also unlikely that the ne'er-do-wells would take out too many high-powered disposable props just for the sake of a betting match between a low-level professional in the district. This wave, it can be won. Deng Pengang was slightly relieved. Chairman Deng, didn't you guys prepare anything good for Suzy? Kaichiro Nishikawa suddenly came over cheerfully. Now that both of them are in the abyss, we don't have to care about secrecy, so we can talk casually, right? By the way, Uchida Ikimoku on my side, but with his own merits. He exchanged 2 disposable spell attack scrolls and a speed enhancement scroll from our Nikko. Officials cheat for individual matches, but of course they can't say with a straight face that they're trying to be unmartialized. Merit exchange is just an excuse. This was also clear to Deng Pengang and the others. But, this much? Tong Pengang's face twitched and his pupils contracted. 2 attack scrolls, one of which could be used to draw out Suzy's protective scroll, and then the second scroll could be kept to act as a decider. The additional speed boost scroll also ensures that Suzy can't escape. Not good. Suzy is going to be in danger. Not bad. Kaichiro Nishikawa narrowed his eyes, nodded, and said meaningfully, I remember that among the standard rewards your Dasha prepares for SSS ranked geniuses, there is an automatically triggered protection scroll, right? You did this on purpose? Tong Pengang's face turned incomparably gloomy all of a sudden. You're trying to intentionally get rid of our great Xia's genius? Oh ha! Kaichiro Nishikawa laughed. Chairman Deng is joking. China-New Zealand friendship. Didn't we both just talk about it in the media? How could I do such a thing? Deng Pinggan's face, however, was ugly and scary. He felt as if he had missed the point, the competition between the great powers, with the opportunity to get rid of the other party's genius in a fair and square manner. How could everyone not do it? If it was said that Susie's SSS ranked evaluation before, with the demerit of necromancer, wouldn't be taken too seriously, but with Susie attacking the hellish abyss twice, he has proven his talent. Then it's worth making foreign countries use a little bit of tact. A single wager, even if it was related to Nishikawa Kaichiro's next plan to open the gates of Dacia, might not be worth letting him use 3 precious and incomparable scrolls, but if you add in the talented professionals who got rid of Dacia, maybe it'll be worth it. Chairman Deng, let's hope that Susie of yours survives under Uchida Kazuki. Ha ha ha. Kaichiro Nishikawa let out a loud laugh and tilted his head back. Only Tung Pangang and Jing Jing, who had worried faces, were left behind, staring tightly into the abyss. Susie, be careful. In the meantime, in the middle of the abyss, Suze held the small bone sword and looked far away from the figure that was buried by the bull-headed man. What happens when a bullhead doesn't go into heat? It's simple. Cut down most of their tribe, put a small bone sword on each other's necks, and pointed at Uchida Ikimoku to say, "Give me a hard time, or just die." Then the head bull said, "Uchida Ikimoku, this boy has a good-looking face, just the way my old bull likes it. By the way, this Uchida Kazuki kid is kinda right about the stats. Although bullheads and bulls are not a species, the similarities, it's kinda similar." Listening to Uchida Ikimoku's wailing sound that was getting fainter and fading away, Susie curiously glanced at the Uchida Ikimoku without misery screen and retracted her head in disgust. Hiss, that's tragic. Chapter 70, Kaichiro Nishikawa vomits blood. A simple level abyss was no longer worth mentioning to the current Susie. Still, Susie was prepared to fight well, to test a handful of undead scourge. He summoned a large number of undead and attacked the small tribes, and with his own force, it was simple to kill a large number of herdsmen, and with necrotic poison, make them undead. Countless skeletons and skeletons, surging forward in an undulating manner, looked quite oppressive. Actually, an ordinary abyss like this, even without the mechanism of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts, it is still possible to brush some attributes, Suze secretly said in his heart. After all, the cost of summoning the undead is much less than the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. The undead that turn themselves into corpses after being infected by necrotic poison are actually wild undead, but perhaps because it had just been born, necromancers could simply contract it as their own undead for a minuscule amount of mana. It's about 1/10 of what it takes to summon undead directly. Moreover, the undead created in this manner were much stronger than simply summoned skeletal warriors and zombies. Susie looked over at a minotaur skeleton warrior. Skeleton warrior, minotaur. Power, 21. Physical fitness, 10. Intelligence, 1. Agility, 4. Skills, none. This attribute panel was already too much stronger than a whiteboard skeleton. The strength attribute was directly 4 times that of a whiteboard skeleton. The main reason was that the monsters in the abyss went with the level of the professions, resulting in the minotaur itself being of a high level with naturally not low attributes. It wasn't even on the same level as a LV1 skeleton warrior. Infecting such a monster into an undead, even if its attributes would be cut down somewhat, it would still be quite a bit stronger than simply summoning an undead. Unfortunately, it's just too troublesome. Suze let out a long sigh. Can infect enemies with undead. Requires the enemy to be infected with skeleton/zombie necrotic poison first. However, the skeletons that Susie could summon, due to their level, their strength was watery, and even if they played a group fight without any martial virtues, they might not be able to beat a minotaur. If you want to convert the enemy, you have to Susie yourself. First cripple the minotaur, then let the undead on. However, because of this action, a group of undead must be left behind as a source of contagion, which will reduce the attrition of the Good Brothers and result in an inferior attribute bonus to the Good Brothers Regiment of War. Plus this infection is not 100%, so even if the new generation of skeletons is far stronger than the old-timers and gives more attributes, there is some give and take, but that's also the initial period. In the later period when there are more newborn skeletons, my work will also be reduced. Suze thought for a moment and said, but all things considered, it seems that the cost-effectiveness is still not as good as the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. This kind of large map abyss, although it was convenient for Susie to accumulate skeletons, there would also be no monsters attacking him every now and then. affecting the efficiency of meditation. But catching up is also a time-consuming hassle on such large maps. The combined efficiency is slightly lower than that of the Tower of Ancient Warriors. This was already pretty good as well. The special mechanism of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts was rare, and when Suzy advanced, he might not be able to find such a suitable abyss. But that being said, necromancers aren't really as weak as they think. Suzy looked at the army of undead behind himself. Necromancers are strong in accumulating undead under their command, so with special materials, they can even create quite strong undead monsters. But alas, the mechanics of the abyss limit our play. Suzy wore a look of regret. Abysses have special spatial barrier mechanisms, and entering one is like entering a new world. It was impossible to take your own army of undead in with you. When an ordinary necromancer first entered the abyss, all they could use was the most trashy summoned undead, and if they weren't careful, they could easily be killed by the abyssal monsters, so they naturally appeared to be weak. But if an army of millions of undead slowly accumulates in a world that stays at all times like reality, even if they were all the most trashy low-level skeletons, they would be able to consume a high-level professional like Tang Pangang. Of course, the greater likelihood is that he died before that, for the crime of killing, and was forcefully suppressed by the state. Alright, let's get through this abyss first. Suzy took big strides towards the Minotaur tribe. The district was just a simple abyss, and it was possible to beat the level by relying on the undead that had accumulated behind them. Half a day later, Orc Empire Abyssal Portal. A closing in closing. A thick black gas that filled the air. Out. Dang Pung Gang, Kaichiro Nishikawa, and the others had their spirits lifted. It looks like the fight is over. Kaichiro Nishikawa laughed, with a few provocations in his eyes. Tang Pengang, I wonder who won this betting fight. Suzy. Tang Pengang's brows were furrowed and he wore a worried look on his face. But the next second, the two men's expressions froze in unison. Suzy strolled out with a trusting hand, his clothes neat and tidy, and his demeanor bland. So's? Dang Pengang froze. He actually came out? Didn't I say Neon was prepared with 2 disposable props? He's actually okay? That. Where's Kazuki Uchida? He looked backward, but behind Suzy, it was empty. Kazuki Uchida. Dead? How is that possible? How can it be? Where is my country's Uchida Kazuki? Kaichiro Nishikawa couldn't help himself and shouted. Suzy, where did Uchida Kazuki go? Your Excellency. That's a funny thing to say. There's no one behind me. That Uchida Ikimoku naturally died in the abyss. Suzy shrugged his shoulders. Poor Uchida Ikimoku. Obviously not strong enough, but he has to show off. He fell under the abyssal monster. I'm helpless too. Suzy pretended to sigh. He's not lying though. Never mind how Uchida Kazuki died. Just tell me if he died under the abyssal monster. Of course Kaichiro Nishikawa wouldn't believe that Kazuki Uchida had died at the hands of the abyssal monster, and would only think that Suzy had killed him. But, how is this possible? Kaichiro Nishikawa's eyes widened. How could you, a necromancer, kill Uchida? That's a samurai. Neon's specialty profession. One of the best professions at melee bursts. You two entered the abyss together. Not far from each other. How could you have killed him? No. More to the point, he clearly had the spell scroll I gave him in his hand. How could it be possible that the necromancer had been countered instead? Ahem. Mr. Nishikawa. Tang Pengang coughed and smiled. You can't just slander people. Suzy has said that you're Mr. Uchida was killed by the abyssal monster. How can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? But since things have come to this time the betting is won by our great Xia, right? Don't forget your bets. Kaichiro Nishikawa's body trembled. Yes, and the stakes. Nope, the wager itself is nothing. The necromancer's skillbook has a false value and limited value on its own. But, Uchida, who is in his 20s, lost to Sozawa, who just turned 3 or 4 months ago. Kaichiro Nishikawa did prove to the outside world that the samurai of the Neon Empire were strong, too weak. Dacha's market. Is it still open? Add to that the overhead of disposable scrolls, the previous defeat of losing the abyssal portal. Kaichiro Nishikawa was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of old blood directly. Chapter 71 Skill, Skeleton Grafting. Kaichiro Nishikawa was carried away in an ambulance, but unlike the previous pretend dusk, this time, he was literally passed out. After all, things are too big and too scary. What awaited him next was the severe punishment of the Neon Zaibatsu as a high-pressure society. The Neon Zaibatsu's punishment was extremely harsh once they made a mistake. But, he won't renege, right? Suzy stroked his chin and looked at the figure that was sent away by the ambulance. This guy is clearly going down. And God knows if his promises count. After all, It's the plutocrats behind him who really take things. Tung Pengang laughed twice. Don't worry, relying on other people's accounts is also even. But relying on our Dasha's accounts, they little Neon wouldn't dare. 1 week at the latest, and I guarantee you what you want, delivered right to your doorstep. Suzy was then relieved. But there's really not much to worry about per se. The necromancer's skillbook is falsely valued and really has a very low value. Even if Neon's credit was no longer valuable, it was still a dang big country, and the plutocrats were even richer. Not so much as to compromise your credibility for a little money, but your kid actually beat that Uchida. Tung Pengang looked at Suzy and smacked his lips. Do you know that when that Nishikawa kid said that Uchida had brought 3 magic scrolls? It scared me out of a cold sweat. You actually won? It's okay. Suzy nodded calmly. It's mainly because that Uchida is a bit weaker, and the means they prepared are a bit worse. Only 30,000 damage. Who are you looking down on? Awesome. Worthy of being a talent of our city of Jianyang. Deng Pengang gave a thumbs up before pulling Suzy towards the media car. China-New Zealand race. China wins big. This mustn't be something to shoot and show off. The point is to despise a meal of neon. And that's cool. Reporters and whatnot have been ready for a long time. It was also very facetious in front of a big shot like Deng Pengang. After Suzy and Deng Pengang business blow each other a wave, the reporter began to interview Suzy, targeted to ask a few questions. Reporter, hello, Sue, I heard that you just defeated a genius from Neon? Suzy, yeah, I won the bet. Reporter, what do you think of the strength of the talent in Neon Genesis Evangelion? Suzy, it's not bad. It's just a little bit worse than me. Reporter, oh, what's the difference? Suzy, assuming that my strength is 30, that Uchida's strength, at most, is something like 3-0. Reporter, I see. That's really only a little bit worse. The crowd in front of the TV watched as Suzy and the reporter chatted there. Dumbfounded. Good one almost. Your family is off by a decimal point? But, well said. Ha ha, how can a mere little duel be compared to our great Xia's heavenly pride? I heard that Uchida is the captain of the Neon Nation. It's nothing more than that. A 24 or 25-year-old old professional. Still a genius of the Neon Kingdom. But he was knocked over by our newcomer who has been transferring for 3 or 4 months in Dacia. What a great joy. Countless people laughed out loud. Only feeling hearty. The Xia family. Xia's mother looked at the TV. This child is quite good. It is considered to be a victory for the country. Shui Lan. Next time ask Suzy to come to our house for dinner. Next to him, Xia Yidong's old face darkened. Screaming again? What? Can't? Mother Xia raised a cold eyebrow. As a member of Xia, I want to reward the athletes who have fought for our country as much as possible. Can't I even treat Suzy to a meal? You call that wanting to reward the athletes? That's you trying to get people to call you mom. Xia Yidong's lips moved. Wanting to speak. Wanting to stop speaking. On the contrary, Xia Shualan looked at the TV, lightly biting her shell teeth with a complex expression. Suzy has gotten stronger again. She was still aware of how strong Neon's Uchida Ikimoku was just by looking at the speed at which the other party passed through the underworld ghost cave. She could guess a thing or two, but it was still easily defeated by Suzy. And if others didn't know, how could Xia Shualan not know Suzy's character? Other people thought Suzy was just verbally belittling the Neons and listening to the fun. But Xia Shualan could tell that Suzy was serious. He truly felt that he was more than 10 times better than Uchida Kazuki. The distance between me and Suzy, again, has widened. Street. Coal iron is awesome. Udingwu looked at his cell phone with an excited face. This is for the country's glory. Especially since the dry hump is still a little neon. It's a treat for you anyways, he said, glancing up at the ornate sign in front of him, Cloud Peak Clubhouse. Then as if he were a dueling warrior, he walked right in. He intends to play a head start for Suzy and try how the standard of this house is. If the level is good, let's find a chance to invite Suzy to come and wash his feet and pick up the slack. A private training ground of the Shinfone group. Xianhua collapsed on the ground as if he was rotten, and the leftover bottles of wine were piled up next to him. He reeked of booze and his eyes were misty. As the person who pitted his own captain, there was no other punishment, although in the end, after the official hearing, it was judged that he had only made a mistake and had not intentionally pitted his teammates, and he was ordered to make some compensation. Still, he was kicked off the team and welcomed countless abusive accusations. The main reason is that the pre-publicity of the Shinfone group is too exaggerated. Item Fire orders tough gear. Item Fire officially completes changeover. Xianhua is about to challenge the Hellish Abyss. A series of proclamations flooded the internet. Stretch the sense of anticipation to the limit and then finally tell everyone. The team lost members due to item fire and is unable to fight the hell level abyss again. This is a ing joke. Damn it. Obviously I just made a mistake. Who would have thought that Lai Shanghua actually didn't watch out? Xianhua cursed and smashed the bottle in his hand over, snapping it into pieces. It was clearly her mistake. Why are they all coming to blame me? It's clearly not my problem. And this Susie. He picked up his cell phone and looked at Susie in the interview with fire in his eyes. The power to save the day and destroy the ghost cave of the underworld. Defeating Captain Neon. Winning betting fights. A mere necromancer. What right does he have to show off? He couldn't help but smash his cell phone even harder when he watched the reporters start asking about Susie's power to save the day and solve the underworld ghost cave. Countless Dasha people were excited and agitated, and individuals were restless. Susie, on the other hand, didn't care that much. It will take a few more days for the Neonians' bet to be delivered. But Susie had other surprises in the Orc Empire. He upgraded. Although he couldn't get much experience on easy difficulty, who let him accumulate too much experience before? Level, LV19 LV20. Reaching LV20. You automatically learn the skill, skeleton grafting. New skills. Chapter 72, Udingwu, Half a Life of Drifting. I hate not meeting the Master of Light. Skeletal grafting can be used to remodel skeleton undead, replacing existing bones with special ones. A brief introduction. But is a skill necessary to transform the undead? Susie had experimented in the previous abyss, and could replace the bones of a minotaur corpse into the body of a skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior would then receive an attribute boost as a result, and it was a permanent base attribute, the kind that could be stacked on Susie as a good brother's attribute. Speaking of which, I now have all the skills of the three major schools of undead together, Susie secretly said in his heart. The three main schools of necromancers are Commander, Cold, and Voodoo. The Commander-in-Chief is really just going the route of the undead hordes, crushing the enemy by sheer military might. Summoning undead-type skills and necrotic poison are all part of this school of skill. Cold Flow was an attack that utilized spells to deal damage, such as Susie's Frost Nova, which was a Cold Flow skill. The final Voodoo faction, as many like to call it, is the Transformation faction. While there were some curse-type skills among them, it was the skeleton grafting type of skill that transformed the undead that belonged to the core of this school. Susie's next transfer would be on one of the paths of the above three genres. This new skill still has some use. Susie glanced at the skill. It can increase the attributes of my undead good buddies, and increase the speed of my attribute brush to a greater extent. But then again, it's better to wait for the skeleton mage skill book to arrive first. Susie glanced at his experience value. A LV20 full experience will result in a transfer. Although the experience bar for LV20 is long, I don't know how many more abyssals I can brush. Not a lot of abyss left for a skeleton mage's good buddy. For the rest of the day, Susie waited for Neon's bet while trying to master his attributes. His strength control was way behind and agility needed to be mastered. Fortunately, when the Summon Skeleton Mage skill book arrived next, he would use his energy on accumulating the intelligence attribute. So there was still a long time left for strength and agility. At the same time, Deng Pengang also helped Suze get a lot of good equipment. Legendary level mage shoes with plus 30 intelligence and plus 10 agility. Legendary level mage undergarment with plus 30 intelligence and plus 10 constitution. Intelligence plus 45 legendary ring. Susie's goal was clear. All of them wanted the intelligence attribute. As for extra special effects, there's no need for them at all. It's not like he relies on those crap effects for damage anyway. This is different from most professionals. Ordinary professionals didn't pay much attention to the attributes given by their equipment. After all, equipment of the same quality could bring about little difference in attributes. But special effects are what really tell the difference between a god costume and a trash costume. This leads to the price of all the equipment Susie needs to be very low, which very much reduces the expenses brought about by his acquisition of equipment. At the same time, he was ready to offer the dragon crystal fruit that Tang Peng had just rewarded. This is dragon crystal fruit? Xia Shualan's small mouth opened slightly, her small face carrying a few shades of surprise. You actually managed to get this kind of good stuff? You want it? Sell you cheap? Susie raised an eyebrow. Yes, a crisp voice rang out, and Xia Shualan nodded without hesitation. But after nodding, he hesitantly said, but do you really want to sell it? The basic attribute is incomparably expensive. And although it's not your main attribute, this kind of thing can be encountered but not sought. If you sell it now, you may not be able to get it again in the future. This kind of piped product, even she, A second-generation job with slim roots. Had only eaten one or grandfather redeemed it with his own merits. As for Father Xia Yidong, he couldn't get such a thing at all. In fact, Deng Peng just wanted to get this kind of good stuff is also very laborious, but also his old leader to see in the fight against the Japanese invaders on the part of helped a hand. Sell. If it's intelligence I'll still keep it. Not this kind. Suzy shrugged. Do you want it? Don't. I'll see if I can sell it to someone else. 2. Xia Xuelan couldn't even maintain her icy goddess demeanor, and hurriedly said, I'll go home now to ask for money. You must keep it for me. After that, the fire ran home. You can't leave this kind of good stuff to outsiders. In fact, not to mention Xia Xuelan, when Xia's mother heard the news, she immediately concluded Suze must like our family Xuelan. How could Xuelan be so generous as to give away this all-around good thing that enhanced a professional if he didn't like it? What? You call it a sale? Oh, this kind of pipework is not called priceless, but you really want to take money for it, and immediately realize you can't buy it at all. Suzy hasn't eaten the dragon crystal fruit yet, but he's giving it to our Xuelan. What's this? That's love. Even Xia Yidong's old face twitched as he lowered his look at Suze by a few points of hostility. Suzy, however, didn't take it seriously. 10 points of agility attribute was nothing more than half of a dead spectral good buddy to him. Even in terms of mana recovery potion, it was just a few 100,000. In the end, this agile dragon crystal fruit was sold to Xia Xuelan for 2 billion in cash. Although the dragon crystal fruit was labeled at 200 million. 200 million would only buy a dragon crystal fruit skin. The black market price of 2 billion is all sort of a friendly price, the kind that requires a favor to be paid and is available for a price. Therefore, Xia mother simply sent Suze a copy of the key to the Xia family's training ground, making it convenient for him to go to the training ground at any time to train. Xia Yidong failed to object. It was evident that the gold content of such attribute-enhancing heavenly materials, even the other physique dragon crystal fruit, Suze did not intend to keep it and sold it to Yudingwu. Yudingwu couldn't take this level of payment, and in the end, he could only look at Suze with tearful eyes, hugging Suze's thighs and shouting, Old Sue, I'll sell you this 100 or so pounds of meat, and go to sleep in your bed tonight. Then he was slapped to the ground by Suzy. Off. I don't like men. Seriously, Yudingwu had actually gotten quite a lot of benefits from Suzy, but the problem was that if he didn't send it to him, Suzy couldn't find any other buyers. The dragon crystal fruit was a special control class item, and Suzy taking this reward belonged to taking advantage of the officials at a low price, so it wasn't good to sell it to the market. But Yudingwu is also well versed in the ways of the world. He took the initiative to hand over a hand-printed application for employment, stating that he was going to sell his body anyway, and that it would be better to sell his body to those big companies than to sell his body to you. Suzy. Yudingwu, half a lifetime of drifting around. I only hate that I have not met a bright master. If you do not give up, I would like to worship as a righteous father. Suzy. He held back for 3 minutes, but eventually he couldn't hold back and slapped him to the ground again. But it's a good idea to have one. Unilaterally bear Suze's favor. Give Yudingwu's pressure is also very big. It is better to directly come to a sale. Work for Suze to pay off the debt. $2 billion is definitely a lot of money. But if Suze pulls him up and cultivates him, it's not like he can't earn it back from Yudingwu. Considering the self-talent bonus, this is simply a situation of laying down and earning money. So Suzy nodded in agreement. Although there was still a series of troublesome things such as opening a company and getting a business license, Suzy was considered to have taken on his first employee. Wulong offered his brilliant plan immediately after he joined the team in Dingwu. Mr. Su, a certain person thinks that the company is newly opened and it is most suitable for a group building. Yu Wulong patted his chest and said, My subordinate has finished investigating half of the clubhouses in Jianyang City and knows all the intelligence. Mr. Su, please allow my subordinate to open the way for you, and ensure that you will have a great time and have fun. Suzy sniffs. Very heartfelt. After all, what man can refuse a friend's invitation to wash his feet? So, go and experience it? Go experience it. The two of them had their shoulders wrapped around each other and sneakily just walked out of the school. Deng Pinggan's phone call came through. Suzy was so overjoyed when she received it that she didn't even wash her feet. After all, my Summon Skeleton Mage skill book has finally arrived. Chapter 73, Caught Whoring. The Summon Skeleton Mage skill book was personally sent over by Teng Pinggang. He obviously learned of Suzy's regard for this skill book and handed it over to Suzy at the first opportunity. Suzy didn't hesitate to take a shot at herself either. Summoning Skeleton Mage, Necromancer. Description: consume 100 mana to summon a skeleton mage. Maintaining this summon requires occupying 5 points of the intelligence ceiling. Learning requirements: intelligence 50, LV 15. Good intellectual brothers, get it together. Finally, I can brush up on my intelligence attribute. Suze's eyes filled with tears. Who can understand his suffering? As a mage, all the enemies he had taken out so far had been by his own fists. But now that there was a new good brother, the situation had naturally changed after the intelligence attribute had been increased significantly. Skills like Frost Nova were also finally useful. Then, find an abyss to paint first. Susie's eyes glazed over. The abyss certainly isn't random. Although Susie could now almost solo through any of the hell-ranked abyss, it wasn't even as if he couldn't mindlessly and repeatedly beat the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. But it would be a waste to really mess with it. My experience bar is limited. It's impossible to rely on a failed transfer to press experience, Suze secretly said in his heart. In that case, the number of low-level abysses I can still brush is relatively limited. Gotta sell those spots for a good price to get them. After he spoke his thoughts to Deng Pengang was happy to do so. Every year in Dasha, there were abysses that couldn't be beaten through the barrier, and a number of cities had offered bounties. Perhaps it wasn't as generous as the city of Janyang facing the undead abyss, but it was definitely called heavy. And that's just the rewards that are publicly available to the public. Susie was confident that he had 100% attacked the abyss, so naturally he could use this to bargain with the local government. Not to say how much to raise the bounty, but it is entirely possible to change the content of the bounty, the equivalent of the equipment. Props more suitable for Susie. Only the top elites are qualified to make the officials loose their grip. The abyss that was attacked was also perfectly suited to pick out the type of equipment and skill books that were most likely to pop out the equipment and skill books that Susie, the necromancer, needed. Some troublesome unsuitable Susie abyss mechanics can also be screened to avoid opening. Suze chatted with Deng Pengang, and after explaining his needs, he asked this one to help him search for the abyss throughout the country. Don't look at Deng Pengang often face old oil shameless posture, but this person comes from the military, has served in various units. In half of the country's cities have comrades, said the words, the most convenient to do this. This matter needed Deng Pengang's connections. Susie also considered whether to give him a payment as a senior professional. Deng Pengang was certainly not bad money, but Susie could not really take the association president as a free tool man, was not it? But it was rejected by Deng Pengang with a smile. In the end you're going all over the place to help with the abyss. Deng Pengang smiled and said, even if I don't get paid for this kind of thing to contribute to the Great Xia, I'll still go and do it. And I'm not exactly completely gratuitous. Those official people in the area who are really helped will also present me with a favor. Sometimes this favor is worth more than any cash. If you solve enough abysses, I may not be unable to bring you back a copy of the intellectual dragon crystal fruit. Deng Pengang moves quickly, or rather, all over the country. There is a thirst for professionals who can tackle the abyss in their own region. Like the city of Jianyang, previously responsible for contacting other areas of Xiaidong, but each city to run from one to another, trying to find a few foreign aid. So soon Deng Pengang brought back a large pile of abyssal information. Iceplane City was willing to take out a legendary quality staff in hopes that Susie would resolve the Village of Chaos, Abyss. Bamboo Hill City was willing to take out the Bone Spear skill book in the hopes that Susie would resolve the God of Mist, Abyss. Vietcong Bay is willing to come up with. The two of them, Suze and Deng Pengang, sifted and selected, and finally locked on to one place, the Witch's Forest, Abyss in Jiangbei City. Witch's Wood, as the name suggests. It's a mage-class abyss, the type of abyss that is the most difficult. It was also approaching the Advent deadline, so Suze could choose to open it up and could make a lot more money without selling it to others. The Tower of Ancient Martial Arts that he had previously sold was actually a bit of a loss in terms of price. The payment that Jiangbei City was willing to take out was also something Susie was in short supply of. A disposable scroll dispel spell. This is a scroll made by a priest, and its effect is to dispel negative statuses. The priest who made this scroll was of a high rank, and the dispelling effect was remarkable, belonging to a high-power scroll similar to the one-time attack scroll that could also be used by low-level professions, and thus was worth a lot. No one knows what's going on in the transfer abyss, and God knows what special mechanics will be in place. It was natural for Susie to prepare for everything. This dispel spell was necessary. That's it. Susie instantly clapped. Since it was decided, Suze simply packed up that day, and at night, he borrowed Jing Jing's teleportation magic and headed to Jiangbei City. The president of the Jiangbei Professionals Association was very enthusiastic. All of you have finally arrived. It's been a long run, Thankfully. Old dang. Is this the genius from your place? It's really handsome and dashing. Worthy of being a teenage hero who can defeat that little duel. Come, please, please. I have some local dishes for you all. I hope you like them. President Jiang Bei was enthusiastic and took several people by the hand and brought them to the hotel. Various dishes were served one after another, and soon he was pushing cups with Deng Pengang and others, talking about the friendship of comradeship in the beginning. Suze also took the opportunity to feast. The dishes on this table were all delicacies made by 5-star chefs using spiritual materials. The flavor is quite good. This wine table culture, too, belongs to the ethos of Daxia. I can't say it's good, but I went into the abyss myself to take care of my enemies with my life, so it's completely justified to have a meal from him. Not only was it a gastronomic treat, but it would be followed by a day's rest and a stay in a fancy hotel before taking the official's car and traveling to the abyss the next day. It's to think about when I first went to the abyss of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts, alone, walking for kilometers, and being harassed by kobolds in the meantime. The treatment just doesn't compare. Suzy sighed a few times and looked over to the next team member that he had brought here, who was a bit fidgety. Why, old you, won't you eat? Yes, this time Suzy was planning to team up to enter the abyss. He hadn't teamed up before, mostly because there was no need for others to share his experience, loot, and the risk of others seeing his talent. But things have changed. At LV20, he was not lacking in experience. Or, if you can, it's best to keep your experience income down in order to get a few more abyssal brushes and be more abundantly prepared for the next transitions. Then finding a sub-experience pendant is necessary. Yu Dingwu's character is reliable and is his own employee, worthy of cultivation, not yet involved in the distribution of the spoils of war, but simply rubbing off on the experience. Isn't this the perfect pendant? The main thing is that there is some discomfort with this environment. Yu Dingwu shrunk his neck, looking at the gilded buildings around him and then looking at the laughing and joking bigwigs at the same table. His family is a few points better than the orphaned opener, Suzy, but only by a few points. This is an environment that he has never been exposed to before, and he wasn't really in a position to touch that. The price of the meal alone was calculated in the tens of millions. How many times has this been done? A simple calculation made his brain foggy. Suzy sniffed, coughed, and reprimanded as a big brother. Uneducated guy, always embarrassing me. Follow me in the future and you'll see that this situation is nothing more than a sprinkle. Hurry up and get acclimatized in advance for me. Or else if you make a big scandal later, beware of how I'll teach you a lesson. Hurry up and relax. What a leader. Yu Dingwu sniffed and gave him a blank look without any good humor. Screw you, but its own tension is soothed. Suzy smiled slightly as he listened to his own rebellious son's rebellious speech. Just relax. However, that night, Suzy was sleeping in the hotel when suddenly a phone rang. He grabbed his cell phone in a daze. Hello? Old Sua. Help me. I have something here. It was Yu Dingwu's voice. What's wrong with you? Suzy had a jolt and immediately came to his senses. This is, after all, out of town and unfamiliar. What really happened? Why don't we hurry and find Deng Pengang? Suzy rummaged through Deng Pengang's phone while saying, what happened? Hurry up and say it. This. It seems difficult to speak. Yu Dingwu hesitated on the phone for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth and said, that, old Sua. I was detained by the police uncle when I was helping poor women in Jiangbei to improve their lives. On the other side of the phone, there were immediately a few snickers, a few low chuckles of whoring. Whoring is whoring. It's the first time I've seen you so wordy could be heard. Suzy? It's not. I told you to relax, but I didn't tell you to relax like that. Suzy felt his liver hurt a little. Chapter 74. The second man with the gift of card bugs. Police station entrance. Suzy blackened his face and looked at Yu Dingwu's figure being brought out. It wasn't just him. Deng Pengang also had an embarrassed look on his face as he was chatting with the Jiangbei city president about something. Hey. Sorry about that, haha. Yu Dingwu laughed dryly. He himself is not the slightest bit embarrassed by prostitutes, even in front of girls, and can discuss the technician's face, body, and even skills without a care in the world, but got caught whoring and needed a good buddy to bail him out. This is awkward. Don't apologize. Suzy didn't have the good sense to say, our first time going out of town and you end up like this? Look at our chairman over there. Such a shameless guy, and as a result, his face is now red. The out-of-towners come to the tournament and go whoring in the clubhouse on the first day, and then got arrested by the police? Even people like Tang Pengang, whose face skin has raced past the city walls, almost didn't hold up. Sorry. Yu Dingwu apologized repeatedly. It's mainly because I'm not familiar with this side of the world. If it were our Jian Yang, I definitely wouldn't have been arrested. You're pretty damn proud, aren't you? Suzy almost kicked over. But it's actually not difficult to bail out Yu Dingwu. At the end of the day, it's not a criminal case. Yu Dingwu next have to work with Suzy to help Jiangbei to solve the problem of the abyss. Will be punished temporarily postponed, such as solving the abyss, and then let him squatting bureau is. Yes, although Suzy had bailed Yu Dingwu out, he simply did not have the heart to find a way to channel his connections and help him avoid the trivial punishment. It's not a big deal, but the maximum punishment for whoring is nothing more than a detention of not less than 10 days and not more than 15 days, which may be accompanied by a fine of not more than $5,000 anyway. Might as well let him learn a lesson. But when will this nature of yours change? Suzy couldn't help but press his brain. I remember the reason those big companies don't offer you good treatment is because you were whoring yourself out the day before you went to the abyss. It's no wonder those personnel didn't pull for you. An A-rated genius. I didn't realize that their actions were the right ones. It's only our first day in Jiangbei. And you pulled this? Suzy knew Yu Dingwu's interests, and as a man, he understood Yu Dingwu's actions. But you should at least wait until we've solved the abyss and there's no follow-up pressure before you start fooling around. Exercises like foot washing are also physically exhausting. And the next day you have to fight the hellish abyss. So what if you're not in shape and a bad one pits you? Suzy had previously thought of recommending Yu Dingwu to Xia Shuelan to see if he could fill the vacancy of Xia Shuelan's teammate. Even bringing him to upgrade now had a few factors of Yu Dingwu not being able to keep up with Xia Shuelan's level and not being able to team up together. And you ended up messing around like that? Ahem. Old Su. Listen to me. There's a reason why I'm looking for a mechanic. Yu Dingwu laughed dryly and whispered. I'll give you an explanation when we enter the abyss. Suzy's gaze moved slightly and he didn't say anything. After a while, Deng Pengang walked over with a dark face. Things are solved, Tang Pengang said without a good breath. Damn. It's still the first time for Lousy to do this kind of thing. Even Lousy feels ashamed. Suzy, do you really want to bring this kind of person with you? To settle the abyss? Watch out for him to pit you to death like Xian Hua too. He pointed at Yu Dingwu nonchalantly. The words were incomparably blunt, not leaving Yu Dingwu a shred of face at all. Suzy also replied dryly. Let's try fighting once first. If it doesn't work I won't bring him next time. Even if it was his own brother. He couldn't bring a teammate who was dragging his feet. By accident. The ones that can really pit people in the deep end. Day 2. The crowd came to the portal of the Abyssal Witch's Forest. The car he rode in was a good car produced by a mechanic. Not much worse than Xia Shuelan's family's, and incomparably comfortable. Breakfast is rich in nutritious spiritual plant ingredients. Drinking water, dry food, all prepared, can be said to be very thoughtful. It was Suzy and Yu Dingwu, who were the parties involved, who watched with their eyes and noses, and were silent throughout, dodging the odd sights of the official Jiangbei people around them. They walked straight to the abyssal portal. Then we'll go in. Suzy spoke. Are there only 2 of you? President Jiangbei looked on and couldn't help but say, the difficulty of the abyss doesn't increase with the number of people, so why don't you bring a few more people? Suzy shook his head. No need. There is no need to be so troublesome for a mere hell-level abyss. It wasn't that Suzy actually didn't want to bring 2 more people with him, so that he could better spread out his experience income. But reliable toolmen like Yu Dingwu were still in the minority after all. It was already customary for the major powers to send spies to each other, and some newcomers with good talent would be targeted. It took Suzy a while to over a wave of neon captains, though he intended to use the sacrifice class talent as a shield, and wouldn't be as tightly guarded against his own talents as he had been before. But there's no need to intentionally make trouble for yourself. President Jiangbei nodded his head. Although he didn't support Suzy's approach, he didn't say anything more. He just instructed, you guys can adapt to the abyss from the difficulty first, and challenge your way up one step at a time. Steady on, you are old Deng's men after all, and I don't want you to get killed because of my abyss. Suzy nodded. This Jiangbei president and Deng Pengang seemed to have a good relationship. Even if the matter of Yu Dingwu had arisen, he did not care about Suzy's life in the slightest. But, it's fine. Straight hell it is. My experience bar is worth a lot. I can't just throw it away so casually on the district's hard difficulty. Suzy said softly, we're going in. With that, the abyss portal opened wide. The figures of the 2 disappeared into the abyss. President Jiangbei and Tang Pengang looked at the shrinking back abyssal portal and stared for a long time. President Jiangbei sighed softly. Old Deng, is it really okay? These 2 of you Jianyang aren't very reliable. A man who went whoring on his first day of coming to a new achievement. and also the day before going into the abyss, and crucially got caught at the very least. The other one shouted about soloing straight through hell, with no intention of playing it safe at all, and mouthed off about the district's hard difficulty. Hard difficulty can be really hard. Are these two really okay with this? No problem. Tang Pangang was silent for a moment and said, that whoring kid doesn't say anything, but Suzy is still reliable. As he said, he can single-handedly brush the abyss all by himself. Even if that Yudingwu acts like he's pulling crotch, it's not a big problem. Abyss, Witch's Woods. Level, LV1 LV20. Difficulty, Hell. Objective, kill the leader, Iskar the Flame Witch. Description, this was originally a forest full of mysterious flowers and plants, inhabited by a pair of magician sisters. They are gentle, sweet and kind-hearted, and have rescued countless small animals in the forest. But one day, the forest suddenly burst into flames. The people who entered the forest the next day found, however, that the small animals in the forest had turned into monsters, and the wizard sisters, at some point, only sister left. That's typical of the forest. The great trees that cover the sky, fresh air, rushing into the nostrils with a few earthy flavors. That's the smell of nature. Suze and Yudingwu both appeared in this place. Suze looked at Yudingwu. So, the reason why you had to go whoring, can you tell us about it? Yudingwu is indeed very hokey and whorish, but not to the point of messing around with something as big as attacking a hellish abyss. That's why Suzy brought him in with her. If it's really just Yudingwu's nonsense, then Suzy would never help him again. The investment in skills, equipment, and heavenly treasures would also definitely not give him a single bit more. After all, though he had a few help a good brother grow, and when the good brother hangs up, it'll be my growth reasons, but there's no real goal of screwing over your own brother. Yudingwu also understood this reasoning, so he decisively said, it's not very good to explain clearly with just saying, I'll use it directly to show you, he said, gazing ahead. A dark green figure appeared in front of him. It was a kobold, but not just any kobold, it was green all over, but a few shades on the lighter side of cyan. The muscles were strong and powerful, and the body was twice as tall as an unusual kobold, with a shiny, oily hide, with a few magic fluctuations hidden around them. Green kobold. Level, LV20. Blood, 5000. Attack power, 300. Skill, ice pick. Attacks and blood are low, but the other party is a magical creature. Next, the green goblin's claw that looked like a hand flung out, and an ice cone suddenly took shape. It seemed to be the size of a javelin, emitting a ghostly and icy aura as it directly blasted over, and without hesitation, Yudingwu raised his large shield and met him. What is he doing? Suzy frowned. This is a hell-level abyss. The enemy is a LV20 monster, or a mage known for his attacks. Yudingwu. It's just a LV12 professional. One bad move and Yudingwu could be killed by the little monsters in seconds. But since Yudingwu was confident, Suze didn't interfere too much. Fruity. Next, the ice cone fiercely bombarded Yudingwu's large shield, causing it to tremble 3 times. But, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of Yudingwu's mouth. But he himself carried the attack hard. His feet all firmly planted on the ground, unmoving. Minus 1054. Suzy looked at the damage and froze. That's not a bad number. It's a spell after all. But Yudingwu is the main body mass shield warrior. Counting the equipment, there are tens of thousands of blood. This damage, but also to carry. The bottom line is, it shouldn't be this low. Suzy's eyes narrowed slightly. The spell output is blowing up. The monster shouldn't only be dealing this much damage. Does it mean? His pupils shrunk. That's right. Yudingwu took a deep breath. Suzy, this is my talent, War Barrier. As long as I'm in the middle of a battle, I can keep accumulating battle intent values. And these battle intent values can drastically reduce the enemy's damage to me. It can be reduced by up to 90%. Great talent for shield warriors. As a shield warrior, everyone demanded only one thing from him, to resist the enemy's attacks. But, this talent of yours is a little too strong. Suze spoke softly. If there aren't any restrictions, this talent is too broken. Even when Suzy used his talent without reservation in front of Jingjing, a mage who was good at analyzing, he didn't guess Suzy's true talent. The main reason for this is, the talent has gone up and down, but it's all roughly on the same level. Unsolvable talent that simply doesn't exist. Yudingwu's War Barrier talent was simply too strong. Up to 90% damage reduction? What a joke. How in the world can there be such exaggeration? Well, not as much as mine though. But it's also too broken. Normal could never have such a groundbreaking talent. It must have some limitations. Of course there are restrictions. Yu Dingwu also nodded frankly. The condition for the activation of my talent is that I need to accumulate battle intent value first, but after my research, if you want to accumulate battle intent value, you need to get it in a battle with an evenly matched enemy, and it has to be a decisive battle where you go all out, not the kind where you just slice and dice. At the same time, although battle intent value can be accumulated, the accumulation speed is slow, but the consumption is fast. Roughly 1 second of 90% damage reduction for the battle spirit value I've accumulated by holding out for an hour in an evenly matched fight. At the same time, the wariness value can only be saved for a maximum of 3 days. Yu Dingwu spoke eloquently about his talent without hiding it in the slightest. Susie's eyes became gentle as she looked at him. The laws of Daxia were very strict about keeping talents secret, so Suze had never inquired about Ta Dingwu's talent. For him to take the initiative to inform in detail his talent weaknesses as well was a sign of trust in Susie. This trust, it's heavy. That said, this is the first time I've seen someone else's talent, Suze secretly said in his heart, while analyzing quickly. Old Yu, the limitations of this talent of yours is a bit much. Charge for an hour, use for a second, and that evenly matched enemy. Even if you're a shield warrior, it's hard to resist the enemy's furious bombardment for an hour in a battle of the same level. The setting of keeping it for a maximum of 3 days is also troublesome. It means you can't slowly build up your battle spirit over time. Susie finally commented. A very cockamamie talent that can't be utilized normally at all. But, he twisted his head slightly and looked at Yu Dingwu, who had just unleashed his talent. How are you launching it now? Battle intent was so difficult to accumulate and consumed incomparably fast. But Yu Dingwu used it casually? In fact, while the two were talking, the Green Goblin had already unleashed a second round of ice picks. However, Yu Dingwu still resisted it with a stoic face, and did not have the slightest intention of seeking help from Suze, even if the time it took him to activate the damage immunity was short. Plus he might not need to utilize his talent to maximize the damage immunity. These 2 hits would still require him to fight against the same level for at least an hour. But looking at Yu Dingwu's expression, he seems to be able to continue to carry on. Wait, Suze suddenly facepalmed. Old Yu, I remember that you also looked for the mechanic to play for a long time the day before the basic trial. Right. Next thing you know, you're a regular at the clubhouse when you're playing Abyss normally. Does that mean you? Yu Dingwu froze. Then with a haha laugh, he said frankly, you guessed it? That's right, old Su. I've stumbled upon something. A fight in bed is a fight, too. And this fight is incredibly evenly matched. Conditions for the activation of the war barriers. 1. Accumulate wariness in an evenly matched fight, man and woman, on very equal terms. Is that not evenly matched? 2. The battle must be a battle to the death. A man genuinely wants to beat a woman, and a woman does everything she can to beat a man. Isn't that a battle to the death? The kind where you fight with everything you've got? 3. Battle spirit is preserved for a maximum of 3 days, so within 3 days before going down to the abyss, just find a woman to have a hard battle, right? Suze looked at Yu Dingwu dumbfounded. This dog. I can't believe I'm stuck on the talent bug too? Chapter 75, Talent Trigger Failure? Talent is a bug that can be stuck. This was something Susie knew very well. Perhaps the threshold for carding bugs was high, but Susie didn't think that he was the only lucky one in the world. However, he didn't expect Yu Dingwu to be such a lucky man. That's pretty much. No wonder you have to go to the clubhouse even at this time of the year. Susie rubbed his head. This is the equivalent of preparing for war for you, isn't it? Yu Dingwu nodded without hesitation. Of course. Suze was silent for a moment, remembering the reason why numerous companies considered Yu Dingwu to be untenable. So when the basic trial was first held, you fought the 3 prostitutes the day before. Was that the reason? It looks like those companies are looking at the wrong people. Also, if you were really that high, there's no way you'd get an A rating. Don't look at Susie riding high, with his SSS rank overriding all the city's professionals, as if high-grade ratings were common. But really an A rating is pretty hard to come by, especially Yu Dingwu, as a shield warrior, is very unadvantageous in the solo abyss, making it difficult to fight as well as the main warrior. Now that I think about it, he may have relied on this talent of his to hit the ratings. Even I underestimated this kid. Susie had a look of emotion on his face. Then he saw Yu Dingwu shaking his head. No, that day was just me being in a good mood after my transfer and wanting to try out the shield warrior's endurance. To be precise, I only discovered this bug after that day. There was also a requirement for this bug trigger of his, and the average mechanic wouldn't be able to generate the mentality of tit for tat and going all out to win. However, Yu Dingwu at that time, in order to test his own strength after the transfer, He mouthed off to the technicians and threatened to beat the three of them, which provoked the technicians to fight and accidentally discovered this bug. Suzy. There is one thing to be said though, when paired with a bug, Yu Dingwu's talent is still very strong. Percentage damage reduction, significantly weakening enemy attacks with overwhelming effect. The activation conditions were also very simple, and it wasn't difficult to accumulate battle intent with the physique of a shield warrior. It wasn't impossible to fight for a day in a row as far as fighting in bed was concerned. The key is the way this triggers the talent. It's very jealous of men. Suzy expressed envy in real name. Yu Dingwu could see the look in Suze's eyes, but shook his head. It's not as good as you think. Not every one of the mechanic ladies is good enough to win, or most of them don't care that much and just deal with it. Very loco. That is, I've experienced it enough times to slowly figure out ways to galvanize the mechanics, but there are risks. Like, I got caught last night. Yu Dingwu's eyes were tearful and he looked pitiful. The corner of Suzy's mouth twitched. But one thing is for sure. If Deng Pengang hadn't brought himself to Zhangbei with these outsiders, Zhangbei's executives might not have set off a wave of pornography crackdowns. Yes, their whimsical approach to pornography is nothing more than an attack of the clean the house before guests come to the house mentality. And, if you tell Deng Pengang about your talent, perhaps when you get out, you won't have to squat in the police station's small black room. Suze opened his mouth. It's not like it's a serious offense. There was a reason for Yu Dingwu's behavior. In order to strengthen his own strength and solve the difficulty of the abyss, what was a little out of the ordinary? Daxia's laws were strict, but this kind of small matter wasn't that strict. Even if the crown sum, Yu Dingwu into a large company, confessed their own talent to launch conditions, may also be able to in order to give play to their own talent as a reason to ask the company to give financial support. And the company, 9 times out of 10, they'll actually pay. Paid prostitutes? What the is this wonderful gift? Suzy. All a bit envious. I'm not doing it. Yu Dingwu, however, bristled and said, isn't it just squatting for a few days? How big of a deal is it? And where can something like talent be told so casually? I can trust you, old Sue, but I can't trust anyone else. The conditions for activating this talent of mine are not difficult, but there are limitations all the same. In case someone tries to target me with a forced poisoning tactic, I won't be able to resist. Suzy pondered slightly and nodded. Ordinary professionals were even let alone. Which of the professionals who had the intention to become strong didn't hide their talents and weaknesses tightly? Wasn't that the case with Soz himself? There is absolutely nothing wrong with Yu Dingwu's behavior, but since Yu Dingwu himself is not really unreliable, then perhaps the support for him can be a bit stronger. Think of it as returning his trust in me. Suze secretly said in his heart and smiled faintly. Alright, I know about you. Next this abyss. Leave it to me. He staff waved. Skill summon skeleton mage. Thick undead energy swept out, and eerie white bones rose from the ground. A grayish-white skeleton of a skeleton slowly appeared. Its body was slender and elongated, with ghastly white bones, as if it had lost its color to jade. The vertebrae stand straight and upright, supporting the entire body. The ribs are clearly visible, protecting the internal organs that do not exist. At his shoulder bones, he was draped in a tattered black robe that fluttered in the wind. The bones of his hand gripped an eerily jeweled staff, eerie and cold. Beneath their eye sockets were shadowy soul fires, as if a mysterious power was surging through them. The mandibles opened and closed slightly, as if whispering a mysterious incantation. Skeleton Mage, LV 15. Strength, 21, +1. Physical fitness, 23, +1. Intelligence, 50, +1. Agility, 18, +1. Skills, Frost Nova, Bone Spear, Bone Wall. 3 skills, 2 offense and 1 defense. 50 points of intelligence. Is this the gold of my new best buddy? Suze revealed a smile. It was not in vain that he had gone through a lot of effort to get this skill book back. Finish it. Suzy pointed at the green goblin attacking Yu Dingwu. The skeleton mage's soulfires shifted, and several of them raised their staffs in their hands. Skill Bone Spear. Several bone spears coalesced in unison, like javelins, and shot out explosively, instantly stabbing that green kobold into an arrow target. Very well. Advance. Suzy nodded with satisfaction. While he doesn't rely on his good buddies to fight against him, the stronger they are, the happier he is obviously. Is this the skill you won by betting against the neons? Quite impressive. Yu Dingwu also put away his shield and looked at the skeleton racks around him with a face full of curiosity. Of course, I've put in a lot of effort. Suze laughed. But what's coming up next is a different show. Yu Dingwu? Suzy laughed and didn't say anything. He dared to single-handedly brush the abyss, relying on more than the good brother's combat power. The two went deeper into the forest and were soon surrounded by monsters. Green kobolds for ice, red kobolds for fire, and big brother kobolds for warriors. An army of kobolds attacked. Suzy waved his hand. Brothers, be brave and deliver for my sake. The League of Kings won't deduct your credibility points. You Dingwu? Skeleton mages? However, since the enemy had arrived, Suzy had already opened his mouth. The skeletal mages also looked at each other and raised their staffs in their hands. Frost, bone spear, fireball. The monsters of the lawful abyss had no shortage of spells, and the skeleton mages likewise used spells as their primary means of attack. The two fought, dazzling magic constantly blasting out, dazzling fire reflecting a fiery red on the surrounding trees. Boom, 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 boom. An explosion went off. At the same time, there was Suzy's wail. Ah, F.A. ah. You can't die. F.A. We've only just met, but haven't we already decided to become brothers? How could you all leave me alone? Next to you Dingwu? My own brother. What's wrong with you? Suzy's face was joyful even though he was shouting and crying. Skeleton Mage is a good brother to intelligence. Can give him the most appropriate attributes. Is there a more intimate presence than these good brothers? No. The skeleton mages had strong spells, and each of them had a few spell attainments as well, although it wasn't as good as Jing Jing's level of being able to play with spells. It was still a few points stronger than Suzy, who had always relied on her fists to beat people up and had barely played with spells. But the enemy is even trickier. A LV-15 skeleton mage was still a bit harder to fight against a LV-20 monster of the hell level abyss. It was soon blown up and damaged by the enemy's spells. Very good. Suzy's two eyes glowed as he opened the attribute panel. Thanks a lot. Little fassies. Your sacrifices have become my growth dash. Aha! Suzy's words stopped abruptly. His brows furrowed as he stared intently at the attribute panel. Silent for a moment, then flipped back to the history alert record. But both tell Suzy one truth. The attribute didn't go up? Why? Chapter 76 An undead with a brain is not my Suzy's brother. Properties didn't go up? My talent didn't trigger? Why is that? Suzy frowned. What was this? He was lost in contemplation. Instead, it was Yu Dingwu next to him whose face changed instantly. Skeleton Mage. All killed in action? Wasn't Suzy able to solo the hellish abyss? How is it that the undead just got out of the battle and got a regiment? Suzy, the necromancer, had no more undead, so what battle power was there? But he didn't think much about it. Instead, almost instinctively, he put up his large shield and blocked in front of Suzy, while shouting at the same time. Suzy, retreat first. I'll break off. Let's retreat and regroup. Honestly speaking, as a over-leveling monster, even if he had a unique talent, trying to escape from this group of monsters would be a difficult task. Still, he didn't hesitate to break off. He himself was still a warrior even if he was weak, and his physical quality was definitely above Suzy, not to mention the fact that his brothers were supposed to. Next, Suzy snapped out of his musings. He just glanced at the ice picks, fireballs, and other spells blasting over in front of him. Then, straight to the point, 2,000 plus agility made him like a whirlwind. A punch, minus 21,670. The green goblin fell instantly. Mages are typically high in offense and low in defense, and there is probably no more brittle profession than a mage if you don't rely on spell shields. The French monsters are naturally the same. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The figure even seemed to flash. Suzy easily swept away all the goblins in front of him. The whole thing took no more than 3 minutes. Only after the fight did Suzy calmly return. No need to back up. Problem solved. Yu Dingwu, who had just raised his shield and was ready to fight to the death to break his back. What a problem to solve. You mother ********** ing necromancer. Killing the tough enemy that just took out all your undead with your bare hands? What happened to the promised necromancer's all-consuming battle prowess? All in the undead under his command? Textbook. You're lying. Awesome. Yu Dingwu swallowed a mouthful of water, looked at the corpses all over the ground, and inhaled deeply. Killing hell-level monsters in seconds? With just a random punch? Suzy, how did you do that? The corner of Suzy's mouth twitched, saying, a little insignificant talent is all. Okay, I'm starting to meditate. Don't bother me yet. Talents can't be triggered. This is a big problem. He had to summon another batch to try and figure out why. Yu Dingwu blinked and looked at a fist mark not far away that had been blasted out of a deep pit by Suzy's punch. This talent, how is it stronger than my stuck bug? What a hell of a way to take out a hell of a monster with a plain flat A, and by the looks of that, complete damage spillage. But let a necromancer bring up his fists and hit someone. What the hell kind of talent is this? Udingwu was a bit confused, but he's big and unambitious though. But after all, he was familiar with his own good brother, and quickly guessed a few reasons. It must be the gift of sacrificing the undead under his command to gain a huge temporary boost in attributes. Well, yes, he and Jing Jing thought together. Udingwu was instantly filled with emotion. What a gift! No wonder he chose necromancer. A talent of such a sacrificial class should go with this profession. Also understand how Suzy solved soloing the hell level abyss. He looked at the crumbling battlefield around him, put up his large shield, and with his eyes fixed on the surroundings, he began to escort Suzy. While he didn't think he could be of much use, he could at least serve as an escort. 2 hours later, Suzy opened his eyes, and his mana had completely recovered. Let's go. Continue forward. Suzy spoke, fighting all the way towards the bosses. The Witch's Forest was an abyss that had been mapped out with a few bits of information, and although no one had been able to clear the hell level, there was some familiarity with the locations of the bosses and elite monsters, especially when Suzy came in and realized that the hell-ranked boss, the same as the nightmare-ranked boss, was that fiery demoness Iskar. Then where she was, naturally, would not change. Udingwu nodded his head, looked at the directions, and walked in one direction, opening the way ahead. Although this was a large forest where they couldn't even figure out north, south, east, and west, the two of them, being educated as professionals for 9 years, wouldn't get lost in a place like this yet. The sun, the wheel of the year, and guide mechanics. There are too many means of determining orientation. In conjunction with the map gifted to them by the city of Zhangbei, the two of them continued on their way. Another group of monsters was soon encountered. Suzy, as before, summoned a large number of skeleton mages and watched as the skeleton mages blasted away at the FA goblins while shouting lines like "How are you doing, little FA? Little FA." Udingwu held a large shield and acted as a mage guard. Then the eyes look at the battlefield look. Is this the prerequisite for Suzy to unleash his talent? Udingwu secretly said in his heart. His odd shouting was also to fulfill some sort of constraint, although Suzy didn't really tell him about his talent as well. But just by looking at the scene in front of him, he guessed something. So why did Suzy only bring one Udingwu when he clearly wanted to suppress his own experience gain so badly? Because of the other professionals? Suzy simply couldn't be trusted. Even if Suzy didn't make his talent known, he could guess a few conditions just by watching him fight. Once or twice is fine. If you keep watching, any more precautions and sooner or later someone will guess. Udingwu was different. He himself would certainly keep it a secret and would not divulge it to others. IQ was also said to be high or low. Being able to guess the sacrifice class talent like Jing Jing did was already overachieving on his part. It was still the result of him being familiar with Suzy's character after years of being together with him. A flurry of spells went wild. Skeleton mages are dead and wounded. Suzy rolled up his sleeves, banged and hammered the monsters to death, and then stared at his panel with a depressed face. Still not triggering the gift. Why? I'm obviously doing it, just like before. Why is it okay for the skeleton warriors but not the skeleton mages? Suzy's brows furrowed as he listed his talent trigger conditions in his mind. 1. The enemy that kills the undead must be an enemy that fights to the death / has enough malice towards Suzy. Abyssal monsters have malicious intent towards professionals, and battles are life and death. Conditions that are met. 2. When an undead is killed, Suzy must maintain a certain level of grief. Although it was the first time he used the skeleton mage, and Suzy's sadness was brewing unskillfully, but that would at most lower the probability of triggering the talent. Not once like now. Conditions that are met. 3. Undead cannot have resistance to sows themselves when they are killed. I didn't order the undead to volunteer to die, and this one certainly. Wait? Suzy's face darkened. Shouldn't. 3 minutes of silence. Suzy began to meditate. Then keep looking for new enemies. Encountered the enemy. Summoned the skeleton mages. The great battle. The skeleton mages died heavily. Suzy out to sweep the enemy. This time, however, Suzy purposely left 2 skeleton mages behind, not indulging them to die at the hands of the enemy as well. After killing the last monster, Suzy lifted his bloodstained fist and silently gazed at the skeleton mage. Do you guys have anything against me? Skeleton mage. Their spirits shook, and their ghastly white skulls shook as if they might shake them off at any moment. However, Suzy's face sank. The psychic necromancer passively told him the other party was really disgruntled and very resistant to Suzy. Say it. Why are you dissatisfied with me? Suzy opened his mouth to question, his face cold. The skeleton mages tried to weasel their way out of it, but it didn't work. Suze coldly grunted, carrying the murderous aura of a regiment of monsters, and aggressively said, "Speak. If you don't say it, I'll shoot you all to death." In the end, they had no choice but to confess. Skeleton Mage 1 stated, "The undead races under your command are very irrationally paired. All skeleton mages, not even a meat shield. It's impossible to bring out the power of our skeleton mages. And the enemy is also a bit too strong. The level is on the high side. It's simply not an opponent that us undead can fight. The chances of winning are too low. Yet you ask for a hard fight. This is simply a death sentence." Skeleton Mage 2 also nodded in agreement and stated, "And if you're so strong, why did you have to wait until we were heavily damaged? It's obvious that all the other colleagues could have died without having to." Pop. Snap. Susie slapped over with 2 slaps, killing the 2 skeletal mages. Big guts. "You're really upset with me? You're asking for trouble. But it's a bit troublesome." Susie took a deep breath. He finally understood why the skeleton warriors, zombies, and specters were able to become Susie's good buddies, while the skeleton mages were not. Because these lawful undead, they have brains. Chapter 77, Am I really a naturally evil necromancer? These lawful undead, they have brains. Having a brain means knowing how to avoid harm and how to analyze the strength of the enemy. They will be greedy for personal gain, to protect themselves, and will put themselves first in everything, and will not feel free to have feelings for others. Or maybe it was meant to be an emotion that any living thing would have had in the first place. Since this was the case, how could they, who had died because of Suze, not resist Suze, who had summoned them to this place? Naturally, it couldn't trigger Susie's best friend's legacy talent. As for why the little bones, corpses, and spooks can trigger, because they have no brains. So, undead with brains, not my brother Susie? The corner of Susie's mouth twitched, but he whirled around and shook his head. No, it shouldn't be like that, at least not all of it. The skeleton warriors are not very brainy, but they are also sane and can understand the commands of the necromancers. They are just slightly stupid. Then they must have no resistance to me since they can trigger my gift. But even though I didn't directly order them to die, the specific actions weren't too far off. And even if they were as stupid as they are, there's no way they could really have no resistance at all in their hearts. There must be some kind of reason that can suppress this resistance, such as, they themselves have a certain favorable opinion of me. Suze's eyes narrowed slightly as he began to search for the reason for this. Careers, skills, these may hide details that are not unfolded in the description. Wait, I seem to have overlooked a question. As Susie thought about it, he suddenly stared. These undead, why are they willing to be used and summoned for me? The era of universal professionals can be more than just brushing the abyss and getting rewards so simple and brainless. There are actually many things that low-level professionals don't know, don't care about, but do happen, such as systematically analyzing the skills of various professions. This was a key research project led by Mage-type intelligence department professionals, strongly supported by the officials, and subdivided into various institutes and universities across the country. This job has a series of purposes such as analyzing the details of the skills, acquiring knowledge to facilitate better mastery of the skills by national professionals, or better targeting the enemies of this profession. This job has a number of purposes. The ultimate goal is said to be the achievement of mastering skills without skill books. As for the necromancer, which was one of the basic professions, its skills had actually been analyzed by countless professionals long ago. Take the skill Summon Skeleton Warrior for example. Although at first glance it appears to be a mindless summoning skill of the online game type, with no need to think about the details at all. But the actual essence of this skill is that the necromancer signs a contract with the undead realm, pays the mana value, communicates with the skeleton warriors of the undead realm, reaches a contract, and then crosses the space to summon them to the necromancer's presence, and uses the necromancer's own spiritual power to command the skeleton warriors. The mana paid by a necromancer in a summoning is a payment to the undead realm for crossing space. And the limitations occupying the top and bottom of intelligence in summoning are essentially the limit of the number of undead one's own mental powers can suppress. So the question arises, why would a skeleton warrior be willing to accept a contract from a necromancer? Or even willingly follow the necromancer's orders in a triple whammy of no base salary, no commission, and no paycheck, almost without fail? This is very unreasonable. Susie said in his heart, if it's a primordial undead it's fine, the necromancer can easily suppress it. But if it's a wild undead, according to the information, it would be troublesome for the necromancer to try to bring it under his control. It might even be more trouble than resummoning an undead. The skeletal warriors summoned by the bias skill are neither primordial undead nor easily incorporated into the mastery of the necromancer. Suzy thought about it for a moment and didn't get it. So decisively summoning a skeleton warrior? He inquired on the spot. Why are you willing to be summoned by me? How were you summoned by me? But the skeleton warrior was a bit confused, looking dazed and talking upside down. So Suzy switched to the skeleton mage and asked the question all over again. And the skeleton mage replied, I wish to bring death, to bring destruction to other creatures, and in obedience to your call I can do just that. So I come in obedience to your call and am willing to obey your commands. So it is. A look of realization flashed in Suzy's eyes. Undead creatures have a natural hatred of the living, a desire for death, and an instinct to spread destruction. The killing of living things gives them pleasure. An undead creature, even if it was not ordered to do so, it would instinctively launch an attack towards the living. Initially, Deng Pengang and the others thought that Suzy had utilized this characteristic of undead creatures to launch the undead heavenly tribulation and reach an SSS level evaluation. Then since the undead creatures had such a characteristic, the necromancers who helped them launch attacks on the living would naturally gain their favor. Born evil necromancer. Sentimentally, this sentence is really not wrong? Suzy cried and laughed. In the previous abyss, he has been scolded countless times for being an inherently evil necromancer. Not realizing that, I can't believe the enemy's cursed right. So the undead creatures themselves are somewhat favorable to necromancers who take them to deliver death to other living beings. Brainless skeleton warriors who can be satisfied by simply launching attacks on the living, overriding their attachment to their own lives. The skeleton mages with brains, on the other hand, are a little more demanding. The reason why they were resistant to Suzy was not simply because of the fear of death, although the undead creatures would not voluntarily send themselves to their deaths. None of them were afraid of death. The real reason they resisted Suzy was that Suzy's actions didn't just fail to allow them to bring enough death to the other beings, but also allowed them to have an extremely high casualty rate. The latter is a very important reason, but the former is the biggest. Now that we know why. Then, Suzy narrowed her eyes and slowly got up. He turned on the summoning once more. This time, however, he changed his tactical style of brushing a certain attribute alone. Instead, a large number of different kinds of undead were summoned in one breath. Skeleton warriors, zombies, specters, all together. Even Yudingwu was arranged by Suzy to come forward and act as a meat shield. Then, pulled a whole bunch of little monsters. Start the fight. The hordes of undead surged forward, with the skeletal mages behind them acting as spell turrets. There is no doubt that this is the right ratio for an army of undead with meat shields, assassins and turrets. And Suzy, as the leader, while crying out in grief, also performs a few micro-manipulations from time to time, adjusting the formation of the undead to inflict as many kills on the enemy as possible. But this was, after all, a hell-ranked abyss, or among hell-ranked abysses, a French abyss known for its difficulty. After killing a certain number of monsters, the weak cannon fodder undead in the front line were still destroyed by the regiment, and the monsters quickly attacked the skeleton mage group, causing a large number of kills, and the skeleton mages were immediately damaged. Only Yudingwu was pulled back by Suzy. Yudingwu looked alarmed as Suzy was pulling him to run. Is there something wrong somewhere? Why did Suzy run? He didn't activate his talent? Is it some restriction that wasn't met? Yudingwu panicked in his heart. Can this abyss be fought? What has Suzy encountered? This is the abyss. There's an in and out abyss. However, Suzy broke into a smile. Your dear friend's skeleton mage is dead, triggering the talent, the legacy of a dear friend. Your intelligence increases by 50 points. It's a done deal. For this wave, Suzy summoned 10 skeleton mages and filled the rest with normal undead. But only the death of a skeleton mage brought Suzy attributes. Although it's a little less, it proves that my guess was accurate. Suzy secretly said in his heart, as long as the undead can be made to go on a killing spree, they are able to put up with other problems. Even if it's a certain death, the undead hate the living more than their own desire to live. From this perspective, the undead, who had nearly no morale settings, were perfect for cannon fodder even if they were gods. They dared to step up and take a swing. Previously, the skeleton mages resisted Suzy more because they thought he didn't kill living beings very well. Of course, a certain death will also reduce its favorability to me. Otherwise it wouldn't be able to bring me attributes on just one skeleton mage. Although this was Suzy's first time acquiring attributes as a skeleton mage, he had the experience of the previous little bones. Not being in the best sad mood myself must have had some effect. But even so, it's not possible that 10 sets of good brothers only explode their attributes once so miserably. Let's just say that certain death still has some effect on brotherly feelings. But the problem was, without facing certain death, the good brothers of the skeleton mage, who were obscenely hiding at the end, would have a hard time dying, and how could Suzy progress without his good brothers dying? In order to not let the skeleton mages feel that they are out of work, Suzy also had to make the right formation, encountered things to let the cannon fodder to intercept, cannot let the skeleton mages to see that they touch the fish. What a day! But this income is really good. Suzy looked at the 50-point intelligence attribute and his eyes glowed. He's almost LV20, not counting equipment. His own attributes are 90 points. Direct increase of 50%. The intelligence attribute was a far stronger boost to him than any other attribute. With a few more similar battles, my intelligence attribute might be able to catch up with the other attributes. In time, will I finally get to experience the thrill of being a mage? Suzy's eyes glowed. Without hesitation, he turned his head and began to launch an attack on the monsters that had just regrouped his own skeleton mages. The previous choice of escape was just a fear that after displaying their power, the skeleton mages would completely resist themselves and not give attributes after knowing their strength. Now that the skeleton mages are dead, it's okay to clean them up, lightly clear away a patch of monsters. Suzy continued to meditate. Now that he already knew the mind of the good brother of the skeleton mage, it was only natural to brush up on his attributes. Meditate, then pull you Dingwu to catch up. Keep fighting monsters, keep meditating, keep fighting monsters, keep meditating. Such repeated maneuvers had become almost habitual for Suzy. That's pretty much how he's been playing the Abyss for the rest of his post-transition career, except for the fact that he can't form a loop with a specter harassing his spectral ghost cave every now and then. And the intelligence attribute brought by the good brothers of the skeleton mages was an immediate enhancement to Suzy. Not to mention the increase in spells and whatnot, the number of undead he could summon had increased quite a bit. There are more good brothers that can go and deliver. Intelligence attribute strengthened, summon more undead, die more good brothers. Intelligence attribute gets more strengthened. It almost creates a perfect loop. That's why I'm pursuing the intellectual undead so much. Suzy was in a surging mood. He had worked hard, first accumulating capital, then fighting the ghostly cave of the underworld, then taking the tower of ancient martial arts, and also fighting a real round with Little Neon before finally getting the skeleton mage's skill book. Today, the intelligence attribute, at last, unfolded its power. Next, Suzy encountered several more monster attacks. For his first fight, Suzy added 50 points of intelligence. For the second time, the number of undead summoned by Suzy increased due to the increase in the intelligence attribute. And this wave of undead regimentation added 100 points. In the third wave, 100 attribute points are added again. Fourth wave, good luck, 150 points. Suzy's panel also turns up. SOS, occupation, necromancer. Level, LV20. Life value, 482,800, plus 500. Mana, 5,050, plus 980. Power, 2,510. Physique, 4,828, plus 5. Intelligence, 505, plus 187. Agility, 3,121, plus 3. An abyss. Not even the first elite monster had been encountered yet, and the attributes had already been brushed to this extent. Strength plus 500. Physique plus 600. Intelligence plus 400. Agility plus 800. It's simply horrible as hell. You know that a LV20 mage with full legendary equipment, counting the equipment, is only 300 points of intelligence at the top. The other professions are much the same, with the main attribute being something like 300. And Suzy's base intelligence was all of 500. After this abyssal fight, intelligence is bound to break 1,000. Why did the other attributes also add so much? Even more than my main added intelligence? The corner of Suzy's eyes twitched. Normal should actually be all summon skeleton mages. But in order to prevent the skeleton mages from thinking that they were intentionally victimizing each other, he summoned the undead all but in pairs. Skeleton warriors, zombies, specters, all of them summoned a lot. When these undead died, they would give Suzy a large number of attribute points all the same. 4. More than the skeleton mages. Obviously it's agreed that the higher the level of undead, the more cost-effective it is. But a large amount of my mana is supplied to the skeleton mage. What Suzy was most in short supply of was naturally the intelligence attribute. He had even talked openly with the skeleton mages about army ratios in order to increase the number of skeleton mages as much as possible, and openly publicized negotiations about the ratio of summoned undead. Then the skeleton mages have always believed that the number of mages should not be too many. The front row needs to be strengthened instead, and can't do damage if they can't carry the enemy's attacks. Highlight 1 alive to have output. However, Susie still forced a third of the blue amount to be allocated to the mage. There was no way around it. This was already the highest ration that the skeleton mages had reluctantly approved of, as he had slowly tested it out over the past few monster fights. Any higher, and it would be considered not serious about killing living things and would be less favorable. Surely a guy with a brain is trouble. Isn't it nice to be like the skeleton warriors, where everyone is quick to die and then I'm quick to boost? Why are you guys so hard to please? Susie bristled, but on the surface, he still had a look of I trust my fellow skeleton mages, and I feel that the power you can exert far exceeds the sum of all the other undead put together. Skeleton mages, look at me. I look at you. Actually, it felt like Susie looked pretty smooth. This man, he knows us skeleton mages. After all, we highly intelligent lawgivers are far more important than those brainless undead. The skeleton mages were all quite happy, and their favorability towards Susie rose slightly. After all, every lawgiver is very proud and has a not-so-low self-esteem. So did the thorn elves, and so did the skeleton mages. Looking down on other professions is totally a common problem for mages. Susie, however, didn't think about that much. He looked at the silent forest with passion in his heart. Come on, monsters, help me beat these bad-tempered guys to death. Chapter 78, Mr. Flame Tree Demon, please come on. Snowball, it's starting to roll. The increase in the intelligence attribute was directly equivalent to gifting Susie additional mana, allowing him to summon more and more undead. Coupled with the high mana recovery potion he purchased directly after having the money, he instantly stretched the number of undead to the limit. Mana recovery potion, high, can quickly recover 1000 mana points. Cooldown is 1 hour per bottle. Overdose will cause damage to life value. 1 bottle. 4 million Dacia coins. It's on the verge of catching up with some of the rare level equipment. This was a normal LV 40 level professional who would only use a high potion, but it was used by Susie as water. He led an army of undead and swept away. For the 5th encounter with the monster, the undead army had been able to kill the enemy. The 6th wave of monsters were no longer a match for the undead army. The 7th wave of monsters were in turn infected by Soz and became the new undead under his command. This is really... Susie looked at the added undead and cried. I can't believe I'm relying on an army of undead alone. And when, however, the 5th wave was fine, and the 6th wave began, and the casualty rate of the skeleton mages, all of a sudden, dropped drastically. After all, it was the law professions that stood in the back row, and the survival rate of the skeleton mages had never been low. They will always be the easiest of the undead hordes to survive as long as the hordes aren't destroyed. It's a bit troublesome. Susie looked at the group of mages that had been annihilated by a wave of monsters, but only a few skeleton mages had died, and the establishment was almost still well preserved, and was very dissatisfied inwardly. How am I supposed to progress when so many of my good brothers survive? At this particular time, the skeleton mages conferred and walked over to Susie, stating that the army still needed to be replenished, hoping that Susie would meditate, and then summon new soldiers to replenish the battle force. They swear by the existing hordes, plus the replenished forces, and the undead created by the infection. The next wave of battles must be stronger than the current one. Don't you dare get any stronger, Susie shouted inwardly. Although the goodwill of the skeleton mages had risen because of their high level of cooperation, and the fact that it wasn't a game of certain death caused the probability of triggering the talent when the good brother skeleton mages died to rise dramatically. But there were so few dead skeleton mages that the final harvest was basically the same as the previous wave. The next wave of words, probably not as good as it is now. On the contrary, attributes such as strength, agility and physique, because the good brothers rushed to the forefront, their own probability of triggering the talent is not low, bringing quite a remarkable harvest. Intelligence increases by 100 points, while strength, agility, etc. increase by an average of 200. And considering that there were now a bunch of new infected undead with much stronger attributes than the cannon fodder that Susie had summoned, these strength and constitution type attributes would be increased even more. Hey, why is there no way for skeleton mages to increase their numbers by infection? Susie hated it in his heart, but there's no way. The spread of necromancy requires the use of physical attacks, and often whichever undead strikes the attack, the dead will revive into. Skeleton warriors' swords, zombies' claws, can achieve this effect, but a skeleton mage's spells can't spread toxins. Another wave of monsters. This time the fight was much easier. The skeleton mages had even lost only 2 if the enemy hadn't also known the dangers of mages and focused on attacking the back rows. I'm afraid they wouldn't have lost even those 2 mages. It can't go on like this. Susie cursed in his heart. If this goes on, the skeleton mage might be unharmed the entire time. Something has to be done. The solution is not really absent. Right now the undead army was able to fight this battle because it had initially formed a numerical advantage, and it was difficult for an unusual enemy to defeat such a large army. Suzy simply thought of two solutions. The first, as long as Suzy emptied his army of men and then resummoned his troops in small numbers, the losses of the skeleton mages would also be raised, but that would be less efficient at increasing attributes. The second is, go! It's time to go fight some high-level enemies. Suzy waved his hand and ordered his troops to advance quickly. If the enemy can't beat us, then we'll choose a stronger enemy. It just so happens that the first elite monster isn't far away. A bit of a rush. With a bunch of feral monsters dry-humped in between, Suzy finally encountered the first mini-boss. It was a flaming tree demon. It appeared to be a willow tree in its essence, with rough bark of a deep brown or dark brown color, covered with strange fiery red veins. The huge and ancient trunk of the tree burned with a blazing fire, radiating scorching heat. The branches of the trees were like twisted arms, stretching out sinuously in all directions. Some of these branches were thick and powerful, while others were as slender as silk, but all of them without exception carried a blazing fire. Around it, there had long since been no other trees, only dry ground. Flame Tree Demon. Level, LV 25. Blood, 70,000. Attack power, 300. Skill 1, Burning Aura. Skill 2, Flame Scourge. Skill 3, Fire Dragon Storm. It was a monster with dual primary attributes of physique and intelligence. Not only did it have a majestic amount of blood, but it also had a strong attack with additional flame scorch damage. A necromancer? The Flame Tree Demon's voice was low, and only the rising pitch at the end made it clear that it was issuing a rhetorical line. Combined with the crackling sound that seemed to be brought about by the flames burning the trees, it was filled with an indescribably eerie feeling. Necromancer? What's wrong with that? Suzy blinked. The Flame Tree Demon had a disdainful look on its face. A mere necromancer. Who gave you the guts to actually dare to mess with the Great Flame? In front of the hot flames, even more undead will eventually return to dust. He roared. And surrounded by a large number of other monsters such as kobolds, fierce poison cat demons, and scarlet coyotes, they hissed in unison. The aura is compelling. Udingwu took a deep breath and raised his shield, stealthily blocking in front of Suzy. But the eyes that looked at the tree demon vaguely carried a bit of pity. Suzy also narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded in satisfaction. Oh, you are very confident. Good. I like your kind of confidence. The Flame Tree Demon had a disdainful face. Although the fire system was not as heavenly as the undead system as Holy Light, it did have some restraint. In particular, he was extraordinarily good at ranged attacks, and his long willow branches lashed with flames were something the undead couldn't resist. There are also tons of gargoyles following. What do you take? The Flame Tree Demon's face suddenly changed drastically. Next, a gloomy aura that even the flames couldn't suppress descended on the entire field. A skeletal mage, holding a spectral staff, slowly walked out. The skeletal warriors raised their rusty swords and hissed their souls. The zombies, their palms glowing a highly toxic blue, advanced slowly. Ghosts appear between the above undead and make a joyful noise. Much, too much. The ground, which seemed vast at first glance, was actually completely overrun by the undead. The densely packed skeletal warriors alone numbered at least 200. The zombies dragging their heavy bodies also numbered in the hundreds. Spectral figures, so layered that one can't even tell them apart. This, a whole huge army of undead. There were even more goblin skeletons and cat demon zombies that had been infected into the undead at the back, slowly surging over. It's like a natural disaster. The kobolds shuddered. The cat demon's pupils shrank. Even the flames of the Flame Tree Demon seemed to have stopped for an instant. Come on, show me how strong the flames that can return the undead to dust are. Suzy had a serious face. Go for it, big brother with fire burning in his body. Chapter 79. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. An army of the undead, densely packed. The smell of death was so thick that it drenched down the surrounding forest. The earth also vaguely appeared a few bloomy colors. How is it possible? The Flame Tree Demon looked at the massive army of undead and couldn't help but shout. What kind of army of undead is this? How did you pull out so many undead? This can't be right. It couldn't help but whip out its willow whip and lash out hard at a skeleton warrior. Click. How could the most ordinary skeleton warrior in the district be a match for the mini-boss? He was instantly whipped into pieces, broken bones, and flew out a long way. But the Flame Tree Demon's face, on the contrary, was much harder to see. It wasn't trying to kill a dispensable undead. It's thinking that the enemy is just a false phantom. but that in-your-face feel brings nothing but wistful messages. Ah, little bone. What happened to you, little bone? Suze shouted from the back. How dare you kill my little bone? Brothers, give it to me, said the man, reaching out. The skeleton mages struck out in unison, thick undead energy coalescing around their staffs. Frost Nova. A spell blasted over. The skeleton warriors, zombies, and specters also stepped forward and rushed forward. Damn! Little ones, give it to me. The flame tree demon clenched its teeth, roared angrily, and led the group into battle. Soon, the undead army and the monsters crashed together. There was a great rush of people. The flame tree demon even launched a charge himself. It took a step to take the roots of the tree and rushed over with a not quite quick, but unstoppable momentum. It's as if it's a rampaging chariot. Target, Susie and the skeleton mage next to Susie. Although the flame tree demon was a monster, there was no problem with its own sanity. He knew exactly how much of an impact he could have on the battlefield by letting a group of mages have their way. It's the right tactic. Susie watched its movements and nodded in her heart. That's right. Well done. That's it. Hurry up and finish off these skeleton mages. The attributes given by the skeleton mages, a good bunch of brothers, are great, but they are too bad to serve on their own. Hurry up and kill them all. Susie heartily cheered for the flame tree demon, but nay, the skeleton mage good brothers are not that good. They, as highly intelligent creatures, immediately saw the flame tree demon's mind and immediately made a target. Endless spells, released from the hands of the skeleton mages. Frost Nova was like a meteor shower, towards the flame tree demon, flooding the past, like the arrival of a blizzard. Even the hottest flames will be covered by frost. At the same time, urged by their eyes, Susie also had to maneuver the other undead to surge over and act as cannon fodder to block the flame tree demon's actions. A killing spree unfolds. The various skills of the flame tree demon were released one after another. Burning aura that fills its surroundings with searing heat. Flame whipping. Willow whip stretching like a dragon. Forceful and heavy. Fire dragon storm, conjuring 3 flaming dragons that swept across the field. It broke hard out of the circle of cannon fodder. Not bad for a little boss. Susie was very satisfied with Mr. Flame Tree Demon's efforts. But the skeleton mage good brothers were not as good as they could have been. These mother *********** actually chose to spread out and change to a foxhole line to avoid getting hit by the flame tree demon in one fell swoop. Are you still considered undead? Actually playing rowdy and prancing around? How can anyone be so unreasonable? Susie's eyes widened in anger, but there was nothing he could do. The skeleton mages had brains, and they chose what was best for the battle. Preserve your own living forces while spreading out your formation to prevent being swept away by the enemy, and also send out some spells from time to cause great damage. Arguably the best choice. Everything is fine except that it's not favorable to Susie. The corner of Susie's eyes twitched. As a necromancer, he had absolute control over the undead under his command, and he could forcefully order the skeletal mages to come forward. But what's the point? Instead, it would bring about the skeleton mages to resist themselves, thus failing to trigger the talent. But on the bright side, this flame tree demon boss is hard to deal with, Susie secretly said in his heart. This wave of sparring will still end with the regimentation of the undead army as the conclusion. Not bad for a law boss. The strength is real, as long as the enemy was strong enough to help him with the skeleton mage good brother. What was there for Susie not to be satisfied with? Well, there really is. Because, Cam, why is this guy running towards me? Suze looked at the flame tree demon charging straight towards him and cursed in his heart. Tiny necromancer, die for me. The flame tree demon roared and took large steps, tackled the thief. This is a standard tactic against necromancers. The skeleton mages were indeed tricky, but Susie, the necromancer, was the real main point. Susie, what can he do? All he could do was run. And just in case you've upset your skeleton mage good buddies, you can't wreak havoc on them yet. Although there were a few more interludes in the middle, but in the end, the outcome of the battle was still the same as Susie had imagined in front of the small boss. The undead, who were of varying quality, still cheerfully hit GG. The skeleton mages also eventually regrouped, and the flame tree demon that had once chased Susie everywhere, chasing him up and down, was also killed by Susie with 3 punches. It probably didn't figure out until it died why the mage, who had previously been chased up and down by itself, backhandedly ate itself to death with ease. But despite the bumpy process, Susie got what he wanted. Full 300 points of intelligence attributes. It's the other attributes that add up to about 3,000 other attribute income that makes him look a little obtrusive. Mainly, The other attributes contributed from a number of infected undead in addition to summoned undead. These infected undead come with low mana consumption and strong attributes, while the intelligence cap that dominates them remains the same. The price/performance ratio is scary, far easier than a bad increase in the intelligence attribute. But overall, it's pretty much the same as I imagined. Suzy secretly said in his heart, it doesn't matter even if the undead army is a bit stronger. It's perfectly fine to find enemies whose strength is also outstanding. The more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. The stronger the enemy, the more I earn. This wave of income is a luxury. There are 2 more mini-bosses to come, and the final big boss. There's still room for another wave. Suzy's spirit lifted. I hope they don't let me down. Old you, let's go. With a wave of his hand, Suzy summoned the army of undead and said, let's go fight the boss. Oh, Yu Dingwu, however, looked at the terrifying number of undead armies with 2 eyes. He still thought that Suzy's talent was a sacrifice-type talent. But, Suzy's temporary attributes from this sacrifice, it's ing stackable? Sacrifice a wave of undead to temporarily increase the attribute. Then sacrifice the undead again before the temporary attribute wears off to continue temporarily increasing the attribute. What a breakthrough this is. No wonder he was able to tackle the hellish abyss. As long as you roll the snowball well and keep rolling, what bosses can't you beat? However, he also understood what kind of trust Suzy represented by revealing his own talent in front of him. Such a strong talent would really cause other countries to target him like crazy. This must be swallowed in the stomach. That is, in the dreams of sleep. Yu Dingwu swore secretly. No, that's not insurance either. Suzy. Yu Dingwu suddenly spoke. After you wait to go out, get a contract prop. Let's both sign a confidentiality contract. That's a terrible talent you have. I'm really worried that if I'm not careful, someone else will learn your secret too. He had a solemn look on his face. Chapter 80, this woman is simply terrifying. It's too strong. Suzy's talent was just too strong. I didn't get the details, but I must have gotten stuck in some bug like myself. Yu Dingwu's face was gloomy. This was not good news. Suzy's sacrifice flow talent was one that needed to snowball in order to become so strong and sweep across the abyss. But it's a well-known fact that snowballs are at their weakest the moment they just start rolling. This weakness is so much greater than his own weakness of only having to worry about poison in the bee. If you don't get a confidentiality pact and use the power of props to remind yourself and limit yourself, he's not comfortable with himself. Suzy pondered slightly and understood what Yu Dingwu was thinking. He hadn't actually expected the intelligence attribute to snowball so dramatically, scaring the kid. Though this guy probably still thinks I'm a sacrifice class talent by the look on his face. Suzy gently shook his head and said, no, there's no need for that. He understood Yu Dingwu's thoughts, but using the sacrifice class talent as a cover, he didn't need to be too concerned about covering up his strength yet. The ability to snowball intelligence-based attributes was a bit stronger than he had expected. This certainly made Yu Dingwu a little confused, but it also meant one thing: Suzy's strength would become stronger by leaps and bounds. For a short period of time, he still needed to cover up 1 or 2 things, but given a little time, he might not care so much about exposing his talent. When Suzy was invincible, even if he informed the world of his talent, what could he do? Not to mention the fact that Yu Dingwu had taken the initiative to inform him of the full extent of his talent when he first entered the abyss. The first time he found out that his undead were all gone, he was even more intent on laying down his life to break his fall. Subsequent discovery that Suzy is overly gifted and also volunteered to sign a confidentiality treaty. He has done this extent. Suzy did not inform their own talent even if, but also to do this caution. That's a little too much. Yu Dingwu bristled and didn't say anything. But secretly, he decided that when he got out of the abyss, he would find a confidentiality contract to sign himself first. Suzy refused because he had regard for the Brotherhood, but he signed the contract for the sake of the Brotherhood as well. Abyss has to keep fighting. Dense armies of undead were scattered around. Suzy took the many undead with him and continued forward. The Witch's Forest had 3 mini-bosses and 1 big boss. The first mini-boss, a flame tree demon with dual attributes of intelligence and physique, has been defeated. The second mini-boss is the blood demon wolf with the strength attribute. Its strength was not bad, and its agility was also very good, and it was more than a match for the flame tree demon in single combat. Nay, when Suzy arrived in front of the blood demon wolves with his army of undead, the army was even more powerful than before. After all, along the way, his huge army of undead had not covered their tracks in the slightest. As we continue to go deeper into the forest, every now and then we can encounter some monsters. Then all of them were engulfed and infected by the undead and transformed into new combatants. The skeleton mages hadn't even lost a single point during that time. These little monsters couldn't come and slice their back rows anymore. Consider new summons for mana restoration, as well as infecting added undead. Susie's troop strength, instead of falling, rose. The next fight is the mini-boss, and the exact fight is similar to the flame tree demon, but much easier. The blood demon wolf's physique was too poor, with weaker endurance along with no ranged attacks, making it unsuitable for facing the endless army of undead. It was simply ground down by the huge army of undead before it could really get going. One of the cannon fodder like the skeleton warriors really just acted as cannon fodder to hold back the enemy charge. The main output is all skeleton mages, and the skeleton mages. Naturally, there were quite a few left, not allowing Susie to increase his attributes much. On the contrary, the third mini-boss, the agility department's Poison Cat King's performance was quite bright, giving Susie quite a surprise. It's not that it's that strong. In fact, the three mini-bosses don't have much of a difference in strength, despite their different focuses. However, Poison Elvis belongs to the agility family and takes the assassin route. It comes straight to cut your own back row. After a big battle was fought, there were still some skeleton warriors left in the front row, but the skeleton mages in the back row were beaten to near regimentation, causing Susie's intelligence to rise greatly. There are two professions that restrain necromancers, assassin-type professions that react quickly and specialize in slicing the necromancer's main body, and the second is the law professions that specialize in wide-range attacks and can destroy the undead under their command in large batches. Susie said in his heart, so if you want to send all the skeleton mages away without moving, you have to rely on these two types of enemies. Got it. Next time you pick an abyss, go for a law/agility one, especially the law system, agility system, both of which are very strong in the comprehensive battle, are among the more difficult to fight. The abyss, the most unresolvable abyss everywhere, is law, followed by agility. Probably pick up a bounty along the way. Susie nodded slightly, feeling that he held the wealth code. One is in the square, summon the undead and move on. The final journey was slightly farther, but instead it was easier to fight, mainly because the little monsters saw Susie's army and fled in direct fear. With the abyss's malice towards professionals, it actually managed to make the monsters just look away. Sure enough, I overplayed my hand a bit. The corner of Susie's mouth skimmed. No, I should say that the monsters are too timid to actually run away. Can you damn well call this a monster? Susie despised. It was a wake-up call for him, though he should probably press his strength a bit in the future, so as not to scare the monsters away. He sighed and didn't care. Head straight for the final boss. The location where the flame demoness Iska was located was a valley within a forest. The mountains, the birds and the flowers, and the silent forest huts are quite charming. Only today, a group of uninvited guests disturbed the peace. Click, 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 bones and armor, making a harsh scraping sound. An eerie aura filled the air from the depths of the forest. The breath of the undead seemed to take the life out of even the trees, and the white bones were white in the sun. Is this the place? Susie's eyes narrowed slightly. He gave a big wave forward. Countless undead stride forward, carrying a rolling, sinister aura with them. Why are you disturbing my sister's peaceful sleep? A stern cry. The muted woodland cottage burst into flames. A woman in mage robes came with an angry face. She possessed long red hair that burned like flames and flew wildly, as if it were dancing embers. Her eyes were a blazing orange color, like two burning flames, and her gaze was sharp and full of majesty. A gorgeous robe of red and black with flame patterns, revealing slender arms and white skin. The figure that could not even be wrapped in mage robes was even more exquisite and dazzling. Yu Dingwu's face was grave. Susie, be careful. There's something about this boss. Susie froze. Do you see anything? It seems like it's just a boss appearance, right? Look at that bust. It's horrible. It's really too terrifying. Yu Dingwu looked as if he was facing a great enemy. His face grave. Among the countless technicians I've experienced, it can also be ranked in the top 10. It's important to realize that a lot of a technician's body is made by hand, but the other guy's is wild. Unimaginable. Unimaginable. Yu Dingwu categorically said. This woman is simply terrifying. Her strength is unfathomable. She must not be kept. Susie, you have to be careful. Don't ever be mesmerized by the other party. Susie. There were so many slots that he didn't know what to say for a while. But having said that, the world of the abyss is very real. If you don't count that fixed template when repeating into the abyss couldn't be more different from reality. This is unique and very different from the game copy, representing both the complete lack of rules restricting enemies and yourself. Whether or not anyone did anything to the abyssal monsters, Suzy didn't know, but he knew that his teacher had once told of a female professional who had accidentally been captured by kobolds in their lair. According to her fellow team of professionals, when they went to the rescue, the female professional's body and face was full of turbidity. Ahem. Anyway, if you really want to do something, the abyss can really do it. Not at all the holy light and mosaic kind. Ahem. Suzy said righteously. Old you, why is your mind so dirty? I'm ashamed to be in your company. You dingwu, then why do your eyes keep staring at people's boss breasts? Suzy, that's because I have to keep an eye on my opponent's spells so I can counter them. Saying that, he swept Yu Dingwu with scorn. Stupid reckless man, how do you know the means of the master of the law? Yu Dingwu was silent for 3 seconds, then he too raised his head, scrutinizing his enemy with unblinking eyes. Suzy, why are you staring at it too? Yu Dingwu, I'm a shield warrior. Ah, I'm the one who needs to block your shots at all times, so of course I have to keep an eye on the enemy's movements. Saying that, he proudly swept a glance at Suzy. Back row scum. How do you know the hard work of a front row shield warrior? The two men looked at each other and smiled at each other, quite pleased. We really are good professionals. Chapter 81. When did you steal my sister? Iskar, the Flaming Witch. Level, LV 29. Blood, 70, 000. Attack power, 2000. Skill 1, Starflame Explosion. Skill 2, Flame Cage. Skill 3, Flaming Storm. Skill 4, Flame Shield. Skill V, Inflammatory Spirit Immersion. Skill 6, as a mage, she had a string of skills despite her low blood count and low attack. Why disturb my sister's peaceful sleep? The Flame Witch Iska shouted harshly and shrilly. You're all going to die. The knuckled, shapely hand took hold of the staff and swung it viciously. The huge fireball, which took shape above its head, then fiercely blasted over. Boom, boom, boom. The flames exploded like a cannonball washing the ground. Each fireball would kill at least a dozen undead. That's the gold standard for mages. But Suzy didn't change his face and waved his big hand. Go! Endless undead surged forward. A fireball took away more than a dozen undead, creating a void. But the next second, more undead poured through, filling the void. At this point, Suzy's intelligence had already broken 1,000. He can harness up to nearly 1,000 undead, but that was only the maximum number of undead he could harness at the same time. While the Flame Witch Iskar was bombarding wildly, Suzy was also constantly summoning new undead and rushing them to the front lines. These ordinary undead weren't as petulant as the skeleton mages, and they wouldn't recognize Suzy as a good brother when they were rushed to the front. At the same time, the skeleton mages at the back were sending out Frost Nova and attacking the Flame Witch Iskar. Although the intelligence attribute of the skeleton mage was not high, only equivalent to half of a whiteboard intelligence professional, the spells emitted were equally powerful. The fiery Witch Iskar had no choice but to open a flame shield around her to defend herself against the attack while her spells bombarded her. Damn it! Evil necromancer! Her chest puffed and rose and fell quite a bit in anger. The very fabric-sparing mage robes made her undulations even more pronounced, and the large white color nearly blinded Yu Dingwu. It's so big. Ahem. I mean, it's worthy of being a boss. Yu Dingwu coughed. It's really powerful. This damage. It's quite terrifying. But, Suzy, you're even better. He couldn't help but glance at Suzy, who had a sad expression next to him. This was a hellish final boss battle. But Suzy didn't even need to take a position. He simply summoned, commanded to come forward, and continued to summon. Yu Dingwu has also been down the abyss many times, but it's the first time he's hit such an easy abyss. Brainless sacrifice of undead. Brainless stacking of undead numbers. Brainless seeing one hit one, pushing across the entire forest. As a shield warrior who was responsible for resisting damage, the worst time he was injured was actually when he first entered the abyss, when he demonstrated his own talent to Suzy. It's not the first time I've seen it, but this strength is really exaggerated. Yu Dingwu had a face of emotion. French bosses have always been known for being strong and difficult to fight. However, that flame demoness Iska's face was ironic at the moment. Her spells could indeed deal a lot of damage, but the abyssal world, which was almost completely adapted to the rules of reality, didn't have a boss with unlimited blue. What is the point of cannon fodder? Sent for consumption. Of course, the undead army is full of cheap cannon fodder. That is, it's worth it just to exchange it with the fireballs of the fiery Witch Iskar. Not to mention the fact that among the undead there were enemies like the skeleton mage who could pose a threat to the Flame Witch Iskar. It wasn't as if the Flame Witch Iskar hadn't turned her target towards Suzy or the skeleton mage. But Suzy was just a summoned character who could stand far enough away to pull away. The skeleton mages were standing forward, but incredibly spread out. while always on guard for their spells. One of her fireballs, even if it hit, would at most take away a skeleton mage, and then immediately a skeleton mage would be summoned by Susie to fill in. At the end of the day, it's still a blue volume exchange. The biased mages have strong attacks while consuming a lot of blue. So, this abyssal boss is actually not a match for Susie Undead? Udingwu was taken aback when he thought of this. Other necromancers were fine, but he knew what his good brother's strongest tool was. The undead? It's just a sacrifice. But if you can't even defeat the sacrifice, how can you take care of the main event? Susie was also a bit odd. You don't think so? You don't think so? It can't be that the final boss was killed by a small group of my undead, right? My undead. It doesn't seem that strong yet, but it was while killing the 3 mini-bosses that the snuggler infected a bunch of their minions. Then grab another batch of cannon fodder on the way over. Then add in the fact that I'm stoned at this point to replenish my blues to summon the undead. You're the final boss. You can't even overcome this difficulty, can you? Susie was a bit confused, not quite believing the results in front of him. But the flame witch Iskar had really fallen into a corner. Don't be like this, big sister. The corner of Susie's mouth twitched. If you die so easily, then who's going to help me with the skeleton mages? Go for it, big sister with the staff. Don't lose. Susie couldn't help but refuel the flame witch Iskar. But okay, at least it was a Hell-class boss. It couldn't really be that weak. Next, just a wave of the blazing witch Iska's staff was seen. Blazing storm. A hot storm of flames swept through the lawn, the woods, and countless undead were set ablaze by this blaze. A blazing fire instantly ignited in the middle of the forest, turning this place into a world of flames. The undead who weren't affected by the wave also felt discomfort at once. As inattribute death creatures, they were very resistant to flames. The energy of the flames disrupts the energy of the undead. They also stiffened their movements for a few moments. There are also many implications. For example, the frost nova unleashed by the skeleton mages was 30% less powerful. Specters must avoid flame-ridden locations. The zombies' long-dead corpses, at this high temperature, gradually dripped corpse oil. And in this sizzling environment, the power of the flame witch Iskar's spells, on the contrary, skyrocketed by 20% out of nowhere. It's worthy of being a hellish law boss. It's not for no reason that no one has beaten the level yet. This handful of forest fires shaping the environment alone could easily be an advantage. Meanwhile, the fiery demoness Iska glanced at the gradually approaching undead, snorted coldly, and made a move with her show hand. Come out, my friend. Skill, Inferno Spirit Immersion. Several large trees around them that had been set ablaze suddenly developed a spirit. The trunk of the tree twisted out in the shape of a human face and drew out its roots as if it were a guard, guarding the fiery witch Iskar's side and acting as a shield. Look at those stats. It's a small flame tree demon boss, a skill that creates minions. Susie rubbed his chin and sighed in relief. That's good. It looks like I'm still the loser in this fight. The truth was just as Susie thought. As a mage, having a meat shield and not having a meat shield are two completely different existences. With the protection of the flame tree demons, the flame demoness Iska didn't need to continue maintaining the flame shield and quickly freed her hands. She even ordered the flame tree demons to drive away the undead, forcing them into one spot before launching a spell bombardment as a way to conserve mana. No one can disturb the peaceful sleep of my sister and me. No one. Iska, the fiery witch, shouted in a stern, murderous voice. Susie's head tilted as she sniffed. He couldn't help but twist his head around and look behind the fiery demoness Iska. It was a burned-out cabin in the woods. It's a presence that ignites when the fiery witch Iska makes her appearance. The battle had come to the present. This already small hut had already been burned almost all the way to the ground. Almost all of it was burned to the ground. And naturally, Suze also saw the scene inside. Inside, it's empty. No one can disturb the peaceful sleep of my sister and me? She said that line many times. But, hey, big sister with the staff. Susie couldn't help but say, your sister isn't here. Where did I startle her? The flame witch Iskar's body lurched and snapped her head around. Immediately, she also saw the burned-out forest cabin, and the empty post-burning wreckage. The pupils of the flame demoness Iska shrank, as if there were flames burning in her eyes. Her hair, which resembled a fiery red color, stood up at its roots in anger. Her voice snapped up with endless anger. Evil necromancer, when did you destroy our house and steal my sister? Susie? Chapter 82, The Mystery of the Abyss. Susie was silent. Udingwu's mouth also twitched. Stole your sister? What a joke. And didn't you burn your house down yourself? Another abyssal mystery. Udingwu whispered. Susie nodded. The abyss profile is not really a no-brainer. For example, When the Orc Empire was in the beginning, the brief indicated that the Orc Empire was in civil strife. Then it was in civil strife. And the professionals could rely on this intelligence to formulate their own action strategies. And while the introductions to the other abysses don't see any points for now, they're still actually real intel. It's just that this kind of intel is part of the larger context and has no significance for rating the abyss. According to the research of high-level professionals, the general background in the abyss might help you trigger certain special encounters, rewards, or reduce the difficulty of raiding the abyss by attacking it in some easier ways. Of course, there's also padding that might lead to stronger enemies. For example, the synopsis for Abyssal Spirit Ghost Cave mentions a line about the root cause of the ghost cave being a dug-up coffin. Although Suzy had solved the final boss's Ghost King, he had yet to see the coffin that had been dug out. This kind of professionals cannot touch, elusive, like a puzzle, but really exists, but also vaguely linked to the essence of the abyss of the origin. It's been called the mystery of the abyss. Advanced professionals have postulated that perhaps the highest true-level abyss may involve these origins. A similar situation is at hand. It was originally a forest full of mysterious flowers and plants, inhabited by a pair of magician sisters. They are gentle, sweet and kind-hearted, and have rescued countless small animals in the forest. But one day, the forest suddenly burst into flames. The people who entered the forest the next day found, however, that the small animals in the forest had turned into monsters, and the wizard sisters, at some point, only sister left. This is a synopsis of Abyss Witch's Wood. If we follow the words of the Flame Witchiska and continue to extend them backward, we might be able to find out the true circumstances that turned the kind wizard sisters into the current only cranky old sister. But alas, it was pointless for a district hellish abyss to do such a thing, except for the eventual real-level abyss, which may be a reality. The abyss on other difficulties is just an incredibly realistic copy of the world. Whatever you do here is just a nebulous result. The second time you go into the abyss, everything still resets. So Suzy was expressionless and didn't refute the words of the flame demoness Iskar, only continuing to summon the undead. Say, where is my sister? The flame demoness Iskar became even more violent, and the hot flames, as if they didn't want money, blasted over. Together with the cooperation of the small flame tree demons, they quickly cleared the undead army. Eventually, Suzy's blue level had also been depleted and she was unable to replenish her consumption. The undead began to attrition rapidly. When the numerical advantage becomes progressively smaller, the rate of attrition becomes even more significant. It was eventually consumed by the flames. Evil necromancer. The flame witch Iskar was also consuming a lot, and was quite out of breath at this point, with not much blue left. But still, he questioned sternly in the angriest of voices, "Where did you hide my sister?" Suzy's face was expressionless as he slowly gripped his staff. And then, charge! He moved like the wind. His figure was like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he appeared in front of the small flame tree demon. Raise your staff and just hit it. Bang! 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 The huge agility gap made the tree demons not even have time to react before they were hard smashed into tree mud. Iskar the flame which tries to go wild with spells. But the next second, Suzy appeared in front of her. As always, raise your staff and smash. The flame demoness Iska raised her flame shield in time, but Suzy didn't care at all and smashed down along with that shield. Bang! 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 It was as if he was using a hammer, smashing iron. Even the earth was hardened and smashed out a deep pit. 1 down, 2 down, 3 down. On the 5th stroke, click, his staff, in fact, was broken hard by his own tremendous force. The staff in Suzy's hand was a legendary quality advanced equipment with a superior texture. But a superior staff is still a staff. It's not a crowbar, or even if it was an iron rod. In front of Suzy's current attribute points, it was still similar to a wooden stick. This staff has held up so far. It's already of excellent quality. A legendary staff worth $300 million. Destroyed. However, Suzy just casually threw it away, then raised his fist and continued to fight. 3 punches and 2 kicks. After breaking the flame witch Iska's flame shield, the female mage who wasn't known for her blood volume quickly fell under Suzy's hands. Why? To disturb my sister in eyes. Restful sleep. She left her last words behind and collapsed in disgrace. For some reason, Suzy seemed to hear a few moments of sadness and pain from it. This is a great sister who loves her sister. It just somehow became what it is now. Udingwu slowly walked over and looked at the earth that seemed to have been blasted by a meteorite. Suzy, are you in a bad mood? He said softly. A little bit. Suzy was silent for a moment and said, I just don't understand a little. Abyss, what exactly is it? He looked up slightly at the sky. which was just like the real world. Yudingwu was slightly silent and shook his head. That's a question he can't answer. Or none of the crowd in the age of the professionals have been able to answer it yet. Suzy shook his head and brought his mind back. Regardless, there was no need to stay in the abyss at this point when the final boss had already been resolved. Settlement. Settle the reward for you. You gain spirit crystals, 5,000. You gain experience, 10,000. You get materials, cat demon's claw *31. Kobold's crystal bone *15. Tree skeleton *3. You get equipment, staff of Iskar, epic. Armor of inferno wood, legendary. You have obtained an item, skill book, flame shield. You have received a special reward, gate of the abyss, witch's woods. Settlement complete. Hell level abyss. Take down. The abyssal portal stretched and contracted, and the figures of Suze and Yudingwu slowly appeared. Solved? The Zhangbei city president and Deng Pengang hadn't gone far, either, and were sitting near the portal, waiting. When he saw the two men at that moment, he couldn't help but stand up. Solved. Suzy nodded. This is the abyssal gate, he said, taking out the credentials of the abyssal gate. Good, good, good. The Zhangbei city president couldn't help but praise. Little brother Su is truly worthy of being my great Xia's hero, actually sweeping through the hell level abyss in a short period of time. Old Deng, you Jian Yang have a lot of talent. He sang praises of Suze, and even Yu Dingwu, who had been looking down on him before, gave a thumbs up and was quite complimentary, which is what is difficult. And the trickiness of the French abyss is consistently an all-professional sin. Though it just descended into reality, it wouldn't have the same huge impact as the undead-based spectral ghost cave, but it was also undoubtedly a nuisance for the city of Zhangbei. Suzy he came as soon as he went straight to the hell level, without the slightest front to familiarize themselves with the abyss. It's really worthy of being a freshman with an SSS rating. Just terrifying. President Zhang Bei said repeatedly. The two of you have worked hard. I've already arranged a hotel and made a celebration banquet to receive the two teenage heroes. Suzy shook her head slightly. No need. I don't really want to celebrate anything. Sorry. The final boss made his mood inexplicably a bit irritable. It won't affect too much, but I'm not in the mood to eat or drink either. President Zhang Bei didn't care and nodded, saying, since both of you don't want to celebrate, let's wait for another time for the celebration. And now, he beckoned and two policemen approached, a left and a right, pinning Yu Dingwu. Just ask this little brother to accompany them. Yu Dingwu, Suzy, ***. Speaking of which, when we get out of the abyss, Yu Dingwu will have to go to jail. Chapter 83, I still need to use my fists? According to the results of previous discussions, Yu Dingwu out of the abyss, but also need to squat for a few days. As the hero who solved the abyss, the minor offense of whoring in the district is really harmless. Sometimes turning a blind eye isn't even an option. However, Suze did not have the slightest intention of pleading for mercy in order to teach Yu Dingwu a lesson at that time. Deng Pengang. Needless to say, he had been severely humiliated in front of his old friend. Could he still take the initiative to plead for an insignificant man? The president of Zhangbei City was also a human being, so he could naturally see what the two had in mind. One is an old brother of his own, and the other is the main force in solving the abyss. As for Yu Dingwu, who is he? And so it was that Yu Dingwu's punishment was finalized and carried out with the highest punishment specifications. But, Suzy's lips moved slightly. If Yu Dingwu is normal randomly go to whoring, he absolutely does not care. Even he'd also want to let Yu Dingwu be locked up for a few more days. Save let himself run the bureau in the middle of the night. But the thing is, Yu Dingwu he did it because it was necessary for his talent. There's a bit of whoring yourself out for the abyss if you must say so. As Yu Dingwu's righteous father plus boss, he has already gone too far by not giving funds to someone for prostitution. And to have him punished, isn't that some? He hesitated for a moment, but eventually stepped forward, intending to plead for Yu Dingwu to reduce his sentence. However, Yu Dingwu stopped Suzy. He had a spontaneous smile on his face. Suzy, life is an experience. An experience. When you come to walk the path of life on the principle of being responsible for your life, you must do so with a smile on your face, whether it is in success, a confident smile to inspire themselves, or in the face of failure. An open-minded smile shows their own face of frustration when the transcendent in calm. My Johnny, are we not the ones who are wishy-washy? 2. Lead the way ahead. He stood tall and dashing. All results are but the result of my heart. The two cops look at me and I look at you. Although I couldn't understand what he was saying, it seemed to me that the man had a few pep in his step. Please. They reached out in an inviting gesture. Yu Dingwu stepped out with a big, imposing stride. The look was as if they were not human prisoners being held, but leaders with someone leading the way. Suzy. This guy doesn't look at all embarrassed when he got caught in bed and called me to the police station. He looked at Yu Dingwu's haughty stance as he left and finally let out a long sigh. Sure enough, a man who lifts his pants is tough. The feelings within the abyss, and the surprises outside of it, are not thought about much. This time in the abyss, Suzy had gained a lot, especially since an epic piece of equipment was popped. The Scepter of Iska. Quality, epic. Type, staff, weapon. Requirements for wearing, 100 points of intelligence. LV 20. Attribute, intelligence plus 50. Special effect, 1, Splash of Inferno. Fire spells have an additional splash effect that can ripple through 3 targets behind the target, dealing 50% of the damage value. Special effect, 2, Iskar's Help. Summon the special spirit Iskar to possess you, and in the next you can release fire spells without consumption, with a maximum limit of LV 40 fire spells. While the attributes themselves are powerful, the 2 special effects are also quite strong. The first one extends the range of fire spells and is extremely useful. The second one is even stronger when it only releases 1 spell for free. It's a waste. At LV 40 mages can already use some extremely powerful war spells initially in conjunction with the magic formations carved in advance. It was a powerful spell that was placed on the battlefield and acted as a strategic spell, but those spells were extremely consuming, and even a LV 40 mage would have a hard time holding up a few of them. But with the Staff of Iskar, it can act as a strategic weapon. It's worthy of being an epic level staff that overrides the legendary quality. Suzy nodded slightly. Equipment is categorized into 5 quality levels: common, rare, legendary, epic, and mythic. Generally speaking, the low difficulty Abyss produces common and rare extremes. Nightmare level Abyss has a small chance of producing legendary level equipment. Hell level Abyss has a small probability of producing epic level equipment and a large probability of producing legendary level equipment. As for the next level of mythical gear, all of them were cast by top-level craftsmen with a flash of insight and a large amount of rare materials. With the efforts of the country to cast the state-level weapons, epic grade, but it was a top-level equipment that even the second generation of jobbers would find it hard to beg for. It's a pity that it's a fire-type mace. Suzy bristled. I'm not very handy with it as a necromancer, but as an unusual weapon, it can still be useful. This attribute bonus was far too much stronger than the staff Suzy had used before. As a mage, he wouldn't let go of either effect, even if neither one was appropriate. Perhaps it's also a good idea to consider where to exchange this equipment for one that suits me, Suzy secretly said in his heart. In a country as big as Disya, there must have been a heavenly pride that had exploded an undead system epic staff. So's if you want to change, the other side has to add money. After all, the popularity of fire staffs far exceeded that of the undead. Of course, aside from this epic level staff, there were some miscellaneous equipment, such as the legendary quality Armor of Infernal Wood. This belongs to the shield combat equipment. Suzy is ready to support Yu Dingwu. Playing workers should also have working tools. Otherwise, how to make money for the boss? There were many other gains, such as the Abyssal Portal, and it was possible to bargain with Zhongbei City. Perhaps they were willing to take out resources and ask Suzy to open the portal in Zhongbei. But for So's, the real takeaway is, So's, occupation, necromancer. Level, LV 20, life value, 192-2800, plus 500. Mana, 11,000, plus 980. Power, 11,250. Physique, 19,228, plus 10. Intelligence, 1,100, plus 240. Agility, 10,121, plus 5. Breaking 1,000 intellects. And, breaking 10,000 in 3D. Sure enough, it's still the intelligence attribute good brothers that are powerful. Suzy was inwardly excited. This wave is simply profitable. Even if he had attacked a hell-ranked abyss once before, the most he could do was to increase his agility attribute by about 2,000. But this time, not only did intelligence directly break through 1,000 from 100, the other 3 attributes also went from around 2,000 to now breaking 10,000. The highest physique is even close to 20,000. Just put a 0 on the end of it. Suzy looked at the 2 million blood and felt a little numb in his own heart. I can't wait to yell 3 times, who can kill me? Who can kill me? Who can kill me? And the power to break 10,000. With this level of power, I'm afraid it's almost enough to kill a hell-level boss in seconds, right? The speed is the same. Suzy's own small test, he realized how fast he was, running past the average person. They couldn't even see the shadow. It's time to start training strength mastery all over again. Hey, What a pain in the ass, Suzy said on his lips, but the corners of his mouth gradually lifted up. This wave, I'm straight up invincible. But, I'm obviously a mage. And this time when I go down to the abyss, I'm also mainly brushing my intelligence attribute. But why are the other attributes added so much higher than my intelligence attribute? The corner of Suzy's eye twitched. He had expected his intelligence to skyrocket when the good intelligence brothers arrived. At that time, a random spell could deal terrifying damage that was far inferior to other attributes. But now, Suzy did some math. His own spell, Frost Nova, as a way to deal 200 plus 30 asterisk intelligence attribute damage, without counting enemy resistances. This damage is 200 plus 30 times 1100 is equal to 200 points. And Suzy's attack power is 10 asterisk power attribute. Again without counting enemy resistances. This damage is 10 times 11,250 is equal to 112. 500 points. 110. 000 damage. It also does more ING damage than spells, even if you don't take into account the spell's cooldown, hit points, consumption of blue, and other disadvantages. Thinking only in terms of damage values, he should continue to hit people with his fists as well. Is there something wrong with this? Suzy looked confused. Before I swiped the intelligence attribute, I beat people with my fists. After swiping the intelligence attribute, I even punched someone. This intelligence attribute, painting for nothing? Chapter 84, Udingwu, Modern Scholar. Suzy was flabbergasted. But he couldn't really do anything about it. He couldn't just leave his non-consumable and okay fists unused and have to play with fancy spells. Could he? It looks like I still have a long way to go as a lawmaster. Suzy let out a long sigh. But don't worry so much about it. Suzy clenched his fists. Right now it's just that I'm not used to using a skeleton mage. And grief hasn't been brewing enough. And skeleton mages give attributes at a much smaller rate than other undead. After I slowly get used to the skeleton mage good buddy, the intelligence attribute will sooner or later become my number one attribute. I'll still be a sassy lawman when the time comes. But for the current situation, Soz will have to keep using his fists. And not only did he have to use his fists, he also had to continue to adapt to his skyrocketing attributes. Like this time in the early stages of fighting the abyss, Suzy had one time in the early stages in order not to give the skeleton mages the impression of he's so strong. Why doesn't he help fight the enemy? He also grabbed Udingwu to escape in the face of an enemy he could have killed with his hands. As a result, when he grabbed someone, the first grab was on the shoulder and as a result, he almost caused Udingwu the most damage since he entered the abyss. When he escaped again later, he only dared to grab Udingwu's clothes, but he still occasionally caused Udingwu to get hurt. As for then later do not have to run. Udingwu only safe and sound survived. This was caused by a power surge that was too strong to be controlled. Udingwu's side will still have to squat in jail for a few days. Suzy felt that it was not good to leave him behind and go straight home. So he stayed in Jiangbei City for a few more days. That's why it borrowed a local training ground from the president of Gangbuk. The Jiangbei president readily agreed, and then discussed from the sidelines where to place the Witch's Forest abyssal portal that Suzy had harvested. Hoping that Suzy would place it in Jiangbei. The Witch's Forest was a purely legal abyss, and the equipment produced was still fire magic, which was known for its damage. So its value wasn't low, and it was very capable of attracting professionals from all over the world. As a regional professional association president, how could he not be impressed? It wasn't just him, Deng Pengang was also very moved. Even when the news spread, the professional associations of other cities would catch wind of it. This abyss could be worth a lot more than the underworld ghost cave. During the few days Suzy stayed, a steady stream of professional associations from other cities approached the door and offered prices. However, after Suzy scrutinized the conditions offered by each city, he finally decided to place this abyssal gate in Jiangbei City. Jiangbei City is not a large city with an exceptionally developed economy. The economic situation is not much different from that of Jianyang, and the price they give is not really high. However, Jiangbei City also had its excellent points. The Witch's Forest itself was in Jiangbei, and had already been placed here for close to a year. So the professionals in Jiangbei were more familiar with the Witch's Forest, and didn't need to re-explore this abyss, so they could directly brush their materials normally. Coupled with the hell-level abyss raiders given by Suzy, there might soon be a few professional geniuses who dared to challenge the hell level. Although, Suzy gives hellish abyss cheats that are generally not useful, but at the very least the data is complete. That in itself is a big intelligence advantage. In fact, the reason why many regions were unable to conquer the hellish abyss was not that the local professionals really couldn't beat the hellish abyss, but that they didn't dare to do so. There is only one life, and the abyss has an in and an out. Who dares to challenge the high level of difficulty without certainty? But if there is reliable intelligence, many of them might confidently challenge it after carefully weighing the enemy's combat power. So Suzy ended up leaving this abyss in the area. The choices are similar to the spectral ghost cave in that there is an entrance fee. It's just an added privilege of priority in purchasing output at the same price. The Jiangbei president was grateful for this and said repeatedly, "No wonder old Deng willingly put down his job and brought you to our Jiangbei. Willingly giving back to the local professionals is worth his while. The prices they give in Jiangbei are not as good as those in the developed cities in the south." And Suzy still chose to leave it behind. That's no small favor. Suzy spread his hands. The reason why he chose to leave the abyss in the local area both times. There is also the reason why the price offered by the southern developed cities did not exceed too much, the national support policy. Even if Suzy left the abyss in the field, the province where he purchased it will have to pay an extra compensation to the local area. This leads to the inability to offer too high a price even in developed cities. The main reason why the others would take the abyss away is that the main greed is also not the price given by the city, but the added financial benefits. After all, most of the other professionals who can attack the abyss have a company background and can profit from the operation. Unlike Suzy, who is purely selling the abyss. But this continuous act of placing the abyss locally did draw the attention of a number of cities. A large number of associations that were worried about their local abyssals sent people to contact up Suzy, offering quite a good deal. After all, the professionals who usually finished brushing the hell-level abyss could bring the abyss to the field. If you can stay local, that's a huge plus. No doubt. Suzy didn't care about that much and was still doing strength mastery training with all his might. The power and speed of this wave plus was a bit strong, and he needed a longer time to master it. Normally speaking, this wave of increasing thousands of attributes was to spend a month, and one might not even be able to train to its put and take. It has been stated before, however, that intelligence professions have an additional bonus to the control aspect of power delicate. Every mage, who can carve flowers on grains of rice and dance on eggs. Suzy's intelligence attribute was also raised, and although he also needed to adapt to the effects of the surge in intelligence, compared to before, he instead familiarized himself with power manipulation more quickly. On the day Yu Dingwu finished squatting, he basically regained the level of power mastery he had before hitting this abyss. It's not perfect, but you don't have to worry about accidentally killing someone anymore. Meanwhile, while Yu Dingwu was squatting in the bureau, Suzy was also discussing with Deng Pengang about the next abyss to be solved. Even picked out a few abysses that paid well and were still relevant to Suzy's career. Soz intends to fight all the way. Just in time for Toolman Yu Dingwu to be released, Suzy pulled him and was ready to head to the next abyss. Wait. Yu Dingwu couldn't help but say, "Old Su, can't you at least let me, who just got out of jail, stay in the local area for one more day? What kind of person just gets out of jail and gets dragged to work?" When Suzy thought about it, she also felt that it made sense. So he said, "You should indeed rest for a few days as well. But old Yu, why did you say you wanted to stay in Jiangbei for one more day? Shouldn't we go home and rest?" The accommodation given by Jiangbei was no better than his own home. "No, I'm going to stay in Jiangbei." Yu Dingwu had a combative face. "I was arrested and put in the station just after I came here. Then I accompanied you to play Abyss. Then I was put in the station again. I can't believe I haven't even spent a full day in Jiangbei. How can this be? It'll be fine in the north of the river." Suzy thought about it and felt as if it was a reason. It's just one more day anyway. Just promise him. But that night, Suzy suddenly realized that Yu Dingwu, who lived in the room next to his own, had quietly slipped out of the room. After 3 seconds of silence, he silently followed Yu Dingwu, then watched him make his way across the street, watched walk into a clubhouse, and watched him make his way over toward a pretty-faced girl. "Suzy, nice guy, you had to make me wait for you for a day. So that's why you came here to whore yourself out?" The corner of Suzy's eye twitched, and he grabbed the back of Yu Dingwu's fateful neck with a slap. "If I had known that, I shouldn't have waited for you." He obviously could have left Yu Dingwu behind and just gone home to rest, but he chose to stay, taking into account the implications of bringing a brother here, but not bringing him back. "And you had to stay an extra day for this?" "Of course." Yu Dingwu had a righteous face. "I'm a man who has seen countless women. How can I just fold up in Jiangbei? How can I say that I need to have one battle result for the city? If I don't play the last one, I won't be convinced." He had Big John dignity written all over his face. "You have to obey even if you don't." Suzy raised his eyebrows and slapped him to the ground. "Change the flight. Let's leave now." After saying that, he dragged Yu Dingwu's leg and pulled him away. Dingwu had a sad face. No, you can't. Old Sue. I'm a Chaoliu VIP Dana. I came here, but I haven't seen the customs of this place. How can I still mix with my barmates who complimented me for being a great god when they know about this? This is a disgrace. I'll be ashamed to see it. His legs flailed and his hands desperately tried to grab something to stay here, but it could not resist Susie's strength, and saw the sister getting farther and farther away from him. Dingwu looked at the young girl in the distance with a sad face, looking as if she was an ancient girl who was forced by her parents to deny her romance and arrange a marriage with another man. This state continued until he got on the plane, and he was still so despondent. Dingwu sighed long and hard, chanting as if he were a modern-day literati. The girl sat in front of the glass door. Late winter had come and gone, but she was wearing so little, and she looked confusedly at the pedestrians passing by, like a young girl to be rescued. I looked at her from a distance until the moment she saw me looking at her, and I could plainly see the delight in her eyes, and she rose, and I wanted to meet her and succor the poor girl, but I was ultimately prevented by the world. Before I left, my eyes were still on her, and I saw the loss in her eyes as well as the resignation, and it couldn't be helped. I knew that there was a huge and difficult block between us, and I couldn't give her what she wanted. When I left, I vaguely heard her say something to another person. Handsome, come in and play. Chapter 85 140,000 Physiques. For the next little while, Susie took advantage of the fact that he hadn't yet reached his transfer experience and went around raiding the abyss in various provinces and cities. Attack an abyss. Refurbish for a while to train power mastery. Then go for the next one. He completely disregarded all low difficulties and went straight for the hell level as soon as he arrived, trying to achieve the best cost/efficiency ratio and get the most out of the least amount of effort, including Witch's Forest. He had defeated a total of Moonlight Ruins, Icy Heart Snow Mountain, Black Rock Prison and 5 other abysses, getting 5 abyssal portals. Most of them were kept in the area for him to work with. There was only one Icy Heart Snow Mountain abyss, which was taken by Susie to Janyang. The president of the Professionals Association of the city where this abyss was located seemed to think that Susie would 100% keep the abyss portal in the local area, and so offered an extraordinarily low treatment. However, it was because Susie had previously rejected the requests of foreign provincial cities to buy into the abyss one after another, and it also seemed to have made some of the big economic cities think that the probability of buying into the abyss was very low, and there weren't a few people who ran over to make bids. It made Deng Pangang, who had been following behind Susie, happy to pick up the pieces. That association president was instantly enraged, and wanted to run over to question Susie as to why the abyssal portals in other places stayed in the local area, and only the abyssal portal in his place was taken away. However, this kind of brainless comment, before he could rush into Susie's room and yell at Susie, he was slapped and flipped out by Tung Pangang. I'm sorry, although most of the presidents of our daxia are clean, noble and gentle, it's very normal for a brainwashed person to come out once in a while. Tung Pangang shrugged. Originally, I saw that the remuneration he offered was very good and suitable for you to use for your transfer, so that's why I brought you here. It still seems like a bit of a pain in the ass without a few familiar faces. Susie. He glanced at the righteous Tung Pangang, then at a certain chairman who happened to rush to the distance where the yelling could be heard by Susie, before being slapped over by Tung Pangang. Suddenly a little suspicious of Tung Pangang. This kid is not know this place chairman brain lacks a string, but deliberately brought himself over. After all, Icy Heart Snow Mountain was also a law abyss, which was worth a lot of money, and although Tung Pangang's bid was also a standard price, it was also relatively inexpensive due to the lack of competition from others, and was a fairly good haul. He's going to have a much better political record next year, but, doesn't matter, it's not that much of a price difference anyway. Susie received the state subsidy for the dragon crystal fruit, intelligence, that Tung Pangang had applied down 2 days ago on the grounds that Susie has conquered the abyss one after another, and has done a lot for the country, and the country should encourage such a juvenile elite. Then nodding his head, he stated that our daxia is so big that it's very normal for us to have a brainwashed president once in a while. It makes sense. Then he ate the intelligence attribute dragon crystal fruit in one bite. Although Susie already had a good brother in the intelligence department, the intelligence attribute was never too little for every mage. Especially, the corner of Susie's mouth twitched as he looked at his attributes. SOS, occupation, necromancer. Level, LV 20. Life value, 141908000, plus 500. Mana, 51,000, plus 980. Power, 87,465. Physique, 141,908, plus 10. Intelligence, 5,100, plus 240. Agility, 82,051, plus 5. Strength, close to 90,000. Physique, a full 140,000. Agility is also 80,000. But that intelligence attribute. But 5,000? Suze's corner of the eye straight draws. 5,000 intelligence. Absolutely crushing all LV20 professionals. Giving him plenty of self-confidence for the next transfer. But not even a tenth of the other attributes. That's too much, isn't it? Raiders of the Witch's Woods. Intelligence has just had a good brother support. Only brushed the abyss so much. But also to maintain and other attributes 10:1 arm's length at a. The intellect in his mind, which should have kept catching up, instead accounted for less and less. Suzy sighed lightly, at the loss of his own when he was also looking for intelligence can quickly catch up, so that he can realize their own mage dream it. But there's a reason for all this. Although the intelligence good brother was difficult to deal with, as Suzy became more accustomed to brewing sadness when the skeleton mages died, his efficiency in gaining the intelligence attribute began to increase rapidly. And theoretically the intelligence attribute should have been greatly strengthened. But the enemy can't carry it. Even if Suzy could 100% brew up his emotions and explode the intelligence attribute when the skeleton mage's good buddy died. But only if the skeleton mage is really dead. More and more intelligence attributes represent more and more summoned undead. The second time the abyss was fine. But when he fought the abyss for the third time, Suzy was surprised to find that the final big boss of the hell-level abyss couldn't even defeat the army of undead under Suzy's command. Thousands of undead armies. As if a tidal wave surged past, directly drowning all enemies. The big bosses fought as hard as they could, attacking over as hard as they could, inflicting as many kills as they could on the undead army, but eventually drowned by countless undead. None of the undead armies were defeated, and the skeleton mages, being the back row and highly intelligent creatures, were certainly well protected, with the lowest casualty rate in the entire legion. The attributes that come with it are, of course, less. For the fourth time in the abyss, Suzy had considered hiding his strength and lowering the number of his undead army to increase the damage. But while the damage did increase, the total number of undead was less after all, and instead of rising, the chopped intelligence attribute was slightly inferior to the third harvest. This was still the intelligence attribute that Suzy was most concerned about. The gains in the front row attributes of strength, constitution, and agility are much worse. In the end, Suzy next chose to go all out and sweep across the abyss. After all, even if you put out your full strength, the intelligence gained is about the same as suppressing strength, and there's a whole bunch of other attributes attached. So why not? Suzy had a bit of a headache when he looked at the physique attribute that was close to 30 times the intelligence. At this rate, when will I become a normal mage? It's not easy to be a mage. Suzy sighed. But my experience bar is almost full already. Suzy looked at his panel and said in his heart, he had already fought a full 5 hell-ranked abysses after he had upgraded. When he first upgraded from LV18 to LV19, he had only brushed 2 hellish plus 1 easy level abyss. Now that he had swiped 5 of them, the LV20 experience bar was still not full, and he had already claimed that it was becoming increasingly difficult to upgrade. If it wasn't for Suzy decisively pulling Udingwu to make up a headcount and share his experience, he might have been full experience value by the time he was in the third abyss. Looking at the minuscule bit of experience bar vacancy, Suzy understood that he was going to start transferring after brushing one more abyss. Then, which one to swipe? Suzy narrowed her eyes. There wasn't a single current LV20 hell-level difficulty abyss that Suzy couldn't defeat, or even just pick one at random and pass it with your eyes closed. His series of sweeping through the abyss also drew the attention of major cities, and countless cities that were plagued by local abyssals approached him, not hesitating to put up large amounts of payment. There's no shortage of heartwarming stuff. But Suzy's lips moved slightly. Hell-level abyss, not the highest difficulty of the abyss. The highest difficulty level is. No one has passed the real level so far. Real level abyss. What will it be like? Either. Try. Chapter 86. I'll keep an eye on our boss's wife for you. Suzy had been curious about this real level abyss for a long time. There are countless professionals all over the world, and each big country is full of heavenly prides and talents. And Dacia even has that rather legendary general manager. There might not be such a bug talent as Suzy among them, but there were definitely not a few top elites who possessed a talent like Dingwu that was stuck to BUG. And yet, still no one has managed to beat the real level of difficulty. You can see how difficult it is. But, with my current panel, I shouldn't be unable to beat the real level difficulty, right? Suzy frowned. 10 million levels of blood. One punch for 800,000 damage. The most crotch-pulling intelligence attribute is also dozens of times that of a top-tier mage of the same level. If this is still unbeatable, then this real level difficulty is probably just for professionals to see from the very beginning, and it's simply impossible to pass. Moreover, today's Suzy has also come to the apex of LV20, and is about to step into the transfer advancement, and there exists no possibility that he can still become stronger in the present. If you don't hit this real level of difficulty now, when else is it going to be fought? Fight! Suzy decided decisively. Of course, the decision to fight was not immediate. After all, it was a real level difficulty that no one had cleared so far, and Suzy still had to give the other party enough respect, so he was going to carefully hone his power control. Although it was fun to brush the abyss during this time, power mastery in general was down. Even if he catches a while of training after every abyss he brushes, it's true that training harder hasn't kept up with the surge in strength. Don't fight in any abyss next. First drill him hard for a month. Suzy gritted his teeth and decided, with his current intelligence attributes, another month of hard drilling. Perhaps it wouldn't become like Jing Jing's level of being able to utilize 200% of his own attributes and skills, but he would definitely be able to utilize this attribute freely and put it away as he pleased. On top of that, he's ready to get other things settled ahead of time, like deleting the browser history cleanly. In the event that one does go into the abyss and doesn't make it out, one can die as a decent human being without the misery of dying and then socially dying all over again. There is also a good brother Yu Dingwu also need to settle down. It just so happens that this period of time his promotion is also very considerable. It is time to plug into Xia Shualan's team. Say it and do it. That night Suzy transferred the rare literature stored in his computer to his cell phone. Then just smash and burn the computer and destroy it if you beat the level on your own. Big deal. Just buy another computer and enter the information from your phone back in, and the cell phone will go into the abyss with Suzy. Living and dying together. Suzy is the one who will prepare everything. This is the city. After all, he sometimes wondered if the protagonist in some urban novels went missing and if their family, friends, or even the police would investigate his computer. Normally speaking it surely would, and they also need to find out from this information the possible whereabouts of the protagonist, such as could he have been tricked by his online girlfriend into going to the north of Maine? Those protagonists who traveled to other worlds were fine. They couldn't come back anyway and could pretend they didn't know. If it's one of those traveled 3 years and returned to the city protagonists who encounter this situation, can they continue to be the main character without a change of face? Suzy didn't know and had no intention of experiencing the other person's mood for herself. He's properly prepared. And regarding Yu Dingwu's matter, he also sought out Xia Shualan. Suzy opened the door and said, "Have you not found a good teammate yet?" "Not yet." Xia Shualan's face was calm as she said, "I'm a bit higher ranked. The others haven't caught up yet. And the ones that have caught up have their own teams. During this recent time, I've been brushing the abyss alone." Xia Shualan was now LV17, and was at the top of a group of students. It mainly relied on the levels that were brushed out when the official organization brushed the spectral ghost cave before, although it was said that the abyss would change with the level of the professions. It was always a bit easier for high-level professions to fight the abyss. After all, many equipment and skill books have attribute requirements. These can be basic attributes. If you don't rely on heavenly treasures like the dragon crystal fruit that normal people can't get, you'll have to rely on upgrading and adding points. Xia Shualan's high level on the high side caused him to still not find a suitable teammate. Of course, that didn't mean she hadn't done anything in the meantime. She has begun to solo the abyss by relying on her constant drilling skills. Although the brushes were easy in normal abyss with low difficulty, it proved her strength. The neon captain Uchida Ikimoku who bet against Suzy in the first place was only at this level. Visible talent of Xia Shualan. Suzy nodded and recommended, "Since you don't have a teammate yet, how about checking out Yu Dingwu? He's already LV16 in rank, which is about the same as your rank, and all classmates. You should also be somewhat familiar with his person, and, although a little frivolous, but still quite reliable, the level itself isn't bad. Keeping up with you, and still qualified as a shield warrior." Xia Shualan gently shook her head. "He can't." "Suzy, what's not working for him?" Xia Shualan, just by looking at his attitude of going into the clubhouse the day before he went into the abyss. "I know he's not that reliable. I don't want to go through another item fire." Suzy nodded slightly. Sure enough, that was the reason. Xia Shualan, this person, although not accustomed to see Yu Dingwu that put the clubhouse as a home gesture, but also will not be on their own teammates to ask for keep your body like jade. What she was really looking at was the pro's attitude towards the abyss. So Suzy then said, "There's a reason he's doing this. His talent is." Suze described Yu Dingwu's war barrier talent, giving Yu Dingwu a reason to shuffle his feet. Of course, he told Yu Dingwu's talent to others, but also with Yu Dingwu said beforehand Xia Shualan's character is still trustworthy, on her black or white simple nature, unless there are high-level endangering national security as the reason for letting her speak. Otherwise who asked she won't say anything. Suze even considered at one point not only bringing Yu Dingwu to share the experience, but also bringing her a share. Even if this girl's brain was 100 times better than Yu Dingwu's, she might be able to analyze Suze's talent. But Suzy still believed that she wouldn't talk nonsense to the public. But in the end, Suzy didn't say anything, because he felt that even if he opened his mouth, Xia Shualan wouldn't agree. Professionals didn't just enter the abyss for experience. Even if a rich young lady like Xia Shualan didn't care about the loot that exploded out of the abyss, but she would care about her growth in the abyss. After the trials of life and death, it would be easy for Suzy to carry her. But could she steal an opponent from the undead? Instead, it delayed Suzy from brushing his attributes. On the contrary, Yu Dingwu, as a shield warrior, could be thrown out by Suzy from time to practice resisting damage, and then after all the other enemies were swept away, he would let the undead come over to harvest the enemies in front of Yu Dingwu. Xia Shualan's eyes glowed slightly. This talent is very strong. War barrier can accumulate up to 3 days of wariness. At first glance it sounds as if accumulating a full 3 days is only 72 hours, and can only reduce damage by 90% for 72 seconds, which is less than 2 minutes. But the boss's attacks don't last forever. They come one at a time. Yu Dingwu, as long as he operated properly, could completely resist only one attack in that instant, spending about a second to suffice. Instead of 72 seconds of damage reduction, it's 72 attacks. That's still a 90% reduction. If it's lowered to 50%, he'll be able to hold out more often. Whose normal boss can go on a 70-second bombing spree in a row? Other professions aside, if it's a mage, maybe the boss will be drained of blue before he's finished blasting 72 spells. Of course, this mitigation is best suited to defending against a single attack rather than sustained damage, and although it was said that the maximum accumulation was 72 hours, in reality, even Yu Dingwu could not continue to fight soundly for 3 days and 3 nights and still have enough energy to challenge the abyss. It's usually pretty good when you can build up a 24-hour portion. Doesn't stop the barrier of war talent from being excellent. If that's the case, then he wouldn't be considered treating the abyss with a lax attitude. Xia Shualan pondered for a moment. If that's the case, I would welcome him to the team. If you don't add Yu Dingwu, then Xia Shualan will have to continue to wait for the others to catch up in rank to get a teammate. After all, she wasn't Suzy. She couldn't brush the advanced difficulty alone. That's not what she wanted. And Yu Dingwu was just in time to step out of his comfort zone around Suze, so he could start his own working journey. The two hit it off. This wave is a win-win, the kind where Xia Shualan and Suzy win together. As for Yu Dingwu, he didn't linger at all, shouting something like, "Suzy, why don't you take me with you anymore?" regret. Instead, he turned to Suzy and scowled. "Don't worry, boss, I'll keep an eye on our boss's wife for you." Suzy? Chapter 87 Report on the work of Yu Dingwu. Suze looked at his good brother who had an I-know face. The corner of his mouth twitched and he kind of wanted to punch him. "You know Akiba," Suzy said in a bad mood. "I do think it's time for you to create some profit for the company. Just so I can find you a few reliable guys to team up with so that you can work for me." Yu Dingwu is the only employee of Suzy's company. If he doesn't generate profits, what kind of company is Suzy running? Yu Dingwu laughed and asked, "So the materials I fight out of the next abyss I go down will be handed over to the public?" Suzy thought for a moment. "No, unless it's something you think I can use. Sell the rest as your living expenses plus salary." Yu Dingwu laughed and didn't say anything. "But the I say, so this is what you call generating profits for you? So isn't my real task still to watch the boss's wife for the boss?" Suzy. It really wasn't that Suzy intentionally didn't collect the profits. The main reason was that the income of newbie professionals brushing the abyss wasn't really high, and Suzy couldn't look at this small amount of money. In fact, other companies are not too far off, and all require some level of investment up front to slowly make a profit, especially newcomers, many of whom are money losers. Even the big companies that have an established process for training newcomers and maximizing the abyssal harvest. But with their newcomers, it's generally just a break-even situation after all. Big companies are generous with their money for talent, and expenses aren't low. Really trying to make a profit is more about harvesting after the new people have moved on and leveled up. Before LV20, it's more of a nurturing process. Of course, the above was talking about the well-treated Heaven's Pride, and ordinary professionals were still the targets of their oppression. But Suzy couldn't go and squeeze his own good buddy, could he? Udingwu had gained quite a lot from following Suzy during this period of time. Although Suzy generally fought the Law Abyss, the Law Abyss wasn't all law monsters. There were also some small bosses and elite monsters that belonged to the physical system, and Suzy fought on a hellish difficulty with a high burst rate. With this he also changed into an excellent outfit. Plus the warrior skill has always been inexpensive, the cheapest of all professions. He took out his original savings, and it was simple to bird dog it, with a set of skills, equipment, and attributes that weren't the least bit inferior to those of the top geniuses in other large companies. This kind of person goes to the abyss and still makes some money. It was just that Suzy, who had collected and pinched 6 abyssal portals, couldn't see this much. Plus, I didn't even give you any salary before. If I don't let you earn some money, you won't even have money to wash your feet. Suzy did not have the good sense to say. Suzy had initially given him a dragon crystal fruit worth $2 billion. It's enough to pay Udingwu for 10 years if he converts it into a salary. So he never gave him any money, and Udingwu never asked for it. But while props, equipment, and attributes are certainly valuable, they can't really be used as money after all. Udingwu washes his feet again frequently and buys himself skills. What little he had saved up before joining the profession had long since been squandered in the meantime. How can we not let him get some money? I understand. Udingwu hemmed and hawed twice. It's all because my brother took care of me. Then twisted his head and skimmed his lips. It's true that teenagers who haven't become men are just green. If it wasn't so that I could go and watch you watch Xia Shuelan, why did you have to separate from me when I was about the same level as her? What can one do with a confession? What's there to be ashamed of? You don't want to see. If there's a single person in the class who believes that you two are innocent, I'll take your name as Sue. Don't worry. I'll definitely keep an eye on your little mistress for you and not let her get involved with another man. Suzy. Xia Shuelan was not a girl who would let her personal feelings affect her public interest. Even if Udingwu under Suzy's introduction was reliable, she still personally went out to test a few times to determine the other party's strength before nodding her head in agreement. Then it was time to tighten up and start preparing to go into the abyss. Although Xia Shuelan's squad now consisted of just her, a pyromancer, and Udingwu, they all belonged to the elites in their class. You can still beat some hard difficulty abyssals, even if they haven't gelled well yet. But Missy hadn't endured for so long just to zone in on a difficulty level. If Suzy can beat the hell level difficulty, so can I. Xia Shuelan's small face was taut, her gaze determined. Maybe I'm not as strong as him for the time being, but with a few teammates, I may not be unable to pass the hell level. She has a great family history and people behind her. Deng Pengang was able to seek out Jing Jing to teach Suzy the mage's fighting style and show him how to utilize his strength to the point of 200%. Father Xia Yidong. The same can be said for hiring someone to teach her. Even Xia Yidong, the old father, had actually long secretly wanted to pull some reliable geniuses for Xia Shuelan's squad, only that he hadn't found any suitable candidates for the time being. But I'm sure it won't be long before she can put together a team to challenge the abyss. For the rest of the day, Suzy enforced his self-training for a month policy, but the Xia family's training grounds had been completely useless. In the end, this place was just a training ground created by Xia Yidong to help Xia Shuelan build a foundation. Although it cost a lot of money, this point of training props was almost ineffective against Suzy's level of attributes. Not even to mention the Xia family, there was no location in the entire city of Jianyang that could be suitable for Suzy's training. While the attributes of a professional would greatly increase after transferring, it was a LV60 professional that might not even match Suzy's attributes. What he needed was a training ground that could be useful to a professional of this level. This would be more than the district of Jianyang City can have. So Suzy simply found a small hill near the outskirts of the city and trained here, using the nearby rocks and trees as training objects. Then every 7 days, you go back to school and take classes to learn about professionals, in which you will also occasionally hear reports on the work of Udingwu. Suzy, Goddess Xia is dragging us to beat the hard level difficulty. Suzy, last time the abyss was lucky to have me to protect it, or else your little lover would have been injured. I've done my job as a bodyguard correctly, haven't I? Do you want to consider giving me a raise? Suzy, Goddess Xia's father found a newcomer to join the team. His strength is okay, but I see his eyes always glancing towards Goddess Xia. Wait for me to find a chance to beat him up and help you guard the good cabbage. Suzy, I beat up this kid. Damn, you don't even know how many pounds or two you have. But you dare to spy on my boss's woman? But one thing is for sure. Your father-in-law has a good eye. The kid he found is not weak. Fortunately my old man's talent is better. Susie. No. It's reasonable for you, as my employee, to hand in a report on your work. But why are you focusing on how to keep an eye on Xia Shuelan for me? Where's the abyss you hit? You don't want to say a word about it, do you? He couldn't help but mention. Old Yua, you do this report. Isn't it all missing the point? Yu Dingwu froze. No, it's all in focus. Don't you just want me to keep an eye on your little mistress? If it's more focused than that, you're going to make me report her every move. Report to you what she eats at every meal, how much she eats, and who she talks to? But, doesn't that make it tailgating? Not so good, is it? Yu Dingwu was a little embarrassed. He was shameless, but he couldn't really do such a thing, especially since the girl trailing him is also in his class. Susie, is there a possibility that you could report the details of the abyss you entered? There is no such possibility. Yu Dingwu waved his big hand. The small matter of the district abyss. Where is it that you want to know? You're not interested in knowing anything except what's related to Xia Shuelan. Yu Dingwu, no one understands Susie better than I do. Proud. JPG, Susie. Chapter 88, The 5 Virtues of a Sex Maniac. So was I right or wrong to have Yu Dingwu Xia Shuelan squad? Susie was in a daze. His own brother's behavior confused him, as if he's really some creepy old man who hires people to search for information about girls. His eyes, though, eventually hardened. Xia Shuelan's squad was definitely the #1 team in the city of Jianyang. Xia Shuelan has a resolute character and works hard enough. A homegrown brother can grow even more by joining her team. This is a good thing for Tingwu. As for Yu Dingwu's ramblings, let him be. Anyway, as long as I pretend I didn't hear it, it won't matter. Susie nodded, firming her belief. Then, he regretted it the next day, because Xia Shuelan also ran over. But she wasn't here to report on her work. She was here to tell Susie off. Will you mind your good brother? Xia Shuelan had a disgruntled look on his face. You know, this guy is living at the entrance of the abyssal portal with his mechanic. I feel like all the other professionals in the abyssal portal are pointing their fingers at our squad right now. Can't we get him to tone it down? Xia Shuelan sputtered with a look of discontent. She's cold in nature, but she's still a girl. The surrounding professionals were pointing at Yu Dingwu, who himself had a thick skin and didn't care at all about other people's comments. But Zhak Shulan was embarrassed. Is it so exaggerated? Susie laughed dryly. But what are you complaining to me about? Aren't you his boss? Xia Shuelan glared angrily at Suze. Amount. It seems to be true. Suze laughed dryly twice and said, but bringing a woman in the abyss portal doesn't seem strange, does it? Professionals make a living with their heads in their pants, and other male professionals seem to do this kind of thing all the time. Susie had also lived in front of the abyssal portal for a while before, and was aware of the current situation of the professionals over there. As a profession that takes life to make a living, the pressure of professionals is more than comparable to that of soldiers in previous wars. Maybe the next day, the life is gone, so like to indulge a lot of people. Yu Dingwu this kind of looking for women. Very much so. And it doesn't discriminate between men and women. A lot of female professionals. They specifically call duck for it. Although Xia Shuelan's temperament was high and cold, she was not a little girl who didn't know anything about the world. She shouldn't be unaware of this problem. Anyway, as long as the place where you live is pulled away from each other, it doesn't affect anyone. As for complaining so much, it's true that a lot of occupiers do this. But your family's good buddy is extraordinarily different. The corner of Xia Shuelan's eyes twitched with a few moments of anger. That guy brought people to the abyssal portal for 5 consecutive days, and each time, he still brought a different one. There are lowly types, teenage girls, young women, and they bring a whole bunch of them at a time, and they're very striking. You know what he said when I asked him why he took so many kinds of women and couldn't fixate on one? Curious, Susie said. How did you answer? Sha Shirin, he said. To love a lowly and not to dislike her because of her petite body is kindness. It is righteous to love a young girl and not to dislike her for her youthful ignorance. To love a young woman, and not to dislike her because she has been married to another, is sincerity. It is constant to love a mature woman and not to dislike her because she is old and mature. It is wise to love an idol and not to dislike it because it is not companionable. Therefore, the color embryo has 5 virtues: benevolence, righteousness, sincerity, constancy, and wisdom. He called himself a man of virtue and advised me to mind my own business. Susie. Nice guy. Not bad for my good buddy who believes in love of whoring. Xia Shuelan's chest heaved together in anger. Her face flushed red, and her small silver teeth clenched as she nibbled. But that wasn't really the root cause of her anger. The real reason was that when Xia Shuelan couldn't help but ask why can't you just be specialized in like one type, instead of self-reflection, Yu Dingwu glanced at Xia Shuelan and comforted. It's fine. There are many kinds of men. My brother Suze is a dedicated person. He likes your type. You can rest assured. Xia Shuelan. I'm relieved to be a hammer. In one sentence, even Xia Shuelan was infuriated and angry. The field drew his sword and slashed Yu Dingwu hard, but unfortunately, the other party was a shield warrior and had an excellent damage reduction talent. And Xia Shuelan couldn't really do it to death. So the exact result of the battle was almost zero. Then being angry, he ran over to Suzy to tell him off. Anyway, can't you just mind your own business? Xia Shuelan hummed. Suze dryly laughed. This is not good to manage. You also know his talent. Maybe his various types followed by the band is testing out a certain effect of the talent. Men who have the excuse of paid prostitutes are simply invincible. Anything that was done could be pushed onto talent, even if Suzy couldn't say much about it. But he also understood the depression of an innocent girl in the prime of her life being looked at differently and considered a companion to such scum. So understandingly, he said, if you really can't take it, why don't I get him off your team? Forcing a team together can be a real problem. However, Xia Shuelan's lips moved, but she inclined her head, her eyes shaking slightly. That's not necessary. Just tell him to stay away from me again. There's bound to be all sorts of people in the team, and everyone has everyone's temperament, so as long as it doesn't interfere with raiding the abyss, I'm not going to get mad yet. It wasn't easy for you to work so hard to bring him up, so let him refrain and distance himself from me even if. Xia Shuelan's eyes shifted and she couldn't help but quietly glance at Suze. Then remembered what happened when I hit the abyss a while back. In the face of the boss's fierce attack, Yu Dingwu did not hesitate to put up his large shield and blocked in front of her, resisting the blow for her. Even with the damage reduction talent on, he was blasted straight into spitting out blood, and one of his ribs was broken. Still, when the boss attacked again, he didn't hesitate to continue resisting the damage for her. Until the end of the battle, Xia Shuelan hadn't been injured once. This is going down the deep end. Although the shield warrior itself should come to resist damage for the output, but the main output will be protected to such a point. Xia Shuelan is still the first time to see. It even got to the point where the two teammates couldn't help but spit out Yu Dingwu must be in love with Xia Shuelan, and how else could he fight so hard to such an extent? However, Yu Dingwu scoffed at this. What I don't care about Xia Shuelan. If it wasn't for the fact that old Su insisted that I come over to protect her, do you think I'd put up a fight? But there's no way. My own brother spent a lot of money to train me up. Equipment, skills, heavenly treasures can give. If I don't protect his goddess, what face will I have to meet my brother? So, Xia Shuelan couldn't help but sneak a glance at Suze. Is the reason you trained Yu Dingwu at all costs to protect me? This kind, doesn't seem like a good idea to say no. Suze saw the look in Xia Shuelan's eyes, and his head couldn't help but float 3 question marks. So what's the deal? The matter of Xia Shuelan's squad was just a small episode. Suzy continues to train himself. A full month later, he had finally mastered his own strong attributes. Then, Suzy's gaze was firm. It's time to hit the real level. Chapter 89, Challenging the Forefathers of the Real Level. Now that there's a decision, all preparations have also been made. Then Suzy acted decisively. Only just as he stepped out of the house, he hesitated and eventually wrote a note. There is only one sentence on it. My punch kills a physique-type Hell-type boss. My body is able to harden against a full-strike attack from a strength-type Hell-type boss. And my speed is so fast that even an agility-type Hell-type boss can't even touch a human figure. If even I can't return from the real Great Abyss, then please stop the country from trying to raid the real Great Abyss. Then the note was silently taped under Yu Dingwu's desk. If I can come out of the abyss, then destroying it is. Suze secretly said in his heart. But if I still can't come out from the abyss, Yu Dingwu will probably be able to discover this note, and then naturally report it to the state. In case something bad happened to Suze, this was the last reminder that Suze, as a Daxia person, could do for Daxia. After all, in the end, it was a true level difficulty that no one had ever rated down before, and although Suzy was confident, he wouldn't underestimate the pro seniors. And I can't say that it's 100% survivable. Of course, this tactic leaves slightly more visible traces. So Suzy chose to sneak into the school late at night, and the note was also posted on Yu Dingwu's desk instead of his own. And at the same time, he was also cautious not to mark his detailed attributes and talents on the note. The next time school starts is 5 days from now, which is normally enough for me to finish brushing the abyss. Suzy said in his heart. If I still can't come back, Something is probably really wrong, and I don't care about exposing or not exposing my own information. This kind of action, as if it were a last word, was something that practically every professional who challenged the more difficult difficulties was bound to do. After all, once you enter the abyss, it's either life or death. That's why when professionals decide to take on a higher challenge, they usually have a nice meal with their families, chat with friends, and some of them play a little last madness to get everything they want to do done. Many professionals are arrested by the pornography police. The explanation to the company and family is, I do not want to take the virginity to the abyss. By the way, in the month before the freshman's basic trial, there is never any pornography crackdown anywhere, because there are so many freshmen who go crazy. If we do sweep a wave, there's bound to be a large number of freshmen caught. You said detaining him interferes with freshman exams. No detention, affecting the majesty of the law. All professionals face the abyss with the same attitude. Suzy was confident when facing the normal abyss, but against the real level of difficulty that no one has ever rated down. It's not enough to say that it's a 100% sure win. That's why he chose to act like the other professionals, not to blindly believe in his own strength and leave himself with regrets. Everything's ready. Suzy nourished his spirit and traveled to the Abyss Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. Since this was the first challenge, it was natural to choose the one you were most familiar with. There is no doubt that the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts is such an abyss. In particular, the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts belonged to the physique type of abyss, which was among the easiest of all types of abyss. Its hell-level difficulty had already been beaten by Suzy, so even if Suzy lost in real-level difficulty, it wouldn't affect reality. At the same time, the existence of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts was still close to half a year. Even if Suzy lost for a moment next and was unable to defeat the enemy for the time being, this period of time would be enough for Suzy to slowly brush his attributes and upgrade in the tower. It can be said that all the conditions, all very perfect, is the most suitable object. However, what he didn't expect was that when he arrived at the abyssal portal, he saw that Tang Pengang had long been waiting here. The first time he saw Suzy, he directly said, "You want to challenge the real level of difficulty? How do you know?" Suzy raised an eyebrow. Tong Pengang, however, bristled. "You geniuses, which one of you isn't a guy who was conceited to the bone?" The instinctive reaction of any high-minded heavenly pride who learns that no one has cheated on the real level difficulty is, no one else can do it, and this level has to be left to me to solve, especially when you're clearly close to transferring, and instead of going around preparing for the transfer at this time, you've been quiet for a month in self-training. Can't I guess when it's so obvious? Amount. Suzy smiled awkwardly. Well, one could only say that all the heavens pride around the world behaved in the same way, naturally allowing an old fart like Tang Pengang to easily guess the purpose. As for why he waited in front of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts, obviously, Suzy was able to analyze the merits of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts, and he, Tong Pengang, was also able to analyze it. But look at Deng Penggang's eyes that are only worried and nothing else. It doesn't seem to be worth Suzy running to the school late at night to stuff a note. Well, it's also normal. He was only trying to challenge the real level abyss. It wasn't like he was waiting for an opportunity to commit a crime, and the country wasn't so desperate as to send someone specifically to track it down. Moreover, with Suzy's current attributes, although he didn't have any break concealment skills, it would still be difficult for someone to quietly follow him without being detected. Deng Pengang let out a long breath and his expression became serious. "Suzy, do you really want to challenge the real level difficulty? With your talent, as long as you keep upgrading normally, you'll definitely do well. Wouldn't it be good for you to develop for a while and then come back to challenge the real level of difficulty?" He couldn't help but persuade, with a look of sincerity on his face. However, Suzy shook his head. Maybe he could even get a bit better equipment and learn a few better skills now, but he already didn't have the abyssal brush attribute, so even if he became a bit stronger, it wouldn't be too exaggeratedly strong. That remaining experience bar decided that at this point in LV20, he had gone to the extreme. If even the current him didn't dare to challenge the real level, then what kind of him would be allowed to do so? You know, the higher the difficulty of the abyss, the stronger the enemies and the trickier the mechanics. This is the best time to do it. Sure enough, one by one, none of you geniuses are willing to listen to others. Tang Pengang let out a bitter laugh, his face carrying a few moments of helplessness. In the next second, though, his expression regained its solemnity. "But Suzy, since you have made a decision, I won't say anything more. Let's just introduce you to the real level intelligence that the country has acquired over the years. A year ago,
West Mountain City pyromancer Wan Yaden took his squad and challenged the abyss Tianxing Shan, a power-based abyss with a monster mechanic. He credited a series of statistics: simple, normal, difficult. Even the last hell level of the abyss detailed data, the abyss mechanism, and even the talent, attributes, and equipment of that heavenly fire mage Wan Yaden. No one has been able to kill their way out of the real level except for that Alliance General President. And even that Chief General Manager, who had gone into the real level abyss just this once and hadn't been able to fight his way through it yet, had gained limited information. But that doesn't mean that the Great Summer State is ignorant of the real level abyss. In the countless years since the founding of the Great Xia, there had been an unknown number of heavenly prides who had held their own strength and challenged the true Great Abyss. They failed, but failure itself is intelligence. If the later don't have what they have, then please wash up early and don't waste your life. Su Zhe showed a serious look on his face and listened carefully. With a few moments of respect in his eyes, the celestial pride would surely be just like Su Zhe, keeping their talents as secret as possible and not telling any of the others. But at this point their stats are detailed by Pengang Deng. Apparently these seniors were also like Suzy, leaving behind their intelligence information before entering the real level abyss. This is obviously for Daxia as well. Instead of calling them seniors, they are all forefathers. It was the forefathers who endeavored to leave their last piece of information for Daxia. Chapter 90 Tower of True Great Ancient Martial Arts. Kick off. Challenging the true level Sky Castle Mountain Fire Mage Wan Yaden. Challenging the real level Devil's Cave Paladin Shim Boyoung. Challenging real level Fish Tide Berserker Hu Yenxing. After Deng Pengang spoke a few examples, he paused and added, Suzy, it's actually not just individuals, but actually the country has been exploring the real level abyss as well. You're not the only one with a heart of gold, and you're not even the only country in our Daxia. As far as I know, our Great Xia and the Divine Eagle Empire, Polar Bear Federation, and Gallic Divine Dynasty, 5 of the strongest countries of the Blue Star once had one of the best celestial pride from each country to form a joint team to challenge the abyss. The 5 powers join forces? Suzy was stunned, but he didn't find it strange. The name Real Class has been placed here. Starting from the lowest level LV20 abyss until the full level abyss that only the top professionals can raid. With such an obvious presence, how could the state not make a move? The minimum standard for these heavenly prides is also at the level of one person soloing the hell level abyss. And in order to raid the true great abyss, the worst they have on their bodies are legendary grade suits. And in their hands they even have epic grade weapons supported by the state. And each of them carries at least 10 rolls of powerful disposable props plus countless auxiliary props. On each person, there is even an undercard specially prepared for them by the general president of each country. And then to make sure they are strong, there will be top professionals who will train them specifically. But, Deng Pingang's voice was soft, but the weight is extraordinarily heavy. Still haven't gotten through, have you? Suzy took a deep breath. Deng Pengang nodded heavily. Suzy immediately adjusted the difficulty of the real level abyss. Up one more level. That's a team fully supported by the state. One might even say that the entire Blue Star fully supports the team. Single brush with the top heavenly pride of the Inferno class, complemented by various props and equipment. There is more than definitely no shortage of skills on the body. Then there are top pros who specialize in training, but have yet to play through the level. This difficulty. Suzy's eyes carried a few shades of gravity. It looks like he still underestimated the real level abyss. But, Suzy, are you sure you still want to challenge it? Tung Pengang asked seriously. Okay. Suzy nodded slightly. I won't be satisfied until I fight a little. If you can't even fight this abyss yourself, who else can tackle the real level? And, Suzy glanced at the several digit attributes of himself. I think I'm a little bit stronger than those people. Suzy gestured a fingertip universe. Teng Pengang let out a bitter laugh. Sure enough, every genius will not consider themselves weaker than others. You or anyone else. All a deadbeat. He let out a long sigh. Deng Peng just came here. In addition to taking into account his friendship with Su Zhe and wanting to persuade a persuasion. In fact, there is also a national command. Daxia also didn't want to let its own heavenly pride seek death one by one. Officials have long had the local presidents keep an eye on the local heaven's pride. And before the heaven's pride enter the real level, provide timely intelligence on the real level abyss, as well as a kind of exhortation. I've already told you how difficult the real level difficulty is. If you don't have a little bit of bottom line, please give up the rating decisively. But if you know the intel and still insist on challenging, if you're so insistent, then go for it. Deng Pingang's voice, re-energized. Fight well, fight hard, and maybe the first person to solve the real level difficulty will be my great Xia's hero. It's you. Susie, see what else you're lacking, and if so, talk to me directly. Although the country won't fully support you, it's still okay to give some convenience. There are some consumables that you can't buy right now that I can provide you with as well. Solving the real level abyss is a big deal with the country's favor. The state is not going to add to this kind of thing. Susie wasn't polite and reached out for a list. Then after scanning twice, he directly selected the high mana recovery potion, a full 2 boxes. Mana recovery potion. He had prepared quite a few backups though. But free stuff, don't take it for nothing. After all, one bad move and Susie would have to prepare for a protracted battle in the abyss. It's never too much to be prepared. As for the rest, Susie didn't ask for more. You just want mana potions? Dang Peng just received the list and was stunned. Susie nodded faintly. Just mana potion is also too much. Deng Pengang had an odd look on his face. Then egged on. Susie, you can actually ask for more. The state pays for it anyway. He signaled with his eyes. Susie thought about it. So it was time to ask for 2 more boxes of potions. Deng Pengang. In fact, Susie had nothing else to ask for. It's not like the Raider real level is organized by the state. While supportive, it's natural to not put out too many resources. But low-level items didn't mean much to Susie. But high-level items that wanted to be used by low-level professions would need to be specially manufactured, like special disposable props in general, which cost a lot, and the country wouldn't give much to provide. In that case, might as well just have mana potions. This stuff is most useful. I'll go in then. Susie took the potion. Tung Pangang nodded heavily. Go! The Great Summer Alliance looks forward to your return. Susie nodded and faced the abyss portal. Selected. Real level. Then stride into the abyss. Abyss, Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. Level, LV1 LV20. Difficulty, True. Objective, kill the leader, evil spirit. Description, a respected old abbot, addressing a group of martial arts monks, said, let's build a pagoda together, and then we'll refine our martial arts together. The martial monks nodded their heads and contributed men and women to the eventual construction of a 9-story tower. Then, they've all disappeared. When Susie opened his eyes again, he was already inside the familiar Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. As you look around, you are surrounded by the familiar scene of the tower. Dim candlelight, grimy breath, passing eerie chill. This chill was countless times stronger than the Tower of Hell-level Ancient Martial Arts. It was as if Susie's entire being had been swallowed into the mouth of a monster. The kind that emanated from the creature's heart. A bone-chilling coldness. Even with Susie's physical quality, he couldn't help but shudder. This is the real Great Abyss? Susie took a deep breath and swept his gaze towards the abyss introduction. Boss. Changed. Difficult level bosses are golden body abbots and hell level bosses are evil spirit abbots. And now, turn straight into an evil spirit. There's no doubt that it makes a huge difference. I just don't know how different this evil spirit is from the evil spirit abbot. Regardless, fight first. Susie raised his head slightly and looked ahead. Countless blood-red eyes flashed beneath the dimness ahead. That's monsters in the real level abyss. Chapter 91, The Abyssal Mechanism Changes. Ta-da-da-da-da. The sound of footsteps. Blood-red eyes that gradually emerged from the dimness and revealed the golden face. Another guest. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Little brother, do you know the way of the martial monk? Come here, come here. Let uncle talk to you properly and in detail. It was an old friend Susie was familiar with, the martial arts monk Jinrun. Their looks were no different from the low-level abyssals, but their demeanor was even more twisted. As if the wild wolves that just found the prey. Eyes full of excitement, but try to suppress their own madness, try to suppress their own killing energy, slowly waiting for the prey to fall into their palms. Suppression and madness alternately surfaced on their faces, making the already hideous faces even more appalling. Susie quietly looked over, her eyes narrowing slightly. Normal abyss. The monster's attributes are completely obvious at a glance, but the thing about real level abyss is that you can't view each other's stats. This was the same as reality. Professionals were unable to tell the attributes and skills of the other party by simply looking at them. Let's start testing from the smallest detail, Susie secretly said in his heart. Although my physique is very strong and has a high margin for error, it's still more appropriate to play a little bit steadily. So, summoning the undead. Susie waved his hand. Thousands of undead instantly appeared throughout the space inside the tower. It made the already vast space crowded. I'm sorry, but I have absolutely no interest in your way of the martial monk. The corner of Susie's mouth rose. Yet I want you to be interested in my way of the undead. Next, he reached out. The undead legions began to attack. Filthy being, You have actually defiled the glory of the Buddha. The martial monk Jinrun was instantly enraged. They were furious, like an enraged bull, charging over fiercely. When they saw the undead, they swung for the fences. Boom, boom, boom. The undead were instantly knocked over, and even if the skeleton mages at the back immediately stepped in, they couldn't stop their frantic attack. Susie watched as the phantoms clawed their way through viciously, but only managed to deal 5 points of damage. Yes, Susie wasn't wrong. Attacks inflicted by your side, only single digits. The Spectre's attack power is around 150, and this reduction means that a random little monster has the physique of an overriding LV-20 shield warrior? The corner of Susie's eyes twitched. Susie couldn't see the enemy's attributes, but could surmise its general attributes from its performance. For example, physique attribute equals damage reduction, so the physique of this martial monkkin is roughly 145 up or down, and the base main attribute of a normal LV-20 professional is only about 100 ah. Of course, professionals can also wear equipment to enhance their attributes, but it's just a random ING glitch, and there were hundreds of little monsters in front of them. I remember that in the hell level difficulty, the blood level of the martial monk Jin was 10,000 points. Susie calculated in his heart, so their physique should be around 100 points, and now it becomes 145 points, a 50% enhancement. This attribute was already equivalent to quite a few low-level difficulty bosses. They charge over, which is hundreds of bosses launching a charge together, but it can still fight. Susie's mind moved, and the skeleton mages in the back sent out attacks in unison. The frost nova turned into a meteor shower and fell madly. Minus 1,227, minus 1,301, minus 1,299. A series of numbers surfaced. Although the ghost is a few points stronger than the skeleton warriors and zombies, but in the final analysis, it is only a LV-5 undead. The damage caused by hitting the enemy may not be as fast as the other side to return to the blood, but a skeleton mage is a different story. Worthy of being the ace good brother under Susie, he instantly inflicted huge kills on the enemy. Sure, the spell output is inherently high, but the cooldowns are also cumbersome and have a number of drawbacks. One-on-one, a mere 1,000 spell damage was actually nothing in front of a blood bull with a blood count of over 10,000. But Susie is a necromancer. What the undead do best. It's strength in numbers ah. Each of the martial monkins who rushed at the front was greeted by a dozen or so frost novas, and in an instant they were drowned in ice. Can't fight. Susie nodded. His undead alone could kill all the monsters on this floor. Asshole. Damned evil creatures. How dare you resist? The poor monk will send you to meet the Buddha. The martial arts monks and gold people frantically rushed over, letting out a loud roar, but they were stopped by the skeleton warriors and zombies in the front row, trying to cross over to them, but the ghosts hold their feet. You can only end up being bombarded by skeleton mages. It wasn't for no reason that the skeleton mages knew that the undead that Susie summoned were weak, yet they still wanted to match the troopers. Even if the skeleton warriors were weak, they could even be instantly killed by the subject's enemies, but by delaying the enemy for just a second and holding them back for an instant, it would allow the skeleton mages in the rear to vent more spells and inflict more kills. That's what they exist for. Even though the martial gold monks were furious, they were quickly crushed by the frost and broken into pieces one by one. Susie stood right at the back, keeping her grief brushing her attributes while assessing the battle in front of her, slightly reassured. His strongest means hadn't been used yet, and the undead alone had solved a tier of small monsters. This wave, it can be won. Susie nodded and watched as the last of the martial monkins was eliminated. Then he planned to sit down and start meditating, restore mana and walk up to the last floor. This was already his standard procedure for brushing the tower of ancient martial arts. Just before he could start meditating, suddenly, the wind is blowing. The wind is picking up? Susie snapped his head up with a few shades of gravity in his eyes. This is the tower. It's a lot of space inside, but it's also the inside of a tower. The fringes are with tightly closed windows. It's a closed space. Places like this. What's with the wind? And this wind, with a bit of air. It's a wind. Susie's eyes narrowed slightly. The gusts of wind are getting stronger. By the end of the day, the whistling was like a hurricane. Susie couldn't help but squint slightly to prevent dust from the wind from getting into his eyes. Wait, dust? Susie froze. The Tower of Ancient Martial Arts is actually the interior of a pagoda. The place was sprawling, but it was tidied up. The kind where you couldn't step on dust with bare feet. The martial arts monks and gold people were monsters, but monks nonetheless. This place is a temple to them. How could it not be cleaned up?
Suzeji advances into the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts unless he breaks something himself, causing it to turn into dust. Otherwise there wouldn't even be a speck of dust on it. But now, Suzy frowned and reached out to grab it. Retract it again to look at the palm of your hand. This is not dust. This is gold dust. Suzy looked at a golden color in his hand. It was the gold powder of the golden man of the martial monks. Although the golden man of the martial monks is said to be a human being, it is actually more like a clay figure piled up with gold. This gold dust is, in fact, their remains. But why were these wrecks swept up by that gust of ghastly wind? Suzy was puzzled in his mind. But the next second, the cloudy wind suddenly contracted. Countless gold dust was swept up by the cloudy wind and gathered at the very center. A golden man of gold, gradually taking shape. Abyssal mechanisms. Changed. Suzy's heart sank. Chapter 92. Suzy frowned, feeling that things were not simple. Abyssal mechanics. Changed. Suzy's face was grave. The abyssal mechanism is a very important factor when attacking the abyss. For example, taking the underworld ghost cave as an example. If one didn't target the endless ghosts and choose the tactic of a quick battle, even the strongest professional could be dragged to death by the endless ghosts. In contrast, the mechanics of the Tower of the Ancient Warriors are very friendly. Each level leaves you plenty of time to refurbish. This unique mechanism was also one of the reasons why Suzy chose the Tower of True Great Ancient Martial Arts. And now, those gold dust actually gathered into a human form. Of course, it wasn't the initial 100 martial arts monks and gold men, but only one human form. But Suzy's heart, on the contrary, sank a few points more. Because of the rapid speed of that gathering, Suzy has already vaguely seen the appearance of the other party. It was also Suzy's old friend, the evil spirit abbot. Amatba. The evil spirit abbot shouted the Buddha's name. Even if his face had not yet been finished being molded by the gold dust, his beast-like teeth could be seen when he cried out. But the voice still came out loud and clear. Scholar, have you come to submit to our way of martial monks? His faceless face was twisted with a few moments of madness, and his breathing was very heavy, as if he was suppressing something. Do it! Suzy frowned and gave an order. The skeleton mages instantly released their spells and blasted them out in unison. What a pity! The evil spirit abbot let out a long sigh. Obviously, the scholar is very wise. So why is he unwilling to join me in realizing the way of the martial monk? Perhaps I should first take the scholar to experience more of the beauty of the way of the martial monk, and then the scholar will be able to understand the benefits of converting to our Buddha. Decided. Let me contribute to the conversion of the giver, he said, his body having been compensated as much as it could be. Then against the undead army, he charged. Boom, boom, boom. Everywhere you go, people fall over, hands clenched in fists, punching as they go. He swung his hands and fists. His body flashed with golden light. I don't know what skill he had unleashed. All his body seemed to be covered with a layer of golden virtual armor. In this dim light, flaunting 1,000,000 points, he surged forward frantically, like a fierce general who had crossed the sands and made 7 advances and 7 exits, to tread all enemies into mincemeat and cut any opponent to pieces. It was also the undead army that was iron-blooded and cold and only pursued death, or else even the elite troops would have been scattered by it. The values are also about 1.5 times doubled, and there are skills I don't recognize being activated. This wave of undead can't be beaten. Suzy looked at the evil spirit abbot's appearance as he streaked across the sands, and in his heart, he similarly calculated his data. Not hell-level abyss on this trouble. Not only can not see each other's attributes, but also do not know what skills he used. But Suzy could tell one thing, the army of undead that could overwhelm the hell-level final boss was no match for that evil spirit abbot. How terrifying! Suzy let out a long sigh. Just the first layer of the 9-layer tower of ancient martial arts. There are actually monsters that are even more terrifying than a hell-level boss. But fortunately, Suzy wasn't really relying on these undead to fight the world. He waited quietly for the evil abbot to sweep away his undead hordes before slowly walking over and standing in front of the evil abbot. Oh, they actually took the initiative to appear in front of the old line? The evil spirit abbot's voice actually carried a few touched colors. Could it be that the monks have lost their way and want to convert to our Buddha? No, Suzy said calmly, I'm just going to beat you to death. When the evil spirit abbot heard this, the touched color instantly disappeared and turned into a burst of anger. Monk, could it be that you want to experience the Vajra fury of a poor monk? Suzy pondered for a moment and actually nodded. Yes, the evil spirit abbot was even angrier. He swung his thick arm, which was shining with golden light, and with an aura of force breaking mountains and rivers, he fiercely blasted over. Before attacking, the strong wind had already met his face.
This was clearly not the kind of power that a normal physique stream boss could fight with. He was using some kind of skill, Suze secretly said in his heart, but he remained motionless. And then, bump! A muffled sound. Suze's expression remained unchanged, and his body did not move at all. -0. Simple numbers floated up as if in mockery of the evil spirit abbot. Have you not eaten, little man? The evil spirit abbot was instantly angrier. He threw frantic punches, as if he was transformed into a berserker, and one punch was heavier than the other. But Suzy still didn't change his face. A series of -0s floated up. No damage done at all. It looks like that's all you are, Suze calmly said. Originally, I wanted to see if you had any stronger attacks, but now it seems like you don't. The evil spirit abbot was strong, with an attribute that was fully 5 times that of a hell-ranked evil spirit abbot. But Suzy is stronger. His physical attributes, a full 14W, not 1400, not 4W, but 14W. The evil spirit dweller with 5 times the attributes of the district couldn't break Suzy's defense yet. The evil spirit abbot became even more furious as he attacked frantically, punch after punch, punching out powerful winds. His attack was ferocious, but what responded to him was just the usual -0. Suzy indulged it in a dozen punches before giving a soft sigh. It looks like you've run out of other means. Then, he brought up his fist and struck it flat. The evil spirit abbot mentally snorted coldly. Hit me with your fists? A mere necromancer. And you want to beat people with your fists? He's a physique flow boss. How can? Boom! There was a loud bang. A huge fist wind that blasted over. The evil spirit abbot only felt a huge force coming from him, and before he could feel anything, the entire upper half of his body was blown to pieces. Now, he didn't need to feel anything anymore. Skill, normal punch, Suzy casually mouthed off, then let out a light laugh of her own. Not bad. It's not as strong as I thought it would be. His punch, a full 8W of power, represented 80W of attack power. A normal hell-level abyssal physique boss would only have a total blood quantity of 100,000 to 200,000. There was no way that a true level evil summoner would be able to resist 80W of attacks even if it was stronger than the final boss version of an inferno level evil summoner. Can kill enemies in seconds. Just hit it. Suzy let out a light laugh. The real level abyss is much stronger than the inferno level, but it's not his match yet. But we can't be careless, Suze secretly said in his heart. This is the first time I've fought a real level abyss. An abyss that can make the 5 strongest countries in the entire blue planet unite to support the professionals, all of which were grouped together and destroyed. It's definitely not going to be that simple. In fact, he's always been solid. Don't look at the fact that he ended up stiffly resisting the enemy's attack and punching them in seconds again. But in reality, he had already been secretly observing the evil spirit abbot for a long time. That army of undead was a prop used to brush up his attributes. And even more so, it was cannon fodder he used to test the enemy. It was seeing that the evil spirit abbot didn't seem to have any special abilities that he schmoozed his way out to make a final test of his. Even this final test is necessary. The undead's individual strength was still weak after all, and it might not be possible to force out all of the evil spirit abbot's skills. And what can be met next is that Suzy will also encounter a series of enemies similar to the evil spirit abbot if we don't find out the full strength of the other party. Do we have to wait until we fight the final boss, and then be sneak attacked by the enemy with certain abilities? What now appears to be a hard fight against the blind waves of the enemy is actually a smooth and safe victory in the end. And now, it's time to meditate, and we have to go upstairs afterward. Suzy shrugged and was about to sit on the ground and start meditating, before he could sit down. However, the cloudy wind rose again. No, come again? Suze frowned, feeling that things were not simple. Chapter 93. The mechanism has changed again. The wind gusted and swept up countless gold dust, but it seemed to move a little slower than before. After Suzy killed all the monsters for the first time, in just a few seconds, the evil spirit abbot coalesced. And now, Suze silently counted for a minute. The cloudy wind remained. The gold powder danced wildly, but it was slow to coalesce into a shape. There was only a rough fledgling outline that was slowly coalescing. Suze was silent for a moment, not bothering to meditate or make a rash move. Instead, he observed the condition of the place. There are very specific mechanics in the abyss, and each abyss is individually different. For the sake of hitting the abyss next, Suzy planned to play it safe and not go to the upper levels first, and see what the current level of the abyss was about before making a decision. About 10 minutes later, 100 martial arts monks and gold men coalesced. Scholar, quickly join us in realizing the way of the martial monk. With frantic looks on their faces, they pounced. However, he was quickly killed by Suzy, although he didn't have meditation and didn't have much mana to recover and couldn't swipe his attributes. But this in turn led to the quicker demise of the Wookiee Golds. The ghastly wind rose again. And a few seconds later, the evil spirit abbot coalesced. Scholar, if you have not yet converted to our Buddha, when will you wait? He bellowed and lunged. Then once again, he was seconded by Suzy. Then there was another cloudy wind similar to the previous one for a long time, filled with gold dust. This is infinite monster brush mechanism? Suzy frowned slightly. This time his advantage of meditative recovery was gone. Still, after a moment of contemplation, he planned to test a few more rounds to test the bottom of this abyss. 10 minutes later, 100 martial arts monks and gold men came out again. After being taken out, the evil spirit's residence reappears. This cycle went on, and Suzy fought for 5 rounds. For the second round he set the time, 10 minutes to revive the martial arts monk, the golden man, and 5 seconds to revive the evil abbot. In the third round he began to try to interfere with the coalescence of the gold dust, including but not limited to collecting the gold dust, breaking the coalescing prototype, and freezing and retaining a gold man to keep him from dying. But in the end they all failed. Even when he summoned the skeleton mages and ordered them to freeze a martial monkkin with frost nova, leaving a monster unkilled. However, that martial monk golden man smiled wryly. Then his entire body turned into gold dust and dispersed in all directions. Then the ghastly winds rose again, and a renewed reading of the resurrection began. It looks like there is no way to meditate in peace, Suzy secretly said in his heart, but it also tested the mechanism of this floor, so we can go upstairs and take a look. He drank a mana-restoring potion, sat down to meditate for a few moments, and, stuck in the last moments of his martial golden man's resurrection, strutted up the stairs. The monsters on the second floor are also martial arts monks and jinns. The number is also 100, but the strength is a few points stronger. Suzy briefly tested it and found that the attributes of the martial monk gold man were roughly 10% higher than the first level. Go! Suzy waved his hand. Countless undead lined up in formation and sent out attacks. However, although the undead were raging, their numbers were quite a bit less than at the first level. Although Suzy was drinking a high mana recovery potion, he had too little time to meditate after all. You can't make it up with potions alone. The attack was sporadic and carried a few moments of decadence. The Wookiee Golds launched a charge, battling the undead and quickly crushing them. The skeleton mages fought back as best they could, only to be quickly annihilated. Suzy looked at the fragmented attribute income and skimmed his lips. This kind of battle where you know at a glance that the group is going to be destroyed. The skeleton mages are reluctant, and the probability of being able to give attributes is very low. But it was a rewarding experience in the end. Suzy struck when the last of the undead were massacred. Bang! 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 One by one, the martial monk golds were knocked out by Suzy and turned into corpses, and those corpses, as if they were decaying, turned into gold dust and flew into oblivion. Then under the sweep of the gloomy wind, they coalesced to form the evil spirit abbot. Scholar, do I have to show my Vajra means for you? Scholar, to realize the benefits of converting to the Buddha? He roared and stormed up. His body shone with golden light, like a golden Buddha. The arms, too, seemed to have grown a few points thicker in this instant. Bang! The number -0 floated up again, but Suzy frowned. It seems not quite right. It's normal for an evil spirit abbot to attack himself, and it's normal for him to be countered by his own defense and only be able to put out 0 output. But why is it that when the evil spirit abbot strikes, it's a skill output? Suzy frowned. The abyss is a real world. The first point of a normal person, when confronted with an enemy of unknown depth, is to test the enemy. So except for mages, all other professions starting attacks or normal attacks skills are very blue consuming. So how can you casually open a big one in a normal battle? Mages use skills, and that's because they can't always rush forward and knock sticks. But even for them, the starting tries are small skills, the kind that are low on blue and weak on power. There are almost no people who come up with a starting move that is all out in case the enemy has an evasion skill and just dodges your move. That's a big loss. But the evil spirit abbot in front of himself was going all out the moment he came up. That golden special effect seems to be some kind of status skill. The strike that instantly thickened the arm by 2 turns was some kind of direct attack skill. It was carrying a few shadows behind it, and it seemed to be using some kind of speed-based skill. With such a wide variety of skills combined, this was completely full power. Why is that? Suzy frowned. I remember that on the first level, That evil spirit abbot started with a normal attack as well, and only switched to this set of moves later when he realized that he couldn't break the defense. Even if it was a big move, it was still quite a bit worse against Susie's over 14W physique. Can't do any damage at all. But this change is quite elusive. So Susie hesitated for a moment, and instead of settling the opponent in a quick battle, he delayed for a moment. When some mana was restored, some undead were summoned to test the attributes of the evil abbot. Susie's first strike was a second kill, and his hard resistance to enemy damage was only unharmed, and he couldn't see any change in the attributes of the evil spirit abbot at all. After tossing it around for a while, Susie came to a conclusion: it was about the same as the martial monk's golden man, with an attribute enhancement of 10%. Skill-wise it's no different than the evil spirit warrior monk from the first tier. No difference at all. And the results of the kills. Susie fiercely blasted his fist over, and the evil spirit abbot let out a whimper as he was blown to smithereens. Then the body quickly withered and turned into gold dust. The ghastly wind swept in and began to coalesce new enemies. Still an infinite resurrection mechanic? Susie nodded in his heart, then sat cross-legged and began to meditate. From the conclusions obtained from the previous level, the next resurrection should still be the martial arts monk Jinrun, and the resurrection time is 10 minutes. It was just the right amount of time for him to meditate for a while longer and recover his mana. His mana slots had been empty for a long time, and the cooldown on his blue potion hadn't even passed yet. Not having time to brush up on his undead best buddies battles was making him uncomfortable. However, just as Suze was meditating quietly, his mind was not in the right place. Suddenly, he only felt a huge force coming from in front of him. There was no damage, but he was still knocked straight out. There are enemies? Susie was startled in his heart and woke up from his meditation. Looking up, 100 martial arts monks and gold men had surrounded themselves. I obviously haven't meditated for the full 10 minutes yet. And they're resurrected? The mechanism has changed again? Chapter 94, The Abyss also plays tactics? Susie showed a serious expression. He has a good handle on time, and there is no possibility of accidentally meditating more than he should. Meditating for less than 10 minutes while the enemy has appeared and attacked himself. Abyss changed the mechanics again. Then try again to see what difference this round makes. Susie stood up, his face calm. If it was a normal person, perhaps faced with a sudden attack, and suddenly deeply wounded, difficult to cope with. But Susie's words, he was just laying on the ground and letting this group of monsters hit him, and he wouldn't break his defense. The martial arts monks and gold people came rushing over madly, like a maniac. Soz raises his fists and punches. Bang, 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 bang. A series of muffled sounds rang out. That was the sound of the martial monk's golden man being whacked by Susie. Other than that unexpected sneak attack, these guys couldn't touch Susie at all. It was soon whacked by Susie as much as possible. Then the evil spirit abbot was resurrected by the repetition of the gloomy wind. It seems that in careful comparison, it's also a bit faster than the first layer. Suze stroked his chin and said in his heart, probably went from 5 seconds to 5 seconds? The difference was so subtle that Suze hadn't cared at all before, but when he carefully began to distinguish them, he was able to perceive them slightly. Hammering away at the evil spirit abbot as usual, Susie once again began to test. After a few rounds of repeated fights, he could ascertain the revival speed of the martial monk gold man was indeed a minute faster than the first level. The first level takes 10 minutes to revive, and the second level only takes 9 minutes. The resurrection time is shortening. Susie narrowed his eyes. So what if I go up to the third level? After a moment of silence, he was stuck in the moment when the golden man of martial arts was about to be resurrected, ending his meditation and ascending to the third floor. After a bit of fighting, it was quickly concluded the resurrection time on the third level was about 8 minutes. Each layer is resurrected faster than the last. The difference between 9 minutes and 8 minutes isn't that big, but if we follow this ratio, I'm afraid the time for the last few levels will be reduced to a very scary point. That's really not giving a single chance to recover stamina at all. Suze let out a long sigh. From the moment he entered the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts, he began to fight. It's forcing the pros to keep fighting until they get to the pass. However, if you figure out this pattern and decisively choose to go straight to the last floor, an ordinary professional group might still have a few chances of winning. Suze secretly said in his heart. Of course, this ordinary professional standard was also the kind that could brush off the abyss alone. After all, aside from this resurrection time reduction mechanic, the monsters also have the one level stronger than the next mechanic. The monsters on the third floor were also like 10% stronger than the second floor. And the first-tier monsters themselves had attributes that were 30% stronger than the Inferno level. One reinforcement at a time. I'm afraid that the monsters in the last layer are fully 3 times the attributes of the Hell level monsters. No wonder so many top-tier celestial pride have perished in the real level abyss. Before, the normal level abyss was only 30% stronger than the simple level abyss, and the difficult level was 30% stronger than the normal level. It's all about 30% enhanced, and the real level, but it just triples? Nah, there's actually one more special thing, Suzy said in his heart, raising his head to look at the martial arts monks and gold people in front of him. In the last round of fighting, as before, he still summoned his own army of undead. However, the martial monkans were completely oblivious to the presence of the undead and came straight for themselves. Decapitation tactics. Of course, the end result was the total demise of the undead army and the deaths of all the martial arts monks and jinns in battle. And this time, the martial monk gold man let out an earth-shattering roar and came straight at Suzy. They blithely ignored the undead's attacks. Even the skeleton mages, who had the strongest attacks, were simply ignored. Dodge it if you can, or just let it go if you can't. Even the undead that were close by were all ignored. There was only one target, Suzy. Suzy's eyes narrowed slightly and his mind moved. A skeleton mage's body trembled. But still, under Suzy's forceful order, he came over with his own body to block the gun. This was one of the rare instances where Suzy had forcibly ordered a skeleton mage to take a bullet for himself. But, facing a skeleton mage with an open chest that could be killed with just 2 simple strokes, the martial monk gold people actually lurched on their feet and made a hard little detour, avoiding the skeleton mage's position and continuing straight towards Suzy. The skeleton mage who had thought he was going to die was confused. Hadn't a mage back row like himself always been the target of warrior-type professionals? Why now? Sure enough, Suzy's eyes narrowed slightly. These guys, they have information about me. They're testing me. Previously, Suzy had found the evil spirit abbot's behavior of using a big move as soon as he came up to be very puzzling. And now that behavior that could simply be said to be deliberately avoiding the undead, further proved Suzy's suspicion the intelligence between these monsters was connected. The evil spirit abbot used a big move as soon as he came up, not because he didn't know how to fight, but because it was time to try. The first level evil spirit abbot who had died in Suzy's hands before had already finished trying. Then of course he could unleash his strongest attack all at once, and now the option of avoiding the undead. It's testing the launch conditions of my talent, Suzy secretly said in his heart. Obviously, the martial monks already knew that their full force strikes, none of it could harm Suzy's intelligence. Normal people will not think that the difference between their own attributes and the enemy of the same level is so exaggerated, and will only think whether the other party has launched a harsh conditions, but has succeeded in the skills, talents, props, whether it was the beheading tactics of the martial arts monks and gold people before, or the non-casualty spirits now. All of them were trying to figure out how to avoid Suzy from unleashing his talent. They were speculating about the constraints on Suzy's ability to unleash his talent. It was even possible that after so many battles, they might have come to the same conclusion as Jing Jing and the others. Suzy had a sacrifice-type talent, and the more undead that died under his command, the stronger his own attributes would be. That's why that would rather take a detour than look at a skeleton mage. These days, the Abyss are playing open full map? The corner of Suzy's mouth twitched. There is one thing to be said for this kind of action though. It's really mean to the pros. The biggest advantage of the pros' ability to fight the Abyss is intelligence. They will make targeting based on the attributes and weaknesses of the abyssal monsters to minimize consumption, fight their way through the Abyss, and gain profit. And if the Abyss also grows a brain and starts targeting responses, the difficulty will skyrocket. Plus the monsters have enhanced attributes. No wonder no one has been able to penetrate the real Great Abyss for so many years. Suzy couldn't help but say, perhaps this intelligence advantage is just a special mechanism only available in the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. But other abysses will surely have unique advantages that belong to them as well. So many heavenly pride group, plus the country's strong support, but still cannot beat the real level abyss. It is also justifiable. But, Soz throws out a jab. The martial monk gold man let out a wail, and his entire body was instantly blown apart. A mere piece of information. Even if I let you obtain it, what can you do to me? Suzy's expression was calm. His gift was not something that could be targeted by an enemy who knew about it. You're just 3 times stronger in all attributes. And the attack that should be unbreakable is still unbreakable. It's my turn to sweep across the abyss next. Suzy's gaze flickered. He directly stopped caring about the skeletons he had summoned and directly struck the martial monk Jin with 3 punches and 2 kicks.
Then there was another punch that killed the resurrected evil abbot in seconds. Then ascend the stairs directly to the upper level. Then as the party's 3 punches and 2 kicks to kill the enemy. Seconds the evil spirit abbot. A little to verify that the resurrection speed of the martial arts monks is in line with their expectations. They continue to climb. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. He quickly ascended to the 9th floor of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. It's also the last layer. A humanoid monk with a black aura emanating from his body sat silently in front of the Buddha statue on the 9th floor. This is the final boss. The evil spirit. Chapter 95, the final boss can still be resurrected? That body, it was as if it was made up of yin chi. It was so dark that only a vague human form could be vaguely seen. The cold chill, emanating from it, makes people fall into the abyss and lose their will to fight. It's the final boss. Suzei's face was calm, only with a few moments of excitement in his eyes. The monks have finally arrived. The young monk has been waiting here for the monks for a long time. The evil spirit's voice was soft, as if it was an amiable monk speaking kindly. It just somehow brought a bone-chilling chill. You're waiting for me? Susie's eyes narrowed slightly. The evil spirit replied softly. Yes, but the mage came much later than the little monk had expected. It's clear that those gold people are no match for the Sure. So why is the Sure still delaying for so long? Could it be that the Sure master is somewhat sensitized by the Buddha? If that's the case, that's great. Its voice seemed to carry a few tones of joy, as if it was celebrating, and as if it was mixed with some sort of expectation. It was just a pity that the icy aura, as always, made its words laced with a full chill. Sorry, I don't believe in Buddhism. And, Suzei's expression was calm as he swept a glance at the Buddha statue in front of the evil spirit. Your Buddha doesn't seem to be any normal Buddha, either. That statue of Buddha, kindly, but not one of the Buddhas known to Suzy. Favor the Buddha statue in front of the 3 sacrificial offerings. A few incense and candles are prepared already, completely as to treat it as a real Buddha statue. General worship offerings. Looking at the cold and incomparable atmosphere around him, he suddenly took on a few eerie colors. Hearing Suzei's words, the evil spirit immediately frowned with grim dissatisfaction. A Buddha is a Buddha, and my Buddha is also a Buddha. Scholar, please do not insult our Buddha. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the young monk cannot take in the scholar to come and realize the Dharma together. Instead, as the spokesman for the Buddha, administer Vajra Fury. It stood up. The figure condensed by the black gas was not tall, and even a bit thin, like the body of a 16 or 17-year-old teenager. However, the incomparably thick yin chi seemed to pull the surroundings into darkness as much as possible. Then let's give it a try. Suzei let out a light laugh. Maybe if you beat me, I'll convert to your Buddha. In that case, the young monk will not be polite. The evil spirit folded his hands and bowed. Quite a polite evil spirit. And then, bang! It slammed its foot down. The force of his feet was so strong that even the ground, which was made of unknown materials but was incredibly sturdy, was stepped out into a small pit. The entire body, like a black arrow, rushed fiercely. It rolled up a gust of ghastly wind, and its palm transformed into a phantom, fiercely slapping at it. An incomparably black large handprint blasted over. Sure enough, it also knows the information of the lower levels. Suzy narrowed his eyes. He reached out with a simple clap of his hand. Bang! The big black handprint was dispersed by his slap. Suzy didn't use any skills, but this one attribute was more powerful than even stronger skills. Next, he charged violently towards the evil spirit. Real level was different from normal abyss. In the case of normal abyss, Suzy would slowly try out the enemy's skills to make it easier to write strategies for others. But real level, Suzy felt that even if he figured out all the enemies and mechanics and wrote the strategy, nor may anyone be able to attack this abyss. So what's the holdup? It's the best choice to just shoot this enemy and pass the abyss. He took his time in front of him to test the waters. Only he was worried that the abyss would show up with some special mechanism, thus allowing himself to be momentarily inadvertent and be turned over by the enemy. It's not that he can't get through quickly. After so much trial and error, the abyss mechanics have been roughly deduced, and there is no special mechanic like one for one. Then what's there to be afraid of? Of course, in order to prevent this boss from being anything special, the power of the machine change that should be retained should still be retained. So just offer half. No, 2/3 of full strength is good. Suzy's eyes brightened. His entire body flashed behind the evil spirit with almost instantaneous speed. Fists clenched, raised high above his head, aimed at the evil spirits, and slammed down hard. With a thunderous explosion, The air distorted and the shadow of a fist blasted in front of it almost instantly. The attack, which happened only in the blink of an eye, but the evil spirit actually managed to react. Before the fist could land, it lunged forward, bringing up a few gusts of cloudy wind, the martial monk's evasion skill, Wind Blast Flash. Then before his feet could stabilize, he backhanded Suzy in an attempt to attack him. Tendon breaking technique, displacement of mountains. Thunder flow, running thunder fist. The cloud dragon swings its tail. A series of martial monk skills blasted out, some of which Suzy recognized, but more of which were skills that Suzy wasn't even sure about. It punched out like a dragon. Its moves were swift and ferocious, and its movements were incomparably standardized, even more so than a teacher in Suzy's school who was a martial arts monk by profession. It was as if the person standing in front of Suzy was not an evil spirit, but a top martial arts monk expert. Not only are its movements standardized, but it's also incredibly experienced in combat. Suzy just slightly had the action of attacking. It reacted in advance, with the attribute gap between the two sides. It actually managed to let it dodge a few of Suzy's attacks, and then it was able to take the cold and return a few hands. It's simply horrible as hell. Although Suzy himself was only a mage, and with the fact that he spent most of his time mastering his own power, he wasn't familiar with fighting, and it was easy for his enemies to guess the target of their attacks. But even so, with its attributes being crushed by Suzy on all fronts, it was actually able to fight its way out of this situation. I'm afraid it's at least top martial arts master, Suzy said in his heart. It has skills comparable to a top martial arts master. It's no wonder no one can get past the real level abyss. Don't say that professionals who challenge real levels tend to be inferior to bosses, with their attributes mostly at a disadvantage. It was rank crushing, and it was never easy to defeat such a master level enemy. But no amount of experience is a match for an attribute that pulls off a cliff gap. Suzy slightly increased his speed, and his entire body transformed into a phantom. The evil spirit tried to dodge, but it couldn't, and was fiercely blasted by Suzy. Boom! One punch, all the yin chi was blasted away. The evil spirit itself, directly dissipated. Not even a bit of dregs could be found, although Suzy had held back, so as to be on guard against accidents. But that's still 8W of power, represents 80W of attack power. The boss of the hell-level ancient martial tower was only 15W of total blood. Even if a true grade boss was 1 point stronger, could it not have 10 times the amount of blood? Being killed in seconds was well deserved. It's a bit easier than I thought, Suzy said in his heart. I didn't expect to solve the enemy with a single punch. Real level enemies are a bit weaker than I expected. No, you can't say that. Real level monsters are strong, but I'm stronger. Suzy, however, never stopped brushing his attributes, especially since he was incredibly cautious. This time, when he brushed the real great abyss, he also chose to strike when he had accumulated to his limit. If he strikes early, like when he just got the Summon Skeleton Mage skillbook, I'm afraid I may not be a match for this martial arts master evil spirit. This was terrifying, knowing that even though Suzy didn't have the support of his skeleton mage good brother at that time, his own attributes were also crushing all professionals of the same level. All of the attributes were more than 10 times that of a professional of the same level. That's already unbeatable stats under normal circumstances, and it's completely mindless to brush the hell level. But in the real class, this attribute, although it was also above the evil spirit, it really might not be able to defeat this martial arts master, especially since physical fitness back then wasn't as exaggerated as it is now. The enemy. It is possible to break defense very easily. Instead of saying that Suzy brushes the real level easily, it is better to say that he is calm and steady, and he has hard brushed to the most extreme state before this kind of transmutation now before he comes to brush his first real level abyss. That's why it's possible to play with crushing success. Steady is a good thing. I'll try to be steady in the next wave as well, Suzy said in his heart. Still, the real level abyss was brushed by me. Settle to see what rewards I'll get. And Suzy suddenly froze. Speaking of which, didn't the settlement screen come up immediately every time you passed the level before? Why now? There's nothing in front of me? Next, an overcast wind is rising. The blackness of the breath builds to a familiar human form. Schizo, you had agreed before that you would convert to my Buddha if I defeated you. The evil spirit grinned. You can't keep your word. Monks. Suzy's pupils shrunk. This evil spirit, not dead yet? Nope. This one feels somewhat similar to the lower. It died, but it came back to life? Suzy was a bit confused. The final boss, with a resurrection? Is it unplayable? Chapter 96, where is the evil spirit's main body? Suzy was all confused. I can accept it when you say that the gargoyles are resurrected. It's not unusual for elite monsters to be resurrected. I'll put up with the little boss. Abyss's final goal. But killing the final boss. And then you tell me that the final boss can be resurrected? Isn't that a bit much? Are you unable to play? Suzy didn't hold back and said, Scholar, this is the greatness of the Buddha. The evil spirit opened his arms and hugged him as if embracing a comrade. Come and join me in converting to our Buddha. The corner of Suzy's mouth twitched as he avoided its tackle. He took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. There can be no such thing as an unkillable enemy in this world. That evil spirit seems to be directly resurrected. But it must have its limitations behind it, just like the talents of the individual professionals. It may seem like a bug, but there are actually limitations to all of them. So what are the limits of this evil spirit? Suzy thought about it and quickly came up with a possibility times. He didn't believe that the other party could resurrect indefinitely. So he didn't hesitate to make his move. Relying on his speed and strong attacks, he killed the evil spirit in 2 hits. Then, the familiar ghastly winds rolled up as the evil spirits rose again. This time Suzy was not careless and estimated his opponent's resurrection CD. About 30 seconds. Much faster than the resurrection speed of the lower tier monsters, but slower than the resurrection speed of the evil spirit abbot. Suzy said in his heart, then glanced at the evil spirit that had just been resurrected, and without giving the other party a chance to speak, he directly killed it once again. After another 30 seconds, the evil spirit resurrected again, and Suzy threw another punch. I don't believe that you can revive infinitely. Suzy had a confident look on his face. 10 minutes later, looking at the evil spirit that had resurrected again, Suzy fell into silence. You can really have unlimited resurrection, can't you? In 10 minutes, Suzy killed his opponent 13 times. But in the end, they all survived. And the resurrection CD has not changed at all. That's a big focus. Normally such resurrections generally consume some special energy that limits the number of resurrections. And as the opponent keeps resurrecting, the energy drains quickly, and the resurrection attributes and resurrection CDs should weaken. The evil spirit was completely unreasonable, beating it to death a dozen times and acting like this is the greatness of the Buddha. This is also really. No, it's also possible that I hit the wrong enemy. Suzy's eyes narrowed slightly. This guy may not be the final boss, especially since the final boss is an evil spirit. This is a special race. Evil spirit was not actually a specialty of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts, but rather the name of a race. However, this race was not an ethnic group with a bloodline in the normal sense, but rather a monster-like race that had fallen into the abyss and was born after being saturated with an evil aura. They all have various abilities. Some can possess others. Some are invisible souls. Some. The ability was different. The appearance was different. And it was the first time Suzy had seen this thing. He identified the other party as the evil spirit of the final boss, only because in the past, when he fought to this point, the abbot was the final boss, so he subconsciously identified the other party as the final boss, which was the evil spirit. But in reality there is no way to probe enemy intelligence in the real level abyss. Naturally, there was no way to determine the identity of the other party, whether or not it was really the evil spirit of the final boss. So, I killed the wrong enemy? Suzy said in his heart. Could it be that the evil spirit is not the person in front of him, but some other existence? This evil spirit in front of him is just an elite monster? So under some sort of mechanism, it can be revived indefinitely? The cost difference between resurrecting a big boss and resurrecting a small monster can be huge. There's also the possibility that it's this guy who's just a puppet. Since it's a puppet, killing it 10,000 times is just that. Fixing the puppet even if it's resurrected. Suzy's eyes narrowed slightly. There were a few more similar possibilities, but no matter what, it only meant one result: the enemy in front of him was not the final boss. Then, Suzy raised her head and looked from side to side. Compassionate Buddha statue, few green smoke incense candles, left and right carved stone pillars. The one of these that most resembles the evil spirit proper is. Suzy's eyes lingered. The evil spirit, who had just been resurrected, folded his hands with a confident expression. Scholar, now do you understand the greatness of my Buddha? Come, convert to our Buddha together. I will bring you into the true meaning of martial arts. Monks, what are you doing? Its face changed dramatically with an angry expression. Suzy, however, did not hesitate and raised his fist to the Buddha statue, smashing it down hard. The corners of his mouth even turned up slightly. After all, the angrier the enemy gets, the more it means I'm doing something right. Sure enough, this Buddha image is what it is. The evil spirit angrily rushed over and tried to intercept it,
But where was Susie's speed that it could compare to? Jumped up on the casemate and went straight down with a hard punch. Boom! The huge statue of Buddha was smashed to pieces by his fist. To make sure there were no surprises, he threw consecutive punches. With 3 punches and 2 kicks, he smashed that huge Buddha statue, hard, into flying dust. What have you done? How dare you? How dare you? The evil spirit was furious when he saw this. It was trembling with anger. A pair of dark, gloomy pupils, glaring, and its teeth made a nuisance sound. For such behavior, even if the Buddha can spare you, the poor monk will not spare you. You are no longer qualified to learn the way of the martial monk. I'll kill you. It was furious beyond measure and let out a piercing cry. The entire person rushed over as if they were crazy, swinging their fists, completely disregarding their own defense. Susie sneered. The main body was shattered by me. Even if you're still alive, the mechanism of resurrection is surely. 30 seconds later, Susie looked at the evil spirits that had begun to resurrect again. Not only were the evil spirits still able to be resurrected, but the speed of resurrection was no different than before. So, isn't that Buddha statue your original body? I typed it wrong? Susie was a bit confused, but managed to recover quickly. So what if you hit the wrong one? You're too far behind me in attributes to kill me. I'll try the other ones that is, said the man, smashing the scented candle in front of him. The evil spirit lunged over with its teeth and claws, and was punched away by Susie in a second. 30 seconds later, it reanimated. Ha! And neither are the jaw sticks. That's this pillar. Bang! So's lands a jab. Evil spirits began to rise. The pillar isn't. Then it's this futon. Bang! Evil spirits rise again. I see. That must be this curtain. Bang! Evil spirits continue to rise. It must be the stage under the Buddha statue, right? A mere evil spirit. Don't think you can hide it from me. Half an hour later, Suze looked at the ruins that he had smashed into something like a construction site, and was dumbfounded. No! I've smashed everything I can see. That evil spirit is almost pissed off. How come I haven't caught the evil spirit's body yet? Susie was at a loss. Yourself. Wrong guess? It shouldn't. This kind of resurrection can't be truly unconditional. Otherwise this would be too buggy. Where is it possible for a Zone LV20 Abyss to do this? Even if it was a real level Abyss, it wouldn't be possible. Where the hell did this damned evil spirit hide his own being? Susie took a deep breath and then let it out again in a long exhale. Well, so I can't find the body, right? Then I'll destroy this tower of yours and see where you can hide. In a fit of rage, Susie directly opened up on the floor. Lao Tzu, lifting the table. Chapter 97, The Face of Buddha's Statue. It's not really impossible to deal with this kind of existence of unknown origin. Mages have some unique spells that can be very specific to this type of enemy, causing great kills and even finding the opponent's essence. Especially necromancers who were good at playing with souls had a lot of similar skills in their skill list. However, there was no doubt that these types of spells were all high-level spells, and were simply not something that Susie, a small low-level necromancer, could do. But that's okay. All fear stems from a lack of firepower. Everything that is difficult also stems from a lack of power. Since we can't find the other party's main body, then we'll destroy this tower as well. Suze's eyes glowed fiercely. I don't believe that you have hidden your main body outside of this tower. What kind of tower of ancient martial arts is that? He didn't hesitate to strike at the ground. Bang! 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 Frantic punches were thrown with great force and momentum. The entire ground was shaken and rocked by his power. What are you doing? The evil spirit let out a scream. You're destroying my tower? Asshole! I'll kill you! It pounced over madly, throwing punches continuously and releasing all sorts of skills in a desperate manner. But Susie simply ignored the opponent in front of my 14W physique anyway. This level of attack is no different from the small fist pounding on your chest when your girlfriend is pampered. He just went all out and threw punch after punch at the ground. The ground was hit with bricks splattering and rubble flying. The bricks were red bricks, bright red like the color of blood. The rubble also smells like blood, as if it were not the building material of a tower, but the minced flesh of the human body. It's so hard. Suze looked at the results of his battle with 2 punches going down. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. With his 8W plus strength, 1 punch is an 80W attack. A random punch could kill 10 shield warriors Udingwu, but hitting this tower. Actually just a little bit of debris flew out? He doesn't look like he's tearing down a tower. It looks like he's breaking up space. Incredibly tough, but the tower itself is strange. 9 floors of the tower. Each layer obviously has a staircase connected. But there is a strange spatial isolation effect.
As if each floor is not in a world seems. Not to mention Susie's undead can't take the stairs. Even the monsters themselves follow the layering system.
The monsters on the upper level never run down to chase the enemy, and the monsters on the lower level don't flock to the upper level to help out against the enemy. Perhaps what Susie was hitting now was the partition space itself? This matter just passed through Susie's mind and he didn't bother.
He continued to throw punches.
Obviously, it was a powerful and heavy attack,
but it was like a normal worker using a hammer to demolish concrete. The effect was very small.
But even smaller effects have an effect. Susie directly fumed, transforming into a humanoid excavator and began to output crazily. It's not just limited to where his feet are, either. Nice ground next to it. Demolished. This load-bearing column is pretty well broken. This wall doesn't look good. Dry flip.
The evil spirits next to him were anxious,
jumping up and down and frantically attacking Susie. Stop it. I told you to stop. This is my tower. Stop it. I'm not going to punish you anymore. Let you go. Will you stop? Stop it for me.
His voice grew sharper and sharper, even vaguely carrying a few feelings as if he were about to cry out.
Susie. It was a much more vigorous fight. It's a well-known fact, the angrier the enemy gets, the more it means I'm doing something right.
Although this reasoning hadn't worked on previous items such as the Buddha statue, it didn't stop Susie from feeling that he had done the right thing this time. First, destroy all the walls and pillars. Then Sos went on a wild attack against the ground.
After slamming a dozen punches in a row, there was a loud boom. It finally penetrated the periphery of the wall. Ah! You actually!
The evil spirit screamed madly and attacked desperately.
You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Instead, Susie ignored it and withdrew his fist.
Looking down the hollow he had punched out,
he saw the 8th floor.
Susie raised his eyebrows. So this tower that seemed to have 9 floors divided by space was actually connected? But didn't care and continued his own home demolition spree.
Evil spirit desperately tries to stop it. Attack! Null and void.
It then reached out to pull Susie's hand, but it was useless after all. The power of the two sides
was not even on the same level.
Even if Susie had such a pendant hanging on his hand, it didn't affect his punches at all.
Attribute crushing Susie, even if he put it on and let the evil spirit hit it randomly, it couldn't even break the defense, not to mention stopping Susie. Eventually the evil spirits were pushed to their limits,
even going so far as to block the ground and pillars around them with their bodies.
Then a smooth punch by Sos seconds it. This guy cares so much about this tower? Susie wondered in his heart, but his movements were not slow at all. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches.
It seemed that after he hit the void first, the defenses around him dropped quite a bit all of a sudden, making it suddenly less difficult for him to demolish the house behind him.
Eventually, boom, all the walls, stone pillars,
and floors were shattered by him.
The 9th layer of space directly collapsed and shattered, falling down to the 8th layer. Miraculously,
the monster on the 8th floor that could be resurrected infinitely was empty at this moment, as if the other party had never appeared. Only Susie and the evil spirits that fell down together,
plus countless rubble ruins. Ah, my tower. The evil spirit's heart ached to the point of being unable to bear it, but all it could do was let out a guttural wail. It was as if it was a woman who had gone mad, and it pounced on Susie in a frenzy. Even that 1,000-hammered martial arts monk skills don't care, just even biting and tearing. Susie was all confused, not so much surprised by the behavior of this evil spirit, but its power. Weakened? Susie was dumbfounded. Evil spirits' attacks are all immune though, unable to tell the strength from the stats.
But when it tries to stop Susie from tearing down the house with its pulling Susie behavior,
it's a power that can be felt. And now, Susie clearly felt that the power of the evil spirits was weakening. About 10% weakening. That's a big nerf. As if it went from the final boss of the 9th floor to the evil spirit abbot that I fought on the 8th floor.
Susie was inwardly shocked and casually blasted his fist over.
Bang! The evil spirits were dispersed by his punch. Soon, though, another cloudy wind gathered and the resurrection phase began. But 30 seconds later, the evil spirit is still reading and has not been resurrected directly. It was weakened? Susie's eyes narrowed. So I'm harming its origin?
It hadn't changed much even after all the things I destroyed before, and it only showed a weakening when I punched through the 9th layer and landed on the 8th.
So its origin is this whole tower?
Susie was shocked in his heart.
This evil spirit. Surprisingly, it's the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts main tower? Without waiting for Susie to do anything more, in the next second, it was as if he had triggered something. There was a blur before his eyes and an image appeared. It was a kindly old monk, holding a young sannyasin,
facing a group of martial arts monks.
Let's build a pagoda.
The old monk smiled gently and said,
if we all work together, a pagoda will soon be built.
When the time comes to explore the way of the martial monk together in the pagoda,
wouldn't that be a great thing? That old monk's face. Surprisingly, it was very similar to the face of the Buddha statue on the 9th floor. Chapter 98, The Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. What's this? The origin of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts? Suzy froze, and the introduction of the Abyss Tower of Ancient Martial Arts appeared in his mind.
A respected old abbot said to a group of martial arts monks,
let's build a pagoda together.
Then we'll refine our martial arts together. The martial monks nodded their heads and contributed men and women to the eventual construction of a 9-story tower.
Then, they've all disappeared. Images floating in front of my eyes. Seems very similar to this synopsis.
Suzy's eyes narrowed slightly as he continued to look. That old abbot seemed to be a martial monk with good strength. He was overpowered, and he himself seemed to have some prestige in this place. So those martial monks in front of them sniffed,
thought for a moment, and nodded. They started to build the stupa. This is not a rich land, but fortunately it is well staffed. You dig the dirt. I'll cut the trees. I'll pick the water. He'll pour it. With the efforts of the crowd, a towering stupa took shape and quickly emerged, though the inside is Spartan.
Although the Buddha statues are carved from wood, though their craftsmanship was not good, both the statue and the stupa were gross. But it is the culmination of the sweat of this group. The old monk led the people to build stupas. He led them to meditate, and he taught them countless secret techniques of martial arts monks. He was very selfless. He took all the skills he knew and took them out of his heart and taught them to the crowd without reservation.
His reputation grew and even attracted other monks from out of town.
He also organized martial arts monks and personally led a team to round up the monsters around the area to ensure the safety of the nearby villagers. And with the old monk's continuous conquest of the nearby monsters, and the gathering of martial arts monks, the nearby villages also become more and more secure, and the villagers have come from outside, gathered here, forming one after another new villages, and the population gradually flourished. Then these villagers, with gratitude, again for the construction of the stupa, out of a force. In this way, the stupa slowly, more and more high, the interior also gradually plumped up. No longer the initial humble look, the area is also gradually wide. Then the next second the screen stopped. Suzy's sight returned to the 8th floor of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts.
Suzy froze. What was this called? A break in the schedule? I just wanted to see what happened to the stupa. The 9th layer was just broken, giving a certain picture. So then breaking the 8th layer should also give the next picture. Suzy thought, and decisively began to do so. A home demolition operation not too far removed from the 9th floor begins.
The sturdiness of the 8th layer of space was still quite inferior to the 9th layer.
He clearly threw fewer punches, but he also knocked holes in the floor. The evil spirit next to him yelled and tried to stop it. Stop tearing it down. Stop tearing it down. Why don't you want to join me in the way of the martial monk? Why are you tearing down my tower? Suzy, however, turned a deaf ear and only looked with a burning gaze at the 7th layer of space that could already be seen. According to normal speculation, this weird tower, the next thing should be that old monk did something, like pitched a death sentence on the crowd that trusted him, he thought, mashing the 8th floor harder in the spirit of catching up. Soon, the 8th layer shattered. The evil spirit and Suzy landed in the 7th floor together, a familiar image that quickly appeared. Suzy guessed wrong, the old monk didn't do anything. He, dead. It's old and dead. The old monk was very old, an old age visible to the naked eye. As a martial arts monk, even his own aging manifested itself, which meant that his life expectancy was running out. Before he died, he passed on his status as abbot to the little sannyasi he had been carrying, his disciple, who had been taught his own dharma by him and was the most proficient of all the monks in the tower. Instead of the old monk, he could preach Buddhism and pass on martial arts to the monks. The young sannyasin had no confidence in himself. He was panicked. He was only a young sannyasin, very young, and felt incompetent to take on this important task. The old abbot, however, trusted him and comforted him on his deathbed, saying, "It's all right, although you are young, you have the heaviest roots of wisdom, and your Buddhist teachings are the most profound of all. You are the only one who can serve as the focus of the abbot." The little sannyasin was still not confident. "But master, I'm too small." The old abbot smiled and said, "It's okay, it's nothing to be a little young. This pagoda isn't yours alone. Your senior brothers will help you, the villagers in the neighborhood will help you, and everyone who is gathered in the clouds will help you." Thus, the little shaman became the little abbot, but the young abbot was too young. After all,
The old abbot had just died on the 7th day, and the monks from out of town left. At his age, who is he to teach us? They said such things and left without looking back. The young abbot was eager to stay. He worked very hard to prove that he had actually learned a lot and knew a lot about the way of the martial monks, and although he was young, he was able to discuss Buddhism with them and delve into the way of the martial monks. But the other party didn't even give the young abbot a chance to explain and walked away without hesitation. It's okay, the monks who came in the clouds are gone, but I still have my brothers to help me. The young abbot encouraged himself. However, after a month, the brothers were gone as well. You're not as strong as me, and I can't learn anything here, so what's the point of staying here? They said such things, packed their bags, and headed straight out. The young abbot struggled to stay. He was too young, and although his talent was high, his strength was indeed no match for his older brothers. But even though I can't teach you martial arts monk skills, we can talk to each other and make progress together. And my Buddhism is the best of all. I can't teach you the way of the martial arts monks, but I can still teach you the Buddhist teachings. However, the other party still left, and before he left, he also took away a few martial monk skill books from the pagoda. It's okay, the senior brothers are gone, but the eldest brother is still here, and as long as the two of us are here, sooner or later, we will be able to carry forward our teacher's teachings. The young abbot encouraged himself. 3 months later, however, Big Brother was gone as well. You're not as strong as me, so why did Master make you the abbot and not me? The eldest senior brother said such words with an angry face and also left angrily. The young abbot did his best to stay, indicating that he could also give up the abbot's seat if eldest brother had to. He didn't care about the abbot's seats, he just wanted to stay here, even if it was just the two of them, but as long as they could meditate on the way of the martial monk together, wouldn't it be a happy thing? However, eldest brother still left, and before he left, he took a few pieces of martial arts monk equipment left behind by the old abbot. It's okay, eldest brother is gone, but the villagers in the neighborhood are still there. The young abbot encouraged himself. I'm very young, I can slowly recruit new disciples, teach them the way of the martial monks, and then we'll refine the Dharma together. As long as I work hard, the pagoda will still go back to the way it was before. But the villagers left anyway, without the old abbot, who was notably strong, and without the large number of martial monks. A small abbot alone would not be able to protect the villagers here. The young abbot tried desperately to stay. He went about his day fighting to the death against the monsters around him, often throwing himself into the next life and death struggle before his wounds had healed. But he was still too young and not strong enough. Alone, he couldn't cope with the needs of so many villagers if he tried. So the villagers left anyway, taking with them a little money from the pagoda before they left. All of this is what we paid tribute to you in the first place, in order to figure out your protection. And now that you can't protect us, of course we have to return this money. Thus, the pagoda, which was originally thick with people, was left with the little abbot alone. And for once, he could no longer say anything to encourage himself. The stupa was tall, with 9 floors. The stupa is also spacious, a spaciousness that allows many people to practice martial arts together. But in this pagoda, there is only one person's figure. Why doesn't everyone want to practice the way of the martial monk with me? Wouldn't it be nice for everyone to refine the subtleties of Buddhism together? Why are they all leaving? The young abbot was alone, in the middle of the empty pagoda, with confusion and disbelief written in his eyes. Obviously there were so many of them before. Obviously everyone before was so friendly and so single-minded. Obviously I'll do anything I'm told as long as someone stays. But why? What about the fact that in the end no one was left behind? The young abbot looked at the empty pagoda, the space that was meant to facilitate martial arts practice for many people. After losing its popularity, it suddenly took on a somewhat eerie and lonesome color. The young abbot had no pursuits in life. He was happy as long as he could refine his Buddhist teachings and study the way of the martial monk. But this is the stupa that the old abbot left to the young abbot. Obviously there were originally so many popular stupas. Why don't you guys want to join me in the way of the martial monk? The young abbot's mind was confused. He tried for a long time, but ultimately failed. But he didn't want to look at the empty, deserted look of the pagoda. So he drew out all his bones and ground them to powder, mixed with his own blood, together with the earth on the ground, mixed with the incense ash after burning incense, pinched out the appearance of a former master and brothers, and placed around the stupa. Then light the incense and candles of the pagoda, pinched out the shadow of the monks in clay, reflected in the window. But there are a few points when the pagoda of the prosperous people look. I don't know how much time has passed. A traveler was passing by this stupa. Just as he walked in, He was met by a large group of martial arts monks and gold people who extended an invitation to him in one voice.
Scholar, will you join us in practicing the way of the martial monk? End of picture. Suze came back to his senses,
only to find that he had already demolished the building layer by layer and reached the first floor of the pagoda.
And the evil spirit that was covered in black aura was still frantically attacking Suze.
His strength had long since fallen to a very weak level, with less than a third of his previous attributes.
But the stance of his offense was still incredibly frantic. Don't you tear down my tower. Why are you tearing down my tower? Why are you also unwilling to join me in the way of the martial monk? Obviously it's a good thing to delve into the Buddha's way and refine your martial arts. Suzy carried his attack in silence. The evil spirit that emanated a black aura was vaguely still visible as the shadow of the little shamans back then. A few moments later, Suzy slowly raised his fist and punched it. Bang! The evil spirits were dispersed by his punch. And this time, the evil spirits were not resurrected. Chapter 99 Global Announcement. Successfully killed the leader, evil spirit. Completed the exploration of the abyss. Total time, 3 hours and 21 minutes. Settle the reward for you.
Suze looked at the tower of ancient martial arts that had been reduced to ruins. At the moment the tower had revealed itself in all its splendor. The surroundings were all barren mountains, with only bits and pieces of vegetation dotting the landscape, resembling a desert. He was silent for a long time before his heart dispersed. Real level abyss. It's really tough.
Suze sighed lightly.
No wonder so many heavenly prides were unable to clear the level.
It's just a LV-20 abyss but what is the extent of the enemy? Infinitely resurrectable monsters, thick-skinned enemies,
and the ability to do the 9-tier tower intelligence interchange.
Targeting attacks against professionals. The bosses, in particular, are incredibly tricky. The speed of resurrection is incredibly fast. The battle-hardened combat skills, a wide range of superb skills. Suze was certain that the average Heaven's Pride squad might not be able to fight the resurrection of the 9-tier evil spirit. No, they might not even be able to see that 9th-tier evil spirit. The biased 9th floor evil spirit wasn't even the ultimate enemy. The real evil spirit was the tower itself. To think that Suze had used a full dozen punches when he blasted through the ground at the 9th floor. It didn't seem like much at first glance, but his punch was a full 800,000 damage. In other words, if the ground of that 9th floor was considered a monster, then it possessed a blood quantity of 10 million levels. A LV-20 professional who wanted to deal 10 million levels of damage. Even a top genius mage clearing his blue bar couldn't do it, and that's not even counting the damage reduction brought about by the fact that it was ignored by Suzy. But the tower itself might have defenses. Meanwhile, during this time, there will be the 9 layers of evil spirits, which are above all bosses, constantly attacking you. It was also Suzy, the BUG, who directly fought attribute crushing. Otherwise don't even try to pass. 10 more squads are useless. No, it can't be said so absolutely. Suze secretly said in his heart, the strength of this tower of ancient martial arts is stronger the higher the level. I started destroying from the 9th floor, so the enemies are tricky too. But if the professionals only strike at the first level, destroying the first level first and letting the second tower fall down to the first level, the strength of the monsters will also be cut down. Raiding like that would be the equivalent of fighting the first level's monsters over and over again. In that case, putting together a whole team of celestial pride, plus the country's strong support, might be enough to beat the barrier. Of course, in reality, Suze was just saying that according to the analysis of the mechanism of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts before the real level, anyone would think that the 9th floor was where the final boss was located, and would not have nothing to do with digging for tower skins on the first floor. And even if the enemies faced on the first floor were weaker, they would still have to face a life and death crisis when the first floor was completely destroyed and the superstructure smashed down. Let's just say that even after figuring out the best course of action, this real level abyss is awfully hard. It's really not for lack of effort on the part of the professionals that no one has been able to break it for so long. Suzy lowered his head and looked at the abyssal settlement. You gain spirit crystals, 100,000. You gain experience, 300,000. You get materials, martial monk gold powder *5. Golden man sherry *3. You get the equipment, evil spirits thoughts, epic. Ancient martial gold armor, epic. Light spirits boots, epic. You obtain items, skill book 7-star flash. Skill book instant shadow fight. You get special rewards, permanent abyssal gate, Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. Key of origin. Settlement complete. Materials and whatnot. Skill books are also specialized for martial arts monks. Not going to discuss it. However, 5 pieces of epic level equipment alone had actually exploded. Suze was all shocked. Sure enough, the real Great Abyss. The harvest was just exaggerated. He had swiped 5 or 6 hell-ranked abysses in the first place, but he had only gotten one piece of epic-ranked equipment when he added it all up. As a result of a real-level abyss, there was a big wholesale wave of epic-level equipment? And, what the hell is that gate to the permanent abyss? Gateway to the abyss. And permanent? Although it was the first time he had seen this thing, just by listening to the name, Suze could guess its specialness and the incomparable value of significance it represented. And, key of origin? Suze looked at the unfamiliar name. What is this thing? But for now, better get out first. In the meantime, outside the abyssal portal of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts, Deng Pangang just sat quietly on the ground, silently gazing at the abyssal portal. Nothing has been done and not a word has been uttered, other than tapping on it every now and then to see if there are any fallen in the real level abyss. On the contrary, Jing Jing, who had come over at some point next to him, said to him with a grumbling face, "What are you doing? It's not easy for our Jianyan to produce a top-tier heavenly pride, and you're just indulging him to fight the real Great Abyss? Do you even realize how hard this stuff is? Is an existence that no one has been able to break since the beginning of time that easy to fight? You're indulging Suzy to death. Why didn't you stop him? You're the president of the city of Jianyang." The more he spoke, the angrier he became. In the end, he could not help but grab Deng Pengang's collar and angrily scolded. Suze is young and vigorous, but you're not young enough to know to persuade? Do you even know what the real level abyss represents? Everyone knows the grading of the real level abyss, but no one has ever beaten the level. Various countries were strongly supporting the celestial pride to fight this abyss, and few had also made a joint effort to try to fight their way through the abyss. This is inexcusable when considered at the level of human righteousness and national strategy. After all, the abyss had always been humanity's archenemy. Even if it costs more, you have to try to find out what it's all about. But that's the result of consideration from the national level. Consider this from an individual. The real level abyss is the end of the road to no solution. It's certain death. To walk through the gates of the real level abyss is to cross both feet into the portal of death. The difference between you and a dead man is only that you have a little bit of time left for some feeble struggles. Deng Pangang was expressionless. Doesn't he know what Jing Jing said? Of course he knows. Even among his peers, there were quite a few self-possessed elites who had entered the real level abyss. The results are also remarkable. Several elite squads went in and never came out. Deng Pangang looked into the abyssal portal. He didn't want Suze to enter the real level abyss, and had tried to stop Suze as well, going on and on about the horrors of the real level abyss countless times, and interjecting a few sentences about Suze's bright future in the middle. What a fragrant car and a pampered beauty. What friends and family need you and what you have a bright future. It could be said that apart from not directly making a move to tie Suzy up, he could be said to have done his best. Then, I choose to believe Suze. Tung Pangang said softly, he's a smart person. I've said so much information about the real level. He still chose to enter the abyss. Must have some certainty. Jing Jing spat at this. You're not the only one with information. Do you think no one else had similar information told to them before they went into the real level abyss? But they all think they're different. That they're grounded. That they're capable. They walked in confidently and then, none of them made it out again. Jing Jing wanted to scold Tung Pangang again, but after opening his mouth, he ended up honestly sitting down and accompanied Teng Pangang as he looked at the real level abyss. I choose to believe Suzy. That's a pretty confident sounding statement, but in reality, rather than Deng Pangang choosing to trust Suze, it was more like he could only trust Suze. After all, what else could they do now but trust Suzy? The two just sat on the ground without a care in the world, staring at the abyssal portal without blinking. Suddenly, the abyssal portal closed and closed. The figure of a man slowly emerged. Someone's coming out? The two men froze. One should know that when Suze chose to challenge the real Great Abyss, they had already ordered the officials to clear the area and completely vacate the area around the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. It's not that Suzy is anything special, but it's a standard line under national norms. No one knows how to respond as well as they should when they know that the raider has succeeded in the real level. But the state chooses to make every challenge to the real level abyss as if the pros might take down the real level as a precautionary measure. Then decided, you can never go wrong with clearing the field first anyway. As for in case it's wrong, then it's wrong. It's only going to clear for a while anyway. And it's only a little bit of raiding time wasted. It doesn't take hours for a normal team to go into a real level abyss and pass on death. The two Deng Pangangs naturally followed the rules and regulations and acted as such. The clearing began as soon as Suze entered the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. But now, there's movement in the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts? Could it be that there were still professionals who had entered the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts long ago, and that they had punched their way out? But obviously the return of the staff is that all the professionals are all out. Next, the two men's eyes glazed over. Familiar faces, reflected in their pupils. Is it Suzy? Suzy, how did he get out? Didn't he make it to the real level? Does that mean he got into the hell level? Deng Pengang opened his mouth and just wanted to inquire a few words. Suddenly, the abyssal portal behind Suzy was seen to rapidly contract. It then transformed into a small door and fell into Suzy's palm. At the same time, a clear and loud voice with great majesty resounded in the minds of every professional. Congratulations to Profession Suzy, for clearing the real Great Abyss Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. Congratulations to Profession Suzy, for clearing the real Great Abyss Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. Congratulations to Profession Suzy, for clearing the real Great Abyss Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. This is Global Announcements? Chapter 100, Legendary professionals from all over the world are here. There's a bit of a change of heart in this moment. Suzy looked at the tiny portal model in his hand and was a bit confused. It turned out that after clearing the real level difficulty, the original abyssal portal would directly disappear and transform into this small door. Take a closer look at the name of this little door. Permanent Abyssal Gate, Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. Description: you can open an abyssal gate of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts at a certain place, which will connect to a world of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts, and you can choose the location of your descent, or you can close the portal at any time to retrieve it. Compared to the normal abyss gate with a 3-year time limit that Suzy had popped out earlier, the introduction was missing the together with the same illusory copy world as XX Abyss, and the portal can last for 3 years. Description: then more information about close the retraction portal at any time. From this perspective, this portal might be connected to the real world where the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts was located. Also recovered means recovered and seemingly rehoused again. No more flaws of being unable to move after a one-time placement. Kind of interesting, Suzy secretly said in his heart. He was eager to try out what that world of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts concept was. But the announcement just now was clearly more absorbing. Congratulations to Profession Suzy, for clearing the real Great Abyss Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. One message, repeated 3 times. Although he didn't know the scope, Suzy had seen the change in expression of Deng Pengang and the others when he came out. Obviously they had heard the message as well. This represents the scope of the notice at least as well as the city of Jinyang. Even, it could be a global announcement. No, it should be said that the big possibility is a global announcement. It looks like it can't be hidden, Suzy secretly said in his heart. There's no need to hide anything though, the information on the real level pass just can't possibly be hidden. Suzy didn't know before that the portal would turn into a permanent abyssal gate and fall into his hands, but as long as he didn't seal the vicinity of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts permanently to keep outsiders out. This bit of dissimilarity was quickly noticed by the foreign spies. After all, the abyssal portal has access to the information of the passer. Of course, now that the abyssal portal has simply disappeared, this concern no longer needs to be taken into account. But the fact that the gate of the abyss was indestructible was itself common knowledge in the world of professionals. With such a large abyssal gate suddenly gone, the others could definitely guess that something big had happened even if they weren't sure that it was a real level abyssal pass. What's more, the satellites in the sky are keeping an eye on every abyssal portal. Even if there was no global announcement, it was only a matter of time before Suzy was known by various countries, so he was at peace within himself. After all, this was something he had been prepared for from the very beginning. Then, Suzy met the incredulous eyes of the two Deng Pengang. You really cleared the real Great Abyss? Tong Pengang's eyes widened in disbelief. Real level abyss can still be penetrated? Jing Jing also had a shocked look on his face, his hand trembling as he took out his cigarette, instinctively wanting to have one for himself. But as a pyromaniac, he ignited the fire 4 times in a row. But it was hard to get a fire going. After all, real level abyssal, that thing, it's really getting a pass? Most of the professionals thought that this difficulty shouldn't be called real level. It should be called waiting for death level yet. After all, if you enter, it's a death. Then you tell me, real level of difficulty, pass? Or is it the kind where you get singled out? Got through. Suzy nodded. It's still pretty hard. I almost didn't pass. It's really hard. If it wasn't for the attributes being brushed high enough to immunize you from the opponent's attacks the entire time, then the abyss is not to be painted. Deng Pengang opened his mouth and looked at Suzy, who was dressed in rags but did not have half a scratch on his body. For a moment he actually did not know what to say. Yes, Suzy's clothes are busted.
Although he was wearing legendary level vestments, it was obvious that vestments were still far worse than all types of armor in terms of damage resistance. Faced with the frantic attack of the real level boss, it eventually broke and tattered, with its durability about to go to zero. But, a mere vestment, where could it compare to Susie's own defense? Although the legendary Dharma robe was smashed, Susie remained unharmed on his body. The corners of Tung Pungong's and Jing Jing's eyes twitched. There is no auto-heal after pass mechanic in the abyss. You break an arm in the abyss, then you pass and come out with a broken arm. Conversely, you go into the abyss unscathed and you come out unscathed. Like, Susie in front of me like this. What the hell are you telling me that the body that you can't even find the smallest scratch on is the result of beating the almost didn't make it abyss? What a joke. But, the two looked behind Susie. Although the abyss portal disappeared and could not check Susie's battle record, but the abyssal portal that had strangely disappeared was in itself proof of Susie's battlefield achievements. It really has been beaten through the pass. From ancient times, at home and abroad, the abyss that has never been solved. Tang Pangang murmured in a low voice, his eyes confused. This kid, Suze, is it so strong? Jing Jing's two eyes were lifeless. When did he get this strong? Susie, did you get any rewards after you cleared the real level? Jing Jing's spirit was revitalized. The mage's curiosity took over, and he asked repeatedly, that disappearing abyssal portal, it seems to have fallen into your hands? That's a real level reward? It looks like a gate-type shape, like the gate of the abyss? Other than that, anything else? Jing Jing's eyes were glowing with curiosity. As a mage, he was simply too interested in novelty. Susie smiled. It wasn't something that needed to be hidden. But just as he was about to answer, instead, Jing Jing's body shook and he waved his hand. No, stop it for a second. He took 2 steps back. Susie, keep it a secret and don't say anything to anyone. You're the only one who knows about this matter at the moment. This is the biggest secret of the professionals. Even if we were to tell the state, it would be considered a state secret. Just wait. I don't know how wide the scope of that announcement was, but the word should have gotten out here. Someone will be here soon, he said, suddenly looking up at the sky. Susie looked up as well. In the sky, the clouds were dense, in the shape of a tornado, with hidden thunder roaring. At the same time, it vaguely exhibited a few flames, flickering with dazzling colors. Susie squinted his eyes and looked over. Relying on his strong eyesight, he vaguely saw countless magic formations taking shape in the sky, and then swirling and exploding, rolling up waves of air and spreading out. Some unique creatures are also faintly visible. Dragons, unicorns, mechanical spaceships, giants, and then, countless magic formations that flickered near Susie. Countless silhouettes instantly flashed out from above. One by one, they were either instrumental, majestic, old, or fully armored, but without exception, all of them carried a strong pressure on their bodies. The faces of these people, Susie had actually seen them all before. That's the faces of legends from all countries. Legendary professionals from all over the world actually came. Chapter 101, The Legends Pull. Legend. A rank. The symbol of the strongest global force. Though theoretically after going through 4 transitions and crossing the LV80 level or higher, one is considered a legendary professional. In reality though, experience is something that is the least valuable amongst professionals. Because if you find a low difficulty abyss that you can beat, you can slowly level up by time. So in reality though nominally you only need to be LV80 plus to be hailed as a legend. But practically every legend is at LV99 being. Only by reaching LV99 will the legends move around and show their faces more in the outside world. Until then, they would all just be focused on upgrading and pulling their levels up. And these TV regulars in front of SOs, every single one of them is at LV99 top tier bigwig. President of the Divine Eagle Empire's Professionals Association, Chief of the Little Neon Martial Gods Temple, City Lord of the Winter Fortress of the Polar Bear Federation, and Grand Duke of the Gallic Gods Dynasty. They are all first-class, top-notch bigwigs from all over the world. This is where the abyss of that tower of ancient martial arts is located? According to the intel, yes. The gate of the abyss seems to have disappeared, and our satellites sent images that captured the disappearance of the abyss. So which one is Susie? Countless bigots have a word for you and a word for me. Then they all looked at Deng Pengang, the highest ranked among the 3 Susie people. Watch out. Jing Jing's face changed as he thought of something and just wanted to react. But before he could do anything, the many bigwigs had already turned their gazes from Tung Pengang to Suze. It's this little brother. Handsome and handsome, quite like the heroic posture I had back then. Inevitably a professional with extraordinary natural talent. I didn't expect little friend Suze to be able to penetrate the real level abyss with just one person. It really puts our country's young people to shame.
One by one, those sizzling eyes looked as if they could ignite a fire.
They hadn't actually heard of Suze's name before the Abyss Global announcement, and it was even more unlikely that they would learn what Suze looked like in just a few minutes. But just by landing on the ground and sweeping up a glance, they had already locked their eyes on Suzy. It wasn't because Tangpang had just done a clearing. There was only one professional in the vicinity that met the LV20 standard for challenging the Abyss. Suze.
Rather, my memories, being read? Tang Pengong's face changed drastically. In that instant just now, these top bigwigs read his memories. Obviously read memory this kind of trouble. But Tang Pengang actually cannot notice at all. Or only after discovering that they identified Suze's identity. Only then snapped to the fact. The gap in strength was on full display here. Suze's face also changed. He didn't hide his identity as a passerby and didn't care if the group knew it. But these legends came up to nonchalantly peep at Deng Pengong's memory. The action of the fast, without hesitation. A look did not speak of any human rights. Acted with total disregard for the minds of others. He relied on an attribute and did perceive a few mana fluctuations, but it couldn't change anything at all. And Deng Pengong's memories had already been accessed. I probably wouldn't be able to fight back if these same people did something to me. Is this a foreign legend? It's so overbearing. Student Suze, don't worry. We won't take action against you. Seeing Suze's resistance, the Neon Kingdom Martial Spirit Hall's chief Miyamoto Tun squeezed a smile on his face and said, "You are a man who should be born to sit on the throne. How could you possibly be compared to this kind of low-level professional?" That's right. Little brother is naturally different. Next to him, the Polar Bear Winter Fortress Lord Sergeyevich Ivanov laughed. I didn't bring any gifts for our first meeting. Come on, try our Polar Bear's specialty water of life. Saying that, he shoved a bottle of wine into Susie's hand. It was a slightly crude-looking container with no writing on it, and at first glance there was a bit of crudity to it, but the corner of Susie's eyes shrunk. The Polar Bear specialty, the water of life, can be quite famous all over the world, taking the specialties of a high elfin abyss in their place as raw materials, adding countless heavenly treasures, and brewing with the traditional vodka craft of the Polar Bear country to create. Not only is it the most advanced drink in the world, but it's also a powerful recovery prop. A single drop of its liquor was equivalent to drinking a bottle of advanced recovery potion. It is claimed that kill a bottle of wine and save a dead man's life. Don't worry, Suzy-san, we don't want to offend an occupier who can penetrate a true great abyss, so naturally we won't do anything to you. Harrell, the stylishly dressed president of the Divine Eagle Empire next to him, smiled gently, but since we're talking about a meet and greet, I should have something to show for it as well. Just send Suzy-san a little New York souvenir. With that, he took out his cell phone and sent a message. Suzy was still at a loss. New York native? Does that place still have souvenirs? Then before he could think of anything else, he suddenly felt his cell phone vibrate. Pulling out his cell phone, he saw that it was a text message from his bank. Your account XXXX deposited Dasha 1000000000000000000000000 at 17:15 on X day, X month. That number of zeros is excessive. In the cell phone screen, a full 5 lines were displayed. It's not even a few digits anymore. It's a few line counts. The corner of Susie's mouth twitched. What a New York souvenir. At first Susie really thought it was some local product or souvenir, or some abyssal item from New York. But now take a look at, as the financial center of the Divine Eagle Empire, and even the world, isn't New York's specialty money? Though in front of a high-level professional, money was basically just numbers. The supplies they were looking at were only exchanged with abyssal resources as their equivalents. Even more valuable treasures are invariably bartered for, and there is no possibility of selling them for much at all. But that number is also just too much. It's no stretch to say that any number slammed out there could paralyze the stock market for a whole day. Before Susie could recover from this shock, just a deep, ethereal scent greeted me. A tall and seductive body was situated in front of Susie, Archduchess of the Divine Dynasty of Gaul, Shirley Delacour. She wore a bold, white, wispy gauze dress that emphasized her delicate figure, and her white, snowy skin was visible. Her long hair was like snow, and a pair of ruby-like beautiful pupils seemed to glow as if staring at Suze. A pair of beautiful hands, gently cupping Susie's face. What a cute little brother. The corners of Shirley's mouth pursed lightly, and her eyes were as soft as water, as if she could pull silk. Little brother, go home with your sister, okay? Sister will take you with her for the best night ever, said the red lips that gradually came closer. The seductive musk filled Susie's mouth and nose, but not before she actually kissed it. The other bigwigs next to him couldn't help but curse. Bitch, don't you break the rules. That's it. Believe it or not, I'll stab you to death. Young man, don't move heart. This every day. A pair of jade arm 1,000 people pillow. Half of the lips of 1,000,000 people can't be used to describe this. Susie, little brother, if you like women. My granddaughter is not only good looking, but also ice clean. Can be much stronger than this. Grand Duchess Shirley was so angry she wanted to kill someone and opened her mouth to curse back. But before she could speak, the man next to her said in an even louder voice, "Why does it have to be your granddaughter? Isn't my daughter more beautiful? Moreover, she'll soon be LV80 leveled and will be able to transform into a legend. With her face and talent, she's a match made in heaven with little brother Suze. Daughter or granddaughter? What's the point of having just one or two women? Little brother Suze. There's an old saying in Dacia, why would a great man suffer from not having a wife? You come back to Divine Eagle with me. Today I'll call you 10,000 hot girls. Guarantee you'll be a groom day after day. And change brides night after night. Ahem. Women can't just look at the quantity, but also the quality. In this regard, the women in our neon country have a world-renowned reputation in the point of serving people. Susie, little brother, go with me to neon. Don't you want to experience the means of those teachers serving people that you only see on the screen? You guys count for nothing. Our girl groups in Korea are famous, too. They have a word for you and a word for me. Not only do they publicize their own country's competitiveness, but they also variously despise other countries. What Gallic women cheat more? Neon women will divorce their husbands when they retire. And Godhawk women are just in it for your money. Then the more he spoke, the more excited he became and the faster he spoke. Susie, an attribute, actually couldn't hear what they were saying until the end. But yet it could be seen these bigots seemed to talk about stimulating something. And I don't know who was exasperated enough to feel for their weapons. And then all of them came together in a tit-for-tat, sword-for-sword confrontation. Every weapon, be it a staff, a sword, or anything else, was divinely and unusually colored, and unrivaled prowess. That's the town halls of each country. The corner of Susie's eye twitched. If these bigots get into a fight, Jianyang City, I'm afraid it's going to be gone. Although his own attributes were high, he didn't yet think that he had the physique to resist the aftermath of these legendary bigwigs doing battle. Either bugger off, just as Susie was thinking. Suddenly, as if the legends who were about to fight in the next second, their faces changed, and they actually stepped backward at the same time, a flash of panic appearing in their eyes. Next, a wail rang out in the sky. Immediately after the heavy fall, boom, the huge thing smashed not far in front of Susie, directly smashing a deep pit in the ground, raising airwaves. It was even blowing people's eyes open. You are on the soil of my Disya, peering into the memories of my Disya's official people and discussing how to take away my Disya's heavenly pride? Isn't that a bit much to take me for granted? That's the one who has a legendary experience as if he were the protagonist of a novel. Shui Shan, General President of the Daxia Professionals Association. Susie's eyes widened. This figure, but it was the most common on TV in Daxia. And things that just fell off. Suze's gaze fell and his pupils shrunk. It was a dragon's head. The head of a giant dragon. Chapter 102, 2 Ways to be Invincible Under the Sky. It was an imposing western dragon. The dragon's eyes were round and full of mystery and power. The dragon's teeth were sharp, with a razor-sharp edge. Body rich to almost can be turned into matter of the dragon way, but also in the heart of Suze, as if the pressure of a huge stone seems to be, so that ordinary people even close to it are difficult. One could imagine how powerful this giant dragon really was. Legend. Definitely the legendary realm. Yet such a legendary dragon was left with only a dragon's head that was flowing with dragon's blood. The dragon's horns are broken. Its eyes are dull. Its scales are broken. And its neck is even more jaggedly cut. And the one who started it all was the man with 1 foot on top of the dragon's head. He was shirtless, revealing a firm and powerful chest that resembled a mountain peak. A large, blood-stained knife rested against his shoulder. And blood flowed down the hilt, onto his body, and then continued to flow down, staining his pants a few shades of blood red. General President of the Daxia Professionals Association, Shui Shan. Truly the first person in Daxia. A few of you just barged into my Grand Xia with such a big grin? And strike out at my Grand Xia's official personnel? Discussing how to hook away my Grand Xia's heavenly pride? Shui Shan looked at the many legends and raised an eyebrow. Isn't that taking me too seriously? Shui Shan, Numerous legends showed grave expressions. It wasn't that they didn't value the snow, one person in Dacia, but they valued each other too much. So the moment the crowd came together, they unanimously dispatched their manpower to hold him back. The explosions in the sky that hadn't yet stopped that day were the top experts of each country striking out. However, he came over anyway. In just less than 3 minutes, he had killed a legend of the same level, still the most battle-hardened dragon knight in the saga. The crowd looked down at the familiar head of the dragon. Here though there was only the head of the dragon rider's crotch of the dragon, not the head of the dragon rider himself, but as a dragon knight, the gargoyles were killed, and it was even more unlikely that he himself would escape. So the odds are, it's the whole of Shueishan that's been chopped up, isn't it? Shueishan, isn't it true that you, Dacia, don't refuse other people pulling your strings? Miyamoto Tun, the chief of the Neon Empire's martial spirit hall, gulped. As I recall, it is your national policy not to constrain the freedom of domestic professionals. Compared to the countries that forced domestic geniuses to work for the plutocrats, Dacia was definitely the country that oppressed its own professionals the least. Even as long as the professional didn't know any special secrets, the professional could be allowed to leave Dacia and defect to another country. This was unimaginable in other countries that viewed their own domestic professionals as half-slaves. But although the Dacia state policy was enlightened, the professionals were not stupid. While countries can make some very good offers, it is freedom that is the most expensive. It wasn't true that there were no professionals who sold their bodies to other countries. But how could a true celestial pride be willing to sacrifice their freedom to be a slave to another country? It's true that we don't restrict the flow of talent. Shueishan sneered, but we also have to make things clear, he said, twisting his head around to look at Suzy. Suzy, don't worry. There's actually no way they can do anything to you, he said with a calm expression. You're an occupier who has cleared the real level abyss, and while you may not know what that means, I think you can tell just from those of us present that your existence is definitely about great interests. Suzy nodded slightly. Every one of the people present were the top experts of their countries. One word can affect the livelihoods of millions. Together, they can determine the future of this planet. If it was just for the one-star intelligence of the real level abysses, it wasn't even worth having them show up. Not to mention the fact that so many people, together, have taken out their blood to pull Suzy and this one out of her granddaughter, that one out of her daughter, and the female Grand Duke simply intends to go on the field herself. How can they be so without enough benefits? At the same time, although the legends present were not polite to Tang Pangang and the others, and directly searched his memory as soon as he came up, they did not move half a hand against the even lower rank Suzy. It also seems to mean they are showing goodwill? So, what are these legends really for? Suzy wondered. It's actually quite simple. Shueishan calmly said. Suzy, do you know our rank? LV-99 it is. Suzy said. It's on TV. Yeah, LV-99. Shueishan sighed softly. Then do you know why we didn't upgrade to LV-100? Amount. Suzy froze. Isn't level LV-99 the highest? No. Shueishan shook his head. Virtually every one of us knows that LV-100 exists, but no one can advance to LV-100. Because to advance to LV-100, you need to go through a special abyss, just like the transfer abyss you're about to go through. But we can't enter this abyss. We're missing a key, he said frankly. Without that key to enter the special abyss, we will never be able to enter that special abyss and thus advance to become LV-100 and take a step across into the realm of the gods. Suzy's eyes widened. So it is. I thought the maximum was LV-99, so the legends can't upgrade. But wait, the key? Suzy's eyes blinked. It was as if there was that one key among his rewards for clearing the real level abyss. I think the name is the Key of Origin. Suzy was stunned in his eyes. We need a key called the Key of Origin to open the door to the Divine Spirit realm. Shueishan, however, didn't care and thought that the news was too shocking and startled Suzy, saying, yet it's just that no matter which abyss, it's impossible to pop out this prop. The only abyss we haven't successfully raided is the real level abyss. He let out a long sigh. Based on our preconceived notions, perhaps clearing the level in the LV-99 true great abyss is the only way to pop this Key of Origin. After all, it's the only field we haven't shot down. So now, do you understand why they, all of them, are gathered here? Suzy was silent for a moment and nodded slightly. Advancement of professionals. Absolutely every professional. The most thirsty thing, for a legend on top of the world. There is nothing more important than this event. They would give anything to advance. Whether it's a granddaughter, daughter, or yourself. Shueishan's voice was gentle. You don't need to worry about what they'll do to you.
or even that they'll intentionally victimize you. They're more afraid of you not being able to raise your strength than you are, because they still want to fight the true Great Abyss and burst out the key of origin for transferring when you become a legend.
Susie nodded. There was indeed this truth. After all, for professionals stuck at the peak of legend, they were willing to do anything to advance. I guess it's not impossible that even a legend would sell out his country for this. You also don't have to worry about what the legend's present will do to you. After all, we've deduced that in order for you to burst the key of origin, the odds are that you'll need to go and brush through a legendary level real abyss. Shueishan added, and when you are able to clear the real Great Abyss, you should understand how big the gap is between you and a professional of the same level. It's impossible to limit your strength when you want to burst the legendary real abyss, and when you can explode a legendary real abyss, there's no way they can beat you even if they're all put together. There's also no contract in this world that can restrict a legendary level expert, and it's impossible for them to bind you at that time. So in reality these people present, although there is no shortage of vicious and venomous people, as long as they still want to advance, they won't do anything nasty to you. It can even be said that from today onwards, you can completely kill or be killed by us, and as long as you don't go too far, each and every legend will do their best to fulfill your demands. As long as you can give the legends hope of advancement, then the whole world will be behind you, support you at all costs. Shueishan spoke frankly, almost bluntly even. The people present, however, nodded in unison. That's right, we really don't have any bad intentions. Anything you want, as long as it's something I can do. Power, money, beauty, everything you can think of, we can give it to you, as long as you can give us hope for advancement. Susie pondered for a moment and quickly realized, for these legendary professionals, nothing was more important than their own advancement. Then things are simple, let them do whatever they want as long as it gets them promoted. So, from now on, there are no enemies? Susie's eyes blinked, a little confused. And real level abyss seems to be able to fight too. The most appropriate necromancer skills, the strongest equipment, the hidden abyss intelligence. Everything can appear in front of Susie. Of course, this presupposes that he hides the key of origin in his hand. Or else it is estimated that the many legends at this time will have to first fight and die in half to determine the owner of the key of origin before they will give up. But on the flip side, he's now an unanswerable presence in the world. No enemies, no opposition, nothing to think about but the abyss. Everything else is offered up. Days like this, it's not bad either. The corners of Susie's mouth rose. Who wants to work hard when you're being served? Next just go through the motions of transferring, painting the abyss, and playing real levels. Fighting one step at a time, life has no other problems and all needs are met. As for the key of origin at hand, if it's a transfer prop, can I use it for my next transfer? Suze secretly said in his heart. But anyway, he didn't even have to care about the rest anymore. There are two kinds of invincibility in the world. One is to use one's own fists to overwhelm the world. The second is to become the father of the world. When everyone needs to claim you, you are equally invincible. Now, Susie accomplished the second one. It will be the first one again in the future. But, that's for later.